Family who understand this. The pure-hearted maiden Adong, who has remained single for over 20 years, awakens to find herself tightly embraced by a handsome man. This predicament is the fault of my eccentric mentor, who carelessly tossed me into another world. First, I got stuck in a tree branch, then encountered a venomous snake, and ultimately, I was rescued by this striking figure, only to become his possession. What an exhilarating start. I'd never felt so utterly speechless in my life. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself firmly held by a man, his chest as hard as iron, with a heartbeat like thunder thump, thump, thump. I pondered pushing him away, but lo and behold, his arm felt like a steel band. No matter how much strength I exerted, I could not budge. Who among you can comprehend this? A pure-hearted girl who has been single for over 20 years suddenly finds herself in such close proximity to a handsome man. Who could endure this? My mind echoed a single thought. This is it, I've been thrown into another world. You inquire how I ended up like this? Well, the story is rather lengthy. It all began with my eccentric mentor. I was merely an ordinary graduate student, orphaned and alone in the world, living a life devoid of attachments. My mentor had devised a remarkable experiment, claiming it could traverse time and space, opening new frontiers. At the nadir of my life, I recklessly decided to contribute to my country, thinking, why not? One life to live. After signing the papers, I earnestly declared to the professor, I am proud to innovate for my country. Reflecting now how naive I was. And what was the outcome? To my astonishment, I was unceremoniously dropped from the sky without even a parachute. I plummeted through the air, wind whipping against my face, transforming my hair into a wild mane. My sole thought was, is this how the professor begins a descent? What sins had I committed in this life? As the ground rushed closer, I braced myself for a painful landing, closing my eyes and surrendering to fate. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, I suddenly felt a lightness, and my descent halted. I inwardly whispered a prayer of gratitude, only to find myself abruptly stuck. The sensation was akin to believing you would be punished by your teacher for not finishing your summer homework, only to be told half was sufficient relief, swiftly followed by the dread of additional assignments. I found myself perched precariously on a thick tree branch, nearly jolted into pieces. As I rubbed my bottom and peered down, I gasped that the heightened Olympic diver would surely think twice before attempting such a leap. Just as I contemplated whether to await my fate or hasten my demise, I heard a hissing sound. Turning my head, I was struck with terror. A vividly green snake, undoubtedly venomous, was staring at me with its forked tongue. My mind blanked, and I instinctively grabbed a branch, waving it frantically. Please do not come closer. We can negotiate. Even a cyber Su-Xian must adhere to basic principles. Yet, the serpent paid me no heed, coiling itself to pounce. I trembled, losing my footing, and with a scream, I fell once more, branch and all. It is finished this time. It is truly over. Once again, I am engulfed by that familiar sensation of weightlessness. Despairing, I shut my eyes, yearning for a swift and just a crash to the ground would suffice. Yet, instead of the anticipated searing pain, I felt a warmth at my waist as a remarkably strong arm caught me. And thus, I was transported back to that initial scene. As I cautiously opened my eyes, I beheld a face so strikingly handsome it seemed almost otherworldly. His long, straight black hair cascaded to his waist, complemented by sharp brows and captivating eyes, their contours as if sculpted by an artist's hand. Particularly mesmerizing were those deep, dark eyes, adorned with a ring of crimson specks, reminiscent of an exquisite, custom-made Sharingan. I felt as though a mere glance could ensnare my very soul. I was momentarily dazed, and when I glanced down, I realized his large hand was firmly wrapped around my waist, our bodies fitting together with an almost alarming precision. I gasped, flailing to push him away. Yet, he was as immovable as a mountain. My feeble attempts to resist felt akin to tickling him. He simply gazed down at me, his expression a mixture of intrigue and amusement, as if I were a newfound toy for a cat. Who are you? Where did you come from? He inquired, his voice low and magnetic, pleasant to the ear, yet chillingly cold. My thoughts drifted back to the snake, and I trembled as I replied, I am AI Tong. I was cast aside. Thank you for saving me. I dare not speak the truth. What if I were deemed an anomaly and swiftly dispatched? To my surprise, he disregarded my explanation, continuing to hold me as he blinked, and in an instant, the scene transformed. One moment we were in a primeval forest, and next, we found ourselves in a city teeming with bizarre, beast-like creatures. Some sported tiger tails, while others bore scales upon their faces, most of them clad only in the barest of garments. The air was thick with the scent of blood and raw, unrestrained hormones. It dawned on me I had fallen into the den of the Beastman. This imposing figure carried me through the throng, where the onlooking Beastman regarded me as if I were an exotic specimen. He remained unfazed, lowering his head to declare, "Unfamiliar? Then from this moment on, remember my name." He scrutinized me from head to toe, as if inspecting merchandise. "You smell delightful and appear decent enough, though a bit short." "Short, you say? You and your entire lineage are short. Who understands the plight of being 160 centimeters? Did I consume your family's rice?" My mind was a tempest of indignation, yet I dared not voice a word. His gaze was terrifying, as if he intended to devour me whole. He seemed displeased with my timid demeanor and commanded, "Look at me." Reluctantly, I raised my gaze, only to be ensnared by his swirling, red-black eyes, sending another shiver coursing through me. A smirk graced his lips, as if he found my reaction endearing, and he proclaimed, "From now on, you shall be my possession." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight with me in tow. In the blink of an eye, I found myself unceremoniously deposited onto an immense bed. Alishi demonstrated no understanding of cherishing the delicate. A most scathing review. Before I could rise, his towering form loomed over me. All I could muster was an awkward yet polite smile in response. He inquired about the origin of my name, to which I replied that it was bestowed by my parents, signifying beauty and prosperity. Upon hearing the phrase "Father Beast," "Mother Beast," an icy chill emanated from him, causing me to shudder involuntarily. He then scrutinized me from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of a butcher assessing the market value of a piece of meat. Finally, he nodded solemnly and remarked, "Indeed, beautiful." Though somewhat short and slendered, I was utterly taken aback. In my homeland, my figure was considered quite appealing. How dare he contemplate fattening me up, declaring that his possession should not bring him shame? "I appreciate your concern." Noticing my silence and lowered gaze, he furrowed his brow and declared, "You carry an unpleasant odor. I shall have someone attend to your cleanliness." I caught a whiff of myself, and while I did have a slight scent, his sense of smell was remarkably acute. He appeared to find my expressions amusing, flashing a devilish grin before vanishing in an instant. Was he some kind of gust of wind? He arrives and departs at will. I patted my racing heart, relieved at his departure. What sort of bizarre realm was this, teeming with monsters and ruled by a capricious Dark Lord? How was one to survive in such circumstances? Once he had gone, I dared to rise and survey the room. Goodness, it was spacious enough to host a sports event. The luminous orb above must be a night pearl. I discovered my bed was crafted from a single piece of jade. It was adorned with a soft, plush blanket, displaying a rather refined taste for comfort. This chamber was equipped with everything, though the decor was exceedingly dark, mirroring that of the Dark Lord himself. Alone, I began to spiral into thoughts, lamenting my unfortunate life. I had envisioned that traversing to a beastly realm would grant me extraordinary powers akin to those in novels. Yet this was a hellish inception. As I wallowed in my despair, footsteps approached. A woman, clad in exceedingly flamboyant attire, swayed her hips as she entered, carrying a bundle of clothing. Her skin was a dusky yellow, her appearance difficult to articulate, but her gaze towards me was brimming with jealousy. She feigned camaraderie, introducing herself as by row of the White Tiger clan, lamenting her miserable capture and life here while managing to squeeze out a few tears. I noted her theatrical performance. She was clearly an actress deserving of an Oscar. Naturally, I played along, feigning sympathy as I listened to her chatter, gathering morsels of information in the process. She proved to be quite the chatterbox, providing a broad overview of this beastly continent. The White Tiger and Snow Lion clans were the most formidable, yet the most perilous place was the one we currently occupied, Forest City. It was a haven for exiles and ruthless characters, with the leader being the very one who had captured me, the Forest King. No one knew his origins, but he was undeniably powerful, having subdued everyone upon his arrival. My heart sank at this revelation. My misfortune had led me directly into the lair of the final boss. Byro, noticing my dazed expression, began to fuss over my modern t-shirt before handing me the garments she had brought. I took a glance at them and was taken aback. It was a soft, silky, pale yellow chiffon dress, but the fabric was exceedingly sheer. Wearing it felt akin to being unclothed. Byro observed my naive demeanor with an intensified disdain in her gaze, and with an exaggerated enthusiasm, she remarked, "Tong Tong, this is genuine silk. Wong truly dotes on you. Allow me to assist you in wearing it." I felt as though my back teeth might shatter under the pressure. After I finished my bath, with her enthusiastic assistance, I donned the cool attire. Reluctantly, she departed. Alone in the room, I fidgeted with this and tugged at that, feeling utterly ill at ease. As I grappled with my new garments, the formidable figure returned. Upon entering, he stood frozen, his gaze fixated upon me. I must tell you, the intensity in his eyes resembled that of a wolf staring at a rabbit poised to be captured, a sight both unsettling and profound. He advanced slowly, and the weight of his presence compelled me to retreat involuntarily. As my foot slipped, I found myself toppling backward. What a disaster. The moment I felt a sudden tightness around my waist, he effortlessly pulled me into his embrace and pressed me down onto the bed. Once again, he pinned me beneath him, his crimson and ebony eyes fixed intently upon me, swirling with emotions I could not comprehend, certainly not of a benevolent nature. Terrified, I quickly turned my head away, unable to meet his gaze. It seemed my evasive gesture only provoked him further, and with a chilling tone, he inquired, "Ai Tong?" Instinctively, I lifted my gaze, only to wish to retreat, once more upon locking eyes with him. "What are you hiding from? Do you think I would consume you?" His tone unmistakably conveyed, "If you continue to evade, I might indeed devour you." I am not," I stammered, my bravado dissipating in an instant. The position we found ourselves in was far too intimate, the atmosphere too peculiar. I gasped, nearly choking as my breath caught in my throat. He had the audacity to ask, "But what seems to be the discomfort?" "In nothing. I am quite well. It's just, could you perhaps let me go for a moment?" I attempted to reason, yet it was clear he paid no heed to my pleas. That exquisitely handsome face drew closer. I desperately leaned back, only to tumble off the edge of the bed with a resounding thud. I found myself dazed, my body pressed against his rigid arm, which felt as unyielding as iron, causing me considerable pain. But could I voice my discomfort? Absolutely not. We exchanged wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. To be honest, it seemed he was equally flummoxed. Perhaps having never encountered such a situation before, his mind appeared to be in overdrive, likely fixated on a singular thought. Subdue her. She is mine. Meanwhile, my heart raced as if it might leap from my throat, my face flushed as though it could fry an egg, my entire body stiffened like a stone. He continued to gaze at me, and then, to my utter shock, he dared to touch my face. I exploded with indignation. What are you doing? My dear friends, who could possibly understand the audacity of this scoundrel? No, this beast. It was maddeningly ticklish, coupled with an indescribable sensation. And, to my astonishment, he leaned closer, his voice dripping with a charm that penetrated to my very core, uttering a single word, obedient. That one word rendered us both speechless. I hastily sought to change the subject to ease the tension. Can we converse civilly? By the way, what is your name? When he replied, I nearly fainted. I am Yi Huan, your male. What? My what? Male? Good heavens. Is this declaration of affection a bit too avant-garde? I swiftly extricated myself from under his arm, my mind a flurry of questions. I, who had lived over 20 years without ever holding a boy as hand, found myself in a realm where my lifelong fate was laid out so plainly from the very first day. Professor, does your experiment also guarantee a partner? The after-sales service is simply impeccable. While I was still reeling, he reached out and pinched my face, commenting on how good it felt, how comforting it was. I was overwhelmed with irritation. Stop pinching. It hurts. He had the audacity to demand, call me by my name. AI. Love. This pun is costing me. Goosebumps erupted all over me. Yet with no alternative under the eaves, I could only yield. My teeth nearly ground to dust as I forced out a reply. Yi Huan, is that acceptable? To my surprise, he appeared quite pleased, his magnetic voice whispering in my ear, Yes, I like it very much. Goodness, keep your distance. His breath brushed against my ear, causing it to flush a deep crimson. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and it seemed he was about to take further action, a panicked report suddenly rang out. Your Highness, signs of melting have been detected in the Wan Yin ice forest to the north. A hapless soldier rushed in, his head bowed low, as if he wished to bury himself in the ground. I assure you, that fellow must have felt he was doomed, having interrupted his superior's intimate moment. Indeed, I immediately sensed the aura of menace emanating from Yi Huan, reminiscent of our first encounter in the forest. As it appeared he was about to send the poor soldier away with a fierce blast of energy, I found an unexpected courage within me, driven by a primal instinct for survival. Without thinking, I abandoned my support, wrapping my arms around his neck and burying my head into his shoulder, pleading in the softest voice of my life, Yi Huan, don't be afraid. This took him by surprise, evidently unprepared for my actions. causing him to lose his balance and lean against me, his cheek grazing my neck. Good heavens, the position had become even more intimate. The murderous intent in his eyes dissipated, replaced by the glint of a hungry wolf spotting its prey. There it was. He had once again turned the tables on himself. The soldier below was trembling uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, I whispered by his neck, "Aren't you supposed to attend to important matters? Go ahead. I will stay right here and wait for you." My gentle words had an astonishing effect. He truly complied, planting a quick kiss on my neck before departing. Though it was but a fleeting moment, the electric thrill rendered me utterly dazed. Once he finally left, I collapsed onto the bed, feeling more exhausted than after a sprint of 800 meters. My heart, however, raced as if it might leap from my chest. Once Yuan had gone to the council chamber, I learned that the Wanyan ice forest served as their natural barrier, and now it was melting. He suspected foul play. Meanwhile, the woman named by Ro, who had brought me clothes earlier, had raised my suspicions. Sure enough, she stealthily sought out a deputy named by Xie. This woman was no pushover. Upon seeing him, she adopted an overly flirtatious demeanor, claiming a stunning new beauty had arrived in town, me, and encouraging him to take action against me. Her scheming intentions were transparent. She aimed to use him as a weapon, hoping that if I were sullied by the deputy, Yi Huan would no longer want me. The schemes of palace intrigue are truly universal. Upon hearing of a beautiful woman, Bai Xie's eyes lit up. The two of them quickly forged an alliance to conspire against me. That evening, Bai Rou pretended to deliver dinner with feigned kindness. To be honest, the cuisine of this beastly realm was quite lackluster. The roasted meat lacked flavor, and the vegetables were bizarre. Yet, I was famished, and any food was better than none. I ate while remaining cautious of her presence, fully aware of her ill intentions, and had no desire to feign sisterly affection. Once I was satiated, I lay back on the bed, prepared to resist everything with sleep. Just as I was about to drift off, Yi Huan, that formidable figure, returned. He plopped down beside me and remarked, "What is this? Had you been waiting long for me?" I was taken aback. "Where do you get your confidence?" I jolted upright, intending to grab a blanket and sleep on the floor. There is a distinction between male and female, you know. Yet, before my feet even touched the ground, he yanked me back into his embrace, declaring, "Did I allow you to leave?" His voice, though quiet, was as cold as ice shards. I could only murmur softly, "Is it really appropriate for us to share a bed so soon after meeting?" To my astonishment, he responded with a classic line of domineering declarations, AI, I like having you by my side. Apart from this place, you cannot go anywhere in this vast world." Very well, a threatening declaration of affection, is it? I realized this man was merely a master of words, outwardly domineering, yet fundamentally a tender beast, content with mere embraces and fearful of taking further action. With this understanding, my heart felt lighter. I nestled into a comfortable position in his arms and peacefully succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, I found myself alone, momentarily believing I had merely dreamt the previous night. After tidying up, I intended to take a stroll, only to be halted by the guards at the door, who informed me that the king forbade me from roaming freely. Just as I was arguing with them, Bai Xie appeared as if he had timed his entrance perfectly. He appeared somewhat refined, carrying the air of a scholar, yet his gaze was unsettling, akin to an X-ray, making me feel vulnerable. In just a few sentences, he dismissed the guards and stood waiting for me to emerge. With a sense of trepidation, I stepped outside and halted a meter away from him, uttering a brief thank you before completely ignoring him and dashing off to the grand platform across the way to commence my exclusive calisthenics. As long as I moved swiftly enough, embarrassment would not catch up to me. He stood by like a statue, observing me for an extended period, his gaze growing increasingly unsettling. I felt akin to a delicate rabbit being stalked by a master hunter. Once I completed my exercises, he departed with a meaningful stride. That fellow, the masked man, exuded an overwhelming presence, and I sensed that his jester's mask was on the verge of slipping away. Later, I learned that while I enjoyed tranquil days, turmoil brewed outside. Bai Rou's father, the ambitious Bai Xiao, the chieftain of the Baihu clan, was concocting a powder aimed at melting the ice forest, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Suncheng. Simultaneously, he feigned alliances with other tribes under the pretense of rescuing females to launch an assault against us. The nefarious Bai Rou was not idle either. Dispatched by Bai Xie, she devised numerous schemes to lure me out of the palace. She waxed poetic about the beauty and wonders of the eternal ice forest, claiming it to be a blessing from the beast god. intrigued by the prospect of discovering a clue that could lead me home. I feigned interest, but remained resolute in my decision not to venture out alone with her. I suggested that she arrange for Yi Huan to accompany me another day. This infuriated her, and I could only imagine how Bai Xie must have reprimanded her upon her return. Days passed, and it seemed Yi Huan had relaxed his vigilance over me. I pondered the possibility of taking a few guards to the city wall for a safer excursion. Thus, I assembled a contingent and made my way to the northern city wall. I must tell you, the eternal ice forest was indeed breathtaking, an expanse of white that exuded an icy chill. As I stood there, clad in light garments, shivering and marveling at the beauty, I turned around to find, what? Where had my guards gone? Not a single one remained on the wall. I was utterly alone. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the gravity of my situation. Before I could fully comprehend what was happening, a sharp pain struck the back of my neck, and darkness enveloped me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an unfamiliar small room. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of Sunsheng, Yi Huan had just dispatched his deputy to fend off the Western Coalition's assault, only to receive a second report indicating that all the guards at the Eternal Ice Forest had vanished, along with me, the beautiful female. I must tell you, before the orc delivering the news could finish speaking, he was abruptly hurled from the hall by an unseen force. Yi Huan erupted in fury, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished within the Grand Hall. As for me, I was confined in the palace of the second deputy, Bai Xie, to the south of the city. Upon waking, the pain in my neck was excruciating. My first thought was to wonder which fool had rendered me unconscious. Could it have been Yi Huan's icy-faced nemesis? Who else would dare oppose him within Sunsheng? As I pondered this, the door creaked open, and a blinding light pierced my eyes. A figure entered against the glare, and the voice that emerged was oily and smooth, causing a shiver to run down my spine. This voice was eerily familiar. When he waved his right hand, illuminating the room with a luminous pearl, I was taken aback. Good heavens! It was none other than Bai Xie. It is indeed me, he exclaimed, a smug grin plastered across his face. A sense of dread washed over me. If those under the Forest King were turning against him, this situation could not end well. I had to maintain my composure. So I rubbed my neck and feigned nonchalance as I probed him, asking, "You dare to bring me here so brazenly? Something must be amiss in Sunsheng." "Oh, not only beautiful, but quite clever too," he replied, drawing closer to me, taking a seat on the chair beside my bed. His gaze was intense, sending shivers down my spine. "I must say, I am increasingly intrigued by you," he casually mentioned, "by Rohasm cunning. Managing to sway a guard within the Forest King's palace. She must have put in quite the effort." Ah, the challenge of detecting internal betrayal is a daunting one. A tempest surged within me, yet I maintained my facade, insisting that we speak plainly. "Since I find myself in your grasp, whether to kill or maim, I must at least understand the reason behind my demise." I fixed my gaze on him, refusing to show fear. Inside, I trembled with terror, but I wagered that he would not dare harm me just yet. After all, he had brought me here during a time of chaos in Sunsheng, where Yi Huan was preoccupied. His visit indicated he was unable to leave, and the location was undoubtedly not far from Sunsheng. As long as he was not a complete brute, I would have room to maneuver. "Kill you? No, he said, standing and approaching me once more. "I am far too interested in you to consider such a thing." He drew nearer, and I could no longer maintain my facade, instinctively recoiling. "Why you? Keep your distance. I'm not accustomed to this." Seeing my reaction, he laughed. "Ah, so this is what you fear?" He settled onto the edge of my bed, his gaze scanning me like a device, dripping with mockery. TSK. The Forest King certainly is reluctant to part with you. However, I am not him. I possess a wealth of experience. Experience? I nearly retched at his words. When did this term become a compliment? As I observed the unsettling shift in his expression, I quickly diverted the conversation. "With all this chaos outside, aren't you going to check?" As soon as I finished speaking, a frantic knock resonated at the door, and an orc rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, the city is in complete disarray. The Forest King has gone to find that female." Bai Xie's oily demeanor vanished instantly. His face hardened as he dashed to the door, inquiring, "The Xueshe tribe has arrived?" "Yes. Several experts from the Xueshe tribe and Baihu tribe have crossed the Eternal Ice Forest and reached the northern city. Some have already entered the city and are heading toward the western cells. Proceed as planned," Bai Xie commanded, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing before me. I was nearly petrified, attempting to retreat when he moved faster, seizing my dress. With a tearing sound, a piece of fabric was ripped from my skirt, exposing my smooth thigh to the air. My mind went blank, and once I regained my senses, I quickly pulled my leg back, desperately concealing it beneath my skirt. Baisie's gaze swept over my exposed skin, darkening momentarily before he suppressed it, disappearing once more. The room fell silent, but I knew this was far from over. The Shweshur tribe? The Baihu tribe? Baisie himself was a member of the Baihu. He was plotting rebellion. Losing me would signal his intent to act. If he succeeded, it would spell doom for me. No. In comparison to this duplicitous villain, Yi Huan, with his icy demeanor, appeared almost angelic. Well, he could be cold. He had never truly harmed me. I had to assist Yi Huan. It was in my own best interest. Without hesitation, I resolved to act. Estimating that Baisie had distanced himself, I began to scream at the top of my lungs. The sound was piercing. As anticipated, within moments, the door swung open, and a large orc, lacking a fur coat, rushed in, panic etched across his face as he asked what was amiss. A sly smile crept onto my face as I maintained my facade of agony, weakly replying, I feel awful. I must tell you, my face was already quite striking, and combined with my pitiful demeanor, who could resist? He looked torn. Baisie is not here. I cannot simply call for someone else. I continue to play my part. Aren't there other orcs watching over me? I'm just a frail female. How could I possibly escape? He seemed resolute. You cannot leave. Cannot leave? Good heavens. Did Baisie truly think one guard was sufficient? This was a golden opportunity. I steeled myself, pinching the soft flesh at the top of my thigh, causing tears to spring to my eyes before I tilted my body and fell toward the floor. A child unwilling to sacrifice would never catch a wolf. In that moment, the orc elder rushed over and embraced me without a second thought. Both of us were momentarily stunned. He likely did not expect me to be so light, and his gaze visibly shifted. I quickly continued my act, looking at him with feigned frailty. Please, help me find a veterinarian. I can hardly move. I'll be fine. He remained silent, but his expression grew increasingly menacing, sending alarm bells ringing in my mind. I hurriedly pushed him away. I am still unwell. You must treat me first, or what will happen if I die? The mention of death finally pulled him back to reality. His eyes cleared a bit, and he set me back on the bed before turning to leave. A cold sweat broke out on my skin, making me appear even more ill. Once he was far away, I cautiously pushed the door, and, to my surprise, it opened. The courtyard was deserted. I finally understood. Baisie was playing a clever game of light and shadow. The most dangerous place was indeed the safest. Having locked me within his own home, he believed that as a delicate female, I would not dare to flee. He was mistaken. I am not a timid flower in this world. With determination, I dashed outside, disregarding the torn hem of my skirt. Once out of the courtyard, I was met with the sight of numerous agitated Senshou, all eyes instantly fixated on me. I had no time to explain. I rushed up to an orc who appeared to be a minor leader and blurted out, "Can you fly?" The orc was momentarily taken aback by my question. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the city, Yi Huan had descended into a frenzy. He emanated an aura of dark energy, resembling the arrival of death itself. Upon seeing him, the Senshou fell to their knees in submission. Opposite him, the Shweshur tribe Shwedu was visibly pale with fear. Without uttering a word, Yi Huan drew Shwedu towards him, gripping his throat and lifting him into the air. With a flick of his left hand, a piece of torn fabric flew into his grasp. It was the fabric from my skirt. It carried my scent. In an instant, Yi Huan's eyes turned crimson. I must say, that gaze was truly explosive. Behind him, Baisie smirked subtly. He had already planned this. Before leaving my room, he drank purification water and, while brushing past Shwedu, stealthily placed the fabric on him. This framing was executed with remarkable finesse. Yi Huan cared little for the details. He demanded evidence. "Where's she?" Shwedu, gasping for air, replied, "I don't know. Speak or die." Yi Huan tightened his grip, ready to crush him, and directly issued the command, "Send word to the border battle. Anyone from the Shweshur tribe is to be killed. Leave not a single one alive." My heart raced. Was he truly going to eradicate an entire tribe? Baisie pretended to comply from the back, his grin nearly reaching his ears. Just at that critical moment, I arrived. I instructed the flying beast to set me down and shouted, "Spare the beast." Upon turning around, Yi Huan saw me, and the crimson hue in his eyes instantly faded, his pupils dilating as if he were trying to absorb my very being. I paid no heed to his reaction and pointed towards Baisie, shouting, "Quick, capture him. That deputy is a spy." Baisie was quick to react, bolting away a moment before I spoke. Yi Huan did not even glance at him. A massive dark energy transformed into a binding rope, swiftly pursuing Bai Xie, who had already made considerable distance, and slammed him down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Only then did the powerful figure turn to me, stepping forward, casting a shadow over me, his voice cold as ice. AI, where have you been? Startled, I trembled and quickly explained. I was captured. Yi Huan. The deputy is a spy. I overheard him conspiring with his subordinates. No sooner had I finished speaking than he pulled me into his embrace, his large hand tightly securing my waist. My entire being was enveloped his chest as I heard the rapid thumping of his heart. All my previous fears and grievances surged forth, and tears nearly spilled from my eyes. I remained still, quietly leaning against him. After what felt like an eternity, I gently pushed against him. Yi Huan, please let me go. I need to talk to you. Reluctantly, he released me, his gaze still fixed on me like a spotlight. Do not kill the Shueshur tribe. They are being used. I pointed toward the captives below. Why? He looked at me incredulously, as if questioning why I would plead for another man. My dear friends, this jealousy was almost comical. I had no choice but to recount in detail how Bai Xie had deceived Bai Rou and orchestrated my abduction. Seeing an opportunity, Bai Xie scrambled out of the pit, crying out, "My lord, I did not. I am utterly loyal to you. I have no trace of her scent. Someone must be impersonating me." I was so furious that I could not articulate my thoughts. I was at a loss for words. I was simply too clumsy in arguments. I had never won a quarrel. All I could do was fret. Yi Huan, it truly is him. And then guess what? Yi Huan ignored him entirely, directly removing the silk robe from my shoulders and draping it over me, fastening it delicately before inspecting it from various angles, then declaring with authority, "Your skirt is in tatters. You must not venture out like this in the future." I was astounded. Had I just wasted my breath? He hadn't listened at all. He turned back to his subordinates and calmly instructed, "Order the border battle. Leave no survivors." Bai Xie attempted to struggle. "My lord." Yi Huan tightened his grip around me and coldly stated, "My little female does not require you to speak the truth. My patience is limited." Truly, he was worthy of being the foremost worker in Sun City, where the border battle primarily adhered to orders but also harbored its own thoughts. If given the command to kill, he would target the leaders. If instructed to spare lives, he would leave behind a gaggle of recruits. His execution of duty was nothing short of artistry. Meanwhile, I was utterly bewildered by Yi Huan's sudden trust in me. "Yi Huan, do you trust me?" I looked up at him, his profile strikingly handsome. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with affection, his voice softened. "I have never doubted you." Boom! It felt as though fireworks had exploded in my mind, and my face flushed crimson as I quickly averted my gaze. I then heard him address the pale Bai Xie below. "I spare you not for your loyalty, but for your strength. However, you have touched my reverse scale." It turned out he had long known Bai Xie was an undercover agent. He was merely nurturing a viper to see how far these individuals could go. Bai Xie completely broke down, laughing maniacally. "Yi Huan, indeed, I am a spy from the Bai Hu tribe. But if it weren't for Bai Rou, if it weren't for this female beside you, I would not have lost." He began to reveal more damning information. "Do you want to know where that sheer fabric came from? Your female skin is so tender." Just then, he had not even finished his sentence when Yi Huan's expression turned dark enough to draw ink. Bai Xie continued to dig his own grave. "That fabric, I personally stripped from her." Do you want to know what her expression was at that moment? In the next instant, Yi Huan's fingers curled into claws, and with a swift motion, Bai Xie, along with his venomous words, was instantly reduced to a cloud of flying ash. Ash, smoke gone. All the beasts present dared not breathe. Yi Huan expressionlessly declared, "My female cannot be defiled by others," and then tightened his hold around my waist, causing the scenery to blur past as we vanished from the northern city in the blink of an eye. Help! This elder brother was furious again. Once I regained my senses, I found myself in Yi Huan's palace. He advanced towards me, step by step, as I retreated inch by inch, until with a thud, my back hit the cold wall. With a resounding crash, he struck the wall beside my head, causing the dark jade stone to crack like a spider's web. I flinched, tightly closing my eyes, but I did not scream. I knew he did not intend to harm me. He was merely venting his anger at another. If I were to show fear at this moment, it would only stoke the flames further. Seeing my conflicted expression, yet not displaying fear, only infuriated him more. "You dare to ignore me." I opened my eyes and met his gaze. He did not listen at all, pressing closer until our bodies were nearly fused. He gritted his teeth. "That Bai Xie deserves to die. How dare he look at what he should not?" "I have never looked." As he spoke, he abruptly tore away the robe draped over my shoulders, his hand gliding onto my shoulder. I was taken aback and quickly shielded myself, assuring myself that he would not dare to do anything to me. I would never allow it. Yet he remained unresponsive, his large hand lingering on my shoulder, his gaze deepening. In the next moment, with a swift movement, we both fell onto the soft blanket of the bed, with me below and him above. The surroundings fell silent. He gradually lowered his head, his lips inching towards my cheek. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I found myself staring at his handsome face as it loomed larger before me, instinctively closing my eyes. Suddenly, a warm sensation landed on my nose. Let me tell you, when Shwedu uttered those words, the entire venue erupted. Who could understand our plight? One moment we were united in purpose, and the next. It was like a scene from a beastly adaptation of Zhen Huan, with the Baihu tribe betraying the Shwe tribe, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Now, the reputation of the Baihu tribe lay in shambles, having betrayed even their allies. What the smaller tribes? They were merely meat on the chopping block, vulnerable to any whims. What was even more outrageous? It was Yi Huan. This fellow had clearly grasped the opportunity to strike, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead releasing the members of the Shwe tribe. The elder of the Shwe tribe, Shwe Feng, could no longer contain himself and bowed deeply towards Yi Huan atop the city wall. In that moment, the way he looked at Yi Huan conveyed a sense of respect. Though he was the antagonist, he upheld a sense of martial virtue, a stark contrast to the sinister Bai Xiao. Yi Huan's overt villainy had somehow become a virtue. This maneuver sent Bai Xiao into a fit of rage, nearly causing him to spit blood. He pondered for a long while, yet what was the outcome? The Shwe tribe remained unscathed. While he lost his daughter, his hidden assets were rendered useless, and he was left injured. A clear case of losing both his wife and soldiers. As for Yi Huan, he was utterly indifferent to Bai Zhao's ire, lazily leaning against the city wall, his black robe half open, revealing his chiseled abs, his eyelids barely lifting as he casually stated, "Compensation." Oh no, wait, it was 4 words, ceding land and reparations. The tone was as casual as discussing dinner plans, yet the threat was palpable. Bai Zhao's face fluctuated between hues of green and white, torn between the urge to erupt and the humiliation of backing down, forced to maintain his composure. Observing this, Yi Huan found amusement, clearly relishing the moment. He leisurely waved his hand and declared, in a voice that resonated clearly throughout the venue, "Bring forth the Capturedby tribe members, execute them on the spot." With a series of sharp sounds, they were indeed executed. I stood on the city wall stunned. There was no time for reaction. Bai Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, heads began to roll. Yi Huan offered no chance for subterfuge, making it abundantly clear, do not attempt to play tricks or stall for time. Now, immediately, give me a response. At that moment, every other tribe was struck with fear, especially the herbivorous ones, their legs trembling. The Shwe tribe merely watched, reveling in the spectacle, likely popping champagne in celebration. Bai Xiao truly had the patience of a saint. I would refer to him as a ninja turtle. Had it been anyone else, they would have flipped the table by now. Instead, he took a deep breath and, suppressing his indignation, gritted his teeth, saying, "To the west of our city lies a grassland with a lake. Will that suffice?" Let me tell you, when he mentioned that piece of land, his heart must have been bleeding. That was his personal vacation paradise. With beautiful scenery and prime location, it was where he frolicked every summer. Now, in a bid for survival, he had to part with it. Surely, he thought, a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. As long as he lived, he would reclaim what was lost tenfold. But guess what? Yi Huan completely ignored him, turning his attention to me instead. What was I doing at that moment? I was engrossed in observing ants on the ground, marveling at their considerable size, akin to fingernails. Suddenly, Yi Huan plopped down beside me, his handsome face mere inches from mine, and softly inquired, "Is what's on the ground more appealing than me?" I blinked, suddenly meeting his dark eyes. He smiled and asked for my thoughts. Still dazed, I wondered what he meant. "The land with the lake and grassland. If you desire it, it shall all be yours." Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. A lake, grassland. Mean it. Wasn't he then an opportunity for swimming, fishing, galloping on horseback, experiencing the thrill of the wind brushing through the grass, and spotting sheep? It was a dream come true. Observing my unrestrained excitement, Yi Huan grinned widely. Then, he leaned closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. My heart raced with apprehension, fearing that the lake might be a burial ground for 1,000 beastmen. Instead, he whispered in my ear, with a voice thick enough to alter the air itself. I could also belong to you. Boom! Let me tell you, my brain as CPU nearly combusted. I leaned back suddenly, my lips almost grazing his. My only response was an awkward laugh, frantically exclaiming, "That sounds wonderful. I adore lakes and grasslands." Yi Huan, having achieved his goal, called out to those below, "This is the one. Send more supplies." Bai Xiao, the unfortunate soul, could only watch as Yi Huan finalized the compensation plan with me, his heart likely shattered into a million pieces. But what could he do? He had to endure it. Retreating with his remaining forces, casting one last glance at the corpse of his daughter on the city wall, his gaze reminiscent of a vengeful protagonist in a tale of retribution. The Shueshi tribe was equally ruthless. Their leader, Xue Feng, immediately decreed a severance of all ties with the Baihu tribe, warning that any young member of the tribe who dared to form a union with the Bai who would be expelled from the clan. This was a clear attempt to cut off Bai Xiao's escape route. Observing the two powerful factions retreat, the other tribes swiftly dispersed as well. At last, the city wall was tranquil. I surveyed the receding crowd below, filled with admiration for Yi Huan. His maneuver was nothing short of textbook brilliance. Not only had he defused the crisis, but he had also left his arch-nemesis, the Baihu tribe, in shambles while courting the Shueshi tribe, all the while acquiring a prime piece of land. Such intelligence and strategy were unparalleled. Meanwhile, my mind could only conjure thoughts of dragging Bai Xiao out for execution, leading to a straightforward confrontation, while he, in contrast, had orchestrated such a convoluted yet effective plan. Just as I was reflecting on this, Yi Huan, having concluded his business, transitioned into a one-on-one mode, lifting me up and declaring, "Let us go home." To be honest, the stench of blood below was a bit overwhelming, so I nodded eagerly. However, I wished to avoid that face-to-face flight again, fearing my skin might be blown away. I pleaded with him. Could we walk back instead? Surprisingly, he agreed. Thus, the illustrious Lord of Sun City casually draped his arm around my shoulder, strolling leisurely towards the main hall, with two imposing figures, Jean and another flying beastman, trailing behind us. However, we had barely walked a short distance when we heard a commotion of screams and shouts. Following the noise, I was taken aback to see a bare-chested male beastman roughly dragging a woman forward. The woman was covered in wounds, her clothes nearly torn to shreds as she fought desperately, even biting the man. The man, enraged, seized her hair, preparing to slam her to the ground, cursing, "You worthless piece of trash, dare to resist? I'm doing you a favor by wanting you." In that moment, my anger surged, and without a moment's hesitation, I shouted, "Stop!" Just as he was about to kick her, he turned to look at me. The expression in his eyes was utterly lecherous, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. Before I could utter a word of reproach, Yi Huan had already become displeased. I didn't even see how he moved, but a gust of energy swept past, and that lecherous man was suddenly sent flying across the room. I hurried over to help the fallen woman. Up close, I could see her injuries were severe, her body bruised and battered, and her long, snow-white hair was a chaotic mess. As I parted her hair, I revealed a strikingly defined face, remarkably recognizable, though her lips were swollen with bruises. She looked at me and, in a faint whisper, managed to say thank you before she seemed to lose consciousness, clutching my hand, her eyes nearly closing, and struggling to say, "You're truly beautiful," before she fainted. In a panic, I turned to Bianzhan, exclaiming, "Quick, find a veterinarian." Bianzhan glanced at Yi Huan, saw he offered no objection, and promptly lifted the woman to carry her away. I then stood up, looking at the ice-cold visage of Yi Huan, and quietly asked, "Yi Huan, may I have her?" "Have her?" He frowned, clearly displeased. "Is there not a suitable servant beast in Sun City for you?" "No," I shook my head, my tone resolute. "There is something about her that captivates me." He remained silent, his eyes filled with curiosity. I gazed into his eyes, articulating each word carefully, her strength and stubbornness. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan fell silent. I felt as if I had struck a chord within him. After all, his initial interest in me was for similar reasons, was it not? He nodded slightly, as if granting his consent. We continued our journey back, but the distance from the western part of the city to the main hall was truly vast. As a modern weakling, my legs grew soft and my back ached with every step. Yet, having voiced my desire, I resolved to endure. Just as we neared the steps of the main hall, my right leg buckled, and I was about to topple over. Yi Huan was quick to react, catching me in his arms and wiping the sweat from my forehead, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "You're tired, aren't you?" Let me take you inside. Exhausted, I could muster no words, merely nodding in agreement. He effortlessly lifted me into his arms and carried me into the grand hall, placing me on a large beast skin bed. Then turned without a glance to instruct outside, "Bring water for the queen." When the water arrived, I eagerly drank, disregarding my image as I gulped it down. Just as I finished, my stomach audibly protested. Embarrassed, I looked up and offered him a sheepish smile. He did not mock me, instead stating, "You must be hungry. Let us eat." Soon, a flurry of beastmen busily arranged a stone slab overflowing with food. My heart sank as I beheld the spread. There was nothing but half-cooked meat and plates of bloody raw slices, even cups made from leaves filled with fresh blood. I felt my modern stomach revolt against such fare. A day or two might be manageable, but to consume this daily was unthinkable. Frowning, I didn't touch a single chopstick. Noticing my reluctance, Yi Huan inquired about my condition. Unable to contain my feelings any longer, I expressed my discomfort. I find it hard to adjust to this food. Given our shared struggles, is it too much to ask for a small request? His eyes turned cold, and I sensed his irritation rising. I quickly grasped his hand, pleading, "Hey, don't punish them. Didn't know I wouldn't enjoy this. Please, don't resort to violence. It instills fear in everyone. If you ever need help, who would dare to assist you?" My concern was somewhat selfish. I did not wish to see him isolated and alienated. He looked at me with a strange expression. "Are you worried about me?" I nodded naturally, "Yes. I think you're not a bad person, and you are the first beastman I've met here. I don't want anything to happen to you." After a moment of silence, just as I feared he might ridicule my concern, he suddenly asked, "What do you want to eat?" I pondered for a moment, tentatively asking, "Rice, do you have any?" "Rice?" He looked utterly bewildered. I animatedly gestured, describing green grass, yellow ears, and grains. After hearing my description, he called for Bianzhan, instructing him to find some. To my surprise, the efficiency of Sun City was remarkable. It was not long before Bianzhan returned, informing us that he had found some. But it was merely a tough grass the goat tribe consumed when nothing else was available, dry and unpalatable. Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed. As long as there was something, I quickly told Bianzhan, "No problem, just bring more. I'll teach you how to prepare it. Remember, don't take it by force, trade for it." Yi Huan looked at me skeptically. "You really know how to cook this tough grass?" "It's called rice," I proudly declared. "Just wait and see." That evening, we lay on the grand jade stone bed. To be honest, I had surrendered to my circumstances. After all, he intended to share my bed, and I could not stop him. As I contemplated various thoughts, I suddenly envisioned a snake, cold and slippery, which sent a shiver down my spine. However, my companion misinterpreted my reaction, assuming I found him cold and was rejecting him. I felt him stiffen, and he silently withdrew his arm from around my waist, rolling to the far side of the bed, turning his back to me and covering me with an additional layer of beast skin. What a stark contrast. Just a moment ago, he had been the domineering figure, and now he had transformed into a despondent puppy. I gazed at his lonely silhouette and felt a twinge of guilt. Cautiously, I inched closer and poked his shoulder with my finger. "Hey, I didn't mean it." No response. "I'm not rejecting you, truly. Please don't be angry." I continued to prod him. Finally, he turned to face me, his red-black eyes fixed intently upon me, silent and unwavering, which made me feel uneasy. After what seemed like an eternity, he spoke, his voice icy. "Repeat what you just said." "Huh? What should I say?" "The words you just said, say them again." I was bewildered, attempting to respond. I said, "Don't be mad at me." "Not that. I didn't mean it." "No." I grew increasingly frustrated, as none of my attempts seemed correct. Finally, it dawned on me, and I tentatively stated, "I'm not rejecting you." The moment I spoke, his expression transformed. The fierce intensity softened visibly. "You wish to hear that?" I asked. "Is what you said true?" He inquired. I finally understood. His pride had been wounded. I quickly nodded vigorously, "Yes. I truly do not reject you. I was just a bit cold, but that's not a rejection. You even covered me with a blanket. How could I possibly reject you?" As I continued to reassure him, he suddenly pulled me into his embrace, holding me tightly, burying his head in my neck, his voice muffled and tinged with vulnerability. "Don't push me away. I just like you." When those words escaped his lips, I froze entirely. Was this a confession? Before I could process this revelation, I felt him tighten his grip even more, nuzzling against me like a forlorn large feline. My heart softened, and I didn't push him away. Instead, I instinctively patted his back in a motherly gesture, attempting to comfort him. "You won't believe what happened next." I fell asleep while soothing him. The sense of security in his embrace was overwhelming. When I finally opened my eyes, the day had dawned. As I lay comfortably on my bed, enveloped by a soft fur blanket, I turned my head to find Yi Han's strikingly handsome face mere inches away from mine. To my astonishment, he was lying on his side, propping his head up, and had been silently observing me throughout the night. How early could he possibly be awake? No, it was evident he hadn't slept at all. The thought of being scrutinized in my sleep position by him left me utterly mortified. I feigned nonchalance and attempted to slip out of bed, only to discover his long legs sprawled across my path, leaving me with no choice but to straddle him. I hastily calculated the odds of survival in crossing over a king and promptly abandoned the idea. Yi Han, are you up? I ventured, trying to change the subject. We still have to prepare the chicken blood and fragrant rice today. To my surprise, he responded with a soft and sat up. His physique was truly remarkable. Clothed, he appeared lean, but upon rising, the muscular definition was captivating, and I couldn't resist sneaking a few glances. Not enough, he teased, turning his back to dress. His voice low and smooth. Flushing with embarrassment, I thought, had he developed eyes on his back? It was merely a glance at his abs. Was it really necessary to react that way? After a flurry of activity, I finally dressed in a silk strapless gown, ready to embark on my culinary endeavors. Remarkably, Yi Han chose not to attend to his royal duties and instead stayed with me in the kitchen area like a watchful overseer. Bring Bien Zhan over here. Where's the chicken you were supposed to find? I called out. Bien Zhan appeared, carrying a mountain chicken larger than a turkey, which sat docile in his hands. As he handed it to me, the chicken flapped its wings vigorously, startling me into retreat. All right, put it aside for now. What about that yellow, round underground thing? In the next moment, Bien Zhan returned with a potato as large as a basketball. I was taken aback, but having recently encountered a giant chicken, I was somewhat prepared. A singular thought raced through my mind. This extravagant bounty was finally mine. Also, find me a sharp scale and a large container for water. And bring over the rice we exchanged from the goat tribe. I listed my requirements in one breath. However, Bien Zhan looked troubled. Your Majesty, we don't have any beastmen in Sunchang with scales. What? How am I to peel the potato without scales? Just as I lamented, a scale larger than my laptop appeared before me, gleaming in the sunlight. Wow, Yi Han, where did you get such a magnificent scale? I exclaimed, marveling at its beauty. It seemed as though he possessed the ability to conjure anything I desired. His expression remained stoic, though a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. As I reached out to touch it, he suddenly exclaimed, "Don't move. It's sharp." He raised the scale slightly, explaining that it could easily sever my finger. I shivered at the thought and remained still. He then offered me the part he had been holding, instructing, take it from where I grasped it. Cautiously, I accepted it, only to find the area he had held was surprisingly soft, as if cushioned by a layer of sponge. My curiosity piqued. I glanced up and noticed Yi Han's ears were flushed. My goodness, he was blushing. I later learned that this scale belonged to his tail, the hardest and sharpest part of him. Without hesitation, he had broken off a piece for me to use. His boyfriend prowess was truly remarkable. Go ahead and use it, he declared, content, before returning to his jade throne, adopting an air of aloofness. With the tools assembled, I instructed Bien Zhan to fetch the various grasses exchanged from the goat tribe. Upon inspection, I realized, goodness, this is just scallions and chili peppers. Bien Zhan earnestly explained that the goat tribe had gifted us some grasses they themselves did not consume, thinking I might find them useful. I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well done. You truly are a capable deputy. Bien Zhan bowed deeply, and I quickly glanced at Yi Han, whose intense gaze seemed to radiate disapproval. All right, I'll refrain from further praise. Next came the construction phase. The beastmen still lingered in the primitive stage of cooking over an open fire, lacking even a single pot. I waved my hand authoritatively, directing Bien Zhan. Go find 2 strong individuals to chisel out 2 large stones. One must be round for the base of the mill, and the other should be larger for the roller. As I gestured, fearful they might not understand, Bien Zhan perfectly recounted my instructions, demonstrating his exceptional comprehension skills. I then located a smaller beastman, assigning him to gather wooden logs of varying thickness for the axle and push rod. While we awaited the materials, I sidled up to Yi Han, seeking conversation. Are you not busy today? A sharp glance from him suggested he found my presence bothersome. I quickly shifted the topic. You didn't mind me directing your subordinates, did you? You are the queen. If they do not heed your commands, whom shall they listen to? He replied coolly, leaving me momentarily speechless. I managed a nervous chuckle. Rest assured, once the delicious meal is ready, you'll be the first to taste it. His expression softened, and he simply replied, good. Before long. The stones and wood were prepared. I directed 2 sharp-clawed groundhog beastmen to commence the grinding process. One was responsible for smoothing the large round stone into a base with a hollowed center, while the other shaped the long stone into a roller, also hollowing it out. I personally took charge, using Yihan's scale to smooth the wooden push rod. Under my wise guidance, the assembly process proceeded remarkably smoothly. The large wooden post was secured into the base. The thin stick was threaded through the roller and fixed to the post, culminating in the perfect stone mill. A testament to ancestral wisdom. Meanwhile, another beastman had hollowed out a massive stone, transforming it into a sturdy pot. I instructed them to raise the pot using a few stones, creating a natural stove. I directed the beastmen to spread the rice on the grinding stone, and as the mill was pushed, the golden husks separated from the pristine white rice. Ecstatic, I scooped a handful of rice and rushed to Yihan, exclaiming, "Yihan, look, this is rice." He examined a few grains with a look of curiosity. I hurriedly informed him, this must be steamed before consumption. Following this, I washed the rice. Relying on the ingrained knowledge etched into my DNA, added enough water to cover a knuckle, covered it with a stone slab, ignited the fire, and began steaming. Once the rice was steaming, it was time to prepare the chicken. Naturally, I lacked the courage, so Bianjan took the lead. He swiftly dispatched the chicken, and I held a small jade plate beneath to collect the blood, deftly using Yihan's precious scale to complete the task. With the chicken blood secured, I began processing the potato starch. After draining the water, I discovered a layer of pristine white starch settled at the bottom. I scooped it out, mixed it with the chicken blood, added some minced scallions and salt, and blended it all together. Time to cook. I first rendered fat from the beast meat in the stone pot. Then, with a sizzling sound, I poured in the prepared chicken blood mixture, followed by a sprinkle of scallions and a dash of crushed chili, stirring rapidly with a large wooden board. The aroma erupted, captivating the surrounding beastmen, who seemed enchanted, craning their necks and inhaling deeply, nearly drooling. Heavens, what is this scent? It surpasses even the fragrance of roasted meat by 100-fold. It's the Queen's creation. Soon, a vibrant dish, adorned with emerald green and wafting a tantalizing aroma, emerged from the pot. I presented it to Yihan, eager for him to indulge. But he stood up, approached me, and gently wiped my face. "Fool, your face is dirty." His fingers tenderly brushed away the soot from my cheek, his touch remarkably gentle. My face flushed as I hurriedly attempted to wipe it clean myself. Yet he persisted, "Your dress is also stained. Shall I fetch you another?" "Oh, it's fine. The dish is not yet complete." I glanced down to find my attire marred with splotches of black and red, resembling a little calico cat. He was unable to persuade me, so he instructed the orcs to prepare a jade stone table. I placed the chicken blood pudding on it and turned to open the cooking pot. Several orcs cooperatively moved aside the steaming hot stone slab, and a rich aroma of rice instantly filled the air. In the pot, each grain of rice was plump and white, more enticing than any kind of northeast rice I had ever tasted in the modern world. I scooped out the rice and served a plate of chicken blood pudding to Yijan. "Here, you eat first. I will go stew the chicken." "Aren't you eating?" He gazed at the food before him without moving. "Everyone has helped so much. The chicken blood is enough to share, so I'll make them chicken soup," I said, rushing off to handle the plucked chicken. Yijan remained silent, quietly watching me busying myself. I chopped the chicken into pieces and cleaned them, then rummaged through the pile of weeds I had brought back and found a few mushrooms. Goodness, this is just chicken stewed with mushrooms. A staple dish from the Northeast must be included. I tossed the chicken pieces into the pot, added water, salt, green onions, chili, and those fresh mushrooms. As I watched the steam rise from the pot, I couldn't help but reminisce about the joyful simplicity of watching the Spring Festival Gala during the New Year. Once the lid was on, the dish was set. I estimated it would take 2 or 3 hours for the chicken to be flavorful. I clapped my hands and turned to the orc brothers still standing nearby, shouting, "Hey, everyone who helped today, don't leave. Tonight, I will treat you all to a whole chicken feast. Let us have a bonfire party." And guess what? The place fell silent. These brothers looked as if they had been struck dumb, frozen in place, their faces etched with fear. Fortunately, Bianjan was perceptive and hurried over. Bending almost at a 90-degree angle, "Your Majesty, my heavens, we are just ordinary orcs. How can we possibly share a meal with you and the king? Especially one you personally prepared?" I couldn't help but chuckle at that. What does it matter? You all helped. Without you, I couldn't have made any of this. But despite my coaxing, they remained steadfast, shaking their heads vigorously. I realized that the class consciousness in this orc society was deeply ingrained. Getting them to step out of their comfort zone was more difficult than climbing to the heavens. Well, since I couldn't persuade them, I had to seek help elsewhere. I scampered over to the dining table, hoping Yijun would speak up. However, to my surprise, he hadn't touched a single bite. "Why aren't you eating? Is it not good?" I asked, puzzled. He looked at me and simply said 2 words, "Waiting for you." Those 2 words left me momentarily speechless, filling my heart with warmth, reminiscent of my grandmother waiting for me to return home from school before she would touch her chopsticks. My heart softened, and I leaned closer to him, whispering, "Yijun, could you let them have some chicken too?" I spoke cautiously, fearing he might become displeased and send someone off to the stratosphere. He didn't get angry, but merely asked why. "Because everyone worked together. This delicious pot is the fruit of our labor, and we should share it." I quickly explained, adding flattery, "Moreover, this is a great opportunity to showcase your approachable image as a king. Let everyone see that you are not intimidating, which would earn you more respect." This one does not care. His single response sent me back to square one. I felt deflated, as if I had been struck by frost. However, noticing my sudden loss of spirit, Yijun seemed a little unaccustomed to it, casually waved his hand. "You decide." Really? I felt rejuvenated, so excited that I momentarily forgot the decorum and grabbed his arm, shaking it. Then I immediately turned and dashed toward the group of orcs like a cannonball, proclaiming loudly, "The king has agreed. Stop dawdling and prepare the roast meat. Let us party tonight." Bianjan and the others were astonished, probably not expecting their stern and aloof king would actually heed my words. Bianjan, still bewildered, asked, "Your Majesty, what is a bonfire party?" "It's gathering around a fire, eating meat, chatting, singing, and dancing. Just having a good time," I briefly explained. This excited the orcs immensely. After all, this was food fit for a king, unique to the orc world. They could boast about it for a lifetime. They whispered among themselves, praising me for being so kind, so different from their previous difficult masters. Satisfied, I returned to sit beside Yijun, pulled out the pair of chopsticks I had made while carving wood earlier, and prepared to dig in. Yijun looked at the 2 small wooden sticks in my hand, then at the flat wooden board in front of him, confusion evident in his eyes. "Oh, these are called chopsticks. I raised them to demonstrate, used for eating. I brought you a small wooden board as a spoon, thinking you might not be used to it." He simply acknowledged with an "oh" and said nothing further. I couldn't worry about that now. The delicious food was calling. I must say, the chicken blood pudding paired with the rice was simply divine, although it couldn't compare to modern culinary skills. Being able to enjoy this in such a place made me feel effervescent with happiness. Yijun watched as I devoured my meal like a little hamster, and he too tried a bite of rice. Soft and slightly sweet, not bad. He then sampled the chicken blood pudding, which was salty and spicy, with a complex flavor, far superior to the raw meat he usually consumed. We relished the meal, thoroughly satisfied. I was engrossed in my food, while Yijun quietly observed, clearly leaving the delicious fare for me. As dusk descended, Bianjan had already directed the orcs to light several large bonfires around us. A few hours later, I guessed the little chicken stewed with mushrooms had reached the melting point. I approached the pot, lifted the lid, and oh my goodness, the rich aroma surged forth. The fragrance of chicken mingling with the scent of mushrooms. What a tantalizing aroma that could enchant anyone. The chicken broth was golden, topped with a layer of shimmering chicken fat. The meat tender and falling off the bone, while the mushrooms soaked in the broth looked utterly mouth-watering. I couldn't resist and quickly grabbed a piece of mushroom to taste. As soon as it touched my tongue, the exquisite juice burst forth, making my taste buds dance. Another piece of chicken followed, fragrant and tender. What a flavor, absolutely divine. "Bianjan, dinner is ready. Come distribute the soup," I called out, serving each person 2 pieces of chicken and 2 mushrooms, encouraging them to fill their bowls with soup. Bianjan, drawn by the aroma, rushed over, gulping in anticipation as he ladled the soup, looking utterly ravenous. I also filled bowls for myself and Yijun. Mine had more mushrooms while his was filled with meat, as orcs naturally preferred meat. The orcs devoured the soup voraciously, finishing a bowl in mere moments, licking the bottoms as if they were starved for ages, exclaiming, "So delicious! 1,000 times better than roasted meat." I placed the meat-filled chicken broth in front of Yijun, feeling a bit shy. I might have eaten a bit much earlier. "This bowl is all for you." Yijun gazed at the bowl of meat, his expression softening. "No worries, I eat little." "Eat little? I don't believe you," I thought, recalling how I had seen him devour prey of considerable size in one bite. But I chose not to call him out, assuming he was just trying to make me happy. Holding my own soup, I found a nearby bonfire to sit down. However, as soon as I settled, The surrounding orcs suddenly scattered to another fire. I was left bewildered. What happened? Doi smell. Turning around, I saw Yijan's cold face directed towards me, exuding an aura that screamed, keep your distance. Oh, I understood now. I could only steel myself and offer him a radiant smile, calling out, Yijan, come join us. I swear I was merely being polite, yet unexpectedly, he actually stood up and approached me, sitting down effortlessly by my side. At that moment, one thought consumed me. This ice mountain seems a tad more agreeable of late. The other beastmen who had gathered in the royal capital were reveling even more exuberantly, pounding their chests and clapping, roaring in joyous abandon. Although lacking melody, the primal joy they exuded was remarkably infectious. Caught up in the moment, I too stood up, grabbing a burning stick and, illuminated by the firelight, found myself dancing around the bonfire. I was unaware of the form of my movements, simply following the rhythm of my feelings, twirling and leaping, the flaming stick tracing beautiful arcs in the night. Suddenly, the entire camp fell silent. Everyone ceased their activities, gazing intently at me. Yihuan's gaze was particularly piercing, his dark pupils reflecting only my small, dancing shadow. As I danced, Asong emergit from my lips. Ohahiyo ahiyo ahiye. It was a tune I had cherished from a past drama, recounting the tales of an ancient people. For reasons unknown, the sight of the bonfire and these simple beastmen reminded me of that song, evoking memories of a legendary Pure Land. By the conclusion of the song, my eyes were slightly moist. As the performance ended, the surroundings were so quiet that only the crackling of the fire could be heard. Before anyone could react, Yihuan stood beside me, and in the blink of an eye, we both vanished from sight, leaving behind a group of beastmen still in shock. What do the queens sing? Why does it make me want to cry? How pitiful. I'll go catch some fresh air. Do you think the queen is the daughter sent by the beast god? Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Baihu tribe, the atmosphere was stifling. An elder lamented, Tiger King, our losses this time are catastrophic. The Shueshur tribe has severed all trade relations with us. Bai Xiao, seated upon the throne, slammed his palm against the armrest, causing the entire hall to tremble. Silence. He barked, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes blazing with hatred. I know, it was my miscalculation. We had everything prepared. Yet we fell at the hands of a female. However, he quickly regained composure, adopting a gentler demeanor as he began to paint a grand vision for everyone. Trust me, we merely need to gather our strength. If the Shueshur tribe refuses to play with us, we shall seek out the smaller tribes. In the face of absolute strength, they will have no choice but to submit. His words rekindled a flicker of hope among the beastmen. Yet, once everyone had departed, Bai Xiao walked alone into a dim corner of the royal chamber. His only female offspring had perished. He had no descendants left, and he could not accept this fate. His gaze was so cold it could chill to the bone. Meanwhile, on the side of the Shueshur tribe, an orc named Shue-Du returned and was immediately approached by a female named Ya, who showered him with attention. Shue-Du, however, wore a frosty expression and bypassed her to seek out the tribe leader. In the grand hall, Shue-Du met his brother, Shuefeng, the leader of the Shueshur tribe. Leader, I have completely halted all trade with the Baihu tribe, Shue-Du reported. Shuefeng nodded, letting out a cold snort. That old fox Bai Xiao dares to set a trap for us. He will pay the price. Suddenly, Shue-Du hesitated, sensing something odd. Speak. Some of the orcs we sent to rescue people from the western prison of Sanchang returned on their own. They claimed that upon entering, they suddenly lost consciousness. And when they awoke, all the Baihu orcs accompanying them had vanished. Shuefeng's brows furrowed instantly. Vanished? This is peculiar. Could the Baihu tribe be up to something again? Expression grave. Indeed, leader, this is also my concern. The female who rescued me is no ordinary being. Goodness, I could tell from the look in Shue-Du's eyes that he was hopelessly smitten. He and his brother, the tribe leader Shuefeng, were fervently extolling Ai Tong, praising her as one unparalleled in the heavens and earth. He claimed that were it not for Ai Tong, he would have perished, and their entire tribe would have been doomed by one named Bai Xia. Shuefeng, listening intently, furrowed his brow. As an elder brother, how could I not know my younger sibling? After such a roundabout tale, the crux is clearly that female. Shuefeng understood well. His brother had fallen headlong into infatuation. He promptly doused his brother with cold water. Wake up. That is the one beside Sun Wang Yihuan. Is she someone you or I can covet? Do you wish to tread a path of no return? Shue-Du replied, I understand, yet his expression resembled that of someone heartbroken as he vacated the grand hall. He was the mightiest warrior of their tribe, yet here he was, saved by a woman, unable to forget her after a mere glance. Who among his kin could comprehend this wretched twist of the hero saving the damsel trope? Just as he exited, Aya chased after him, exuding eagerness. Xudu, I've been waiting for you for ages. But Xuedu ignored her, stating simply, I'm going to patrol, and vanished from sight. Aya stood there, crestfallen, pondering what had transpired with him. He had been just fine before, now too busy even to exchange a few words. Where was Xuedu headed? He wasn't patrolling. He was seeking a place to brood. Meanwhile, our protagonist, AI Tong, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, I had been moved to tears at the bonfire gathering, and in the next instant, the scene abruptly shifted to Yi Huan's sleeping quarters. It felt akin to sneaking a midnight snack, only to be caught by my mother as she flipped on the light. What should I do with the tears I'd been holding back? Would they fall? Or should I stifle them? To my astonishment, Yi Huan gazed at my dazed expression and actually smiled. His crimson eyes reflected my image so clearly that in that instant, I felt he was not so fearsome after all. Then, the most absurd thing occurred. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tear from the corner of my eye, murmuring in that infuriatingly deep voice, "Be good, don't cry." My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. What was happening? Yi Huan was wiping my tears? Calling me good? This was the merciless Sun Wang Yi Huan, who regarded human life as inconsequential. He was telling me to be good and not cry? Was I about to be reborn? Was this the last touch of tenderness before the guillotine meal? I was not the only one taken aback. Yi Huan seemed momentarily stunned himself. He likely had not anticipated speaking such gentle words, and his gaze toward me transformed, as if he were contemplating that his feelings for this little being extended beyond mere possessiveness. I hastily attempted to dispel the ambience of ambiguity, tentatively calling out, "Yi Huan." He, however, continued to embrace my waist, his gaze fixated on my lips, responding with a low, "My goodness." That voice was so melodious it could make one swoon. I felt myself nearly drowning in his embrace. I desperately shook my head to regain clarity, but as I turned, lo and behold, our noses collided. Our eyes met, each filled with the enlarged visage of the other. Yi Huan burst into laughter, his crimson eyes swirling like a vortex, threatening to pull me in. Then, he began to nuzzle my nose with his own, slowly and gently. I instinctively recoiled, but he only grew more enthusiastic, leaning in closer to continue the affectionate gesture. Oh dear, my face flushed crimson. I must say, this tactic was not instinctive. Behind it lay a tale of his diligent pursuit and learning. Goodness, this fellow was so determined to win my affection that he nearly turned himself into a scholar. He previously had no understanding of how to interact with females, so he went to consult his eternally single subordinate, Bianzhan. He asked Bianzhan, "Hey, how can I make a female happy?" Bianzhan was taken aback, mentally lamenting, "Your Majesty, I have been single since birth. If I knew how to do this, I wouldn't still be alone." I almost got kicked out for my lack of professional skills. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. In a moment of inspiration, he suggested, "Your Majesty, there are many orcs in the city who have settled down. They are quite experienced. Perhaps you could ask them." Upon hearing this, Yi Huan found it reasonable and instructed Bianzhan to seek them out. As a result, he gathered a group of rugged men, and their suggestions were utterly ridiculous. "Your Majesty, be direct. Tear her clothes. Your Majesty, show her what true pleasure is." Yi Huan's face darkened instantly. He thought to himself, with AI Tong's stubborn temperament, "If I dare to do that, wouldn't she fight me?" Terrible ideas. All of them were dreadful. With a wave of his hand, he expelled the orcs from the hall. Fuming, Yi Huan resolved to take matters into his own hands and embarked on a field investigation, which essentially meant eavesdropping. He spent the night awake, listening at the walls of various homes. The first household was too wild. He feared it would scare AI Tong, so he passed. The second household, though the female was somewhat unappealing, offered an opportunity for observation. What was the male doing? Licking? No, as a king snake, if I extend my tongue, wouldn't I scare AI Tong into fainting? Pass. Just as despair began to set in, he chanced upon a pair of rabbit tribe orcs. The male rabbit was exceedingly gentle with his seemingly frail female companion, refusing to let her work, lifting her up, playfully tapping her nose with his finger, and ultimately rubbing his nose against hers, both of them engrossed in affectionate antics. Yi Huan nearly tumbled off the rooftop in shock. In that moment, enlightenment struck him. He hurriedly pulled out a small notebook to jot down his observations. "This is good. This is tender. This is it." Thus, The nose-tapping tactic he employed on AI Tong was directly learned from the Rabbit brothers, emphasizing the essence of practical application. At that moment, I was so flustered by his affection that I couldn't escape, nor did I want to push him away. My face flushed crimson. Observing my reaction, Yihwan recognized his opportunity. He slowly lowered his head, casting a shadow over me. I was so nervous I could only look down, but he persisted. I lowered my head, and he lowered his until warmth enveloped my lips. My mind went blank. It was as if my lips first felt coolness, followed by a surge of heat wrapping around me. Yihwan chuckled softly, taking advantage of my dazed state to lift me up and lean me against the bed. Delving deeper into exploration, one hand cradled the back of my head while the other held me tightly, his kisses growing increasingly skilled. In my dizzy state, I instinctively tried to push him away, only to find my hand resting on his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart, which instantly quelled all thoughts of resistance. Oh no, I was going to run out of breath. What did he say about breathing last time? How do I do that? I don't know. Frantically, I could only punch his shoulder lightly. Big brother, not only are you kissing me, but you're also stealing my oxygen. Finally, sensing my struggles, he paused. I gasped for air, my entire body softening in his embrace, my face burning. My mind was in chaos. Is this what it feels like to be in love? I just kissed an orc for so long. When did I stop disliking him and stop being afraid of him? Yihwan, reveling in his triumph, pulled me closer, resting my head on his shoulder, and in that infuriatingly magnetic voice, whispered in my ear, AI, it seems I have truly fallen for you. Exhausted, I could barely respond, merely uttering a soft Yet in my heart I pondered, does he like me too? Does this mean we are officially in a relationship? I gave him my first kiss. He must take responsibility. Otherwise, I refused to be his queen. Pouting, I suddenly felt unhappy. Yihwan lifted my face, and upon seeing my pitiful expression, he immediately surrendered, soothing me. Oh, I will be more careful next time. He even casually brushed my disheveled hair. I covered the back of my head with my hand, pouting, don't mess up my hairstyle. He chuckled helplessly. All right, let me fix it for you. We playfully bantered until we both drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, a handsome face was mere inches from mine. Yihwan rested his head on his hand, gazing at me with a smirk. His eyes, filled with affection, resembled those of a proud parent looking at their soon-to-arrive offspring. My heart skipped a beat. Did I kick him again in my sleep last night? Just as I was awkwardly contemplating what to do, my stomach growled, shattering the lingering romantic atmosphere. Yihwan immediately stood up and called out, bring fruits for the queen. Before long, an orc entered with a platter of bright red fruits. My eyes lit up upon seeing them, and I sat up, exclaiming, is that an apple? Grabbing one, I took a crisp bite and exclaimed, wow. It's both sweet and crunchy, far superior to anything in the modern world. I share my delight with him. Yihwan, this is truly delicious. Though he maintained a facade of indifference, the upward tilt of his eyebrows betrayed his pride. His expression radiated satisfaction, as if the words, you're amazing, were written all over his face. Later, I learned this was one of the results of his earlier field research. He had noted that some orcs mentioned females might enjoy a fruit called Hong Hong Zi, and quietly recorded it. As I munched on the apple, glancing at him, I felt a wave of nostalgia. We called it an apple back home, while here it was Hong Hong Zi. Different worlds, different languages, it was all quite fascinating. Lost in thought, I inadvertently gazed off into the distance, prompting Yihwan to become tense. Sensing my faint sadness, he likely thought, oh no, she is homesick. She wants to leave. Just as I emerged from my reverie, I suggested, Yihwan, let us go for a walk. Without hesitation, he took my hand and led me outside, his grip firm and protective, as if fearing I might sprout wings and fly away at any moment. Hand in hand, we strolled beneath the gentle morning sun, his towering figure shielding me from all around. Not long after, a flying orc approached to report, Queen, that female has awakened. Instantly, I wanted to rush over to see, but then glanced at Yihwan, tentatively inviting him. Shall we go together? He remained silent, but responded with action, leading me by the hand towards the west of the city. As we reached the entrance of Stone House, we could hear voices inside. A weak female voice said, thank you, Vice Historian, but it's not necessary. Another male voice caught my attention. Wasn't that the eternally single Bianjan? What was he doing here? As I pondered this, I quietly slipped into the stone house. Let me tell you, orc hearing is extraordinary. As soon as I entered, Bianjan turned around, and upon seeing me, he took a respectful step back, exclaiming, Your Majesty. I waved my hand, signaling him to drop the formalities, my gaze immediately landing on the female on the stone bed. My goodness, she had made remarkable progress. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, and she bore some scars that wouldn't fade, she looked like a different person compared to her previous half-dead state. Upon seeing me, she nearly spilled the soup in her hands. Grabbing my hand with tears in her eyes, "Daughter of the beast god, thank you for saving me." I was taken aback and hurried to clarify, no, that wasn't me. Bien John, standing nearby with keen insight, quickly added, "This is our queen of Sun City." The young lady finally comprehended the situation. Yet the genuine gratitude in her eyes remained undiminished. As I gazed at her, my heart softened considerably, prompting me to express a sincere thought. "It's all right. Primarily, I find you quite agreeable." This simple statement, I assure you, pierced her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Who could understand the depth of her gaze? That blend of grievance and gratitude, which instantly stirred my DNA, triggering a flashback to my tumultuous days in senior high. During that period, I was inundated with endless exercises, the pressure mounting to unbearable levels, resulting in a dreadful skin condition that was both itchy and painful. Despite my self-inflicted wounds from scratching, I contemplated taking a leave to seek medical attention. However, our grade supervisor, with an expression as cold as if someone owed him millions, resolutely denied my request, insisting that only a parent could come to fetch me. With my father away on business and my grandmother too frail, where could I turn for help? In desperation, I retreated to the restroom, feeling utterly dejected, staring out the window with fleeting thoughts of leaping down to escape it all. Thankfully, our homeroom teacher, a true savior, intervened and spoke to the supervisor, who begrudgingly granted me a leave slip. Taking a taxi to the clinic, tears streamed silently down my face. Thus, upon seeing this girl before me, I instantly empathized with her. She had undoubtedly experienced that same profound despair when the world seemed unresponsive. I hastily shifted the topic, inquiring about her name. To my surprise, she replied that she had none. Understanding dawned upon me. This was another classmate with a story. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that her past had been far from kind. I asked, "Would you like to give yourself a name now?" Her gaze was resolute as she asked if I could bestow one upon her. Very well, I accepted the task. After a brief moment of contemplation, I declared, "From now on, you should be called Haidang. Resilient, yet capable of bidding farewell to the past. What a beautiful choice." The young girl was overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly thanking me. Seeing her so endearing, I suggested, "Once you recover, come to my side. I could use someone who can converse." At this, she immediately attempted to rise and join me, fearing I might change my mind. Her eagerness was both amusing and heart-wrenching. After much persuasion, I convinced her to focus on healing first. Upon exiting the stone chamber, I found my companion, Yi Huan, standing still like a stone statue, maintaining the same posture as before I entered. My heart swelled with warmth as I naturally linked my arm with his, guiding him toward the city. After all, what's wrong with being proactive in romance? I remarked that we had yet to explore Sun Chung properly. I must say, this city is a realm of contrasts. Near the palace, it was desolate, but a few hundred meters away, one could experience vibrant life. Along the way, I encountered an array of beastmen, each more peculiar than the last. But what astonished me most was their uniformity in wearing animal skins. Gone were the days of the bird-walking enthusiast that I had first encountered. I instinctively glanced at Yi Huan, who haughtily snorted, muttering, "It's visually displeasing." I instantly grasped the implication. This was not a matter of aesthetics. Rather, it was a collective effort to foster a sense of decorum in the city. Such possessiveness was undeniably charming. Just as I reveled in this thought, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. I spotted a winged beastman laboriously moving stones to construct a dwelling, his massive wings stained with blood, each drop cascading down painfully. Yet, he appeared oblivious to his suffering, continuing to toil relentlessly. As I pondered this, a tiny white bird, no larger than my palm, alighted on his shoulder, chirping in a babyish voice, "Beast Father, take a break." In that moment, my defenses crumbled, and tears welled in my eyes. What an emotionally stirring scene. Just as I was regaining my composure, I noticed a group of elderly beastmen sitting quietly by the roadside, their vacant expressions suggesting they were waiting for death. Observing my distressed demeanor, Yi Huan, exceptionally rare for him, offered a lengthy explanation. He informed me that these elders felt obsolete, and, though their descendants prevented them from ending their lives, they longed for release. My mind raced as I comprehended the reality of Sun Chung, It was not the notorious city of demons, but rather a large support group for the disheartened. A gathering of angels battered by the world, seeking solace in one another. I took Yihuan's hand and retraced my steps, my heart heavy with sorrow. Upon returning to the palace, I could not even stomach my meal and urgently urged Yihuan, "Quickly, summon Bianzhan. I have questions." Yihuan's expression darkened, radiating an aura of jealousy over my concern for another man. I had to coax him, assuring him it was for the good of his city, before he reluctantly sent for Bianzhan. Bianzhan rushed in, and I wasted no time directly addressing the issues I had witnessed today: the half-human, half-beast offspring neglected, and the elderly beastmen awaiting death. Bianzhan sighed, stating, "Your Majesty, those individuals you observed are all castaways from other tribes, abandoned by their kin." He explained the cruel laws of the beast world. If one is deemed unworthy and merely consumes resources, they are discarded. I pressed further about the injured winged beastman. Bianzhan's account left me astounded. He revealed that this individual had once been a top warrior, nearly equal in strength to himself. In a misguided attempt to procure rare equipment for his female counterpart, he had suffered a grievous injury, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Consequently, upon witnessing his fall from grace, his mate deemed him worthless, cast him aside, and severed their bond, compounding his suffering. This narrative would certainly incite outrage if shared in 2025. Infuriatingly, his tribe, sensing his decline, likewise expelled him. Bianzhan remarked that had he not had a child to care for, he likely would have sought an end to his own life. His former mate, a true harbinger of betrayal, had already taken multiple partners while he was still a formidable warrior. Once he fell from grace, her harem expanded to over a dozen, giving birth to child after child, indifferent to the plight of the father deemed useless. As Bianzhan recounted these events, his tone brimmed with contempt. He expressed that this was no longer a matter of hating a single individual, but rather a collective disdain from honorable males towards such females. It was a testament to the vile nature of these circumstances that could drive males to such despair. Realizing the true nature of his former mate, the beastman took decisive action, fleeing with his only child to the now infamous Sun Chung. In their original tribe, they were merely victims of bullying. Thus, it seemed wiser to venture into this den of peril. To his surprise, Sun Chung embraced him, offering a semblance of sustenance. While he may not have thrived, at least he could provide for his child, and they managed to survive. I found myself reflecting on the tragic fall of such a once great figure, yet grateful that Sun Chung had provided both him and his child with a chance at rebirth. Curiosity piqued. I asked Bianzhan if there were many beastmen like him in Sun Chung. He affirmed my suspicion. I then posed a practical question: how do they sustain themselves now that they lack strength? Bianzhan candidly replied that they typically avoided direct confrontations with others and resorted to hunting small animals. However, during winter, food became exceedingly scarce, and even frugality might not suffice to survive. As he paused, I understood the gravity of the situation. Each winter in Sun Chung, many orcs perish from hunger and cold in the caves, silently, until discovered by the patrols. A disabled male, accompanied by a cub, has managed to survive until now, solely sustained by sheer will. I quietly took note of this grim reality, then shifted the conversation. I've noticed something peculiar. It seems that most of the relationships in Sun Chung are monogamous or at most polygamous with one female. This is in stark contrast to the tribal dynamics outside. Upon hearing this, Bianzhan glanced at me, presumably curious about how a queen who has never left the city is aware of the outside world. He did not conceal the truth and replied candidly. The females in Sun Chung are not taken by force. They come willingly. The stories behind this are numerous. Some follow their males into a life of danger, pledging themselves to one for eternity. Others are rescued homeless females brought back by our orcs. There are also innocent maidens sent by other tribes, admiring the prowess of our Yihuan, and many more have fled persecution, seeking refuge in Sun Chung, where they ultimately find true love, naturally coming together. This is a genuine mutual pursuit, unlike the daily abductions witnessed in other tribes. At this moment, Bianzhan discreetly glanced at Yihuan, who remained as stoic as ever, as if merely listening to a work report. I understood then that the partners in Sun Chung are primarily those who have endured hardship together, and thus cherish their bond even more. I recalled another matter and inquired, what about the elderly orcs in the tribe? Are they left without purpose? Bianzhan's expression changed, likely surprised by my concern for such a marginalized group as the elderly orcs. He He revealed a shocking societal rule of the orc world. In those outside tribes, ordinary orcs, once aged, face a grim fate unless they were leaders or vital roles like veterinarians in their youth, or if their offspring are successful enough to support them. Otherwise, they're destined to walk into the divine cave and await death. The name Divine Cave sounds almost sacred, yet in reality, it is a sacrificial ritual. Legends tell that in ancient times, during famines, orcs resorted to cannibalism. To ensure the survival of their kin, they devised a method to appease the beast god, where the sacrificial offerings were the elderly who could no longer work and consumed valuable resources. This was euphemistically termed sending to the gods, but in truth, it meant leading them into cold caves to perish from hunger and exposure, sparing food for the young. This practice has been passed down through generations, eventually becoming a so-called honorable choice, with many elderly orcs feeling compelled to comply. Even if there are dutiful offspring unwilling to let go, they rarely possess the power to oppose the tribe as a whole. After hearing this, I was left speechless for a long time. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet I felt a chill enveloping me. I turned to Yi Huan, took a deep breath, and resolutely declared, "Yi Huan, I wish to take action. I want the orcs of Sun Chung to no longer fear winter, to ensure that every half-orc and elderly orc has something to do and enough to eat." Yi Huan's dark red eyes bore into mine, as if trying to see through to my very essence. After a lengthy pause, he sighed, AI, it is not that I oppose you. This is a long-standing conclusion, not something a mere female like you can alter." He was concerned that I might get into trouble and hurt myself. I felt a surge of urgency, grasping his arm as I began to express my determination. "Look at me. I can cook, make soup, prepare rice. I know various methods to preserve food that will last the entire winter." Yi Huan fixed his gaze on my eyes. "Do you have a way to survive the cold season?" I replied with unwavering certainty. "I do." Bien Zhan, listening intently, interjected with excitement. "Is that true, Your Majesty?" I nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I know some edible plants, and we can make our homes cozier, so we need not fear freezing to death." Yi Huan hesitated for a moment, then took my hand firmly, exuding an air of dominance. AI, if you wish to do it, then do it. If something happens, I will be here." His unwavering support left me utterly overwhelmed. I felt deeply touched. Smiling as I said, "Yi Huan, you believe in me. I will ensure that everyone has a good winter." Yet, I then felt a wave of melancholy and murmured softly, "After all, even if not for them, I must do it for myself. I am not an orc. In such a cold winter with no food or warmth, I would certainly be the first to perish." To my surprise, Yi Huan erupted with fury upon hearing this, embodying the fierce protector, pulling me into a tight embrace and shouting, "Who said that? As long as I am here, who dares to let you die? I will not allow you to utter such words." As he spoke, he produced a dazzling array of colorful orbs, seemingly without a care, stuffing them into my arms. "Take these beast orbs. You can eat several a day. If you need more, I will hunt for you." I stared in astonishment at the vibrant collection of orbs in my arms. These were indeed the treasures he kept in his chambers. Suddenly, I recalled that on the day of the siege, Bai Shao from the Baihu tribe had been grievously injured, only to be rejuvenated after consuming one of those orange orbs. Bien Zhan was equally taken aback, aware that their king was powerful enough not to require such orbs, having collected them purely for their aesthetic appeal, yet here he was so casually offering them to me. My heart swelled with a mix of warmth and sorrow, nearly bringing me to tears as I smiled and said, "Thank you, Yi Huan." He dismissed such gratitude, content as long as I did not mention that word. I carefully placed the orbs aside and immediately redirected the conversation. "Yi Huan, I plan to venture outside the city to gather food." "Bien Zhan, where can I find forests abundant with plants near Suncheng?" Bien Zhan quickly regained his composure and responded, "To the south of the city lies a vast forest, rich in vegetation, though there are wild beasts." Excited by this information, I grasped Yi Huan's hand. "Please send a few orcs to accompany me. I need to see if there are any plants that can sustain us through winter." Yi Huan and Bien Zhan exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the viability of edible plants. I smiled, explaining, "Yes, just like the mushrooms I had Bien Zhan search for, there are many things growing in the ground that are indeed edible, and I know how to preserve them." Though they were somewhat skeptical, Yi Huan's primary concern was for my safety. He had been by my side daily, worried about my well-being. However, he also had pressing matters to attend to, needing to investigate the issues in the Wan Yanai's forest. Seeing his hesitation, I resorted to charmingly pleading, swaying his arm and elongating my voice. "Yi Huan, Please let me go. I'll have Bianjan bring along some capable orcs. He is so strong, nothing will happen. Besides, I won't stray far. Winter is nearly upon us, and we must prepare. Indeed, a woman who pleads sweetly often gets her way. Yi Huan relented, gently stroking my hair. But you must not wander far. If danger arises, hide behind Bianjan. Then, his expression turned serious as he issued a stern command to Bianjan. If the queen sustains even the slightest harm, you need not return. Bianjan stood at attention, responding with firm resolve. Yes, my king. Without delay, we proceeded with our plans. Bianjan arranged for a team, while I donned a sturdy hide outfit, ensuring I was well protected, even crafting simple shoes from hide and vines. Once I was ready, Bianjan returned with the group. Hearing that I would lead them to find food, several orcs eagerly volunteered to join, especially those who had tasted my cooking, now idolizing me. I swiftly tied my hair up neatly and approached Bianjan. Bianjan, let us set forth. Bianjan bent down, transforming into a magnificent war eagle. I climbed onto his back, gripping his wings, and with a swift rush, we soared into the sky. My hair, perfectly styled, was once again tousled by the wind. After a while, we descended at the forest's edge. I gazed at the towering weeds before me and addressed Bianjan. Deputy Bien, could you and the two orcs clear a path for me? Upon hearing this, the two orcs immediately transformed into their beast forms, their wings slicing through the air as they fervently hacked away at the underbrush, as if intent on denuding the entire forest. I quickly called out to them, hey, no need for such fervor. Just clear a path wide enough for a single person. We can tread upon the fallen grass to enter. As we ventured into the forest, I sought a suitable branch and began to clear a way ahead, while several orcs encircled me for protection. It was midday, sweltering and stifling. I bent down for what felt like an eternity, my back nearly breaking as beads of sweat cascaded down. Just as I was about to concede defeat, my stick unexpectedly brushed against a vine adorned with flesh-colored thorns. Following the vine, I finally uncovered its full form on a tree. Good heavens! Beneath those large leaves hung an array of plump, green gourds. The tune of Hulu-wah, Hulu-wah. 7 children on one vine began to play in my mind. I was utterly elated. These were not mere gourds. They were clearly stir-fried gourd strips and gourd chicken stew. With this bounty, I would have no worries throughout the winter. Noticing me stop and beam foolishly at a tree, Bianjan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. As if pondering, does the queen have a penchant for trees? Are we to gnaw on tree bark this winter? I paid them no mind, beckoning excitedly. Bianjan, come here. Do you see that green one, slender at the top and round at the bottom? They gathered around, their expressions one of indifference. Bianjan, acting as their spokesperson, remarked, Your Majesty, we recognize this. It is called Qing Danzi. The inside is white and filled with tiny seeds. And orcs have tasted it before. It is particularly unpalatable. I burst into laughter, thumping my chest to assure them. Oh, let me tell you, this is undoubtedly the most precious food of the winter season. You can keep it for a winter, even until the next winter, and it will still be edible. Bianjan, convinced by my certainty, decided to trust me this once. I looked up at the tree, despaired by my height, and pleaded, Bianjan, can you fly up to pluck them? We only need the Qing Danzi. Bianjan, ever reliable, promptly organized the plan. You two protect the queen. I and the other 2 will ascend the tree, while the remaining 2 will catch them below with animal skins. With their laborious chants, one by one, the hefty gourds were tossed down, expertly caught. I spread the animal skins on the ground, carefully stacking the gourds. By heavens, each one was 1.5 times larger than modern gourds. Before long, the ground was brimming. I quickly called out, no need to pick the smaller ones. Let them grow. Now assign 2 to take these skins back. The 2 orcs immediately transformed back, grasped the ends of the animal skins, and soared away. I gazed at the remaining gourds atop the tree, realizing that relying solely on them would not suffice. I needed to search for additional food. I called up to Bianjan in the tree. There is still room for more. Let us continue searching for other food after this. Bianjan nodded in agreement and resumed plucking gourds. Meanwhile, the 2 airborne orcs were grimacing, flapping their wings with great effort. I must say, these Qing Danzi were indeed heavy, dragging them down as if they were burdened by several large stones. They finally managed to flutter back to the great hall of the forest city. Let me tell you, the moment those 2 flying orcs landed, before they could catch their breath, a crowd gathered around them. Hey, how did you return first? Where is the queen? One inquired. The queen instructed us to deliver this first. One pointed at the hefty bundle of Qing Danzi beneath his claws. Goodness, The entrance of the hall instantly resembled a bustling market, a throng of orcs whispering about what new trick the queen had up her sleeve. The two orcs, uninterested in explanations, dropped the bundle, flapped their wings, and soared away once more, returning to our side of the forest. I was leading the main group in a rest beneath the trees, awaiting the return of the two couriers for another haul. Frankly, the sweltering heat was nearly melting me into the ground, and I felt restless. I could not remove my animal skin skirt, so I merely rolled my sleeves up a bit. Even this small adjustment attracted a swarm of mosquitoes, which in this beastly realm were as large as dragonflies. A single bite felt like a mouthful of dough. I was itching all over, but with so many burly men around, I was too embarrassed to scratch openly, merely rubbing against the animal skin for some relief, which was sheer torment. Before long, the two flying orcs returned. Bienjan issued orders, there's one more trip. Once you finish, follow the scent we left and catch up with us. We shall continue our search for other food. The two orcs nodded, grabbing the second batch and taking to the skies once more, their expressions conveying, I am not a flying beast. I am merely the Queen-S porter. All right, back to work. I grasped my little wooden stick and began to probe through the forest. With the previous experience in mind, I was much more patient this time, my eyes wide open like searchlights, eager to identify familiar plants. As luck would have it, I found no food, but a rabbit suddenly darted past my feet, startling me. However, I was quick to observe that the rabbit's paws seemed to be smeared with something. A clue. I immediately crouched low, entering tailing mode, quietly following the rabbit's rear. The rabbit hopped to a spot, paused, and began to furiously dig into the earth with its small front paws. After a couple of digs, it stopped to groom its face, looking exceedingly adorable. Yet, my focus was not on its cuteness, but rather on the hole it was creating. Upon closer inspection, I realized that a vast expanse in the vicinity was covered with a herb resembling cilantro. Could it be that Bienjan, witnessing my sneaky pursuit of the rabbit, thought I was craving rabbit meat? He shot me a glance, and the orcs behind him immediately understood, swiftly entering stealth mode. Crouching low and tiptoeing in single file behind me, creating a scene both bizarre and comical, reminiscent of a spy film. I watched intently as the little rabbit continued to dig, and a hint of red gradually emerged. My eyes lit up. A carrot. It had to be a carrot. Overcome with excitement, I stood up and shouted, Bienjan, come quickly. My voice startled the rabbit, which froze in terror, raising its head cautiously. Upon seeing our hungry horde, its little red eyes shrank to pinpricks. With a reluctant glance back at its half-dug hole, it bolted away at an astonishing speed. I paid it no mind and dashed to the edge of the hole, my eyes gleaming. However, Bienjan, in his eagerness, called out, Your Majesty, don't move. I'll chase it, and dashed after it. By the time he returned, holding the rabbit by its ears, ready to take credit, he looked up only to find me crouched down, vigorously digging with a stick. Bienjan was momentarily dazed, clutching the rabbit in one hand, staring at me in disbelief. His mind must have been racing. Are we competing with a rabbit for food? This scene was utterly absurd. He even thought he heard the rabbit communicating with him. Goodness, I've just unlocked interspecies communication. How tragic it would be not to take the TM-8 exam. You orcs are stealing my rations. Where is the justice in this? Bienjan, look, just as he was questioning his life choices, I had finished digging the hole. I triumphantly raised a plump, red carrot high. I yanked off the carrot greens, brushed off the dirt, and presented it to him. Your Majesty, is this edible? Bienjan's expression was one of disbelief. Edible. Absolutely edible. It can be stored for quite a while. I nodded enthusiastically, then directed the other orcs, see those with similar leaves? Dig them all up, but be careful not to damage them. As soon as the orcs got to work, their efficiency was astounding. One after another, the bright red carrots emerged from the earth. An orc unearthed a larger, white object and brought it over to me, inquiring about its nature. Upon inspection, I exclaimed in delight, a white radish. What a delightful surprise. This one is edible and even juicier. Let us dig it all up, but be meticulous. At that moment, Bienjan noticed the situation and hurriedly scouted the area. Upon his return, his gaze towards me had transformed, filled with reverence. Indeed, I was truly impressed. The queen was not merely out for food, but had seemingly arrived with a map to procure goods. As the sky darkened, we realized we couldn't finish digging up such a vast expanse of land, so I called Bienjan over. Today, as harvest is quite satisfactory, we VE marked the location, so let us send more people next time. It's time for us to return. Bienjan nodded in agreement, and we began to pack the radishes in animal skins, preparing to conclude our work. Just then, from the corner of my eye, I spotted a nest in the grass that resembled the ones from my hometown where ducks lay their eggs. Curiosity piqued, I approached with a stick, gave it a few cautious taps to confirm there were no snakes, then parted the grass. To my astonishment, there were eggs. Several brownish-red eggs. Regardless of their origin, I decided to take them back. I quickly wrapped them carefully in animal skin and, satisfied, followed the main group back. Along the way, all the orcs wore jubilant expressions. Food to sustain us through winter is indeed a monumental matter. Meanwhile, in Sun Chung, the evening glow painted the sky crimson. Outside the eternal ice forest to the north of the city, a man emanating cold air stood, his long black hair flowing in the wind. Who could this king be? None other than our own esteemed figure. Feeling the chill, he turned and swiftly returned to the grand hall. As soon as he arrived, the orcs inside felt as though the air conditioning had been set to sub-zero, each one freezing in silence. Yi Huan, sitting upright, fixated his gaze on the heavens. Our group descended like triumphant generals, grand and imposing. Before I could steady myself, I was enveloped in a familiar, icy embrace. Ugh, Yi Huan, that's dirty. I instinctively pushed him away, feeling embarrassed with so many onlookers. Not dirty, he insisted, holding me tightly as if welded to me. Realizing I could not break free, I buried my face in his chest, pretending to be an ostrich. When he finally loosened his grip, his red-black eyes bore into mine, uttering just 2 words. Half a day. His tone was filled with a sense of grievance, instantly softening my resolve. I blinked my little fox eyes at him. I know. I want to be away for so long next time. He remained silent, continuing to hold me, while the surrounding orcs awkwardly diverted their gazes to the ground, studying ants. I quickly urged him, all right, be careful with the eggs. Yi Huan raised an eyebrow, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Eggs? Whose eggs? His were perfectly fine. Nevertheless, he complied and eased his grip. I then retrieved a small animal skin pouch from his embrace, carefully unveiling it to reveal several fist-sized wild bird eggs. The expression on Yi Huan's face darkened immediately. After all this, it was merely a few insignificant bird eggs. Was he, the esteemed forest king, less precious than these eggs? Jealousy brewed within him, and the consequences could be dire. Look, Yi Huan, I believe these are edible. Let us try cooking them tonight. If they're good, we can raise chickens in the future. I was still happily planning my poultry enterprise. Internally, Yi Huan was in turmoil, yet he nodded in agreement, his face still wearing a forced smile. Finally liberated, I directed the orcs, thank you all for your hard work. Let us store the gourds and radishes in the empty cave, and tomorrow I will teach everyone how to process them. Bien Zhan took the command and led the others to work. Just as I finished making arrangements, Yi Huan, in a flash, transported me back to the sleeping quarters. The first thing he did upon arrival was snatch the pouch of eggs from me and casually toss it into a corner. He would not allow anything to vie for his attention. Are you tired today? He asked, embracing me from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder, his warm breath brushing against my neck. A little, I replied honestly, but I quickly turned to face him. But I found radishes, gourds, and eggs. We will have food for the winter. Food is not as important as you, he replied, his large hand encircling my waist, his voice dripping with sweetness. Just as I prepared to tease him, a wave of sweat mixed with earthy odor wafted from my body. Glancing down, I noticed the mud specks on my animal skin skirt. So dirty, I exclaimed, let go of me, I need a bath. Together, just 2 words, a thunderbolt striking. I instinctively shielded my chest, staring at him in shock. You rogue. What is a rogue? He innocently inquired. You're getting bold. Daring to scold me? He teased, squeezing my arm. I felt he relished in provoking my flustered reactions. This fellow, flaunting his enticing physique in front of me every day, could hardly contain himself. I'll go wash first. You must follow, I declared firmly. In the end, he relented and had the orcs heat water, bringing in a massive stone basin. It resembled a small bathtub, hollowed out in the center and polished to a smooth finish. Upon seeing it, I gasped, Yi Huan, did you prepare this? This bathtub could comfortably fit 3 of me, and he even remembered to heat the water. This man was surprisingly thoughtful. Could you step out for a moment? I was sticky and itchy all over, eager to jump in. Yet he stood there as if he hadn't heard, unmoving. I realized he was steadfast in his decision to remain. How about this? You place an animal skin barrier between us, and you sit on the bed. I proposed. He seemed to be concerned that I might refuse to wash if he pressed too hard, so he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The orcs quickly brought over a large animal skin, propping it up with 2 thorny branches, creating a simple partition. Wow. Yuan, thank you. I beamed at him then, disregarding him, swiftly removed my clothes and leaped into the stone tub. The hot water enveloped me, and I nearly moaned in pleasure. The steam enveloped me, creating a hazy atmosphere. I must tell you, this man had no good intentions. The animal skin barrier was far too low, sitting on the bed. His towering frame allowed him to see everything above my waist clearly, not to mention his serpent-like eyes, which likely possessed thermal imaging capabilities. While I luxuriated in my bath, I was blissfully unaware that on the other side of the skin, a pair of red-black eyes was nearly piercing through me. He was likely in inner turmoil, struggling to suppress his primal instincts. After a while, I finally finished washing, quickly grabbed my clothes, and dressed, fearing he might teleport over unexpectedly. Luckily, the garments he prepared were quite modest, with a strapless top reaching my waist and a long skirt covering my ankles. Stepping out barefoot, I met the gaze of the man sitting on the bed, and my face flushed instantly. He was taking advantage of my affection for him, teasing me daily. "Ye Huan, would you like to wash as well?" I asked softly, keeping my distance. He nodded, stood up, and walked straight towards the stone tub, plunging into the very water I had just used. I was utterly taken aback. He was actually using my bath water. Though I wasn't dirty, I could feel my face heating up. Yi Huan, in the water, sensed something. The water was filled with my scent, nearly driving him to transformation. The next moment, he sprang from the water, hastily drying himself, a piece of animal skin wrapped around his waist, striding towards me with purpose. The overwhelming aura of hormones emanating from him was suffocating. I instinctively paused my hair-drying motion. "Yi Huan, what's wrong?" "Nothing," he replied, his voice hoarse, swiftly pulling me into his embrace. Water droplets from his hair dripped onto his defined abs, gliding along his contours and disappearing into the animal skin. I watched the droplets, unable to control my urge to reach out and touch. He seemed to be able to read my thoughts, a low chuckle resonating above me. AI, interested? Caught. I quickly turned my head away. Yet he continued, "Here you go," leaning closer. Well, there was no escaping now. If I had to touch, then so be it. He was my boyfriend, after all. What was there to fear? After a moment of mental preparation, I turned back with a serious expression, extending my mischievous little hand, gently placing it on his chest. Wow, the sensation was exquisite, soft yet firm, smooth and bouncy. My eyes sparkled as I traced my hand down to his abdomen. Yi Huan's gaze deepened, yet he remained still, allowing me, this little temptress, to kindle the fire. After indulging, I calmly withdrew my hand, pretending nothing had happened. "The sensation is quite nice. Do keep it up." However, before my hand could completely part, he swiftly grasped it. Aye, you must take responsibility for this." "Responsibility?" I looked up at him, curious about what he meant. With a deep, slightly husky voice, he said, "Eat." My pupils widened as my mind exploded with thoughts. My face flushed crimson. "What did you say?" I playfully pushed against his solid chest. He remained composed, pulling me into his embrace, coaxingly saying, "Close your eyes." Although my mind was filled with thoughts of mischief, my body obediently complied. In the next moment, a cool, soft lip descended upon me, starting from my forehead, moving to my nose, and finally landing perfectly on my lips. This kiss was long and profound. My mind went blank, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck. He enveloped me entirely, one hand beginning to wander unrestrainedly in my waist before stealthily slipping beneath my clothing. My body instinctively twisted, igniting the flames of passion. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with intimacy, an extremely awkward sound escaped. Gurgle, gurgle, my stomach growled. The air froze, and we both froze in shock. He reluctantly pulled back, gazing at my blushing face, smiling. "Are you hungry?" I felt utterly embarrassed, having not eaten all day. Who knew a bath would lead to this? After his laughter subsided, he suddenly noticed something, his expression darkening as he grasped my arm, frowning deeply. What happened? Following his gaze, I saw several large red welts on my fair arm from mosquito bites, swollen like little mountains. I was baffled. How could I have developed so many bites in such a short time? It seemed these mosquitoes in this beastly world had a particular vigor. I shrugged it off and reassured Yi Huan that it was nothing. Yet, he reacted as if the sky were falling, grabbing my arm with a look of seriousness as if I were about to mutate. Without hesitation, he conjured some sort of beast pearl and thrust it toward my mouth, commanding, "Eat this." I was bewildered. It was just mosquito bites. Did he really need to resort to such potent remedies? However, his commanding aura left no room for refusal, and I reluctantly accepted one. Remarkably, It melted in my mouth, and in an instant, it was gone without a trace. Looking at my arm, lo and behold, the swelling had indeed subsided. Although a faint pink remained, I thought it looked rather charming, a natural tattoo with a gradient effect. Yi-Hwan wanted me to take another, but I hastily waved my hand, insisting I was done. Unable to persuade me otherwise, he could only hold my arm, examining it with such seriousness that I found him utterly handsome. My heart raced. I felt overwhelmed. Just then, my stomach growled again, prompting me to change the subject and suggest we cook some eggs. He obediently complied, immediately summoning the pots and pans, then shooing away the other beastmen, leaving just the pot behind. I recognized his intentions immediately. He was jealous. Ever since the bonfire party where I showcased my cooking skills, he had not let me touch the big pot, and I had been relegated to bland stews made by others. Family, who understands such possessiveness? Fine. If he was not magnanimous, I would prepare my own meal. I retrieved a basket of eggs, cracking them one by one into a bowl. The eggs were peculiar, both the whites and yolks a vibrant yellow, resembling mango puree when mixed together. After blending, I stopped working and simply gazed at him, giving him a look to let him know to interpret it as he wished. After all, he was the one who sent everyone away. Thankfully, he was perceptive, striding over with long strides and cheekily leaning close to whisper in my ear, ready to ask for help. I shot him a look, thinking, what a silly question. He chuckled softly, pinching my waist, and I froze, my eyes nearly popping out. He was actually gathering firewood with his own hands. I had known him for so long, and never had I seen him do any physically demanding work. He usually accomplished everything with a mere glance or snap of his fingers. Yet here he was, diligently gathering firewood. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, he was utterly earnest. The flames illuminated his face, softening the sharp angles of his profile. Once the fire blazed, he finished. He stopped me, saying, "You sit down," and pushed me back into the hall. "But, big brother, the food isn't ready yet." As I rushed out, I caught sight of his tall figure busy by the pot. Family, who understands? I leaned against the doorframe, watching the usually proud and decisive king of the forest carefully add salt to the egg custard like a novice in the kitchen, clumsily placing eggs in water, even scooping out excess water with a spoon. The moonlight spilled over him, and at that moment, I felt my heartbeat resonating loudly enough for the entire forest to hear. Unable to contain myself, I approached him with open arms, sweetly calling, "Yi-Hwan, hug." He startled, thinking I was displeased with his cooking, rushing over to ask nervously, "Not to your liking?" The anxious expression on his face was adorable. He didn't even dare to embrace me, claiming he was dirty. I quickly wrapped my arms around his waist, burying my face in his chest, murmuring, "I truly like it. No one has ever treated me this well." His heart raced like a drum. That meal, initially, I had prepared myself to praise it regardless of taste, turned out to be surprisingly delicious. We fed each other spoonfuls, indulging in the sweetness. That night, I was the first to wrap my arms around his waist as we slept. Hee. I felt as though I had captured him. The next morning, I awoke feeling light as a feather, a grin plastered across my face that I couldn't suppress. Oh dear, I felt as if I were falling in love. How was it that after my feelings settled, I discovered Yi-Hwan was missing? Just then he walked in, and upon seeing me, his icy demeanor melted instantly. He came over and lifted me up to eat. My mind was filled with the pink bubbles of last night until he suddenly planted a kiss on my cheek, startling me. I quickly buried my head in my food, focusing solely on eating, determined to avoid any wandering thoughts. Later, I learned that while I slept, he had secretly slipped his hand under my clothing, caressing my back for quite a while. My goodness, he appeared so virtuous on the surface, yet behind my back, he was so mischievous. After breakfast, I quickly changed into a durable bee-skin skirt. It was time to get serious. The radishes and gourds awaited my attention. Just as I was about to head out, I ran into Bianjan, with Hai Tang trailing behind him. Hai Tang had healed significantly and insisted on helping me. Her stubbornness left me with no choice but to agree. The look she gave me now sparkled with admiration, as if I were a savior. Standing obediently a meter behind me, Yi-Hwan cast a glance, and he seemed quite satisfied with this distance. I instructed Bianjan to gather the strong individuals for a meeting at the square. Yi-Hwan has completely relinquished his responsibilities, following closely behind me, too lazy to even utter a word, as I have taken charge of everything. Upon arriving at the plaza, dozens of orcs had gathered. This fellow Yi-Hwan began his antics again, pulling me into his embrace, his gaze scanning the crowd, as if equipped with infrared vision, as if to say, "What are you all staring at? Keep looking, and I'll devour you all." What could I do but rise on tiptoe and plant a kiss on his cheek to placate him? Off you go, be good, I urged, shooing him to a nearby chair where he sat like a supervisor. Clearing my throat, I commenced the task delegation. Some were to go chop wood, transforming logs into thick planks, while others were to dig a 3-meter-deep pit, essentially a cellar. I must say, the orc's execution capability is remarkable. Within 2 hours, the tools and the outline of the cellar were ready. I called over the orcs who had completed their tasks and instructed them on how to bore holes in the center of the planks, fitting the wooden stakes snugly. These young fellows worked with remarkable speed and intelligence. I praised their craftsmanship, which made them blush with excitement, invigorating them to teach others. Observing their youthful and vibrant faces, I felt a flicker of hope for the future of Suncheng. Indeed, youth is a wondrous thing. A simple compliment can brighten one's day, and trivial matters can fill the world with hope. I then asked Bianzhan to summon the elder orcs from the city, as there would be additional tasks shortly. Turning around, I was amused to find Bianzhan grinning foolishly, clutching a wooden stake, seemingly lost in thought. On the other hand, Haitang diligently assisted in guiding other orcs, appearing quite earnest in her learning. I beckoned a few skilled young orcs over and assigned them a delicate task, to use the wooden scraps to carve a small cylindrical tool resembling a handle. As I explained, gesturing to emphasize various details such as thickness, smoothness, and hollow size, the orcs listened intently, accepting their tasks and immersing themselves in the work. Some cradled the wood carefully while cutting, others pondered over the planks, and one nearly pressed his eyes against the wood. Their focus reminded me of my own intense study for the college entrance exams, where teachers passionately lectured, spitting words in fervor, declaring that the spirit of craftsmanship would be a mandatory topic. I sat in the front row, oblivious to my family's concerns, fully immersed in the lessons. Reflecting on it now, it was quite amusing. Let me tell you, AI Tong is quite dedicated. In her quest to find food for the orcs to survive the winter, she works tirelessly. Just after finishing a conversation with a few young orcs, she dashed off to inspect the cellar project. Upon reaching the plaza's edge, she encountered a familiar face, the orc who wished to fly. AI Tong, feeling playful after a long absence from jesting, rushed over and exclaimed, "Hey, can you fly?" The orc, likely questioning his life choices, respectfully addressed her as Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, AI Tong chuckled, thinking how amusing it was that he remembered. When she inquired about his name, he replied, Feng Qi, prompting AI Tong to exclaim, "What a splendid name! Faster than the wind." The orc meekly corrected her, "Your Majesty. It means the pond's pool." This led to an awkward moment, and AI Tong hastily recovered. Yes, it stirs the tranquil waters of spring. Internally, she felt embarrassed, realizing her lack of knowledge had turned a fine young man into a mere breeze from a pond. Even funnier, unable to locate Bianzhan, AI Tong enlisted Feng Qi to arrange wooden stakes and poles for drying gourd vines. Feng Qi eagerly complied, scampering off to work, even making way for AI Tong. As AI Tong observed Feng Qi's back, she mused that he was quite capable. No wonder Bianzhan liked him. After inspecting that area, AI Tong hurried to the pit site. However, upon reaching the edge of the dark hole, she found herself at a loss. How was she supposed to descend? Surely, she couldn't have the orcs carry her down. The thought was too ludicrous to contemplate. After much deliberation, AI Tong decided to cling to a strong arm. Yes, she would cling to Yi Huan. She approached Yi Huan, employing her most charming demeanor, yet he feigned ignorance, leisurely sipping water. Frustrated, AI Tong thought, what is this aloofness? With no other option, she resorted to her best tactic, cupping Yi Huan's face and sweetly cooing, "Yi Huan, I want a hug." Upon seeing such affection, Yi Huan's heart swelled, but he maintained his composure, attempting to gauge AI Tong's intentions. In response, AI Tong boldly sat on his lap, inquiring if he had had enough to drink. At this moment, Yi Huan could no longer contain himself. He embraced AI Tong's waist, saying in a low voice, "Not enough." AI Tong quickly mentioned the need to descend into the cellar, and Yi Huan reluctantly acquiesced. Having secured his permission, AI Tong planted a kiss on his cheek and attempted to sneak away, only to find herself in a princess carry. AI Tong felt embarrassed, realizing many orcs were watching. To make matters worse, once in the cellar, Yi Huan insisted on a kiss before allowing her to be set down. With no choice, AI Tong obliged and hurriedly distanced herself. As she ran, AI Tong reflected on how she had lost her senses, being influenced by Yi Huan. However, the cellar was indeed quite spacious. Just as she contemplated how to organize things, several luminous night pearls illuminated the space. Suddenly, the entire cellar was aglow. Ai Tong looked up to find Yi Huan standing at the pit's edge, gazing at her with deep affection. In that moment, Ai Tong realized that despite Yi Huan's usual prideful demeanor, he had always loved her in his own way. With this thought, Ai Tong couldn't help but smile. Waving at Yi Huan, come here. Yi Huan, upon hearing her call, hurried over, grasping her hand and affectionately calling her, silly girl. Ai Tong reciprocated by holding onto Yi Huan's hand, feeling a surge of sweetness in her heart. Life in the beast world, though arduous, was indeed quite intriguing. Let me tell you, Yi Huan stood steadfastly beside Ai Tong like a pillar of strength, while the orc leader felt immense pressure, yet maintained his composure, not collapsing on the spot. However, in Yi Huan's eyes, there was no one else. He focused entirely on his little female companion, marveling at her articulate and organized instructions to the hefty orcs. He likely thought, goodness, if she weren't a female, her accomplishments would be unparalleled. Even as my deputy, she would be overqualified. As for Ai Tong, after inspecting the cellar and finding no flaws, she took Yi Huan for a post-meal stroll. Shortly after, the young leader returned, accompanied by several orcs carrying a pile of carrots bundled in animal skins. The young leader approached to report, Your Majesty, the wooden planks are being expedited. We also brought back the carrots, and their ends are trimmed. Ends? Well, I must give full marks for that metaphor. Ai Tong casually sifted through the pile, nodding in approval. Good, the bottoms are cut off. This will prevent them from sprouting. With a wave of her hand, she initiated a live demonstration. Now, place the cut side down against the wall, stacking them neatly. Stack them all the way to the edge of the pit, leaving a pathway for us to walk through. Understood? Applause. Understood. With the young leader's command, the orcs immediately set to work. The scene resembled children playing house, using carrots as building blocks. Once everything was on track, Ai Tong pulled Yi Huan, ready to depart. Come on, Yi Huan, let's check on the gore vines. Her hand never released his, emphasizing her ownership of her man. Without a word, Yi Huan scooped Ai Tong into his arms and swiftly exited the cellar. Goodness, the bustling leader was still waiting outside, already rehearsing 1,000 scenarios in which Yi Huan might go wild and how he could save himself. And what happened next? In the serene night, Yi Huan cradled his beloved wife, and within moments, they vanished without so much as a glance back. Ben Bo Ba found himself bewildered, his CPU nearly overheating. Something felt amiss in this tranquility, so unlike the king he knew. His family understood that the king was in a courtship phase. His thoughts were solely occupied by his wife, leaving Ben Bo Ba utterly perplexed. Ai Tong nestled against Yi Huan, whispering softly in his ear, Hey, you can put me down now. There are so many people watching. Do I still have any dignity left? The warm breath made Yi Huan's ears flush crimson, and at last he relented. He gently set Ai Tong down, yet his hand clung to her as if glued, unwilling to release her. Ai Tong couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He resembled a child yearning for candy, throwing a tantrum when denied. Alas, she had chosen this boyfriend, and she would pamper him even while kneeling. She found it rather endearing. Ai Tong wrapped her arms around Yi Huan's waist, her cheek resting against his chest as she began to weave grand plans. Yi Huan, once I arrange the food, we will have plenty of time to be together, all right? She lifted her sparkling eyes to gaze at him. What could Yi Huan do but respond with a reluctant mem? Then you go sit over there and wait for me. I'll be right back. Ai Tong pointed to the big seat reserved for the dignitaries. Yi Huan promised verbally, yet his body betrayed him. He held her for a moment longer before reluctantly letting go and moving to be the backdrop for the dignitary. Ai Tong sighed, resigned to her fate of working for the dignitaries. As she strolled towards the bustling square, satisfaction swelled in her heart. The gourds were drying, and the elder orcs worked slowly yet meticulously, all wearing cheerful expressions. Hai Tang had also mingled well with the elders, showcasing impressive social skills. Just then, Bianzhan returned. She hurried over. Where did you run off to? A subordinate had some matters to attend to. Your Majesty, how about now? He gestured toward the lively square, seeking approval. Very well. Next, we need to gather more gourds and radishes. Oh, and the cellar arrangements are complete. Just seal it with wooden boards. Also prepare more rice seeds. We shall cultivate our own come spring. Ai Tong continued to relay instructions. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Bianzhan brimmed with confidence, feeling assured for the winter ahead. And please inform the half-orcs in the city that they, too, can partake in these tasks. The more they contribute, the more food they can share during the cold season. AI Tong recalled the injured orc with wings and included them in her plans. At this, Bianzhan knelt on one knee, trembling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for all you do for the orcs of Sun Chung. No, please rise, AI Tong urged, helping him to his feet. You have all contributed to this. There are still tough battles ahead. We need to prepare cured meats. And we will need you brave warriors to hunt. Yes, Your Majesty. I see that Feng Qi is quite capable. You promoted him, didn't you? Be sure to delegate more tasks to him. Don't overexert yourself. In this way, AI Tong subtly relieved Bianzhan's burdens while also considering Hai Tang's future happiness. Bianzhan was momentarily stunned, then elated. Wow, Your Majesty truly is my savior. He responded with enthusiasm, his heart soaring. Wonderful. I can offload the work onto Feng Qi. After organizing everything, AI Tong, like a joyful cannonball, dashed towards Yihuan. Yihuan, I'm done. Yihuan had been waiting, and seeing his little girl approach with a beaming smile, the icy facade he maintained melted instantly. Fireworks exploded in his heart. She is running towards me. She thinks of me. AI Tong dove into Yihuan's embrace, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the spot. The scene shifted dramatically to the chamber. Yihuan always loved bringing her here. Just as AI Tong lifted her head to speak, Yihuan silenced her with a fervent kiss that stole away all her words. Cradling her head with one hand, he effortlessly lifted her onto the stone table, placing a wool blanket beneath her. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. AI Tong, dizzy from the kiss, clung awkwardly to him, her fingers threading through his dark, lustrous hair. The texture was enviable, far superior to her own hair products. The kiss deepened, igniting a fire within them both. AI Tong felt her face flush with warmth, and Yihuan's eyes gleamed with a fiery intensity as his hands explored her most delicate curves. Startled, AI Tong whimpered, squirming slightly, feeling herself melt into Yihuan's embrace. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had transitioned from the stone table to the grand black jade bed. Yihuan gently laid AI Tong down, yet she clung to his neck, unwilling to let go. He didn't bear his weight upon her, but tenderly kissed her brow, eyes and nose, his hands deftly shedding much of her fur clothing. His own shirt had long since vanished, revealing a chiseled torso adorned with six-pack abs that could mesmerize anyone. Feeling a chill, AI Tong panicked momentarily, but reassured by the man before her. She found her anxiety easing. Yihuan's ears flushed crimson, the urgency within him more intense than any battle. Soon, AI Tong was left clad only in a sheer layer of fabric. Yihuan gazed at her, his throat tightening, his eyes swirling with longing. AI Tong sensed the coolness of the air and murmured softly, cold instantly. Yihuan radiated warmth, enveloping her like a small sun. AI Tong relaxed. But upon opening her eyes, she was met with a shocking sight. Yihuan was also bare. She gasped and quickly covered her face, mortified. I need to cover myself. Yihuan swiftly pulled a massive rabbit fur blanket over them, creating a small mound on the stone bed. Then, as you might expect, the mound began to move rhythmically. Time slipped away, and soon both were drenched in sweat. Yihuan stifled his urges, his voice hoarse as he posed a rather intimate inquiry. AI, how do things work in your world? He reasoned that she might not withstand his beast form, so perhaps the human form would suffice. Upon hearing this, Itonges fas palais d'instanti. Oh no, he has discovered that I am not an orc. He will despise me. Yihuan noticed her reaction and was taken aback, all romantic thoughts vanishing as he anxiously asked, AI, what is wrong? Are you unwell? AI Tong grasped him, stammering, finally whispering like a mosquito, Yihuan, I'm not an orc. Her heart raced, fearing he would cast her aside for being different. To her surprise, Yihuan chuckled. Silly, I know. What a twist. AI Tong was taken aback, nervously questioning, will you despise me? I am weak and can do nothing. I will only burden you. How could I? Yihuan caressed her hair, his expression resolute. I am human. Our bond is forged in human form. AI Tong, upon hearing this, felt her heart soar. So, a human form was indeed acceptable. He cupped her face, speaking each word with utmost sincerity. AI, I love you, regardless of what you are. With that, a gentle kiss descended upon her lips, and once more, the blanket became a scene of indescribable chaos. Throughout it all, AI Tong remained anxious, whispering, Yihuan, I fear you all seem like I cannot find my way. As tranquility returned, the sun dipped below the horizon. Two individuals lay bare beneath the covers. with AI Tong nestled against Yi Xian's chest, gradually awakening and feeling a hint of embarrassment as she comforted him, assuring him that was all right and that they could take their time to figure things out. In her eyes, having been candid with each other, the failure of their final endeavor was inconsequential. Yi Xian pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, yet within his mind, he was frantically replaying the events. What had gone awry? Was it his approach that was flawed? No. He resolved to observe how other beastmen form bonds and procure some deep crimson beast pearls for added excitement. Thus, the pair lingered in bed until dusk. AI Tong reflected on her previous life, likening it to that of a corporate drone, and marveled at how, upon entering the beast realm, she had learned to save her life under the carefree influence of Yi Xian. Just as they were basking in warmth, her stomach audibly protested. AI Tong began to whine. Yi Xian, I don't want to move, but I'm hungry and want something to eat. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's large hand instinctively found its way to her flat belly, feeling its softness, initially intending only to confirm her hunger. But soon his hand acted of its own volition. Hey, stop that. AI Tong swatted his hand away, feeling sticky. I need a bath. All right, I need one too. Yi Xian promptly concurred. Quickly, AI Tong urged him. Thus, under the queen's command, Yi Xian resignedly rose to prepare hot water. In an instant, he stood up, completely unclothed, causing AI Tong to shriek and wrap herself tightly in the covers, her face flushed with embarrassment. Put on some clothes. Yi Xian smirked, leaning down to tease her. Do you want me to help you dress? Put on your own, she retorted. Yi Xian then playfully draped himself over the edge of the bed, bringing his mouth close to her ear, his tone both teasing and sultry as he murmured, What are you afraid of? I've seen it all. Seen it? Seen it? Echoed in AI Tong's mind, causing her to freeze. She abruptly pulled the covers over her head, wrapping herself up snugly, leaving only her eyes visible, and protested in a muffled voice, You're lying. I have the covers. Yi Xian, observing her sparkling eyes, continued his playful banter, but my eyes have seen everything. AI Tong was left utterly speechless. What kind of titanium alloy eyes do you have? I saw nothing. She mused that his eyes were less titanium alloy and more akin to a human microscope. He claimed he had heightened his senses, even identifying the number and locations of the moles on her body with precise detail. My privacy. Where has it gone? She lamented silently, contemplating kicking him off the bed. But his puppy dog eyes, filled with regret, prevented her from acting on the thought. This survival instinct had filled him with resolve, for the sake of their future happiness. He swallowed his words and remained silent. He then earnestly got up to prepare hot water for her bath. His speed in dressing was astonishing, almost leaving an afterimage, as he covered his well-defined abs, fearing he might embarrass her further. Shortly, the hot water was ready, and AI Tong, wrapped in a bee-skin quilt, scoured the room for her clothes which he had carelessly scattered. She mentally cursed him 100 times. Once dressed, she immediately sank into the bath, ignoring him, confident he wouldn't dare approach again. As she soaked in the warm water, the steam enveloping her, her cheeks flushed as her mind involuntarily replayed the earlier moments, the warmth of his body, his nervousness, his tenderness. Stop thinking about it, she urged herself, plunging her head into the water, leaving only her face above to blow bubbles. She had initially thought he had gone to prepare dinner, feeling pleased with his thoughtfulness. However, to her surprise, he had jumped into the river to cool down. Indeed, he had leapt into the river. He explained that since she wouldn't let him look at her, fearing he might lose control, he opted for a physical cooling method. The most amusing part? His true form was a colossal Sunjing Wang Shi, a formidable beast in the realm of beastmen, who, to avoid being detected, had to sneakily transform into a small red-black snake, akin to a loach, before plunging into the river. The mighty Sun Jing Wang, a dominant figure among beastmen, resorting to masquerading as a small water snake to bathe in cold water to maintain composure in front of his girlfriend, was a comical twist of fate. He felt utterly frustrated, as if he were a thief bathing on his own territory, cursing as he swam before vowing to wash with her next time. When he returned, he carried a meal prepared by the other beastmen, consisting of rice, meat soup, and her favorite egg custard. Initially peeking around the door, her earlier irritation vanished upon seeing him return, replaced by a twinge of guilt. Had she been too harsh earlier, taking advantage of his affection for her? They sat at a stone table, and he did not eat, instead watching her intently. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, she inquired, Aren't you hungry? I'm not hungry. I eat only once every 2 weeks, he replied. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Do you eat those wild beasts? He affirmed with a nod. Then, are you nearing your feeding days? Why not take me along next time? She suggested, her intentions genuine. Thinking two could escape the monotony of the Xinjiang city for a date and strengthen their bond. The moment the words left her lips, his mind seemingly short-circuited. He became utterly petrified, his gaze unfocused, mentally spiraling as he feared she would witness his hunting grounds and report him as a monster. If she was terrified of a small green snake, what would she think upon seeing his several hundred-meter-long true form? His internal turmoil was palpable as he feigned nonchalance, replying, "All right, I'll take you to Bai Xiao's grasslands in a couple of days." The subsequent meal was steeped in silence. He had slipped into a contemplative state, responding only with noncommittal murmurs. Observing his despondent demeanor, Ai Tong promptly pushed the half-eaten egg custard towards him. "This is delicious. You should try it." He accepted the bowl, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, before suddenly pulling her onto his lap, cradling her as he fed her the custard. His expression so intense that one might think he was drinking herbal medicine. That night, as they lay in bed, he remained burdened with thoughts, lying rigidly like a mummy. Sensing something was amiss, Ai Tong resorted to her most charming tactics, curling up under the covers and plaintively murmuring, "Yi Xian, I'm cold." Her words ignited a spark within him, and he immediately flipped over to pin her down. His red and black eyes brimmed with suppressed emotions as he whispered, his voice husky and cold, "Ai, don't leave me." In that moment, she realized his anger was merely a facade. He was genuinely afraid she might abandon him. Stunned, she hugged him tightly, resting her face against his cool neck, reassuring him, "I will never leave you. How could I possibly leave you?" This embrace seemed to unlock something within him. All his previous fears and anxieties were suddenly overshadowed by an overwhelming primal desire. His voice, hoarse and urgent, whispered in her ear, "Ai." Her face flushed, nearly buried in the beast's skin quilt. She remained silent, akin to a mosquito. What followed was a flurry of theoretical knowledge put into chaotic practice. In the tranquil depths of night, amidst complete silence, they could not fall behind the common folk. As he recalled the lesson he had previously spied on, he cautiously attempted to apply it to her. Suddenly she gasped, "Cold. What is happening? Why is there a large ice block in my bed?" It turns out that this fellow, when emotionally stirred, reverts to the true temperature of his serpentine form. He hastily summoned his strength to warm himself, his breath brushing against my ear as he inquired whether I was still cold. I was utterly dazed, yet he appeared to have discovered some new realm for my reaction, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had been invigorated. Then came that familiar sequence, which everyone in the family understands. The pain made tears spring forth instantly, and I bit down hard on his sturdy shoulder, only to regret it with a throbbing jaw. His shoulder was harder than stone, yet he did not flinch, allowing me to gnaw at him while tenderly kissing away my tears with an almost otherworldly gentleness. Let me tell you, that night and the following day accelerated my life's progress by a decade. In the midst of it all, Hai Tang kindly brought us food, only to be flustered and flee, her face crimson, when Bianzhan remarked that the king and queen were busy creating the next generation. When I finally awoke, darkness enveloped the sky. I felt as though a truck had run me over, my body utterly exhausted and famished. Upon opening my eyes, I found Yi Huan's remarkably handsome face, one that could incite envy among deities, still beside me, his arms encircling me like iron bands. As I reached out to push him away, he spoke, and it was as if his voice had been rendered useless. Let me tell you, I was utterly astonished. Just a moment ago, I had gained the upper hand over Yi Huan, only to find myself outmaneuvered in the next instant. He audaciously declared that we were both sovereigns, in a one-to-one marital bond, and that was splendid. Good heavens, I had fallen headlong into the pit of this spousal arrangement. At that moment, I sensed that this man was up to no good, undoubtedly having learned his mischief from me. I could no longer eat, having barely managed a few bites before dragging him to the square. Upon arrival, I was taken aback to see that, in just one day, the order here had ascended several levels. The old orcs I had previously organized were now working cheerfully, their faces beaming brighter than the sun. I immediately spotted Hai Tang, who was remarkably efficient in her tasks. I called her over and suggested we check on the gourd strips. To my astonishment, upon reaching the drying area, the gourd strips were thoroughly dried, ready for storage. I exclaimed, "It's only been a day. How do they appear as if they've been in a dryer all night? Does the sun in this realm possess microwave capabilities?" Hai Tang lowered her head, her eyes darting toward Yi Huan, stammering that perhaps the sun was simply wonderful. Noticing her guilty demeanor and glancing at the stoic Yi Huan beside her, I understood perfectly. So, the two of them were conspiring together. I had no intention of exposing them, so I demonstrated to Hai Tang how to bundle the dry gourd strips for easier storage, entrusting her with the task of teaching the old orcs. I specifically instructed her to consult Bien Zhan regarding the storage matters. Let me tell you, I was merely creating opportunities for these two. I am indeed a humble matchmaker in this workplace. After briefing Hai Tang, I took Yi Huan to explore further. Passing the carpentry area, I remembered the ladder I had intended to make and casually inquired about it. To my surprise, an enthusiastic orc craftsman approached, stating that the chief Bien Bo had already briefed him, and all the parts were ready. I noticed that the dimensions were accurate, and the execution was commendable. I promptly transformed into a foreman, conducting an on-site demonstration on how to construct our ancestors' mortise and tenon joint, fitting shorter wooden pieces into longer ones to create a sturdy ladder for the females to ascend and descend safely. Throughout our journey, Yi Huan shadowed me like a top-notch bodyguard, maintaining a stern demeanor and an aura that deterred others from approaching. Only when I tugged at him did he exude a hint of warmth. Eventually, we reached the cellar, where Bien Bo was present. In high spirits, I casually asked him how everyone had fared yesterday and this morning. To my astonishment, he scratched his head, lowered it, and began counting his fingers, earnestly stating, "Your Majesty, we have already moved the carrots in from the day before yesterday, and today." My mind went blank. The day before yesterday? Who among my family understands this? I was bewildered, feeling as if the entire world had begun to spin. I sharply turned my head to fixate on the upright Yi Huan beside me, my gaze demanding an explanation. Yet, just as it seemed he was about to be unmasked before I could erupt with anger, he swiftly wrapped his arm around my waist and whisked me away with astonishing speed. It was a hasty exit from a crime scene. Poor Bien Bo was left standing there, bewildered, likely pondering, did I miscount? Why did the king and queen flee? Soaring through the air, I was fuming, ready to explode. Yi Huan, you better stop. I was blushing not from embarrassment, but from rage. He had deceived me, conspiring with everyone to mislead me. Yet, he acted as though he had not heard, holding me tight and flying forward, even shielding me from the wind. Very well, once we land, I will settle the score with you. At last, our feet touched the ground. I pushed him away, disregarding my surroundings, and initiated my interrogation. Yi Huan, confess. How long have I been asleep? He noticed my genuine anger and hesitated, responding, AI, do not be upset. It wasn't long. You were simply exhausted. More than a day. I cannot believe it. When did I become a sleeping beauty? I mused, contemplating the plausibility of his words. Just then, a sharp pain pierced through my right palm, feeling as if it were on fire. Looking down, I was astonished to see a red-black patterned snake coiling in the center of my palm. Its scales gleamed vividly as if alive, and it raised its head to flick its tongue at me. I was utterly terrified, shaking my hand and shouting, Yi Huan, what is this? Have I been cursed? Look at my hand. I had never witnessed anything like this before, completely forgetting my earlier intentions of reprimanding him. To my surprise, Yi Huan remained remarkably calm, unfazed. He approached, gently lifting my hand, covering the snake-like pattern with his larger palm, and lowered his head, his voice tender as silk. This is our bond mark. I was left speechless. A bond mark? Slowly, I withdrew my hand, scrutinizing the small snake. Its eyes, a deep black with a hint of red, mirrored the very gaze I had come to know so well. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. His aversion to the cold, his insistence that I refrain from speaking, the razor-sharp scales he had gifted me, the serpentine black mist he conjured during our conflict in the western city, and his apparent poisoning during the White Howl. Oh my! I raised my gaze to meet his, my mind a blank canvas, devoid of fear or shock. Only heartache remained. He was a serpent, after all. A serpent, day by day, kindles fire for me and prepares meals. A serpent, each night, warms my bed. Yet this serpent has never revealed even the slightest glimpse of its true form before me. How cautious it must be to conceal itself so impeccably. Thus, it often implores me not to leave and is so concerned about its own warmth. My eyes brimmed with tears. 1,000 words melted into a single one as I extended my arms towards it, my voice tinged with sorrow. Hug. Unable to contain itself any longer, it tightly embraced me, resting its chin atop my head. Its voice husky as it whispered in my ear, I'm a nearly 1,000-year-old Sun Jing Wang Shi. Aye, are you afraid? I buried my face in its warm chest, muffledly responding, Yi Huan, you can be yourself. This foolish creature has nearly lost its own identity for my sake. How could I ever bear to push it away? Especially when I was planning to have a nest of serpent babies with it. I lifted my head from its embrace and smiled radiantly at it, then raised my right hand, gently stroking the lively little serpent mark with my left hand, teasing, "Aren't you just as adorable as this little serpent?" In an instant, its ears flushed crimson, resembling two tiny chili peppers, leaving it momentarily stunned. Finding it amusing, I playfully poked its overheated earlobe with my finger. Alas, I had ignited a spark. Its gaze shifted dramatically. It pulled me closer, leaning down to cover me with its shadow. Pressing close to my ear, its voice dropped to an intimate whisper, AI, I do not mind the outdoors." I was momentarily taken aback, cautiously glancing around. Goodness! An expansive grassland stretched endlessly before us, illuminated by daylight. This was even more thrilling than a sorghum field. My mind raced with panic, fearing that it might lose control and take me right there. But this rascal was merely teasing me. Seeing my mixed expression of shock, joy, and fear, it chuckled and helped me to my feet, saying, "I've brought you to the grassland. Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you." I felt relieved and excited, hugging it tightly, declaring I want to ride a horse. The moment the words left my mouth, I remembered that in this beastly world, where could I find a gentle horse to ride? Upon hearing horse, Yi Huan's eyes narrowed, a possessive glimmer igniting within them as he asked with a hint of threat, "Do you want to ride me?" Ride him. Before I could even process it, I witnessed its long legs transforming into a thick, lengthy, red-black serpent tail from its waist down. I must say, the scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an air of elegance and allure utterly stunning. Its upper body was elevated by the serpent tail, leaning slightly forward, then gently coiling the end of its tail around me, securely placing me at its waist. As I glanced down, I found myself resting atop its strong, powerful serpent body. It tenderly stroked my hair, its gaze filled with adoration. "If my beloved has a wish, my heart shall fulfill it." Then, with a smirk, it added, AI, serpent riding, just for you." In the next moment, we glided freely across the grassland, the wind rushing past my ears, the scenery whirling by, the scent of its refreshing fragrance and the aroma of grass filling my senses. As it held me securely within its embrace, I truly felt that regardless of whether it was a human or a serpent, as long as it was itself, that was enough. After gliding for some time, I grew concerned for its fatigue and suggested we take a break. It set me down from its serpent tail, transforming back into its human form and allowing me to stand on the grass. Yet, this foolish creature, still uneasy, averted its gaze and quietly asked, AI, you truly do not mind my serpent tail? Mind? Not in the slightest. I am one who speaks boldly, yet is timid at heart. I became flustered, grabbing its hand and confidently pulling it onto the grass, insisting, "Why speak such nonsense between spouses? Lie down." Surprisingly, this foolish serpent hesitated for a moment, but obediently let me pull it down. We lay side by side on the grass, basking in the warm sun and gentle breeze. Feeling utterly comfortable, I thought to myself, this fellow, appearing like a domineering CEO, was actually more sensitive than anyone, with a sense of security as low as a phone battery nearing empty. It feared breaking through that barrier, worried that the truth might hurt me. Little did it know, my heart was already blooming with joy. Turning to face it, I spoke earnestly, "Yi Huan, let me be honest with you. I used to fear serpents, but that was because the serpents from my hometown are nothing like you. The serpents there are wild beasts, capable of biting, poisonous, and even swallowing people, pure horror movie material. But you are different." I smiled brightly at it. "You are my treasure, the one I adore, and certainly the serpent I cherish." Upon hearing my declaration, the light in Yi Huan's crimson eyes flared as if it were about to ignite. In those pupils, there was only me. Its lips moved slightly, likely overwhelmed with thoughts. Goodness, is this a courtship? How could a male be courted? Surely, it was scolding itself for being shameless. In the next moment, its thoughts seemed to reset successfully as it made a grand gesture, pulling me into its embrace and pressing its lips against mine. I was momentarily stunned, yet my body responded instinctively. Who among my companions understands? The grassy field, the blazing sun, this ambience was simply exquisite. We lingered in our affection from daylight until the sun dipped below the horizon. The sunset was breathtakingly beautiful, casting a rosy glow that made our faces resemble those who had indulged in fine wine. I pointed towards the horizon, exclaiming, Look, how lovely!" To my surprise, This fellow effortlessly recited sweet nothings. You are more beautiful. I shot him a glare. Be serious. This is our first sunset together. It must be the most beautiful. Seeing my earnest demeanor, he could not help but chuckle, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, it is beautiful. If you say it is beautiful, then it is the most beautiful. As night fell, the surroundings grew chilly, yet we remained seated. I poked him. Aren't we heading back? Are we camping out here? He tightened his embrace, his smile mysterious. There is a surprise tonight. Upon hearing the word surprise, my eyes sparkled, though I retorted, what surprise? We don't even have a tent. Won't we become drenched if the dew falls? With a bold confidence, he replied, sleep on me, and I shall use my serpent tail as a blanket. Let me see which dew dares to disturb you. My face flushed instantly. Such audacious words. Just as I was about to lean into his embrace and drift off, a miracle occurred. From the grass, tiny green lights began to emerge, at first sporadic, then multiplying rapidly. Eventually, the entire grassland was ablaze with fireflies. What a spectacle it was, resembling a cinematic special effect. Countless fireflies formed a luminous river, swirling around us. I was utterly astounded, standing up to stretch out my hand, and a small firefly landed on my fingertip, twinkling enchantingly. Who among my companions can fathom my excitement? My mind automatically switched to middle school biology knowledge. Something about luciferin and luciferase, about abdominoluminescence, with an energy conversion rate reaching 95. My romantic mind could even effortlessly revert to scholar mode at such a crucial moment. What a marvel! I pulled Yi Huan along, like a giddy child, racing amidst the fireflies. Laughing joyfully, he merely stood there, watching me with an affectionate smile as I frolicked. Exhausted from playing, I nestled against him and fell asleep. He truly wrapped me entirely with his massive serpent tail, keeping me wonderfully warm, and I slept soundly through the night. The next day, we awoke with the sun already high in the sky. Neither of us wished to return, and I suggested, let us go play by the lake. Without hesitation, he took me to the lakeside. The water sparkled under the sun, resembling a lake full of diamonds. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. I wanted to eat fish. After feasting on barbecued meat every day in sunshine, I felt I had nearly turned into a primitive being. I gazed longingly at Yahuan, yearning for grilled fish. Without a word, he seized a tool, ready to plunge into the water to fetch me one. I hurriedly stopped him, exclaiming, hey. With your size, the fish would either be frightened to death or crushed. We must savor the experience, you understand? This is a couple's activity, my good fellow. He was momentarily taken aback by my words, but ultimately heeded my advice, sharpening a stick to spear the fish. We removed our shoes and waded into the water, which was shallow, barely reaching our calves. Yahuan's technique was impressive. With swift movements, he speared a large, plump fish, splashing water all over my face. Proudly, he tossed the fish to me, saying, here, string it up. As I threaded the fish onto a willow twig, I showered him with compliments. In no time, we had a string of catches. When it was my turn, I grasped the wooden spear, aimed at a fish, and plunged it down with a shout. What was the result? Other than a splash, there was nothing. I stood in the water, lost in thought. Suddenly, the visage of my physics teacher appeared before me. Refraction of light. Yes, objects in water appear shallower than their actual depth. My eyes were deceived by the fish's virtual image. I needed to spear below the apparent location of the fish. In that moment, I felt as if I were the protagonist in a time travel tale, bestowed with a golden opportunity. Knowledge alters destiny, dear friends. I adjusted my angle, targeting a seemingly foolish fish, and with a decisive thrust, I struck true. Overjoyed, I nearly jumped in the water, raising my prize to flaunt before Yahuan. But just as I was reveling in my triumph, a sudden cramp seized my abdomen. My heart sank, and I thought, oh no, could it be that I caught a chill from splashing in the water? Yahuan noticed my distress and rushed over to support me. Before I could utter a word, I felt warmth trickling down my leg. We both looked down, and to my horror, vivid red blood streamed down my thigh, diffusing in the clear lake water. My mind went blank, and after a moment, I blurted out, what the heck? My dear relative, you finally decided to visit me. I had been in this cursed place for so long that I thought my monthly visitor had severed ties with me, and here it was, choosing such a moment to show up. I was both surprised and mortified. Yahuan, bless his heart, saw my blood and seemingly jumped to a wild conclusion. His expression turned serious, and I could only guess he thought I was in heat. In the next instant, he scooped me up in a princess carry, and I barely had time to shout, my fish. He gathered everything on the shore, and in an instant, We were back in Sinqing. On the way, the beastmen who spotted us were quite the spectacle, their brows and eyes moving as if sending Morse code. I could almost hear their imagined conversation. Look, the king took the queen out for a day in the wild, and now she's bleeding. Got it. The king is impressive. I buried my face in Yahuan's chest, feeling more embarrassed than ever. Once we reached the palace, Yahuan intended to place me on the bed, but I struggled, exclaiming, "No, it's dirty. I'm covered in blood." But he simply replied, "Dirty or not, I'll change it later," and tossed me onto the soft rabbit fur. Fine, if the domineering ruler insists. He then turned to the door and called, "Fetch Haitong." He added, "I shall boil some water." When Haitong arrived, she looked utterly bewildered, likely overwhelmed by the gossip she had absorbed on the way. She glanced between us, her expression a mix of confusion and understanding. I could sense the storm of speculation brewing in her mind, and the strong scent in the air was nearly enough to knock her out. She hurried to my bedside, and after hearing Yahuan's brief instructions, her face paled, and in a hushed tone, she asked, "Your Highness, are you in heat? Why do you look so unwell?" I was curled up on the bed, racked with pain, cold sweat trickling down, yet I had to muster the strength to wave my hand, saying, "It's just an old issue. How do you usually handle it here?" Haitong's response nearly made me faint. She said, "We use animal skins and ash." Animal skins? Ash. My mind instantly conjured the image of plant ash. The wisdom of our ancestors is boundless, but the conditions are rather harsh. I swiftly countered with a modern solution, instructing her to find a few beastmen skilled in sewing to help me make a sanitary pad. While gesturing, I described how to use soft fabric with plant ash sewn in between, creating a long strip with ties at each end. My mind raced, and I quickly added also, make me a large cushion, a few sizes bigger than my backside, to prevent leaks. Haitong looked stunned, but she nodded vigorously, likely recognizing the superiority of my suggestion. Without another word, she dashed out like a little rocket to make arrangements. Once she departed, I was left alone, clutching my belly, the pain causing my vision to darken. Just when I thought I could bear it no longer, Yahuan burst in like a whirlwind, materializing at my bedside, his expression frantic. "AI, what is wrong with you?" I opened my eyes and forced a smile that was more painful than crying, saying, "It's nothing, just an old issue. It'll all be fine in a few days, just feeling a bit cold." I lamented in my heart that this was all the consequence of my past indulgences, treating ice cream as a meal, and now the reckoning had arrived. But Yahuan would not have it. He wrapped me in his arms, radiating warmth like a living, breathing heating pad, infused with a compelling sense of authority. I felt as though I had been transported from the Antarctic to the equator, the warmth enveloping my back. Once I was comfortable, I couldn't help but take advantage of the moment, turning to nestling my face against his chest, pointing to my belly, and in a playful tone I said, "Yahuan, my stomach hurts, rub my tummy." Oh, dear friends, the delight of being coy in front of someone so dear is indescribable. Without hesitation, Yahuan placed his warm hand over my belly, the sensation so soothing that my eyes nearly closed in bliss. Just as I was about to drift into sleep, Haitong returned, panting with several white, plump fabric strips in her hands. My eyes lit up. Salvation was at hand. I hastily urged Yahuan, "Is the water boiled? If it's ready, you go out first. I can manage with Haitong here." I had no desire to change in front of him. It would be far too embarrassing. Yahuan lingered, glancing back repeatedly as he exited. Haitong assisted me to the bathing tub, and I requested a clean garment before shooing her behind the screen. In this beastly world, there were no showers, so I could only use hot water to wipe myself down. With swift efficiency, I finished binding the freshly made sanitary pad around my waist. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was functional. After dressing, Haitong helped me back to bed, discreetly gathering the dirty clothes before slipping away, assuring me she would prepare more supplies and arrange for my newly invented undergarment. As soon as Haitong left, Yahuan slipped back in, climbing onto the bed to envelop me once more in his warmth, softly saying, "The fish soup is ready, and if you want grilled fish, I will cook it fresh for you." Nestled in his embrace, I felt a profound warmth in my heart and, in a drowsy state, reminded him to ensure they scale the fish and remove the entrails. He acknowledged with an and we lay together quietly, relishing the peaceful moment. However, outside the chamber, tranquility was not in the cards. Haitong, clutching the clothes I had changed out of, stepped out only to collide with Bianzhan. This fellow was rather blunt. Seeing Haitong in a hurry, he approached and stopped her, saying, "Haitong, why are you in such a rush?" Haitong, perhaps feeling guilty, hastily concealed the clothes in her arms. Yet the scent of blood in the air was not easily masked. Bien-Jan, with a nose as keen as a houndess, caught a whiff and stammered, Haitong, are you in heat? Good heavens. I must tell you, I felt so embarrassed for Haitong that I could have dug out a three-bedroom apartment through the wall. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, a blend of shyness and anger, and she dashed away, cursing under her breath. What do you mean? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Bien-Jan stood there, bewildered, scratching his head, utterly clueless that his thoughtless remark had agitated the young lady. However, this fellow is quite the enigma. Watching Haitong storm away in a huff, he surprisingly felt a surge of delight, thinking how much he liked her. I must say, Bien-Jan is simply a romantic in waiting. He had sensed from the beginning that Haitong was extraordinary and had stealthily uncovered her tumultuous background. He learned of her tragic past, having been ostracized since childhood, deceived by a scoundrel, and nearly betrayed by her own tribe. Yet she had survived through her cleverness, masquerading as someone seasoned by hardship, deceiving everyone around her. It was this resilience that captured Bien-Jan's heart. From being an object of keen observation, he gradually began to care for her, and now, a mere day apart left him feeling restless, akin to the discomfort of missing a battle for several days. Confounded, he pondered whether he was merely attracted to her beauty, or if perhaps love was blossoming over time. This chap had been secretly striving to outdo all the orcs, hadn't he? Initially intending to report to Yahuan. He quickly discerned that the moment was inappropriate and shook his head in resignation. The nearby guards were nearly frantic, signaling wildly, Vice Historian, you're out of touch. The queen is in heat. The king is going mad. Alas, Bien-Jan was too preoccupied with thoughts of Haitong to notice their hints. In the sleeping quarters, Yahuan was feeding me fish soup, each spoonful delectable. I savored it, exclaiming, the fish you caught is truly delightful. He smiled, feeding me another bite. But just as it reached my lips, he suddenly pressed down, snatching the soup from my mouth. After a playful tussle, he licked his lips triumphantly, declaring, delicious. My cheeks burned with embarrassment. I wanted to hit him, yet feared spilling the soup. Once their playful banter concluded, Yahuan drew me into his embrace, his large hand resting on my abdomen. His attentions distracted me, easing my discomfort and lifting my spirits. Yet, he remained restless, eager to press closer. I promptly warned him, hey, don't move around too much. I still have the leak-proof treasure underneath. Only then did he comply, snuggling against me, allowing me to lean on him. With idle hands, I began plucking the hairs on his arms, and before long, my eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted into slumber. When I awoke in a deep sleep, I was startled by the realization, oh no, I had forgotten to change last night. Wouldn't that mean a bloody mess? I sprang up, startling Yahuan awake. Almost in tears, I shouted, I didn't change last night. I must have made a mess. As I attempted to lift the covers, I was taken aback to find the mattress beneath me pristine and my dress immaculate, without a trace of blood. This defied all logic. He pulled the ear on the urging him to check, quick. Is there any blood behind me? He scrutinized carefully, a peculiar glint in his eyes, then earnestly replied, no, it's clean. I was utterly bewildered. Could the self-made sanitary napkins in this beastly world be superior to my modern ones? Just then, I noticed the tips of Yahuan's ears were crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Without uttering a word, he enveloped me back into the warmth of the blankets. After breakfast, I seized the opportunity to change into a fresh one. Initially, Yahuan wanted me to rest, but feeling better, I wished to stretch my legs. The moment I stepped outside the great hall, a chilling breeze swept over me, causing me to shiver involuntarily. The sky was overcast, the sun appearing as if it had not yet awakened, lethargic and weak. Yahuan glanced at the sky, his expression turning grave. The cold season is upon us. Without hesitation, he wrapped me tighter, rubbing my arms, saying, let us head back. I'll have them make you some warm clothes. I nodded. Given the weather and my special circumstances, I couldn't afford to be careless. The thought of the cold season bringing heavy snow and being unprepared in terms of food and shelter made me anxious. I grabbed Yahuan's hand and turned back to the quarters, and just before entering, he instructed the guards to summon Bien-Jan and Haitong. Upon entering the room, Yahuan had me sit at the edge of the bed before bending down to remove my shoes. His warm hands enveloped my cold feet, warming them before tucking them into the blankets. His smooth, fluid motions made me feel a tad embarrassed, yet my heart swelled with sweetness. I beckoned him to join me on the bed and straightforwardly asked, do you have yellow clay here? I would like to create a heated bed, known as a huacan. Yahuan's eyes lit up at the suggestion, nodding eagerly, acknowledging its necessity. Every year, The elderly and infirm and cinching succumbed to the harshness of winter. If this Wakong could be realized, it would address a significant issue. As we conversed, Bianzhan and Haitong entered one after the other, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. Haitong's cheeks were flushed as she kept her gaze downward, while Bianzhan appeared utterly perplexed. I recognized that Yahuan had summoned them yet again. Clearing my throat, I directly addressed Bianzhan. Bianzhan, the cold is setting in. The winter may arrive at any moment, and we must prepare promptly. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he acknowledged that this winter seemed to be arriving unusually early. I laid out my carefully devised plan. I'm unable to assist much in the coming days, so I must ask you two to take charge. Food should be gathered in two ways. One group to search for root vegetables resembling radishes, while the other intensifies hunting efforts. Meat and some vegetables should be salted for preservation. Additionally, we need to gather more of those sour fruits for pickling. Bianzhan nodded vigorously, wearing an expression of admiration for the queen. I then dropped a bombshell. Moreover, for warmth, we can create a huakong. You need to find a type of sticky yellow clay and get some square stones cut. Bianzhan had no objections regarding the food plan, but he hesitated upon hearing about the huakong. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, "Your Majesty, will that Kong truly generate heat, and it won't burn anyone?" As soon as he spoke, Yahuan shot him a withering glance, implying, "Do you dare question the queen? Are you itching for a reprimand?" Bianzhan flinched, yet persisted with his question. I found his inquiry commendable, indicating that he was thoughtfully considering the matter rather than being a mere mindless tool. I patiently explained, "The fire burns beneath the stones, distance from where one sleeps, and there will be a smoke vent for safety. Once the materials are gathered, I will personally oversee a demonstration, and you will understand." Bianzhan was left speechless, likely envisioning a city full of orcs sleeping on huakongs. He dared not think further, accepted his orders, and I reminded him to stockpile rice and salt before hastily departing. Once he left, I turned my attention to the ever-obedient Haitong, who had been standing quietly to the side, her ears perked up, indicating she had absorbed every word. I began gently, expressing my gratitude. "Haitong, thank you for your help yesterday with the sanitary napkins and laundry." Upon seeing her demeanor, I realized just how thoughtful she truly was. She had gathered some information from Bianzhan and learned a little about the situation. Initially, she regarded Haitang's strength as something to be cherished, which drew her closer to her. However, she soon realized that she could not view Haitang as a sister, but friendship was still possible. Unfortunately, reality did not permit it. Haitang was stubborn, and Yihuan would not allow her to form a bond with anyone as close as him. The presence of the beast servant was already Yihuan's greatest concession, and she often refrained from spending too much time with Haitang for fear of inciting Yihuan's jealousy. Perhaps opportunities would arise in the future. "Haitang, it's getting cold now. I must trouble you to teach me how to make fur clothing, since we are both in the palace. It can serve as a way to pass the time." Ai Tong was eager to learn how to make her own clothes. Regardless of what the future held, she could not rely on others for everything. What if an unexpected situation arose, and she was unable to create her own garments? She would have to wrap herself in a large fur pelt when going out. Hearing this, Yihuan raised an eyebrow. Ai Tong continued casually, "In the future, I will make clothes for our king as well." Feeling the discomfort around her dissipate, Ai Tong relaxed slightly. Haitang nodded in agreement. "Sure, I will work with the queen to make you several outfits." She was genuinely delighted at the prospect of spending time with the queen, even in silence, as it brought her immense joy. The thought of occasional exchanges made her even happier, and she could not help but smile. She intended to craft numerous garments for the queen, including some for the little beast man. The queen had already mated with the king and was currently in her heat cycle. The arrival of the little beast man was not far off, and perhaps by the next warm season, it would happen. She would ensure that the little beast man was well cared for. Ai Tong called for Haitang to bring some fur and tools for sewing. But noticing that Haitang was lost in thought, she called out a couple more times. Finally, Haitang snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "Okay, I will go get it right away." Ai Tong could not help but chuckle at Haitang's flustered demeanor. When did she become so clumsy? Once everyone had left, the palace returned to its rare tranquility. At that moment, only the breaths of Ai Tong and Yihuan intertwined. Yihuan wrapped his arms around Ai Tong's waist, resting his chin on her right shoulder. With a smile, he spoke softly. Ai wants to make clothes for me? How fortunate for you. No one has ever made clothes for me in this lifetime." Ai Tong, feeling quite proud, realized she had learned the art of pride from Yihuan. Seeing him so gentle and attentive, she knew it was time for her to stand tall. Yi Huan chuckled softly, his deep, enchanting voice emerging from his throat, as he rubbed his chin against Ai Tong's delicate neck. Indeed, my dear wife, I enjoy wearing what you create, even if it is unappealing. You must still have me wear it. That is what you said. Ai Tong felt pleased. Yi Huan had set the stage for her, and she had no reason for hesitation. However, if it truly turned out to be unappealing, she would not let him wear it outside. Although no one in Sun City dared to mock Yi Huan, his attire would reflect on her reputation. She could not allow Yi Huan to be labeled as a henpecked husband. After all, he was a grand 1,000-year-old Sun Mirror King serpent. Ai Tong shuddered at the thought and resolved to learn diligently, striving to create something aesthetically pleasing. Yi Huan nuzzled closer and pulled the rabbit fur blanket up a bit more, covering Ai Tong's exposed skin. Hai Tang returned with some quality fur pelts, a menstrual belt she had worked overtime to make the day before, and some tools she procured from the Meiju tribe. After all, acquiring such items in Sun City was not particularly difficult. Thus, Ai Tong instructed Yi Huan to sit aside and engage in something else, as it would be perfectly fine for him to appear aloof. She then joined Hai Tang at a low table to make clothes together. During such moments, it was essential to draw a line with Yi Huan. Crafting by hand was the best way to pass the time. However, sitting for too long made her feel sore in her back and neck, and she longed to stretch out comfortably. Yet, Hai Tang remained upright and focused, engaged in conversation about the clothing they were making. When Ai Tong struggled, Hai Tang patiently guided her on how to improve. Ai Tong began to admire Hai Tang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hai Tang felt a bit shy, her cheeks flushed. She had specifically gone to learn this skill, as she had previously known a little. After all, without a beastman to care for her, she had to learn to fend for herself. Since arriving in Sun City, it had become easy to learn whatever she desired, and she had secretly studied, considering that the queen might find it useful in the future. Those who saw her as the queen's companion were eager to teach her, making her days more fulfilling and joyful than ever before. Yet, she never forgot that it was all thanks to the queen. Her rebirth was brought about by this beautiful, gentle female who seemed to bring her blessings and light. Akin to the daughter of the beast god, countless times in the middle of the night, she feared that everything before her was merely a dream. Upon waking, she would find herself surrounded by shattered remnants of a dream, destined to evaporate without a trace. Chapter 75. Living is enough on the low couch. Time slipped away minute by minute between the two as they worked on the fur. Indeed, with Hai Tang's assistance, Ai Tong was making progress. She could always make improvements later. She had not expected the beast world to possess such resilient threads. Hai Tang explained that they were silk produced by the Meiju tribe, unmatched by others. Watching Hai Tang speak so passionately, Ai Tong increasingly felt that she and Bianzhan would make a fine pair. Both were storytellers and had their own tales to tell. Ai Tong smiled as she held up and shook the fur bralette and large skirt she had made. Inside, she had added a layer of silk lining to prevent it from scratching her skin. Once she made a couple of silk trousers and some undergarments, she would be ready to wear them out. Finally, she could make her own clothes, although it might not compare to modern sewing machines. The satisfaction of having crafted them stitch by stitch was unparalleled. The more she looked at her work, the more pleased she became, as she had measured her creations against her previous garments. Since it was winter, she had made them slightly larger than before. Hai Tang praised her talent for sewing, and Ai Tong smiled, knowing that she was being complimented, especially since this was her first time undertaking such a significant project. In her modern life, she had never sewn clothes. Even mending a torn sock felt like a daunting task. While others could sew seamlessly, she was merely a novice. Was sewing truly an inherent talent of women? Ai Tong maintained her skepticism. The reason women excelled in needlework was partly due to long-standing societal norms that relegated them to the role of subservient companions to men, confined to home and embroidery. This was often glorified as the behavior of refined ladies or good wives and mothers. On the other hand, it was also because women tended to be more meticulous and patient than men, generally possessing a gentler temperament, which allowed them to excel in this area and be labeled accordingly. Just as modern society often claims that boys are more logical and capable than girls, it is evident that most occupations fundamentally restrict gender roles. From an early age, society has held unfair views toward women based on their gender. At birth, they're already categorized, boy or girl. Girls are nurtured under societal expectations, learning to accommodate their brothers, where Pink pursue the arts and be suited for office work, ultimately leading to marriage and motherhood. The younger generation, freshly graduated, is often confronted with the unrealistic requirement of several years of experience for job opportunities. Where I ask, can they possibly acquire such experience? Meanwhile, the experienced candidates are interrogated about their reasons for changing jobs, facing various challenges. Those of an older age are frequently dismissed outright, and inquiries into their marital status or whether they have children are commonplace. The single individuals are presumed to be preoccupied with romantic relationships, while those married are scrutinized for potential offspring and the prospect of a second child. No matter the path one chooses, there always seems to be a fault to find. The notion that striving for a career is solely a male pursuit is prevalent, as if the male offspring are the rightful heirs to family fortunes. The daughters, once married off, are likened to water poured away, expected to support their male relatives in securing brides, and even assisting with housing and child-rearing. The monthly stipends intended for parental support often find their way back to their brothers. How many individuals have grown up in such an environment? The saying 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day rings true. While it is undeniable that modern society is gradually inching towards gender equality, achieving true parity is not an overnight endeavor. Itong remains unaware, yet she knows she is not alone in her experiences. It is as if everyone swims in the same vast tank, going about their lives, yearning for a pure environment. However, the reality is that no fish can alter the quality of the water. We can only strive to be our best selves without succumbing to pollution. Every situation possesses dual aspects, and perhaps viewing it from another angle may provide some solace. In a world that is too clear, there are no fish. Although we may not dwell in an ideal setting, it is this harsh reality that truly tempers one's will. How is steel forged? Each individual has faced countless challenges from the moment of birth. Some fetuses vanish due to a mother's misstep, while others survive falls from moving vehicles or tumbles in the snow. Some individuals, despite facing numerous obstacles and feeling despondent, may find renewed vigor from simple warm meal offered by a kind stranger. Life is inherently complex, and fate has its intricacies. The essence of living is paramount. Idong does not dwell on these thoughts for long. Instead, she smiles brightly, showcasing the garments she has crafted for Yahuan, with excitement, eagerly awaiting praise. To maintain decorum in front of Haitong, Yahuan nods in acknowledgement. He recalls that Idong advised to refrain from excessive intimacy in the presence of others. Yet he finds it difficult to restrain himself. In a swift motion, he closes the distance between them, their noses touching, creating a beautiful arc, as if mirrored. Meanwhile, Haitong, focused on crafting a small beastman outfit, silently wishes for a swift delivery. Yahuan gently parts his lips to speak, his tone calming as he releases a cool breath. Just as their hands touch, Idong cheeks flush, and she instinctively pushes him away, creating space. This is typical of Yahuan, mixing serious conversation with absurd actions. She playfully complains about his lack of attention, her thoughts drifting to her winter garments. When Yahuan hears her mention her discomfort, he swiftly takes her hand, cradling her delicate fingers in his larger grasp. The contrast of her pale, slender hand against his creates a pleasing curvature, with only her index and middle fingers slightly reddened. Yahuan caresses her hand gently, his warmth seeping into her, causing her to feel a soothing relief as the earlier heat dissipates. As he continues, Idong gently grips his fingers, her eyes sparkling with mirth, reassuring him that all is well. She realizes that the comfort she experiences is undoubtedly due to him, and she suspects he has been quietly caring for her while she was unaware. As they converse, Bianjan returns, bringing with him a gust of cold wind that sweeps towards Haitong and Haitong. The chill is reminiscent of winter's harshness, akin to making snowballs with bare hands. It seems he has been diligently working outside, earning her respect. However, she notes that Haitong has sneezed, which detract from his romantic efforts. Yahuan casts a discerning glance, covering Idong lap with a fur pelt without uttering a word. Bianjan quickly realizes the shift in atmosphere and steps back. Yet his voice remains eager, as if he has discovered treasure. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the beastmen I sent out have found the yellow clay you specified, and they are currently cutting the stones. Here is a sample for your review. He presents a small amount of soil in his palm. while another beastman stands outside the hall, displaying a stone that meets the required specifications. The royal chamber is not easily accessible, particularly with both the king and queen present, making it preferable for fewer individuals to be around. Idong inspects the clay, which resembles yellow earth, but it requires testing with water. Haitong, fetch some water, please. She instructs. Haitong sets down her unfinished garment and retrieves water from the table. Upon receiving the water, Idong drops a few drops onto the clay, kneading a small amount in her palm. To her delight, it forms a cohesive mass that is remarkably sticky, even more so than modern yellow clay. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she inquires, "Yes, this is the clay. Where did you find it? We need to gather more, as I worry that snow may arrive swiftly, and we must ensure every household is prepared." They discovered it about 1,000 meters east of Sinqing, where it is abundant. The beastmen were thrilled and hurried back to report their findings. He explains, "Once confirmed, I will instruct Fengqi to oversee transportation." Atong nods, charmed by the earnestness of the beastmen, especially their excited return. With the crucial yellow clay secured, constructing the large heated bed is merely a matter of time. That stone is suitable. All future stones should be crafted to match that standard, she advises, glancing at the stone held by the beastman outside the hall. The beastmen demonstrate commendable craftsmanship. Their proficiency in detailed tasks surpasses her expectations. "Have we located food?" Idong inquires, as the previous food supply was rather monotonous. A variety of options would not only ensure they remain well-fed, but also enjoy diverse meals throughout the winter. She dreads the thought of subsisting solely on carrots for an entire season, for she is not a rabbit. Although rice is available, it would be unwise to rely solely on pickled meats and rice. A balance of vegetables or seasonings is essential. And we should send Bianjan, to catch some mountain chickens to keep in the cave for eggs. This way, we can enjoy fresh eggs daily, adding nutrition to our meals, and perhaps even make omelets or stuffed dishes. "Yes, Your Highness, Bianjan replies, "I instructed the beastmen to search for various edible items, and they have returned with a multitude of peculiar foods, though we are unsure of their edibility. They are currently stored in the square." As he concludes his report on the yellow clay, he swiftly shifts to the topic of food. "Your method is truly remarkable, efficient, and effortless." The beastmen gathered anything that appeared edible, regardless of its color or origin, but limited their collection to one type each. After all, if they cannot eat, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Although they may struggle to distinguish between various edibles, they are certain to find something with ease. Once they venture out, it is as if treasures abound at their feet. Not even the snake dens are spared. There are those who climb trees, some who burrow underground, and others who survey from above. Who knows which of them may return with something delectable? Previously, the queen even claimed that green eggs were edible and unearthed long carrots from the soil. "All right, you and Haitang should wear warmer clothing and head to the square first. I will join you shortly," said Ai Tong. Upon hearing Bianjan's report, she felt an exhilarating thrill. What delightful delicacies await her? The anticipation was palpable. After Bianjan and Haitang bowed and hurriedly departed, he needed to instruct the orcs below to quickly cut stone. The sooner the heated bed was prepared, the better. Just as he was about to soar toward the square in excitement, he glanced at Haitang, who was walking ahead with her head held high, hesitated slightly, and stammered, "Let me carry you back to change into thicker fur, and then we can go to the square. It will be quicker." With that, he dared not meet her gaze. The air was growing colder. Although snow had yet to fall, it was wise for the females to dress warmly. Haitang shot a glance at Bianjan before pausing. At her pace, she would likely be slower than the king and queen. Although Bianjan had been acting rather peculiarly lately, he had not treated her inappropriately. Furthermore, from her observations, he was quite kind to the orcs in Suncheng, always taking the lead in matters beneficial to the community. Despite claiming he wanted to take a break and leave everything to Fengqi, although he often spoke of wanting to be idle, when the time came, he would still bustle about energetically. She felt the urge to smile, but wondered if it would be inappropriate. No, she must uphold the decorum befitting a queen. Ultimately, she acquiesced very well. Upon hearing her agreement, Bianjan felt a flicker of joy in his heart. In an instant, he transformed into a majestic war eagle, landing before Haitang, his wings gracefully touching the ground. Haitang gently mounted the eagle's back, gripping the dark gray feathers at the nape of Bianjan's neck. In no time, the pair vanished from sight. Inside the Sun Wong Hall, Ai Tong urged, "Yi Huan, Hurry and change your clothes. They're all waiting for you. Once AI Tong finished discussing matters with Bien Zhan and saw Haitang depart with him, she quickly rose from her bed to don the garment she had made. At the very least, she needed to layer up, wearing her previous silk gown underneath, wrapping herself warmly, for it was still too chilly. It was better to dress in layers than to be underdressed. However, Yihuan remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on AI Tong. AI Tong turned her head, her brow furrowing as she clutched the garment to her chest, her fox-like eyes glimmering with mild dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Get dressed. Yihuan Leonit Kulusiv. I do not have clothing made by AI to wear. All right, I Tong conceded. She had merely jested about taking over his wardrobe, yet it appeared he intended to wear her creations throughout the cold season. If he refused, he wouldn't be going out. AI Tong was left with no choice but to soothe him. After we finish today's arrangements, I promise to make you something. How does that sound? Everyone is waiting for us. Just wear your old clothes for now. Yihuan remained unmoved. With a peck, AI Tong planted a kiss on him, finally coaxing him into action, and he went to change. AI Tong sighed in relief, wrapping herself in a white fur garment and then slipping on a matching white fur skirt, feeling considerably warmer. Yet, her arms remained exposed, and she needed a cloak. Just then, Yihuan approached, clad in a black cloak, and draped it over her shoulders. As AI Tong felt the warmth of the soft fur on her shoulders, she noticed how the glossy fabric enveloped her. Raising her eyes, she found him to possess deep-set features and a strikingly chiseled face. His dark red eyes sparkled like two radiant rubies against the backdrop of his dark attire, enticing anyone to draw near. He wore a matching black fur vest and pants, the thick fur accentuating his muscular physique, adding an element of wildness. However, the pants appeared somewhat baggy, likely designed for winter mobility and warmth, lacking the tailored fit but adequately serving their purpose. How beautiful, AI Tong thought as her infatuated demeanor returned, unable to resist leaning against Yihuan's chest, this time feeling the soft texture beneath her. Yihuan smiled, embracing AI Tong as he remarked, AI's creations are surely more exquisite than this. My husband can hardly wait. Can hardly wait? What more do you desire? His dark red eyes deepened in intensity as he tightened his embrace, clearly yearning for more. AI Tong giggled. All right, I will make it for you when we return. Let's go to the square now. Yihuan nodded, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. In the hall, apart from the unmade bed and scattered garments that hinted at previous inhabitants, there was nothing else. Chapter 77. So filthy. Do not touch in the future. When AI Tong and Yihuan arrived at the square, they discovered Bien Zhan and Haidang already engaged in conversation with the orcs. Several elder orcs and half-beasts, upon hearing about the search for food and the construction of heated beds, had gathered, even without Bien Zhan issuing a command. The news had spread, drawing them together. Haidang was conversing with the elder orcs. On a cold day, every orc's blood surged with excitement. The wind howled, whipping against their faces with a slight sting, prompting AI Tong to tighten her black cloak. Although nature had yet to wither, winter seemed to have arrived prematurely. It became clear that many occurrences are not governed by sequence or evidence, but rather by what is and what must be. In the square, numerous orcs congregated. Aside from a few who were busy cutting stone, there was a group of flying orcs receiving instructions from Bien Zhan. It appeared he was assigning them to transport yellow clay, with Feng Qi standing tall at the forefront, exuding enthusiasm. Despite the sudden drop in temperature, nothing was more crucial than ensuring a safe passage through the winter. Each household had dispatched their strongest orcs, and even those who found it challenging to participate had come along. Bien Zhan did not dissuade them, expressing gratitude for their enthusiasm while reminding everyone that safety was paramount and assuring them that arrangements would be made for all in due course. Some individuals came to contribute. A collective effort formed the backbone of their community. The previous mobilization regarding the gourd strips made him realize that every orc held steadfast to their beliefs. While he could impose his will through position and strength, he could never erase their convictions. It was better to allow them to pursue their desires, while ensuring their safety was his responsibility. This was something he had discussed with the king long ago. The king, as usual, reclined lazily in his chair, casting a glance at him without speaking. Years of tacit understanding allowed Bien Zhan to comprehend that the king wished for him to follow the queen's lead, abstaining from interference and managing all necessary affairs. Since then, he had adhered to the queen's instructions, occasionally seeking clarification through the king's gaze for answers. Despite the king's seemingly indifferent demeanor, He would never take unilateral action on matters that could affect the entire Sunchung. The king makes decisions. He executes them. On the other side, some orcs were searching for food, arranging their finds neatly on the ground while standing beside them. The organization was commendable. After arranging the transport of the yellow clay and giving Feng Qi a few instructions, Bianzhan noticed the arrival of the king and queen. Thus, he approached Ai Tong and Yi Huan, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the yellow clay is being transported and the stone blocks are being cut. We await the Queen's assessment of the food." Ai Tong smiled gently, interrupting Bianzhan as he was about to bow, indicating that there was no need for formalities given the urgency of the situation. Bianzhan, pausing mid-bow, glanced at Yi Huan before standing upright. Yi Huan remained close to Ai Tong, enveloping her slightly cold hand in his warm palm, dispersing the chill. "I will take a look at the food everyone has found over there," Ai Tong said, tugging at Yi Huan as they approached the square filled with an array of plants. A cursory glance revealed greenish-yellow grasses, peculiar leaves, and vibrant round fruits. Ai Tong examined them closely until she suddenly spotted an elongated, reddish-purple object about the size of a laptop screen, partially covered in soil. She crouched down to inspect it, brushing off some dirt with her hands, then looked up at the orc who had discovered it and smiled. "Could you please cut it open? I would like to see what it looks like inside." The orc, momentarily taken aback by her smile, stood dumbfounded for a moment. Ai Tong repeated her request. "Is that all right?" The surrounding orcs, feeling a bit disheartened that their finds had not garnered attention, shifted their gazes curiously as they noticed the queen stopping in front of one of their own. "This fellow found something edible. Is this a kind of radish?" "Radish?" The orc snapped back to reality and hurriedly used his sharp claws to slice the object open. Ai Tong gazed at the cut radish with delight, holding half of it out to Yi Huan. "Yi Huan, look. This is a sweet potato. It can be stored through the cold season and is incredibly filling." Yi Huan examined the dirty reddish-purple sweet potato with intrigue before taking it from her. Ai Tong, naturally releasing her grip, assumed he wished to inspect it closely, delighted to see his interest in food. Perhaps this sweet potato aligned with his aesthetic preferences? To her surprise, however, as soon as Yi Huan received it, he tossed it casually to Bianzhan, who deftly caught the airborne object, almost as if it were aimed to land on his head. "Ugh, it's covered in dirt," he grumbled, about to discard it when Yi Huan gently patted the dust off his hands and tenderly wiped Ai Tong's soiled hand with the edge of his fur cloak, murmuring, "So dirty. You mustn't touch anything like this in the future." After realizing that Ai Tong might take offense, he quickly added, "From now on, I will handle it." Ai Tong stared in astonishment as her small hand was patted in Yi Huan's large palm, feeling as light as a feather and utterly painless. Yi Huan attentively cleaned between her fingers as if the dirt were a persistent nuisance. After what felt like an eternity, just as her previously warmed hand began to feel cold, Yi Huan's warm grasp enveloped hers completely, preventing any cold air from seeping through. When Yi Huan turned to look at her, Ai Tong beamed, playfully pinching his fingers and shaking them. "Yi Huan, you are truly wonderful." Yi Huan, in turn, embraced Ai Tong, asserting, "Your hands are meant for crafting garments for me. They must not touch anything else." Ai Tong felt a flush rise to her cheeks, which quickly faded as Bianzhan approached. Turning to him, she adopted a serious demeanor as if she had not just been shy. "This is a sweet potato. It is edible and quite filling. Please ask the orc who discovered it to take a few others with him to find more." Bianzhan looked at the half-cut sweet potato in his hand, his initial disdain transforming into a sense of treasure, almost as if he were cradling it against his face. Ai Tong left the rest to him and continued her search, unexpectedly discovering a sizable cabbage, a cabbage over half a meter long. "Wow, look at this color. A perfect blend of yellow and green. Any more or less would be excessive." The succulent stalk exuded moisture with a mere pinch. Ai Tong's eyes sparkled. This cabbage was a valuable find. It could last through the winter, and cabbage stew with a bit of potato would be exquisite. If only we had some vermicelli. It would be a classic cabbage, pork, and vermicelli dish. She called out to Bianzhan, who was overly excited. "Bianzhan, come quickly. This cabbage is absolutely delicious. Go find more. And we need to gather more potatoes, the ones we use for the chicken and mushroom stew. Also, send a few orcs to the mountains to catch some hens, ones that can lay eggs." "Will the hens be female?" Bianzhan pondered. "Should we catch some roosters too, to pair them up?" He thought to himself but dared not voice it. Why was he even thinking about pairing them? Had he consumed too much of the king and queen's dog food? Or was his subconscious hinting at the prospect of enjoying his own share of dog food soon? "Yes, Your Majesty," The potatoes have already been sent to the cellar, and I will arrange for the cabbage immediately. Bian-Jean refocused, realizing the importance of food in this critical moment. Yet he still lingered on the idea of the mountain chickens. Did the queen intend to eat them for their eggs? Was she truly not considering pairing them for both eggs and chicks? He cautiously inquired about the plan for the hens. Ai Tong, seeing Bian-Jean momentarily lost in thought, assumed he was reveling in the joy of finding the cabbage and explaining her previous arrangements. The mountain chickens will be placed in a larger abandoned cave, where we will feed them grass daily and collect their eggs. This way, we can have eggs throughout the winter. Should we catch some roosters as well? Bian-Jean pressed on. Roosters? Cocks. Ai Tong considered before replying. Yes, you may catch a few to prepare chicken soup or roast chicken. Roast chicken? Bian-Jean noted that their thoughts aligned in unique ways. He said no more, bowing respectfully before turning to arrange for the orc who discovered the cabbage to take some reliable companions to dig it up. Ai Tong continued her treasure hunt. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a yellow, elongated object approximately 30 centimeters long, adorned with yellow grains closely packed together and enveloped in several layers of yellow-green leaves, topped with fine hairs. What is this? Ai Tong drew closer, crouching down to peel back the outer leaves. Corn. She pressed her finger against it and found it soft and moist, not entirely dried. This corn could be boiled or roasted. Roasting would yield a delightful charred flavor, different from the kind sold at modern street stalls. In truth, the roasted corn sold there paled in comparison to the taste of corn tossed directly into the fire until slightly charred. However, given the current climate, corn should have turned completely hard in such cold weather, suitable only for grinding in a flour for cornbread or feeding to chickens. After all, modern diets favored refined grains, while coarse grains were less popular. Yet, in this beastly realm, anything edible sufficed. What was wrong with coarse grains? The elders of the 60s and 70s thrived on them, and when they were offered rice, they often claimed it was unaccustomed to their palates. In the city, acquiring coarse grains had become a challenge, often relying on family members from rural areas to bring them back. Truly local specialties, purely natural, with no additives. We must gather both soft and hard corn. It is all edible, Bian-Jean resolved. Artong glanced at the arrangements made by Bian-Jean for the orcs, who quickly took note and instructed the orcs who found food to gather aside. After searching a bit more, she found nothing else. Consequently, the plants that had filled the square were collected, and those orcs joined the line to search for sweet potatoes, cabbage, and corn. Observing the increasing amount of food being delivered to the cellar, Tung felt an immense joy in her heart. This harsh winter, they would have plenty to eat. Ye Huan, seeing the smile on Tung's face, couldn't help but smile faintly as well. Since his arrival, although he still spent each day in the forest city, facing the same faces, everything felt different. Boredom transformed into intrigue, and what seemed like a brief period felt far more meaningful than his lengthy millennium. Upon their first encounter, she had descended from the heavens like an enigmatic entity. With a casual gesture, he had discovered her, a striking beauty ensnared in the branches of a tree. The restlessness within him gradually calmed, and the surroundings remained as they had been, save for the startled birds that had taken flight. Faced with a slightly venomous green snake, though frightened, she courageously devised a plan. First, she used a branch as a shield to guard against a sudden attack, then attempted to retreat. However, she inadvertently lost her footing. Had it been any other female, she would have undoubtedly panicked and cried out for her male counterpart. Yet, that misstep provided him with an opportunity. Although she returned with an odd scent, she was still far preferable to the other females, and strangely, he found himself not disliking her. It was perplexing. Could it be that the legendary beast god, unwilling to see him endure a solitary existence, had assigned him a companion? Upon seeing her after her grooming, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Barefoot on the black jade stone, she resembled a sprite dancing amidst the grass, instilling a sense of comfort and excitement within him. Her kindness, cleverness, charm, and mysterious beauty seemed to have become an intrinsic part of her, transforming his initial possessiveness into fascination. Yi Huan withdrew his thoughts and gently placed his warmed hand on a small, slightly cold face, which had been chilled by the wind. His rough thumb caressed her smooth skin beneath her delicate nose, while the other fingers warmed the already cool side of her face. Beneath his warm palm, partially concealed by his dark cloak, Helen gazed up with her large fox-like eyes. Those enchanting eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons, and the corners of her faintly pink lips involuntarily curled upwards, causing the area where Yi Huan's thumb rested to rise as well. Yi Huan smiled in response. Before long, Tong's face flushed with warmth, growing increasingly rosy. Unable to bear it any longer, she raised her hand to remove Yi Huan's palm, playfully scolding him about the numerous people present and the need to focus on important matters. She then turned to consult Bianzhan about constructing a heated bed. Surrounding orcs were busy cutting stones, transporting yellow mud, and descending into the cellar. The commotion was lively, with cries of encouragement echoing, urging caution as the cellar expanded, boasting ample space, and reminding everyone that these provisions were treasures for the winter season. Chapter 79. Prelude to the heated bed after finishing her search for food. Tong pushed past Yi Huan and sought Bianzhan. Let us get started on the heated bed. We need to sleep on it soon. Watching Tong sprint ahead, Yi Huan chuckled. Was it just a gentle touch to the face that caused her to run off? His eye remained as shy as ever, yet he too felt the pangs of longing. Each time he flirted, she would dash away, leaving him feeling despondent. His ears had already turned crimson from the gentle caress of his thumb against her smooth, tender cheek. Upon reaching Bianzhan, noticed him managing the logistics concerning the old orcs and the half-beast hybrids transporting food and stones. Once he concluded his tasks, she spoke up. Yi Huan had caught up by then. He could not bear to watch his little wife engage with other orcs. He reflected on the bonfire night, recognizing his error and vowing to remain close henceforth. Tong, unable to resist, decided to accompany him. Yi Huan sees it, had diligente hand. She paid him no mind. Focusing on Bianzhan. Let us begin constructing the heated bed. A fresh batch of yellow mud should have arrived by now. Bianzhan nodded, pointing to a corner of the square where a batch had already been gathered. Indeed, it's over there. My subordinates stacked it in the corner. Tong nodded and outlined her plans to Bianzhan. Let us first build one in your king's chamber. We can have a few skilled orcs assist, allowing them to learn as well, and then transport the yellow mud and cut stones over. She believed it was best to start in her own chamber to avoid any disputes, regardless of the outcome. Bianzhan agreed and proceeded to gather orcs for assistance. Many volunteered, eager to contribute to such a remarkable project for the forest city. Bianzhan carefully selected a few, promising that everyone would have the chance to participate. Tong turned to Yi Huan. Let us head back for now and wait for Bianzhan to bring the workers. Yi Huan lowered his gaze, swiftly embracing him, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. His little wife was beginning to embody the grace of a city lord's wife. Without uttering a word, she had taken charge. In the chamber, Yi Huan set Tong down, and she naturally released her arms from around his neck, turning to tidy up the black jade bed. Yi Huan preferred to avoid the sense of other orcs in his space, so he typically refrained from letting them clean the bed, as it would leave traces on the covers. However, she had tidied up after rising, and while she felt no embarrassment in front of Haidang, it was a different story when they changed clothes, leaving behind their garments. Tong meticulously folded the clothes and organized the animal skin blankets on the bed. Yi Huan yetched, slightly dazed, as she busily flitted about. To him, as long as she was happy, he cared little for others' opinions. Yet in Tong's mind, she realized orcs would soon arrive to construct the bed, and it was imperative to keep the place tidy. She felt as if guests were about to arrive unexpectedly, and her room was in disarray. Even more pressing was the fact that she was no longer living alone. She was cohabitating. The implications of such a situation could be quite detrimental. Finally, Tong managed to tidy up before anyone arrived, wiping her forehead and taking a deep breath as she sat on the bed's edge. Yi Huan approached, asking why the sudden urge to tidy the chamber. I could have let other orcs handle it. Oh dear, but you dislike the scent of other orcs. She replied, this intimate space must surely be cleaned by me. Tong casually spoke while gently waving her small hand to fan the air. Feeling a bit overheated in her attire, she loosened her black cloak. Night Huan's deep, obsidian eyes reflected the image of the young woman before him, as if he were drawn to the very essence of her being. I contemplated his feelings, aware of her aversion to the closeness of other beastmen and their scents. Thus, she meticulously arranged the bedding and clothing herself, having previously crafted garments with Haidang at a low table. Night Huan mistakenly believed that AI preferred solitude. However, Tong was preoccupied, surveying the chamber to determine the optimal placement for the Kong. Should they remove the black jade bed and replace it with a heated Kong? Ultimately, Tong formed a plan and turned to Night Huan, inquiring about the best location for the Kong. Where do you think we should place the heated Kong? Anywhere you please, as long as AI is content. You may rearrange the entire chamber as you wish, Night Huan generously replied. Tong bowed playfully, lightly tapping Night Huan's arm, saying, I am discussing something serious. I believe it would be best not to disturb the black jade bed. We can still sleep there during the warmer season. The low table by the window is also quite suitable, and I prefer not to place the Kong there. The heated Kong requires fire, so it should not be too close to these jade beds. Perhaps we should move that rack. Then we can set the Kong over there, which will not be too close to your work chair, thus avoiding any disturbances. When we wish to sleep on the jade bed, we can do so, and when we desire the heated Kong, we can sleep there instead. What do you think, Night Huan? AI Tong gestured towards the layout of the chamber, outlining her vision. There was another reason she wished to retain the jade bed. Night Huan, being originally a serpent, would not be comfortable on a heated Kong. Thus, the bed was reserved for him. As for the low table, it would serve other purposes, such as crafting clothes with high tang. After listening to her, Night Huan pondered for a moment before nodding, acknowledging AI's thoughtful considerations. While they were discussing, Bianzhan had already arrived with a group of workers. Yellow clay and stones were gradually being placed at the entrance, as the clay was too dirty to use indoors. AI Tong rose from the bed, instructing Night Huan to remain seated while she organized the construction of the Kong. Bianzhan, I plan to set it up here. Let us move this rack first. Bianzhan nodded and waved his hand, signaling a few beastmen to relocate the rack. AI Tong gathered several beastmen around the area to explain how to construct the Kong. First, they needed to mix the yellow clay with water to achieve a thick consistency, then form a rectangular shape from one side to the other, ensuring it was wide enough to accommodate the largest stones. The beastmen listened attentively, and to ensure their understanding, AI Tong had them fetch a stone the size of a modern brick for demonstration. They were to place the stones on the wet clay before it dried, stacking them with additional layers of clay in between. When the height was suitable for sitting, they would place the narrowest side of the longest stone on the clay, standing it upright. This would complete the outer structure. Chapter 80. The Kang's construction. AI Tong provided a brief overview of the outer structure, instructing them to leave an adequately sized opening for the fire to generate heat. The beastmen then began working with the clay and stones. AI Tong suggested they incorporate some straw into the clay to enhance its adhesive properties, recalling how a skilled craftsman had done so in her past. Observing the beastmen diligently applying clay to the stones, AI Tong pointed out any errors in their work and instructed Bianzhan to arrange for a stone pipe to be made for ventilation. With the collective effort of the beastmen, the outer structure was completed. They then began constructing 3 rows in the center, with the bottom layer being larger stones, the middle layer staggered, and the top layer also comprised of larger stones. Each stone required a layer of clay before being placed, ensuring they were level with the outer structure. AI Tong personally stepped in to arrange the stones, realizing she possessed a knack for craftsmanship. Had she not been in the beast realm, she mused perhaps she could have made a living from this skill, as many would require a heated Kong, and the cost for such work could be substantial. The other beastmen observed AI Tong with admiration, each mimicking her posture as they carefully stacked the stones. It was amusing to see them poised as if preparing for a brawl, yet their focus was solely on the task at hand. Once 2 rows were completed, she entrusted the rest to the other beastmen, wiping her hands clean of clay and turning to Bianzhan, requesting several large, smooth stone slabs to cover the top, ensuring they were flat for comfort. Bianzhan nodded and dispatched a beastman to gather a few others to craft the slabs before bringing them back. AI Tong felt a sense of accomplishment as she surveyed the progress. Bianzhan remained busy, leading the efforts while others learned the craft. AI Tong, noticing the nearly complete arrangement of stones, instructed Bianzhan to find a sharp-clawed beastman to dig a hole for the ventilation pipe near the stone wall. She specified the hole should be approximately the size of the pipe. Bianzhan acknowledged her direction. Once the inner structure is done, we will layer sand and fire-resistant material for insulation. AI Tong explained the final steps. Although constructing the Kong did not appear overly complicated, she was uncertain if her creation would function as intended, given her reliance on modern materials and the expertise of seasoned craftsmen in the past. While they dug the hole and prepared the sand, AI Tong took a moment to attend to personal matters. Upon her return, the hole was nearly complete, and the sand was spread out, ready for the final cover. She checked the pipe for fit, ensuring it was appropriate before they began layering the stone slabs, which required another coat of clay beneath them. Standing beside Bianzhan, AI Tong observed the busy beastmen, one of whom successfully inserted the pipe, fitting perfectly. She nodded in approval, a smile gracing her lips, pleasantly surprised by their precision, realizing that practical experience often surpasses theoretical knowledge. Finally, the construction was completed. AI Tong gazed at the perfectly rectangular Kong with delight, envisioning a final layer of yellow mud to seal it. Following that, they would await the drying of the yellow mud outside, after which a sturdy layer, akin to a kingizi, would be laid atop. However, the materials available here were not so advanced, prompting AI Tong to consult Bianzhan. They ultimately decided to use tree bark as a substitute, selecting a robust tree to peel off its inner bark entirely, which would then be processed for use. Subsequently, animal hides, specifically those devoid of fur, would be placed on top to prevent excessive heat from causing discomfort. Finally, a layer of fur would be added, ensuring warmth throughout the cold season. Through the collective efforts of the orcs, the fire Kong was successfully constructed. AI Tong instructed them to expand a small platform by the fire pit, designated for heating purposes. After all, fire cannot be directly ignited beneath the sleeping Kong. Rather, heat is transferred through the small platform connected to it. The 3 rows of stones within now served a crucial role, as an empty space beneath the Kong would hinder the retention of warm air. The stones not only supported the upper stone slab, but also prevented rapid heat loss. In modern practices, a wall is typically erected, followed by a stove, allowing for cooking while heating. However, they did not require such facilities within the palace. AI Tong feared the stone stove would be too heavy to support, rendering it useless for cooking or heating the Kong. While they were busy constructing the small platform, AI Tong sent Bianzhan to gather firewood, primarily collecting dry timber and branches from the forest, resources that were plentiful but should not be wasted. She specifically instructed him not to fell any trees still in growth. After all, if the Kong was indeed successful, every household would rely on it for warmth during the harsh winter, necessitating a substantial amount of wood. Although the primeval forest was abundant, resources would eventually dwindle. Thus, it was prudent to conserve what they had. As time passed, the small platform was completed, and the orcs who had foraged for bark and wood returned. Haidang had also come back from the square, eager to see what the queen had referred to as the fire Kong. Many elder orcs and half-beast hybrids were assisting in transporting food, which was manageable given its light weight. Unbeknownst to them, evening was approaching. AI Tong observed the completed Kong and had Bianzhan seek out the previously mentioned materials. Regardless of the Kang's functionality, it was wise to prepare the resources in advance, as inclement weather could impede their ability to venture out later. AI Tong circled the area, her fingers brushing against the still damp yellow mud of the Kong, before lifting her gaze to the orcs and Bianzhan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The fire Kong was now complete, thanks to everyone's hard work. She turned her attention to the structure, her voice imbued with a hint of anticipation. Yet they would need to wait for it to dry completely before testing its efficacy. This process might take 3 to 5 days, during which everyone should focus on gathering materials while transporting food. Realizing it was getting late, and they had yet to enjoy a warm meal, AI Tong suggested they have radish and meat soup, and she signaled Haidang to prepare it. She instructed Haidang, "You and Bianzhan should head to the cellar and gather some radishes. Cut up the meat from today's hunt, and prepare soup in a large pot for everyone." Bianzhan and Haidang exchanged glances. "Also, chop up that cabbage and corn and add it in, so everyone can sample the flavors of the day's harvest," AI Tong added thoughtfully, deciding to indulge a bit more. As the transportation of food was not lacking, Bianzhan was elated by the queen's suggestion, as he had been concerned about the lack of conversation with Haidang, who had recently been avoiding him. Aside from necessary topics, she had ceased to engage with him altogether, and she had stopped making him clothes as winter approached. Was their relationship at a point where such courtesies were no longer necessary? He pondered if he was being overly self-aware. Haidang, on the other hand, seemed to maintain a polite distance, while he felt that their bond had not diminished. Yet, she did not exhibit any signs of disliking or rejecting him. Eventually, both Bianzhan and Haidang chose to avoid each other's gaze, with Haidang nodding towards AI Tong, a faint smile gracing her delicate features as she complied. She would never refuse the queen's requests. Seeing Haidang turn her gaze away from him, Bianzhan awkwardly averted his eyes as well, calling for everyone to join him in the square. In such moments, he felt the need to take the lead, with the queen offering them a feast. It was imperative to partake, regardless of personal preference. They genuinely cherished the opportunity, especially after the delightful bonfire gathering, and the prospect of experiencing it again filled them with joy. However, while the last gathering was marked by warm breezes, this evening would be graced by a refreshing chill. Moreover, the forest city would no longer fear the winter season, regardless of the Fire Kang's success. The provisions in the cellar assured them that they would not starve during the cold months. Could this be considered an early celebration? Upon hearing that AI Tong would join them for the evening festivities, Yi Huan swiftly approached, his presence causing a rush of air that barely ruffled his clothing. He grasped AI Tong's slightly soiled hand in his large one, gazing down with a low voice. Will you not join me? His tone exuded a sense of humility, almost pitiful. When did Yi Huan become so submissive, resembling a devoted partner? AI Tong chuckled at the sight of him, his face a mix of reluctance and earnest pleading. Raising her other hand to her chin, she pondered before meeting his gaze, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Perhaps it could work. We can let Hai-Ang prepare the food while we enjoy the warmth outside, and we can remain in the palace as usual. Yi Huan was taken aback by her agreement, momentarily stunned and pleasantly surprised. Observing the change in his expression, AI Tong felt a pang of sympathy and a touch of regret. She had often asked Yi Huan to cater to her whims, expecting his unwavering support for her desires. Though she would consult him about her decisions, he had never once refused her. Thus, she felt it was time to reciprocate. Realizing her consent, Yi Huan's spirits soared, his features brightening with relief and happiness. AI Tong mirrored his joy. As she beamed, Yi Huan raised his hand and gently caressed her face, his fingers brushing from left to right, top to bottom, eliciting a peculiar sensation that sent a shiver through her. Was her face tingling, or was it her heart? Previously, such intimacy had been reserved. Now, he was unabashedly affectionate. Itunges chic flushed lightly. Fortunately, the palace was empty, sparing her from the embarrassment of being seen in such a tender moment with Yi Huan. She did not feel compelled to interrupt his gestures. Why would she? She relished this side of Yi Huan, cherishing the sweetness of their connection, her heart racing in delight. As AI Tong reveled in this blissful moment, Yi Huan finally withdrew his hand, teasing her, "You fool, are you unaware that your hands are dirty?" He playfully flicked her nose, feigning annoyance. AI Tong, realizing her hands were indeed smeared with yellow mud, glanced down, noting that the mess had lessened after her earlier contact with her face. Laughing, she looked up at Yi Huan, her cheeks still tinged with color. Appearing quite charming as she playfully chastised him for his concern, "I didn't notice. It slipped my mind. Thankfully, you were here to clean me up." Her eyes sparkled with excitement for the fire Kong, rendering the issue of the mud trivial in comparison. Moments ago, my hands could not be cleansed adequately. I could only barely see. Yi Huan poured the hot water from the table and, dipping it, meticulously wiped away the remnants. Subsequently, he washed her hands with warm water. The gently heated water shimmered, and small waves rolled, mirroring the lively rhythm of her heart. Amidst the rippling water, her delicate paws were enveloped in a larger pair, each finger being tenderly rubbed one by one. The beastmen had all gone to the square to roast meat, accompanied by the elder beastmen and the half-human, half-beast creatures, some of the young ones included. It was a rare celebration before the cold season. Usually, at this time, they would be filled with trepidation, eager to hunt swiftly. However, prey could not be preserved, and with the cold season approaching, they had to continue hunting, sometimes resorting to consuming carrion for survival. There is much to say, yet it tires the soul. AI Tong did not venture out to witness their evening festivities, sensing that tonight would be even more lively. Though the air grew increasingly frigid, everyone's spirits remained high. Nevertheless, she was content with Yi Huan's company, finding joy in not attending the festivity. After washing her hands, AI Tong frowned at the still messy floor. "Yi Huan, you've cleaned my hands, but who will take care of the mess?" Yi Huan surveyed the yellow mud black jade floor, equally uncomfortable with the situation. "Shall I call the beastmen to do it?" "No, they have gone to the square to celebrate. It's a rare opportunity for them to relax. Let us not impose on them." AI Tong expressed her thoughts. "How about we tackle it together? After all, this hall is our home. We can't leave everything to the other beastmen." She hesitated, but finally half-pouted, half-playfully insisted. "Well then, sit tight. I shall handle it." Yi Huan nodded in agreement. Indeed, AI belonged to him, and this was their shared abode, unmarred by the presence of other beastmen. That Hai-Ang was an exception. Being female, he could temporarily overlook her visits as long as they were not frequent. AI Tong shook her head in refusal. "No, I do not wish to sit idle. I want to help you." Yi Huan furrowed his brow, casting a lingering gaze at AI Tong's lower abdomen, his tone a blend of threat and tenderness. "Is your stomach not in pain? You should refrain from overexerting yourself. It's not that painful, merely a slight discomfort. It is bearable." She could not bear to watch Yi Huan scurry about in the hall while she did nothing. Besides, as a proud king, he should not be burdened with such tasks. and the thought of him cleaning stirred her compassion. Ultimately, AI Tong yielded to the persistent Yi Huan, persuading him to let her handle dinner preparations. However, she only commanded while the stoic Serpent King took on the bulk of the work. AI Tong instructed Yi Huan to fetch 2 sweet potatoes for their evening meal, intending to sample their flavor. Given the filling nature of these sweet potatoes, she decided against involving Haidang in the cooking, planning to reserve them for the winter months. She figured it was acceptable to eat a few now. Yi Huan simply tossed the sweet potatoes into the fire. They don't need an intense flame. Just let them simmer until they are cooked through. The sweet potatoes were substantial. The 2 of them would suffice with 2, and she estimated she could manage only half, if that, leaving the remainder for Yi Huan. Yi Huan was responsible for lighting the fire and retrieving the sweet potatoes, while AI Tong tended to burying them and monitoring the flames, occasionally poking the fire to maintain warmth. Meanwhile, Yi Huan was busy cleaning the yellow mud floor. Thankfully, it was not entirely covered. His swift movements were facilitated by his strength, making the task easier. AI Tong contemplated the necessity of creating a mop and broom, allowing her to clean the room whenever needed. It wouldn't be due to always rely on Yi Huan for such chores. Both should share the responsibilities. Yi Huan, come over and warm yourself by the fire. AI Tong beckoned as she noticed Yi Huan had completed his tasks, and the fire was invitingly warm. Their little bonfire gathering was delightful, allowing them to engage freely without the prying eyes of others. The bright, warm glow of the fire blended with the darkening night, casting a radiant light upon her youthful visage, where smiles danced in her crescent-shaped eyes. A faint dimple appeared on her right cheek, reminiscent of mist veiling distant mountains, enchanting and mysterious, akin to the warmth of the rising sun dispelling the morning fog. Yi Huan approached with an ease that relaxed his brow. Sitting beside her on a stone, lowering his gaze to the stone beneath her, he softly inquired, "Is it not cold? You should use a beast hide for warmth." AI Tong looked up at him, a smile gracing her lips. "All right, I will fetch a menstrual cloth. Can you please give me a mat?" Yi Huan nodded. After AI entered her heat, she had developed a particular fondness for warmth. Although she generally enjoyed warmth, he often found himself watching her cover her belly at night, and he began placing his warm hands on her soft abdomen, discovering that this brought her deeper sleep. Thus, he concluded that warmth was essential for her, and naturally, no part of her should be exposed to the cold. Had AI Tong known of Yi Huan's current reasoning, she would undoubtedly have given him a resounding thumbs up. Such meticulous deduction and inference explained why she often found herself at a disadvantage in their playful exchanges. What is it like to have a highly intelligent beastman boyfriend? Fortunately, Yi Huan did not apply his cunning against her. At least, his actions were always in her favor. She was inherently sensitive and had little interaction with boys. To her, each male acquaintance was initially categorized. Some were honest yet eccentric, while others were charming yet unfaithful. Often, she felt like an outsider, observing from a divine perspective how everyone conducted themselves and engaged in romantic pursuits. True to her observations, the peculiar boys she found intriguing were often unique in their individuality, earning her admiration for their distinct ideas and personalities. Conversely, those she deemed unfaithful had girlfriends that changed like the seasons. Yet this did not prevent them from continuing their pursuits after academic advancements. The more she witnessed, the greater her understanding and fear became, leading her to retreat and minimize her interactions with boys. She was particularly wary of those who were clever or prone to infidelity, for the human heart is inscrutable. You can never be certain that the one sweetly calling you baby today might also be courting another in a different realm. Imagine departing from your school, weary from travel, yet remembering to bring a bouquet to surprise him, only to find him beneath the basketball court in the same place, exuding an intoxicating charm as he sweats. The difference? You're not the only one waiting for him. There stands a girl with a sweet smile, reminiscent of your former self, or perhaps one who is well-dressed and extroverted, contrasting with your own demeanor. Among the many brave souls charging forth for love, how many are simply moved by their own feelings? How many are outsiders stirred by the plight of others? And how many, like a thin sheet of paper, can be easily pierced? One rides forth alone, a lone warrior against 5 foes. He conquers 5 in area, while she cannot even defend a single bee in area B. The line between truth and deceit blurs. Are we too eager for, or trusting in love, or has love in this world become so casual? Believing in the authenticity of love is not inherently wrong. Life is a long journey, and one must hold on to something. As long as you choose to believe, it can indeed be real. Yet, as an observer, One must view matters with rationality. Hearsay is not always truth, and what is seen may also be deceptive. Enjoy the spectacle, but do not let it overly influence your own life. However, Yi Huan is different. His affections and aversions are laid bare. He is genuinely pure and alluring when it comes to matters of the heart. What has ever truly captivated her has never been his beauty, strength, or power. If one were to conclude when she genuinely decided to be with Yi Huan, it would perhaps be when she sensed the equally fragile yet sincere heart beneath his cold and domineering exterior. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. After Ai Tong changed her menstrual pad, Yi Huan had already laid out the mat. Ai Tong gazed at the soft bee skin mat, feeling a warmth in her heart, and smiled at Yi Huan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, my husband. Whether it is familial love, friendship, or romantic love, one should reciprocate kindness when receiving from others. This has always been Ai Tong's personal insight. While the world often says, do not impose on others what you do not desire, few mention the importance of treating others as one wishes to be treated. The notion of empathy is not without its rationale. Ai Tong then took a seat, relishing the soft and warm sensation beneath her, realizing that the mat significantly enhanced her comfort. Yi Huan affectionately stroked Ai Tong's head and joined her, his voice sultry as he playfully urged, "My dear wife, call me husband a few more times, will you?" Propping her chin on her left hand while using a stick to poke at the fire with her right, Ai Tong smiled at Yi Huan, playfully calling out, "Husband, husband, husband." Yi Huan embraced Ai Tong with satisfaction, while she gazed at the flickering flames, her mind wandering through a myriad of tangled thoughts. Indeed, during her menstrual period, anxiety often plagued her, leading to a flurry of overthinking. Under the dim light of the fire, her face bore a hint of sorrow. Although everything in Suncheon was progressing positively, how could the presence of such advancements not evoke envy from other tribes? Chapter 83. Greater Joy Than Double Happiness. Yi Huan observed Ai Tong lost in thought and chose not to interrupt. He had always known that Ai tended to be contemplative and often preoccupied with odd and chaotic musings. Yet, to him, her introspective nature was endlessly fascinating. Meanwhile, Ai Tong pondered that rather than allowing them to be envious, it would be more prudent to engage in trade, bringing them into their fold. This way, Suncheon would not be collectively isolated by them. Instead, their attention could be diverted. The crucial technologies, however, must remain in the hands of the beastmen of Suncheon, while they could obtain the finished products. This approach would prevent Suncheon from becoming a target. On the contrary, their reputation would improve significantly, allowing them to exchange for more essentials. As Ai Tong contemplated this, she couldn't help but shake her head, questioning why she was overthinking matters that Yi Huan could manage without her fretting. She should simply focus on herself. While she was lost in thought, the sweet potatoes were nearly done. Their deep red skins had hardened, some even turning black. They should be ready to eat. Ai Tong cleared the fire from the sweet potatoes, flipped them over, and gently tapped them with a stick. Indeed, they had become soft. She carefully extracted the entire sweet potato, placing it on the ground to cool due to its heat. The other sweet potato was similarly retrieved. Together, they rested side by side, resembling the current bond between her and Yi Huan. Good fortune comes in pairs. Ai Tong intended to place the sweet potatoes on a plate and carry them into the sleeping quarters for a meal. The fire was nearly extinguished, lacking warmth. Dining outside was somewhat chilly. Yi Huan, could you fetch some radish, cabbage, and corn soup from Haitang? Eating sweet potatoes alone can be rather dry. Some soup would alleviate that. Ai Tong squatted down, using the stick to place the sweet potatoes onto the plate, then stood up to look at Yi Huan. Yi Huan nodded, extinguished the fire completely, and vanished in an instant. In the square, bright bonfires illuminated the scene, with a bustling crowd creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone gathered around a large bonfire for warmth, roasting meat, drinking soup, dancing, and chatting, all in a carefree manner, oblivious to the arrival of their king. After all, they had been there long enough without seeing the king and queen, so they felt free to enjoy themselves. They had long assumed the king and queen were preoccupied with their own affairs, far too busy to attend to them. Haitang, busy preparing and serving soup at the large pot, watched the beastmen's performances at the evening event, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her, as if the previous tension had dissipated. She had even prepared a small pot of soup for the queen, simmering it over a gentle flame. Although the queen had yet to arrive to collect it, she was certain the queen would appreciate it, so she kept it ready. Bian Zan, noticing Haitang serving Sao, seized the opportunity to be of service, rushing over as soon as he saw another Beastman approaching for soup, leaving that Beastman utterly bewildered by his eagerness. The deputy historian of Sun Chang, a figure of great authority, was actually serving soup. Bien Zhan cared little for such distinctions. He not only assisted others, but also eagerly served himself. Before long, he had already consumed a bowl, promptly rising to refill, and shortly thereafter, he returned for yet another bowl. Other beastmen began to question whether he had ever had a drink before. Finding it unnecessary for him to be so eager to drink, considering there was plenty more in the cellar. As it turned out, a male's pursuit of a female often required a resolute disregard for embarrassment. Bien Zhan had put considerable effort into courting the king, seeking advice from numerous experienced beastmen, only to find them swiftly dismissed by the king. However, he was taken aback when the king actually bonded with the queen. Truly, he admired his king, who silently accomplished great feats. That day, he had initially thought Hai Tang was merely in heat, only to later realize the truth, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he had learned much from the king, viewing him as a successful role model whom he earnestly sought to emulate. Even the king's peeping antics were something he attempted to imitate. By chance, after the king had sent all the beastmen away, Bien Zhan, fearing the king might become irate, had followed discreetly. He was uncertain if the king had noticed him, but it seemed the king was entirely absorbed in his covert observation, showing no concern for his presence. Thus, Bien Zhan continued to follow. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon the pure-hearted king as he fell from the rooftop. In a panic, he fled, realizing he had to escape before facing dire consequences. Consequently, he now understood that to win someone's affections, one must abandon all sense of shame. If one harbors feelings for another, they must express it through action. He had much to offer as well. He firmly believed that one day, Hai Tang would comprehend his intentions. At that moment, Bien Zhan remained captivated as he watched Hai Tang serve him soup, his expression one of rapture. The more he gazed at her, the more joy he felt. Suddenly, an abrupt chill enveloped him, and before he could retract his smile, the cold and imposing king appeared before him. Bien Zhan was caught between laughter and seriousness, standing upright in an instant, adopting a grave demeanor. The king, Yi Huan, disregarded the infatuated Bien Zhan. His attention focused solely on Hai Tang, stating, "The queen requires soup." He did not explicitly say he wanted any for himself, instead implying that Ai Tong desired it. The meaning was clear. The soup must cater to Ai Tong's tastes. Upon seeing the king's arrival, Hai Tang promptly set aside the soup she had just served Bien Zhan, turned, and opened another small pot. The lid was crafted from wood, a result of Bien Zhan's specific request, as no beastman had been available to assist her with the stone slabs amidst the merriment. This improvised solution proved quite effective, and he thought to make more in the future. As the lid was lifted, steam wafted upwards, and once it dispersed, the contents became visible. Succulent meat mingled with vibrant greens and yellow corn, the aroma of the meat and vegetable soup filling the air. Hai Tang ladled a substantial bowl of soup, roughly the size of a modern laundry basin. Once the soup was ready, Yi Huan accepted it and vanished in a thin air, leaving behind a faint breeze. Inside the sleeping quarters, Ai Tong sat at the table, resting her chin as she observed the sweet potatoes, which had cooled slightly. She reached out to test their warmth. They were no longer too hot to handle. However, Yi Huan had not yet returned, and Ai Tong could not help but glance outside. After a short while, she heard a teasing whisper beside her, "I am right here." Startled, Ai Tong stepped aside and turned her head, only to find Yi Huan standing there. Relieved, she patted her chest, furrowed her brows slightly, and pouted, "You scared me. You mustn't do that next time. It's not good to frighten someone during Andy's time. It might scare away relatives." After placing the soup on the table, Yi Huan embraced the somewhat disgruntled Ai Tong and said, Ai, do not be upset. I will never frighten you again." It was not that she had done anything wrong. It was simply that during the mating season, one should not be startled. Ai Tong quietly explained while leaning against Yi Huan's chest. Yi Huan silently took note of her words. Soon after, they began to eat sweet potatoes and sip on the meat and vegetable soup. The soup was truly delicious. Ai Tong had several bowls, and after consuming the warm cabbage, corn, and meat soup, she felt utterly comfortable, warmth enveloping her entire being. Ai Tong found the sweet potato too large, so she cut it in half with the snake scales Yi Huan had given her, consuming only one half and offering the remaining portion to Yi Huan. In the end, she did not finish even half of it, as the rest was devoured by Yihuan. The roasted sweet potato's skin appeared somewhat dirty, smeared with charcoal ash, with some spots charred, yet these were the most delectable parts, possessing a sweet and slightly sour flavor. Peeling back the skin, steam wafted up, and a fragrant, sweet aroma greeted her. Once the black-red exterior was removed, the golden flesh and the sweet, fragrant oil were revealed. Despite her hands and mouth turning black after eating, it did not diminish the delightful flavor or the feeling of fullness. One sweet potato shared between two individuals would yield double the joy. However, breaking one sweet potato in half would similarly bring forth double the happiness, surpassing even the joy of having two sweet potatoes. Chapter 84. You promised you wouldn't deceive me. AI Tong was wholly engrossed in the delectable roasted sweet potato, peeling back the skin and diving in without noticing the dark smudges around her mouth. After finishing, she even licked her lips. She felt her hands and face were too sticky, frowning in mild disdain as if the person who had just enjoyed the meal was not herself. In contrast, Yihuan maintained an elegant demeanor while eating, not a speck of dirt touching him. Were it not for AI Tong, he would have swallowed a whole. Yihuan glanced at the frowning little figure, savoring the sweetness of the sweet potato, a taste he had never experienced before. Yet it paled in comparison to the sweetness of the woman before him. After finishing, Yihuan fetched warm water, first cleaning AI Tong, then tidying up the remnants on the table and tossing them outside before finally washing himself. Night fell early, and before they knew it, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Once they had cleaned up, AI Tong went to change her monthly supplies before lying down. Yihuan, through the silk of her long gown, held the petite figure close, gradually closing his eyes, while AI Tong also drifted into a warm slumber. In the middle of the night, a pair of dark crimson eyes opened, gazing at the person in his arms. Skillfully, he rose, went to the desk to retrieve the monthly supplies, and then gently changed AI Tong's. He quietly climbed back into bed, resuming his hold on AI Tong without waking her. In the morning, AI Tong awoke in the very warm blankets, preparing to rise. But upon lifting the covers, she felt an intense chill. Therefore, she nestled back in. Yihuan sensed the movement, opened his eyes, and pulled AI Tong closer as she shifted around seeking warmth. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Yihuan, I suddenly feel very cold." "Colder than yesterday," AI Tong replied, curling up and burying her head against Yihuan's chest, the fur blanket covering her nose. It must be snowing," Yihuan stated, tightening his embrace, his gaze drifting through the palace doors to the outside. AI Tong sprang up, half awake, exclaiming, "It's snowing. Quick, get up, get up." AI Tong exclaimed, instantly sitting up, her demeanor completely transformed from the earlier laziness, as if the reluctance to rise had been someone else entirely. This startled Yihuan. Just a moment ago, she had been reluctant to get up, and now she was full of energy. But what could he do? If she wished to rise, he had to accompany her. Thus, the two hurriedly got ready. On such a cold day, dressing was a true ordeal. AI Tong grumbled as she finally finished putting on her clothes. Upon opening the palace doors, they discovered a light snowfall outside. The ground was covered with a thin layer of white snowflakes, creating a vast white carpet stretching for miles. What does the falling snow resemble? It is akin to the catkins stirred by the wind. The snowflakes were pure white, so pristine and clear. The world was enveloped in a blanket of white, with snowflakes fluttering down from the sky. Under the heavy and profound sky, the dancing snowflakes gently kissed AI Tong's cheeks, sneaking into the collar of her garment, seeking warmth. Unconsciously, AI Tong extended her hands, catching the snowflakes as they fell into her palms, gradually melting into droplets. Each flake brought her a refreshing sensation amidst the biting wind. Indeed, it was the melting snow that was the coldest. She hoped the snowfall would not last too long or be too heavy, casting a worried glance towards the sky in the distance. The Sun City still needed time. Yihuan could not linger to admire the beautiful snowy scenery, immediately embracing AI Tong and leading her back into the Grand Hall, for AI's health was paramount. After deliberation, Yihuan then went out to find Bianzhan, urging them to hasten their actions. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. One can only do their utmost, leaving the rest to fate and nature. AI Tong did not remain idle in the hall. Yihuan had many furs in his collection, and as the weather grew colder, she needed to expedite her clothing preparations. As she worked on the garments, AI Tong glanced towards the palace doors, puzzled. Having completed an entire set of clothes, why had Yihuan not yet returned? After an unknown period, Yihuan finally returned. A wave of cold air mingled with a scent of blood rushing into the warm and cozy hall. AI Tong, with her keen sense of smell, looked up at the entrance to see Yi Huan returning. Although he was dressed as usual, he carried an unusual scent. AI Tong raised her gaze and directly asked, "Yi Huan, where have you been?" "I went to find Bien Zhan," Yi Huan replied, standing with his head lowered, not approaching AI Tong, but instead walking to the table to sit down and drink water. Watching the suddenly chilled water, he did not move, his gaze growing even deeper. He felt an overwhelming chill, colder than his usual serpentine warmth. AI Tong remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Huan. She understood he had gone to find Bien Zhan, and, at this time, the Sun City would surely be hastening their actions. However, she sensed something was amiss with Yi Huan. She knew her question would not yield the answer she sought, yet she still pressed for clarity. She demanded an answer from Yi Huan. Setting down her sewing, AI Tong approached Yi Huan, frowning. "You promised you wouldn't deceive me." Yi Huan's gaze faltered, and he remained silent, merely bringing the now cold water to his lips. He had yet to find the right words. Although he could deceive others without a thought, he found himself at a loss when it came to AI Tong, feeling anxious, pressed. "Did you get into a fight and get hurt?" She knew Yi Huan was exceptionally strong, and few could defeat him. Moreover, he was clever and would not end up injured in a conflict. Yet the scent of blood on him was unmistakable. The more she questioned, the more urgency tinged her tone, and her voice took on a peculiar quality, as if she might cry at any moment. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Huan finally lifted his gaze, his penetrating dark crimson eyes locking onto AI Tong's. His murderous aura still lingered, prompting him to return hastily. "I went to the forest," Yi Huan stated simply, offering no further explanation. The forest? Had Yi Huan gone hunting? AI Tong grasped Yi Huan's hand that held the cup, feeling an icy chill. "Didn't we agree I would accompany you?" AI Tong's voice was cautious, yet she could not conceal her earlier fear regarding Yi Huan's unexplained whereabouts. Yi Huan still feels unable to fully immerse herself in his world, despite his profound love for her. As the cold sets in, she remarks on her discomfort, suggesting she will freshen up and return. Yi Huan withdraws her warm hand from the icy grasp of Ro Yi and turns to leave, denying AI Tong any further chance to speak. He possesses his own convictions. Having not eaten for quite some time, the meager portions he shares with AI Tong are insufficient for him. Typically, he would retreat to the forest alone for several days before the onset of winter, aiming to consume enough sustenance to last through the season without needing to eat again. However, AI's arrival has caused him to postpone this necessity. Now, he can no longer delay. He must seize the opportunity to swiftly venture out and find a meal before seeking out Bien Zhan. While the quantity of food is not his primary concern, it will sustain him for a while. The king cobra hunts swiftly, yet as the temperatures drop, prey becomes increasingly elusive. When captured, they struggle fiercely, and he has little appetite for such a fight, leading him to dispatch them quickly and swallow them whole. Though the act of hunting may be swift, digestion takes time. However, AI awaits him, and he cannot afford to linger. The prey is substantial, compelling him to hasten his consumption, which inevitably leaves a trace of blood on him. After swallowing, he stands in the snow for a while, convinced that apart from feeling a bit cold, he is nearly odorless before returning. To his dismay, he is immediately exposed. AI Tong stands rooted in place, her brow furrowed, watching the tall and imposing figure of Yi Huan, who appears somewhat despondent and evasive, gradually fade from view, tugging at her heartstrings. In her eyes, although Yi Huan appears cold and domineering, his actions driven solely by whim, she senses a caring nature within him that is deeply concerned about others' perceptions, especially regarding her. Yet, why does this serpent insist on caring for her unconditionally, considering her needs above his own? Even now, he avoids her in the cold. While touched, she also feels a surge of anger. Why does he not consider his feelings in her presence? This foolish serpent, where has his usual sharpness gone? Despite her anger, AI Tong would never confront Yi Huan directly with accusations of selfishness. Such behavior would be excessive. While she may think it, she would not act on it. After all, he truly has her best interests at heart, and how could she bear to chastise someone so dear? She fears that a mere utterance of his name would leave her choked with emotion. Moreover, the more one speaks of such things, the more it wounds the heart and leave the other party at a loss. AI Tong patiently remains at the table within the hall, waiting for that stubborn serpent to return. After what feels like an eternity, as her legs grow cold from sitting, the hall door finally creaks open. AI Tong's eyes light up with surprise, and she leaps to her feet. Just as she is about to rush forward, she inadvertently steps on her skirt, losing her balance and falling sideways. Yi Huan, quick as a flash, strides forward and catches her around the waist. His expression remains cool and detached, yet his voice is gentle as he asks why she isn't in bed. To quickly dispel the lingering chill, he is indulged in a lengthy hot bath, employing some of his strength. The frigid winter air makes him hesitant to expend too much energy, preferring to conserve it for warming AI Tong. Unbeknownst to him, he has spent far longer than intended in the bath, changing the water repeatedly. Finally feeling somewhat normal, he dares to re-enter. Heaven knows how much he longs to embrace the woman sitting at the table, yet his heart is torn in two. One half urges him to hold her, while the other warns against it, fearing he may harm her. His large hand brushes against the cool animal hide draped over AI Tong, stirring something within him. Has she truly been sitting here all this time? AI Tong pays little heed to any potential danger. She had no fear of falling, knowing Yi Huan would catch her. Thus, her momentary panic vanishes, replaced by joy at his presence. She wraps her arms around his neck, her previous agitation dissipating, replaced by delight at the sight of him. With her head tilted back and a smile gracing her lips, she playfully scolds, asking why he took so long and declaring she wants to cuddle in bed. AI Tong's lively demeanor shines through her bright, cunning eyes, completely devoid of the previous sadness and anger. What Yi Huan needs is her affection, her tender love. She believes this will be better for him, but if he remains obstinate after today, she will have to resort to stronger measures. She should be able to hold her own against him. Observing AI Tong in this light, Yi Huan's icy facade melts away like snow under the sun, a smile gracing his lips. He glances toward the bed, feigning irritation as he warns her that if she misbehaves, he may not allow her to be held again. Although he claims he won't hold her, he effortlessly scoops her up in a princess carry, balancing her as he strides steadily toward the obsidian bed. Ai Tong, content to nestle against his warm neck, refrains from further comment. Her gaze roams over Yi Huan's pale skin, now tinged with a hint of pink from his prolonged bath. Resting her head against his chest, she feels the soft fur of his garment brushing against her cheek, bringing with it a familiar sense of comfort. Unconsciously, her legs sway gently, a reflection of her master's good spirits. Yi Huan, observing the restless movement of her legs, can only smile in resignation. The previously tense atmosphere dissolves upon his return, rendering all his prior preparations unnecessary. Little does he realize, AI Tong has been laying a trap for him, coaxing him to willingly step into it. He has already fallen halfway into her scheme. One can only attribute this predicament to the entanglements of love, a pitfall of affection. Yi Huan gently lays AI Tong on the bed, then slips beneath the animal hide blanket, drawing her close and caressing her slightly cool garments. We have no pressing matters these days. Let us remain in bed, he declares, relishing the prospect of holding his little wife without interruption. Supplies in the city are being gathered, while the heating system will require a few more days to be tested. AI's heat is likely still a few days away. As he senses the lingering scent, and since he has eaten, he can endure for a while, making it the perfect time to relax. Good, AI Tong replies, snuggling against Yi Huan's broad chest, her arms draping over him. She desires nothing more than to lie quietly beside him and to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yi Huan holds AI Tong close, remaining largely still while she fidgets like a playful little creature. Despite her discomfort from her monthly cycle, she displays an abundance of energy, eventually shedding his fur coat. The two of them present quite the sight, one clad in minimal clothing, while the other is nearly bare from the waist up, a sight that could make anyone blush. Finally, AI Tong grows weary, her cheeks flushed, uncertain whether it is from embarrassment or sheer exhaustion, and she softly collapses against Yi Huan, her fingers gently tracing the contours of his snow-white chest. She murmurs, "You must not push me away again. I want to share meals with you. After all, you're my partner now." With a tone tinged with a hint of grievance, she lifts herself slightly to present the mark of their bond imprinted on her palm. A vividly colored black and red serpent coils gracefully within her delicate hand, its piercingly dark eyes captivating, hissing as it flicks its tongue. "You are firmly in my grasp, and you cannot escape. Do not abandon me," AI Tong declared, as she clenched her fingers into a fist before Yi Huan, pausing momentarily before playfully pounding her tiny knuckles against his somewhat sturdy chest. The force was minimal, yet her expression was earnest, her posture impeccable, and her spirit fervent. ready to unleash a barrage of playful attacks. She initiated a small bout of teasing to gauge his response. Indeed, Yi Huan's initial hesitation morphed into reluctant acceptance, eventually conceding with a resigned, "All right, next time together." It was unclear how many times AI Tong had playfully struck him, but ultimately, Yi Huan surrendered. He gently grasped her tiny fist in his broad, warm palm, gradually unfurling it to reveal her delicate, pink fingers, his gaze filled with affection. "Are you tired?" he inquired. She could have said she was a bit fatigued and felt a tad sore, although she had lain upon his chest countless times, finding it robust and warm. She was astonished at how firm it felt during their playful skirmish. Was he doing this on purpose? AI Tong, feeling a bit disgruntled, threatened. "Have you acknowledged your mistake? If you misbehave again, it won't end here." "Oh, my dear wife, such threats are quite unbearable for your husband," Yi Huan replied, gazing at the animated AI Tong with growing fondness, before pulling her into the warmth of their bed. Chapter 86. Henceforth, the king does not attend court. The night sky stretched infinitely, the moonlight flowing like water, as soft snowflakes fell outside. After an unknown duration, the laughter within the room gradually subsided. At this moment, AI Tong had completely subdued Yi Huan, appearing quite formidable. However, her cheeks were flushed, her voice slightly hoarse from their prolonged playfulness, resembling a young cub asserting its dominance. "Dare you challenge me again?" Yi Huan, the larger figure beneath her, refrained from making any significant movements, fearing he might inadvertently harm AI Tong. He was cautious, mindful of controlling his strength. Initially, he had held the upper hand, but as play progressed, he found himself beneath her. If not for AI Tong's delicate state, he might have succumbed to his primal instincts. Yet now, he remained subdued, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at her. AI Tong felt satisfied, but pondered whether to release him or continue asserting her authority. It was all Yi Huan's fault. He had insisted on tackling her, leaving her no choice but to resist. Who would have known she would end up in control? Yi Huan typically returned late, and now, their playful antics had made the night fall. Henceforth, the king would not attend court, as he spent his days in playful mischief. The most astonishing part was that this formidable Yi Huan had surrendered outright. Was she truly victorious without merit? Suddenly, AI Tong sensed an unusual feeling, her previously flushed face turning crimson once more. Words escaped her, and she hesitated to move. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to rise from Yi Huan's side, pushing the fur blanket aside to cool off. The earlier playfulness had left her feeling overheated, beads of sweat threatening to surface. What had caused Yi Huan's unexpected reaction? Had he felt it earlier, but she had been too engrossed in their play to notice? Embarrassment washed over her. Though she was experienced, she knew what this sensation meant. Still, it was their first time, and it felt so shameful. Yi Huan, observing the once fierce yet now bashful little creature, couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had been discovered. He could hardly be blamed. He was drawn to the lively and enigmatic woman before him, and with AI Tong's charming demeanor. Who could resist? He had done well to refrain from further advances. Now he could only steal fleeting kisses from AI Tong, too timid to do more, not even daring to place his hands carelessly. One sat at the edge of the bed, avoiding the heat, while the other lay beneath the covers, amusedly watching. After regaining composure, Yi Huan took the initiative to embrace AI Tong, gently resting his head against her delicate neck, softly asking, "Shall I fetch you some food?" AI Tong leaned against him, slightly tilting her head in agreement. She was indeed hungry. Before long, Yi Huan returned with a meal primarily consisting of rice, roasted meat, and a cabbage potato soup, all prepared by Hai Tang. AI Tong relished the meal, realizing that Hai Tang possessed quite the culinary talent. The two enjoyed their meal in peaceful silence, occasionally feeding each other. Yi Huan struggled with chopsticks, but seeing AI Tong adeptly maneuver them, he reluctantly picked up a pair for himself. Initially, he found it challenging, often dropping food before it reached his bowl. However, he persisted, demonstrating remarkable patience. Ai Tong, observing his determination, shook her head, moving beside him to grasp his right hand, guiding him to successfully pick up the food. Given his tenacity, it seemed they would finish the meal without leftovers. As he caught a whiff of a refreshing scent, distinct from the aroma of their meal, he smiled. AI Tong was assisting him. Yi Huan, being a quick learner, was soon able to handle the chopsticks without dropping food, though he still struggled to manage multiple pieces at once. The meal was a joyful occasion for both, especially for Yi Huan, as he had acquired a new skill, humility. His AI Tong appeared gentle and soft, yet at times she could be quite fierce with him, It was a delightful contradiction. Now, he felt he had discovered a way to elicit her gentler side. How perplexing it was to find himself yearning for her tenderness. That evening, AI Tong changed her monthly supplies and noticed a slight decrease in flow, suggesting that she would soon be free of it. During the past few nights, she had slept soundly, perhaps under the influence of some potion. Yi Huan's antics in the night had not gone unnoticed. She had long suspected it. The feeling of being cared for was oddly endearing. It was as if he regarded her as a child. His affection was often expressed in secret, despite his straightforward nature. Nevertheless, she found herself quite enamored with him. As they settled into bed, Yi Huan embraced AI Tong, as usual, his hand resting upon her abdomen. Together, they closed their eyes and drifted into slumber. The snowfall ceased at some point, leaving only the sound of a gentle breeze. In the night, Yi Huan, as before, rose and returned to bed after a brief moment outside. As dawn broke, the cold sun ascended the mountaintop, casting its gaze upon a world blanketed in white. From the peaks to the valleys, promising a beautiful day ahead. Remarkably, the snowfall had lasted only a day, with little impact on the activities in Sancheng. For the past few days, AI Tong and Yi Huan had remained in their quarters, one sewing, the other crafting tools. In her spare time, AI Tong would sing to pass the time, while Yi Huan became her sole admirer, always praising her voice. AI Tong felt a swell of pride, believing she truly sang beautifully. Even though her pitch was imperfect, she managed to hum familiar tunes reasonably well. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the palace, AI Tong mused that if not for the need to stockpile supplies, she would have wished for a heavier snowfall. The light snow offered little joy, but when the true winter arrived, she would drag Yi Huan outside to build snowmen and have snowball fights. Finally, days passed. Aside from the slight chill in the air, the snow ceased to fall, bringing joy to the people. AI Tong's monthly cycle had ended, and Suncheng supplies were sufficiently prepared, allowing for the heating of the Kong. She had just inspected the heated platform, finding no cracks, and the overall structure was sound, boosting her confidence. AI Tong could hardly contain her excitement to see whether the Kong would function properly. As Bian Zhan and Hai Tong, along with the ore from the heated Kong, arrived, the atmosphere grew quite lively. Other orcs wished to observe, yet the king's palace could hardly serve as a grand plaza. Thus, filled with anticipation, they remained outside the hall, hoping that the heated Kong would prove successful, enabling their own homes to replicate it. Ai Tong instructed several orcs to bring firewood inside and start fire. As the flames ignited, the small platform began to radiate warmth, gradually heating the Kong. Ai Tong placed her hand upon the dried yellow clay, feeling a gentle warmth, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Chapter 87. A barrier of his own, making Ai Tong noted the air inside the hall, discovering no noxious smoke emanating from the heated Kong. Save for a slight whiff from the stove, the ventilation appeared quite normal. After waiting for over half an hour, no anomalies were detected. However, she contemplated that the small platform could be further improved, for the stone slabs would not retain heat indefinitely and would require replacement in due course. The other orcs waited patiently, aware that the queen had yet to declare failure, and seeing her expression of ease and delight, they understood the outcome already. Still, they eagerly awaited her confirmation. Yi Huan, we have succeeded. Ai Tong turned, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked at Yi Huan standing nearby. She then addressed Bian Zhan, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Quick! Immediately, Bian Zhan arranged for them to teach the other orcs how to make the Kong. We have a solution for the cold season. Bian Zhan, equally invigorated, responded with a resounding affirmation. Yes, I will arrange that right away. Hai Tong joined in to assist. Despite her desire to avoid Bian Zhan, for the matters of Xincheng were inherently tied to the queen's concerns, she needed to observe and learn diligently. Determined not to disappoint the queen, a throng of orcs surged from the hall, eager to convey the good news to those waiting outside. Although Ai Tong did not hear the thunderous cheers, perhaps Bian Zhan had instructed them to refrain from loud commotion, she did hear the urgent sound of hurried footsteps. A smile of relief graced Ai Tong's face. Her efforts had not been in vain, or else the yellow earth she had prepared and the numerous stone slabs would have been wasted. With a sense of ease, she turned to layer the prepared mats, feeling the warmth beneath her hands, and then sat down, calling for Yi Huan to join her. Yi Huan, come and feel this. Yi Huan observed Ai Tong's bustling activity and strode to sit beside her, placing his large palm on the freshly laid animal skin, slightly astonished by its warmth. Ai Tong was indeed a spirited female, always full of surprises. He had intended to assist in laying the mats, but she had already begun. effortlessly tossing hides and pelts near the heated Kong with an ease that indicated familiarity. With such a warm Kong, Itong would not have to endure a harsh winter. Although he could provide warmth through his strength, the range was limited. This heated Kong would significantly improve their situation. Am I not quite capable? Itong sat atop the laid pelts, eagerly awaiting praise. Indeed, you surpass your husband in capability. Do you have any further instructions for your husband? Yahuan chuckled at Itong's playful demeanor, granting her the attention she sought. Perhaps a gentle shoulder massage? My shoulders are sore from laying the Kong. Itong turned, presenting her back to Yahuan, tilting her chin upward, her posture straight, signaling him to attend to her. Yahuan shifted closer, his large hands kneading her slender shoulders gently, cautious not to apply too much pressure, akin to a tender grip. Itong squinted her eyes, guiding him a bit firmer. As if you're holding a cup. Yes, that feels wonderful. Itong could not suppress a slight movement of her shoulders, her head tilted back, eyes fluttering shut. Your technique is truly remarkable. Allow me to return the favor. Suddenly, Itong turned around, lifting her hands, indicating for Yahuan to switch positions. Yahuan, unable to refuse, settled comfortably as a dutiful guest. After a while, Itong pressed her palms together, rhythmically tapping as if wielding a knife to chop vegetables. Although her strength was modest, she was undoubtedly more skilled in massage than Yahuan. With just a few strokes, she had him feeling quite relaxed. Itong is quite talented. Yahuan sat upright, praising her while feeling warmth blossom within him. Itong, her face aglow, continued her ministrations. As Yahuan indulged in the moment, Itong gradually softened her touch, her cheek brushing against his ear as she whispered, Yahuan, if it doesn't snow in a couple of days, will you take me to the forest? Yahuan, who had been half closed in thought, suddenly opened his deep, dark eyes, turning to regard Itong's cautious profile. What do you wish to do there? To accompany you in feasting. I know you haven't had enough, Itong, noting his serious expression, straightened her posture and earnestly conveyed her intentions. She had previously assured Yahuan of her desire to accompany him, only to find that he had chosen to go alone under the pretext of feeling unwell. At that time, she had been upset. Eventually, Yahuan had relented, but now, her request was met with hesitation once more. I am feeling quite well now. I can go. You promised me, Itong insisted firmly, unwilling to concede. This matter was non-negotiable. Yahuan's beast form had always been a thorn in his heart, a barrier he had constructed between them. She needed to dismantle this barrier. She believed that even if she felt fear upon encountering Yahuan's beast form, it would merely be a physiological response, and her mind would ultimately prevail, for he was the one she cherished. Yahuan tenderly stroked Itong's soft hair, feeling a mix of joy and resignation. Very well, he conceded, a smile of relief breaking across his face. If the weather is favorable tomorrow, we shall go. Chapter 88. An old bull grazes on tender grass. Yahuan's deep voice resonated, his large hand caressing Itong's delicate cheek with a gentle smile. If the weather is good tomorrow, we shall go. Itong's face lit up with joy as she wrapped her arms around Yahuan's waist. Which forest shall we visit? Yahuan? There are many forests surrounding Xinjiang, and I am unsure which one you wish to take me to. If the weather permits, I would like to venture to the forest of fierce beasts far beyond. I intend to hunt beast orbs for you, as there are likely some rare ones there that would be beneficial. The beast orbs he had previously hunted had gradually made their way into Itong's possession, albeit under duress, yet they had at least been put to good use. Additionally, I could partake in the feast as well. However, he harbored concerns about the weather potentially turning inclement. Though he would ensure her safety, he still wished to avoid unnecessary risks. Yahuan embraced Itong, his hand resting on her back as he spoke thoughtfully. Having formed a bond with Itong, he naturally considered the long-term implications. It is of no concern. I'm not afraid of the cold. When the time comes, I can nestle in your embrace. Itong smiled playfully, comfortably squinting her eyes, her small hands tightening their grip as her little face rubbed against Yahuan's chest. She cherished this sensation immensely. Yahuan, too, was delighted by the affectionate gesture, watching the little bundle before him, feeling a warmth blossoming within his heart. AI, how long do people in your realm typically live? Yahuan had not previously posed this question, but now, having decided to take AI to the fierce beast forest, it was only natural to inquire. Leaning against Yahuan's chest, Tong tugged at the fur on his pelt, contemplating, well, we usually consider living to 100 years as a long life. Yahuan's body jolted slightly, taken aback. In the beast realm, some females could live for several hundred years, and with the aid of beast pearls, even 500 years was achievable. Yet, in AI's world, the longest lifespan was only 100 years. AI, I will certainly find you more beast pearls. I will also seek other means for longevity. Yi-Huan abruptly held her tightly, as if fearing she might vanish before him. Oh dear, I know. I'm only in my 20s, after all. You are the old bull courting tender grass. AI Tong was not particularly concerned about her lifespan. Regardless, she would accompany Yi-Huan. Meeting him in her most beautiful years, she felt she had no regrets. But AI is still so young. In the beast realm, she is still considered a cub. Yi-Huan had not realized that AI, who appeared to be an adult, was merely 20, while he was nearing 1,000 years. In this regard, it seemed rather unfair to AI. What did it mean to be an old bull? Was he truly the old bull? However, upon reflection, he felt he had struck a great fortune. Thus, after a millennium of solitude and waiting, he had finally encountered the tender grass that was AI. Worth it. You must treat me all the better, AI Tong insisted, regardless of the reasoning behind it, whether due to her youth or their bond as partners. She had firmly decided to rely on him. Well, how could I treat anyone else better than AI? Yi-Huan, amidst AI Tong's unintentional topic shift, felt his mood lighten considerably. He would strive to ensure that AI would always be by his side. In the palace, after their tender moments, AI Tong expressed a desire to see how the heated beds in the city were faring, but Yi-Huan held her back. He explained that, given the limited time, it would be difficult to discern anything, and it would be best to wait a day, allowing the problematic beastmen to report their issues to Bien Zhan collectively. This way, her task would be much more manageable, sparing her from facing every issue head-on. AI Tong, upon hearing this, found it reasonable. It was indeed her own impatience that had led her to think otherwise. Previously, she had guided those beastmen step by step, and with Bien Zhan present at that time, any potential issues would likely have been mitigated. Now, her focus should shift to dining with Yi-Huan. Very well, AI Tong sighed, but soon regained her spirits, gazing expectantly outside the palace. It had not snowed for several days, and she hoped for more sunshine the following day. Indeed, I sense no cold front. Tomorrow's weather should be quite pleasant, Yi-Huan remarked, observing AI Tong's eager demeanor, sharing his own prediction. Those beastmen who had once lived in the jungle tended to be particularly sensitive to weather patterns. After all, it was crucial for avoiding natural disasters and evading fierce beasts. Such knowledge was acquired through gradual experience. Really? AI Tong's heart soared, her eyes brightening with joy. As long as she was with Yi-Huan, she could not feel unhappy. The last time, he had surprised her with so much, and his serpent tail was also quite comfortable to embrace, warm to the touch. However, upon awakening the next day, the sun had made the dark red scales exceedingly hot, leaving her heart aching as she gently caressed them. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast for you before our journey, AI Tong declared, rolling up her sleeves to select ingredients from the cellar. She had already decided what to cook. All right, I shall accompany you. How could I let my wife gather the items alone? Yi-Huan responded, equally enthusiastic. As long as he was with AI, everything seemed delightful. While all the beastmen were immersed in the enthusiasm of preparing the heated beds, AI Tong and Yi-Huan made their way to the cellar without hindrance. To her surprise, AI Tong stumbled upon something that made her chuckle. There stood a stone slab in the deserted cellar, adorned with sketches that, from a distance, resembled the outlines of two beastmen. Upon closer inspection, it indeed depicted two figures. One was the shape of a beastman with a wolf's tail, clutching two vegetables that resembled both radishes and cabbages, appearing to run while also leaning down as if about to fall. Behind him, a robust beastman was depicted in a simple drawing, chasing after him, one hand on his hip and the other raised in a gesture of triumph. Before AI Tong could enter, she sensed hostility emanating from the area. How could Ba be so crafty? Is he responsible or merely playing around? In terms of numbers, Ba seemed to have it all figured out. Though the beast realm lacked the written civilization of humankind, this vivid expression was difficult to misunderstand. AI Tong and Yi-Huan maneuvered around the stone slab and descended the ladder into the cellar. The ladder they had constructed was still in use, indicating Ba's diligence. To her astonishment, the cellar was now illuminated by luminous pearls, a stark contrast to her first visit. Various vegetables they had gathered were neatly arranged within the cellar. AI Tong chose a cabbage, a potato, and some cured meat. That evening, she planned to prepare a stew of cabbage and lean meat with potatoes, along with an egg-wrapped meat dish and a simple egg drop soup, finishing off with grilled meat later. She hadn't cooked in several days, so this was sufficient. AI Tong tossed the vegetables to Yi Huan and climbed the ladder, while Yi Huan soared up effortlessly. Next, AI Tong visited the chicken cave to collect a few eggs. She had specifically instructed Bianzhan to ensure that the chicken cave was not too cold, wrapping the eggs in beast pelts for preservation. And thus they remained in excellent condition. Moreover, the chickens had gradually become less skittish around her. Upon their return, Yi Huan set up a small pot outside the palace, preparing all the ingredients for AI Tong. One peeled the cabbage, another washed it, one scrubbed the potato, while the other diced it. Yi Huan assigned AI Tong only light tasks, not allowing her to touch cold water. Ultimately, AI Tong handled the cooking process, while he managed everything else. Once AI Tong finished stir-frying the vegetables, she let them simmer for a while before placing them on the small table beside the heated bed to keep warm. Subsequently, she rendered the fat from the meat, frying the eggs Yi Huan had beaten. After frying them, she set them aside. Next, she began frying the thinly sliced meat that Yi Huan had seasoned, layering it on top of the fried eggs and wrapping it up, finally flipping the entire dish in the pan. The delectable egg-wrapped meat was completed. Lastly, she quickly prepared an egg drop soup, then set the pot aside. They served the freshly cooked rice from another pot and brought the dishes to the table within the palace, commencing their dinner. As the evening progressed, they could even indulge in another round of grilled meat, savoring the feast together. Chapter 89. Candidly expecting offspring, AI Tong first offered a bite of the egg-wrapped meat to Yi Huan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. How is it? Is it delicious? This was her first attempt at making egg-wrapped meat, and she wasn't entirely sure if it was the authentic version, but, by name, it should be close enough. She had added oil and seasonings, and had not burned. It is delicious. You should try some too, Yi Huan replied, opening his mouth as AI Tong offered him a piece of egg-wrapped meat, taking a bite and savoring it before swallowing it whole, even licking his lips in satisfaction. Really? You should drink some soup too. Don't choke. AI Tong hurriedly served a bowl of soup to Yi Huan. After a few sips, Yi Huan felt a pleasant warmth enveloping his body, though he could not pinpoint its source. Observing Yi Huan's enjoyment, Tong also helped herself to a piece of egg-wrapped meat, savoring it with rice. With each bite of the delectable dish, her bright, sparkling eyes squinted into crescent shapes, exclaiming how delicious it was, so rich in flavor. Yi Huan then offered her a pair of chopsticks with some cabbage, knowing she had a fondness for colorful vegetables, while he himself did not indulge in too much meat, encouraging her to sample her own culinary skills. They soon polished off half of the pot of cabbage and potatoes. In previous years, her favorite dishes during the new year included pork and sauerkraut stewed with vermicelli, kelp with tofu, and pork with cabbage and potatoes. Regrettably, she had never paid close attention to how her grandmother transformed cabbage into sauerkraut. Otherwise, she could relish it today. Furthermore, sauerkraut could be stir-fried with meat and served over rice. But once cabbage is stir-fried, it loses its appeal, only remaining palatable when stewed. Her grandmother's cabbage soup was particularly savory, prompting her to often sneak bites, though her grandmother would chide her, saying, "Why not eat properly? Why sneak bites?" She would invariably defend herself, claiming, "My father eats this way too." Each time, her grandmother would fall silent, allowing them to continue her feast. As she ate, a smile spread across her face, her gaze fixed on the half-filled bowl of rice, her thoughts drifting away. Now, she could only reminisce about the past. After finishing dinner, Yi Huan tidied up the dishes and turned to who was rubbing her full belly with a satisfied expression. "Are we having barbecue tonight?" he inquired. If so, he needed to prepare the meat beforehand, as Tong could hardly manage a whole piece, even a single thigh, so it had to be pre-cut for easier consumption. "Look at my belly. If I eat more, I'll look like a pregnant woman." Although Tong was delighted by the scrumptious meal, she felt a twinge of regret at her protruding belly. Goodness, how long would it take to slim down? She was not overly critical of her figure, but had never exceeded 120 pounds. In the modern world, she could eat without becoming excessively overweight. Yet in the beast realm, she felt herself gradually gaining weight. Her little hands had become slightly plump. Was the meat in this world particularly rich? Pregnant? Yi Huan chuckled, pondering why Tong always associated herself with such terms. Previously, she referred to herself as a fisherwoman, and now a pregnant woman. Did woman specifically refer to herself? Oh, it just means having offspring. As face flushed with embarrassment, stammering as she spoke. Just a moment ago, the discussion was about weight. How had it shifted to offspring? Although she knew the likelihood of conception was slim, she felt a flicker of anticipation. If she could have someone connected by blood in this world besides Yi Huan, it would be pure bliss. Yi Huan, taking her words seriously, approached her with a shadow cast over her. He knelt down and gently placed his hands on her belly, pressing his expressionless yet handsome face against it. After a while, he solemnly declared, "There's nothing." Aitong was not overly disappointed. It was far too soon for such things. She still wanted to enjoy life, and waiting a little longer was acceptable. "I never claimed it would happen immediately," she reassured him. Yi Huan had never considered the matter of offspring with Aitong. As their species, the Sun Jing Wang Shi was quite unique. He feared that her body might not withstand the strain, and even if he managed to protect the offspring, he worried about facing unforeseen risks. Therefore, he had never broached the subject with her. For us Sun Jing Wang Shi, having offspring is indeed a formidable challenge. The entire process is fraught with difficulties, and I do not yet have the confidence to ensure your safety during childbirth. So, let's not rush into this, shall we? Yi Huan comforted Aitong, feeling there was no need to conceal the truth from her, as she was now his partner and deserved to know. "Is it really that hard for your tribe to conceive?" Aitong expressed her astonishment, wondering if it was common for entire tribes to struggle with childbirth. "Yes. Because the survival rate of our Sun Jing Wang Shi is low, they are rarely seen outside of our tribe. Even when they are often the strongest among us. To prevent extinction, some of the weaker Sun Jing Wang Shi receive protection from the powerful leaders of the tribe, resulting in a slightly larger number of their offspring. However, a common truth is that the more powerful the beast, the fewer their descendants. For leaders, it may take hundreds of years to have even one offspring. They pair within the tribe, thus their offspring face little risk, but you and I are different." Yi Huan spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. In the past, he might have felt anger when hearing about paternal and maternal beasts from him, but now that he hadn't, everything that had happened before seemed irrelevant. He had new aspirations and a new life. However, when he spoke his last sentence, a hint of worry crept into his voice. "Then perhaps I should refrain from bearing children for now. We can wait until you are ready," Aitong sighed, also reassuring Yi Huan that she was not overly concerned. "This way, we have more time to enjoy our life together. Isn't that wonderful?" She anticipated how unique Yi Huan's tribe was. Not only was raising offspring difficult, but even conception was such a demanding process, so she wouldn't push the issue. "All right, let us sleep now," Aitong said. Pulling Yi Huan onto the bed, she lay back to digest her meal, ensuring she would have the energy to venture into the fierce beast forest the following day. Yi Huan climbed onto the bed, this time deliberately refraining from emitting warmth through his body, as the heated bed was already sufficiently warm. He maintained his natural coolness. The contrast between the cool and the warm created a comfortable balance. Recalling how he had stoked the fire, Aitong had advised him against excessive heat, fearing it would be unbearable. With this thought, Yi Huan tightened his embrace around him. However, the previous discussion weighed heavily on Yi Huan's mind, his dark crimson eyes flickering in the dimly lit chamber as if deep in thought. Chapter 90. The Fierce Beast Forest, Part 1. The next day, Aitong woke up early, well rested from the previous night's hearty meal and warmth of the heated bed. She quickly dressed and dashed outside. Yi Huan barely had time to catch her before the little one had already jumped out of bed. Aitong flung open the palace door, looking up to see the brisk wind carrying a sliver of sunlight high in the sky. There was no mist or dense clouds, just a clear expanse of white. Though the air felt chilly, the presence of the sun was a welcome sight. "Yi Huan, it's truly a sunny day," Aitong exclaimed joyfully as she rushed back into the palace. Yi Huan, now dressed and having arranged the bedding, turned around, seemingly unfazed. "Let us inquire about the heated bed from yesterday, have breakfast, and then set off." Aitong ran to Yi Huan's side, sharing her thoughts. "Agreed," Yi Huan nodded, summoning a guard to call Bianzhan to the palace for a report, while another went to fetch Haidang for breakfast. "By the way, remember to ask Haidang to prepare porridge with rice. Add a bit more water while cooking, and boil a couple of eggs as well." Aitong believed that porridge would be a better morning option, as plain rice felt too dry. Haidang was clever and would undoubtedly do well. Before long, Bianzhan arrived. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," he greeted, his expression lively, indicating he hadn't exhausted his energy from the previous day's labor. He truly was a born workhorse. "Yesterday, how did the heated beds in Sun City fare?" Aitong asked, voicing her utmost concern. "Everything is progressing smoothly. Many homes have completed the construction of the Kong, and the number of skilled or craftsmen is gradually increasing, resulting in an ever-quickening pace of progress. We are indebted to the Queen for having previously provided us with ample yellow clay and stones, although a few minor issues have arisen in some households. My subordinates and Haidang have managed to resolve them. Bianzhan has been diligently reporting each development. When confronted with challenges, he first seeks solutions independently before approaching the queen if necessary. During this time, Haidang has offered him numerous suggestions, and without her timely reminders, he might have had to consult the queen for assistance. His tone and demeanor reveal an unmistakable excitement. After the Kang's installation, the entire Suncheon is no longer fearful of the cold season. Aitong listens attentively to Bianzhan's report while nodding, then turns to Yihuan. Their eyes meet, and Yihuan, understanding Aitong's intent, gives a slight nod in response. Aitong smiles gently at Bianzhan and informs him, "My lord and I will be departing for a few days, approximately 3 to 5. During our absence, the affairs of Suncheon will be entrusted to you." Aitong wishes to remind Bianzhan to manage the city well, as everything is now on the right track, especially with the impending cold season, when there should not be any significant issues. He only needs to take care of daily trivialities, maintain defenses, and conduct regular patrols. "Yes, my lord, my queen," Bianzhan replies, although he is uncertain about where the king and queen are headed. He understands that their decision not to bring the orcs along indicates it is not his place to inquire. His sole responsibility is to manage Suncheon and fulfill the queen's instructions. Bianzhan departs at an opportune moment to oversee the orc craftsmen. Shortly thereafter, Haidang enters the hall, carrying a bowl of freshly prepared rice porridge and eggs. "Haidang, you have worked hard," Aitong acknowledges. "In the next few days, while my lord and I are away, please keep a close watch on Suncheon with Bianzhan. You two should communicate and resolve any issues. Anything that cannot be addressed can wait until our return." Aitong takes the opportunity to convey a few instructions to Haidang as she serves the meal, subtly creating chances for her and Bianzhan to collaborate. "Yes, my queen, I will fulfill your instructions," Haidang replies with a respectful bow before leaving. She refrains from interrupting the king and queen's meal, opting instead to supervise Bianzhan's work, ensuring that nothing unforeseen occurs. Remembering how busy Bianzhan was the day before, she finds herself wanting to keep an eye on him. After Haitong's departure, Yihuan and Aitong hastily finish their breakfast before setting off. High in the sky, Yihuan, clad in a newly fashioned black fur cloak from Aitong, embraces her as they fly together. Due to the chilly weather, Yihuan does not travel at great speed. While powerful orcs possess the ability to fly, they cannot remain at high altitudes for extended periods. After covering some distance from Suncheon, Yihuan and Aitong switch to land travel. Along the way, a 3-meter-long serpentine tail snakes forward, carrying a petite woman. Yihuan transforms into a half-man, half-snake form. To expedite their journey and shield Aitong from potential hazards, he places her within the protective embrace of his serpent tail rather than cradling her in his arms. The tail safeguards Aitong from harm, ensuring she remains unscathed and dry. As they progress in serpentine form, Yihuan's speed increases dramatically, making the scenery blur past Aitong's vision. The lower beasts, sensing Yihuan's aura, scatter far away, too intimidated to interfere, only daring to return long after he has departed. Aitong nestles within Yihuan's tail, absent-mindedly stroking the scales while gradually closing her eyes. She used to suffer from motion sickness, and now she feels queasy from the serpent ride. Despite her delight in touching his scales, Yihuan feels a rush of embarrassment as they continue on their way. After a day of travel, Aitong and Yihuan finally reach the outskirts of the ferocious beast forest. Yihuan gently lifts Aitong from his tail, adjusting the fur cloak draped over her shoulders and brushing his large hand over her slightly pale face. The coolness of his touch revives her, akin to a refreshing spring cleansing her muddled senses. Finally grounded, Aitong takes a moment to breathe in the fresh air, feeling her mind clear significantly. Standing upright, she gazes at the dense forest before her, a tapestry of green and gold that envelopes the landscape like a grand cloak. The boundaries are indistinguishable, rendering the contents within a complete mystery. The trees appear sturdier and taller than those in the Suncheon forest she visited earlier, hidden among the underbrush. The situation within remains obscured. Occasionally, eerie sounds resonate, contributing to the forest's ominous atmosphere. "Yihuan, let us venture in," Aitong suggests, feeling a twinge of trepidation, yet reassured by Yihuan's presence. She wraps her arms tightly around his waist, pressing her cheek against him and looking up to gauge his thoughts. Yihuan's deep crimson eyes scan the surroundings before he places his hand gently at Aitong's waist, securing her in his embrace as he whispers, "Stay close to me. Do not wander too far." Aitong nods, fully aware of the gravity of their location and the potential dangers it harbors. She understands the importance of remaining grounded. Chapter 91. The Ferocious Beast Forest, Part 2. Nestled in Yi Huan's embrace, Atong gazes into the shadowy unknown of the forest, her mind taut with apprehension. Though she yearns to immerse herself in Yi Huan's world, she possesses no combat skills, not even the most rudimentary abilities, leaving her feeling vulnerable. She had discussed this with Yi Huan, who consented, affirming his confidence in protecting her. Were it not for her trust in his formidable prowess, she would not dare to accompany him so openly. To aid their movement, they decide to hold hands, with Yi Huan leading the way and Atong half a step behind, his large hand enveloping her smaller one as they proceed. At first glance, the forest appears menacing and foreboding, but upon entering, Atong discovers it is not as daunting as she anticipated. Aside from a few peculiar creatures, the most fearsome beasts seem absent from the forest periphery, with the strongest among them possessing only orange beast pearls. Perhaps it is Yi Huan's presence that alleviates her fears if she were alone. Even encountering a wild boar would spell disaster for her. As Yi Huan refrains from emitting a threatening aura, the beasts mistakenly perceive them as another unsuspecting orc to prey upon, greedily advancing toward them. Yi Huan dispatches them with ease, subsequently handing their beast pearls to Atong without a hint of remorse for their foolishness. Those beasts never approached Atong. They were repelled by Yi Huan almost instantaneously, and with a swift sweep of his serpent tail, they fell to the ground, only the stronger beasts requiring multiple strikes. Watching Yi Huan's sudden ferocity, Atong reflects on how she was once encircled by his tail and had even touched it, leading her to indulge in a flurry of thoughts. They continue onward. Along their journey, Atong marvels at the peculiar fruits that still thrive in the forest despite the approaching cold season, with some remaining green, leading her to ponder whether different climates yield different flora. As they traverse the landscape, they collect a number of orange-yellow beast pearls, while Yi Huan dismisses any creatures with green pearls as insignificant. The beasts he previously defeated were left behind for others to scavenge, as they were far too small to satisfy his appetite. This time, he seeks red pearls and formidable prey. Thus, they press onwards toward the heart of the forest. Yi Huan, why does it feel like I can hardly breathe the further we go? Atong inquires, clutching her chest and glancing around as they walk. We are nearing the center. Typically, the king of this jungle releases his oppressive aura to warn other beasts of their approach, Yi Huan explains, holding Aitong's delicate hand while enveloping them both in his own formidable presence. Aitong suddenly felt a bit better. She glanced at the tall Yi Huan beside her and smiled faintly, tightening her grip on his hand before quickening her pace. After walking for a while, Yi Huan abruptly halted. What's wrong? She inquired softly, sensing nothing amiss. However, noticing his sudden stop, she began to scrutinize her surroundings. As dark as ever, the area was eerily silent, devoid of the chirping of birds or the rustling of leaves. She could distinctly hear her own breath. Strangely, her heartbeat quickened. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind rushed toward her, sending blades of grass flying. In an instant, a flash of yellow swept past her eyes, and before she could comprehend what it was, Yi Huan's tail whisked her aside. Yi Huan, she exclaimed in surprise. Before her, amidst the swirling grass and gusts, a massive golden-haired lion opened its cavernous jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth and drool ready to devour its prey. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the lion's long whiskers fluttered in the wind, exuding an imposing aura that made one instinctively retreat. It lunged fiercely toward Yi Huan. No wonder Yi Huan had sent her away. The Jungle King was truly terrifying, even though she was not at the center of the battlefield. The presence of this lion filled her with dread, far surpassing any wild beast she had encountered before. Once Yi Huan had safely delivered AI Tong to a secure spot, he did not underestimate the golden-haired lion before him. As a half-human, half-snake being, he instantly transformed. A colossal black and red forest mirror king snake raised its head, deftly evading the lion's attack. Its dark, crimson eyes fixated on the lion, which was now dangerously close, flicking its forked tongue menacingly. Realizing its ambush had failed, the lion landed on the ground, causing several sturdy trees to snap under its weight. It turned with a mightier roar, declaring war on Yi Huan. Yi Huan, raising his upper body, let his gleaming snake tail coil slightly behind him, his dark crimson eyes scrutinizing the lion. The lion understood the concept of ambush, and fortunately, Yi Huan was highly alert. Their initial confrontation was merely a test of strength. After this encounter, the lion recognized that Yi Huan was not like other wild beasts in the jungle and was wary. The peculiar patterns on the snake were quite common among the black and red serpents, yet the one before him was distinctly unique, with a black base and a bizarre red that resembled a circle of stars scattered across its body. Especially striking were those dark crimson eyes, which made the lion feel somewhat apprehensive. Thus, it revealed a fierce demeanor to intimidate Yi Huan rather than directly overpower him. Yi Huan, however, was unfazed by the lion's attempts to intimidate him. He had already gauged the lion's capabilities from their brief skirmish. This lion likely possessed a red beast pearl, possibly of a bright red hue. While not as formidable as a deep crimson one, it was still significantly stronger than a pale pink. A lion against a snake, particularly a forest mirror king snake, spelled trouble for the lion today. Yi Huan, gliding forward, initiated the attack, lunging his snake head toward the lion's neck. The lion, caught off guard by the sudden assault, instinctively dodged in the opposite direction, pawing the ground forcefully and aiming to bite the snake at its vulnerable spot. Regardless of the type of snake, the fatal weakness remained constant. Watching the fierce clash between the snake and the lion, Ai Tong's brow furrowed tightly, her eyes wide open, as she dared not blink, fearing she might miss something crucial. Her heart raced as she struggled to breathe, clenching her fists and biting her lip in silence. She could not become a burden to Yi Huan. She must not distract him with her presence. She had to believe in him. As the lion lunged for Yi Huan's vulnerable spot, it seemed poised for a successful attack, but Yi Huan would not grant it that opportunity. His dark crimson eyes brightened as the lion approached, deliberately showing a weakness. In a battle of skilled opponents, victory or defeat hinged on a mere moment. Yi Huan flicked his snake tail, and, as the lion lunged, it landed on the tail instead. Yi Huan swiftly coiled his body around the lion, encircling it repeatedly until his head hovered over the lion's neck, hissing as he flicked his tongue. Having been ensnared, the lion panicked, attempting to bite but failing to reach its target. It clawed helplessly, its massive body tumbling down as it vented its frustration against the snake's tail, trying to force Yi Huan to release its grip. Realizing the futility of its struggle, the lion began to thrash desperately, their battleground rolling chaotically, leaving destruction in its wake as dust rose and trees crashed down with thunderous sounds. The cacophony frightened the surrounding beasts, driving them far from the scene, wary of approaching. Throughout the tumultuous struggle, Yi Huan maintained his tight grip on the lion, constantly vigilant of Ai Tong's position, ensuring the battle did not encroach upon her. The lion's struggles were in vain. Yi Huan would not relent, though the lion had landed a blow on his tail, inflicting some pain. It paled in comparison to the imminent suffocation the lion faced. With each tightening coil, the lion no longer fought as fiercely. Its internal organs had been crushed, its bones broken. There was no need for Yi Huan to resort to poison to claim victory. Amidst the chaos of broken wood and swirling dust, the area gradually fell silent. Chapter 92. An unexpected meal after a long wait. Ai Tong sensed the absence of further commotion and cautiously maneuvered around the obstacles to approach. Yi Huan, she called softly, waving her right hand to disperse the lingering dust. Suddenly, a shadow of a large snake emerged from the haze. In the murky dust, a pair of dark crimson eyes glimmered with an enchanting light, the snake's body upright, head held high. I am unscathed. It spoke human words, but did not advance. It was Yi Huan. Ai Tong attempted to move closer, but Yi Huan interrupted her. In an instant, the snake transformed into a half-snake, half-human figure, shrinking as the dust cleared. As the haze dissipated, Ai Tong saw Yi Huan gliding toward her and hurriedly ran forward. Her previously clenched fists now embraced Yi Huan's serpentine body, her voice filled with urgency. Yi Huan, are you all right? I am fine, Yi Huan reassured her softly, his large hands gently caressing the back of Ai Tong's head for comfort. He was careful not to disturb her neatly arranged hair. As Ai Tong rose from his embrace, her gaze fell upon his snake tail, filled with concern. The tail must have sustained significant injury during the battle with the lion. Yet, prior to her noticing, Yi Huan had hidden his tail, coiling it away from her view, nonchalantly stating, "It's just a minor injury. It will heal on its own." In the beast world, male beastmen healed gradually from injuries. If the wounds were somewhat severe, consuming a few beast pearls would expedite recovery. Generally, as long as it was not life-threatening, it was not considered a serious injury. I don't care. You must eat these few orange beast pearls, Ai Tong insisted, pulling a few pearls from her pocket and offering them to Yi Huan, urging him to consume them. These were all obtained after entering the ferocious beast forest. And now, Yi Huan needed them more than she did. Although she had not seen the condition of Yi Huan's tail, she needed to witness him eat the pearls to feel at ease. All right, Yi Huan replied with a gentle smile, accepting the beast pearls from AI Tong's hand, taking only 2 before swallowing them, pushing the rest back. He did not require so many pearls. The remainder was reserved for AI Tong's nourishment. Aye. After I extract the lion's beast pearl, I will need some time to eat. Before I do, I will emit a pressure within a 100-meter radius. During that time, do not venture beyond this range. Yi Huan gently instructed Ai Tong, then turned his gaze towards the lifeless giant lion. From Ai Tong's perspective, she could only see the lion's immense body and its fierce countenance, and she dared not approach, for this lion was colossal and still bore the expression of death. Observing that Yi Huan appeared unaffected after consuming the beast pearl, she settled nearby, waiting for him to partake in his meal. During the fierce battle with the giant lion, Yi Huan had already revealed his beast form, and Ai Tong did not exhibit any signs of fear. However, instinctive reactions are not easily altered. Thus, upon noticing Ai Tong approaching, he swiftly reverted to a half-human, half-serpent form, which he deemed to be more secure. Yet, since Ai Tong had come to witness his feeding, eager to understand him completely, there was no reason for him to feel bashful. After a brief mental struggle, the serpent turned to extract the beast pearl from within the lion's carcass. Indeed, it was a vibrant red beast pearl, which Yi Huan subsequently handed to Ai Tong, saying, Ai Tong, you should consume this first, along with all the previous beast pearls you have acquired. By doing so, not only will your lifespan be significantly extended, but your physical resilience will also be enhanced. Yi Huan did not elaborate further. It was understood that the more beast pearls consumed, particularly of higher quality, the greater the benefits to Ai Tong's body. Naturally, it will be best to have some aphrodisiac as an aid. Otherwise, Ai Tong might become too tense, hindering his actions. While Yi Huan contemplated this, Ai Tong, reflecting on his words, suddenly questioned whether she truly needed to consume so many beast pearls. She felt it prudent to retain some, reasoning that they might be of use in the future, and thus hesitated. Yi Huan, however, was quite resolute, insisting that she consume the vibrant red pearl first, asserting that he had gone to great lengths to procure it for her, and she could not refuse. He further encouraged her regarding the orange pearls, claiming they were trivial for him, and that consuming more would pose no issue. After this persuasive discourse, Ai Tong ultimately capitulated and ingested the beast pearl. When had Yi Huan become so eloquent? No, it should be noted that he had always been succinct. Yet his words had grown increasingly rational, rendering rebuttals nearly impossible. Upon finishing her meal, Ai Tong felt a warm sensation radiate through her body, and she was not at all hungry. This sensation was reminiscent of her first experience consuming a beast pearl. A closer inspection revealed that her skin had become increasingly supple and fair, with no trace of fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Logically, at her age, she should exhibit some signs of aging, yet her face appeared as smooth as a freshly shelled egg. Yi Huan, reassured by Ai Tong's consumption of the beast pearl, proceeded to feed. The process of feeding might be somewhat gruesome, so Yi Huan advised Ai Tong against watching. Nevertheless, she insisted on remaining, and he acquiesced. Before long, Yi Huan transformed into a colossal black and red Sinjing Wang She, his deep black-red eyes shimmering softly as they gazed upon Ai Tong. After she nodded and smiled, he slithered towards the fallen giant lion. With his mouth agape, he began to consume the lion, which measured dozens of meters in length. Ai Tong observed as Yi Huan ate, but soon felt drowsy and rested her head against the fallen trunk, drifting into slumber. Once Yi Huan had finished his meal, he turned to find that the little one had already succumbed to sleep. Should he comment on her easygoing nature? After devouring the giant lion, Yi Huan initially intended to lie down and digest before returning to his human form to embrace his delicate wife. However, he suddenly felt waves of warmth coursing through his body, his serpentine form taut. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that his skin was becoming dull, and his senses indicated that the membranes of his eyes were also undergoing a transformation, turning a murky dark red. How could he possibly be on the verge of shedding his skin at this moment? Logically, after his recent meal, his body had increased in size, making shedding unlikely, and shedding would render him quite vulnerable. Although he was enveloped in his own aura of dominance and situated in the heart of the fearsome beast forest, he could not dismiss the potential dangers. Yet, he found himself unable to resist. the old skin began to peel away from his mouth, compelling him to commence the shedding process. After some time, the murky, dark, red membrane of his eyes cleared once more. He had no choice but to shed his skin now. However, as he underwent this process, he continued to amplify his aura of dominance, warding off any audacious beast that might wander too close. Given the fierce battle that had just occurred here, combined with his presence, it was likely they would assume a new ruler had claimed the heart of the jungle and would refrain from intruding. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Yahuan cast a glance at the sleeping Aitong, careful not to make any loud movements. He slowly maneuvered his body, gliding through the grass and over the rough ground, utilizing the friction to aid him in escaping from his old skin. At that moment, Aitong stirred awake. Before her was the enormous black Ritzing Wang Se, Sinjing Wang She, moving slowly through the grass. The head of the serpent had become increasingly luminous, while the body below remained coarse and dull. "Yahuan, what are you doing?" Aitong inquired, rising from her resting place and approaching the serpent's head. Yahuan lifted his head slightly, as if to respond, but Aitong gently halted him. She raised her right hand and began to tenderly stroke the freshly shed, sleek, glistening head of the serpent, her voice soft and soothing, akin to the warmth of the spring sun. "Is shedding your skin painful?" The serpent's deep black-red eyes shimmered with a captivating light, reflecting the concerned visage of the gentle woman before him. He flicked his tongue, gently caressing her fair cheek in a gesture of comfort. "I will stay by your side," Aitong assured him in a tender tone, her smile offering solace to the serpent undergoing this transformation. Without waiting for Yahuan to respond, she began to speak to herself, not shying away from his closeness. And surprisingly, she found herself enjoying it. Chapter 93. The Mating Ritual of the Sinjing Wang Se, Sinjing Wang She, Part 1. Yahuan's shedding process was particularly slow this time. This was due to his already massive size, the significant undertaking involved, and the fact that he had just consumed a giant lion, which further increased his girth. Additionally, he was cautious not to make any sudden movements that might harm Aitong. Yet, why had he suddenly felt the need to shed? Logically, he would typically shed once or twice during the hot season, and once at the end of the hot season or the beginning of the cold. Now that it was already the cold season, shedding should not be occurring. Could it be that the Sinjing Wang Se, Sinjing Wang She, undergoes a shedding after forming a pair bond? He had never contemplated this before, as he had no interest in pairing or in serpent women. It must be noted that this shedding was the most arduous he had ever experienced. Yet, he felt an unexpected joy. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and Yahuan considered himself quite lucky. Aitong remained by his side throughout, tenderly touching him during his moments of discomfort, while Yahuan endured the painful shedding in silence. Aitong could only gently stroke his serpentine body to distract him, alleviating some of his suffering while simultaneously encouraging him. Indeed, she was quite effective in this regard. With Aitong's encouragement, Yahuan found renewed vigor in his efforts to shed, remaining silent yet exhibiting greater energy than before. After a day and night, Yahuan finally completed his shedding, and the food in his belly had mostly digested. With a turn, he transformed back into his half-human, half-serpent form. Seeing Yahuan in this rejuvenated state brought immense joy to Aitong. Throughout that day and night, she had remained by his side, never leaving, ever vigilant of their surroundings, which had caused her considerable anxiety. Thanks to the beast pearls, she felt no hunger, experiencing an illusion that she could survive months without food. "Yahuan, how do you feel?" Upon witnessing Yahuan revert to his human form, Aitong rushed forward, her soft body colliding with his slightly cool embrace. Yahuan steadied himself with his serpent tail, wrapping his arms around the rushing Aitong. Subsequently, he gently patted Aitong's back with a large hand, his tone tender as he offered a quiet apology, expressing concern for her. He then smiled, asking playfully, "Who am I? Merely shedding a skin? Oomph. Do you take me for blind, Aitong?" Just moments after feeling a hint of grievance, Aitong raised her gaze from Yahuan's embrace, rolling her eyes at his arrogant demeanor. His words were merely an attempt to put her at ease. How infuriating. Just then, a sudden sting at her ankle made her gasp softly, "Ouch." Aitong bent down to investigate the cause of her discomfort. "What's wrong?" Yahuan, having not yet had his fill of his little darling, noticed Aitong's furrowed brow as she leaned down to lift her pant leg. "My ankle hurts a bit," Aitong admitted as she inspected the area. Upon lifting her pant leg, a faint red dot appeared on her fair skin, small and delicate. Aitong touched the spot with her fingertip, noting it was not painful. How strange. The earlier sting must have come from this mark, likely a bite from some insect. But why was it no longer hurting? Yi Huan crouched down to examine the wound, his cool fingers gently touching the red mark, and upon realizing its nature, his expression turned serious. What's wrong? AI Tong sensed the gravity in his demeanor, her heart racing with unease. Yi Huan released her pant leg and reassured her softly. It's nothing serious, just a small insect bite. AI Tong was taken aback. Even in this cold, there were still insects? Before she could inquire further, she suddenly felt her entire body heat up, her head spinning, and her feet felt as if they were floating. Yi Huan quickly supported AI Tong as she began to sway, his gaze filled with complexity. I feel terrible. In the warm embrace of sunlight, she yearned for its comforting rays, calling out to her warmth. Where are you? The cold was unbearable. It was simply too frigid. On such a chilly day, traversing even a short distance alone felt daunting, with no one to bring her a warm, steaming bag of roasted chestnuts. Thus, she had to venture out to purchase them herself, only to discover that her pastries had grown cold. The wind outside howled fiercely, rattling the windows and doors. The nearest window was blown open with a loud bang, sending items on the windowsill tumbling down. Although she should have been asleep by now, slumber eluded her. The occasional noise interrupted the silence, and suddenly, the southern region experienced a drop in temperature. Now, the only warmth she found was within her covers. Just days ago, she had reveled in the joy of wearing short sleeves, but today, she cocooned herself in misery. Indeed, this year's weather was quite peculiar. The cold wave had arrived too late. Would the first snowfall of the year even occur? Last year, it certainly snowed. Now, her pastries lay cold, and without a stove or heating, they could not be warmed. Despair washed over her as she turned on her electric blanket, placing her pastry atop it, hoping it would warm up enough to provide some comfort. Yet, the area where it had rested remained icy despite her efforts. Even at the highest setting, she found herself shifting the pastry from side to side, flipping it over as if she were frying it. Alas, she was fortunate to experience a pastry warmed by an electric blanket. Was this happiness or simply a fleeting joy? When the weather was pleasant, she was oblivious to the blessings around her. Yet in the face of adversity, she cried out for relief. Help! A great river, waves so wide the wind blows. Chillingly cold. Even without the wind, the cold was still biting. Even a trip to the restroom left her shivering, desiring a sip of hot water. She found herself in a long queue. You're in front of me, and I'm behind her. The wait seemed endless. When would she finally sip the hottest water? Regrettably, her cup was made of plastic, a charming pink cup that could not hold hot water without warping and leaving her without any at all. Then, she devised another plan, to fold the blanket thickly and tuck her pastry inside, warming it for a while before changing its position. For the sake of enjoying a pastry, she was relentless. Had she known, perhaps she should have purchased a freshly baked sausage instead, for her foresight had failed her. She had only thought of pastries. Initially, she had intended to buy a meat pie, but they were sold out. The last remaining item was a cold egg pancake, the very last one available. She felt fortunate to have secured it, while others missed out. Thus, she awaited the moment she could finally eat her pastry, estimating it would take another half hour. On Mani Padme Hum, I have coaxed you. In the midst of Yi Huan's gentle swaying, AI Tong shook her head, attempting to dispel the heavy fog clouding her mind. She vaguely heard Yi Huan calling her name, yet her body felt unresponsive, her head muddled and heavy, as if carrying a ticking time bomb ready to explode. What are you doing? AI Tong forced a fragment of clarity, trying to comprehend Yi Huan's earlier words, but what came out was a jumble of incoherence. AI, look at me, listen to me. We are partners, right? Yi Huan, relieved to see a flicker of awareness in AI Tong, quickly sought to grasp this moment of lucidity. Your condition is quite poor. Would you mind entering in a partnership with me once more? Yi Huan succinctly stated their current situation and the solution at hand. Partner? AI Tong's mind felt heavy, yet her hands were restless, creating a stir. She knew that the person before her was one she trusted. Her partner was someone she cherished, and they willingly chose to unite. Thus, she nodded, knowing little else. Her body was aflame with discomfort, and at that moment, any remaining clarity slipped away. Yi Huan's heart swelled with joy upon hearing her words, a smile gracing his lips. AI, is that a yes? Before Yi Huan could utter another word, AI Tong suddenly rolled over with vigor, gaining the upper hand. The pressure from the Senjing Wang she emanated from the heart of the forest, gradually fading into silence. A striking black and red serpent tail coiled tightly around something, leaving no trace of white visible, save for a delicate nose peeking out. While AI Tong had dominated the first half, Yihuan took charge of the latter, focusing on the intricacies of the process. The bonding ritual of the Sunjing Wang, she was lengthy, yet considering AI Tong's condition, Yihuan tempered his approach. As the sun rose and set, a day and night passed. AI Tong gradually stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to a sensation of soreness throughout her body, rendering her immobile. Her only movement being her eyes. She was ensnared. She breathed softly. Yihuan sensed her awakening and retracted his presence, which caused AI Tong to frown in response. AI Tong wished to speak, yet her voice seemed lost, as if she had become mute. Do not worry. We have truly bonded as partners. Yihuan gently kissed AI Tong's forehead, slightly loosening his serpentine tail to drape a fur cloak over her shoulders. AI Tong reclined against Yihuan's smooth, warm tail, and upon lifting the fur, she discovered her once fair skin marred with shades of blue and purple. AI Tong glanced at Yihuan. At that moment, he was bare from the waist up, his muscular chest adorned with bite marks and faint red scratches. AI Tong's cheeks flushed crimson, and in her fluster, she clutched the cloak tightly, concealing herself thoroughly. It was uncertain whether she sought to avoid the sight of the grinning serpent or if she feared her embarrassing predicament would be revealed. Chapter 96. The little tail flicked playfully. Yihuan observed AI Tong's bashfulness and promptly coiled his tail around her. His little darling seemed shy and hesitant to meet his gaze, prompting him to cooperate. The warmth of his tail against her jade-like skin filled Yihuan with immense joy. They had finally become true partners. Reflecting on the past events, a broad smile graced Yihuan's lips. He had come to realize how wild AI Tong could be. Previously, he had refrained from being too forceful, always gentle, but under AI Tong's assertive direction yesterday, he had lost all restraint. Gazing at the marks he had left on her skin, he felt both regret and delight. Meanwhile, AI Tong, now covered, blushed deeply as she recalled her earlier. Slightly frantic demeanor, reminiscent of a little lobster with its claws flailing. However, she recognized that her pincers were not sharp enough to inflict harm or instill fear. Perhaps the heavens had conspired in their favor, for the weather was exceptionally pleasant that day, with bright sunshine illuminating the world. Despite the chilly winds that still blew, the sun hung high in the sky, bestowing a gentle warmth upon everything, invigorating life itself. Sunbeams filtered through the few clouds, unimpeded, casting their glow upon the two nestled together on the ground. AI Tong's porcelain-like face glistened with golden highlights, her delicate lashes curling slightly, framing her sparkling fox-like eyes that held a hint of allure. The sunlight playfully danced upon her face, leaving traces of light that trailed behind. Uncertain of how long she had concealed herself, AI Tong turned to look at Yihuan, her face now considerably calmer, the flush of embarrassment having faded. Get dressed, she commanded with newfound assertiveness, her tone steady as she addressed the still amused Yihuan. Put on your clothes immediately. Yihuan, eager to comply and assist AI Tong with her dressing, recognized this as a coveted opportunity. However, given AI Tong's temperament, he knew she would not easily acquiesce. Bring me my clothes, AI Tong insisted, her expression calm yet slightly playful, as she regarded Yihuan, who remained eager to help, rejecting his offer as if the shy girl from moments ago were a different person entirely. Clothes? Yihuan, momentarily taken aback, swiftly sought the garments that AI Tong had torn off the previous day. Fortunately, AI Tong's strength had not been excessive, and the clothing remained intact, wearable. Yihuan felt relieved. Had AI Tong's temperament prevailed, she might have seized his attire, leaving him vulnerable to the advances of other females, which was unacceptable. Once he retrieved the clothing, AI Tong extended a slender, fair arm from the fur cloak to accept the garments Yihuan had brought. She then raised her gaze to meet Yihuan's astonished expression and gestured for him to turn around. Yihuan, wishing only to assist AI Tong in dressing, found himself unable to look as per her request. He could not argue with her. AI Tong had indeed become his partner, and he was acutely aware of her resolute emotions. He was uncertain whether this indicated her sudden displeasure or if it was a common occurrence for females post-bonding. Thus, he complied and turned away. AI Tong, witnessing Yihuan's obedient actions, stifled a giggle behind her hand. This foolish serpent truly followed her every word. Caught off guard by her commands, having rested for a while, AI Tong found her earlier discomfort less severe, although the bruises on her skin appeared alarming. They did not hinder her, merely superficial injuries from her earlier indulgence in beast pearls. After a flurry of rustling sounds, AI Tong donned her clothing and tidied herself before signaling for Yi Huan to turn back around. "Now you may dress," she said, perched upon Yi Huan's tail, urging him to maintain a modest demeanor in public. Yi Huan, acknowledging his wife's command, promptly began to dress. AI Tong watched the entire process, which caused a faint blush to creep upon Yi Huan's ears. His little tail flicked playfully, a testament to his embarrassment. Afterward, they sought out a stream to refresh themselves briefly. Gazing at her reflection in the water, AI Tong marveled at how her complexion had brightened. She noticed a subtle grace in her expression, the unique aura of a newlywed. This was perhaps what the elders meant when they said that married women transformed. In her youthful naivety, she had once dismissed such claims, arguing that marriage merely added a partner to her life, leaving her unchanged. Listening to her innocent declarations, her peers had merely shaken their heads, deeming her too naive. As she matured and experienced the world, especially all that she had encountered recently, she began to understand. Indeed, a girl transforms into a woman. While her physique may remain unchanged, her gaze, movements, and temperament can all shift significantly. She was no longer the person she once was. Her current self could never revert to the past. In modern society, marriage involves not just two individuals, but intertwines two families and even clans. After marriage, a woman acquires multiple roles: wife, mother, daughter-in-law, sister-in-law. Every action requires consideration beyond her preferences. She must learn to manage her household and navigate familial relationships, which can be exhausting to contemplate. Fortunately, she currently faced no in-law complications. Otherwise, she would seek a quiet refuge. Fate had blessed her with a husband who cherished her deeply, alongside the companionship of many kind and amiable beastmen. She felt a profound sense of contentment. Despite the differences between this world and her previous one, she found happiness and joy. Once they had completed their tasks, they finally embarked on their journey home. This time, they were not rushed as upon arrival. Instead, they moved leisurely, resembling a couple on their honeymoon rather than individuals on a mission. The sunlight followed them, the few meters of lustrous black-red serpentine tail winding gracefully through the forest. Yi Huan cradled AI Tong in his arms as they traversed through thickets, crossed plains, and sipped from springs, sharing laughter and delight along the way. Chapter 97. Do you have any absolute gems here? The sunlight followed them, the few meters of lustrous black-red serpentine tail winding gracefully through the forest. Yi Huan cradled AI Tong in his arms as they traversed through thickets, crossed plains, and sipped from springs, sharing laughter and delight along the way. Along the journey, Yi Huan collected numerous beast pearls, which AI Tong accepted without hesitation. Some they consumed on the spot, while others they saved for future emergencies. Why did you say that this time we have truly bonded as partners? Ai Tong questioned. Nestled securely in Yi Huan's strong embrace, effortlessly supported without needing to adjust her weight, Yi Huan moved with great steadiness, devoid of any concern about the possibility of failing to carry herself. Thus, the notion that a boy cannot lift a girl does not necessarily stem from the girl being too heavy. After all, a mere 100 pounds is manageable. It is imperative for boys to engage in physical training. While others may be unaware, she prefers a boyfriend of robust stature. Much like Yi Huan, slim in attire, yet muscular when unclothed, exuding an undeniable masculinity. Ai Tong nestled in Yi Huan's embrace, her small hands entwined in his flowing, dark hair, occasionally brushing against the bond mark on his palm. She noticed that this bond mark had changed, its color becoming more vibrant, and she sensed that it might be linked to her emotions. For instance, when she felt a surge of excitement, the mark would radiate warmth. As Yi Huan carefully chose his words, he remarked, "I used my true form," and fell silent thereafter. His alluring crimson eyes, though fixed ahead, frequently glanced, whether intentionally or not, at Ai Tong's petite face, keenly observing her expressions. A hint of guilt lingered within him. Ai Tong, ceasing her play with his hair, raised her gaze to scrutinize Yi Huan's sharp jawline. Though words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. Suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushed anew. Yesterday, it seemed that she had briefly lost consciousness. Her mind clouded, akin to a thick fog. Yet, there was a moment when she felt Yi Huan calling her name, followed by his utterances concerning partner and bond. It appeared she had abruptly taken charge, overwhelming Yi Huan. Shaking her head, she patted her slightly warm cheeks, reluctant to delve further into those memories, for her mind held only fragmented recollections. Nevertheless, Even these disjointed memories were laden with unspoken implications. Would have been me back then? Just a mere insect? Idong promptly severed her thoughts, focusing on her lingering queries. She recalled a sudden sharp pain in her ankle, and upon inspection, Yahuan had assured her it was nothing more than a small bug. However, given the events of yesterday, it was evident that this insect was no ordinary creature. It belonged to the most insidious category of tiny insects in the jungle, thriving on the blood of powerful beasts, but lacking the strength to confront them directly, thus preying on their companions instead. Noticing that Idong did not seem particularly angry, Yahuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued with an explanation. He admitted that he had indeed overstepped yesterday, but fortunately, the bruising on her body had since faded. Lost in thought, he gently squeezed her plump waist. Idong understood and pressed on with her inquiry. So it was poisonous then? If it weren't poisonous, I wouldn't have been in such a state. My mind was clearer than that of a drunken person. Yahuan nodded solemnly in response to her serious demeanor. Given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to grasp onto the last shred of her rationality, especially when she, in her haze, exhibited an overwhelming assertiveness that left him hesitant to act. Could he claim he could overpower her? Very well, I shall not hold it against you. Though Idong's face remained flushed, she no longer exhibited any shyness, as if nothing embarrassing had transpired. Instead, she nestled her head against Yahuan's chest and began to amuse herself. Yahuan genuinely had her best interests at heart. While they shared a bond, she found herself unable to articulate why she felt compelled to hide her face in embarrassment, often denying her feelings, leading to moments of playful reprimand towards Yahuan. Yet, she cherished those feelings, secretly smiling at the memories, the laughter causing fine lines to form at the corners of her mouth. It seemed she was indeed experiencing the pangs of youthful infatuation. Yahuan, observing Idong's unusual demeanor, could hardly believe his eyes. He gazed down at the petite figure in his arms, her face a soft pink, her lips curled in a smile, her eyes gentle and warm, threatening to melt his resolve. As he held her tighter, they continued their journey, conversing and exchanging glances along the way. Primarily, it was Idong who spoke while Yahuan listened, their dynamic resembling that of a harmonious duet. One singing, the other responding, both aesthetically pleasing and in sync. Idong animatedly shared her thoughts, her expressions vibrant, bouncing with excitement at each sight, nearly spilling her enthusiasm. Yahuan listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement, offering brief responses to her exuberance. Encouraged, Idong's words flowed freely, akin to a river unleashed. Yahuan, look over there. A great antelope and a little one walking together. The little one just got kicked. Yahuan, that waterfall. It cascades down 3,000 feet. What a pity there is no Milky Way here. I wish to see it. The water below smells so fishy. Do you think there are fish down there? Thus, she chattered on. Eventually, they came across a type of fruit, and Idong, with her keen eyes, recognized it from a previous conversation. Someone had mentioned fruits called mingmingzi and guguzi. She recalled applying her knowledge of dialects to expand her understanding. Linguistics was one of her favorite subjects. Do you know this fruit? Is it guguzi? As she spoke, Idong seemed to recall something, looking up at Yahuan with lively eyes. Do you have Juajwazi here? Yahuan, curious, inquired, what is Juajwazi? Throughout their journey, he found himself speaking more than he ever had. Yet each time Idong shared something, he remained eager to engage. To him, she resembled a little sparrow chattering in his ear. Strangely enough, he found her chatter soothing, filling him with an indescribable warmth. Chapter 98. A doghouse of one's own is better than a silver or golden nest. Yahuan. What is Juajwazi? Idong, noticing Yahuan's genuine curiosity, couldn't help but stifle a giggle, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Should I explain what Juajwazi means? Otherwise, it might feel like I'm teasing you. Juajwazi signifies something exceptional beyond words. Idong smiled gently, resting her chin on her hand as she reflected before ultimately explaining it to Yahuan. While she enjoyed Yahuan's adorable demeanor, she also recognized the importance of balance in their communication. In any relationship, it is essential to have shared topics, even in the absence of common ground. One can create new conversations. However, one of the gravest pitfalls in communication is leaving thoughts unfinished. Although Yahuan may not fully grasp her words, he listened intently. If she prioritized her own happiness at the expense of his feelings, it could lead to a depletion of patience and affection over time. Yahuan appeared to understand, nodding in acknowledgement, and then smiled, his voice low. Juajwazi, this entire journey has been quite Juajwazi. Idong's eyes widened in surprise. playfully punching Yehuan in the arm, her expression teasingly threatening. What on earth are you implying? As they continued on their way, nearing Sinqing, Yehuan transformed into his beastly form to avoid unnecessary complications. Idong, still cradled in his arms, furrowed her brow, anxiously requesting to be set down. Please let me down. Otherwise, they may think something is amiss again. She vividly recalled the curious gazes she had received when Yehuan had carried her back from the grasslands, feeling bashful in the face of their scrutiny. She was the type who felt shy in the moment, but would later find her courage. The next day, upon encountering them again, the previous awkwardness had completely dissipated. In any case, she was unaware of who had witnessed the incident, so her actions remained as natural as ever. Ai Tong may not have realized that the act of seeing was of little consequence. Who had seen it was even less significant. Within a day, the entire Suncheon was abuzz with the news. Yi Huan was reluctant to relinquish the little one in his arms, yet Ai was quite insistent, leaving her husband with no choice but to acquiesce to his wife's wishes. Ai Tong gracefully descended from Yi Huan's embrace, maintaining perfect balance. Her body having grown accustomed to being held, she instinctively took hold of Yi Huan's large hand and began to walk ahead, leading him by a half step. Yi Huan had intended to encircle his beloved wife as befitted his royal status, yet he found himself captivated by the sight of her striding forward, her cloak wrapped tightly around her. She was musing aloud, wondering how Hai Tang and Bianzhan were faring, whether the heating stoves were functioning well, and if any issues had arisen. She felt the day turning gloomy and quite chilly, suspecting that heavy snowfall might soon ensue. Yi Huan's long legs carried him with greater strides than usual, observing Ai Tong's nimble little legs keeping pace. He couldn't help but smile. He quickly caught up with her, his large hand enveloping her slightly cool one as they walked forward together. In truth, he could communicate with Bianzhan at any moment. But given that Bianzhan was aware of the personal nature of this journey, he refrained from calling. And Bianzhan naturally would not reach out unless something significant occurred in Suncheon. It seemed that Ai cared more about Suncheon than he did. As they approached, a patrolling beastman had already spotted them, swiftly making his way into the city to report to Feng Qi and Bianzhan. Before long, as they had yet to enter the city, Bianzhan hurriedly arrived at the city gates, followed closely by Hai Tang, who appeared somewhat breathless, indicating they had been together moments prior. Otherwise, Hai Tang would not have been able to emerge so quickly. Ai Tong smiled at the two of them and inquired, "So, has anything noteworthy happened in Suncheon recently?" Bianzhan's face bore a hint of flush, while Hai Tang seemed slightly uneasy. Bianzhan, glancing at the still-cold king, sensed a change in him, though he could not articulate it. Adhering to his usual demeanor, he turned to Ai Tong and replied seriously, "Your Majesty, everything is normal in Suncheon. All the heating stoves have been prepared and are set to be lit in a couple of days." Ai Tong nodded. I suspected there wouldn't be any issues. Although she feigned concern, she felt reassured about Bianzhan and the others. She could hardly recall what had troubled her before. "All right, let's not linger here. It's rather cold. We should head inside," she urged, pulling Yuan along as she encouraged the beastman waiting outside the city to join them. Even before their return, the messenger beastman had already spread the word, and soon all the beastmen in Suncheon were aware. Observing their king's previous solitude and irritability had weighed heavily on their hearts. Despite the king's usual aloof demeanor, he had shown more kindness than cruelty to the beastmen of the city. However, since the queen's arrival, the king had become more approachable, even dining with them, allowing those who had not seen him for decades to catch a glimpse of him at least once a day. Upon returning to the palace, Ai Tong and Yi Huan entered, while Bianzhan descended as well. Hai Tang had intended to accompany Ai Tong, but Yi Huan's mere glance sent her scurrying away. Ultimately, Ai Tong could only reassure Hai Tang to prepare some ingredients and return to the Sun Hall the next day, where she would teach her to cook a few dishes, enabling the beastmen to prepare their own meals. At the Sun Hall, Ai Tong descended the steps, pushed open the hall doors, and surveyed the familiar surroundings. Everything remained as it had been when she left. Even the fallen broom still lay in place. She had returned to this place. Though only a few days had passed, it lingered in her thoughts. As the saying goes, a golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The world outside may be splendid, yet nothing surpasses the cherished place of home in one's heart. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to regard Suncheon as her home. The home she shared with Yuan. Here, they shared laughter and joy, cooked together, and engaged in playful competition. This place witnessed their love and bore witness to all the subtle changes that transpired between them. Yihuan, what was that shelf beside your chair used for? Chapter 99. Each winter henceforth will surely be vibrant and colorful. The shelf? Once inside the hall, Yihuan had intended to seize the moment, as they were alone, to embrace his delicate and soft wife. However, witnessing AI's attachment to the Sun Hall warmed his heart, causing him to momentarily forget his intentions. It was the cabinet behind your desk. I noticed it was filled with ropes and wood and such. When she first arrived, she had been intimidated by the menacing chair and had only briefly glanced at the hall's furnishings. Much had transpired since then, and she had not thought to inquire about the shelf. Now that she had returned, her gaze swept across the hall, and she recalled it. That is the Beastman script used for record keeping. Yihuan observed as AI Tong picked up a knotted rope and a piece of wood etched with patterns. Record keeping? AI Tong held the knotted rope in her hands and looked up at Yihuan, asking, what does it say? It states that a few years ago, the Baihu clan offered 5 females. Yihuan took the rope, examined it, and explained to AI Tong. Most of the records pertained to significant events related to Sun Cheng, yet they did not detail the resolutions to those events. Information could be leaked, but the actions taken were sometimes not meant for the knowledge of other beastmen. The existence of these ropes served as reminders of what transpired each year. After all, a beastman's life is not short, and it is impossible to remember every detail of every event. However, upon seeing the simple records on the ropes, they would recall what had happened, naturally understanding the responses they had implemented at the time. The Baihu clan offered females? AI Tong's curiosity was piqued. Having witnessed the consequences faced by Bai Rou, the treachery of Bai Xie, and the cunning of Bai Xiao, she could hardly fathom why Bai Xiao would offer females to Sun Cheng. Indeed, at that time, the Baihu clan's strength had not yet reached its current status. The so-called offering of females was, in reality, a means of espionage and alliance. Noticing AI Tong's interest, Yihuan recounted the circumstances from that time. He once sought to ally with me. Therefore, the females confined in the cells. AI Tong had heard from Bai Rou that they suffered greatly, enduring inhumane treatment. She had never visited, yet her skepticism remained. Having seen the nature of Sun Cheng firsthand, she found it hard to believe they would subject those vulnerable females to such cruelty. The females locked away were those with ulterior motives. Confining them served as a warning to the tribes that sent them here. Sun Cheng would not allow them to perish in the cells. But Yihuan refrained from elaborating further. Every tribe has its own principles of conduct. No pool of water is entirely pure. Even he could not guarantee that every beastman would approve of every action taken, as everything is subject to personal discretion. Each beastman is not wholly virtuous or wholly malevolent, but rather a complex being. He may be the king of Sun Cheng, yet he does not oversee every matter, since they were sent here and made their choices. And since Sun Cheng provided them with opportunities, if they continued to cling to their previous resolves, they must naturally bear the consequences of their decisions. What could AI Tong possibly say in response to such matters? In this world, there are countless matters beyond one's control and an array of peculiar questions. What could she possibly change? She is merely an ordinary human, desiring only to lead her simple life. Some things, as a trend, are bound to exist. What right does she have to alter them? Every cause must have its effect. She is no saint, compelled to rescue every suffering soul. After aiding some self-serving beastmen, how can she know she is not inadvertently causing more harm to others? Yet, as a human, one cannot help but occasionally feel empathy. Kindness is essential. But one must discern the situation clearly. Regrettably, she cannot produce paper here, nor does she know where to find lime. Otherwise, she could have fashioned more convenient tools. Atong did not continue with her previous inquiry, but instead focused on the wood in her hands. This wood remains too heavy, although it has been shaved into thin slices. It is still less convenient than paper. Unfortunately, she does not possess the skills to create it. What is paper? Ian, upon hearing of a more convenient writing tool, became intrigued, pondering how AI's little mind could harbor such ideas. It is merely a thin, light square that can be folded and carried, upon which one can write notes. Atong set down the wood and gestured to Yuan. That indeed is a rare item, Yuan replied candidly, without dismissing the feasibility of the idea. Indeed, after placing the wood back, Atong picked up the fallen broom and then approached the fire pit to poke the flames. Yuan followed closely behind, observing Atong as she tended to the fire. The golden flames danced within the pit, occasionally leaping forth, while the round, dry firewood battled the capricious flames, ultimately becoming charred and hissing within the pit. Yun, why do I feel increasingly cold? Atong remarked, stirring the burning firewood as she expressed her sudden, strange sensation. She was clearly beside the fire, yet she still felt cold. For some reason, her senses seemed sharper than before. Yun crouched down, supporting her, then half-embraced Atong as they walked toward the warm bed. It is indeed cold. AI, having fully bonded with him, naturally felt his influence, compounded by the beast pearls. Leaning against the bed, Yun held Atong close, while she gazed upward, sharing her thoughts aloud. Yun, is it going to snow heavily? Atong nestled comfortably in Yun's embrace, adjusting his arm around her neck to keep warm, and then gazed toward the low window. Due to the cold weather, that window was now sealed, rendering it impossible to see anything, although a few wisps of cold air could still be felt seeping through. Yes, soon, Yun replied, freeing a hand to stroke Atong's hair, cautioning her not to mess it up, lest she end up with a wild man again. Can I still go out to play later? Atong inquired, looking up at Yun. Although the heavy snowfall would bring cold, there were no high mountains nearby, eliminating the risk of avalanches, and due to the weather, large wild beasts should also be absent. She did not wish to remain cooped up indoors all day. While she could pass time, making clothes or cooking, one cannot remain indoors eternally, or else one would surely develop a headache. Of course, Yun replied with a slight smile, his words flowing effortlessly as he indulged her. Atong felt a surge of joy, while Yun, equally elated, began to envision their future days together. Generally, during the cold season, he would seek a place to hibernate, as the cold months could be dreadfully dull. However, he believed that each forthcoming cold season would undoubtedly be vibrant and colorful. Chapter 100. A good man, the good man, returns weary, without longing or sorrow, yet still filled with yearning. Although the two had spent several days together, inseparable. At this moment, nestled in the sacred hall, the feeling of togetherness seemed to be their most cherished bond. After the bustling commotion and lively revelry, the tranquil moments, akin to flowing water, are often the most poignant. The two gradually drifted into slumber, wrapped in profound happiness, as threads of longing intertwined around the one lying beside them. Birds returned to their nests. Fish long for the depths. The bond between lovers requires no words. The crackling firewood in the pit echoed softly, while the warm air from the bed enveloped them, creating a serene ambience as the two peacefully embraced in sleep. One night passed. A new day dawned. Atong awoke early to freshen up. Before she could even push open the hall door, she felt icy drafts seeking to invade her clothing. Instantly, Atong curled up, unable to suppress her complaints about the biting cold. She quickly tiptoed back inside to don a black cloak. Yesterday, they had agreed to teach Haidang how to cook today. She wondered why it was so cold. Could it truly be, as she had said yesterday, that it was snowing heavily? Was she a harbinger of misfortune? Yun awoke as Atong got out of bed, and while she busied herself with her morning routine, he took it upon himself to fold the bedding. He resolved to learn such tasks so that AI could have more time to spend with him rather than being occupied with trivial chores, which often seemed to intrude upon her delicate, soft nature. How could that be allowed? He had no way to manage the little one bustling about, nor could he control these minor tasks. Underestimating him was a mistake. His bedding folding was quite skillful, nearly matching AI's previous efforts. Yin gazed with satisfaction at his neatly folded bedding, complimenting himself inwardly before proceeding to dress and wash. Atong, now ready to push open the hall door, exerted her strength, but managed only to create a small gap. The moment she opened it, she was caught completely off guard. A gust of wind, wrapped in a cold wave and mixed with snowflakes, rushed in, prompting Atong to instinctively close her eyes and lower her head to shield herself. She felt as though her face was being sliced by a knife, a sharp pain coursing through her. Snowflakes poured in, invading her neck as her small hands instinctively curled together to fend off the chill. After a moment of adjustment, Atong lifted her head, squinting as she gazed into the bright white world before her, nearly blinding her. Outside, snowflakes drifted down like feathers from the sky, settling upon the earth and forming thick mounds. The stone eaves outside the sacred hall, resembling modern rooftops, remained clear of snow, but in other areas, the snow had already accumulated to the height of her calves. Yun, come quickly. It's really snowing heavily outside. Atong called out to Yun within the hall. Due to the sudden weather change, the beastmen on duty quickly changed shifts. Atong hurriedly waved to a newly arrived beastman. Upon noticing the signal, the beastman swiftly approached. Oh, a flying beastman. How delightful not to step in the snow. Atong thought to herself as the Beastman arrived, and without waiting for a response, she began to speak. However, her lips were so cold that her words came out clumsily, puffs of white breath rising from her mouth. "You go quickly," informed Bianjan. "Tell everyone to start the heating. It's been several days, and in this cold weather, we should definitely get it going." Atong rubbed her hands together for warmth, exhaling hot breath into her palms, then touched her ears, knowing without looking that they must be half frozen and reddened. "If anyone's heating fails, come find me. Otherwise, everyone should stay indoors. It's truly freezing." This was the first heavy snowfall of the season, and it was already so thick. No wonder they say the cold season in the beast realm is a natural disaster, with countless beastmen suffering. In such extreme weather, it is wise to remain sheltered, surviving the cold and hunger. "Yes, your majesty." The beastman received the order and promptly soared outside to relay the message. She had witnessed the orc's vitality, especially during such a crucial moment. She had no concerns about the speed at which news would spread. As soon as Yihuan heard his beloved wife calling for him, he instantly appeared at the palace door, shutting it firmly to keep the howling wind and snow at bay. It was freezing. Standing in the gusts was ill-advised. Yihuan seemed unfazed by the heavy snowfall, his heart and gaze entirely captivated by the person before him. "It's snowing heavily." Aitong, disregarding Yihuan's actions of wrapping her cloak more tightly, was eager to share. "I already knew last night," Yihuan replied nonchalantly, fastening his cloak while glancing at her. Seeing Aitong's ears flush from the cold, he instinctively warmed them with his hands. "Aitong, those ears might take a while to recover." "What? You also knew last night?" Aitong, momentarily flustered, withdrew her hands, looking at Yihuan with a mix of seriousness and surprise. "Indeed, we are husband and wife," Yihuan responded, unperturbed by her actions. He gently tucked her tousled hair behind her ear, his eyes catching the vibrant blush of her earlobes, eliciting a smile from him. Aitong felt a sense of being playfully teased. How could a serious topic suddenly take on such a flirtatious tone? Should she respond with, "A shared heart understands each other"? Her cheeks, already red from the cold, deepened in color from embarrassment. "Can you be honest with me?" Aitong transformed in an instant from a serious, strong woman to a soft and charming wife. A transformation she found impressive. Yihuan adored this delicate little creature. If Aitong's words were just a touch gentler, he would immediately comply without hesitation. "Can you be honest?" Aitong pressed, her demeanor shifting again. Seeing her poised to become upset if he remained silent, Yihuan finally spoke, his gaze softening as he held her slightly chilly hand, his voice steady. "Because we have established a connection." "Connection?" Aitong questioned, puzzled. Did she share a connection with Yihuan? "Yes, once we truly became partners, that connection formed." Yihuan smiled, though he appeared slightly restrained. "What kind of connection?" Aitong was anew to such matters and found herself quite curious. Recently, she had indeed experienced some changes within herself. "It is your emotions that I can perceive clearly. It's not so much a matter of prying, but rather of feeling," Yihuan stated earnestly, without intending to jest. "Really? Then why can't I feel yours?" Aitong felt a sense of unfairness. Why could Yihuan sense her emotions while she could not sense his? This bond of partnership felt as though it had stripped her of her privacy. Yet, it seemed not to affect her too much, as Yihuan had always been adept at observing her emotions. After initially teasing her, he had grown increasingly considerate, always responding perfectly to her needs. Yihuan paused, contemplating before responding. He could not say that Aitong was too weak. Rather, he was simply stronger, allowing him to always be on the front line of her feelings. Yihuan, unusually verbose, expressed a heartfelt sentiment, which left Aitong feeling bashful, her earlier disappointment dissipating. Her face radiated happiness, and she eventually lowered her head in shyness, her lips sealed while Yihuan gently held her fingers, occasionally teasingly pinching his palm. As they exchanged sweet nothings, a voice interrupted from outside the palace. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." Bianjan and Hai Tang seek an audience. Startled by the sudden announcement, Aitong quickly withdrew her hand and distanced herself from Yihuan, striving to regain her composure. She adjusted an imaginary strand of hair behind her ear, clearing her throat as she addressed the door. "Come in." Bianjan pushed open the palace door, followed closely by Hai Tang. The two, clad in fur pelts, bore traces of snow and cold, stopping a few meters away from Aitong and Yihuan. They bowed respectfully to the couple seated by the column. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." As they spoke, the snowflakes on their garments began to melt in the warmth of the room, dripping down and creating a scene reminiscent of a water-dipped brush. Your Majesty, the Kong is already lit, and thanks to everyone's diligent work, there have been no issues. We have ample firewood, and if needed, we can gather more from the forest daily. I have come to inquire if there are any further instructions, Bien Zhan said, glancing at Hai Tang before pausing momentarily. Hai Tang appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Bien Zhan's hesitation. As long as the Kong is functioning well, we do not need to burn too much. A comfortable temperature is sufficient, Ai Tong replied, relieved to hear there were no issues with the Kong. Looking at Hai Tang beside Bien Zhan, she suddenly recalled something. Today, I wish to teach Hai Tang how to prepare some dishes and their preparation methods. This way, we can ensure the vegetables in the cellar are well utilized. Ai Tong expressed her thoughts, knowing that food was scarce during the cold season, with only some previously salted meat and the stored vegetables remaining. However, the others were unaware of how to prepare them, and now, with the heavy snowfall, she needed to prioritize teaching them how to cook. Bien Zhan nodded, realizing he had overlooked this matter. Despite having many issues to discuss beforehand, he felt it was unnecessary to waste time. I tong so. Pudding hai tang kolo. Have all the ingredients been prepared? She inquired. Your Highness, all the ingredients are ready. Hai Tang's deep eyes sparkled with excitement. She cherished her time with Ai Tong, especially as she was to be taught cooking. She envisioned herself creating more delectable dishes, solely for Ai Tong's enjoyment. Perhaps she could never have imagined that the dishes she would prepare would end up in a certain someone's belly, Ai Tong mused. The selected ingredients were stored in a corner of the cellar, requiring an orc to fetch them. Ai Tong instructed Bien Zhan to find someone to assist and also to prepare pots and water. Her plan was to process some dishes within the palace and then cook in an unoccupied hall adjacent to the Sun Hall, where it was warmer. This would prevent her hands from freezing during the preparation. While cooking, they could keep a fire going beside them for warmth. Today, she aimed to teach every dish, ensuring that everyone could comfortably spend the cold season in their caves without risking their safety by venturing out to hunt. Moreover, this would afford them more time to cultivate familial bonds and ponder the prospect of raising offspring, which was indeed a delightful thought. Meanwhile, Yi Huan felt somewhat neglected after Bien Zhan and Hai Tang's arrival. Yet, he found no way to intervene. Ai Tong had just informed him that this was the last day of the cold season for the orcs, and the remaining time would be theirs alone. She belonged entirely to him. As the two shared a moment, Yi Huan's grievances dissipated, and he began to count the days left in the cold season, pondering all the activities they could still enjoy together. Every second was precious. Ai Tong's curiosity peaked again as she gently pulled Hai Tang closer, asking if anything interesting had occurred in Sun City during the days they were away, also seeking to gossip about Bien Zhan through Hai Tang's perspective. As Jia Hai Tong displayed a somewhat bashful demeanor, Hai Tong stifled a giggle behind her hand, quickly diverting the conversation. Hai Tong had always been responsive to inquiries, and under the lively atmosphere fostered by Hai Tong, she gradually began to open up, even sharing a few jokes. In the warm chamber, the two resembled close friends engaged in cheerful banter, laughing heartily. Before long, Bien Zhan and the others had prepared everything they needed. Various ingredients lay obediently on the black jade stone within the sun dian: cabbage, radish, carrot, potato, egg, sweet potato, and corn. Hai Tong regarded the ingredients on the floor, pointing out each one while explaining which could be consumed raw or prepared in a more convenient manner. She believed that all tasks should follow a logical sequence, typically starting with the simpler ones before advancing to the more complex, facilitating a quicker grasp of the subject and preventing chaos. Indeed, it was demonstrated that having a clear framework in mind could render even a simple comedic sketch beloved by audiences, elevating it to the status of a classic. Difficult to surpass in later years, audiences did not merely appreciate the events of the sketch itself, but rather the expressive style it embodied and the societal issues it subtly highlighted. Akin to the renowned Selling Crutches series, where Uncle Ben successfully deceived a chef into becoming crippled, parting with his own crutch and even absconding with the chef's bicycle, willingly delivered to him. Years later, the chef, having realized he was swindled, sought to reclaim his dignity, only to unwittingly purchase a wheelchair in their next encounter. Again, after several years, he had become a seasoned contact for a fraud prevention hotline, yet still fell victim to deception. This series of interconnected sketches elicited uproarious laughter from the audience, encapsulating the humor of the entire New Year's Eve. Another memorable moment involved how Jian being accosted by a fallen woman who feigned injury, writhing on the ground, alternately clutching her knee and lower back, lamenting her misfortunes. When the police arrived, they found the two sprawled on the ground, prompting the woman to point accusingly at Hao Jian, wailing that he had uttered all her words. Hao Jian lay on the ground, grinning mischievously, adjusting his arms while thinking how cool the ground felt, pondering that whoever spoke first held the power. Although this scene was not scripted, but rather a spur-of-the-moment improvisation due to an actor's blunder, it was the actor's inherent logical thinking that sparked miraculous moments of creativity, delighting the audience immensely. Itong continued to articulate her thoughts methodically, explaining that all ingredients needed washing before preparation, except for the dried gourd strips and eggs. Among them, eggs were the simplest to prepare. They could be consumed raw, boiled, or fried. No special memorization required. The skins of radishes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes were inedible, while the skin of orange carrots was acceptable. The corn, however, was to be eaten only in its yellow kernels, as the cob itself was not edible but could be used as firewood once dried. Radishes, carrots, and eggs could be eaten raw, though they merely offered hydration and minimal nutrition, insufficient for satiety. Conversely, sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, and eggs could be roasted directly in the fire. Sweet potatoes were ready once their insides turned golden, corn when slightly charred but not burnt, and potatoes when adequately cooked. These represented the quickest and simplest methods of preparation. Upon finishing her explanation, Itong cast a sly glance at Haitong, believing that a practical demonstration would be beneficial. She suggested, in a hushed tone, that they should toss a corn cob, a sweet potato, and a potato into the nearby fire to illustrate the cooking process before sampling the results. Haitong's eyes widened in surprise at the prospect of tasting something first, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Itong then planned to teach Haitong a few common dishes, as Haitong had previously excelled in making soups. Thus, she opted not to revisit those recipes. She took a large cabbage, peeling off the leaves, and demonstrated how to wash them in a large basin. Haitong followed suit, mimicking her actions. After washing, Itong began chopping on the stone table, explaining that the cabbage leaves were too large to eat whole. Thus, they should be cut into smaller pieces to enhance flavor during cooking. Of course, if one preferred not to chop, they could simply tear the leaves or place them whole into the pot, though larger pieces would require more broth to impart flavor. Itong continued to cut while explaining, and Haitong nodded, picking up a shell she had found to attempt cutting the cabbage as well. Once the cabbage was chopped, Haitong placed it into a bowl, delighted to see that her cutting skills resembled those of Itong. Radishes, carrots, and potatoes could be diced into cubes, sliced, or even julienned, depending on personal preference. Itong then took a carrot, slicing it into rounds before stacking and cutting them into strips. You see, these are slices, and these are strips, she indicated to Haitong, pointing to the carrot on her cutting board. From here, with a few more cuts, you'll create small cubes. Of course, potato cubes should be larger, and any shape will suffice, as they are all edible. Itong primarily focused on teaching Haitong the various methods of cutting vegetables. After all, the preparation techniques for most vegetables were quite similar, merely differing in shape. Regardless of the form, the essence remained. If it was edible, it was valid. Embracing simplicity, Itong emphasized that sometimes the most straightforward approach is the most refined. Her words also served to inspire Haitong to liberate her fixed mindset, allowing her to understand that her own perspectives were not the sole truth and that flexibility in approach was essential. Haitong's realization dawned upon her, and she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Oh, Wangho, I suddenly understand." Itong smiled gently, turning to meet Haitong's eager gaze. As long as you recognize which parts of the vegetables are edible, there are myriad ways to prepare them. If you find it delicious, then it is worthy of being made, Haitong exclaimed excitedly. Itong's eyes sparkled with approval as she responded, "Indeed, that is why I first taught you about what is edible." Then, as if struck by a thought, Itong reminded her, while there are no strict rules regarding shapes or methods of preparation, some vegetables should not be consumed together, as they can be toxic. However, the ones we have found so far are safe to use. Haitong, upon hearing the mention of potential poisoning, became more cautious. Itong contemplated the situation, deciding that Haitong should learn based on the combinations they had discussed, while the methods of preparation and cutting could be left to Haitong's creative interpretation. Let us begin with the combinations I suggested, and the rest will follow a similar process to our previous cooking steps, Itong instructed, glancing at the neatly cut vegetables before her. The exchange was mutually enriching. Although Haitong diligently learned from Itong, she inadvertently illuminated Itong's own areas for growth. Today had been quite enjoyable. As they finished chopping all the vegetables, Itong set aside the dried gourd strips to soften, preparing to create a small batch of chicken stew with gourd strips later. Subsequently, several individuals moved to a nearby small hall where they had already kindled a fire. AI Tong first demonstrated the entire cooking process, something that Hai Tang had previously learned from the orcs. However, the sequence of cooking can sometimes differ, and AI Tong intended to discuss this issue with Hai Tang. She began by blanching the cut potatoes in the boiling water, which expedited the cooking process, allowing for a shorter simmering time later. After a while, seeing that the potatoes were nearly done, AI Tong fished them out and turned to Hai Tang, saying, "Look, for firmer foods like potatoes and carrots, they should be blanched in hot water first for better stir-frying. But don't leave them too long, or they become mushy and lose their texture." Hai Tang silently nodded, taking note. Then, AI Tong commenced rendering fat, tossing a piece of fatty meat from their hunt into the pot. Once the grease was released, she began to add vegetables, starting with the cabbage, followed by the potatoes, and a few slices of carrot. She then began to stir-fry. After a while, she added salt and other seasonings, pouring in a bit of water before continuing to stir. Once the flavors melded, AI Tong covered the pot, allowing it to simmer for a while before serving. After the dishes were ready, AI Tong instructed Hai Tang to place them on the small stove in the Sandian to keep warm, as they had quite a few dishes to prepare, and it was essential to ensure they were hot when served. The next step was for Hai Tang to take the lead in cutting, while AI Tong supervised from side. Through their joint efforts, several delectable dishes emerged, including chicken stew with gourds, potato stew with cabbage, roasted sweet potatoes, roasted corn, egg custard, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and braised ribs with corn and radish, along with stir-fried greens with eggs. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, warming the hearts of all in the frigid weather. AI Tong portioned out each dish, leaving the remainder for Bien Zhan, urging him to take Hai Tang back to eat before the food cooled. As for whether the two would eat together or separately, she was uncertain. Bien Zhan felt a bit smug, and it seemed Hai Tang shared a similar sentiment. Before they left, AI Tong reminded them that the responsibility of teaching cooking would now fall on their shoulders, as she intended to take a more leisurely approach this cold season, focusing on relaxation and enjoyment. After laboring in the kitchen for an extended period, AI Tong was delighted that they could finally eat, contemplating how the coming days would be free from such busyness. She placed the dishes on the table and served the cooked rice, then turned to the ever-watchful Yi Huan, flashing a sweet smile and calling out, "Time to eat." This marked their first meal of the day, and AI Tong marveled at how time had slipped away. It was already afternoon. Previously, Yi Huan had been elated after hearing AI Tong's promise, but as the excitement faded and he watched her laughing with Hai Tang, jealousy flared within him. Yet he had promised AI Tong that from this day forward, all their time would belong to just the two of them. Thus, despite his discontent, he could only stand by or sit silently, his expression devoid of emotion, while others perceived his demeanor as cold and angry. AI Tong saw it as a plea for affection. In a moment of impulsiveness, she hurriedly approached the sulking figure of her husband, gently patting his broad back and soothingly saying, "It's all right, look, they've left. Now it's just us, just us." Yi Huan's mind echoed with the phrase, "just us," and without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her waist, leaning down to claim a kiss. AI Tong, still patting his back, froze momentarily, her wide eyes fixed on him, unable to look away. In a spontaneous moment, she tiptoed, wrapping her arms around his neck, and with a gentle push, she initiated the kiss. Yi Huan's movements faltered as he caught sight of her radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Before he could fully react, she had already pulled away, grasping his hand and leading him to the table. "Come, sit down," AI Tong urged, pressing down on Yi Huan's shoulder to make him sit obediently. She then fetched something from the stove, seemingly water. Yi Huan, puzzled by the glass of water before him, watched as AI Tong happily poured it, explaining, "I stumbled upon this, and it's delightful. I believe it's lemongrass." "Lemongrass?" Yi Huan inquired, intrigued. AI Tong didn't pour too much, being mindful not to overindulge, as it could irritate the stomach. Primarily, drinking it before a meal could cleanse the intestines, while afterward, it could enhance blood circulation. By sharing it with Yi Huan, she aimed to let him experience something new. Yi Huan lifted the cup, sipping a few times, and sensed a peculiar flavor, neither overly sour nor sweet. It compelled him to drink more. After another sip, he exclaimed, "Delicious." Noticing Yi Huan's lack of restraint, AI Tong quickly intervened, reminding him not to drink too much, suggesting they could enjoy some after their meal. Reluctantly, Yi Huan set the cup down but held onto AI Tong's hand tightly. His deep, dark eyes fixed on her, commanding, "Sit by me, let us eat together." Ai Tong smiled gently, attempting to withdraw her hand, yet was unsuccessful. She gestured, asking if her husband could release her hand so she could eat. Yet, Yi Huan's grip remained firm as he continued to hold her right hand with his left, using his right to deftly pick up a bite of food, steadily transferring it to her bowl before bringing it to her lips. The enticing aroma of the dishes lingered tantalizingly close, yet she was unable to partake. Whether she felt longing was irrelevant. Surely, she must be hungry by now. Seeing Yi Huan engrossed in his meal, Ai Tong felt a pang of jealousy. Why was he solely focused on his own sustenance? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she watched as Yi Huan carefully blew on the food before presenting it to her mouth. Surprised, Ai Tong blinked, and Yi Huan smiled, encouraging her to open her mouth. At that moment, Ai Tong found herself momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she opened her mouth, and a piece of hot food was placed inside, swallowed almost instinctively. As for the flavor, she could hardly discern it, though her sense of taste had not vanished. At that instant, it felt as if it had momentarily failed her. She attempted to savor the next bite, but once again it was flavorless, leaving her with a warm sensation in her heart. Could food truly warm the soul? As Yi Huan continued to feed her, he grew increasingly delighted, yet something felt amiss. He soon realized that the distance between them was too vast. Too far away, he thought, despite it being merely 30 centimeters. Unhappy with the gap, he swiftly scooped Ai Tong into his embrace, using his thigh as a makeshift seat. Startled by Yi Huan's sudden action, Ai Tong furrowed her brow. "What are you doing? We should eat properly." Yi Huan, with a hint of disdain in his tone, replied, "It's too far." Ai Tong raised an eyebrow, glancing at the slight distance between them, but chose not to argue, relishing the fact that someone was feeding her, making it easier for her to enjoy the meal. Satisfied, Yi Huan resumed feeding her, alternating between potatoes, cabbage, and chicken. Ai Tong continued to eat bite after bite, unaware of what exactly he was serving her. Their rhythm was simple. She would eat 2 bites while he took one, sharing the same pair of chopsticks. Ai Tong was astonished to discover that Yi Huan actually chewed on chopsticks. Well, they were a married couple, and she did not mind. Thus, Ai Tong began to nibble on her chopsticks, taking bites in between her meals. Yi Huan chuckled softly at the distorted wooden chopsticks. Wang paid no heed to his amusement. It was not until she was full and could eat no more that Yi Huan finally set down his chopsticks. Outside, snowflakes fell gently from the sky, while inside the hall, the warm Kong crackled cheerfully, creating a cozy atmosphere. Under the moonlight, the night was cool and refreshing. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Don't move." Yi Huan, nestled in the blankets, always seemed to want to stir things up. His large hands roamed about, causing Itong to feel both shy and evasive. Yet, rolling off the Kong was not an option, so she could only whimper, "It has only been a few days." It had been just a few days since their last venture into the fierce beast forest, and Yi Huan was already restless again. The peaceful nights they had enjoyed seemed like a distant memory. She had yet to recover properly. Was the craving truly this intense? She did not desire it as much. But that was only if Yi Huan did not provoke her. Once he did, she felt a twinge of discomfort, and before she knew it, she was ensnared by the big bad wolf. Despite repeatedly admonishing herself to resist the allure of male beauty, she found herself faltering each time, falling into the same trap. As if S mind wandered, Yi Huan spoke up. "It has been a long time." Yi Huan, shedding his usual cold and domineering demeanor, held his little wife tightly, refusing to let go. His brows knitted together, revealing a hint of grievance. Had she bullied him? Or had she wronged him? It was unclear who was truly tormenting whom. Ai Tong was at a loss for words. Although she was inclined to resist, it had only been a few days. "Let us just sleep peacefully." She gently caressed Yi Huan's cheek, as if to soothe him. It is said that a woman pursuing a man is like a thin veil. When a girl turns gentle, it seems the man is left with little to do. Witness her wielding softness to conquer strength. Surely, they would have a restful night filled with sweet dreams. Yet, reality unfolded differently. After a series of actions, Yi Huan grew even more fervent. Before Tong could revel in her victory, Yi Huan turned slightly, leaning closer to her delicate hand. He tenderly rubbed against it, his deep, dark eyes shimmering with an alluring glint. His voice low and enticing. Not obedient, Ai Tong said nothing, feeling a wave of heat wash over her. With a quick motion, she withdrew her hand, covering her chest in a flurry, desperately trying to conceal her racing heart. She bit her lip, a hint of anxiety creeping in. The last time had been under such circumstances, but this time, her cheeks flushed. Her captivating fox-like eyes gazing at Yi Huan's irresistibly handsome face illuminated by the warm glow of the night pearl. She felt disoriented by the peculiar ambience. It seemed as though she had fallen into a web of yarn, each strand drifting towards her, softly attempting to ensnare her form. It was not uncomfortable, but rather peculiar. Yi Huan, observing the dazed figure beneath him, smiled faintly. He reminisced about that daring and fierce woman from the previous night, feeling a strange longing. Of course, the current held her own charm, stirring his heart's desires as well. Yi Huan's large hands mischievously roamed beneath the fur blanket. With half of her garment undone, Aitong finally regained her senses, closing her eyes and anxiously urging him to extinguish the night pearl. It was too bright. In such an environment, she felt restrained and awkward. Under the bright light, Yi Huan made her blush. As a new bride, she was still unaccustomed, seeing Aitong's enchanting appearance. Yi Huan chuckled softly and extended a large hand from beneath the covers, waving it lightly. Instantly, the chamber was engulfed in darkness. They were plunged into shadow. Don't. Please. Night, how beautiful. Despite the danger, there were always those who endured through sleepless nights. The world outside was cold, the earth frozen, yet two bodies intertwined, their hearts bound by affection. The next day, the two finally welcomed the long-awaited tranquil day. The so-called world for two was merely this. To be precise, their attitudes towards the impending cold season differed. Yi Huan wished to monopolize them, preferring her close by, while Aitong sought to indulge in leisure and play during the remaining time of winter. However, everything unfolded according to their respective desires, each following their own path yet converging in the end. Due to the fervor of the previous night, they rose later than usual, the sun having already been bright for quite some time, though the precise position of the sun remained unknown. In the dimly lit chamber, tranquility reigned, as if the entire world had been muted, including the pair nestled together in sweet slumber on the con. As he gazed around, only vague shapes of objects were visible, nothing but items scattered about. After a playful murmur from Aitong the previous night, Yi Huan had not only put away the night pearl, but had sealed every source of light in the chamber. Had it not been nearing noon, one might have struggled to discern a single shadow. Awakening first, Yi Huan savored the sensations in his arms, tightening his grip slightly, cradling the soft figure within. He gently propped himself up, leaning on his arm to gaze down at the tranquil visage of the woman in his embrace. She remained petite, yet the sensation of hunger clung to him. Although they had just indulged the night before, he still felt unsated, especially upon witnessing her in her current state, making it impossible to resist. Each time, he found himself yearning. Satisfying his cravings could only provide temporary relief, yet considering its well-being, he knew he must exercise self-restraint. Yi Huan meticulously studied the woman before him. Though her long, thick eyelashes were absent, and the playful sparkles that usually danced upon her beautiful face were dimmed, her slightly shadowed features remained captivating. She evoked a sense of longing for light hidden within darkness, tranquil and profound, akin to a sleeping beauty resting beneath the earth. Yi Huan gazed quietly, refraining from any movement, fearing he might awaken his beloved wife. Recalling the events of the previous night, a smile crept onto his lips. Oh no, he had become somewhat addicted. What was to be done? Just as Yi Huan basked in delightful reminiscence, Aitong slowly opened her eyes, her small hands instinctively rising to rub them, softly murmuring. After stretching her body, she initiated her daily waking routine. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Yi Huan so close, Aitong leaned against his chest, her soft voice greeting him, "Good morning." Although Yi Huan had been rather indulgent the night prior, he had remained gentle throughout. Aside from a brief moment of intensity, she felt no substantial pain. Suddenly recalling something, Aitong quickly raised her arm to inspect it. Thankfully, all was well. She had not been bitten. Yesterday, she was inexplicably compelled to nibble on Yi Huan's fair, tender chest, and the more she nibbled, the more addicted she became. Yi Huan skillfully avoided her attempts, prompting her to become desperate for a bite. After some playful tussling beneath the covers, Aitong finally achieved her goal, sinking her teeth into him a few times. Yet, abruptly the tables turned. She had anticipated Yi Huan would seize the opportunity to retaliate. At that moment, he had been buried in her neck, and she had no idea what he was up to, feeling him tug at her arm as if preparing to bite. However, he never followed through, and she was left uncertain if he had launched a surprise attack while she slept, making her first priority upon waking to check her arm. Aitong was still fair and tender, and she let out a sigh of relief. Yi Huan gazed at her with a hint of amusement, his brows arching in delight. He had long suspected that she would recall something the next day and immediately conduct a check. As a seasoned beastman, how could he knowingly commit an error? His dark crimson eyes glimmered with pride as they rested on the starry red mark nestled in the nape of his neck, a sight so exquisite and rare that it mirrored the pattern of his own eyes. No other beastman could replicate such a symbol. It was his emblem, and it was destined to remain his forever. A certain serpent declared war in his heart. Unbeknownst to others, Yi Huan's possessiveness was surprisingly intense. Before they became mates, he had indeed exhibited a certain dominance, but after their bond was formed, it transformed into a more subtle form of strength. Poor Hung, who, without mirrors and in the chill of winter, remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, Hung was oblivious to the time, reveling in the warmth of the blanket and the refreshing sensation of her body, completely free of discomfort. This only deepened her reluctance to rise. It was evident that Yi Huan had already attended to her cleanliness the night before. Although a tinge of embarrassment washed over her upon reflection, she dismissed it. After all, she had been in a daze of the time. Thus, the two indulged in a brief moment of affection, exchanging whimsical thoughts before finally deciding to get out of bed. Having eaten abundantly the previous night, and considering the changes in S physique, she no longer required 3 meals a day. A simple meal sufficed. Yi Huan, however, was indifferent, merely concerned with filling the gaps between his teeth. Yet, as a human, Aitong found it difficult to break years of habit, needing to consume something each day. Wrapped in her blanket, she commanded Yi Huan to fetch her clothes, as she was not in a position to do so herself. Obediently, he complied, taking his time to lift the blanket and stroll leisurely to retrieve her attire. With her gaze lowered, Hung instinctively reached out to grasp the clothes. Her cheeks now tinged with a rosy hue as she nestled back under the covers to dress. How shameless, she thought, while Yi Huan chuckled heartily, a sound that was rare for him, who typically wore a smirk. In the meantime, Aitong felt nearly suffocated in the warmth of the blanket. Her face flushed deeper upon hearing Yi Huan's laughter. Whether it was due to a lack of oxygen in her brain or in her heart remained a mystery. As she donned her clothes, Yi Huan had already dressed and removed the coverings from the room. When Aitong emerged, her cheeks still flushed, but no longer burning. The daylight provided her some relief. Accompanying her to wash up, Yi Huan, with keen awareness, bent down to fold the blanket, which bore the sweet scent of a... In the absence of distractions, Aitong resumed her previous habits. Regardless of the time, she felt compelled to engage in her morning exercises. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. In the grand hall, led the way, with Yi Huan following suit, both performing exaggerated movements, clapping, stretching, and stomping. While Aitong danced with exuberance, radiating vitality, Yi Huan felt an inexplicable and peculiar sensation enveloping him, akin to a mix of grievance and unspoken compliance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could also detect a hint of satisfaction and arrogance. As Aitong frequently turned to check on him, his heart raced. How could a mighty king snake, the ruler of a city, be reduced to such peculiar antics? His body was now governed by the heart of his beloved, and his consciousness unconsciously leaned towards him. There was no way around it. He was determined to please his darling wife. She had mentioned that this was called a fitness routine beneficial for one's muscles and bones. Although Yi Huan had no need for such, he could not bear the thought of disappointing her. If he was to engage, he must excel, ensuring that his formidable image was not tarnished. Thus, Yi Huan resolved to put forth even more effort, dismissing the awkwardness of the movements. Thankfully, there were no other beastmen around. Otherwise, he would have lost face throughout the city. If it were to spread, he could only claim it as a family tradition. Every male should aspire to follow his example. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. As their leader, he set the standard. His approval was definitive. Who would dare question it? Moreover, what he was doing was undoubtedly the most correct choice. Sometimes, one must take the initiative to seize the advantage. At that moment, Yi Huan had already devised a strategy for a proactive approach, feeling no need to wait for the beastmen of Sun Chung to witness it. He would announce it on the spot. This was more in line with his style. While Tung diligently led the exercises, she felt a twinge of unease, prompting her to glance back frequently. After washing up, she began her routine in the open space, happily engaged in her movements when Yi Huan, feeling a bit miffed, remarked that she was ignoring him. Ignore him? How could that be? Yet, to appease His Highness, decided to invite him to join her, albeit reluctantly explaining that she feared he might not enjoy it. This was indeed true. What she was doing was not suitable for Yi Huan, who would be better off practicing martial arts, but she only knew how to exercise for weight loss. Unexpectedly, Yi Huan, without hesitation, simply stated he would join her and approached with intent. How could she refuse? Thus, Tong led the way, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Huan, questioning his sanity, who knew he might change his mind at any moment. Casting a sideways glance, she observed that Yi Huan was earnestly participating, even exhibiting a more precise form than she. There was something peculiar about his demeanor. After they had exercised for a while, Haitong decided it was time to stop. They could not continue indefinitely. The hall was not particularly cold, and having exercised, she felt a light sheen of sweat on her brow. Her body warmed. Sitting at the table to catch her breath, she wiped her forehead and poured 2 glasses of water, one for herself and the other for Yi Huan, placing it before him with a smile, suggesting he hydrate. Drink some water, it's important to stay hydrated, she said gently. Yi Huan looked at Shaitong's cheeks, now radiating a rosy hue unlike before, and felt a peculiar sensation stir within him. Each encounter with Fat Eye revealed new discoveries and feelings, and this unexpected display seemed to draw him in even more. He could not quite articulate what captivated him. Consequently, he took the cup and happily drank. Shortly thereafter, Haitong eagerly expressed her desire to go outside to see the snow, akin to a child yearning to frolic. Her heart yearned to play in the snow, so she sought the opportunity to indulge. As for meals, there was no rush. She would eat later in the evening. Yi Huan had no choice but to accompany her. Not to mention, he typically complied with her requests, as evidenced by the events of the previous night. He did not forget to threaten her, stating that if he wanted to go out to play, he had to agree, otherwise she would not cooperate. Caught in a dilemma, he had little choice but to comply. Initially, he thought the snow was heavy and the wind cold, suggesting that AI should stay warm inside the palace and only occasionally peek outside. Although he held no fear of the wild beasts lurking beyond, prolonged exposure to the outdoors was detrimental to one's health. However, he could not withstand AI Tong's relentless insistence. Ultimately, he relented. After all, it was just the 2 of them, and whatever AI chose to do was akin to doing it himself. He would be there to observe, ready to return at the first sign of trouble. With this thought in mind, Yi Huan turned and retrieved a grand cloak. He stood before AI Tong, who appeared rather excited, and draped a thicker white fox fur cloak over her. The pristine white fur accentuated AI Tong's delicate face, making her complexion appear even more radiant. Yi Huan's lips curved into a smile, and he couldn't help but gently pinch her cheeks. As AI Tong reacted, he quickly withdrew his hand and naturally took her small hand within the cloak, leading her toward the palace doors. Chapter 107. A world adorned in silver. A gust of cold wind rushed in as the grand doors swung open, and the 2 stepped into a brilliantly illuminated world. The snowfall had ceased, but the previous accumulation was substantial, forming thick mounds of snow. Fortunately, both were well dressed, so aside from their cheeks feeling slightly icy, the rest of them remained comfortable. Before them stretched a world enveloped in shimmering silver, devoid of any footprints, reminiscent of delicate pear blossoms. The caves and stones were obscured, while the towering trees were adorned with fluffy white clumps, with hints of green and brown peeking through, creating a picturesque scene of white against the verdant backdrop. The gentle sunlight seemed to scatter like crushed gems across the thick blanket of snow, sparkling brilliantly as if eager to showcase its beauty. They would not need to linger too long. Surely, snow blindness would not be an issue. AI Tong, though a bit playful, had no desire to become blinded. Wrapped in the cloak, she squinted at Yi Huan, her butterfly-like lashes intertwined, accentuating her cuteness as her brows knitted slightly. Upon speaking, warmth escaped her lips, and as they stepped outside, she could not control her volume, her smile brightening as she exclaimed, "Yi Huan, how dazzling!" Yi Huan turned his gaze toward the expanse, where everything sparkled in a pristine world devoid of color, all clean and pure, much like the enchanting figure beside him clad in white. He had never been fond of the cold season and had always harbored a dislike for snow. Yet, witnessing AI Tong's delight, he found himself reconsidering his sentiments. As AI Tong gazed at the thick snow reaching her knees, a frown creased her brows. "Yi Huan, we can't go out like this," she lamented, her earlier excitement dissipating as she felt deflated. Except for the area right at the palace entrance, the snow was overwhelmingly thick. Yi Huan regarded the snow with indifference. He could manage it. Thus, he raised his chin slightly, wearing an expression that seemed to plead, as if to say, "Just ask me, and I shall help you." AI Tong pondered for a moment. Then, unable to resist the allure of the bright snow, she stood on her tiptoes and embraced Yihuan, tilting her little head back. Yihuan. The impact was a bit overwhelming, and he found himself momentarily taken aback. AI Tong blinked her big eyes, a look of desperation on her face as she hugged his waist and gave it a gentle shake, nearly leaving him breathless. Yihuan shook off his momentary daze, his dark red eyes lingering on AI Tong's cherubic face. He reached out to pat her fluffy little head and embraced her. Eventually, Yihuan released her, waving his hand, causing the thick snow in front of the palace to fly into the air, scattering like shimmering silver in the sky, resembling a cascading waterfall or drifting clouds. Wow! Ai Tong exclaimed, "Inao bezide, Yihuan." This is even more spectacular than the snow itself. With a smile, she dashed into the freshly fallen snow, leaving one footprint after another, her laughter echoing through the air. Yihuan, don't come over yet. I want to make a heart shape. Ha ha ha. Clumsily, like a chubby panda, she bounded through the snow instead of rolling in it, the crunching sound underfoot akin to a delightful symphony harmonizing with nature. Before long, AI Tong had created a heart shape in the snow and waved to Yihuan from a distance. In the sunlight, she appeared like a snow fairy draped in light, her voice brimming with joy. Come here. AI Tong stood at the center of the heart's lower half. Yihuan strode over effortlessly, his feet barely touching the ground, light as a feather, until he stood beside AI Tong. He wrapped his arm around her waist, brushing against her gently. As Yihuan had dressed AI Tong warmly before stepping out, he found little to touch other than the soft fur of the cloak. He glanced down at AI Tong, then at the snow drawing beneath them, his voice taking on a slightly deeper, cooler tone as he asked, "Is this a heart? Is that how you perceive it?" Seeing Yihuan's interest, AI Tong excitedly pointed to the shape she had just created. "Yes, this is how we draw it." As she spoke, she crouched down, extending her right index finger to sketch half of a heart in the center of the shape. She then looked up at Yihuan, pointing to the unfinished part, her eyes sparkling. "You are my other half." Yihuan felt a strong jolt to his heart and crouched down beside her. Observing the curved lines etched in the pristine snow, he inexplicably extended his finger to complete the shape, filling in the other half. With a gentle touch, they formed a heart that belonged solely to them. He couldn't fathom why this shape was called a heart. Had anyone ever seen a heart that looked like this? He had seen a heart before, and it was not so symmetrical. Yet, he chose not to question it, accepting AI's explanation as truth. He found it quite lovely. AI Tong, seeing how well Yihuan was drawing, took hold of his finger and inscribed a few letters within the heart they created. What? Yihuan felt the warmth of her grasp against his finger, contrasting with the chilly touch of the snow, an odd combination that rendered him momentarily speechless. He allowed her to guide his finger as she crafted peculiar symbols upon the snow, feeling as though his finger was tracing along his veins, inching toward his heart, intertwining as it went. In this silver-clad world, the person beside him appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Chapter 108. One is you, one is me in this silver-clad world. The person beside him stood out in remarkable beauty. After finishing their artwork, they rose to their feet. Given how warmly they were dressed, standing up from a crouched position was somewhat cumbersome, and lingering too long in that position caused their legs to tingle. The little one leaned against the taller one, gazing at their shared symbol, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She recalled doing such activities during her school days, nostalgic yet joyous. As she grew older, she rarely ventured outside except for essential matters, and the joyful activities of her past no longer piqued her interest. Nostalgia remained merely a memory, an aching longing that lingered until the end of life. In her childhood, whenever snow fell, she and her friends would seek out a pristine, flat expanse of snow to doodle freely. Some would draw arrows, piercing hearts, others adorable piglets, and some cheerful faces. She would inscribe her name in the snow, reveling in the belief that her signature was exquisite. They would also create hearts of various forms, each more intricate than the last. Yet, those shapes held no true significance. They never belonged to her. She merely followed the crowd, conforming to what others did. In truth, we all tend to conform daily, choosing trends based on what is popular. As the majority's choices often signal quality, naturally attracting more followers. There are pros and cons to this. There is no fault in conformity as long as one retains their individuality. However, now she felt that this symbol had come alive. It was no longer just a mere sign. Rather, it embodied the present moment shared with Yihuan, as well as the past and future. It resembled a unique image from a beautiful classical poem, vividly illustrating the entire piece before the audience, clear and moving. She thought to herself, if possible, she would draw one each year, not for any other reason, but because each stroke was a reminiscence, each stroke a source of happiness, and each stroke a whisper of anticipation. Yehuan tilted his head, gazing at the heart-shaped design, holding his petite wife close, and softly inquired, what does this symbol signify? She explained that this heart shape represented both of them, which he found reasonable. Yet, he was puzzled by the strange symbol inscribed in between. Although he had written it and understood the process, he could not fathom its meaning, as his mind had yet to match it with anything familiar. It bore no relation to sorcery or force. Aitong smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering like water. She raised her right hand, pointing from left to right at the symbols before them. The one on the left was called Y, the one on the right A, and the middle was a connecting symbol, merely aesthetically pleasing, without deeper meaning. Yehuan grasped the general idea. He understood the names and the basic structure, yet he wondered how this related to him and I. Aitong gazed up at the tall man beside her, his lustrous black hair cascading elegantly behind him, swaying in the wind and partially obscuring his face. His jawline was sharply defined, as if sculpted by a knife. He exuded an aura of coolness and dominance, embodying the essence of a jade tree swaying in the wind. Despite his somewhat bulky attire, it could not conceal his imposing stature. Suddenly feeling bashful, she softly murmured, Y means night, and A means I. One is you, and one is me. Their dark, enchanting eyes sparkled in the sunlight shadows, as if stimulated by something enticing. Yehuan could not resist. He immediately embraced her, leaning in for a kiss. Aitong was taken by surprise, her head tilted back in compliance. Fortunate that Yehuan understood to support her, or else she would have denied him that kiss. Beneath the warm, sunny snow, the couple embraced on the glistening white ground. Newlywed bliss enveloped them. They reveled in each other's presence, finding joy in the mere scent of another. Unbeknownst to them, they stood in the snow for quite a while. Eventually, they parted. Aitong had fully acclimated to extended intimacy, feeling no discomfort. Moreover, she discovered that although she once despised Yehuan's sudden advances for kisses, she had begun to relish them, often planting kisses on him unexpectedly. In her mind, she fancied herself surprising him, though, in reality, she could never outpace him. If Yehuan wished to evade her, she would never have the opportunity to reach him. Yehuan, let go of me, I haven't had enough fun yet. Aitong leaned against his chest, softly speaking. She had come out to play, and in that moment, she had forgotten all about romance. The snow was no longer just snow. The mountains were not merely mountains. Her eyes were now solely focused on the vibrant being before her. Are you cold? Should we head back to warm up for a bit? Yehuan's voice was unusually deep, still holding on to Aitong. Aitong hesitated to respond, unwilling to return. No, I don't want to go back. She firmly shook her head, asserting that she was not cold. Yehuan's hopes were dashed. He could only relent. Very well then. He slowly released her from his embrace, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Seizing the opportunity, Aitong darted away, gleefully running about in front of the palace, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. After a round of frolicking, she returned to stomp down the snow, though she could not quite understand why. Yehuan could only accompany her silently. Aitong, indifferent to Yehuan's gaze, hurried over to him, insisting he help her stomp the snow. Yehuan was taken aback. Wait, I'm just here to assist. Why am I joining in? With Yehuan as participation, the snow was no longer as soft, the crunching sound diminishing. Aitong panted, her breath visible in the chilly air, exclaiming joyfully, once we finish stomping, we can glide. Glide? What is that? Yehuan inquired, but Aitong offered no explanation, confident he would discover it soon enough. They continued stomping, wishing away bad luck, eager for joyful days ahead. After much effort, they had created a long, wide path in the snow, approximately 1.5 meters wide and quite lengthy. Aitong's eyes sparkled at the sight of their handiwork. There's no ice here. I can create an ice surface. Skiing isn't that difficult. It was merely a matter of grasping the opportunity. Having previously jumped and stomped while creating the path, Aitong naturally felt fatigued, her breath quickening. Bundled up, she found it harder to breathe. As her body warmed from movement, she felt as if she were transforming into a hot air balloon ready to ascend. In Chapter 109, she had always been sly. Aitong decided to take a break and plopped herself down in the snow, startling Yehuan, who thought she might have fainted or something. Turning around, he found her casually sitting, legs splayed, hands fanning the snow, resting. Aren't you cold? Yehuan asked, perplexed. Isn't the one who fears the cold the most? Itong's cheeks glowed from exertion, a rosy hue contrasting her pale skin. She glanced beneath her, realizing she was sitting on a thick fox fur coat and wearing warm fur pants. The cold weather ensured the snow would not melt, so she felt no chill. I'm not cold. Look how thick my padding is, she replied nonchalantly, wiggling her bottom and chuckling. Yehuan sat beside her, feeling the snow beneath him, confirming it was indeed tolerable. Itong, restless even while resting, scooped up a handful of snow and formed it into a ball. My hands are a bit cold, she remarked, as the snowball absorbed the heat from her palms. Yet, as her hands were not particularly warm, the snowball remained white and solid rather than dripping. It resembled a naturally formed snowball. After crafting her snowball, she stood up, gave it a little shake, and mischievously looked at Yehuan. He stood, sensing her predatory gaze, feeling a twinge of apprehension. With a wicked smile, Itong launched the snowball at him. It landed squarely on his chest, quite accurately. They complemented each other well. She was precise, and he was steady. Why didn't you dodge? Itong halted her actions and gazed at the somewhat stunned Yehuan across from her. Your feet are numb? She questioned, finding the excuse rather flimsy. It seems you've been hit and feel embarrassed. Whoever gets hit the most tonight will have to cook. Unfazed by the implications, Itong boldly stated her wager. She had no desire to cook today, only to play. With a determined finger pointed at Yehuan, she declared, You must not go easy on me. Yehuan responded with a gentle smile, beginning to negotiate, suggesting that merely cooking was insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, Itong conceded that he had a point. After all, rules should not be dictated solely by her. What do you say? Yehuan turned to the grand hall, standing tall under the sunlight, his voice resonating like a celestial echo. He then raised an eyebrow, extending a finger, stipulating that the loser must comply with a condition set by the winner. Itong pondered this for a moment, finding no objection. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly added, But you cannot use force. That would be unfair. Yehuan had no qualms about this stipulation, even without her insistence. He would refrain from employing such tactics. After all, would it not be the act of a scoundrel? Despite the inherent advantages in his physique, long limbs, and strength, he still intended to temper his efforts. Otherwise, he might find himself sorely regretting it later. If Itong were aware of Yehuan's thoughts at that moment, she would undoubtedly shake her head in disapproval, thinking this young man is overly confident. Yehuan was far too self-assured, planning his strategy to go easy on her before the game even commenced. Meanwhile, Itong, seeing Yehuan nod in agreement, felt a sense of relief. The two then ventured to the untrampled side of the snow path, as the compacted snow was too slippery for running. A fall could lead to unfortunate consequences. Ready, Itong called out, her posture bent in preparation to scoop up a handful of snow to hurl at her opponent. In stark contrast, Yehuan remained poised and upright, showing no signs of readiness. The more composed he appeared, the more uncertain Itong felt. She knew him well. Beneath his nonchalant demeanor lay a mind already strategizing, deliberately feigning arrogance to lower her guard. Itong would not be deceived. As she silently calculated the distance between them, the word start had yet to escape her lips when she swiftly fashioned a snowball and sent it flying. There had been no prior agreement against a preemptive strike. Once her snowball was airborne, she immediately bent down to form another, clearly accustomed to this game. She instinctively moved closer to Yehuan, aware that staying in one place would make her an easy target. Amidst her sprint, Itong stole glances at Yehuan's reactions, eager to see if her snowball had found its mark. The element of surprise was crucial, often determining the success of an endeavor. She had always been cunning, a fact Yehuan was well aware of, thus he could not hold her responsible if he failed to dodge her attack. On the other side, Yehuan, unfazed, suddenly spotted a snowball hurtling towards him. With a quick reflex, he sidestepped just in time, barely avoiding the impact. A small depression marked the spot where the snowball had struck the ground, now devoid of its former shape. Yehuan smirked. Itong often sought to outsmart him, yet he found her antics endearing. Disregarding the little figure nearby that was watching him intently, he bent slightly, forming a larger snowball with his sizable hands, then aimed to pursue her. Itong, noticing Yehuan's agility in dodging her attack, silently admired his quick reflexes but refused to succumb to despair. Though Yehuan was undoubtedly skilled, he seemed oblivious to her current position, an opportunity she had been waiting for. Seizing the moment, AI Tong carefully aimed and swiftly hurled her newly formed snowball at the man who was still crouched down. The impact was immediate. Yi Huan was struck squarely in the chest. Initially aimed at his back, the snowball had redirected upon his turn. AI Tong, elated by her success, quickly turned and raced away to create distance for another strike. Yi Huan, slightly dazed by the unexpected hit, was caught off guard. He had just evaded one snowball only to be hit by another. Observing the snowflakes clinging to his fur-lined coat, he felt a newfound seriousness. He hadn't anticipated AI Tong's speed. Typically, one who attempts a sneak attack would flee immediately, but AI Tong had intentionally gone against the norm, surprising him significantly. With a smile of triumph, AI Tong darted away a short distance, her laughter echoing. Unfazed by the snow on his coat, Yi Huan quickly followed, determined to reclaim his honor. AI Tong, you cannot escape, he called, a mixture of amusement and seriousness in his eyes, ready to turn the tide in his favor. AI Tong, however, was unperturbed. After creating ample distance, she hastily formed a snowball much larger than before. She was eagerly anticipating Yi Huan's pursuit. As she fled, he chased after her, clutching a small snowball that was barely visible in his large hand. Unsure of the appropriate size for a snowball, he tried to replicate AI Tong's earlier creations. Due to the delay in his reaction and AI Tong's hasty retreat, the distance between them had widened. Yi Huan threw a snowball that soared through the air in a graceful arc, but by the time it reached AI Tong, its momentum had dissipated, and it barely made contact. Though she was splattered with a few snowflakes, it was a far cry from the impact of a direct hit. As AI Tong watched the snowflakes cascade above her like petals from a celestial flower, she smiled. Gathering her larger snowball, she utilized the momentum of her arms to launch it with great force. This snowball was far more formidable than the ones Yi Huan had thrown. The true test lay in the execution. One must demonstrate their prowess through practice. The larger snowball cut through the air, shedding layers as it advanced. Yet as it neared its target, it retained its original size. In a spectacular display, the multitude of snowflakes and the small snowball struck Yi Huan with the intensity of a divine favor. He had initially evaded the first volley, but the unexpected fragmentation of AI Tong's snowball caught him off guard. Watching him covered in a flurry of snowflakes, AI Tong could hardly contain her laughter. You underestimated me, didn't you? She taunted, relishing in her victory. Yi Huan, now serious, quickly formed another snowball and set off in pursuit once more. Ai Tong momentarily lost herself in the delight of the game. Perceiving the approaching Yi Huan, she hastily formed a small snowball and aimed before releasing it. At this juncture, the distance between them had considerably diminished, making the small snowball the ideal choice. As Yi Huan ran, he threw a snowball that struck her calf. The impact was minimal, and given that it was bundled up, the snowball disintegrated upon contact. He had not packed the snow too tightly, as he had no desire to harm his delicate wife. Being hit was within Tai Tong's expectations. In terms of strength and speed, she could not compete with Yi Huan, which put her at a disadvantage later in the game. However, her earlier success was attributed to her clever strategy and years of experience in snowball fights, giving her an edge over Yi Huan initially. Naturally, he was quick to adapt, and soon he discerned her patterns, rendering her previous advantages moot. Chapter 111. The Encirclement Plan. Ah ha ha ha. You cannot escape. Nonsense. Just wait until tonight. You shall not cook. We shall see later. The two exchanged snowballs in a spirited back and forth. Each time dodged a snowball, she would turn her body, enveloping herself in her cloak, then swiftly scoop up a snowball to hurl back. Sometimes accuracy was disregarded. It was all about the thrill. In this close-quarters battle, Ai Tong maintained a seamless rhythm of dodging and attacking without pause, creating a lively scene filled with her laughter and shouts. Before long, both were adorned with snow in varying degrees. Initially, Ai Tong had the upper hand, for she understood that in close combat, one must strike quickly. Her snowballs were small, allowing her to throw frequently and hit often. Yi Huan took a moment to adapt, but soon found his rhythm as well. However, as a rising contender, he was determined to push his predecessor down into the sand. Seeing Yi Huan's hits almost surpass her own, Ai Tong retaliated while devising a counter-strategy. Tonight, he was destined to cook. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Huan landed several successful hits, surpassing all. As he contemplated easing off to avoid her embarrassment, he decided not to let her lose too badly. Therefore, he began to slow his rate of fire. At this moment, Ai Tong aimed to widen the gap and implement her encirclement plan. Noticing her attempt to escape, Yi Huan quickly pursued, but he refrained from throwing more snowballs. as it was already within his grasp. It was time to tease her. Thus, they chased and evaded, unbeknownst to them that it was carefully managing their distance, occasionally glancing back with a mischievous glint in her eyes, teasing him with taunts of, "Catch me, and you shall cook dinner." Upon hearing this, Yi Huan felt invigorated. Although cooking was insignificant, he saw an opportunity to negotiate, so he accelerated his pursuit. The game was nearing its conclusion. Just as Atong was joyfully running, she suddenly fell into a small pit. It was not deep, but her lower body was effectively trapped. Stunned, An's expression was one of disbelief. This was not part of her plan. Who dug this hole? Such a lack of social decorum. Alas, this was the beast realm. Where was the decorum to be found? Yi Huan, witnessing her predicament, was equally startled and dashed over to catch her. In that instant, Tung, quick-witted, smirked mischievously. As he reached her, she deftly flipped him onto his back and seized some snow to shove down his collar. Although the plan had shifted, it did not deter her from executing it. "Ahaha, you've been hit. No cheating." Despite being covered in snow herself, Aitong remained exuberant. Yi Huan realized he had fallen in her trap, but at that moment, he dared not resist, opting instead to shield himself with his hands, though they were no match for the avalanche of snow she unleashed. At that moment, he was beneath her and she above. As snow was packed around his neck, his naturally low body temperature rendered the snow inconsequential. However, he could not simply lie idle. Thus, he began throwing snow back, targeting his cloak. In no time, they had buried themselves together, entombed in snow, with only their upper bodies exposed. Aitong raised an eyebrow at Yi Huan, who had managed to free himself from the snow, and declared, "Who has lost?" "I have," Yi Huan replied begrudgingly, caught in a conflict between acceptance and reluctance. Although the outcome matched his desires, the manner in which it unfolded was entirely unexpected. "Do not be upset. Let me give you a hug." Wanting to showcase her victory, opened her arms to embrace Yi Huan, attempting to fluff his feathers. However, they were both buried in snow, making the embrace rather comical. Yi Huan, witnessing S outstretched arms, felt a mix of emotions. Despite still harboring resentment from earlier events, he found it difficult to resist her charm. Captured, he chastised himself for underestimating her. How could someone so cunning escape his grasp? He had to reclaim his dignity. On the other hand, who had intended for a hug, found herself in an awkward situation, unable to reach him. She noticed Yi Huan's brow furrow slightly, prompting him to rise, sending snow flying as he emerged from the mound. He crouched beside her, gazing at the somewhat dazed figure still ensconced in snow. Sunlight cast a golden hue behind him, illuminating the snow with a silvery sheen, and his dark red eyes glimmered with an enigmatic glow. His voice, deep and smooth like a gentle breeze over snow, beckoned, "Come here, let me help you out." Still entrenched in the snow, Aitong watched in astonishment as Yi Huan vanished from the pit, leaving only a scattering of glimmering snowflakes behind. However, a shadow loomed beside her. In that moment, Yi Huan appeared like a warm sun against the horizon, his hair dancing in the breeze, occasionally brushing against his cheek, affectionately inviting her closer, yet occasionally seeming to escape, revealing glimpses of the world beyond. Every movement was tender and cautious, stirring something deep within her. Gazing at the threatening, yet undeniably alluring Yi Huan, Aitong marveled at his beauty. If not for the hint of menace in his eyes, she might have completely forgotten her surroundings. Was he threatening her or enticing her? You. Aitong stammered, at a loss for words. She had won. Yi Huan had used force to enter the pit and again to escape, thus violating the rules. Their wager had concluded, and she emerged victorious. Yet, why did Joy evade her? He had bullied her. He had dared to threaten her. But could he truly leave her in the snow without concern for her well-being? Though she felt no chill at the moment, her body was comfortably cocooned in layers, preventing her from getting wet. As silence enveloped them, Yi Huan remained amused, watching the conflicted expression on her face, finding it incredibly entertaining. How amusing it was that Tatong had previously outwitted him using the charm of her beauty. He was bound to be deceived. Ai Tong struggled for a moment, gazing at the previously trodden snowy path nearby, and finally could not resist any longer. She turned to the mischievous Yi Huan, extending her hands with a pitiful expression, her voice soft and delicate, as if to plead. Chapter 112. The beauty scheme in that moment, Yi Huan's smile deepened, and with his hair flowing gracefully, he leaned closer, presenting his handsome face before Ai Tong. Startled by the sudden proximity of his striking visage, Ai Tong nearly raised her hand in reflex. Were it not for the allure of his features, she would have been frightened. With a sudden movement, AI Tong reached out with her slightly cold hands to gently cradle the sides of Yi Huan's face, gradually leaning in closer. She planted a chilly kiss upon his lips. Though her body was not particularly cold, her hands were certainly chilled from playing in the snow, and the biting wind added to the icy touch of her small face. The kiss, as frigid as the man opposite her, sent a shiver through Yi Huan, feeling the softness and coolness against his lips and cheek. He swiftly pulled his little wife from the snow mound. It was akin to pulling a carrot from the ground, except he was pulling up his wife. His large hands warmed as they enveloped her icy, delicate ones, and he reciprocated with a fervent kiss, as if trying to generate warmth through their contact. AI Tong had intended for the kiss to be brief, but the crafty Yi Huan seized the opportunity to deepen their connection. As their lips grew warmer, her cheeks flushed with heat, and she felt as though the coldness around her dissipated. Yi Huan slightly bent to accommodate AI Tong's height, and as his hands moved to encircle her slender waist, he gradually drew her closer. With a mix of annoyance and delight, AI Tong found herself melting into the embrace of the charming man. Snowflakes floated from the heavens, descending like fine threads, landing gently on their hair, gliding over their fur garments, and finally settling peacefully upon the ground. In the midst of their embrace, AI Tong could not allow herself to be led entirely by Yi Huan's rhythm. Despite his strength, she refused to be so easily controlled. With determination, she wrapped her arms around his waist and intensified their kiss. Yi Huan, pleased by her spirited response, reveled in the moment he had awaited. The two of them, engaged in a playful tug-of-war of affections, exchanged a deepening bond amidst the snowflakes. Chapter 113. Capriciousness. They remained entwined in the snow for a while, until AI Tong, with a fervent insistence, finally suggested they part ways. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the azure hue transformed into a blend of brown and white, while the cold wind swayed the desolate plants, intertwining with the barren branches until they faded into the darkening sky. Unbeknownst to them, they had been playing for quite some time. Let us slide a bit more before heading inside, AI Tong urged, gesturing towards the trodden path, her tone pleading. Playing alone was dreary, and even if Yi Huan did not join her, she wished for him to watch her. Yi Huan furrowed his brow at the sight of the well-trodden path, but upon noticing AI Tong's imploring gaze, he relented with a slight nod. Deep down, he felt a twinge of irritation at her playful nature, yet he could not resist accompanying his little wife. Seeing Yi Huan acquiesce, AI Tong hurriedly made her way over to demonstrate. She took a running start on the smooth snow, then dashed towards the trodden path, gliding a fair distance. She continued this back-and-forth motion, balancing herself carefully to avoid falling. Though the repetitive nature of the activity seemed trivial, the sound of her shoes gliding over the snow brought a sense of comfort to her heart. The well-trodden snow was slick, allowing her to glide effortlessly. Yet, AI Tong found herself yearning for more excitement. The snow path could only offer so much compared to the thrill of gliding on ice. Thus, she left the snowy path and approached Yi Huan, tugging on his arm. The sky is darkening. Let us go inside. Yi Huan was taken aback. One moment she wanted to slide, and the next she wished to retreat indoors. Such fickleness. Before he could gather his thoughts, AI Tong had already led him into the hall. Upon entering, AI Tong exclaimed, "It's so warm." She released her hold on Yi Huan and dashed toward the hearth. Warmth. Warmth. Her tiny hands stretched out to the fire, feeling the intense heat radiating from it. Occasionally, she would rub her palms together before placing them back in the warmth, her movements practiced and efficient. Yi Huan stood in silence, bemused. Was he superfluous? Why was it that upon entering, he was entirely ignored? After a brief moment, AI Tong shed her heavy cloak, intending to remove her shoes and warm herself by the bed when she noticed Yi Huan standing straight in the hall. "What are you doing?" AI Tong asked, holding her cloak as she approached him, puzzled. Yi Huan pondered whether he should move, as he was the one being pulled in and then released. Without further thought, he swept AI Tong into his arms and carried her straight to the bed. AI Tong gasped in surprise, almost dropping her cloak. Once he placed her on the bed, he removed her shoes and tossed her cloak onto the dark jade bed before removing his own shoes and outer garments, joining her on the bed without uttering a word. Before she could react, AI Tong found herself enveloped in warmth, cocooned tightly in the blankets like a chrysalis. "I will prepare the meal. You stay put." Yi Huan kissed AI Tong softly, tightening the blankets around her before turning to leave. Left behind, AI Tong, now bundled like a caterpillar, stared wide-eyed in bewilderment. Chapter 114. Embrace the stillness, I will prepare the meal. You stay put. Yi Huan kissed Ai Tong softly, tightening the blankets around her before turning to leave. Ai Tong, determined not to surrender, attempted to wriggle free, resembling a little sugar dumpling struggling within its cocoon. She rolled back and forth, tried to pry open the blankets, but to no avail. Her cries for help yielded no results. So Ai Tong resigned herself to her fate. If she could not change her situation, she might as well lie still. The bed was warm and soft, perfect for warming her hands and feet. And so, she lay there contentedly. As she lay there, it wasn't long before her small head rested upon the soft, furry quilt, her eyes gently closing as she drifted into a drowsy state. Finally, Yi Huan had prepared dinner. Upon serving the meal, he discovered that the little one, now resembling a dumpling on the bed, had already fallen asleep. He placed the dishes on the table and then leaned over the edge of the bed. With delicate fingers, he gently lifted the warm little head resting on the quilt, intending to place it on his lap. Undoubtedly, Ai Tong was roused from her slumber. Just as she had begun to dream, a gentle nudge awakened her. Blinking in a daze, she sensed the familiar presence beside her, the warmth enveloping her. Struggling to prop herself up, she barely caught a glimpse of the light, only to see a large shadow in front of her, indistinct and blurred. Yet, she had no desire to discern what it was, so she kept her eyes shut. Mumbling sleepily, her little face rubbed against everything, seeking a comfortable position to continue that unfinished dream, for she felt uneasy until the dream was completed. Yi Huan's large hand caressed Ai Tong's delicate cheek, leaning down to bring his head close to her nose, softly calling out, "It's time to eat." "No," Ai Tong murmured, sensing something cradling her little face, and a gentle stream of air wafted over her, stirring her awake. However, her words remained muddled as she turned her head to the other side. Disturbing her dreams was the worst, even though she never remembered what they were about. Seeing this, Yi Huan leaned closer to the other side, a smile playing on his lips as he tilted his head and playfully threatened, "If you don't eat, I'll finish it all. Every last bite." Startled, Ai Tong attempted to rise, but she was still wrapped in the quilt, and instead, she bumped into something. "Ouch! My nose! Ouch, my forehead!" Ai Tong instinctively reached to cover her sore spots, but her hands couldn't reach. Yi Huan, having taken the hit himself, steadied himself, and immediately began to rub Ai Tong's little nose, ensuring it was all right, relieved that although it had been slightly distorted, the bone was still intact. Ai Tong, usually a spirited and expressive child, filled with dialect, suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over her upon hearing Yi Huan's words and feeling his gentle touch. She could only utter a prolonged, "It hurts." A glance at her pouting expression stirred Yi Huan's heart, prompting him to unwrap the quilt and pull her into his embrace. Nuzzling her affectionately, Ai Tong settled down, silent now, lying peacefully in his warm, comforting hold. Fortunately, his efforts had paid off, and he breathed a sigh of relief. While he could afford a mended nose, he could never compensate for the dissatisfaction that might linger in Ai Tong's heart. What if she grew increasingly displeased with him and chose to ignore him altogether? All unexpected occurrences are often premeditated, and deep disappointments accumulate over the years. After their meal, Yi Huan prepared a simple dinner consisting of steamed eggs and a few skewers, opting for a light meal in the evening to avoid overindulging. Upon seeing the steamed eggs, Ai Tong devoured them all, leaving only a few remnants for Yi Huan. However, Yi Huan, with his dignified pride as the revered king of the forest, would not touch leftovers and boldly went to take from Ai Tong's plate, believing that one should not fear theft, but rather the longing that lingers in the heart. A serpent that has long desired something will never look back unless it has accomplished its aim. Robbing, especially from one as beloved, is a different affair altogether. As the saying goes, beggars depend on the charity of others. This thief certainly has a far easier time than a beggar. One should rely on their own abilities. As long as one adheres to their principles, even being a thief is not entirely unacceptable. There's a world of difference between begging for alms and committing robbery. Relying solely on others will never lead to lasting success. Vines climbing trees will fall along with the tree. It is far better to take initiative and ensure one does not need to cling to anyone else. After their meal, Yi Huan embraced his beloved wife and began the ritual of falling asleep. In the warm cocoon of the quilt, Yi Huan lay on his side, skillfully wrapping his arms around Ai Tong's waist, with an expectant look in his eyes, ready to make a move. Yet Ai Tong, having had her fill, was wide awake. Her large, bright fox-like eyes sparkling as they gazed deeply into Yi Huan's heart, causing his already restless spirit to become even more agitated. AI Tong, oblivious to any discord, found her gaze only more radiant. With a hint of uncertainty mixed with expectation, AI Tong tightened her little quilt as she looked toward Yi Huan. Which one? Yi Huan, with a gentle smile, tugged at the quilt that was almost covering her eyes, playfully responding, "Are you afraid of suffocating yourself?" He then laughed, pulling the quilt down to her chest, just shy of concealing her delicate peaks. Observing AI Tong's demeanor was almost amusing. She wasn't too shy. It didn't seem like she was causing mischief either. Yi Huan awaited AI Tong's next words. Did she have any brilliant ideas concerning that particular matter? AI Tong, feeling a bit uneasy as Yi Huan tugged at her quilt, did not resist, though she felt a twinge of discomfort. Typically, when asking for something, one feels a bit awkward, regardless of whether it's family or friends. This also depends on one's personality. Tugging at the quilt was merely a subconscious habit, which in front of Yi Huan could be seen as a form of endearment. Can we go to the ice lake? AI Tong expressed her desire to play on the ice, but she needed Yi Huan's approval first. Ice lake? Yi Huan asked, recalling that AI Tong wanted to visit the ancient ice forest, which he had explored before due to its mysterious melting phenomenon, discovering a hidden ice lake at its center. However, the ancient ice forest was devoid of any beastmen traversing its frozen paths, leaving only a chilling solitude. No, Jewan fermi declined, deeming the ancient ice forest too frigid and peculiar for AI Tong to linger in. Why not? We could go to the grassland before. Why can't we go again? AI Tong inquired, puzzled, unable to comprehend. She believed the place was not particularly dangerous, as all she could see was the vast plains, devoid of ferocious beasts. Merely an ice lake. What made it off limits? Moreover, she had it by her side. The realization struck Yi Huan that AI Tong was referring to the grassland, not the ancient ice forest, causing a brief moment of embarrassment before he quickly regained his composure, clarifying the ice lake on the grassland is fine. Hearing Yi Huan's response only deepened AI Tong's confusion, her brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. Why emphasize the grassland's ice lake? Was there another ice lake she was unaware of? Yet, AI Tong refrained from questioning further, since Yi Huan had outright denied the ancient ice forest. It was evident that her visit there would yield no benefits. She was not one to create unnecessary trouble, always acting within her acceptable limits. Mindful not to stir up chaos due to her playful spirit, safety was paramount to AI Tong, and she valued it highly. Regardless of where one may be, safety should always come first. Life is precious. Although she was unsure if there existed such notions as past lives or reincarnation in the beast world, she found it a challenge to live well in her current life. In her modern existence, she hadn't truly lived a complete life. Rather, she had merely traversed a small portion of the life others had experienced. Life consists of birth, growth, education, work, and loneliness. Everyone busies themselves throughout their lives, following the paths others have walked, witnessing the landscapes others have seen, lamenting the hardships others have endured. Born and dying, what one can leave for themselves is but a fraction. While everyone's experiences may be broadly similar, they can never be entirely identical. Hence, one's internal feelings will naturally vary from person to person. It is futile to compare one's self to others, as their stories can only serve as a reference. Ultimately, the power of decision lies within the subjective initiative of each individual. Ultimately, the only person capable of moving and persuading oneself is oneself. Although she treads carefully, it is inevitable that she may stumble, a testament to the unpredictability of fate. Generally speaking, all things are imbued with uncertainty and the unknown. At times, confronted with unforeseen risks, she can only do her utmost to safeguard herself, ensuring she performs to the best of her abilities. As for others, that is beyond her control. Since Yi Huan has agreed, she naturally feels elated. However, just a few days have passed, and it seems that the ice has yet to solidify. There is no rush. AI Tong merely exchanged greetings with Yi Huan, a thought that occurred to her during today's skiing. As for when to go, perhaps in half a month. By then, the ice will have frozen solid, alleviating any fear of falling into a pit, for she has no desire to partake in winter swimming. She cannot compare herself to those winter swimming enthusiasts. She has always preferred to sit when she can, and to lie down when she can sit. Merely rising each day to perform a few calisthenics already feels like a significant effort. Engaging in water sports during the summer is one thing, but in the winter, amidst the biting cold, she definitely wishes to avoid catching a cold. Being unwell would be exceedingly unpleasant. If it turned into the flu, it would be even worse, especially given the poor medical conditions in the beast world. Although the beast pearl exists, it is not a panacea, and what if it proves ineffective? Seeing AI's lack of urgency to go, Yihwan also expressed his agreement. During the cold season, it is best to remain within the palace, enjoying brief outings rather than indulging in daily escapades, which would be too taxing for a serpent. While it may not be a significant matter, he is indeed a lethargic winter serpent, preferring to lounge about during this season. Were it not for AI's presence this year, he might very well be found lounging elsewhere. The vitality he now possesses was beyond his expectations. Thus, it is said that a serpent's potential is boundless. As he pondered, Yihwan couldn't help but sigh, absent-mindedly rubbing AI Tong's somewhat slender shoulders. It would be inaccurate to describe them as plump, for there is still bone beneath his touch. Yihwan frowned, finding her too thin. Where has all the flesh gone? Unlike their kind, AI Tong remained oblivious to Yihwan's thoughts, resting her small head against his left arm, allowing his right hand to caress her shoulder, moving from top to bottom. As Yihwan continued to touch, he discovered something even more intriguing. Each area possessed a distinct hue, each aspect uniquely charming. Though he feigned disdain verbally, his actions conveyed a deeper truth. Chapter 116. When does one become intoxicated amidst the mist and snow? The flakes resemble blossoms piled upon branches. When does one become intoxicated, as arms entwine and hearts entwine? Shadows dance gently amidst the delicate features, urging dreams each night. Inside the palace, the two engaged in playful banter, while outside, the snow fell unnoticed. Though Yihwan spoke with disdain, his heart was occupied with other thoughts, yet his actions revealed a contrasting demeanor. He may tease, but he did not cross any lines. Is it true that boys merely enjoy the tactile sensation? AI Tong was uncertain. She only knew that Yihwan took great pleasure in squeezing her, a sensation akin to being molded like a clay doll. Though he did not shape her, she felt enveloped in the essence of a clay sculptor, as if she were his possession. AI Tong's perception was not inaccurate. From their very first encounter, Yihwan had deemed her his belonging, and after becoming partners, his possessiveness surged. He wished to be as close to her as possible. The saying that what one cannot obtain is forever restless, while those favored act fearlessly, hold a grain of truth. At least, she indeed feels a sense of security. As for whether Yihwan remains restless, that remains unknown to her. In the inky darkness, Yihwan tightly embraced his little wife. Huan, yes, what is it? Do you love me? Yes. Will you love me forever? I will love you forever. They embraced, kissed, and nestled against each other. Will you always love only me? Yes. The night urged them into slumber, as one dreamer beckoned the other toward rising desires. A night passed. Due to Yihwan's restraint and tenderness the previous evening, she did not feel discomfort. Perhaps it was related to their other relationship, but she did not delve deeper. As long as her health remained intact and did not hinder her daily activities, she was content, although she found it quite enjoyable as a girl. How could she readily express such sentiments? That would be far too embarrassing. Regardless, when faced with the fierce Yihwan, her heart fluttered with unarticulated anticipation, excitement, and a sense of bewilderment. Thus, she willingly complied, yet amidst the process, she subtly resisted, leaving her confused, a true internal conflict. Upon awakening, she appeared flushed, as though perpetually steeped in the essence of peach blossom wine. The fragrance of peach blossoms wafted around her, enhancing her beauty. AI Tong rose and dressed, as was customary, before commencing her morning dance in the palace. You are my fire, O dragon fruit. No matter how I love you, it is never too much. The rosy little figure warms my heart, explaining all my faults. Nearby, Yihwan, busy tidying the bed, found that only symbols could accurately convey his feelings. The emotional turbulence was akin to a roller coaster. AI was once again engaged in her spirited dance. Previously, it was merely grand movements. Now, she had progressed. What was this new choreography? Yihwan's curiosity was momentary. He dawdled, determined to avoid joining AI Tong in her routine, for his previous outstanding performance felt like his peak. To evade this endeavor, he would rather fold 100 layers of beast skins. Yihwan, come join me. Chapter 117. He is not fickle while dancing. AI Tong suddenly recalled something and turned to enthusiastically call out to the seriously folding blankets Yihwan. Curiosity piqued, What was so appealing about blankets? She had never observed him being particularly fond of them at night. He seemed to prefer her instead. Upon hearing AI Tong call for him, Yihuan froze momentarily. He turned to meet her gaze, maintaining his usual expressionless demeanor, yet his tone was somewhat reluctant. No, I will prepare breakfast. We can eat together once you finish. Without waiting for AI Tong's response, the entire serpent vanished. AI Tong wondered if she was truly that frightening, managing to scare him off so early in the morning. She shook her head and continued her lively dance, cheerfully accompanying herself with song. I'll pluck the moon for you. I'll gather the stars for you. Let the sun rise for you each day. After AI Tong sang her lively anthem 20 times, she finally paused, dragging her exercised body to the table for a drink of water. Oh, how refreshing. AI Tong sat casually, devoid of any ladylike demeanor, and poured herself another cup. Although she usually appeared to be a quiet and demure girl in private, she resembled a comical girl and a tomboy. She simply prioritized comfort above all. After downing 2 cups of water, AI Tong suddenly felt her stomach empty. It was essential to have a glass of water in the morning. It was good for her health, aiding digestion and stimulating appetite. As AI Tong contemplated this, Yihuan entered with a tray of food. Truly, just as she thought of him, he arrived. Yihuan, your timing is impeccable. AI Tong rose to assist him with the dishes, casually remarking. Feeling AI's hunger, Yihuan returned without delay, responding nonchalantly, though his demeanor was quite convincing. However, the slight tremor in his hands beneath the dish betrayed him. Upon hearing his sweet words, even if they were not entirely sincere, AI Tong was delighted to accept them. There was no other reason. She simply enjoyed hearing them. Which girl could resist the charms of a partner who speaks sweet nothings without even realizing it? After finishing breakfast, AI Tong and Yihuan tidied themselves up and promptly began crafting garments from animal hides. Seated on the heated brick bed, they engaged in a warm and pleasant conversation, exchanging words back and forth. How are things in the city? AI Tong casually inquired during a pause in her work. After preparing the meal, she had entrusted the remaining tasks to Bien Zhan and Hai Tang, and she had not heard any updates since. It was likely that they had not encountered any significant challenges, or perhaps AI Tong glanced up at Yihuan, pondering if he intentionally kept them from disturbing their peace. Such a possibility seemed quite plausible. Yihuan, unperturbed by her scrutiny, appeared entirely unrepentant, though he was indeed the one who had given the orders. However, AI had previously consented to him. The forthcoming time was to be exclusively theirs, so what harm was there in him reiterating his instructions? He felt no guilt. Yihuan adjusted his posture, speaking steadily. There's nothing to worry about. We have food and drink, and a warm bed to sleep in. We want tea turn into ghosts at any moment. AI Tong was somewhat astonished, her gaze illuminated by the sight of Yihuan's handsome features. Her mind drifting back to his words during their first encounter. It's nothing, just take a few steps. When had Yihuan learned to deliver such clever banter? This was unexpected. He was undoubtedly a person of great potential. In the ensuing chapter, Yihuan paid no heed to AI Tong's previous expression. He moved closer, draping a blanket over his legs while observing her work without interruption. Upon hearing Yihuan's updates about the city, AI Tong felt relieved. Her only concern now was herself. This winter, she must take good care of herself. Having never been one for exercise, she had never stepped foot in a gym, nor did she enjoy running. Thus, her physical activity was virtually non-existent, apart from indulging in the occasional square dance to comfort herself. Winter was the peak season for influenza, and she wondered if there were any viruses in the beast realm. With no medical assistance available and unfamiliarity with herbal remedies, she feared that her only option might be to await her fate. If the adversaries were too formidable, her immune system would engage in battle with the virus, and in a moment of excitement, it could go haywire, disregarding her suffering from a high fever. Sighing deeply, AI Tong pondered her circumstances. However, recalling the significant effects of the beast pearl, she considered that it might be even more effective than herbal medicine. Since consuming it, she had not fallen ill. After a moment of contemplation, AI Tong's mood lifted somewhat, and she resumed her garment making. Yet, her thoughts began to wander again, a constant stream of ideas flooding her mind. It was as though her brain was tirelessly processing information, oscillating between reminders to focus on her work, to take precautions, and to reassure herself that all was well. She was left in a state of confusion. Yihuan observed AI Tong as her emotions shifted from relief to worry, then to a mix of both. The enigma of a woman's heart was as elusive as a needle in the ocean. With AI Tong's mood fluctuating more than the sky above, he pondered what he should say. If his words missed the mark, it would only serve to complicate matters. Yi Huan fell into contemplation. Thus, both individuals remained engrossed in their thoughts, yet their harmony remained intact. After a while, Yi Huan seemed to have an epiphany. He stretched his left arm, wrapping it around AI Tong's back without uttering a word, maintaining an air of calm. AI Tong, lost in her thoughts, felt the sensation on her shoulder and turned to see Yi Huan's slender fingers resting there. Her gaze questioned, "What are you doing?" Yi Huan simulated a blend of initiative and shyness, exuding warmth. Warm? Ai Tong queried, perplexed. Was she cold? The heated brick bed was quite cozy. Although it lacked the warmth of his legs, it was certainly not cold. Noticing her reaction, Yi Huan feigned seriousness as he gazed above, scanning from left to right, declaring, "It's cold up there." Cold? A snake like him feared the cold? AI Tong shook her head dismissively, returning to her work. However, she could not deny that his arm provided considerable warmth to her shoulder, which encouraged her to focus more intently on her garment. Pleased by this approval, Yi Huan's eyes sparkled with joy, taking in the sight of his petite wife. Her alabaster neck and the gentle flutter of her eyelashes as she worked on the animal hide brought him immense delight. In the subsequent chapter, AI Tong and Yi Huan found solace in their shared time within the palace. When boredom struck, they would venture outside, making their days far from dull. Over these days, AI Tong had completed several garments, both for Yi Huan and herself. Surveying the freshly washed clothes laid out on the bed, she clapped her hands. Placing her hands on her hips, her small face alight with joy. She had even crafted a pair of small shorts from a smooth fabric, lacking elastic. She had sewn fabric strips to the waistband, allowing her to tie them securely. After all, they were meant to be worn underneath, prioritizing comfort and fit. Curious, Yi Huan leaned closer to examine this peculiar creation, which was neither trousers nor garment, but something entirely unique. Observing Yi Huan's keen interest, AI Tong, undeterred by shyness, gestured for him to come closer. Yi Huan, albeit skeptically, complied, positioning himself beside her. AI Tong assessed his height and, furrowing her brow, motioned for him to lean in further. Yi Huan obediently bent down, inching closer. As AI Tong beheld his enlarged visage, she smiled gently, whispering into his ear, "These shorts are for you." Upon hearing her words, Yi Huan paused momentarily, his ears flushing a bright hue. AI Tong, glancing at his reaction, giggled and darted away. Both AI Tong and Yi Huan enjoyed their time together, and the beast folk in Sun Chung thrived as well. Since the onset of winter, the beast folk had patiently remained in their caves, which were equipped with heated brick beds, ensuring their spirits remained buoyant throughout the chilly days. Those who relished roasted meat would venture out to hunt small game, often without needing a group, as each beast could go out on their own whims. Even in the absence of a successful hunt, there was no worry about food, for the cellar was stocked with plenty of delicious provisions. Every household had at least one beast who learned cooking from Hai Tang, making culinary endeavors their primary focus, while hunting became secondary. In a stone house within Sun Chung, a beast with white wings was sautéing vegetables in a pot, while a small beast, perched on a stone stool, assisted with chopping. Now able to transform into beast form, he retained the physique of a child. The little one beamed at the winged beast, exclaiming, "Father, this dish is delightful, and the sweet potatoes are delicious too. I've placed them by the fire. We can enjoy them after our meal." "You are quite capable. Just be careful not to cut yourself," the winged beast replied, his face radiating paternal affection as he watched the small beast assist him. Encouraged by his father's praise, the little one worked even harder. "I learned from Sister Hai Tang. I once hurt myself." With the support of the beast folk in Sun Chung, their stone house was finally completed, now equipped with a cozy heated brick bed. At that time, he curiously stood atop it for a while, daring not to lie down, fearing that he might ruin his newly grown little feathers. Although he could not see the fire, the warmth was indeed akin to flames. After 2 days of acclimatization, he found himself sleeping increasingly comfortably. It was said that the beautiful queen had arranged for this, and the dishes currently being prepared were also sourced by her. Many beastmen in Sun Chung expressed their admiration for the queen. He had been pestering his sister Hai Tang with numerous questions, and she had generously shared many insights with him. Having endured much from a young age, he had developed an understanding beyond that of the carefree young beastmen in Sun Chung. Sister Hai Tang often mingled with both the young and elder beastmen, and he recognized her kindness, which emboldened him. The The little beast man gazed contentedly around his home, witnessing its gradual improvement. He felt immense joy knowing that his father no longer had to face the dangers of hunting, and that they would not starve or freeze during the cold season. Moreover, he can now spend more time with his father. His gratitude towards Sun Sheng, the queen, and sister Hai Tang grew ever deeper. When he grew up, he vowed to pledge his unwavering loyalty to Sun Sheng, ensuring that all beast families like his father's would thrive. The little beast man thought to himself as he chopped vegetables. Chapter 120. Discussing Important Matters, Part 1. The cold season for the beastmen of Sun Sheng was improving, unlike the other tribes which faced a much harsher reality. This year's cold season, in particular, was markedly different from previous years. It arrived more swiftly and was increasingly frigid. In the grand hall of the Snow Lion tribe, Xuefeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the dim sky as snowflakes fell like goose feathers. His brow furrowed, and his gaze was profound. The tribe represented generations of hard work from the Snow Lion chieftains, who dedicated their lives to the tribe's development. Should his generation witness the demise of his kin, what face would he have to meet the ancestors after a century? Flurries of snow fell silently from the sky, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. Save for a few footprints left by beastmen, soon covered by the fresh snow, leaving only faint impressions. At this moment, Xuedu, cloaked in snow, steadily approached the hall against the biting cold. Although he had entered, Xuefeng appeared oblivious to his presence and remained motionless. Xuedu, accustomed to his brother's melancholy, understood that the tribe's current situation was far worse than in previous years. As the leader, Xuefeng undoubtedly bore the heaviest burden. Sighing internally, Xuedu stood beside him, both watching the swirling snow outside. The cold wind rustled their garments. Despite the harshness of the climate, they stood tall, seemingly accustomed to the chill. As the biting wind lashed against their faces and bodies, the snowflakes that had settled on Xuedu upon his entrance had melted. Yet he chose not to wipe them away, allowing droplets on his fur to freeze once more into ice beads. Time passed, and Xuedu did not turn his head, still gazing at the falling snow. His lips moved softly as he spoke. Brother, this year's cold season is colder than ever, although we have prepared provisions. The harsh weather has taken its toll on some of the elder beastmen. His voice blended with the drifting snowflakes, carried by the cold wind to an unknown land of lament. Xuefeng remained silent, listening to Xuedu refrained from elaborating further on the heavy topic, instead shifting to a lighter subject. Brother, other tribes are faring similarly to us. Even the Baihu tribe is struggling. Yet, Sun Sheng seems peculiar. I've been worried about the female who saved me, fearing she might not survive this bitter cold. Thus, I've been exploring various avenues to gather news about her. Along the way, he had noticed unusual activities in Sun Sheng, though unaware of the specifics. He observed that the frequency of beastmen venturing out to hunt was significantly lower now than before the cold season. They had not only ceased hunting, but were also engaged in transporting stones, wood, and digging for grass. It was not unusual for them to stay in for a while, but the extended absence was indeed abnormal, unless they possessed something that could sustain them. Xuefeng turned, his expression grave. Is that true? Xuedu did. Then recounted the information he had gathered. Although the news from Sun Sheng was tightly controlled and the beast's lips sealed, some outward activities could hardly escape notice. And he remained vigilant. Even without knowing their precise actions, he could piece together some clues, just as they were delving into critical matters. A messenger beastman arrived at the hall and knelt, announcing loudly, "Report. The Grey Wolf Tribe chief is outside, requesting an audience with the chieftain." Xuefeng and Xuedu exchanged glances, having already grasped the gravity of their earlier conversation. Sun Sheng held secrets, but now was not the time to investigate. They needed to confer with other tribes and devise a strategy to combat the cold season before attempting to make contact with Sun Sheng. Given their prior collaboration, perhaps the Sun Wong would be inclined to assist them. The Grey Wolf Tribe had always maintained a good relationship with the Snow Lion Tribe, and it was likely that something urgent had compelled Greyu to seek him out personally. Quick, let the Grey Wolf Tribe chief enter. Chapter 121. Discussing Important Matters. Part 2. Quick, let the Grey Wolf Tribe chief enter. Upon hearing the messenger's words, Xuefeng immediately commanded for the Grey Wolf Tribe chief to be welcomed into the tribe. The arrival of Greyu was both a blessing and a curse. Yes, the messenger, aware of the recent troubles within the tribe, recognized the urgency of the situation and hurriedly left to greet the Grey Wolf Tribe chief. Sometimes, the prosperity of a tribe is determined not by the chieftain's words, nor by the esteemed elders and leaders, but rather by the voices of ordinary beastmen like the messenger. Recently, the tribe had been rife with lamentations. While the situation had not escalated to a critical level, it was still significant. Shui Feng and Shui Du remained silent, yet they could read the gravity in each other's eyes. Feng, a voice both serious and playful, resonated from ahead. A figure approached, their gray-white bangs dancing wildly in the wind and snow, framing a face that resembled jade, tinged with a hint of yellow. With a lithe form, they navigated through the swirling snowflakes, undeterred by the gusts that blew around them. Though not particularly tall, the individual radiated a unique charm. The crescent-shaped wolf tail behind them was held high, contrasting with the earlier encounter when it had flicked nervously while conversing with Shui Feng, now appearing ruffled, reflecting the owner's less than favorable mood. Without any pleasantries, Shui Feng turned and welcomed the newcomer into the grand hall. After a brief exchange of glances, Gray Yu also chose not to speak further, joining Shui Feng and Shui Du as they entered the hall. The three soon took their seats at the stone table. Skipping idle chatter, Shui Feng got straight to the point. What troubles had befallen the Gray Wolf tribe? He broached the main purpose of Gray Yu's visit without any circumlocution. The Snow Lions and Gray Wolves had maintained a cordial relationship for generations, and having grown up together, Shui Feng was well aware of Gray Yu's character, deeming it unnecessary to engage in superficial niceties. It is not good, Gray Yu replied, his lips pressed tightly together and his brow furrowed in concern. After listening, Xiefeng exhaled a heavy breath from his nostrils and nodded solemnly, undoubtedly adding a profound weight to the serious atmosphere. As he had anticipated, the Huayues Huelong tribe was indeed struggling through this harsh winter. The group engaged in a succinct exchange regarding the circumstances of their respective tribes. Discovering that they faced similar predicaments, albeit to varying degrees, it was merely a matter of time before the situation became dire for all. With newfound allies at this moment, it was only natural to devise solutions together. After some discussion, they decided that each tribe would dispatch 20 formidable beastmen to form a hunting team, venturing into the forest to procure game, which would be equally divided between the two tribes. Both the Huelong tribe and the Shuesher tribe were proficient in land combat, and in such harsh conditions, hunting together would not only yield greater results, but also enhance the safety of those venturing out. Regarding warmth, they would send some beastmen into the nearby forest to gather dry branches for firewood and craft additional fur garments for insulation, as long as they avoided freezing to death. Enduring this winter was the primary goal. After conferring with Xiefeng, Huayue's tension gradually eased. It was reasonable to infer that cooperation between their tribes would significantly improve the lives of their kin, alleviating the current atmosphere of anxiety, where even the elders contemplated sacrificing their young for survival. The greatest fear is for one to remain in a state of constant tension. The more one strains, the more precarious their position becomes, and even the slightest disturbance could lead to collapse. The Huelong tribe was merely a mid-sized tribe, and their internal issues were far more severe than those of the Shuesher tribe. As their chieftain, Huayue had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep for 10 consecutive days, tirelessly managing affairs within his tribe. It was only when the situation became increasingly dire that he sought assistance from the Shuesher tribe. As he suspected, the Shuesher tribe was also facing difficulties. Although not yet at the brink of survival like his own tribe, they too were in a precarious situation. This strategy might provide temporary relief, but it was not a sustainable solution. As the weather grew more frigid, the availability of prey would dwindle, making it increasingly unlikely to find sustenance. Thus, the impending food scarcity loomed as a significant concern. Although they had devised a plan, it felt almost futile. Xiudu had just informed him that Sinqing was experiencing unusual occurrences. Xiefeng had no intention of concealing anything from Huayue, for as allies and close friends, there was no need for secrecy. Even in the worst-case scenario, should Huayue harbor ulterior motives, they would hardly threaten the Shuesher tribe. Putting aside the adage that a starving camel is still larger than a horse, Huayue had long been skeptical of the Baihu tribe's methods and would never ally himself with Baixiao. Thus, the Huelong tribe, a mere mid-sized entity, posed little threat. With the Shuesher tribe's prestige, they would not be easily assailed by the larger tribes. Therefore, such a situation was simply unfathomable. Strange? Huayue leaned forward, his eyes filled with curiosity and seriousness. While their tribes were in dire straits, Sinqing had not reported any negative news. Rather, it was shrouded in mystery. Xiefeng's gaze was inscrutable as he nodded, signaling Xiudu. Chapter 122. Discussing Major Matters, Part 3. Xiefeng's expression remained enigmatic as he nodded, gesturing to Xiudu. Receiving the signal, Xiudu began to relay the information he had gathered. Throughout this, Huiyue was unusually serious, his demeanor becoming increasingly grave as he listened. I propose we make a clandestine visit to Xinqing. Xiefeng stated his stance after Xiudu finished speaking, turning to observe the reactions of the two. Xiudu nodded in agreement. Although he had his own reservations, he believed that visiting would be worthwhile. Huiyue contemplated, but still harbored concerns. After all, they had once surrounded the city together. Now, to sneak in for information felt somewhat dubious. Xiefeng noticed Huiyue's misinterpretation, clarifying that secret meant not being discovered by other tribes, and that visiting Xinqing was not for espionage, but rather a courtesy call. Visiting? Huiyue had an epiphany. What a splendid idea. This approach would not attract attention from the larger tribes, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Moreover, should they be misinterpreted as conspiring with other tribes, the chieftain's personal visit would demonstrate their sincerity, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Excellent. When do we depart? Huiyue decisively made his decision. As a chieftain, it was essential to deliberate carefully, yet decisiveness was equally vital in matters of great importance. Having made up his mind, it was better to take a chance. Hesitance would only prolong their plight. Once we finalize the arrangements for our tribal collaboration and entrust reliable beastmen to oversee matters in the tribe, we shall set off. Xiefeng replied after considering Huiyue's agreement. Perhaps the day after tomorrow. We must not delay further. Huiyue nodded, then rose to prepare for his return to the Huilong tribe. The proximity of the Huilong and Shuesher tribes made this convenient. I will return to arrange for 20 beastmen to meet at the border tomorrow. Agreed, Xiefeng concurred, intending to select 20 formidable beastmen shortly. The matter of managing the tribe was crucial. Without the chieftain present, the beastmen must not be left without direction, nor could any unusual occurrences be revealed to the other tribes. Xiefeng glanced at Xiudu, his intentions evident without words. Brother, I cannot go. I have my reservations. Xiudu understood his brother's meaning, but he had compelling reasons to be present. I will only feel at ease if the tribe is entrusted to you, Xiefeng said, placing a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother, leave the tribe to Xiudan. He is capable of handling it. Xiudu remained resolute. Seeing Xiefeng silent, Xiudu's emotions flared slightly. Gripping Xiefeng's shoulders firmly, their eyes locked, revealing his inner turmoil. I acknowledge my selfish motives. Even if you want me to relinquish my desires, I must at least go once, otherwise I will not find peace. It felt like a cage, a prison from which he was unwilling to escape. Xiudu's expression was pained, haunted by countless nights when thoughts of the female who had bravely rescued him on her beast lingered in his mind. She was both kind and beautiful. Sighing, Xiefeng found himself unable to issue harsh words to his usually bold and steadfast brother, as the tribe currently faced myriad dangers. He did not wish for Xiudu to act impulsively, leading to irreparable consequences. At least with him nearby, he could keep a watchful eye, even if he agreed. He sternly warned Xiudu against acting independently. You know the implications of the Xinhuang. Thank you, brother. Xiudu's excitement was palpable, envisioning the moment he would reunite with Aitong. Chapter 123. Discussing Major Matters, Part 4. The Shuesher and Huilong tribes were quietly and diligently preparing for their endeavors. Meanwhile, the Baihu tribe was in disarray. Chieftain, this winter is unusually harsh. Although our food and furs are still somewhat adequate, enduring the entire season will be challenging, and chaos has begun to stir within the tribe. An esteemed elder reported the facts in the hall. In such circumstances, the elders were responsible for gathering information on significant events within the tribe and reporting them to the chieftain, who would then devise a feasible plan collectively. Seated in the hall was Bai Xiao, whose health had improved significantly. His gaze was now deep and introspective, devoid of the initial ferocity or the madness that followed the loss of his female during the battle in the west. He appeared somewhat restrained. Do not worry. Extend invitations to the smaller tribes, proposing that the Baihu tribe is willing to assist them in weathering the winter. I believe they will gladly accept our aid. However, the food they procure must be divided, with 70% granted to us as compensation. But will they truly agree to this? The elder voiced skepticism regarding Bai Xiao's approach. Although those small tribes lack the strength to contend with them, would they truly agree to such conditions when faced with life and death? What if they refuse? Initially, they rely on us, but in the future, we will need them. To lean against a great tree, one must be prepared to be nourished by it. This is the reality, They have no other choice. Bai Xiao, though much more reserved, still maintains his consistent style of action. The elder stroked his beard, subtly approving. Thus, the Bayou tribe need not worry about the latter part of the cold season. They simply need to find a few more small tribes. First, address their pressing needs. Then harness their strength for our own use. As long as they do not starve or freeze, the logistics of the Bayou tribe will always be secure. You may go and make arrangements. I have matters to attend to. The chieftain has remained remarkably composed lately. Aside from a moment of agitation upon returning that frightened many of the beastmen, he quickly returned to his usual demeanor the following day, appearing even more composed. This was indeed peculiar. The other beastmen, while not dwelling on it too much, felt a tinge of sympathy for Bai Xiao, who now found himself alone. Amidst their sympathy, many ambitious beastmen were also poised to seize the chieftain's position, with their ambitions lurking beneath the surface, yet they dared not reveal them. After all, Bai Xiao's strength was still formidable. Such a plot required the right timing to succeed, lest they be akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Thus, one by one, they exited the hall, and Bai Xiao turned back inside. He was well aware of the thoughts of those below. Once behind a pillar, he stood still, slightly tilting his cheek and allowing a sly smile to escape into shadows. He then ventured deeper within. A crisp sound echoed through the empty hall, starkly clear in the silence. Previously, there were beastmen attending to him in the hall, but since the battle in the west of the city, Bai Xiao's temperament had undergone a significant transformation. Though he had become more reserved, there remained an unsettling aura about him. He was less convincing than the earlier, domineering version of himself, which had instilled fear instead. Consequently, there were no attendants left in the hall. After a series of door creaks, faint overlapping calls could be heard, quickly dissipating like a breeze. Chapter 124. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Life in Sun Chung continued as usual, free from concerns of hunger and harsh cold, creating a cozy atmosphere. On this night, Yihuan remained in the hall with AI Tong, teaching her to write Chinese characters, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. After several days, Bianzhan arrived once more at the door of Sun Hall, appearing somewhat anxious. After all, he had recently experienced a semblance of romance, making him quite familiar with the psyche of males in such matters. The king certainly would not appreciate any interruptions during his intimate moments with the queen. However, this was a significant matter, and he could not decide alone, so he found himself pacing outside the hall, pondering the best moment to enter. Should he go in now, or wait a bit longer? No. This situation was neither trivial nor insignificant. But what if he entered just as? Then would he even have a chance to live? Bianzhan scratched his head, feeling the weight of this arduous task. Had he known, he would have sent Feng Qi instead. If it weren't for the importance of this matter, he would not have come himself. After a moment of contemplation, Bianzhan resolved to eavesdrop to gain some insight. He pressed himself against the door, tilting his head and straining to hear any sounds from within. What were they saying? Bianzhan leaned in closer, contorting his face in an effort to catch any whispers. Yet, he still could not hear anything, or perhaps he simply heard nothing at all. Ultimately, he had no choice but to step away from the door, preparing to knock and report, but his hand refused to move. Once he arrived at the spot, it became stuck. Meanwhile, outside Sun Chung, amidst the swirling snow and enveloping fog, 3 anxious figures awaited. To avoid being spotted by scouts from other tribes, they had to remain concealed, and this part of the forest was the most suitable for hiding. The current weather further aided their plans. In such frigid conditions, even the scouts would likely have found a place to skulk. Though beastly instincts prevailed, they could not generalize. Thus, they chose to remain hidden outside, waiting for the signal from the deputy envoy of Sun Chung. Only upon confirming their ability to enter could they reveal themselves swiftly. Yet, they had been waiting for quite some time. In the bewildering sky, snowflakes fell gently, accumulating on branches weighed down by the heavy snow. Eventually, the branches could no longer bear the load, cracking under the pressure, causing clumps of snow to tumble down into the drifts below. Shuefeng, are you cold? Hui Yu's little nose was bright red from the chill. She rubbed her slender palms together to generate warmth, breaking the oddly serene yet impatient atmosphere among the 3. Shuefeng remained as composed as ever, not looking at Hui Yu, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the thick fog toward the direction of Sun Chung, even though nothing was visible. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Wei Yi waited for so long without a word. Xue Du, the most straightforward and impatient among them, exclaimed. Hui Yu merely initiated conversation, while Xue Du directly ignited it. Shuefeng turned slightly, his expression unchanged as he regarded the agitated Shue-Du in silence. Realizing he had been too hasty, Shue-Du ceased his chatter and moved aside to continue waiting. Huiyu observed the interaction between the two brothers, subtly shifting closer to Shue-Du's position without uttering a word. He understood well. Feng cared deeply for his brother. Shue-Du's impulsive nature, though brave and sincere, was often unyielding when he set his mind to something. If Feng had a solution, Shue-Du would not be here at this moment. All he could do was keep an eye on Shue-Du, relieving some pressure from Feng and ensuring that they did not delay the important matter at hand. At this point, Bianzhan could no longer contain himself and resolved to knock on the door. Just as he opened his mouth to call out, "Come in," accompanied by an authoritative command, the doors of Sun Hall slowly swung open. Bianzhan found himself momentarily speechless, halting his actions. The door had opened. The king was speaking, inviting him inside. How did the king know? Bianzhan slapped his forehead, realizing the folly of a lovesick male's diminished intellect. What kind of beast was the king? It was likely that he had sensed Bianzhan's presence even before he approached the hall. Bianzhan pursed his lips, feeling embarrassed. He hadn't even confirmed his relationship with Hai Tang yet, and here he was. Would he end up resembling a frantic ruler? Yet the matter was pressing, and Bianzhan quickly shifted gears. After all, he had partaken in significant affairs before. Moments later, he approached the hall with a serious demeanor. As Bianzhan entered, a wave of cold air swept through the hall. Yi Huan and Ai Tong were already well-dressed, seated at the table, sipping lemon water. Bianzhan stepped forward, 2 meters away, and reported, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the chieftain of the Shueshi tribe and the chieftain of the Huiyu wolf tribe seek an audience." "Oh, what is it?" Yi Huan raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. Life had been too comfortable lately, leaving him feeling somewhat restless and eager for a challenge. Ai Tong also found it curious. In such frigid winter weather, they were not struggling for survival within their tribe. Yet they chose to visit Sun Sheng to meet Yi Huan. They had come secretly, wishing to discuss cooperation with the king. Cooperation? Ai Tong and Yi Huan exchanged glances, both grasping the implications. It seemed that even heavy snowfall could not impede certain developments. What was destined to occur would unfold regardless. Changes in Sun Sheng could be concealed momentarily, but not indefinitely. Already, some perceptive beastmen had taken notice. However, the speed of their arrival was unexpected. Ai Tong remained silent, confident that Yi Huan would make the right decision, believing she should neither intervene nor interfere. In contrast to the overt and covert struggles among these tribes, she yearned to engage earnestly in the pursuits she cherished. Yi Huan's large hand gently rubbed against Ai Tong's small one beneath the table. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Bianzhan, signaling him to lead them through the side entrance. Since their arrival was secretive, it was imperative to maintain discretion, and he was willing to cooperate. This could indeed be advantageous for Sun Sheng. Upon receiving the order, Bianzhan promptly strode out of the hall, transforming into a majestic eagle that soared into the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, no orc scouts would be able to detect them, especially given the current weather conditions. Fortunately, as an exceptional war eagle, he possessed remarkable spatial awareness. They had previously agreed on a rendezvous point. Should they meet, Bianzhan would certainly seek them out. They merely needed to wait and refrain from taking any reckless actions. Naturally, even in the absence of a meeting, news would still arrive in the form of a wolf's howl. The trio, Shue-Feng, Shue-Du, and Huiyu, stood waiting in the heavy snowfall, their bodies growing stiff with the cold. Yet no orc approached, and the anticipated howl was absent. Gradually, differing opinions began to emerge. Shue-Feng insisted on waiting. Since they had ventured out, they must remain until the outcome was determined. He could not afford to overlook even a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the headstrong and tyrannical Sun Wang would not resort to underhanded tactics in plain sight, especially given their current weakened state. Having crossed paths with him, he was well aware. Regardless of success or failure, given Sun Wang's disposition, a conclusion was inevitable. Just as anxiety mounted among the group and doubts began to fester, a large eagle descended from the heavens, stirring the winds and causing the falling snowflakes to swirl into a grand vortex, revealing a figure. Apologies for the delay, esteemed guests. As the snow danced in the air, Bianzhan landed, facing the trio. Sun Wang requests your presence. Upon recognizing Bianzhan, Shue-Feng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed promising. The group then entered through the side door of Sun Sheng. As they proceeded, they noted the unusual quietness of the city. Apart from the patrolling orc guards, there were no other orcs in sight, and wisps of smoke rose uniformly from every household. Yu sensed something was amiss. But it was evidently not a negative turn of events. Otherwise, Sun Wang would not have allowed their entry, nor would Bian present himself in such a manner. It appeared that their cooperation was indeed a sound decision. While Xuefeng and Yu were filled with anticipation for collaboration, Xuefeng remained vigilant, hoping to catch a glimpse of the female. However, his gaze fell upon nothing of interest. Before long, Bian guided them to the side hall of the Sun Palace, instructing them to sit and wait for Sun Wang's arrival. After reporting their presence, the trio surveyed their surroundings, noticing a large circular stone pit that piqued their curiosity. With remnants of a fire pit nearby, they observed the small stone platform beside it, appreciating Sun Wang's apparent appreciation for comfort, as even seating arrangements were meticulously considered. Moreover, they felt an immediate warmth inside the hall, a stark contrast to the cold outside. Although it was normal for the interior to be warmer, it was unexpectedly cozy. While they explored, Bian had already reached the main hall, where Sun Wang and the queen awaited in the side hall. Ai Tong turned to Yi Huan, asking, "Should I go?" In truth, she was reluctant to attend such gatherings, trusting that Yi Huan would handle matters adeptly. Moreover, her presence seemed of little consequence. Aside from discussing topics of interest, "Shall we go together?" Yi Huan invited softly. He did not perceive any detrimental impact from Ai's presence. In fact, he believed there was nothing she could not hear. Primarily, he wished to keep his beloved close and perhaps display a bit of bravado. He felt he had lost some of his status and authority lately. Though he was a formidable and fearsome Sun Jingwang snake, he now resembled more of a pet snake. Only in their private moments could he elicit pleas for mercy from Ai. Thus, he needed to assert his dominance and reclaim his image, and the current opportunity was too fortuitous to overlook. "Very well," Ai Tong replied, somewhat resigned yet willing to join, contemplating the potential usefulness of her presence. It had been quite a while since she had encountered new faces, and the suddenness of it all made her feel somewhat shy. As the two deliberated, Bian awaited outside the hall. Finally, Yi Huan emerged, gently wrapping his arm around Ai Tong's shoulder, with Bian appropriately positioned behind them. The snowflakes fell like celestial petals, scattering across the expanse of the earth. "Sun Wang and Sun Wang Fei have arrived," Bian announced loudly as they approached the entrance of the side hall. The three stood in unison, gazing outward. The cold and imposing Sun Wang strode in, holding the delicate female close, maintaining his commanding presence while exuding an air of aloofness. Yet a closer inspection revealed an inexplicable depth in his gaze, markedly different from before. Sinveng, Xuefeng, and Yu reacted instantly, offering a perfunctory greeting. They understood the necessity of portraying a demeanor befitting those who sought assistance. From their entrance into Sun Cheng until now, it was evident that Sun Wang possessed something of great significance. This realization brought them a mix of joy and trepidation. They were eager to discuss the collaboration, yet the nature of what Sun Wang held would ultimately depend on his willingness to negotiate, while their own sincerity must also be substantial. Xuedu, however, stood frozen in place, his gaze fixated on Ai Tong, who approached gracefully in her white fur attire. She is more beautiful than before. She has found her partner. Xuedu's gaze was fervent, easily noticeable by anyone present. Yi Huan tightened his embrace around Ai Tong, a frown creasing his brow, his displeasure evident. Has this lion lost his senses? If not for Ai's presence and her prior admonition to control my temper, I would have sent him flying into the snow for 7 days and nights, transforming him into a true snow lion. Nearby, Xuefeng frantically gestured to Xuedu. Realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, this fool seemed entirely oblivious to his surroundings. He was on the verge of losing his composure. Ultimately, it was Yu who could no longer bear the sight. With a subtle glance, he feigned ignorance and delivered a sharp pinch to Xuedu's arm, finally snapping him back to reality. Ignoring their antics, Yi Huan continued his composed stride, making his way to the elevated seat alongside Ai Tong. He thoughtfully arranged a cushion for her and adjusted her cloak. Xuefeng was taken aback. Sun Wang has changed. He actually considers the feelings of others. He is no longer the bloodthirsty killer. Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. What a domestic gentleman. Xuedu felt a mix of disappointment and solace. What is not mine will never be mine. As long as she is well, that is enough. Bian smirked, his expression one of disdain. This is merely the beginning. It is evident he has never experienced the world. Yi Huan adjusted his robes and began to relax, nearly surrendering to the seat. Had AI not been beside him, he might have reclined entirely. Nevertheless, he refrained and instead seized AI Tong's delicate hand, engaging in playful banter. Pray tell, what brings the two esteemed clan leaders to Suncheon? Yi Huan was disinclined to beat around the bush. The sooner they resolve matters, the sooner they could conclude their business. Sun Wang, we shall not mince words. Our purpose here is to inquire about Sun Cheng's strategies for enduring the harsh winter. We sincerely wish to collaborate with Sun Cheng. Feel free to propose your conditions, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate. Xue Feng exchanged glances with Hui Yu upon Sun Wang's prompt, then spoke earnestly. Yi Huan straightened, fixing his gaze upon Xue Feng. We have solutions. However, what can you offer in return? He sought tangible commitments rather than mere verbal assurances. If they could demonstrate sincerity, he might consider their propositions. Otherwise, there was no necessity to extend a helping hand. He was not a savior, rushing to aid every struggling tribe. The future of Sun Cheng would only flourish further. What he sought were reliable allies, not empty promises of collaboration. If Rusin City guarantees the safety of our two clans throughout the harsh winter, we shall pledge not to engage in any hostilities against the city, and we are willing to make concessions regarding territory and resources. Xiefeng spoke with careful consideration, for this matter pertains to the survival of the tribe in the future. This is indeed the most significant concession he can offer at present. To the outside world, Rusin City has always been synonymous with bloodthirstiness and cruelty. Although he has had his doubts in the past, he cannot affirm them. Naturally, his assurances must be somewhat reserved. This is our utmost sincerity at this moment. Of course, we could proceed further, but we must first understand what kind of city Rusin is and whether it is trustworthy. After all, how could we possibly establish a long-lasting alliance without such knowledge? How could we provide a more convincing guarantee? Xiefeng's reasoning was remarkably clear. He wished to cooperate. Thus, he made the greatest assurance to express their stance, while simultaneously ensuring that their side did not appear excessively vulnerable, directly countering Yi Huan's inquiry. Yi Huan simulait faintly, releasing his grip on AI Tong, and began to meet Xiefeng's gaze, his lips parting slightly. What a step forward. Chapter 126. A counterattack. You have undoubtedly observed certain things. There is no need for me to elaborate further. We possess food to endure the winter and methods for warmth. Is Rusin trustworthy? Did you not see the recent battle west of the city, or have you misinterpreted its significance? Yi Huan's eyes pierced through Xiefeng, his gaze intense. His glance then shifted to the contemplative Hui Yue standing beside Xiefeng, who had done a tremendous favor for the Shui Lion clan during the battle west of the city, with other tribes also benefiting to some extent. Now, allowing them to secretly enter the inner sanctum of Rusin, could the intentions be any clearer? Xiefeng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, if one were to consider it, the Forest King had, in an invisible manner, conveyed his sincerity. Upon reflection, it was astonishing that the Forest King possessed such foresight, having already laid the groundwork for cooperation back during the battle west of the city. Seated beside Yi Huan, AI Tong was also discreetly observing the subtle atmosphere among the group. The tension in the air made her hesitant to breathe, causing her to unconsciously soften her breaths. She was still too inexperienced and had not witnessed significant events before. Truly, negotiations among great leaders were unlike anything else. Each phrase was laden with profound meaning. Yi Huan appeared to have divulged much information, yet seemed to have said nothing at all. One might feel he had indeed communicated something, yet it seemed insufficiently thorough. This, in turn, provided the opposing side with a counterattack. Now it was up to Xiefeng to respond. The three of them exchanged silent glances before nodding in agreement. Among them, Xiefeng was the most composed, having naturally assumed the role of the elder brother. Thus, it was he who took the floor. We may have been somewhat dull, failing to grasp the Forest King's intentions. However, having traveled from afar, we are eager to witness Rusin's winter prowess. If an alliance is to be forged, I trust the Forest King would not begrudge us a glance. The Shui Lion clan, it seems, has ceased to waver. Whether it is the allure of Rusin's winter prowess or the charm of Yi Huan personally, AI Tong's lips curled slightly, revealing her good mood. It seems both factors are at play. If that is the case, let us stay and share a meal. Yi Huan gestured, and the two rose from their seats. He then signaled Bian Zhan to attend to their guests. Let Haitang assist with preparations. As AI Tong passed by Bian Zhan, she finally voiced her first word since arriving. After all, this is a long-term collaboration. He is still the clan leader, and we must properly prepare a feast, a task better suited for Haitang. Haidang is meticulous and more considerate. Yes, your majesty. Bianzhan's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet everyone in the hall could hear him. Aitong's my gently, linking her arm with Yi Huan's as they exited. After watching Ai Tong and Yi Huan depart, Bianzhan turned to address the three guests. Please, make yourselves comfortable here for a moment. There is lemon tea available, but do not consume too much. If you feel cold, you may rest on the stone bed over there. Dinner will take a while longer to prepare. If there is anything you need, please inform the guards outside. I shall go arrange for dinner now. After ensuring everything was in order, Bianzhan politely nodded before exiting the hall. Xuedu was still somewhat disoriented. He had seen her, what of it? Her sweet expression earlier did not appear feigned. Clearly, the Forest King treated her very well. He should let go. This should not continue. The Shui Lion clan still needed him. Ah, how comfortable. Huiwe paid no mind to the day's Xuedu and plopped down, noisily pouring himself a drink. What was that Bianzhan mentioned? Lemon tea. What is that? Upon tasting it, he exclaimed in surprise. Xiefeng, this sweet and sour flavor is surprisingly delightful. Huiwe raised his cup, his brow arching towards Xiefeng, then took another sip, contentedly narrowing his eyes and smacking his lips. Unconsciously, his gray-white tail unfurled. Mind your image, Xiefeng maintained a serious demeanor even after the Forest King's departure, displaying a hint of parental instinct. Observing Huiyue's demeanor, he felt a peculiar sensation within, but concealed it well. What image? I have no need for one. As long as you maintain yours, it suffices. Huiyue laughed heartily, seemingly intoxicated, wanting to pull Xiefeng down beside him. By the way, tonight's meal is indeed to discuss the details of our collaboration. It seems the Forest King is quite astute and knows how to manage affairs. Huiyue spoke half in jest, half earnestly. Xuedu and Xiefeng gradually took their seats, sipping the lemon tea, which was rather pleasant. Indeed, he harbored no hostility towards us, and we have no need to oppose him. Xiefeng saw through it all. Rusin City had long been isolated and targeted. This collaboration represents an opportunity for them as well. Yi Huan possesses such foresight, and they are in perfect harmony. Each party contributes to the other's success. Thus, when Huiyue learned there would also be dinner, he instantly relaxed, able to engage in nonsensical chatter. Upon reflection, collaborating with Rusin is not necessarily a bad thing. He had long since caught wind of rumors that the orcs of Rusin were shrouded in mystery, said to possess two extreme personalities, akin to split personalities. They exhibit bloodlust and slaughter in public, yet display tenderness and valor in private. Contemplating this, Huiyue smiled softly and took another drink. The more peculiar the situation, the greater the intrigue. He refused to believe the conventional wisdom of the past could bind him. As the leader of the Huiyue clan, he was determined to carve out a unique path. Presently, only the Shui Lion clan, the White Tiger clan, and Rusin City stood tall. He was not afraid to ally with Xiefeng, but one of the White Tiger clan and Rusin must be eliminated. Huiyue's gaze grew serious. He was resolute in his belief that he would lead his people to prosperity, becoming a great clan that would no longer be bullied by other tribes. Xuedu slowly emerged from his previous stupor, observing the relaxed demeanor of his brother and Huiyue, filling his heart with joy. The well-being of the Shui Lion clan had always been his fervent desire. He had trained diligently in martial arts since childhood, aspiring to be his brother's reliable right hand. Reflecting on this, he lifted his cup and drank it down in one go, grimacing at the sourness. The group shared no words, yet each internally affirmed one truth: their tribe was saved. They were on the verge of unraveling the long-held secrets of Rusin City. Chapter 127. I truly will thank you. After Ai Tong and Yi Huan exited, they returned to their quarters. Should we truly be so candid with them? Ai Tong harbored some doubts in her heart, pondering why Yi Huan trusted them so implicitly. Indeed, Yi Huan gently embraced Ai Tong, responding in a soft voice. I have long been attentive to them. This collaboration was anticipated on my part, though I did not foresee it advancing due to you. Yi Huan gazed tenderly at the beloved Ai Tong in his arms, a soft smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you had been anticipating their arrival all along. Your earlier leniency towards the Shuesher clan was not without purpose. Ai Tong, ever astute, was deserving of his praise. The two sat on the Kong, engaging in casual conversation while awaiting dinner. Although their alliance was one of cooperation, it did not imply that everything was transactional. I am merely laying the groundwork for the future development of Xinsheng. It cannot remain in its current state. Yi Huan's tone grew suddenly somber. Ai Tong lifted her gaze, sensing an undercurrent of unease, as if something unbeknownst to her was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the trio on the other side had ascended the stone kong that Bianzhan had mentioned. Initially, Yue expressed disdain, reluctant to sit, his small arms crossed. He grumbled about the lack of even a beast hide. Just as he settled down, the entire wolf was set aflame with warmth. Xue Feng furrowed his brow, extending his large hand to touch the surface, a glimmer of delight appearing in his eyes. So, the fire over there was not merely for show. It was not a waste of wood. Moments later, the three of them were bustling around the heated kong, occasionally touching this and that, their astonished murmurs echoing as they climbed atop, playfully jostling one another. The guard at the entrance, though feigning seriousness, could hardly contain himself. I saw nothing, he thought. When I return, I shall regale the brothers with tales of how this chief is no different from them. He is even more fervent about the heated kong. Haitong was summoned by Bianzhan to prepare the meal, busily working in the small hall. Naturally, Bianzhan became her assistant, dutifully following her every request. Watching Bianzhan flit about, Haitong couldn't help but smile. All right, you are no longer needed here. Stop hovering before me, or I shall grow dizzy. Do you not require more firewood? Bianzhan turned to scan the surroundings, struggling for conversation. No need, Haitong replied earnestly. Then I shall fetch a sweet potato, he announced, already having 5 in hand. We have corn as well. Oh, truly, this is more than sufficient. You need not busy yourself further, Haitong said. Hands on her hips, brow furrowed, clearly exuding an air of exasperation towards Bianzhan. Caught off guard, Bianzhan hesitated, reluctant to depart, and after looking around, he finally settled onto a stone bench, lifting his garment and sitting down. He turned his head, silently observing Haitong. I truly would be grateful, she remarked. At last, the meal was prepared, and Bianzhan rose to set the table and notify the king and queen, ultimately serving the dishes. The trio had settled down, their anticipation for dinner palpable. The changes in Xincheng were peculiar, seeming to have transpired overnight. It seemed that after the battle in the west last year, this alliance opportunity must be seized. If he proves reliable, we shall surely bind our fates together. The group engaged in hushed discussions, Bianzhan instructing the guard to arrange the table in the side hall while he went to inform the king and queen. Your Majesties, dinner is prepared. We await your seating to serve the dishes, Bianzhan announced outside the royal chamber. This time, he had learned well, stating it directly from the outside. Good. We shall be there shortly, Yahuan replied, while Haitong spoke on his behalf. Once Bianzhan heard the response, he turned to prepare the dishes, unwilling to leave Haitong alone with the serving. His beloved Haitong, with her striking beauty, gentle temperament, and virtuous nature, could easily attract unwanted attention from the 3 beastmen, especially from the seemingly frivolous leader of the Hui Long clan, Yue. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to leave hastily. On the other side, Yue, warming himself on the kong, suddenly wiped his nose. Achoo! Who dares covet my unparalleled beauty? Let us proceed. You handle the negotiations, while I shall handle the feasting, he chuckled, as Haitong playfully tugged at Yahuan's arm, leading him outside. Yahuan, with a gentle flick of his finger, playfully touched Haitong's nose, smiling as he replied, as you wish. Finally, the group gathered around the dining table. With a mere glance from Yahuan, Bianzhan and Haitong began serving the dishes. As each course was presented, the trio remained mesmerized, their eyes glued to the steaming delicacies as they were placed before them, their noses instinctively searching for enticing aromas. Had it not been for their decorum as chiefs, they might have dove in head first. At long last, the table was laden with fragrant dishes, and the guests sat in rapt attention, utterly captivated by the unexpected feast. What is this? Roasted meat presented in such a manner? What herb imparts such fragrance? What meat is this, so rich and succulent? Haitong nearly burst into laughter, signaling for Haitong to elucidate. Understanding her cue, Haitong stepped forward confidently. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Haitong, the queen's personal attendant. Allow me to introduce these dishes. The first dish, glistening with steam and plum grains, was a type of rice known as dami fawn, ready for direct consumption. Next, the golden strands of swan la tudo si, vibrant and tangy, perfect for immediate enjoyment. The charred yet crimson sweet potatoes, known as cow digua, were freshly roasted and should be peeled before eating. The round yellow-black roasted corn was to be eaten directly from the cob, while the plate of chicken, accompanied by dark mushrooms, named xiao ji duan mogu, was ready to be enjoyed, bones to be discarded. The final dish, a medley of green and yellow, with show rope bite-side to intodo, featuring marinated meat. All ready for consumption. As Hai Tong elaborated on each dish, the trio listened attentively, hesitant to interrupt, for they had never encountered such culinary wonders before. These dishes were not only a feast for the eyes, but their aromas were tantalizing, and the thought of tasting them was almost overwhelming. Hai Tong also made a point to emphasize the provided utensils, considering that our esteemed guests may be unfamiliar with chopsticks. We have prepared wooden forks and spoons for your convenience. After her thoughtful presentation, she nodded and stepped back, positioning herself behind Hai Tong. Upon hearing Hai Tong's considerate remarks, the guests exchanged knowing smiles, appreciating this exceptional attendant. Not only was she eloquent in her discourse, but her attentiveness was equally impressive. Hai Tong smiled, noticing their satisfaction with Hai Tong. After this series of introductions, the trio remained motionless, yet they had not yet begun to eat, for the host, Yahuan, had yet to speak. Observing their reactions, Yahuan was well aware that all was proceeding as he had anticipated. This was merely the first step. To catch the fish, one must first cast the bait. Chapter 128. Is your husband quite the charmer? Sun Wang, this is truly a feast beyond our imaginations, Hui Yue exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the sumptuous spread before him. I have never seen anything like this. Yahuan smiled graciously, urging, please do dig in. Can we not discuss our cooperation? Hai Tong inquired, somewhat puzzled, but with Yahuan's permission to eat, she began. She was the first to grasp the chopsticks, placing a piece of chicken into Yahuan's bowl, followed by a serving of swan la tudo, see for herself. The other three could no longer restrain themselves and eagerly picked up their forks and spoons. Xue Feng and Xue Du rushed towards the chicken, while Hui Yue followed Hai Tong's lead, opting for the tangy potato strips. As they tasted the food, their expressions soared to the heavens, especially when paired with the fragrant rice. Sun Wang, your life is truly splendid. We are fortunate to be in your company, Hui Yue exclaimed, savoring the flavors. Yahuan smiled, remaining silent. Xiefeng remained silent, engrossed in his meal. After savoring every dish, he finally spoke up. Sun Wang, shall we form an alliance? Hai Tong readily agreed after just a few bites of her food. Yahuan, on the other hand, appeared completely at ease, leaning back lazily as he spoke softly. It's settled. What has been settled? Hai Tong, chewing on a half-eaten cabbage, looked on in confusion at the peculiar atmosphere among the others. How had they already reached such an agreement? Had she missed something? You are welcome to visit Sunsheng in the future, Yahuan casually remarked, adding that they could bring along a couple of beastmen. Xiefeng quickly understood and concurred, of course, it is our own affair, and we shall take it to heart. From this moment on, their two clans would be inextricably linked to Sunsheng. Although it was a collaboration, it could be considered akin to a familial bond. He was determined to select the most reliable beastmen to learn from them, having already witnessed the warmth of the heated stone beds and the quality of their food. Most importantly, he had seen the condition of the ordinary beastmen in Sunsheng, which mirrored that of their own tribe, alongside the guard beastmen, Haitang and Bianzhan, and their queen. This was enough to reflect that Sunsheng was not merely a place of bloodthirsty brutality, further validating their previous assumptions. Listening to Xiefeng's words, Hai Tong began to comprehend. There was a deeper meaning behind their words. It seemed they had already reached an unspoken consensus. Yuan likely did not wish to provide them with food indefinitely. Teaching one to fish rather than merely providing fish was the way to go. It would not be long before beastmen would come to Sunsheng to learn. This winter could indeed offer them some basic food supplies, but the technology of the heated stone beds would need to be kept confidential. The meal was filled with joy, and for the first time, Hai Tong found negotiations to be surprisingly effortless. Indeed, she felt a sense of awe in the presence of such influential figures. After the meal, Yuan invited them to stay in Sunsheng. The three spent 2 days there, further confirming their decision from that night, with the details of their alliance being finalized subsequently. Hai Tong had to admire the audacity of their approach, as it left her momentarily dumbfounded. However, she could understand. At least she wouldn't be completely overwhelmed by Yuan. One day, after a warm moment on the heated stone bed, Hai Tong looked at the serpent beside her, who was still gripping her arm while working on clothing, and complained, "Could you please stop showcasing your impressive skills to me?" Whenever Yuan engaged in tasks, he always caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned until she could process what had occurred. All right, she conceded, acknowledging that in some respects, she truly admired him. However, this relentless charm of his was a constant distraction. "Is your husband quite skilled?" came his deep, alluring voice from beside her, sending shivers down her spine. "Skilled at what?" she thought, realizing she was once again being caught off guard by him. Yi Huan, noticing AI Tong's indifference, immediately became displeased. He gently pinched her chin, tilting it up slightly, and leaned in closer, a faint scent of milk wafting toward him, stirring something within. "Oh, would you like to try?" he teased, his tone inviting and suggestive. "Try what?" AI Tong's wide fox-like eyes opened in surprise as she finally focused on Yi Huan, setting aside the half-finished garment in her hands. No, there's no need to try. You are quite capable," she quickly replied with a forced smile, knowing she must tread carefully around him. Yi Huan's gazed deepened, and he grinned mischievously, seemingly unimpressed by her flattery. He moved closer, his hand casually gliding from her chin to her delicate earlobe, caressing it tenderly. "How would I know?" he mused, causing AI Tong to freeze, caught off guard by the unexpected question. "Are you capable?" "How would I know?" AI Tong thought internally, though her expression remained neutral. The bewildered look on her face only seemed to amuse Yi Huan further. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, he leaned in closer, their breaths mingling in the space between them. Yi Huan swiftly seized the garment from her hands and tossed it aside. His presence radiated a potent allure that inexplicably captivated AI Tong. She found herself enveloped in his intense aura, her eyes reflecting a blend of vulnerability and enchantment, as if she were being playfully teased by a serpent. Yi Huan leaned in closer to her lips, momentarily entranced by the fullness of her mouth, his throat tightening. "You brought this upon yourself," he murmured. Before AI Tong could respond, his lips were already upon hers. As he leaned forward, his hands lifted her fluffy little head, positioning her as he desired. Having tasted once, he yearned for more. AI Tong instinctively let out a soft sound of encouragement, which only spurred him on. As he pulled away, AI Tong arched her neck, tilting her head back slightly, her hands tangled in his glossy hair. The heat became unbearable. Gradually, Yi Huan pulled the blanket up and gently lowered AI Tong, their bodies rolling together beneath the fur cover. One by one, their garments were discarded, accompanied by AI Tong's startled exclamations. Though this was not their first encounter, Yi Huan always made AI Tong feel as if each night was a new beginning. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Yi Huan leaned down, his warm breath brushing against AI Tong's ear, his large hand gliding over her body, stirring ripples of sensation that lingered long after. AI Tong, she heard her name softly called. "Be good. My husband will show you," Yi Huan continued, his motions unceasing, their bodies entwined in a harmonious dance, deepening their bond. He then pressed his lips against her tender mouth, exploring it thoroughly, as if to consume her whole. The fiery sensation spread from their lips throughout their entire beings. AI Tong's face flushed a bright crimson, her brows slightly furrowed as she succumbed to the moment. Yi Huan was no longer satisfied with the current state. He sought to delve deeper. As they approached the ominous Fumo mountain range, a green figure moved cautiously, eventually halting at its base. Facing the terrifying mountains ahead, AI Tong took a deep breath, as her foot, adorned in a light green strap, prepared to step forward. Her delicate brows furrowed instinctively. Unable to resist, her hands reached for a few small green beads dangling from her hair. This place, devoid of life and filled with a suffocating aura, was known to be a mysterious, forbidden zone, where those who entered would find no escape. The echoing roars of malevolent spirits filled the air, their chilling presence causing AI Tong's hair to stand on end. Anyone witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly retreat in fear. Braving the ominous atmosphere, AI Tong hunched her body, her hands instinctively clutching her chest as she cautiously advanced. Strangely, despite sensing the danger, she felt no direct attack or discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, her entire being radiated a gentle, purifying energy. Suddenly, as if triggered by some unseen force, a fierce wind swept through, shaking the ground and sending debris flying. In the heart of a mountain range, dark mist swirled at high speed, with strands of red light intertwining at the center, forming a circle. Before AI Tong could focus her gaze, she was abruptly sucked into the vortex. She barely had time to utter a scream before disappearing completely. It was akin to a well-behaved schoolgirl embarking on an adventurous journey, only to be unexpectedly seized by an assailant in an alley, robbed of her ability to cry for help. After a moment of peril, the surroundings fell eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired and as if a girl named AI Tong had never existed. At the center of the mountain, a bewildered AI Tong was drawn into a powerful force, surrounded by numerous red energy whirlpools and contrasting black and white threads. AI Tong was ensnared like a beautiful doll, helpless against the allure of her captor. At this moment, a thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead, her delicate face flushed, and the long hair that cascaded from her light green headdress danced in the wind. Even her wispy baby hair seemed to shield her enchanting fox-like eyes. Her body felt as if it might explode under the immense energy, a force far beyond the capacity of a mere human to withstand. Just as AI Tong surrendered, closing her eyes in resignation, a sudden surge of tender green spiritual orbs the size of a fist emerged from her heart. This orb emitted a gentle green glow, causing the dark aura around her to dissipate instantly. The white threads seemed eager to break free from the mountain and soar into the sky, as if searching for someone. However, the overwhelming fluctuations of the three forces rendered escape impossible. AI Tong, still in a state of panic, widened her fox-like eyes and inhaled deeply. Grateful for the precious fresh air, relieved, she finally caught her breath. Before AI Tong could regain her composure, the previously dormant red vortex suddenly seemed to be attracted by something. Strands of red energy surged toward her, passing through her body and racing toward another abyss. Strangely, she felt no discomfort. Just as her curiosity peaked, the last red thread that entered her body did not depart as expected, but instead circled back to her heart. Lingering for a moment, it was as if a child had discovered a particularly delectable candy, nearly twisting itself in joyful glee. Then, with a sudden pop, it enveloped the tender green spiritual orb that had just returned to her body. At this moment, the previous strands of red energy that had surged into the abyss vanished without a trace. After the sudden disappearance of the red threads, a powerful crimson flame erupted from the abyss, the threads of red flame interwoven with a faint green glow, pulling Baishi into a secret prison within the abyss. In the dim light, a figure could be discerned, and, as the pull drew AI Tong closer, she could see clearly. A person with long red hair that flowed to their waist, clad in alluring red garments, appeared to be suspended in mid-air, bound by invisible chains, resembling a prisoner awaiting execution. Who is this? Why is the first person I encounter in Fu Imo Mountain in such a pitiable state? Before AI Tong could voice her thoughts, she was suddenly drawn closer. With a soft thud, an unexpected sensation enveloped her. It was a man. Chapter 131. I shall never act recklessly again, you. AI Tong's face was a canvas of protest, though she dared not reveal her claws. This only amused Yi Huan. The antics from yesterday were a new trick he had learned, causing him to almost adorn his own face with gold. You've learned well. AI Tong turned her head away, blushing, her small hands vigorously scratching at the blanket, unwilling to acknowledge him. She felt bullied. Yi Huan, with a swift motion, scooped his little wife into his embrace and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Shall we take a bath? AI Tong, momentarily pacified by the kiss, pouted, lacking the strength to protest. Yi Huan's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable light as he lifted her, preparing to rise. Wait, she had yet to dress. AI Tong hastily wrapped her arms around herself, struggling to maintain her balance. Had Yi Huan not been so strong, she might have plummeted to the ground. All right, the water is ready. I'll carry you. Yi Huan pecked her cheek and descended from the bed with his delicate little wife in his arms. What did you boil the water? I wasn't aware. In a playful push and pull, they collaborated to prepare a pot of mixed hot pot, which left AI Tong feeling flushed. As days passed, in response to the need for cooperation, the Shuesher clan and the Huilang clan each dispatched 2 beastmen to learn from them. Sun Sheng also supported them with some sweet potatoes and potatoes, which they had in abundance, so sharing some was no burden. These provisions would be highly beneficial in alleviating hunger during the harsh winter. The heated beds were constructed by 2 beastmen sent from Sun Sheng, though their numbers were limited. Thus, at both parties' suggestion, the heated beds were installed in the largest palace, an opulent cave, within the tribe, designated to protect some elderly and young beastmen from the frigid cold. The Shuesher clan and the Huiyu clan also agreed to forge a friendly contract with Sun Sheng, willingly offering some of their rare treasures and donating several prime territories. Shuefeng and Huiyu understood, well, that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even in cooperation, equality and mutual benefit must prevail. Sun Sheng did not express any desire to divide their resources. Rather, everyone sought to meet their own needs. They recognized the boundless potential of Sun Cheng's future, while Sun Sheng needed their assistance to solidify its foundation on this land. Moreover, no matter how Sun Cheng may evolve in the future, this collaboration was not a disadvantage for them in the present. Given Sun Cheng's strength, a forceful attack was not out of the question. Choosing to collaborate was the most amicable approach. After all, no one wished to confront the terrifying and bloodthirsty Sun Cheng head-on. Sun Cheng merely needed to strike unexpectedly, using overwhelming force to defeat one of the major clans. And the others would merely stand by, afraid to unite against them. They were disunited, rife with suspicion, and reserved their trump cards. The sentiments of the various tribes had long been grasped by Yi Huan, leading him to opt for the most gentle method of addressing the situation, preserving goodwill. Thus, they were merely conforming to the prevailing trend, with nothing to be ashamed of. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. These past few days had left Ai Tong feeling quite stifled. After enduring various forms of torment, she found herself wanting to turn away each time she encountered Yi Huan. Yet, she was always pulled back. After much negotiation, Yi Huan had recently become somewhat more compliant. During their playful antics, a whiff of blood suddenly wafted from Ai Tong. Ai, you're in heat again, Yi Huan exclaimed, somewhat astonished, before quickly carrying Ai Tong inside. Ai Tong patted Yi Huan's arm with her small hand, looking at him with a hint of nervousness. She averted her gaze and commanded, "Bring me a menstrual pad." Without hesitation, Yi Huan complied and fetched one. When he returned with a menstrual pad, Ai Tong cast a glance at him. Hot water. The hot water was brought forth. Turn around. Yi Huan obediently turned away, not glancing back, though his expression was peculiar. Ai, why are you in heat again? This isn't normal. It has been long since the last time. Could it be that I was too forceful and broke you? This realization left Yi Huan filled with regret. He should have exercised restraint and not punished Ai Tong so harshly. Meanwhile, Ai Tong felt considerably better seeing Yi Huan dutifully facing away from her. After cleaning the bloodstains with a damp cloth, she changed into a fresh pair of undergarments and a menstrual pad, donning new clothing as well. Casually patting the fur collar of her garment, she remarked, "Turn around now." Ai Tong was still lost in her own clothing and did not notice Yi Huan. After a brief wait, silence enveloped the room. Why hasn't Teehee moved? Ai Tong frowned slightly and lifted her head. A sudden shadow loomed before Ai Tong, startling her into a reflexive backward lean. Before her stood a handsome face, etched with regret, merely a few centimeters away. Yi Huan wore an expression of deep apology. I am truly sorry. I shall never act recklessly again. Chapter 132. The volcano erupts. I shall never dare to act so freely again. Ai Tong cupped the handsome face, leaning in closer, when a sudden thought struck her, prompting a smile as she whispered into his ear. Will it be too much to bear? Yi Huan's ears instantly flushed a vibrant red, the warmth gradually spreading. While his exterior remained composed, his heart was tumultuous. In his deep-set eyes, the image of the charming girl was reflected, her delicate features captivating. Without waiting for a response, she continued, "This happens every month." Before Yi Huan could react, Ai Tong stood up, creating distance between them, reclining lazily against the backrest. Every month? That means there could be a lot of bloodshed. Yi Huan expressed concern, as Ai was delicate and petite, prompting worries about her health. "You're the one who is unwell," Ai Tong retorted, suddenly rising as if to strike him. She then clarified, "It varies where I come from. Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. If it's accurate, it could be 1 month or 2, but if it's not, it could happen at any time." Yi Huan grasped the concept, yet his brow furrowed again. Does that mean Ai has a significantly low chance of conceiving? Although Ai's body had been enhanced by the beast pearl and was nourished by his strength day and night, he still harbored fears that it wasn't enough. The time was too short, and there were numerous uncontrollable factors. Moreover, he privately feared that the birth of a little serpent would jeopardize his precarious position, a notion he could not abide. Ai Tong observed Yi Huan's fluctuating emotions, both troubled and resolute, and calmly stroked her chin. When did this fellow start to wear his heart on his sleeve? Ai, I will be more cautious. Shall we postpone having a little one? Yi Huan proposed as he embraced the seated Ai Tong, negotiating gently. Ai Tong did not refuse, feeling perplexed by his pleading tone. Why was he so insistent? Although she was unsure whether she and Yi Huan would have a child or an egg, she was not opposed to the birth of new life. After all, this was not modern society. There was little pressure regarding child rearing. As long as she could educate her child well and ensure they led a happy life, she would be content. Yi Huan gently stroked AI Tong's little head, his eyes filled with affection, offering comfort. The risks of childbirth are too great. Is it because you're a Sun Jing Wang Shi? AI Tong recalled Yi Huan mentioning that it was difficult for the Sun Jing Wang Shi to conceive. Was it due to their bloodline? With her small hand, AI Tong patted Yi Huan's arm encircling her waist, reassuring him, relax, it's not something I can demand. It depends on how my body responds, or whether your quality can withstand the test. Yi Huan's gaze deepened. He himself was not easily capable of fatherhood. He had previously assumed AI would be the same. Thus he had not given it much thought. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. AI's body was indeed naturally suited for bearing children. Had she been an ordinary beastman, she might have conceived in one go. Thankfully, it was he, and it was fortunate he discovered this early on. Otherwise, AI Tong felt a sense of triumph, realizing that she would no longer need to worry about punishment, and was about to chuckle at him when the next moment, retribution struck. AI Tong's brows furrowed, her entire body tensing as she abruptly sat up, frozen in place. Yi Huan, confused, also rose and approached, gripping her arms, his expression serious. What is wrong? AI Tong turned her gaze to Yi Huan, but remained silent. What is it? The volcano is erupting. After shifting her position to adjust, she lay back down, not wishing to engage further. Yi Huan, seemingly struck by a thought, hurriedly left to fetch water, intending to warm AI Tong's belly shortly. Once he departed, AI Tong curled up under the blanket, trying to absorb the warmth from the heated Kong, seeking solace. Before long, Yi Huan returned with a cup of hot water, gently caressing AI Tong's small face. Here, drink some warm water. AI Tong propped herself up, sipping a few mouthfuls, feeling a bit better, then lay back down. It hurts a little. Yi Huan climbed into bed to warm her spot. Though there was a heated Kong, he believed it best to ensure her belly was warm. Yi Huan expertly massaged AI Tong esse belly in gentle circles. Her small tummy was soft, smooth, and tiny, so delicate it felt as though it could easily break. It was endearing. Drowsy and with eyes closed, AI Tong soon fell asleep. Yi Huan listened to her even breaths, smiling as he withdrew his warm hand. Gazing at her peaceful face, he pressed a soft kiss upon her, then tidied her slightly disheveled hair before wrapping his arms around his beloved wife and closing his eyes. In the dead of night, a pair of dark crimson eyes opened. Yi Huan, holding his little wife, adeptly rose in the dark and moved toward a shadowy corner of the hall. When he emerged, he held what appeared to be a piece of cloth. Afterward, he slipped back under the covers. Chapter 133. Myopic as time swiftly passed, the weather grew colder, with occasional heavy snowfalls. The snow blanketed the ground, falling deeply and earnestly. AI Tong spent her days either sewing or cooking indoors, or playfully teaching Yi Huan Chinese characters. Life was fulfilling. One day, Yi Huan was tending to the heated Kong, while AI Tong, bundled up like a little ball, ventured to the hall entrance to admire the scenery. Watching the snowflakes dance outside, AI Tong's mind began to wander. She quietly tiptoed behind Yi Huan, seizing the opportunity while he was preoccupied to tap his shoulder before swiftly squatting down. Yi Huan, busy tossing wood into the stove, seemed oblivious, not turning around. After AI Tong's tap, he paused momentarily, chuckling to himself before turning around. Excellent, no one is here. He glanced left and right. Good, no one. Below him, AI Tong stifled giggles. Yi Huan grinned, but did not look down, playfully questioning the air before him. Who is it? AI Tong remained silent, feigning ignorance. Yi Huan lifted his leg, as if to step forward. This made AI Tong anxious, hastily getting to her feet. If Yi Huan stepped on her, she would be flattened. Yi Huan pretended not to notice, extending his hands forward, his tone teasing. Oh, who might this be? At that moment, Yi Huan had pulled AI Tong into his embrace. Not with his hands, but with his arm, gently cradling her against his chest. Ha ha ha. AI Tong erupted in laughter, bewildered. Gotcha. Yi Huan leaned down, his cheek brushing against her fluffy head as he placed a gentle kiss upon it. Ha ha ha. You myopic. AI Tong giggled, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret, her body shaking with laughter as she slipped down, slapping her thigh in delight. How pitiful. Yi Huan was equally affected, unable to suppress a smile, his eyes sparkling with mirth. After laughing heartily for a while, AI Tong's eyes watered from the laughter, as she couldn't help but wipe her tears with her fingers. Thankfully, her teeth were intact. Otherwise, she would have lost them all from laughter. Finally managing to calm down, AI Tong gradually returned to normal, though her facial muscles still felt a bit sore. Yihuan, let us go to the grassland tomorrow. I want to go ice skating. AI Tong finally broached the subject, a plan she had been mulling over for a long time. They had missed their last chance due to the ice not being frozen solid, and later because of alliance matters and her monthly period, which Yihuan had vehemently opposed. This marked her 108th instance of acting coy. Cool me. Let me see if our little darling has been eating properly lately. After washing his hands, Yihuan approached for an inspection. AI Tong took a step back, wrapping her arms around herself with a guarded expression. It's all right, don't touch me unnecessarily. Due to her period, she had lost her appetite, rendering her somewhat listless. Nevertheless, Yihuan insisted on finding various ways to ensure she ate. AI Tong felt as if he was genuinely treating her like a pig to raise. Each evening, a routine inspection was mandatory. I refuse. I Tong declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Yihuan lowered his hands, cast a sidelong glance, and proclaimed, Then I shall go alone tomorrow. Go alone. AI Tong was instantly opposed. With her small hands on her hips, she called back to the tall figure ahead. No, I want to go. Ultimately, the girl willingly walked into the trap laid for her, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. Or perhaps, it was because the person before her was him, leading her to willingly and resolutely follow. The following day, Yihuan brought AI Tong to the snow-covered plains. Due to the frigid weather, very few ventured here, with the snow deep and heavy. Apart from the shallow and deep tracks left by small animals, there was nothing else. At this moment, Yihuan's lower half had transformed into a serpent's tail, leaving a sinuous trail in the snow. In his arms, he held AI Tong, who was bundled up so thickly that only her little head was visible. Yihuan, you can do it. The wind whipped against AI Tong's small face, yet she appeared exceptionally excited. Ironically, it was not her exerting herself, so she was quite chatty. Yihuan tightened his hold on AI Tong and hurried along. All around was a vast expanse of white, the ground shimmering as if adorned with a layer of silver, sparkling brilliantly under the sun. The surrounding air was crisp, invigorating, offering a refreshing sensation with every breath. Eventually, the two arrived at an ice lake. The round surface of the lake was uniformly covered with snow, though its thickness remained uncertain. Quick, put me down. AI Tong was eager to explore further. Yet, Yihuan did not immediately release her, but instead gazed down at the excited AI Tong, his voice low. Are you sure? His inquiry left AI Tong slightly hesitant. Peering down at the snow beneath Yihuan's serpentail, she thought, it does seem a bit deep. That snow needs to be cleared, AI Tong said, inching closer to Yihuan, her face full of trepidation. Surely, Yihuan's serpentail was far more effective at clearing snow than her own efforts. Lacking a sled, the snow could not be cleared, which meant she wouldn't be able to see the ice surface, let alone skate. Yihuan raised his head with a mischievous smile. Noti word, no action. AI Tong extended her two heavily bundled arms, gently punching Yihuan's shoulder, trying to curry favor. You must be tired, right? Is it comfortable? Yihuan stretched his neck, then raised an eyebrow. Not enough. Suddenly, he leaned in close to AI Tong's slightly chilled face, his breath both cold and warm. I might make a mistake. Before AI Tong could react, she was heavily pressed down. She found herself lying in a soft mound of snow, beneath the intensely warm body of the king. AI Tong's eyes widened in disbelief that Yihuan had thrown her down like this. Then, a flurry of passionate kisses began to fall upon her. AI Tong felt a strange sensation of alternating warmth and cold. But it's broad daylight. Everything around was silver white, save for a hint of darkness on the snow mound. The snow beneath her occasionally crunched as her body pressed into it, the sound of the snow being compacted. Lost in the moment, only the intermittent sounds of AI Tong's soft whimpers could be heard. After an indeterminate time, with a flushed face, AI Tong managed to say, Am I done now? Yihuan, propping himself up slightly, still savored the delightful moment. Unable to resist, he leaned down for another peck on her alluring, rosy lips. Rising, he scooped up the now weak-legged AI Tong into his arms. AI Tong naturally wrapped her arms around Yihuan's neck, allowing him to carry her. Her cheeks a soft shade of pink, appearing somewhat vexed. Yihuan was in high spirits as he glided to the center of the lake. Gradually, the black and red serpentine behind him grew larger, sweeping left and right. The wind surged, sending snow swirling. The lifted snow transformed into countless sparkling flakes, cascading from above, creating the illusion of a silver meteor shower across the lake surface. AI Tong tilted her head back, joyfully reaching out. Wow, Yuhuan, this is stunning. At that moment, AI Tong had completely set aside her earlier annoyance. Yuhuan proudly flicked his tail, producing a series of crisp sounds. This startled AI Tong, prompting her to intervene. Hey, my ice. The smile at the corners of Yi Huan's mouth remained, though he awkwardly switched to a gentle pat. Soon, the entire ice lake was cleared of snow, while the banks were piled high with the displaced snow, leaving the lake in a slight depression. AI Tong jumped down from Yi Huan's embrace, attempting to find her footing on the ice. As AI Tong touched down, she nearly lost her balance. Wow, it's so slippery. Fortunately, she managed to catch herself, letting out a sigh of relief. What a close call. She glanced at her feet and then patted her chest, relieved that she had held onto Yi Huan. Had she let go immediately, she would have surely fallen apart. Be careful, Yi Huan shook his head, his expression one of helplessness. He couldn't help but feel that his little wife was a bit foolish, albeit adorably so. Now, firmly planted on the ice, AI Tong stood like a seasoned practitioner in a martial arts stance, her legs slightly bent and arms spread wide. This posture was one only seasoned individuals could master. Since her feet occasionally slipped, particularly while walking, this stance would greatly enhance her stability on the ice. Unfortunately, it drew laughter from Yuhuan. Aye. You look a bit like the mountain chicken in our cave, hatching eggs. Hatching eggs? When did this serpent start making jokes at her expense? Foof. She is more akin to an eagle capturing a chick, protecting its young. AI Tong shot a sideways glance at him, clearly displeased with the comparison. Despite her disdainful look, she dared not move too much. She certainly didn't want to fall right after being teased about hatching eggs, only to be mocked again. This is called taking flight. Do you understand? If you don't, stop talking nonsense. AI Tong retorted fiercely, turning her head with a fierce glare, reminiscent of a young wolf cub denied its milk. Yi Huan crossed his arms innocently, gazing at AI Tong, as if to say, what I said is undeniably true, to ensure a pleasant experience. AI Tong chose to ignore him. After adjusting for a while and confirming she wouldn't slip, AI Tong gradually straightened her posture, taking small, cautious glides. She wanted to test the quality of the ice surface. Sometimes the ice could be too rough, making it difficult to glide, while other times it appeared smooth but was coated in frost that made it equally difficult. However, she was pleasantly surprised by the ice lake's quality. The blue-white surface resembled an expanse of frozen ocean. Irregular white lines traced patterns across the ice, reminiscent of fish playfully swishing their tails, varying in depth. Surprise sparkled in AI Tong's eyes as she swiftly glided a meter forward. With another push, she glided another meter. When she turned back, she could only see a miniature version of Yi Huan. Hey, come over here. I Tong bowsed, bending slightly and cupping her hands to call to Yi Huan on the other side. Yet, he appeared focused on something, standing straight without moving closer. How strange. AI Tong decided to continue gliding. Under his watchful gaze, there was little cause for concern. If one did not seize the opportunity to enjoy oneself, it would indeed be a great loss. AI Tong glided smoothly and unexpectedly discovered an exquisite spot. Beside her lay a gently mounded area of snow, while ahead stretched a surface of ice, a captivating blend of blue and green interspersed with hints of white. She thus paused upon the soft snow and approached the icy lake, playfully kicking at the snow beneath her feet. The snowflakes erupted around her, scattering across the nearby ice. With a few more kicks, she observed that the ice was cloaked in a delicate layer of snowflakes extending over a meter. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and smiled gently. Turning back towards the snow pile she had just traversed, she covered a distance of 4 meters before halting. Then, gathering speed, she surged forward, preparing to step onto the ice, pivoting to the side, one foot forward and the other back, arms outstretched to maintain her balance. Indeed, upon stepping onto the ice, she became a graceful figure gliding effortlessly, as if propelled by an unseen force. The cold wind whipped past her excited face, and amidst the fluttering of her hair, the previously smooth ice, now marked by her passage, bore irregular curving lines that largely resembled straight paths. These were the traces left by AI Tong's feet upon the thin layer of snow. After gliding for over 4 meters, AI Tong finally came to a halt, yet her lips could not suppress a joyful smile. Engaging in this delightful activity repeatedly, it suddenly dawned on her that someone else was present. She turned her gaze towards a familiar direction in search of Yuhuan. To her surprise, he was nowhere to be found. How strange. Was he not the one who followed her closely in all endeavors? Puzzled, AI Tong contemplated that perhaps he was watching her from a distance. It was unlike Yi Huan to abandon her in this manner. Deciding to wait for him, AI Tong found the time spent in anticipation somewhat arduous. She ventured once more onto the ice lake, where the expansive surface promised that Yi Huan would spot her immediately upon his return. As she meandered across the ice, she occasionally glanced down and was astonished to see bubbles rising from beneath the surface. Yet, the ice felt solid, giving no indication of melting. Curious, she crouched down on the ice, peering intently. In her observation, a magnificent fish swam past her, shimmering in a spectrum of colors. What a beautiful creature! A mermaid, perhaps? It bore a striking resemblance to the modern ornamental fish she had longed to find in a fish pond, hoping to encounter a few mermaids, larger ones at that. She had always dismissed the common varieties, favoring only the vibrant, enchanting ones. The rare and beautiful were always coveted. Ironically, the fish she managed to catch were those she held no affection for, ultimately ending up as meals for her family cat, who relished them, achieving a sort of freedom in fish consumption. Yet, the owner lived in constant fear of being discovered. AI Tong's heart brimmed with joy as she realized she had unconsciously settled onto the ice. The colorful fish seemed equally fond of her, swimming back and forth beneath the very spot where she sat, showing no inclination to depart. Occasionally, it brushed against the ice with its tail, as if to greet her. AI Tong was utterly taken aback. The mermaid was flirting with her. As the fish drew near, she discerned its intricate patterns more clearly. Its body mirrored the icy lake, adorned in hues of blue and white, with a deep sapphire blue on its back that faded to a sky blue and then to a milky white as it descended. The tail, reminiscent of a small carp, gleamed a vibrant red, interspersed with scattered sapphire-like scales near its back. At first glance, it appeared as if precious stones were embedded within its skin, shimmering brilliantly. A clear blue, ribbon-like line wound through the center of its tail, adding a unique touch to its colorful appearance. The most striking features were its dorsal, ventral, and anal fins, a harmonious blend of red and blue, creating a natural masterpiece. As AI Tong admired the fish, she wished to take it home. Yet, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to shake her head and dismiss the desire. In the past, she had caught many beautiful fish only to fail in caring for them, leading to their untimely demise. She had been enamored by their beauty, wanting to confine them within a glass vessel, neglecting their needs, ultimately severing their connection to their watery home. This was a waste of such exquisite beauty. Like an ordinary person, she yearned to keep beautiful things close. However, she had grown to understand that some beauties were meant to be appreciated from a distance, not possessed, lest their splendor be prematurely extinguished. Their beauty would wither because of her. Fortunate yet unfortunate. Meanwhile, as AI Tong was captivated by the fish, Yi Huan was drawn away by something else. 100 meters from the ice lake, he stood tall and imposing against the backdrop of the vast snowy expanse, his gaze fixed on the direction of the ice. Behind him stood a man of equal stature, clad in lake blue garments adorned with fluttering sashes. The man faced Yi Huan's back, seemingly observing either him or the ice lake that held his attention. Moments later, Yi Huan turned with an impressive demeanor, his eyes revealing both curiosity and menace. Such a mere illusion, attempting to bewilder me? The man in lake blue remained unfazed, responding with a gentle smile, reminiscent of ripples in clear water, while the ribbons at his waist danced gracefully in the wind. You love her dearly. This was a statement of affirmation rather than inquiry. The man, with his calm demeanor and ocean-like eyes shimmering amidst the snowy backdrop, continued, That little one is quite delightful. It seems you hold affection for her. Since we share a common plight, I have no intention to harm you, Yi Huan replied after a moment of contemplation. Though he could not identify the fish's species, he sensed its extraordinary nature. The ability to remain hidden in the ice lake for so long was remarkable. Had it not been for his earlier slip in concealing his presence, he might never have discovered it. Yet because the fish had hastily conjured an illusion, offering both a challenge and an opportunity for assessment. Neither held intentions of hostility, yet the atmosphere was charged with tension, the reason for their standoff unclear. Yi Huan's gaze deepened, contemplating his next move, only to find the man with the jade-like visage smiling, fingers interlaced, teasingly grasping the ribbon at his waist. Oh dear, how tiresome. Having lost track of time in slumber, why do I still feel so drowsy? As I spoke, my brows knitted together, and in an instant, my presence dissipated like a fleeting light. Yi Huan did not pursue. Instead, he swiftly darted away to find AI Tong. the little one who was likely still lost in delightful dreams. That fish was well versed in the mysteries of illusions. It was no surprise that AI, a seemingly powerless female, would be utterly disoriented, unable to discern reality from fantasy. As Yi-Huan had anticipated, AI Tong was indeed enraptured by the beauty of the mermaid, oblivious to the fact that the fish before her was merely an illusion at the lake's bottom. Perhaps this fish truly existed, but the creature she glimpsed was not the genuine one. The real fish had long been taken away by Yi-Huan for a confrontation filled with bravado. This led to the earlier moment where the two stood face to face on the snowy plain. However, that fish did not appear to have any mischievous intentions. Fixated solely on slumber, he vowed never to bring AI here again. That insufferable fish was utterly lacking in decorum. He would not allow it to witness anything related to AI. Meanwhile, the fish at the lake's bottom suddenly vanished, leaving AI Tong lingering, crouched on the ice, trying to discern the direction in which the fish had swum, hoping to pursue it. Yet, as she ventured deeper, the shadow of the fish became increasingly indistinct, which was rather disappointing. After a while, AI Tong rose from the ice, her face a canvas of confusion, glancing around curiously at herself. What was happening? How did she end up lying on the ice? What was she doing here? She seemed to recall having seen a mermaid, and she had chased and touched it. Just as AI Tong was lost in her thoughts, Yi-Huan, clad in black, suddenly appeared before her, startling her. "Hey, why do you walk so silently? You nearly scared me to death." AI Tong barely regained her balance, almost collapsing again. Yi-Huan supported her, his expression slightly displeased, as they began their return to the city. Chapter 138. We will meet again, return to the city? So be it. Why the fuss? AI Tong, though not very strong, shook off Yi-Huan and strode toward the shore with an air of indifference, no longer concerned about the mermaid. This left a certain snake, abandoned on the icy surface, disheveled by the wind. Wait, don't go. Wasn't the atmosphere a bit off? The key question was, when had AI learned to navigate? Did she no longer need him? Had he failed to maintain secrecy along the way, resulting in his route being discovered? AI Tong was unconcerned about Yi-Huan's thoughts as she resolutely continued her path. Though she was unfamiliar with the route, there were clear traces marking her way back. It was nothing to fret about. Their footprints in the snow were glaringly conspicuous, impossible to overlook. Seeing AI Tong walking ahead, Yi-Huan hurriedly lengthened his stride to catch up, subsequently acting like a bodyguard by her side. AI Tong cast a sidelong glance at him, ignoring his presence. She was simply irked, a fire of unnameable frustration smoldering within her, ready to ignite. Yi-Huan, feeling her gaze, was perplexed but resigned to follow her. Perhaps it was due to the missed opportunity of catching the mermaid, or perhaps Yi-Huan's previous disregard for AI Tong's calls, or the sudden fright that had startled her. In the end, he continued to drift before her. And who would want to look at that? Even if he were handsome, his appearance was currently of no consequence to AI Tong. If Yi-Huan were not hovering in her sight, she might have been angrier, for his presence indicated that he remained unaware of his mistakes. At least now, his genuine concern for her was evident. With this thought, AI Tong shot him another sidelong glance. Humph. Turning away, she continued walking, her lips curving slightly in a hidden smile once Yi-Huan was out of sight, only to return to her cold demeanor. Her spirits seemed to lift a fraction. Throughout this journey, AI Tong did not request to be carried by Yi-Huan. She walked on her own, having enjoyed herself thoroughly, her mind lively and excited. As she walked, the sound of the wind whistled in her ears, brushing against her cheeks with a refreshing chill, sharpening her thoughts. She was certain that something extraordinary had transpired on the lake's surface, for she felt distinctly strange at that moment, as did Yi-Huan. Reflecting on this, AI Tong turned to glance at Yi-Huan again, frowning slightly. He seemed a bit odd now. Why did he stand so rigidly the moment she looked at him? Slowing her pace, she tapped her chin, adopting a contemplative pose, hoping to draw Yi-Huan into conversation without directly asking. This would spare her the need to inquire outright. Yet her arms were growing weary. Why did Yi-Huan show no inclination to speak? This only fueled her irritation. She started to stride faster, attempting to leave him behind. But alas, each time she quickened her pace, Yi-Huan matched her speed, and whenever she halted, he did too. Thus they continued, exchanging glances and matching steps, gradually receding into the snowy expanse. Meanwhile, on the icy blue surface of the lake they had just departed, an elegant figure adorned in azure robes, tied with ribbons, stood tall. With an oval face framed by thick, dark blue brows, pronounced brow bones, a high nose, and slender eyes that added a striking grace to his cold yet gentle demeanor, he gazed after the petite figure until she vanished into the snowy horizon. He then produced a colorful orb from his hand. With a flash, the orb revealed the image of a woman, one hand holding her dress and the other wielding a harpoon, laughing heartily without a care for her appearance. The scene shifted to another beautiful woman, wrapped tightly in layers, focused intently on something while lying on the ice. The azure-robed man's lips curved into a slight smile, his cool aura seemingly merging with the ice around him. He regarded the orb depicting the same woman as every smile and frown, and softly spoke, "We will meet again." Chapter 139. Little sister and big brother Ai Tong and Yi Huan continued their journey towards Suncheong. However, the distance was far from short, though the journey seemed swift on the way there. Now, with Ai Tong's short legs, it seemed they would not reach home even by tomorrow nightfall. As dusk descended, silver covered the ground, and frost adorned their hair. The blanket of white snow sparkled like natural lanterns, illuminating the surroundings, preventing the night from closing in too swiftly, allowing clear visibility of each other's faces. Ai Tong glanced at the sky and then at the invisible end of the road, ultimately choosing to abandon her struggle. She stood still, gazing intently at Yi Huan. After a few moments, Yi Huan understood her unspoken plea, saying nothing as he effortlessly lifted his little wife into his arms and began their return to the city. He was indeed a man of action. Days passed by. The cold season was an excellent time for fattening up. Throughout this winter, Ai Tong either ate or slept or played when she had the energy, and if not, she would lounge contentedly on the heated calm. Whenever mealtime arrived, Yi Huan would bring forth the dishes, and they would gather around a warm fire to eat. "Little sister, just hang out with your brother. I'll keep the Kong warm for you, and you can just relax and wait for your meals." "Oh dear, this is getting out of hand." As the year turned and the snow melted, the landscape transformed. Spring revealed itself, the earth shedding its icy cover onto the blue sky. Within the cozy confines of their home, Ai Tong had cocooned herself like a large insect, reluctant to rise from her warm bed. It's the coldest time of the year. I refuse to go outside." Yet, Yi Huan was adamant about pulling her blanket, insisting she venture out. Ai, you've been cooped up for 10 days. It's time to get some fresh air." Yi Huan pleaded, unwavering in his resolve. "If you stay inside any longer, you'll become lazy." He distinctly recalls Ai's admonition to strictly supervise her in the future, with outings every 3 days. Such scenes as today are not unfamiliar. As the tail end of winter approaches, one must seize the fleeting moments. Ai Tong, on the other hand, clings to her laziness, and the warm cocoon of her blankets is abruptly invaded by a chill from the outside. She curls up, gripping the corner of her blanket tightly, then rolls over, pressing down firmly. At this moment, her heart harbors but one conviction. She cannot allow herself to be separated from the soft, fur-lined blanket. Yet Yi Huan, with no other option, lifts the cocooned Ai Tong effortlessly, preparing to stride out of the hall. Hey. Ai Tong, bewildered in his arms, glances down at her appearance, mortified. How could she possibly face anyone in such a state? With the snow melted, the beastmen of Suncheong are undoubtedly out and about. Regardless of their activities, she knows she has not been engaged in anything respectable, and those little beastmen will certainly come out to play. If they were to see her in such a state with Yi Huan, it would be quite detrimental, an unfavorable impression, leading to undesirable influences on the children. It matters not if she appears unseemly. To be seen as such by others would be a sin. Suddenly, Ai Tong squirms in Yi Huan's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh dear, let me go back. I need to put on my clothes." Hearing her complaints, Yi Huan smiles and retracts his steps, turning back towards the hall. After placing Ai Tong back on the bed, he retrieves a thick fur coat, for the day is indeed rather cold, and one must dress warmly. Ai Tong pulls the clothes into her cocoon and begins to don them, the blanket rising and falling with her movements. At last, she is fully dressed, and the two make their way outside. The sun shines warmly above, enveloping her in a comforting glow. Yet the remnants of melted snow around her still bring a touch of chill. The melting snow absorbs heat, ushering in beauty, even as one departs. They must carry away the most precious warmth of the moment. As she gazes at the square, she notices the snow has begun to melt significantly, saturating the ground with water, with some low-lying areas forming small puddles, creating a somewhat muddy terrain. The remaining snow has become uneven, dotted with holes resembling honeycombs. Interspersed with patches of dark yellow soil, reminiscent of the muddy pathways seen in the modern springtime. In the square, some little beastmen, unbothered by the dirt, chase each other, laughing joyfully. Meanwhile, the strong beastmen seize the warm weather to venture out for hunting. At this time, various prey begin to emerge, marking the auspicious season of revival, and they're determined to seize the opportunity. Finally, AI Tong is called out by Yi Huan after several days of confinement. Upon stepping out, she immediately finds herself amidst a group of little beastmen. The square is spacious, free from the fear of bumping into one another, for the beastmen's children are notoriously resilient. Most of their play revolves around games of chase and hide-and-seek, with the adults perhaps finding it mundane, yet the little beastmen are thoroughly entertained, bursting with laughter. Yi Huan remains protective, allowing only the youngest of the weaned beastmen to approach him, maintaining a safe distance to avoid any mishaps. AI Tong resolves to exercise caution. Suppressing the urge to touch the fluffy creatures before her, she decides it is best to refrain from embracing them. They play for quite some time, and as the weather warms, Hai Tang begins delivering meals to them daily. After an entire winter of Yi Huan cooking, a sense of aversion towards the kitchen has taken root. Though AI Tong occasionally assists in meal preparations, she mostly resorts to verbal praise for Yi Huan, exclaiming, "Oh, my king is the best. Your cooking is the most delicious." In this manner, she praises him throughout the winter. This cannot be entirely blamed on her. After all, Yi Huan has been the busiest among the beastmen during the winter season, even more so than Bianzhan. Rumor has it that Bianzhan has been acting rather strangely this winter, despite residing comfortably in the palace to the east, spacious and befitting of his status. He insists on moving to the west side of the city, claiming it is to personally oversee the prison. Such oversight seems excessive for someone of his stature. If he is truly concerned, he could simply delegate the task to Feng Qi. Besides, there are no significant individuals in that prison. Why must he personally relocate to supervise? After much ado, he ultimately becomes Hai Tang's neighbor, visiting her daily for meals and drinks, giving the impression that he is destitute. This arrangement continues for the entire winter. Even if he were impoverished, surely the beastmen would willingly offer him food, for he is Bianzhan, a vice envoy of considerable standing. Even a token bribe from a beastman would suffice to stave off hunger. If all else fails, he could simply visit each household, dining here today and there tomorrow, without a single beastman daring to voice discontent. Yet, this grown man chooses to frequent the home of a young lady for sustenance, dining there for an entire winter, seemingly unconcerned about depleting her resources. Is it possible that Bianzhan is akin to a door-to-door delivery service? Even AI Tong, the queen of Sun Chung, is aware of this, and the little beastmen chatter excitedly about it. Hai Tang Jia chases Bianzhan Gugu away from the door every day. Poor Bianzhan. I saw it with my own eyes, and the mother beast forbade me from speaking nonsense. Bianzhan Gugu is so pitiful, but Hai Tang Jia is so kind to me. Whom should I support? Eavesdropping openly, AI Tong beams with a wide grin, reveling in the lively spectacle, embodying the quintessential onlooker who delights in the unfolding drama. As days pass, the weather warms. The snow disappears without a trace, and before long, gentle rain begins to fall outside. The soft patter of rain nourishes everything, ushering in the return of spring. The world gradually regains its moist essence, quietly bidding farewell to the harsh cold. There is no longer a need for fur coats. Life resumes its previous rhythm, and stepping outside reveals many bustling beastmen. Bianzhan applies some of his innovative ideas to the city's defense. Thanks to the support from Sun Chung, the Shuesher tribe and the Huilang tribe suffered minimal losses during the harsh winter, while the Baihu tribe, despite their scavenging, fared reasonably well. However, during the long winter that has now passed, many beastmen from various tribes did not survive to witness the snow melting and the arrival of rain. In the grand hall of the Baihu tribe, a venerable elder steps forward, his demeanor dignified and respected. My king, this winter, some of our elder beastmen from the Baihu tribe did not make it through and have entered the spirit cave. Additionally, several young females have gone missing without a trace, and their families have been unable to locate them. Upon concluding his statement, the elder lifts his gaze, seeking the king's response. While the loss of elder beastmen may be of little consequence to them, the disappearance of females is of utmost importance. In such dreadful winter weather, how could a healthy female beastman simply wander off? If this issue is neglected, the Baihu tribe risks a depletion of talent and a lack of successors. Bai Xiao ponders, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he responds, "Then I shall entrust this matter to Bai Lao to investigate personally, for it concerns the future of the Bai Hu tribe. Thank you for your efforts, Bai Lao." Bai Xiao speaks with apparent nonchalance. Yet Bai Lao's age makes it clear he lacks the vigor for such a comprehensive undertaking. Bai Xiao's arrangement seems more like a way to dismiss the issue rather than address it earnestly. Present in the hall, the beastmen exchange glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Bai Lao, a being who incessantly contemplates the interests of the Bai Hu tribe, finds that the words of his kin are often disregarded. Recently, the Tiger King has adopted excessively aggressive measures, leaving them in a precarious state with a palpable sense of unease permeating their ranks. Particularly after enduring a harrowing winter, their singular desire is to survive, indifferent to the fates of others. During council meetings, Bai Xiao asserts his dominance, offering commentary only when it piques his interest, otherwise shifting blame with ease. As the new year dawns, the Shueshi tribe appears unchanged by the harsh winter, which prompts a middle-aged beastman to voice his thoughts. Bai Xiao's curiosity is piqued. The Shueshi tribe has long been his formidable rival, and their previous hostilities warrant closer attention. During the difficult winter, he had gathered intelligence suggesting that the Shueshi and Huilang tribes had banded together for mutual support in hunting. However, he had dismissed this information, questioning its efficacy until now. Bai Xiao, undeterred, openly inquires within the grand hall. The beastman shakes his head, revealing that while he sensed something unusual, he could not ascertain its cause. The bitter winter had left everyone preoccupied with their own survival, leaving little room for concern about neighboring tribes. Had it not been for the warming weather and the increased movement among the tribes, he might never have learned of the peculiarities. Disappointed, Bai Xiao concludes the meeting and resolves to investigate personally. Chapter 142. Ambush in the grass. See, the weather in the beast world is notoriously unpredictable. Shortly after the winter, the heat begins to make its presence felt. On this day, Ai Tong yearns to frolic in the water, yet finds no rivers nearby, only a singular lake. Recently, she has been tasked with leading the beastmen of Sun Cheng in foraging for edible plants suitable for the warm season, thus spending her days in the company of Hai Tang. Meanwhile, Yi Huan has been acting mysteriously, frequently disappearing for stretches of time. As Ai Tong usually forages with several beastmen, her daily routine has become quite fulfilling, and she has grown accustomed to Yi Huan's occasional absences. On this day, as expected, Yi Huan is absent. Ai Tong, not finding it unusual, concludes her foraging with a few beastmen and heads to the lake with Hai Tang. This area, situated near the western edge of Sun Cheng, seems secure, having been visited multiple times before without incident, save for what felt like a dream during her last visit. To ensure complete safety, she brings along Hai Tang, and Feng Qi as Feng Zhan, the deputy envoy, is responsible for the protective measures of Sun Cheng. It would be impractical to have him shadow her constantly. Upon arriving at the lake, they engage in various activities. Some catch fish, others roast them, while others play in the water, and a few patrol the vicinity. The azure water mirrors their previous excursion to the grass sea, with golden sunlight dancing upon its surface. Just months after the winter, the lake is now inviting enough for them to wade in. However, as the water is quite deep, Ai Tong remains near the shore, cautious not to venture further lest she be engulfed. Although Feng Qi is present, he is merely an ordinary eagle, incapable of rescuing her from the depths. As these thoughts occupy her mind, Ai Tong glances at Feng Qi, nodding in confirmation of her resolve. The group enjoys their time, gathering around the fire to feast on roasted fish, with Ai Tong willingly preparing some for Yi Huan, reluctantly setting aside a portion for Feng Zhan, and Feng Qi offering his share to the elder, Ben Bo unbeknownst to them. The grass sea nearby sways ominously before returning to stillness. Moments pass, and Ai Tong detects a peculiar scent in the air, one that is neither the aroma of roasted fish nor the fresh grass of the swaying sea. Frowning slightly, she turns to Feng Qi. "Do you smell anything unusual?" Hai Tang immediately positions herself beside Ai Tong, ready to shield the queen if need be. Feng Qi, who had been attuned to the sounds of the surroundings, now acknowledges the oddity of the scent upon Ai Tong's prompt. His keen eyesight struggles against the undulating grass around them, making it difficult to discern any significant movements. With a growing sense of urgency, Feng Qi rises and positions himself protectively in front of Ai Tong and Hai Tang, adopting a vigilant stance. Yet it is too late. Their vision begins to blur, and both Ai Tong and Hai Tang, lacking combat prowess, find themselves teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Before them, a shadow emerges from the grass sea. Chapter 143. It is him. AI Tong strains to discern the figure approaching, but all that materializes is a towering silhouette. She squints, determined to see more clearly, until her vision blurs, and she collapses alongside Hai Tang, both falling behind Feng Qi. Feng Qi, managing to catch a glimpse of the figure, is struck with disbelief. It is indeed him. He is no match for them. 2 against 1. Had Feng Zhan been present, they might have had a fighting chance. In a moment of panic, Feng Qi turns to check on the queen, only to find her already unconscious. With a resolve to protect her, he prepares to transform and confront the approaching figure, realizing he is the only capable beast left. Yet, as he attempts to summon his strength, he finds himself inexplicably drained, as if all his power has been siphoned away, rendering him unable to even transform. In desperation, he focuses all his remaining strength to send a distress signal into the sky, a plea imbued with urgency and hope, as though grasping at the last remnants of salvation. He prays that the beastmen of Sun Cheng will see his signal. Otherwise, he fears he has plunged into a dire predicament, mistaking an opportunity for glory for a path to ruin. Before Feng Qi can make another move, the figure strides forward, delivering a crushing blow that sends him tumbling to the ground, transforming instantly into his beast form, devoid of further motion. Now reduced to a mere shell, Feng Qi, stripped of his strength, can only offer slightly more resistance than the 2 incapacitated females behind him. What does it matter if he has sent a signal? No one knows where they have been taken, nor will they ever discover who has captured them. They will only know that they have simply vanished. The figure smirks disdainfully, stepping over Feng Qi's fallen form as he advances toward AI Tong and Hai Tang. The grass sea and the lake lie not far from Suncheng, positioned to the west of the city. The guards of Suncheng, having seen Feng Qi's distress signal, hasten to inform Feng Zhan. With Yi Huan still absent, Feng Zhan takes it upon himself to lead a group to the lakeside. Upon arrival, he finds only Feng Qi, who has transformed into his beast form, thankfully unharmed but devoid of power. Scanning the area, he sees no sign of the queen or Hai Tang. Feng Zhan meticulously searches the vicinity, but even the scents of the 2 have vanished, leaving no trace to follow. As he continues to search, his heart races with mounting dread. The queen is missing. Hai Tang is gone, vanished. How should he explain things to Wang and to himself? In this situation, Bian Zhan forced himself to remain calm, first lifting the only witness, Feng Qi, back to safety, leaving a portion of the orcs to supervise the area. Both sides would inform him of any news at the earliest opportunity. He needed to find Wang. In the northern part of Suncheng, the Wan Yin Bing Lin, a place perpetually shrouded in cold and ice. At that moment, 2 individuals stood opposite each other in the center of the ice forest. One was clad in black, while the other wore lake blue garments. Both were remarkably gifted individuals. Chapter 144. She you cannot touch. For the past few days, you have persistently sought to disturb me. What is your intention? After a prolonged standoff, the man in lake blue was the first to speak. He had been quite content in the lake, not seeking trouble with anyone. Yet this grumpy male insisted on coming to bother him daily. It was truly vexing. The key point was that when they met, there was no fighting. They merely stood and conversed. Eventually, he began to closely observe this serpent, discovering that it had a peculiar penchant for burrowing into the ice forest. Standing there without a care, when he first arrived, he found the place rather intriguing, albeit with a subtle sense of something amiss, which made him sigh inwardly. As a high-level water-type orc, he was acutely sensitive to such matters. However, he remained unaware of the reasons behind it. After several days, they finally spoke. It was he who initiated the conversation, for he could no longer contain himself. Yet, he certainly did not harbor feelings for males. His orientation was perfectly normal. The man in lake blue scrutinized Yi Huan, quietly acknowledging that he was rather handsome, comparable to himself. His eyes then narrowed as he pondered seriously. Even if he were indeed quite attractive, he would not hastily decide upon matters of lifelong significance based solely on looks. Departing from this place, Yi Huan succinctly articulated his purpose, a conclusion drawn after observing this fish for several days. This was far from his usual approach. Special circumstances warranted special treatment. The fish before him was extraordinary. It did not belong to this Orcish continent, and he was unaware of how it had arrived here. He had previously failed to notice it, likely due to some arcane method that had isolated it from the outside world, only recently emerging. Keeping such a formidable being so close at hand, left him feeling uneasy. Moreover, he sensed that the fish was preoccupied with something, although it had yet to reveal any signs of it. If they were to clash, Sun Cheng would be the first to suffer the repercussions, unless absolutely necessary. He would not choose the worst path. From his observations, the recently awakened fish seemed to have something awaiting its action. He would eventually leave this place. But he was different. Wherever AI Tong was, he would be there too. Since the very beginning, he had never contemplated leaving. The previous conjecture bore no fruit. Only the glaciers melted. Perhaps he was overthinking it. When will I leave? Do you need to concern yourself with that? The man in Lake Blue chuckled lightly, fiddling with the colorful sash on his attire, appearing to contemplate something, or perhaps nothing at all. You will leave sooner or later, will you not? Yi Huan did not beat around the bush. Part of his reason for meeting him was to urge him to depart sooner. And there was another reason, decisions that needed to be made after he left. The man in Lake Blue raised an eyebrow, fixing a serious gaze upon Yi Huan. Oh, you know, his affairs should be unknown to any orc in this continent. Although this serpent was no ordinary member of its kind, it could not possibly know. Thus, he was attempting to extract information from him. Yi Huan stepped forward, his gaze steady, as if preparing to administer a potent dose of truth. If you do not wish to leave, it signifies that you desire something. He sought to validate his suspicions. What was this fish truly fixated upon? It would be best if it were not. The man in Lake Blue's expression stiffened. What had he set his sights upon? Had he discerned it? Choosing not to conceal his intentions, he boldly faced Yi Huan, his voice warm and his tone resolute. Good things never lack admirers. Every orc has the right to strive for them, do they not? Indeed, he had more significant matters to attend to, yet he believed they would prefer to see him carry on the hope of his clan. He, living up to expectations, had awakened. Coincidentally, he had found the one he wished to continue with. Yi Huan's deep, dark red eyes brimmed with a peculiar light, and he appeared somewhat sullen. You cannot touch. Oh, shall we give it a try? The man in Lake Blue showed no fear. He possessed strength and confidence, unperturbed by the situation. He was not like those useless orcs inhabiting this continent. Yi Huan's turbulent aura seemed to be spilling forth, as if ready to surge forth and engage in a fierce conflict with the provocateur before him, to determine a victor and banish him permanently. Suddenly, a frantic call reached his ears. It was Bian Zhan's urgent message. Wang, the queen is missing. Chapter 145. Do not fear. Wait for me. Upon hearing Bian Zhan's distressing news, Yi Huan's eyes glimmered with fierce intensity, and he saw a blurred shadow rush past as he dashed forward. Yi Huan lifted his gaze towards the approaching figure. You captured her? His voice was heavy, as if emanating from a demon of the underworld, desperately attempting to drag everyone around him into an abyss of eternal disappearance. The man in Lake Blue, seeing Yi Huan seemingly lose control, felt a surge of emotions and quickly retreated, using the momentum to evade. His eyes were clouded, and he would not admit to anything he had not done. He had principles, after all. I have not captured anyone. Do not lay false accusations upon me. We have been together this entire time, have we not? Yi Huan's fist halted before the bridge of the man in Lake Blue's nose, no further forward. Indeed, they had stood together for quite some time, and he was merely a fish, devoid of any peculiar scent or allies. Therefore, it could not possibly be him. The chilling wind of his punch stirred a powerful airflow. Yet the man in Lake Blue showed no sign of fear, remaining remarkably composed. He was confident in his ability to evade. However, there were always certain understandings shared among the strong. The moment had come. He would not strike, and the latter need not flee. Yi Huan resembled a king of hell, demanding souls, yet he refrained from further action, instead retreating swiftly. In the distance, a cloud of darkness engulfed the sky, and Yi Huan gradually disappeared into the black mist. Vanishing from sight, the man in Lake Blue found the serpent's behavior peculiar, his attractive brows slightly furrowing. What stirred such madness within him? One moment they were ready to fight, the next they halted, and now he vanished without a trace. Where was the classic exchange of threats? Was he so formidable that there was no need for such theatrics? Shaking his head, the man transformed into a colorful vapor, gradually fading into the horizon. Meanwhile, within the ice forest, Yi Huan raced forward with disquiet, his brow furrowed deeply. His dark red eyes were now utterly devoid of light. At that moment, his heart pounded incessantly, as if on the verge of bursting. Upon hearing the news of AI Tong's disappearance, it felt as though his heart had shattered completely. The surrounding airflow had become severely distorted, a howling sound resonating in his ears, Yet Yuan remained unfazed. His beast skin garments were nearly torn apart. This was his utmost speed. Who has taken my tong? He vowed to make them pay. Just this morning, they had been together, exchanging playful banter. She had pouted, teasing him, Yuan, I do not want to be called I, and it makes me shy. Earlier, she had not informed him that AI had a different meaning. Later, one night during their intimate moments, she had uttered, do not love AI anymore, and he had initially thought she no longer wanted him. It was only after AI explained that he understood. Recalling the previous night, he smiled softly in the morning, whispering against her delicate earlobe. Shouldn't you give me a new name? She was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she readily replied, sure, what would you like me to call you? He, too, was unreserved, his breath heavy, his voice laced with a hint of temptation. Whatever you call me tonight, continue to call me that from now on, Tong. Her cheeks flushed with springtime warmth, adorably calling out his name. Each time she found herself unable to resist, she would cry out for him, pleading his name. Tong. He, too, embraced a new title, for regardless of whether she called him AI or Tong, she was forever his beloved. Tong, do not fear, wait for me. Chapter 146. Indeed, it was her essence. Tong, wait for me. At this moment, the only thought echoing in Yeshuan's mind was this phrase. Tong, wait for me. He dared not imagine what beast had taken her, nor could he fathom the horror she might endure after being captured. Each second of contemplation brought him excruciating pain. At long last, Yeshuan returned to Sinqing. Bianzhan paced anxiously at the city gates, his body trembling slightly, uncertain whether it was due to concern for the earlier events or fear of what was to come. His gaze frequently darted toward the city gates, revealing his agitation. News had just reached him that Fengqi remained unconscious, and there was still no sign of activity from the grasslands, leaving him without any leads. With no direction, he could only wait for the king to return and take command. The news of the queen's disappearance had spread like wildfire when Fengqi was brought back, prompting everyone to search the vicinity of Sinqing in hopes of uncovering any clues about the two. At this moment, as Bianzhan paced restlessly, he sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from afar, heading straight for him. It was the king. Before Bianzhan could step forward, a swirl of dark energy materialized before him. The dark mist coalesced, revealing Yeshuan, who gripped Bianzhan's animal skin front tightly, his demeanor ferocious, as if he wished to obliterate him completely. What has transpired? Yeshuan's voice was deep and ominous, echoing as though it emerged from an unfathomable abyss, laden with wrath and malice. He had explicitly instructed Bianzhan to keep a close watch over the queen before departing. How could she have vanished in less than half a day's time? Were it not for Bianzhan's years of unwavering loyalty, Yeshuan would have ensured his utter annihilation. Forgive me, Your Majesty, it is my failure. Bianzhan, dejected and despondent, recounted the events in detail. It was not only the queen who had gone missing. Haitang was also unaccounted for. He regretted not accompanying the queen personally, wishing he had taken additional beastmen along. He had not anticipated such an outcome, nor could he comprehend how things had gone awry. They had been in similar circumstances for days. How had disaster struck so suddenly? Had beastmen been surveilling them all along, waiting for the right moment to strike? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Upon hearing the sequence of events, Yeshuan swiftly disappeared, heading towards the scene of the occurrence at Yuanhu. Only the lingering echoes of his voice were heard, calling for Fengqi to awaken. By any means, Fengqi was the sole witness. He was the most promising lead. Yet Yeshuan understood that those who had abducted Tong would not leave a survivor behind, and since Fengqi remained alive, it was likely that the information he sought would yield nothing. Nevertheless, even a glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. The perpetrator had undoubtedly calculated that this would delay his search, allowing them to execute their plans. He must find Tong with utmost urgency. Placing his hand over his heart, he endeavored to sense Tong's emotions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yet, no intense feelings reached him. It was all eerily calm. No, this was abnormal. Unless no, it was impossible. Yeshuan concentrated again. Tong's bond mark had not vanished. If it had, he would have felt a distinct reaction. As it stood, he sensed nothing unusual, indicating she was still alive, albeit emotionally stable. He needed to personally visit the scene. He was certain he would uncover something. Previously, he had been in conversation with that fish, and since the incident occurred on his territory, he believed the fish might possess some insight. Finding Tong was paramount. He had no qualms about collaborating with the fish. At the deep lake on the grasslands, The man in the azure robe arrived before Yeshuan, intending to rest for a moment before devising a reasonable way to reintroduce himself to her. From a distance, he sensed numerous beastmen moving anxiously across his territory, seemingly searching for something. He neither despised nor favored them. As long as they did not disturb him in the lake, he could not be bothered. Just as he was about to dive into the depths of the lake, his nostrils flared slightly, turning his face towards the direction of a peculiar scent. He seemed to have caught a whiff of something. Though faint, it was undoubtedly out of place here. It was an aroma that would incapacitate beastmen momentarily, causing them to faint. However, for someone of his caliber, it posed little threat. Without preparation, it would merely induce a brief dizziness. Although the scent had faded, he still managed to detect it. The man in the azure robe furrowed his brow. Who dared to drug his lair? They must be seeking death. Thus, he followed the scent, discovering its source at the edge of the lake. Upon closer inspection, he realized, is this not the scent of that little female? Though it had diminished to near imperceptibility, he recognized it instantly. Having lived here for years, he was intimately familiar with every detail of the surroundings. And the little female had left a lasting impression on him, enabling him to confirm it without doubt. It was indeed her scent. She had been here. Chapter 147, Locking the Platform. In a dark water prison, surrounded by cold, hard stone walls, the uneven surfaces glistened faintly with the moisture of dripping water. The incessant sound of dripping could not be ignored. Drop, drop, drop. In this tranquil darkness, each droplet resonated sharply, as if striking against the heart, reminiscent of a grim summons from malevolent spirits, urging one to hasten to their demise, to collect their soul, to claim their life. A few droplets cascaded along the wall, accumulating into a plump sphere before falling. Some landed in a pool of water below, emitting a strange odor, creating eerie ripples before settling, while others fell directly onto the dry hay beneath, soaking it. The air was thick with an undeniable musty scent, mingled with an odor of decay. Undoubtedly, prolonged exposure in such a place could drive a person mad. Itone felt as if she were enveloped in a haze, as though trapped in a dream, forcefully controlled. Unable to awaken. No matter how she struggled, it proved futile. She felt an intense pressure on her chest, as if a massive weight bore down upon her, threatening to suffocate her at any moment. That discomfort compelled her to fight back instinctively, holding her breath and summoning all her strength, yet it was in vain. In her dream, she found herself surrounded by numerous female beastmen, their disheveled hair and overwhelming stench of decay enveloping her. They desperately sought to grasp her hands, her body, everything that pertained to her. She felt as though she belonged to two entirely different worlds, out of place, yet they bizarrely coexisted under the same roof. Their cries were frantic, their madness palpable. She was engulfed in fear, teetering on the brink of collapse. It seemed as if only by continually tugging at her, degrading her, and transforming her into a ragged doll could they consider themselves akin to her. In the dimness, she discerned their faces emerging from the matted strands of foul-smelling hair. Each visage contorted into grotesque expressions, exaggerated to the extreme, particularly those two large, bulging eyes that seemed to protrude unnaturally. A mere glance instilled a profound sense of dread. The piercing and terrifying cacophony tugged relentlessly at her highly sensitive nerves, their wails echoing in her ears, some faint and breathless, others filled with frantic fear, and yet others teetering on the brink of madness, crying out for salvation. Don't come any closer. I'm the most beautiful. I'm about to bond with Kadi, and I shall bear him offspring. He. In her dreams, Ai Tong beheld the abnormal females before her, her body trembling uncontrollably, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet, cursed be this body, it refused to budge, as if weighed down by lead. As she witnessed an increasing number of lunatics preparing to pounce upon her, she suddenly jolted awake, her eyes flung open, her mouth screaming. Before her lay an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by faint glimmers of water on the walls, assuring her that she still existed in this world and could still perceive her surroundings. The distant sound of dripping water, familiar from her dreams, mingled with chilling howls, the voices of the frenzied female beast folk who had clawed and screamed at her. This was no dream, it was reality. Where is she? Who had captured her? Instinctively, Ai Tong sought to rise, sensing she lay upon something, feeling the stillness of water beneath her. Strangely, she felt no dampness upon her body. She still wore the cool, white silk gown. As her hands groped for leverage to prop herself up, she discovered that her limbs were bound with heavy chains of stone, also around her waist. This rendered even sitting up a Herculean task. She lay there like a lifeless entity, fused with the water platform beneath her. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, one might mistake her for a living corpse. Her eyes widened, her head moved from side to side, striving to comprehend her surroundings. In this prison, she was not alone, yet she was alone. She could hear many heart-wrenching, agonized cries, interspersed with strange, breathless moans. However, the stone walls obstructed her view. Desperate to speak, she opened her mouth, only to find her voice rendered hoarse and inaudible. Chapter 148. Approaching my goodness. She recalled only that she, Feng Qi, and Hai Tang had ventured to the lakeside on the grasslands to catch fish. When she suddenly caught a whiff of something peculiar during her conversation with Feng Qi, then, an odd, towering figure had emerged from the grass, and everything before her became a blur as she fainted. The subsequent events eluded her memory. Upon awakening and surveying her surroundings, a gut feeling told her that Hai Tang and Feng Qi were not present, yet she called out tentatively, "Hai Tang? Feng Qi?" Her voice reverberated within the confines of her cell, only to return to her ears unanswered. The only response was the rhythmic dripping of water and the terrifying cries of the females around her. Hai Tang was not beside her, nor was Feng Qi. Although bound and immobile, she felt relatively safe, though she wondered about Hai Tang's fate. Were they imprisoned separately? Meanwhile, in another water cell, Hai Tang found herself among several deranged females, most of whom exhibited signs of mental instability. Occasionally, they would plead desperately for something. "I'll be obedient. Just let me go. I want out. Please release me. Kill me. I no longer wish to live. Help me." Upon awakening, Hai Tang was startled by the sight around her. How could there be so many females? Moreover, they were scantily clad. Her first instinct was to meticulously scan for all the females within the cell, only to discover that the queen was absent. A sigh of relief escaped her, yet her concern deepened. They had vanished together, yet now the queen was nowhere to be seen. Should she feel fortunate or unfortunate? An ominous premonition gnawed at her. These females had likely endured inhumane torment. She had previously heard of such occurrences within her original tribe, although no beast folk dared to engage in such acts under the watchful eyes of the tribe, as it was not a matter of honor. Most such deeds were conducted in secrecy, and those capable of such acts held considerable power. Previously, many females had ostracized her and had covertly plotted against her, but she had deftly evaded their schemes. On one occasion, she had nearly been delivered to a high-ranking LSP by those malicious females, but she cleverly feigned an affliction of a dreadful, contagious disease, narrowly escaping disaster. It seemed this time, she too would have to feign madness, and even more pitifully than them, surviving one day at a time. Preserving her life while awaiting rescue from Sun Cheng was her only hope. Their disappearance would surely alert the beast folk to their absence. Yet, she wondered about the queen's current state. Meanwhile, covered in black soil and with disheveled hair, Hai Tang was engaged in absurd games with the deranged females, alternating between laughter and tears as she spouted nonsensical phrases, though her eyes occasionally betrayed a flicker of worry. At the depths of the grassy lake, Yi Huan had arrived, and upon seeing their king, the surrounding beast folk hurriedly approached to pay their respects. However, the malevolence emanating from the king made their hearts quiver. Yi Huan, in a furious haste, ignored them and proceeded directly towards the lakeshore, where Tong Tong had vanished. He could sense her lingering, faint essence, a testament to their bond. It was no wonder that he had found no clues earlier. Yet, the essence dissipated at the water's edge, with no further traces of Tong Tong nearby. Yi Huan's dark gaze was fixed upon the deep lake, as though he wished to drain it dry. His piercing eyes meticulously scanned the surface inch by inch. That wretched fish was nowhere to be found. He was now certain that Tong Tong had vanished into the water. An aerial abduction seemed implausible, and there were no traces or scents on land. It was clear that the fish had not been the captor. Who was it that had taken her? Had that fish discovered something and thus sought her out? In a flash, he dove into the lake, sending splashes of water flying. The surface of the lake surged violently, but as Yi Huan submerged deeper, the surface gradually regained its tranquility. Beneath the water, he transformed into a majestic forest mirror king snake, navigating the depths in search of her scent, albeit with great difficulty. Within the confines of Sun Cheng, after Yi Huan vanished, Bianzhan was tasked with guarding Feng Qi. The king commanded that whatever means necessary be employed to awaken Feng Qi, for the situation was dire, necessitating extreme measures. Initially, he had merely requested the shaman to examine Feng Qi, but the shaman had shaken his head, declaring that this ailment was neither illness nor poison, showing no signs of awakening. Yet neither was there any sign of death. To awaken, one must employ poison to counteract poison, allowing his body to endure some stimulating substances in the hope of eliciting a response. Should he awaken, the situation would become manageable, and thereafter he could gradually recuperate. The vitality and resilience of the beastmen are generally robust. As long as they do not perish, most will recover, albeit with time as the only variable. However, this course of action carries significant risks. Currently, Feng Qi resembles a typical female, devoid of any combat prowess. Should the method prove ineffective, Feng Qi would undoubtedly meet her demise on the spot. Yet, this is the only viable option available. Gritting his teeth, Bianzhan nodded at the shaman, who then commenced his actions. Several hours had elapsed since Ai Tong's capture. Within the dark confines of her cell, Ai Tong was oblivious to how long she had been ensnared, unaware if day had turned to night or if Yi Huan had discovered her absence. The darkness was relentless. Time seemingly enchanted to stretch infinitely, leaving her with naught but to wait. She awaited the arrival of her captor. Drip, drip, plop. Water droplets coalesced and fell, echoing within the silence. Accompanied by the sound of a plop, Ai Tong discerned footsteps approaching. The steady, powerful cadence resounded against the hard stone floor, piercing the ominous silence of the cell with an unsettling clarity, more terrifying than the cries of deranged females. As the footsteps drew nearer, the frantic calls of the maddened females fell momentarily silent, enhancing the terror of the cell, only to be replaced by a chorus of overlapping pleas and rustling sounds. Don't come any closer. Ha, come here. Let me out. I promise to please you. In the stifling darkness, the atmosphere was steeped in dread, amplifying Ai Tong's senses. Her nerves were taut as she pressed her parched lips together, swallowing hard, striving to glimpse the source of the sounds. Thump, thump. Her heart raced in her chest, echoing the advancing footsteps. Closer. Chapter 149. Welcome to my kingdom closer. Ai Tong strained to discern the silhouette approaching. Indeed, it was the tall, dark figure that had emerged from the grass previously. She remembered his stature vividly. During that moment of crisis, compounded by her dizziness, she had desperately sought to see him clearly. Although she had not caught a glimpse of his features, she retained a general impression. As Ai Tong endeavored to gain a clearer view of the man's face, suddenly, the cell was illuminated. Who was this figure extending their hands into the darkness? Behold! The brightness's backside was blinding, as if tearing at the very edges of infinite dreams. The sudden brilliance compelled Ai Tong to instinctively turn her head and shut her eyes. Her right hand rose to shield her vision, but the heavy chains at her wrist rendered it useless. After a brief moment of adjustment, Ai Tong squinted towards the illuminated figure. Seconds later, her pupils dilated. The person before her boasted a powerful physique, with silver hair cascading down, rugged features, and a pair of piercing tiger-like eyes fixed intently on Ai Tong, devoid of words, yet sending shivers down her spine. Noticing her fear, he slowly approached the water platform beneath her, casting his gaze down upon the pale, motionless figure before him, reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit. She remained as stunning as their first encounter, yet today there was a hint of shattered beauty. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, his eyes reflecting a longing. "Welcome to my kingdom," he proclaimed, his eyes shimmering with an eerie light, as though Ai Tong had become his personal plaything, forever ensnared. An instinct warned her. It was the gaze of a madman. Ai Tong instinctively recoiled. In the presence of a sane individual, she could navigate the conversation. But how could she engage with a lunatic? A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The unpredictable variables were too numerous. She had not anticipated that Bai Xiao possessed the ability to abduct her. No, the Bai Xiao of now was not the same as a year prior. The current him was enigmatic, deranged. His bizarre aura instilled a deepening fear within the confined Ai Tong. Tendrils of terror coalesced, spreading throughout her limbs, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding cells intermittently echoed with the piercing cries of the females, accompanied by haunting reverberations, driving her further into madness. "Do not fear. You are unlike them." Seemingly sensing her trepidation, Bai Xiao disregarded the deranged women's cries, bending down, his warm breath washing over Ai Tong's face. The juxtaposition of cold and heat, terror and madness, was palpable. His coarse, substantial hand caressed AI Tong's delicate cheek. His voice deliberately softened, yet laced with an underlying gravitas. Time has indeed aged me. Yet, there is a saying, a man remains youthful until death. Feeling the softness beneath his touch, a wave of desire surged within him, igniting a flame in his gaze. In that moment, he felt like a newly matured male beastman courting the female of his dreams. AI Tong's eyes widened in terror as she turned her head to evade him, twisting her body, causing the chains to clank. Frantically, she cried out, "Do not touch me." Bai Xiao suddenly laughed, his white hair cascading down, the stubble on his face shifting slightly, showing no concern for AI Tong's avoidance. "Let us converse, shall we?" AI Tong turned her head towards Bai Xiao, forcing a smile tinged with flattery. She was immobilized, yet her mouth remained relatively free. Maintaining her composure, AI Tong's mind raced, devising every possible means to delay time. She had to wait for Yi Huan to rescue her. She simply could not surrender. As Bai Xiao's hand glided across her alabaster neck, faint blue veins visible beneath her fair skin, enticingly vulnerable, he smirked. "Oh, my beauty wishes to speak. Very well. Let me hear the sounds of ecstasy you make in bed. Are they as alluring and enticing as your figure?" Bai Xiao's gaze roamed indiscriminately over AI Tong's form. His words brazen and lewd, nodding in approval. "I hear that the Forest King cherishes you like a treasure. No wonder. You are stunning, especially lying here. More captivating than the beguiling fox tribe, and your mind brims with thoughts." Bai Xiao swallowed hard, unable to resist, his hand descending further. He had done his homework, meticulously preparing before making his move. The female before him was a gem he needed to possess. Her beauty and form were his desires, and the intellect housed within her mind was equally coveted. In his realm, choices were non-existent. He desired both. AI Tong trembled violently, struggling desperately. The chains clashed against the stone platform, creating a cacophony. Her wrists and ankles had become raw from the incessant friction, blood seeping beneath the chains that bound her. AI Tong instinctively dismissed Bai Xiao's offensive remarks, finding them utterly repugnant, an affront to her dignity. She did not require his praise. Yet in Bai Xiao's eyes, such comments were the highest form of flattery. Internally, AI Tong cursed, pervert. Old man. Ugh. She clung to that final phrase. Bai Xiao was acutely aware of the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. "How did you discern that I possessed such thoughts?" She pondered, prompting her to inquire further. She sought to divert Bai Xiao's attention to any matter, anything at all. As long as he refrained from taking action, everything could be negotiated. Bai Xiao indeed paused, yet his gaze lingered on her with profound significance, as if he could see through her very soul. AI Tong felt a shiver run down her spine. She was still too inexperienced. Such transparent probing was easily discernible, even for someone as seasoned as Bai Xiao, whose snow-white stubble was testament to his experience. Before AI Tong could contemplate further, Bai Xiao flashed a proud smile. "From that moment on, as my mate, everything you possess shall belong to me. Those trivial things can be created at will. It would be even better if you could bear me a little beast man. Obedience is key. I am not averse to showering you with affection beyond what you could imagine." Bai Xiao leaned close to AI Tong's ear, whispering softly, akin to a male beast man intimately murmuring to his beloved mate. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it pierced her like countless silver needles, each one striking true. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Xiao knew far more than she had anticipated. It appeared he was already aware of the changes in Sun Cheng, and that everything stemmed from her. Thus, he had set his sights on her. No, it should be said he had long taken an interest in her. This was merely a case of hitting two targets with a single arrow. A year had passed. The battered Bai Xiao, once crushed to dust, was not anticipated to rise again after lying dormant for so long. He was not seizing nearby tribes, nor was he rekindling ties with the Shuesher tribe, nor striving to enhance his clan strength. Instead, he was covertly engaging in perverse activities, indulging his own desires, and attempting to forever confine her by his side. Impossible. She would never submit. With this, Bai Xiao's stance was clear. Any further words from her would be futile and could even provoke his ire. All her tricks, in his eyes, were akin to playing with a cat. Once he had tired of the game, he would feast. She could not remain passive. She had to bring forth the metaphorical tree she leaned upon, hoping to intimidate this madman from the northwest. He desired 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, none of which concerned her. She wanted nothing to do with his chaotic affairs. She threatened, "Yi Huan will come to rescue me. Remove your filthy hands." AI Tong had never been so resolute. Perhaps after exhausting all options and finding them fruitless, she resorted to the most radical approach. It was uncertain whether it had been so long since he had encountered a female that Bai Zhao's rough hands trembled slightly, resembling a lecher on the brink of death. AI Tong struggled, yet he was not angered. Instead, he found amusement in her plight. Struggling was futile. The chains were impossible to break. Do not think of that Forest King. He cannot find you here. Bai Zhao laughed heartily, as if he had not felt such joy in ages. He gazed at the flowing water platform beneath AI Tong, his eyes deepening. This was an exceptional creation capable of severing all connections between beastmen, particularly the bond of mate marks. The old shaman had claimed that aside from the long-extinct high-level water-type beastmen, no others could break it. He had expended considerable effort to craft such a platform, tailor-made for this beauty. The more AI Tong struggled, the more he relished the moment. Truly, she was a captivating creature. If she were to bear him a child, it would undoubtedly result in the finest beastman offspring. Fortunately, after extensive experimentation, he had mastered the formula. To engage with such a mesmerizing female and also produce offspring was a delightful prospect. Fate had indeed been kind to him. Suddenly, his nostrils flared as a faint whiff of blood permeated the cell. Bai Zhao ceased his actions, a frown creasing his brow. AI Tong felt her heart racing. Seeing Bai Zhao above her suddenly still, her tension eased slightly. She could scarcely imagine what would happen if she were to become entangled with Bai Zhao. She was no longer an innocent girl. She understood the explicitness of Bai Zhao's gaze. However, she belonged to Yi Huan. She could not accept betraying their bond, even if compelled, lacking the courage to follow the path of the virtuous maidens and take her own life. She would choose to perish alongside the one who threatened her love. If not, she would have no face left to confront Yi Huan. Their relationship would bear an indelible scar, a haunting reminder that would torment her day and night. Chapter 151, 5 Days and Nights of Conception. Bai Zhao halted, feeling a sudden surge of heat radiating from his abdomen, triggered by the earlier scent. It stirred within him, and his gaze became increasingly entranced. For reasons unknown, the scent intensified, driving his primal instincts into a frenzy. He looked down. AI Tong was clad in a flowing white silk gown. The graceful outline of her legs subtly revealed beneath the fabric. Yet, what drew his attention were the crimson stains adorning the garment. Like plum blossoms blooming in the depths of winter, they exuded an enticing allure. AI Tong, oblivious, felt a chill envelop her, especially below. She wondered if it was merely a reaction to her fright. Surely, she had not lost control. She could not be so cowardly. Yet, it was fortunate that Bai Zhao refrained from further action. In that moment, AI Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Are you in heat? Bai Zhao's eyes blazed with primal fire, a hunger that seemed to threaten to consume her entirely. AI Tong was startled, instinctively tilting her head to look down. She saw the bright red stains gradually appearing on her white dress, spreading enchantingly, a masterpiece of nature's artistry. I have my period. A smirk tugged at AI Tong's lips. Ouch, that hurts. Did this imply that she was safe? At least for these 7 days, she was out of danger. With a sense of surviving a catastrophe, AI Tong exhaled deeply, her body succumbing to exhaustion as her head rested against the water platform, cold sweat beading on her forehead. In this unfolding scenario, Bai Zhao was exhilarated, while AI Tong felt a sense of relief. Although Bai Zhao yearned to savor the beauty before him, this period of estrus presented an excellent opportunity for conception. Unexpectedly, his initial desire was met with timely fortune. It seemed the beast god could no longer bear to see him childless, and was eager to bestow good fortune upon him. Once her heat passed, he would indulge her for 5 days and nights until she bore him offspring. You truly are a treasure, so eager to bear my child, Bai Zhao said, his face aglow as he leaned closer, his rough hand firmly grasping AI Tong's chin, his tone ambiguous and teasing. It was as if even if he could not possess her, he still sought to indulge in her. AI Tong disdainfully turned her head away. She had no desire to bear the offspring of such a repulsive creature. How utterly revolting. Fear not. I shall not disappoint you. I will cherish you fiercely, far more than your useless partner ever could. Look, he has not even managed to make you pregnant, has he? Ha ha, Yuan is nothing but a joke. Bai Zhao once more turned AI Tong's chin towards him, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded her furious expression. Look at this indomitable spirit. It truly ignites my desire. With the mask of civility stripped away, and with her period now a reality, she felt no need to hold back. After a brief moment of contemplation, she spat in Bai Zhao's face. Bai Xiao was taken aback, not expecting this feline-like female to dare to retaliate. His expression darkened immediately, and he tightened his grip. He harbored genuine affection for her. However, should she dare to defy him, he would not relent until she complied. The skin beneath Ai Tong's chin flushed crimson, and a sharp pain radiated from her bones, causing her to furrow her brows and squint her eyes. Nevertheless, her demeanor remained defiant, and she uttered no cries of distress. Unable to contain her disdain, she retched. Bai Xiao, observing Ai Tong's reaction, found himself laughing in anger. Transitioning from a grip to a caress, his hand gliding slowly from her neck. This elicited a series of shudders from Ai Tong, who, upon regaining her wits, struggled fiercely. "Get away, you slippery fiend." After a brief touch, Bai Xiao felt an unwarranted sense of pride, as if his desires had been momentarily satiated. He then halted and stood at the edge of the water platform, gazing upon Ai Tong's face, which was marred by humiliation. Casually, he wiped away the saliva that belonged to her, then extended his tongue and licked it before her eyes. Ai Tong felt nauseated by his perverse demeanor. She required a bucket. In her current state of fearless defiance, she believed that in 7 days, Yi Huan would surely find her. Chapter 152. Unspeakable atrocities. Bai Xiao was unable to fulfill his desires, yet he was remarkably honest. It was evident that during their earlier provocations, he had indeed been an animal driven by base instincts. Ai Tong found it difficult to ignore him. She turned her head away, facing the opposite direction. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart churning with disgust. She truly did not wish to be the girl who understood everything instantly. Fortunately, Bai Xiao had not yet fully descended into depravity. He recognized that during the mating season, certain actions were to be avoided. After teasing Ai Tong for a while, he grew impatient and appeared eager to depart, as if in haste to seek release. Ai Tong was more than eager for him to leave. "Just go. Even a second spent with such a pervert makes me uncomfortable." Though she now bore a wretched appearance, without anyone to aid her or provide her with sanitary supplies, she anticipated a flood of blood, transforming into a mere specter of crimson. Yet, the dirtier she became, the less likely Bai Xiao would harbor further thoughts of her. She mused, believing that for the foreseeable future, she would be safe. Who could possibly be attracted to a filthy creature drenched in blood? If anyone were, it would surely be someone who had not encountered a female in ages. Ai Tong struggled to endure. However, Bai Xiao was keenly aware that even if he could not possess her at that moment, he remained fixated on her. A classic case of wanting what one could not have. "Little beauty, your scent during this season is simply intoxicating. A mere whiff sends blood rushing to my head. Being near you makes me feel 100 years younger." Bai Xiao unexpectedly drew close to Ai Tong, lifting a strand of her hair and leaning down to inhale her fragrance, his expression one of pure ecstasy. Ai Tong turned her face away once more. "You have so many females. I refuse to associate with you." Observing Bai Xiao's demeanor, Ai Tong devised a plan. She intended to engage him in conversation, hoping to glean some advantage. She needed to steady Bai Xiao, for although he could not harm her at present, there was no guarantee that he would not someday provoke her wrath, leaving her to bear the consequences. Her prior anger and threats were merely natural reactions. A female, if captured and on the verge of being forced, could not remain calm or submissive without arousing suspicion in Bai Xiao. Only in this manner would he perceive her compliance as natural. Given Bai Xiao's arrogant nature as a beastman, accustomed to imposing his will upon others, he surely believed she had already calculated the benefits and was inclined to yield. After all, she was determined to destroy this wretched place. The existence of such a locale had surely led to the degradation of countless females. Not to mention those unwillingly coerced, they were likely numerous. Females are a precious existence. Yet here, they are treated as lesser than the most insignificant of creatures, mere toys to be discarded when broken. Oh, Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow, his pristine white brows arching in surprise at Ai Tong's unexpected words. Initially taken aback, he soon recalled something, his expression shifting to one of delight. "Do not worry. I assure you, those are merely stepping stones for us to reproduce. You, however, are different." He caressed Ai Tong's fair and delicate face, as if bestowing upon her a unique favor. A glance revealed a patch of bruising beneath her chin, and a flicker of pity crossed his gaze. "Next time, I shall be gentler." Recognizing her awareness, he resolved to treat her with greater care. Yet, that fleeting moment of sympathy vanished almost instantly. Stepping stones for reproduction? Did this imply that the females in this place were not merely for Bai Zhao's amusement, but served a more sinister purpose? AI Tong shivered at the thought, her heart laden with shock. Was it possible that Bai Zhao was conducting experiments in secret? Those females were nothing more than lab rats. She could not accept the notion of humans being subjected to experimentation. In her eyes, those beastmen were also human, and she was not much different from them. Yet, those beastmen were now destined to be placed upon the experimental table, undergoing unknown tests. What a terrifying reality. Previously, she had only read about a unit known as 731, which, under the guise of researching disease prevention and water purification, had utilized live prisoners for testing biochemical weapons. Experiments involving human dissection, plague, blood transfusions between humans and animals, limb exchanges, and the effects of bacteria on fetal development were utterly inhumane. The weapons developed through such research would ultimately be turned against their adversaries. They were mad. They were cold-blooded. The atrocities they committed were beyond measure. AI Tong's body trembled violently. Humans possess the most vivid imagination among all creatures, even without witnessing such horrors. Those scenes replayed in her mind, deepening her terror. Bai Zhao, however, laughed heartily, relishing AI Tong's current state of calmness. If she were to submit to him, it would spare her from suffering further physical torment. AI Tong's trembling greatly pleased Bai Zhao. Unlike before, he could genuinely feel the tremors emanating from her soul. Such tremors were familiar to him, having observed them in many females within this cell. It was immensely entertaining. He desired her to fear him, to submit to him. A wave of heat surged in his gaze as he regarded his own hand, internally cursing himself for losing control after merely a few touches. Later, someone will bring you food. Bai Zhao rose from the water platform, casting a softer gaze upon the quiet AI Tong. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to recall something, turning to look at the specks of blood on the white surface, stating that someone would come and clean it. Unbeknownst to him, a few drops of blood had slowly seeped into the water platform, vanishing without a trace. Bai Zhao finished speaking, flashed a suggestive smile, and exited. He was the Tiger King, and he would not lower himself to clean up the mating blood of any female, even one he deemed acceptable. How absurd. His hands were meant for grand endeavors. He would rather indulge in the bosoms of numerous females than sully them with what he deemed unclean. All he desired was the opportune moment for mating in the soft, delicate form of AI Tong, along with her inherent value. Once Bai Zhao departed, the cell was once again cloaked in darkness. Only AI Tong remained, her bright eyes wide open, fixed upon the ceiling of the stone cell, twinkling like stars. It was quite eerie. Drip, drip. Once again the sound echoed crisply. She had resolved that if Yi Huan arrived, she would destroy this place, exposing Bai Zhao's reprehensible actions to the world. Quietly, she counted the time, estimating that a considerable duration had passed since Bai Zhao's mention of food. No beastman had come to clean the blood from her body, nor had Yi Huan arrived. Just as AI Tong lamented her plight, her stomach growled once more, and she sensed a movement beneath her, as if the water platform itself were shifting, flowing like water. Chapter 153. Understanding through encounter the sensation of the water platform beneath her was akin to a flowing current, perplexing her with its peculiar movement. What could it mean? Surely, there was no hidden mystery, as evidenced by Bai Zhao's earlier demeanor. He would not have left her here if there were any real danger. He must have taken all necessary precautions. As AI Tong pondered, she felt the platform spinning rapidly beneath her. Though her body remained still, her spirit seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, intertwining reality with illusion, making it difficult to discern one from the other. Suddenly, a wave rushed toward her, prompting her to instinctively close her eyes. As the mist dissipated, a figure stood before her. AI Tong slightly opened her eyes, gazing downward while her lashes fluttered, catching a glimpse of a colorful ribbon fluttering in the air. It felt like a gentle breeze brushing against her face, reminiscent of a rainbow appearing after the rain, a true enchantment. Looking up, she beheld a man clad in azure garments, his gentle smile directed at her. A hint of crimson graced his brow, the edges of his attire exuding a tenderness that enhanced his already captivating beauty. Could one even describe a man as beautiful? It was only upon meeting him that such a notion seemed plausible. For a moment, AI Tong found herself momentarily entranced, not by his striking appearance, which was undoubtedly handsome in a manner distinct from Yi Huan, but rather by an inexplicable familiarity she felt toward him. Had she encountered him before? Blinking in confusion, She realized her face bore no traces of water, indicating that the wave had been an illusion conjured by this enigmatic man. He stood there, a serene smile upon his lips, reminiscent of an old friend reunited after a long separation. No word spoken, yet exuding an aura of tranquility. Her instincts assured her that he meant her no harm. Without a scream or retreat, she pressed her lips together and, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "Who are you?" Her voice was slightly hoarse from thirst. Upon her question, the azure-clad man's eyes brightened momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached her. Observing Aitong, bound by chains, he furrowed his brow slightly before extending his long, fair hand to gently sever her restraints. The heavy chains felt as light as a feather in his grasp, akin to a delicate quill atop the shimmering surface of a lake. Once freed from her chains, he looked at Ai Tong, his gaze softening as he smiled Changtan. His voice resonated like clear water gliding over her skin. Ai Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her wrists, ankles, and waist, alleviating her discomfort significantly. In response to the warm smile of this gentleman, she felt a touch of shyness and returned his smile, though she remained still. Changtan, such an evocative name. Was it a reflection of the fleeting beauty of a night blooming Sirius, wishing to prolong the ephemeral brilliance that lingered in his heart? She yearned to rise, wishing to stand taller before him. Yet, she exerted herself, only to find she could not lift herself. Confounded, she realized that the true challenge lay not in the chains, but in the inconspicuous yet peculiar water platform beneath her. It felt as if she had clumsily ingested something unfamiliar, leaving her blushing with embarrassment in front of him. To her dismay, Changtan spoke kindly to her, devoid of any mockery, which only deepened her embarrassment. After a moment, he turned his gaze away, offering her a slight reprieve. Then, seemingly out of thin air, he conjured a shell that shimmered with a soft lavender hue, filled with pristine water. Ai Tong was taken aback. She had not anticipated the shell's vibrant color or its luminescence. "Drink," he urged, extending the shell to her. "This is my favorite cup." Ai Tong accepted it eagerly, quenching her thirst with fervor. She had been parched, and the promised meal from Bai Xiao had never arrived, leaving her to suffer from dehydration. As she drank, she found the water surprisingly sweet, refreshing her senses. Curiously, she examined the beautiful shell in her hands, tracing its exquisite patterns with her delicate fingers while savoring the water within. It did not take long for her to finish, enjoying the rare sweetness of the water. Likely drawn from some deep, untouched spring, in this primal world, free from modern pollutants, the water quality remained pristine. She reminisced about her childhood, recalling the well water from the mountains, cool in summer and freezing in winter, yet always delightful. However, times had changed. 2 decades later, even rural wells were deemed unsafe for direct consumption. As the world evolved and the economy advanced, the essence of life had become less satisfying. "Thank you, Changtan," Ai Tong said, returning the shell to him. It was a beautiful vessel, clearly well-preserved, indicating its owner's fondness. Changtan accepted it without protest, tucking it away. "It is of no consequence," he replied, before proceeding to free her from the water platform's confinement. "Changtan, how did you enter? Will we be discovered by the Beastmen?" Ai Tong, still unable to rise, felt rejuvenated after her drink, and her mind cleared. Suddenly, questions flooded her thoughts. She had no idea where she was, nor how Changtan had found her or appeared so effortlessly by her side, even before Yi Huan had. Instinctively, she touched the little serpent nestled in her palm, which still coiled comfortably there. Yet, she felt no connection to Yi Huan and wondered if he could sense her presence to rescue her. Trapped in this place, she worried about the possibility of unexpected dangers, especially as Changtan boldly intervened to rescue her. As she observed his actions, she noticed tendrils of colorful mist emanating from him, flowing into the platform beneath her. At that moment, the platform began to tremble violently, no longer gently flowing but shaking with intensity, signaling that it was about to break. "Do not worry. The Beastmen delivering food and those who could enter have been dealt with. That old tiger is preoccupied and will not return for a while," Changtan reassured her, dispelling her fears. He had come prepared and would ensure her safety without her needing to worry. Upon hearing Ai Tong inquire about how he managed to arrive here, he pondered momentarily before ultimately deciding to speak the truth, albeit with a slight stammer. "It is thanks to your blood that I was able to find you so swiftly," Changchan replied, while striving to free himself from the constraints of the water platform. As he spoke, a faint blush crept onto his ears. She likely remained unaware of the profound impact her blood had on him. It was solely because of her that he had awakened from the depths of the lake after a millennium. Initially, he regarded her as merely a simple female who had inadvertently aided his awakening, intending only to express his gratitude. However, upon witnessing her joyfully catching fish by the river, barefoot and with her skirt lifted, he was captivated by her exuberance, beauty, and carefree spirit. The myriad facets of her presence coalesced within his heart, etching an indelible impression upon him. She was pure, as innocent as the waters of a deep lake, and he desired to possess that purity. Yet, the burdens of his clan deterred him, leading him to attribute his uncontrollable feelings to his prolonged absence from female beastmen. Thus, he refrained from seeking her out again, fully aware that she was protected by a formidable serpent beast, rendering his gratitude unnecessary. He suppressed the burgeoning feelings within him, intending to restore his vitality and attend to his clan before embarking on his own journey. Subsequently, he frantically sought out other females, striving to prove that he could pursue new romantic interests, that he was indeed normal and capable of being drawn to other females. To his dismay, none could ignite the vibrant emotions within him as she had. He felt a sense of melancholy, sinking into despair at the bottom of the lake. Unwilling to acknowledge his feelings, he was unexpectedly reunited with her during the cold season. Bundled up, she appeared quite endearing, her cheeks flushed from the biting wind, radiating health. He observed her gliding joyfully across the ice, her laughter echoing as if she had captured the entirety of the world. Later, she inadvertently wandered into the illusion he had conjured, joyfully lying upon the ice while gazing at her beast form. The vulnerability in her gaze was unmistakable. It was a reflection of affection. Unable to contain himself any longer, thoughts of pursuing love overwhelmed him. He sought to convince himself that his kin desired him to strengthen the Bienli clan. Yet, with only himself present, how could he accomplish that? No matter how strong he was, it proved futile. Resolute, he decided to bravely pursue love and yearned to have offspring with the female he cherished, hoping that once he did, his clan would find peace and no longer require his efforts. He began to covertly observe her, searching for opportunities to meet her. To his chagrin, he discovered that the serpent beast was always lurking. After being discovered, the serpent beast took to guarding her fiercely, prompting him to retreat to the lake and await a more opportune moment. However, the serpent beast relentlessly pursued him, its actions becoming increasingly irritating. Yet, unexpectedly, this led to an opportunity for him to meet her. Being a high-ranking water beast man, he was acutely sensitive to water sources. Initially, locating her through the water proved challenging. But suddenly, he caught a whiff of the scent of the blood that had awakened him. He deduced it was her and hastened to her side. It seemed as though fate was aiding him. Chang Chan felt a tinge of embarrassment, fully aware of the significance of that blood. Upon hearing that he had come because of her blood, Ai Tong recalled how long it had been flowing, worrying that her skirt must be thoroughly soiled. She felt a pang of awkwardness at the thought of Chang Chan watching her all this time. "My blood is so useful," she mused, unaware that her menstrual cycle had turned into an unexpected salvation, undoubtedly the most extraordinary of its kind. Clearing his throat, Chang Chan remarked, "It was you who awakened me," as his ears reddened further, fidgeting slightly. What awakening? Ai Tong, lying there, could not see his reaction but was filled with curiosity about Chang Chan. Although he harbored no malice towards her, she could not help but wonder about his true identity and the circumstances surrounding it. In Chapter 155, The Colorful Bien Li, Chang Chan noticed Ai Tong's confusion and elucidated the circumstances of his awakening. It dawned upon Ai Tong that it was indeed on the second day, following the night at the grass sea, when she and Yi Huan were fishing. Suddenly, a relative had arrived, inadvertently awakening him from his long slumber, which explained how he had come to know her. Everything made sense now. Otherwise, it would have been peculiar for such a handsome stranger to emerge and treat her so kindly and familiarly. So, he was here to repay a debt of gratitude. Thus, he belonged to the clan dwelling within that lake. Why had Yi Huan never mentioned him? Having navigated a significant portion of danger, Ai Tong casually inquired about matters of interest, treating their conversation as a means to pass the time. The bindings of the water platform beneath her remained only partially undone, though she sensed a slight loosening, indicating progress. Engaging in conversation was a welcome distraction. Otherwise, the presence of a man and a woman could feel rather awkward. Ai Tong, as curiosity piqued, she asked, "Have you always lived in that lake? What kind of clan are you from?" She had yet to encounter the legendary Jiaran. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing Chang Chan, as if they had met before. Yet she was certain she had never crossed paths with such a handsome beast-man. It was unreasonable for her to have no recollection of him. To be candid, that lake was undeniably beautiful, especially in winter when it froze, rendering the waters even more enchanting. Otherwise, she would not have been so keen on visiting. Yi Huan was a king serpent, Bianzhan was a battle eagle, Feng Qi was a hawk, and in Sun Cheng, there were various other terrestrial and aerial beastmen. So, what was his beast form? Jiren? Fish? Shrimp? Snake? AI Tong hesitated to directly inquire about his beast form, feeling that it would be impolite, a notion ingrained in her since childhood. Thus, she rephrased her question, directly asking about his clan. Every beastman should belong to a particular tribe. Her straightforward inquiry left Chang Chan momentarily stunned. Did AI Tong's question about his beast form indicate an interest in him? As he quickened his movements, he found himself lost in reminiscence, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. For a millennium, he had slumbered at the lake's bottom, akin to a living tomb. Initially, he had yearned to escape, but all his efforts were in vain. He lacked consciousness and perception, simply sleeping. Upon awakening, he found that 1,000 years had passed. A world transformed. Fortunately, he had discovered a new purpose. Gathering his thoughts, Chang Chan began to respond to the inquisitive female before him. He had yet to reveal that he was indeed the colorful fish. Would she like him if he disclosed this? At present, her feelings for him seemed limited to gratitude and politeness. I have remained in that deep lake since my slumber, he said, raising his gaze to meet AI Tong's. His ice-blue eyes held a depth of anticipation and hesitation. He hoped that upon learning the truth, she would find him even more appealing. Yet he feared that her feelings would remain unchanged. AI Tong, eager to hear about his beast form, looked up at him, sensing his hesitance to speak. Was it possible that her question had touched upon his privacy? Why did their conversation seem to falter? Indeed, if his beast form were unappealing, he would naturally shy away from discussing it. He would want to divulge something they themselves found undesirable. Adam wore an expression of regret, realizing her oversight, and was about to change the subject. The voice of Chitsai Yinfu was clear and refreshing, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the hills or a stream gliding over pebbles. Chan Chan revealed his beast form, a flicker of excitement stirring within her. Surely she would understand. Adalong paused, puzzled. What clan was Chitsai Yinfu? While she recognized Chitsai, she had no knowledge of Yinfu. The combination of the two still left her in the dark. Chan Chan observed Adalong's reaction, not having anticipated this outcome. It was somewhat different from his expectations, yet it was preferable to witnessing outright disappointment from him. Do you recall last winter, beneath the ice lake, that colorful fish? The words colorful fish had tumbled out of Chang Chan's mouth with hesitation. He was not a fish. He was a Yinfu. If any other beast man dared to call him a fish, he would surely confront them until they acknowledged his true identity. He was a member of the ancient clan of Chitsai Yinfu, a lineage that no longer existed on this continent, and likely not on the one he had once known either. He was indeed the last of his kind. As Chang Chan mentioned the winter ice lake and the colorful fish, Adalong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Meanwhile, the water platform beneath her had begun to crack. With a sudden noise, Adalong discovered she could move, startling her into a sitting position. So, you're the fish from the bottom of the lake, Adalong remarked, her surprise mingling with understanding. She was astonished by his beast form, but realized that was why he felt so familiar upon their first meeting. No, you're a Chitsai Yinfu, she corrected herself, having previously assumed he was hesitant to reveal his beast form, prompting her apology. Yet, his form was indeed striking. However, it seemed Chan Chan preferred not to be called a fish, as it encompassed a vast array of species, whereas he was unique. Noticing Adalong's lack of disdain, Chan Chan eagerly nodded, hoping to make a good impression. Once Adalong had gathered her bearings and understood the situation, she quickly stood to leave the platform. Thank you for saving me, Chan Chan. How do we escape? I have been missing for quite some time, and my partner must be worried. She was unaware of Knight Huan's current state. If he discovered her absence, he might become frantic. The thought was too distressing to entertain. I can leave without hindrance. No beast man can stop me, Chan Chan declared, startling Adalong. Truly, he was a Chitsai Yinfu, demonstrating his prowess effortlessly. Chan Chan intended to assist Adalong down, but she waved her hand, indicating she could manage. With decorum, he withdrew his outstretched hand, watching as Adalong descended slowly. Adalong gazed at the stains of blood upon her white dress, hesitating, feeling a blush creep to her cheeks. She could not ask Chong Chan for feminine supplies after he had already rescued her. Determined to move past her embarrassment, she focused on the urgency of their exit. Before we leave, could you allow me a closer look at this place? Given that no beastman would intrude, she was eager to uncover the nature of Bai Zhao's peculiar experiments. If these experiments were truly nefarious, it would be better to destroy them swiftly. Chong Chan seemed to grasp Ada Long's concerns, producing a flat, white aquatic plant to offer her. This is commonly used by our water clan females. It has excellent absorbency and can last a day, he explained gently. Ada Long's cheeks flushed deeper as she accepted the item, taken aback by his thoughtfulness. Yet, she dismissed her shyness. Given the circumstances, it was of little consequence. She accepted it with a quiet, grateful thank you, feeling mortified and unable to meet his gaze. Chong Chan smiled slightly as Ada Long took the offering and then turned away, allowing her privacy. Understanding his intention, Ada Long scurried to the other side of the platform to change. She felt a bit awkward as she emerged, tugging at her blood-stained dress. The feminine supplies felt smooth and soft against her skin, providing comfort without any discomfort. Are you ready? Chong Chan inquired, his voice clear and melodic, standing tall and graceful. Yes, Ada Long replied, adjusting herself and smiling. When Chong Chan turned to face her, he was met with a radiant smile that contrasted with her previous wild demeanor by the lake, now imbued with a gentle warmth, reminiscent of the thawing waters after winter. I will show you, he offered, despite his disinterest in the murky surroundings, willing to accompany her out of curiosity. With Chong Chan leading the way and Ada Long following closely, they moved toward the exit of the cell. Chong Chan held a glowing shell, illuminating their path, thus ensuring Ada Long's ease as they traversed the darkness. Chong Chan, being a beastman of high stature, navigated the shadows effortlessly, while Ada Long, though her physical condition had improved, remained an ordinary human, able to discern shapes but not with clarity. Upon exiting, Ada Long was astounded. She had assumed Bai Zhao had imprisoned all the females in this cell, but upon stepping out, she discovered that the water prison adjacent to hers housed no other females. Those rooms were entirely vacant. What was going on? She wondered, recalling the desperate cries and pleas she had heard. This could not be a mere figment of her imagination. She refused to believe that her vivid experiences were false. Stopping, she turned to Chong Chan. When I was confined, I distinctly heard other females calling out. Why is there no one here now? The dark stone walls of the silent cell exuded an eerie atmosphere. This is too strange, she thought. Could it be that Bai Zhao discovered our presence and relocated the females? Upon hearing Ada Long's concerns, Chong Chan too recognized the oddity of the situation. At his arrival, he had heard no voices from other females. His focus had been solely on Ada Long. Furthermore, he had not entered through the entrance, thus had no knowledge of the layout or the conditions of other cells. He had emerged through the water source, following its faint trail. Can you hear any other females? Ada Long whispered, straining her ears to listen intently. Her voice, though soft, echoed hauntingly within the confines, accompanied only by the sound of dripping water and their own breaths. Why have those voices vanished? She pondered, having spoken with Chong Chan without realizing when the cries had ceased. Very faint, Chong Chan replied, closing his eyes to amplify his senses. Upon reopening them, he regarded Ada Long, now alert and cautious. Is it possible to locate them? Ada Long leaned closer, her tension palpable. This place was undeniably bizarre. Finding them would be ideal, but the search was undeniably frightening. Stay close to me. I can sense their faint presence through the water vapor, Chong Chan instructed, observing the unease radiating from the small female beside him. The slender fingers hanging by his side pinched the colorful ribbon at his waist, subsequently offering the dangling intoBeastman, signaling her to grasp it and follow him. Instinctively, she took hold of the ribbon, momentarily astonished by its gentle touch. It felt as though she were caressing the drifting clouds in the sky, so soft and pleasant to the touch. Reflecting on the series of thoughtful actions Longchan had undertaken for her, a wave of emotion surged within her. He had rescued her and displayed such attentiveness. Surely, even if this were merely an act of gratitude, it would suffice. She was not one to demand unreasonable debts. Was this what they meant by character revealed in details? From the very beginning, Longchan had not overstepped any boundaries with her, and his warmth had only served to enhance her fondness for him. Perhaps, cultivating a friendship with such a person was indeed a splendid idea. They traversed a narrow passage, and due to her petite stature, Idong found it effortless to navigate through. She could walk upright, though her shoulders brushed against the stone walls. Longchan, owing to his height and build, maneuvered sideways. His lean form, though slightly frail, exuded a sense of safety. Perhaps it was not merely his physique, but rather his aura that provided such comfort. Grasping the ribbon firmly, Idong kept herself within a step of Longchan. Along the way, both sides of their bodies were flanked by damp, dripping stone walls, dark and oppressive. They passed numerous cells, each step echoing as if they were adventuring through a desolate and eerie ancient tomb. It felt as if a sinister specter might emerge from the walls at any moment, ready to drag her into the abyss, never to return. Nervously swallowing, Idong tightened her grip on the ribbon, her eyes darting around. Thankfully, Longchan accompanied her. Without him, she would have lacked the courage to enter. The supernatural was utterly terrifying to her. As she glanced around, she suddenly realized that the cell that had imprisoned her was entirely different from the others they had just passed. While it shared the same damp, dark atmosphere, it bore a certain normality. The stark contrast lay in the presence of a water platform and a bed beside it, detail she had only noticed later. As her focus had been primarily on herself, Bai Xiao, and Longchan, the cells they had just observed were barren, devoid of even a single mouse. If these cells were unoccupied, what purpose did they serve? Yet existence itself implies rationale. Longchan pulled Idong forward, and they continued walking, turning several corners and passing numerous cells until they came to a halt 2 meters from a wall. Were they here? Idong questioned as she scrutinized the dark, damp, and somewhat jagged wall before her, then raised her gaze to Longchan. Apart from this wall, there was nothing else surrounding them, yet Longchan had stopped. This indicated that something was indeed present. Longchan, deep in thought, stared at the stone wall and nodded. His instincts hinted that something lurked within, and it was not benevolent. Idong moved closer, and she discerned that the wall bore peculiar drawings, unlike anything she had ever seen in the 5,000 years of culture from Z country. Each stroke appeared to outline and blend, presenting a scene where mountains were not mountains, and clouds were not clouds, where people existed yet did not. The true visage of Lushan was obscured. Standing at a distance, she felt her attention begin to wane, as if her spirit were being ensnared. Longchan's melodious voice timely pulled her back from this trance. She stepped back, shaken. Longchan turned to glance at Idong, who was gripping the ribbon, and gently reminded her to stay behind him. The ancestors of illusions were present, daring to reveal their ulterior motives before him. Although the entities within were no match for him, caution was prudent. Such an extraordinary place would surely not harbor normal occurrences. A delicate creature like her might find it overwhelming. Idong nodded, stepping back to maintain a vigilant stance behind Longchan, her eyes fixed on the stone wall nearby. This time, she dared not lose herself in the sight. "Be careful," she whispered to the man before her. Longchan nodded in acknowledgement. He advanced a step, his hands moving with remarkable speed, and a hint of a rainbow shimmered into existence. Within a few breaths, the stone wall began to tremble slightly before Idong's astonished eyes. Slowly shifting to the right, a wave of nauseating, fetid odor assaulted her senses, prompting her to instinctively turn her head, wrinkling her nose as she covered her mouth and nose. The stench was reminiscent of rotten meat, steeped in a heavy metallic tang, overwhelming her senses. It was as if the air itself were tainted. In the beastly realm, hunters typically did not allow their prey to decay, so it was improbable that the odor emanated from a slain beast. Was it possible that Bai Xiao had not committed some atrocity against the beasts here? Toxic gas. Use the shell to purify, Longchan instructed, noticing Idong's discomfort as he handed her a luminous shell. He himself did not require it, as he possessed the innate ability to counteract all toxins. "Thank you," Idong replied, taking the shell into her hands. A refreshing aroma wafted from it, reminiscent of pristine lake water caressing her legs, immediately alleviating her distress. Truly, he was a water-based beastman, his abilities akin to a spring's self-renewing flow, a source of envy for her. Regrettably, she was merely human, devoid of any extraordinary powers apart from her intellect, which was distinct from theirs. But wait, her menstrual cycle proved useful, albeit seemingly only for Longchan. She had yet to discover its utility with other beastmen, which struck her as rather peculiar. Seeing Idong accept the shell, Longchan produced an even brighter orb and encouraged her not to fear as he led the way, urging her to follow closely behind. Idong nodded in agreement. The light illuminated the area up to 2 meters ahead, guiding her step by step. Just as she turned to glance aside, she collided with Longchan's back. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, hastily retreating and bowing her head in apology. Oblivious to the moment Longchan had halted. Feeling the touch, Longchan turned, his gaze descending. I don't gasped, as her first sight was not Longchan's face, but rather the grotesque sight looming behind him. Trembling, she pointed at the figure, her voice quivering. There is something behind you. Are you all right? Longchan inquired, his tone delicate and soothing, seemingly unfazed by the ominous presence behind him as he first checked on Ido. He had noticed something ahead. Until now, he had expected to confront a formidable entity, only to discover that the strongest defense was merely an illusionary barrier, an empty display of menace. I am fine, but behind you, Idong stammered, rising to her feet while indicating the horror behind Longchan, her eyes wide with fear. It's fine. He is still alive, Longchan reassured her, turning to face the figure. Alive? But that person on the rack is covered in blood and rotting, she exclaimed, bewildered. How can he still be alive? The noxious gas must have emanated from him, leading her to believe he was merely a tortured corpse. What deep-seated enmity could justify such treatment? As Idong cautiously followed Longchan, she whispered, Do you really think he is alive? Longchan nodded, and they approached closer. There, they saw the figure on the rack, draped in a tattered black cloak. Beneath it, the form appeared gaunt, with parched skin and protruding bones, as if drained of all moisture. The hands hung limply, seemingly bound by chains, resembling a lifeless body that had surrendered to despair. The grotesquely contorted legs revealed the torment endured by the owner of this body. Looking up, one could see the disheveled head, heavy with matted white hair, most of which was stained with blood. It appeared to be an elderly orc. Ai Tong suppressed the fear welling within her and approached to observe closely. Help! Although she had previously claimed to enjoy watching forensic dramas like FAEQM, it was always during the day and in the company of friends. The gruesome images of dismembered corpses and mummified remains wrapped in cling film had made her skin crawl on screen. It was an entirely different matter to witness such a horrific scene in person. This was her first encounter with such despair. How could she not be terrified? She feared nightmares of a disheveled, limping figure, a ghastly apparition, chasing her while whispering menacingly, intent on strangling her. With each step closer, Ai Tong's heart raced faster. He still had breath. She noticed the old orc's chest rising and falling slightly, a subtle yet undeniable sign of life. He was indeed alive. Changchan nodded slightly, then extended his long fingers to dance around the orc's face, a gesture reminiscent of a refined version of slapping someone. Cough, cough. Before Changchan could finish his actions, there was movement from the rack. He awakened. Ai Tong looked at Changchan with delight. Although they had not discovered any females, finding an old orc on the brink of death was not entirely fruitless. Who are you? The old orc raised his drooping head slightly, revealing half of his face amid the blood-stained white hair. His cheeks were sunken, his complexion ghastly, and his skin resembled a deflated balloon, with only his eyes wide open. Despite their dimness, it was not difficult to discern the wisdom and vitality that had once resided in those eyes. Now, however, this frail old orc resembled a mere skeleton, with the rack that bound him serving as both a restraint and a means of support. Please, do not speak yet. We will free you first, Ai Tong urged, realizing that the orc's words were barely audible. It was better to first release him from his bindings. Remaining tied up was not ideal. Changchan understood and began to unchain him, while Ai Tong assisted. Once the old orc was freed, Changchan provided him with some strength and used his purifying abilities to cleanse him thoroughly. The old orc appeared significantly improved, no longer resembling a being whose life hung by a thread. Sir, I am a female Capturedby by Shao. Were you also brought here by him? Does he not only capture females? Ai Tong directly stated her origin, her curiosity piqued by the old orc's apparent vitality and lack of malice. This was precisely what she yearned to know. Upon hearing Ai Tong's words and realizing she too was a captured female, the old orc regarded her with a complex expression before his face contorted in anguish. That foolish Tiger King. I should never have aided him. The old orc's lament echoed through the night, filled with regret. Ai Tong and Changchan exchanged glances, sensing there was more to this story. To them, this old orc could very well be the key to unraveling the entire situation. Quick! There, further ahead, a heavy stone wall conceals the females he has captured. Hurry! Save them! The old orc, as if imparting his final words, spoke urgently, his face etched with desperation, gripping Ai Tong with surprising strength despite his frail form. What? You mean those females are behind the wall? Ai Tong exclaimed, realizing the implications. This was a prison within a prison. But what about the voices she had heard earlier? Were they coming from within? Why had they suddenly ceased? Seeing Ai Tong and Chang Chan hesitate, the old orc attempted to rise, but given his current state, he could not. Unsurprisingly, he collapsed to the ground. Ai Tong instructed him to wait while they went to investigate. But the old orc seemed either distrustful or determined to join them, insisting he must go as well. Despite his frail condition, he clung to his resolve, and ultimately, they had to concede and assist him. "Take your time, we will support you. Let us proceed together," Ai Tong said, lifting the old orc, with Chang Chan taking his other side. The elderly orc, already on the brink of death, had endured so much torment that his continued survival was nothing short of miraculous. It seemed he had relied on sheer willpower to withstand the prolonged suffering. Fortunately, after Chang Chan's earlier healing, it was uncertain how long he could endure. Along the way, the old orc recounted the tale of his suffering. It turned out that this tormented being was the old shaman of the Tiger Clan. From the outset of the battle in the western city, those white tiger orcs who entered the ancient ice forest had done so under the influence of the old shaman's medicinal powders. Deeply troubled by these events, the shaman had vowed never to interfere with the affairs of the Tiger Clan again. However, after suffering defeat, Bai Xiao had secretly imprisoned all the females he had rescued, locking them away in the current dungeon. These females had been saved during the battle in the western city by the white tiger orcs. The snow lion orcs accompanying them had been caught off guard by their white tiger allies, leading to their ambush as they approached the western dungeon. In the ensuing chaos, Bai Xiao's men had seized the opportunity to secretly transport the captured females away, with the snow lion orcs providing the necessary distraction for their escape. Thus, the snow lion orcs had only seen the white tiger orcs in the western dungeon for that very reason. As the battle subsided, Bai Xiao, having narrowly escaped death and lost his offspring, had descended into madness. Though maintaining an outward facade of normalcy, his methods became increasingly ruthless and unpredictable. Unexpectedly, he began to capture females indiscriminately, escalating from merely satisfying his petty desires to demanding the old shaman create potions with special properties. The old shaman, upon realizing Bai Xiao's intentions, refused to comply, leading to his capture and subsequent torment. Thus, he endured a life that was more unbearable than death. He had sustained numerous injuries that mattered little to him. Yet the internal anguish and the necessity of complying with Bai Xiao's demands placed him on the brink of collapse, as though a mere whisper of wind could shatter him entirely. Day and night, every moment, he was consumed by remorse and prayer. Yet he understood well that remorse served little purpose. If prayer were effective, there would be no need for the false beast god. It was merely a pretext for the orcs regarding certain events and phenomena. As a shaman, he was acutely aware of what was genuine and what was illusory. Everything was merely the cycle of cause and effect. Good and evil would inevitably be repaid, and misfortune and fortune would alternate. Such is the nature of existence. People invariably believe what they wish to believe, even if it is non-existent, merely for a sliver of comfort. Yet that tiny bit of solace might very well be a matter of life and death. However, he could not be saved, yet he must not perish, he must survive. Until today, when he encountered Ai Tong and the other. The two supported the elderly orc as they walked towards an even thicker stone wall than before. This wall required a specific powder mixed with force to open. At present, I lack the powder, but the extraordinary shell in your hand should serve as a suitable substitute. The elderly orc gazed at the imposing stone wall before him, then turned to Ai Tong, who held the glowing shell by her side. Being a wizard, he was well acquainted with this wall, which he had originally been compelled to set up by Bai Xiao. Ai Tong hesitated as she squeezed the luminous shell in her hand. This belonged to Chang Zhan. She had no right to make decisions, let alone decide for him. Holding the shell, she looked toward Chang Zhan, silently inquiring. Chang Zhan released his grip on the elderly orc and took the shell from Ai Tong's hand, declaring, "I will do it," without a hint of hesitation. Why did everything Chang Zhan did align with her wishes? She felt as if she owed him a debt. With Chang Zhan's manipulation, the stone wall began to tremble. Faintly, Ai Tong heard the anguished wails once more. Before long, the stone wall shifted, slowly lifting under the gaze of the three, with small stones and dust occasionally falling. Ai Tong frowned, instinctively raising her hand to shield herself, then waved away the dust in front of her. As the gap between the stone door and the ground widened, the cries grew increasingly piercing. Simultaneously, a putrid odor wafted towards her, reddening Ai Tong's cheeks. She was familiar with this scent. It was reminiscent of the faint, indescribable aroma that lingered after her encounters with Yi Huan, prompting her to insist on bathing afterward. However, this odor was distinctly more potent. Once the stone door fully opened, AI Tong's eyes widened in shock at the sight within. Suddenly recalling something, she lowered her head quickly, feeling as if she had turned into a boiled shrimp. Changzhan also averted his gaze from the scene, having turned his head when the door opened slightly. More accurately, the sight before him was truly shameful. The tails of the fish were turning red from embarrassment. Beyond the stone door lay a series of stone beds, spaced a meter apart, each occupied by a female who could only vocalize but not move. Their limbs were bound, and most notably, they were completely naked, particularly below. The foul odor emanated from these women. Yet the old wizard paid little mind to the exposed bodies before him. To him, they resembled mere stones, akin to how a doctor views a patient's private areas without a stir of emotion. His eyes lacked any malevolent desire, yet he was the most eager to advance. Unbeknownst to anyone, the old wizard mustered strength to break free from AI Tong's support and staggered forward, trembling as he called out for something. Yao 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 yao. Seeing the old wizard stumble, AI Tong hurried to assist him. She could not allow him to reach the door without entering. After all, she was a woman. Why should she not look? In that great northeastern bathhouse filled with women, they all saw each other openly. Was she to forego bathing out of modesty? Wasn't expected to wash, scrub, and dress? Yet Changzhan, could you handle this? AI Tong glanced at Changzhan, who had been staring at the ground, and asked with a hint of difficulty. This was indeed a challenging question to pose, especially to him. But there was no one else around. Yet she could not compel him, a pure and innocent male fish, to accompany her in viewing the naked. Changzhan appeared quite proper, clearly someone who had not been with a female. To drag him into this situation? Wasn't that somewhat sinful? Can you do it? AI Tong's words echoed in Changzhan's ears. Of course I can. How could he not? A male fish must assert his capabilities. I can do it. Changzhan affirmed confidently, his sincere azure eyes shining brightly, startling AI Tong. She had merely asked casually, was it necessary to sound as if he were swearing an oath? AI Tong nodded, and the two hurriedly assisted the elderly wizard, moving further inside. Changzhan instinctively shielded himself from the sight of the naked females, focusing solely on the ground, resolutely avoiding anything inappropriate. Upon entering, all the females seemed to sense something, erupting into incoherent babble, wailing, lamenting, and cursing. From ancient times, a gathering of women has always been daunting, and a horde of frantic women was particularly terrifying, especially before one had been assimilated. Viewing them through the lens of an ordinary person would induce shivers, akin to encountering a ghost. The scene defied description. AI Tong's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by shock, fear, sorrow, compassion, and a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. It became evident that living in agony was more terrifying than death itself. Or rather, your body might be alive, but your soul has already succumbed to a wretched demise beneath your consciousness. A shell containing a spirit tormented to the brink of wishing for death, reliving the humiliations endured by its former owner every moment. How ironic, how cruel. The old wizard wandered aimlessly, still unable to find the person he sought, his anxiety palpable. All the females were similarly naked, lost in their ramblings, making it difficult to locate his desired individual. Eventually, the old wizard halted in a corner, and AI Tong followed suit, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as the scene before her differed slightly. This corner was noticeably more spacious than the domains of the other females, furnished with a wooden bed draped in animal skins, suggesting a special status for its occupant. However, the elderly orc beside AI Tong trembled like leaves falling in the autumn wind. Being in close proximity, she could feel his intense shivering, his bony frame appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. In the next instant, with a thud, the elderly orc knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, covering the naked female before him with his tattered black robe, his lips quivering. Yao yao, forgive me. The skin of the female before him was unlike the others. It bore a yellowish-white hue, and she did not exhibit the same madness or frailty as the others in the prison. On the contrary, she appeared relatively normal, albeit not entirely so, and her complexion was pale, indicating weakness. More conspicuously, her abdomen was prominently distended. This protrusion was far from a mere result of excess consumption. She was astonishingly pregnant. Moreover, she was near her due date. The female, covered by the old wizard's robe, seemed to sense something, her eyes shifting to reveal a glimmer of hope and joy. Then her gaze swept over the three of them, gradually losing its brightness before she turned her head away, continuing her murmurs. The anticipation and joy within her pupils were replaced by an infinite sense of disappointment. Where is the Wong? Not the Wong. He promised to come see Yao Yao. Why has he not yet arrived? The female, turning her head, incessantly repeated this phrase, her expression vacant, resembling a mere vessel of beauty, fixated solely on the Wong in her mouth, as if she had come to regard him as the entirety of her existence. It appeared she had lost her senses. A sigh escaped Ai Tong, who turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Behind her, the old beastman's incessant lamentations mingled with the cold, detached words of the vessel-like female. At this moment, she comprehended everything. Bai Xiao sought to defy fate and beget offspring. Thus, he tormented the old sorcerer daily, compelling him to concoct experimental potions. When the old sorcerer refused, Bai Xiao seized his female cub to coerce him into compliance. She was uncertain if an agreement existed between Bai Xiao and the old sorcerer to avoid harming his female cub, but from what she observed, it seemed so. Otherwise, the old sorcerer would not have been so filled with shock and regret upon witnessing the scene before him. Bai Xiao was truly no beast. He threatened and then acted behind the scenes, indulging in his desires whilst ruining the pure and innocent female. All the disoriented, scarred females here were the result of Bai Xiao's actions, and the instigator was the old beastman, now on the ground, weeping in deep remorse. Ultimately, everything the old sorcerer had done culminated in retribution upon his female cub. What surprised Ai Tong the most was that Bai Xiao's experiment had succeeded by 90%. No wonder he had captured himself in the end. No wonder the old sorcerer's female cub was unlike any other. She was his most successful subject, while she herself was his final experiment. Chang Chan maintained a stoic demeanor, merely gazing down at the fabric of his attire as it brushed against Ai Tong's. The suffering of these females bore no relation to him, and he would never allow his own female to endure any harm. Each person held differing thoughts, when suddenly a colossal tiger's roar shattered the strange atmosphere of the cell. So, you have indeed found this place. Ai Tong and the others turned towards the stone door, whereby Xiao had appeared unbeknownst to them. Accompanied by his roar, the emotions of all the females in the cell began to swell, akin to a bomb thrown onto level ground, resulting in a deafening commotion filled with wails and shrieks. Especially the old sorcerer's female cub, sensing something she, who had been cold and expressionless, struggled to rise and greet her Wong. Perhaps it was her pregnancy, or perhaps she was unafraid of running amok, as she still possessed a degree of movement. However, a chain was fastened to her foot to restrict her motion, unlike those females lying helplessly on stone beds. Before Ai Tong could react, Chang Chan had already shielded her behind him, yet the one most affected among them was still the old sorcerer. Trembling, he rose, gazing in anguish at his tormented female cub, then turned his grief-stricken and furious gaze upon Bai Xiao, who stood across from him. Bai Xiao appeared nonchalant, his expression haughty, dismissing the old beastman's agitation, embodying the spirit of a king. You said you would help me, so why harm her? Why has she been reduced to this state? The old sorcerer's eyes widened in fury, his gaunt frame betraying a visceral reaction as his neck seemed to constrict, pulsating with rage, each word dripping with sorrow, vehemently accusing the villain before him of ruining his female cub. He longed to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Bai Xiao chuckled, glancing at Ai Tong, who was concealed behind the mysterious figure, realizing that this man had thwarted his plans. He had not anticipated that he possessed the ability to unravel the water platform and reach this location. One could not deny he possessed some merit. However, even if he had arrived here, even if the situation exceeded his expectations, they remained on Bai Xiao's territory. They had no chance of victory. Observing the gentle visage of the man shielding Ai Tong, Bai Xiao felt a twinge of jealousy, especially as Ai Tong was partially hidden behind him, appearing even smaller. At that moment, his envy deepened. What could this young, delicate face possibly compare to his own robust stature? Males only become more appealing with age. How could this young lad even consider competing with him? He had bedded countless females, too numerous to count. With such thoughts, Bai Xiao cast a meaningful glance at Ai Tong, his eyes seemingly communicating, "Be good. Once I resolve this bothersome pest, I will indulge you." Ai Tong internally pleaded for a larger bucket, struggling to contain herself. Bai Xiao, self-satisfied, misinterpreted her peculiar behavior as impatience for his arrival. He was not in a hurry. The prey was to be savored slowly, adding to the thrill. Otherwise, if she always complied, he would find it exceedingly dull, lacking any challenge. Akin to the female lying on the wooden bed, entirely devoted to him. Even if she was with child, so what? He could not even recall her name. Merely remembering her as his most successful experiment, nothing more. Conversely, she ought to be grateful for being his most successful subject, spared the fate of those deemed failures. Bai Xiao glanced at AI Tong's head peeking out and then turned his attention back to the irate old sorcerer. The old sorcerer, at this moment, resembled a powerless figure. No matter how furious he was, what could it achieve? In Bai Xiao's eyes, it only rendered him more of a fool. Bai Xiao had not intended to engage with the old sorcerer, but considering the contributions he had made, he could afford to share a few final words to grant him clarity. What a heartfelt scene of parental affection. What made you so angry? Oh, look at her now. So obedient. Her eyes filled only with the king. Bai Xiao's tone rose, shifting his gaze to the eager female, yearning to rush towards him, but held back by the old sorcerer. He raised his chin, his eyes narrowing, his voice lowering as if sharing a secret with the old sorcerer. By the way, I forgot to mention, do you know she willingly became like this? She was continuously crying and pleading with me, saying, Wang, please, spare my father beast. Whatever you wish to do with Yao Yao is fine. That sight was truly pitiful, and I, feeling soft-hearted, acquiesced. You see, Bai Xiao continued, laughing while furrowing his brow as if lamenting something on the old sorcerer's behalf. Then, he raised his somewhat rough finger, tapping his temple as if straining to recollect something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had remembered something, and with widened tiger-like eyes, he eagerly turned to the old sorcerer. Let me think, that phrase sounds familiar. Previously, you seem to have said the exact same thing to me. You said, as long as you do not harm your female cub, you would allow me to do anything. You see, did you not all plead with me? Why now do you accuse me? Bai Zhao's taunts flowed, each word striking like daggers into the old sorcerer's heart, ultimately igniting his fury. You, the old sorcerer spat blood, enraged beyond measure, his body beginning to sway unsteadily. AI Tong maintained a furrowed brow throughout, unable to tolerate Bai Zhao's repulsive demeanor any longer, wishing to tear off his mask and reveal what lay beneath. Such thickness is rare in the world. Having lost his own female offspring, he resorts to inflicting suffering upon other male beasts, employing such cruel methods. Both sides are given hope, yet both endure torment. The most excruciating pain in the world lies in the knowledge that the one I believed I was protecting with my life is now living safely in a place I know, while she suffers in an unknown location, enduring inhumane torment solely for my sake. It turns out that we are so in tune with each other, yet this connection is agonizing. The elder beastman wishes to protect his female offspring with his own life until his last breath. He hopes that Yao Yao is unburdened by his existence and leads a peaceful life. For this, he betrays his conscience, engaging in heinous acts, enduring both physical and mental torment day and night, yet persevering. Even if he loses his worth and becomes a discarded pawn, even if he transforms into a half-dead, terrifying shell of a being, he clings to life, longing for just one more glimpse of Yao Yao, for he knows that his death could grant her life. If Yao Yao can survive, what fear does he have of descending into the depths of hell? As long as the outcome aligns with his desires, he would be the happiest beastman even in the darkest abyss. Yao Yao, too, is willing to sacrifice everything to save the elder beastman's life. She wishes for her father to hold her hand once more to witness the sunrise, to hunt together. However, she hopes even more that he is not hindered by her, not threatened because of her. She fears not death. Thus, even though she is powerless, even though she fears the repulsive Tiger King, she is willing to forsake everything to plead with that twisted and mad monarch, begging him to spare her father, to not kill him. If her father dies, there will be no beastman in this world who truly cares for her again. She cannot bear the thought of living alone in this world. Therefore, she becomes yet another experiment for the cruel and twisted Tiger King, suffering relentless physical torment day and night, as cold, cruel substances flow into her body one after another. So cold, so painful. Eventually, she can no longer endure and descends into madness, yet remains tethered to reality. She no longer understands the purpose of her existence. Her consciousness only knows that she must please that vicious and loathsome king, though she cannot comprehend why. Yet her subconscious compels her to act thus, for it is of utmost importance, more significant than her own life. As long as the outcome aligns with her desires, she is content. However, the Yao Yao who once adored sunrises and clung to her father will never return. A mere partition separates them, yet binds their hearts with unfulfilled wishes. Two individuals, both in tune with each other. All of this is an inherently unfair promise, for neither would choose a different path. Bai Xiao seizes upon this, relishing the torment of the hopeful yet suffering father and daughter while achieving his own desires. It is utterly ruthless. AI Tong cannot help but shed tears for the elder beastman's helplessness and regret for Yao Yao's bravery and tragedy, for the beautiful bond between father and daughter that has been destroyed. AI Tong abruptly wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, not gently, indeed somewhat roughly, mirroring her current mood. What she wipes away is the past of the elder beastman and Yao Yao, a past that can never return. The happy days they endured and suffered within this deep prison. She hurriedly steps forward to support the swaying elder wizard, and when she looks up at Bai Xiao again, her gaze is resolute. In such a filthy place, there is no need for its continued existence. Such a villain must surely bring endless harm. Chapter 162. Going out to make you cry, ah. How thrilling. Wasn't it an excellent idea to place you outside this stone wall? Isn't it your lifelong wish to guard your female offspring like this every day? The elder beastman can no longer hold on. He is clearly gasping for breath, barely able to restrain Yao Yao, who is incessantly shouting to rush towards Bai Xiao. King, you have finally come to see Yao Yao. AI Tong quickly gestures to Chong Chan to look after the elder wizard while she blocks Yao Yao. Although Yao Yao cannot physically reach him due to the chains, she cannot bear to be restrained and keeps struggling forward. She resembles a machine executing a single task, fixated on one thing, one person. Yet, she is still a pregnant woman. If she were to fall, it would mean the death of both her and her child. Chong Chan understands, bends down, and begins to use force to alleviate the elder beastman's discomfort, but ultimately raises his gaze and slowly shakes his head at AI Tong. AI Tong knows this signifies that he, too, is powerless. The elder wizard's fate is sealed. AI Tong sighs heavily and nods in resignation. What more can she do? In this world, perfection is an illusion, and nothing unfolds according to personal wishes. Her capabilities have always been limited. Immediately, Chong Chan rises a wave of his hand, and the once clamorous Yao collapses onto the animal skin of the wooden bed. The elder wizard, barely clinging to life, drags himself painfully to Yao Yao's bedside, merely to gaze upon her. Tears stain his cheeks, and words fail him. Bai Xiao can hardly bear to witness such a scene. It pricks at his eyes and weighs heavily on his heart, like a shadow that he cannot shake off. He resolves to end the life of the dying elder beastman. As for the fainted female, she has outlived her usefulness, but for now, she cannot die. More precisely, she has no right to die. Bai Xiao swiftly moves, his claws lunging forward, devoid of powerful fluctuations, merely a simple swipe. Given his frail physique, he knows all too well that he can easily send this old fool to his demise without much effort. A breeze, and he would send the elder beastman below, where he would later send his female offspring too, deeming it a good deed. In the blink of an eye, his claws are before the elder beastman, and Bai Xiao envisions the amusing scene of the elder beastman being shattered into pieces. However, just a few centimeters from the elder beastman, he halts. Bai Xiao stares at his immobile claw, momentarily taken aback. His brow furrows slightly, and he glances at Chong Chan, the instigator, with a disdainful smile. Do you wish to block this, king? Bai Xiao then exerts force with his claws, this time channeling a full 50% of his strength. Yet still, he does not advance an inch. His expression stiffens, disbelief evident, and he secretly gathers strength again. This time, his claws are directed not at the elder beastman, but at Chong Chan. The previous error irks him. He cannot fathom how this young man could possibly withstand his assault. He must have simply not used enough force or aimed correctly. This time, he channels immense strength in a singular direction. As the air ripples, the females lying on the stone bed between the two of them begin to wail, visibly affected, their ears slowly bleeding. Yet even as they bleed, they do not cease their welcoming of Bai Xiao. AI Tong, standing behind Chong Chan, wishes to caution him to exercise restraint to avoid collateral damage. Though some of these females were captured from the western prison of Sun Chung, their identities unclear and intentions dubious, they had not become this dull-witted in the prison. The beastmen of Sun Chung had not inflicted irreparable harm upon them. But now, everything before her serves as proof of how ruthlessly Bai Xiao employs his methods. If even the spies among the females can be reduced to this state, one can only imagine the fate of the ordinary females, who surely suffer even more. Although they all share the same madness, there are varying degrees of intensity. AI Tong pondered that if their families were to find them, it would bring a mix of joy and sorrow, yet it would be far better than remaining lost forever. In Changchan, there were too many females, making conflict unwise. AI Tong urgently called out, having noticed that not only were the females bleeding from their ears, but their noses were also beginning to bleed. Changchan nodded, exerting little effort. Bai Xiao, seeing half of his strength dissipate into thin air, felt his complexion darken. Particularly troubling was hearing a female behind that pretty boy taunting him not to exert himself, suggesting he go out and cry. Changchan, preferring not to waste words on that foul old tiger, knew that provocation was the most effective strategy against him. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiao agreed. The two swiftly moved into the spacious outer cell, their figures flickering like shadows. Changchan surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Not a single female was present, eliminating concerns about collateral damage. Bai Xiao, eager to vanquish the pretty boy, was indifferent to any other matters as long as they remained on his territory. He believed that once he dealt with this pretty boy, the beautiful female would have no choice but to submit to him, pleading for mercy. Bai Xiao did not wish to squander more time. He had already exchanged too many words with that old fellow. But did he not know so much? Each day, he allowed the anguished cries of the females to seep through the stone walls solely for that old man's torment, ensuring he felt the burden of his conscience daily. Previously, it had not been his intention to expose the pregnant female to that old man so soon, yet fate had intervened unexpectedly. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. After 2 encounters with the pretty boy, he understood that this time he must strike decisively without any errors. He needed to be serious. Bai Xiao's eyes gleamed like torches, accompanied by a resounding tiger roar that seemed to sound the battle cry for charging into the fray, inexplicably igniting the blood of those who heard it. Simultaneously, Bai Xiao leaped into the air, transforming into a magnificent white tiger, claws bared and jaws agape, fiercely lunging at the recently landed Changchan, offering no respite. This time, he exerted all his strength. Meanwhile, Changchan's azure garments billowed backward, ribbons fluttering and intertwining with his flowing hair, a clear sign of his gathering power. Without any movement on his part, Changchan stood tall, effortlessly raising both palms, from which 2 rainbows erupted, the motion fluid and graceful. The 2 rainbow energies collided with the tiger's jaws. The ensuing explosions shattered the surrounding cell, reducing it to ruins and enveloping everything in dust. Oitong, witnessing the 2 vanish in an instant, stood frozen for a moment before regaining her composure and hurriedly searching for them. Guided by the sounds of the commotion, she rushed toward the source of the cacophony. She felt an inexplicable anxiety rising within her, her heart racing. What if Changchan were unable to defeat Bai Xiao? He had come merely to repay a small favor, but if he lost his life, how could she ever repay him? Such debts, especially those involving life and death, are the most difficult to settle. Changchan, amidst the swirling dust, AI Tong squinted as she moved forward, instinctively raising her right hand to brush away the drifting particles. Her expression frantic as she called out Changchan's name. Where are you? Are you there? In chapter 163, you must leave. Don't worry about me. Changchan. AI Tong lowered her head to avoid the debris beneath her feet, inching forward while calling out Changchan's name. At that moment, the dust seemed to be purified, and the surroundings gradually became clearer. Before her stood a tall man in azure garments, smiling warmly as he gazed at her, his voice soothing. I am unscathed. The real trouble lies elsewhere. A smile graced AI Tong's face, and she hurriedly lifted her dress to rush toward him, completely oblivious to the pair of hostile tiger eyes lurking behind her in the rubble. Just as she sensed something amiss and turned, she looked up to see a white figure dart past her, followed by a massive tiger claw descending upon her. Startled, AI Tong momentarily froze, instinctively feeling her legs weaken. She wanted to run, but her body refused to move beyond the reach of Bai Xiao's attack. In the eyes of the transformed beastman, she seemed diminutive, no different from a small prey captured in the jungle. Moreover, Bai Xiao moved with such speed that he offered her no opportunity to react. In moments of extreme fear and danger, the body loses all functionality and the mind becomes blank. AI Tong was experiencing this firsthand. For the first time, she felt death was perilously close. She could distinctly sense the powerful rush of wind from the descending claw, violently tearing at her skin, and her long hair lifted dramatically in the gust. In that moment, she turned her head, tightly closing her eyes, an instinctive response to danger. AI Tong understood that she could not evade this strike. If death were to come, so be it. But the thought of not seeing Yi Huan once more left her with a tinge of regret. At that moment, standing a few steps away, Chang Chan was equally surprised when Bai Xiao charged forth. He had not anticipated that after enduring his strike, the defeated Bai Xiao would shift his focus onto the beautiful female. Initially, he had intended to resolve the matter without haste, as there were questions that needed addressing. Yet now he had no choice but to act. Regardless of whether Bai Xiao's move was genuine or feigned, he had to confront it. Otherwise, the life of the beautiful female would be in jeopardy. However, he could not use brute force to counter, for that would further endanger the delicate female caught in between. In an instant, Chang Chan's mind raced with strategies, but his body reacted first. With a swift motion, Chang Chan shifted, positioning himself to protect AI Tong in his embrace while turning his back to Bai Xiao's claw. The wind from the tiger claw howled, resembling a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Filled with fury, Bai Xiao, witnessing that the pretty boy would shield the female with his own body, scoffed disdainfully. A beast man who disregarded his own safety for a female was a fool. Bai Xiao was unimpressed by such behavior. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he would not hesitate to exploit it. What a fool! Unable to distinguish between a feint and an actual attack, he could not bear to harm such a rare beauty. A perfect vessel for his offspring that he had yet to savor. Bai Xiao licked his lips, lost in thought for a moment, but mere seconds later, his tiger eyes turned fierce. The earlier defeat had ignited a deep-seated hatred for the pretty boy standing before him, and he intended to seize this chance. Bai Xiao unleashed all of his strength, his expression reflecting the effort, while the force of his massive claw intensified, poised to collide with the azure garment. At that moment, AI Tong and Chang Chan appeared so fragile and powerless, as if they would vanish into mere dust in the next instant. But AI Tong, cradled in Chang Chan's embrace, felt a warmth enveloping her, contrasting sharply with the ferocity of the claw that was about to strike. It felt akin to the vibrant colors of a rainbow appearing after a storm. Yet, AI Tong could not feel joy, for she saw the massive tiger claw descending toward Chang Chan's back. The claw, sharp as a blade, was destined to draw blood. AI Tong's eyes widened in horror as she exerted all her strength, desperately trying to push Chang Chan aside. "You must leave. Don't worry about me." In Chapter 164, the desperate measures of the most powerful experiment. "You must leave. Don't worry about me." Our Tung's countenance was fraught with anxiety. No matter how hard she exerted herself, her efforts were futile as Chang Chan steadfastly obstructed her path, unmoving as a rock. Witnessing the swift approach of the tigeress claw, she dared not look, closing her eyes tightly. If anything were to befall Chang Chan, she knew she would never find peace in her lifetime. A life lost for no reason. Day after day, how could she escape the torment within her heart? In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a bell tolling, deep and prolonged, as if the rushing air had struck something solid. To her astonishment, a colorful shield materialized on Chang Chan's back, successfully deflecting the assault from the white roar, leaving both of them unscathed. This was the back shield power of the Chitsai Manju, a force forged over a millennium, capable of withstanding the attacks of any beastman weaker than itself. And even though stronger, albeit with some cost. Chang Chan lowered his gaze, his lake blue eyes reflecting the delicate face before him, stirring a subtle emotion within his heart. The icy surface of the lake and his eyes rippled with golden light, warm as spring. He sensed that the young female had been terrified yet concerned for him, and he cherished that feeling. However, he had not anticipated using the back shield power just then, as he had only recently unlocked this technique and was still unfamiliar with its application and effects. Yet, he could not retaliate with force, so he had to rely solely on instinct, a gamble of sorts. To his surprise, it had indeed succeeded. Thankfully, his ancestral memories were not deceiving, and his solid foundation prevented him from suffering severe injury, perhaps just a minor wound. "Are you all right?" After blocking the attack, Chang Chan swiftly led Jitong to safety, as the white roar's tiger claw sank deeply into the ground behind them. "See, I'm perfectly fine," Chang Chan exclaimed, sensing Jitong's skepticism. He twirled around several times, nearly causing the Manju to become dizzy. "Thank you, Chang Chan. I'm glad you're unharmed, but next time, please don't shield me like that. Otherwise, we may cease to be friends." Itong was unsure how to express her feelings, but managed to convey her gratitude first, followed by her stance. Saving someone is commendable. Self-sacrifice for another is noble. Yet she understood that his motives were not purely altruistic, but rather stemmed from his feelings for her. In her expression of gratitude, the tone was unmistakably clear. In the prison, they had forged a bond of friendship through their exchanges, where Changchan had expressed a desire to be friends. And recognizing the peculiar fate that bound them, she had acquiesced. Now, as she articulated her thoughts, she hoped he would understand. This approach was far preferable to shattering the delicate atmosphere and causing discomfort for both. From a moment, she perceived the subtle expression on Changchan's face. She realized she was no longer an innocent maiden. Through her romantic experiences with Yahuan, she had gained a deeper understanding of love. She comprehended Changchan's gaze. Yet she could not reciprocate. She must resolutely refuse. This was not only a matter of loyalty to love, but also involved the fates of 3 individuals. She harbored no desire for Changchan and Yahuan to clash because of her, even to the point of life and death. Should the source of conflict be revealed, she would extinguish it. Hope breeds disappointment. Without opportunities, there can be no illusions. The gratitude she owed Changchan would be repaid through other means. Their relationship could only remain as friends, nothing beyond that. Changchan listened to his somewhat formal and distant words, momentarily at a loss. He simply liked her, yet the one he cherished was rejecting him. Being astute, he understood all too well. Very well. If I cannot have you, then neither shall you have what you desire. His voice brimmed with rage and determination, as the recently thwarted white roar seemed to descend into madness. Multiple failures had made him realize he was no match for this handsome youth before him. Yet how could he bear to watch his prize slip away? Transformed into his beast form, the white roar paced back and forth, contemplating how best to attack and seize the advantage. It was a raw, unbridled greed. After a moment of observation, the white roar halted, his tiger whiskers quivering, a manifestation of his fury, clearly fed up with the earlier sweet exchange. His robust limbs coiled with power against the ground, claws extending outward, then he surged forward. A ferocious white tiger lifted its head high, its lantern-like eyes gleaming with ferocity. Blood-red and overflowing with a thirst for blood. He craved carnage. With a mighty roar, the white roar lunged through the rocky terrain, shattering stones in its wake. Changchan, quick to respond, suppressed his earlier disappointment and pushed him aside, leaping to confront the beast. Still lost in thought, Hetong suddenly found herself gently propelled into a corner, a safe distance from the chaos. Raising her eyes, she beheld the fierce battlefield once more. Though there were only 2 combatants, it felt as if an entire army clashed. Changchan did not transform into his beast form, perhaps out of disdain for such a change, or perhaps because his beast form was too aesthetically pleasing. A 7-colored fish against a great tiger. If one were to disregard their respective strengths, the fish would surely end up in the tiger's belly. Yet, Changchan was no ordinary fish. He was the millennium legacy of the Chitsai Manju. How could he be countered by a mere 100-year-old beastman like the White Roar? As expected, the two became entwined in a fierce struggle, their powers clashing violently. The fierce, relentless tiger exuded an intimidating presence, while Changchan faced him with calm composure. After a brief exchange, clearly sensed that the White Roar was now akin to a beastman whose strength had been significantly diminished. All his attacks felt like mere cotton fluff. Of course, his innate power was inferior to Changchan's, but this disparity was glaringly abnormal. As the White Roar drew closer to Changchan, his strength noticeably waned, a stark contrast to his previously vigorous ferocity. Before long, the injured beast was sent sprawling, crashing into a pile of rubble with a resounding thud. His tiger eyes widened in disbelief as the debris swiftly engulfed him once more. Changchan's lake blue garments billowed as he rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his confidence palpable in his demeanor. Though he appeared as a frail scholar at first glance, an undeniable aura of authority radiated from him. In essence, he and Yehuan were of the same ilk. Do you still wish to win in this illusion? Changchan stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the ruins. The rubble remained silent. Udong held her breath, her nerves taut, fearing that the next moment could unleash something dreadful. From her understanding of the White Roar, this could not simply end here. He must have a hidden card. If cornered, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet, she could not anticipate his next move and could only feel the weight of her anxiety. With each breath, suddenly, the White Roar leaped from the debris, seemingly preparing for one final counterattack. Let this king send you to hell. At this moment, Bai Xiao seemed to have succumbed to madness. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson devoid of any Orcish emotion, replaced solely by primal desire. His already bloodied tiger form appeared to double in size, and his strength surged instantaneously. AI Tong, standing in the corner, distinctly sensed that he was now several times more powerful than before. Could it be that the old wizard had not only assisted him in conducting various experiments on female fertility, but had also enhanced the orc's strength? No, that couldn't be right. The previous Bai Xiao had appeared completely normal, his power comparable to that displayed during the battle in the Western City. It was only moments ago that he had suddenly experienced this dramatic increase in strength. This experiment must not yet have reached fruition, otherwise. Such terrifying and grotesque benefits would not have been employed after multiple failures. It seemed he was at his wit's end. Be cautious. He had transformed into the ultimate experiment, a being of immense power devoid of Orcish consciousness. Chapter 165. A Sinister Gaze. AI Tong in Peril. AI Tong, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted a warning to Chang Chan, lacking the strength to assist in combat. Her best aid was to refrain from causing further chaos. Chang Chan, perceptive of Bai Xiao's transformation, was astonished by the ferocity of the great tiger, willing to sacrifice even himself for victory. However, this transformation surely had its limits. If he were to become a madman for life, it was hard to believe he could accept such a fate. AI Tong understood this well. With Bai Xiao's grand ambitions, he would never willingly become a puppet of the potion. His willingness to use it indicated that he believed he could return to normal, albeit at a significant cost. Indeed, in this world, nothing comes without a price. Anything that yields rapid results invariably demands substantial sacrifice in return. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky as a free meal. Suddenly, the greatly enhanced Bai Xiao lunged once more at Chang Chan, his eyes a fierce red, as if he would not relent until he had captured his prey. Chang Chan's expression turned grave as he lifted his hands, emanating a radiant spectrum of colors, a force even more formidable than before. AI Tong held her breath, her gaze drawn upward. In the confines of the prison, Chang Chan gradually became ethereal, his form rising from the ground and floating in midair. Surrounding him was a shimmering, lake blue aura, swirling in layers. Within the undulating waves, a beautiful, multicolored fish leaped gracefully, diving and then leaping again, reminiscent of a carp surging towards the Dragon Gate. For some inexplicable reason, these 5 words echoed in AI Tong's mind. Were the circumstances different? She might have thought she had wandered onto the wrong set. In a contest of skill, often a single strike suffices. Faced with the drastically increased power of Bai Xiao, Chang Chan dared not relent, shape-shifting into his beast form to confront the challenge. He refused to falter before the female he admired, especially after recently being rebuffed. To falter again would be utterly humiliating, rendering him incapable of facing his kin in the future. With a resounding crash, the two collided, and the immense force generated by their clash caused the air in the prison to warp and distort. AI Tong, observing closely from her corner, struggled to breathe as the atmosphere thickened. Strangely, despite the destruction of their surroundings, the walls of the prison showed no signs of collapse. As AI Tong pondered this anomaly, Bai Xiao suddenly turned his fierce, beast-like gaze towards her. A sinister smile crept across his lips, sending a chill down her spine. That expression was terrifying, as if he were a specter risen from the depths of despair. She could not comprehend the meaning behind that eerie smile, but she instinctively knew it boded ill. Thus, she took a few steps back, attempting to distance herself from him. At this moment, Bai Xiao was entirely obstructed by Chang Chan, leaving him no space to act. Yet he turned to her in this crucial encounter, grinning ominously. AI Tong's heart raced with unease. Suddenly, she felt the ground beneath her feet shift. No, it was not just her footing. An entire section of the corner was collapsing. In an instant, as if caught in a trap, AI Tong felt herself plummet into the abyss. Panicking, she shut her eyes tightly. The wind howled around her, her hair whipping from behind to cover her face, stinging her painfully. No, Chang Chan, engaged in battle with Bai Xiao, heard her cry and swiftly turned. He saw that the corner where AI Tong had stood had inexplicably caved in, forming a vast chasm, and she had already fallen into the depths. In that fleeting moment, Chang Chan's lake blue eyes shimmered with an iridescent glow, now transformed into a spectrum reflecting the tumultuous emotions of the multicolored fish. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiao's lips curled with satisfaction as he prepared to strike, his eyes narrowing with fierce intent. While Chang Chan was distracted by Xiao lunge forward, his massive jaws clamping down on the abdomen of the unprepared Chang Chan, followed by a powerful paw aimed at the injured orc. Don't be hasty. Allow me to send you to her. Companionship on the road to the underworld, fulfilling your wish. Bai Xiao laughed maniacally, relishing the thought of both of them perishing here. If he could not possess it, then neither could anyone else. All orcs standing in his way must die. By the time Chang Chan regained his focus, it was too late. Severely wounded, he realized he was about to be struck by Zhao's paw. In desperation, he conjured several colorful barriers in mid-air before swiftly reverting to his human form. Though injured, he could not afford to exert himself too much. This attack was unavoidable, and he had no choice but to defend. The overwhelming force of Bai Zhao's assault sent Chang Chan staggering, barely managing to remain upright amid the ruins. Previously unprepared, he had given Bai Xiao an opportunity. Otherwise, he would not be in this dire predicament now. The dramatic surge in Bai Zhao's strength had resulted in a critical blow that Chang Chan could withstand, a testament to the resilience of his multicolored fish form. While he did not end up entombed in the rubble like before, his condition was far from favorable. Chang Chan's abdomen bled, his lake blue garments soiled and torn, bearing the marks of a fierce struggle. Yet, the reality of the situation struck him harder than any physical injury. Little female, he whispered softly, his voice barely a breath. He knew that the unfathomable chasm would claim her if he did not act swiftly. Had he inadvertently allowed someone he cherished to vanish? Chang Chan grappled with despair, feeling as though he had lost something profoundly significant in his life. Defiant wretch. Now you accompany the dead. Bai Xiao sneered, relishing the sight of the abyss, particularly satisfied with having sent that wretched girl to her demise. Although he had not yet achieved his ultimate goal, it was better to eliminate her than to let her fall into someone else's hands. That, however, was his most cherished place. A location imbued with spiritual essence. He believed that the little female would thank him. Nevertheless, Bai Zhao's provocations never ceased. Just as he was about to utter more words, Bai Xiao had regained some semblance of rationality. It seemed the effects of the drug were gradually waning. In the next moment, the previously despondent Chang Chan swiftly staunched his wounds and charged at Bai Xiao with unprecedented ferocity, his gaze filled with an unyielding intensity, declaring, "Die? What does it matter if you consumed forbidden drugs? You deserve to perish." The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with chilling winds howling, and amidst the ghostly wails, Ai Tong's most immediate sensation as she plummeted against the wind was one of cold. She had no inkling of what lay beneath the abyss. It was frigid, piercing her spine. Already struggling for breath, she found it increasingly difficult to inhale, contemplating that perhaps she would not die from a fall, but rather succumb to asphyxiation first. This sensation of weightlessness was reminiscent of her initial arrival in this beastly world. Ai Tong let out a self-deprecating smile. Heaven truly enjoyed playing tricks. Would she return in the same manner she arrived? Yet, she did not wish to return. Or rather, even if she were to die, it would not be a return, but a passage to the realm where souls ought to dwell. Humans must inevitably face death. Ai Tong tilted her head, furrowing her brow as she peered into the eerie chasm below. Could it be that this would become her final resting place? The descent was rapid, and her mind was a blank canvas. Upon closing her eyes and then reopening them, her fear diminished, yielding to a profound sense of acceptance. What cannot be attained should not be pursued. In the past year of knowing, understanding, and loving Yuan, she bore no regrets. Gradually, Ai Tong relaxed her body. Just as she was about to close her eyes once more, a flicker in her peripheral vision caught her attention. It appeared that Yi Huan was descending towards her. His expression was a tempest of anger and fear, brimming with madness, a madness born from losing a beloved. Witnessing this made her heart ache. Ai Tong's eyes brimmed with tears as she extended her right hand, yearning to grasp the last remnant of his shadow. She longed to embrace that cold, proud king who loved to snuggle in her warmth. Simultaneously, the phantasmal figure resembling Yi Huan was desperately trying to reach her, extending hands that had embraced her through countless cold nights. Ai Tong smiled radiantly. Her disheveled hair concealed her fear of death and wiped away the tears that had streamed down her face, carried away by the wind, only to be replaced by new ones. That was an inexhaustible love. Yi Huan, I am sorry. In this lifetime, we ultimately cannot be together as one for eternity. At that moment, as Ai Tong's sorrowful tears fell, her right palm suddenly grew scorching hot, awakening her instantly. She raised her hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. To her astonishment, the vividly lifelike black-red serpent in her palm had transformed entirely. Its scales now glimmered a bewitching red, reminiscent of burning clouds swaying in the wind. Once it manifested, it embodied a formidable presence. Though strikingly bright, it did not exude femininity, subtly hinting at a regal aura. No longer coiled in her palm, it now seemed like a true king snake. The most captivating feature was its deep black-red eyes, filled with a multitude of complex emotions: anxiety, anger, fear, and relief. Those were Yi Huan's eyes. In the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a warmth that reeked of dominance. It was both cold and hot, a perplexing contradiction. The familiar texture of his hand brushed gently against her eye and cheek, first tender and then heavy, causing her face to sting with joy. That familiar palm, imbued with warmth, wiped away the crystalline tears that had sullied her exquisite visage. A hoarse, suppressed, and furious voice echoed, "As long as I live, you shall not die first." Chapter 167. You little liar, is Tong Tong made of water? Why does she weep so easily? Yi Huan's great hand did nothing else but embrace his regained little wife, tirelessly wiping her adorable tear-streaked face. At that moment, he wished for 8 hands. However, even a monstrous creature with 8 hands would not guarantee Tong Tong's fondness. Perhaps 2 hands sufficed, and if they were insufficient, he could endlessly recycle 1 hand. Trees may perish, but human beings thrive. He was unafraid of fatigue. Yi Huan gazed intently at the person in his arms, his expression unwavering. She had lost weight. His once deep black-red eyes were now aflame with a fiery hue. Gradually, the enchanting red receded, yielding to the familiar dark hue once more. The intricate red circles etched in her heart were unmistakable. Those eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions. The anxiety and anger faded. Yet traces of fear and boundless relief remained. He dared not contemplate what might have happened had he failed to catch Tong Tong. He was on the brink of madness. Yet now, cradling his beloved once more, his frenzied gaze overflowed with tenderness. Indeed, he could never bear to speak harshly to her or treat her roughly. The harshest words he had uttered in the past year had just escaped his lips. However, his precious wife's nose was red, and her tears seemed endless, flowing and then being wiped away, yet never truly vanishing. "I have arrived late." Seeing that teasing had no effect, Yi Huan softened his tone once more, wishing time could freeze so that his Tong Tong would remain forever in his embrace. They held each other until they lost consciousness, with only each other for company. "Yi Huan, is that truly you?" AI Tong choked back tears, hearing that familiar voice and intonation. The overwhelming mist blurred her vision, flooding her eyes like a tempest. She hesitantly reached out, yearning to touch his cold, chiseled face. "Fool! I haven't even had my dinner yet. You made me wait. You little liar. How dare you be absent? I will search for you to the ends of the earth." Yi Huan offered a comforting smile, one tinged with both grievance and threat. His heated fingertip brushing away AI Tong's new tears. He then playfully traced her flushed, trembling nose, marking his claim. In the boundless darkness, the howling winds persisted. Yet AI Tong no longer felt the chill. She laughed and cried, embracing the one she had longed for. Tightly, 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down, falling silently into the abyss. If this were hell, she would be the most eager to perish. Yi Huan carried AI Tong upwards, now in a half-human, half-serpent form. Previously, he had utilized their bond to forcibly close the distance between them, exerting his power without reserve. Given the current circumstances, there was no need to maintain his human form. The biting cold winds were completely shielded by Yi Huan's cloak. Next time, should you dare to easily relinquish your life, I shall teach you a lesson. The memory of AI Tong's despairing demeanor at the abyss made Yi Huan's heart ache. AI Tong could find no retort to his words. Indeed, when faced with death, one often fights back. Yet, she had fallen into a bottomless chasm, devoid of anything to grasp, merely barren voids. With her frail limbs, where was hope to be found? AI Tong rolled her eyes at Yi Huan. He feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice. He refused to listen. Meanwhile above, Chang Chan and Bai Xiao were fiercely engaged in battle, the wreckage beneath them reduced to rubble. Chang Chan unleashed his fury without restraint against the gradually waning Bai Xiao. It was a simple task. Had he not sustained severe injuries earlier, he would not have required such a prolonged struggle. Who would have thought he still possessed such strength despite his injuries? Bai Xiao coughed up blood, his body gradually diminishing in size. the once surging power within him slowly waning, resembling a deflated balloon. Just as he thought Chang'an was about to reap the rewards, a dark red mist floated by. Strikingly vivid, a hue of red so deep it appeared almost black, evoking an instinctive desire to retreat. The swirling mass charged headlong toward the abyss in the corner, akin to a crimson comet streaking through the night, racing forward with reckless abandon. It plunged, driven solely by the pursuit of one individual. Chang'an momentarily paused, standing at the edge of the abyss, gazing at Bai Xiao, who was also catching his breath, attempting to rise, but finding himself unable to do so. Could it be that the mighty Tiger King, who had reigned with dominance for so long, would meet such a fate? Chapter 168. A dream of grandeur as Chang'an, almost as if guided by some unseen force, approached the abyss and peered down. Two diminutive figures gradually came into view at the bottom of the dark chasm. The pristine white of their garments was specked with crimson stains, their porcelain-like faces reminiscent of a weeping kitten. It was her, the little female, alive and truly alive. Chang'an's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, wide open and the corners of his mouth curling into a slight tremor, as if he had rediscovered a cherished treasure. Just as he was about to descend to retrieve her, he realized the beauty was already in another's embrace. In that moment, his focus had solely been on the little female. He failed to notice the presence of another. Only now did he comprehend that the little female, on her own, could not have made it back. His gaze shifted to the figure clad in black, arms tightly encircling the little female, an orc with a human upper body dressed in animal skin, while his lower half had transformed into a serpentine tail adorned with peculiar scales. Chang'an was taken aback. It was he. Had he finally arrived? He had initially arrived here first, leveraging his unique affinity for water to find her, deliberately erasing the lingering traces of the little female's scent to ensure he could locate her alone and whisk her away. This had been his selfish desire. In truth, even had he not obscured the residual traces, the water platform beneath her would have severed all connections, making it impossible for the serpent, no matter how powerful, to locate her swiftly. After countless calculations, he had erased the scent to shatter the water platform, intending solely to rescue her himself, hoping to cultivate feelings of affection within her. A full millennium. Even after emerging from the depths, the water of the lake continuously brushed against him, day after day, unwavering. The temperature remained constant, the touch familiar, with the lake to his left and right, everything unchanged, resembling the beginning. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his state of mind had transformed, distinct from the countless days and nights that had come before. He could no longer endure this stagnation. Thus, upon seizing an opportunity, he began to act. He wished to take control, to have that sweet joy accompany him eternally. In doing so, perhaps he would no longer feel bored. Yet, he had nearly allowed the little female to perish at his hands. Realizing this, the previously elated Chang'an's expression momentarily stiffened, then slowly withdrew his outstretched hand, his eyes reflecting self-reproach and disdain for his own underhanded tactics. What had become of him? Perhaps it was his overwhelming desire that had led to his blunders, pushing the one he cherished ever further away. As Chang'an found himself ensnared in this complex web of emotions, Yi Huan, an AI Tong, soared upward, landing steadily at the abyss's edge. Yi Huan cast a detached glance at Chang'an, emitting a cold snort, remaining silent. Acknowledging that he had protected Tong for so long, he chose to overlook Chang'an's earlier actions, resolving to spare him for the moment. He did not deny his late arrival, but he would not allow anyone to covet his female. Chang'an, are you all right? AI Tong sensed the chilling aura emanating from Yi Huan, yet she could not forget Chang'an's efforts to protect her, and thus, she could not be ungrateful. You are injured, AI Tong exclaimed, pulling away from Yi Huan's embrace, her gaze falling upon the substantial bloodstains on Chang'an's abdomen, astonished for a moment. He won't die, Yi Huan interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Chang'an, standing coolly with a disdainful snort. He then moved to eliminate the loathsome Bai Xiao, who had been buzzing around like a pesky fly, incessantly seeking trouble. With a sinuous motion, Yi Huan's black-red serpent tail approached Bai Xiao, akin to the advance of death itself, swiftly arriving before him. At that moment, Yi Huan was engulfed in a swirling mass of dark red energy, radiating a fierce and ominous aura, his piercing black-red eyes ablaze with ferocity as he extended his clawed hand to seize Bai Xiao by the throat, his voice chillingly resolute. With you? You likely won't even know how you perished. Bai Xiao had reverted to human form, already gravely injured by Chang Chan, and now found himself nearly devoid of resistance, particularly when confronted with the more powerful presence of Yi Huan. His tiger-like eyes widened in disbelief. Firstly, it was the extraordinary serpent tail of Yi Huan. It was said that the forest king, Yi Huan, was elusive, indifferent to the affairs of the forest city. Yet his strength was unfathomable. Since ascending to kingship, he had become ruthless, causing all the orcs of Forest City to become brutal and murderous, leading to their isolation and fear from all tribes. Oddly enough, no orc had ever witnessed the beast form of the Forest King, and yet here he was, of the Serpent Clan. Furthermore, this aura was not that of an ordinary Serpent Clan. With his knowledge, he had never encountered such peculiar scales before. It vaguely resembled the legendary Sun Jing King Snake spoken of by the Elder Orcs. The black-red eyes, the unique serpent scales, the overwhelming strength, everything aligned. Bai Xiao inhaled deeply, seemingly suppressing the shock within him. Secondly, he was astonished that the Forest King, Yi Huan, had located this place so swiftly. Although the water platform had been compromised due to his negligence, he had been careful to remain hidden, leaving no clues for Yi Huan to discover. Save for the worthless eagle beast he had intentionally left behind. How did you find this place? Bai Xiao questioned, unwilling to concede, seeking to buy time to regain his strength. The exposure of the Forest King's beast form would only incite greater fear among other tribes. And it would not just be the Baihu clan that suffered. No orc would permit the existence of a race of orcs far stronger than their own. Standing out among the crowd was not always advantageous. No matter how powerful one became, they could not withstand the relentless attacks of countless orcs. Ants could kill an elephant. It was merely a matter of time. I initially intended to reduce you to ashes, but I have since changed my mind. Such an end would be too lenient for you. Do you believe that no one is aware of your actions? Yi Huan leaned closer to Bai Zhao's swollen face, a wicked grin spreading across his features, instilling a sense of dread. What do you mean? Bai Zhao's voice trembled. Even he was unaware of the fear reflected in his tiger-like eyes. Did you think that turning Feng Qi into a fool would go unnoticed? You dare to provoke me with my subordinates? You are far too naive. Before Bai Xiao could react, Yi Huan straightened, his lower body transforming back into human form, elegantly adjusting his attire before dusting off his hands. Suddenly, the seemingly impenetrable roof above them was violently breached, a glaring light flooding into the dark and filthy space, blinding all who beheld it. Chang Chan, listening to Yi Huan's every word, stood beside the little female, who remained vigilant. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat. His thoughts were in disarray, rendering him as motionless as a wooden post, uncertain of what to do. The brilliance above abruptly pulled Chang Chan from his reverie, instinctively causing him to look up, his lake blue eyes shimmering, before settling upon the imposing figure of the Forest King. What situation it is? Ai Tong was abruptly blinded by the sudden brilliance, turning her face away and raising her hand to shield her eyes. After a considerable moment of adjustment, she squinted towards the source of the light. Above her, a dazzling glow flickered, accompanied by dark silhouettes that obscured the brightness, transforming it into a chaotic array of beams that swept over the figure and illuminated the derelict ground beneath. One by one, individuals began to descend. Chapter 169. Not to kill, but for her Wang Zhu came late. Wang Zhu came late. Please punish the king. Ai Tong was momentarily stunned. Accompanied by the radiant light, several figures leaped down from the opening in the ceiling. She recognized Bian Zhan and Feng Qi, along with several familiar Senshou whose strength rivaled that of Feng Qi. Bian Zhan appeared sharp and menacing, like a finely honed slaughter knife, poised to charge at the unsuspecting lamb upon receiving the command. Although Feng Qi looked pale and frail, as if recently recovering from a grave illness, her eyes were resolute. It was uncertain what Knight Huan had done during her absence. She had just heard that Feng Qi had later become foolish. It was hard to fathom the suffering she had endured to regain her senses. How did they manage to come in? This is impossible. At this moment, Bai Xiao, lying at Knight Huan's feet, was visibly agitated upon recognizing the newcomers, muttering frantically in a deranged manner. The scene before him was so surreal that he could scarcely believe it. He wished dearly that he were merely dreaming. Your Majesty, Bian Zhan and Feng Qi noticed Ai Tong standing on the opposite side and immediately walked over after bowing in respect, adopting a posture of protection. However, Ai Tong noticed Bian Zhan casting a distracted glance around and she understood. He had not spotted the person he wished to see, leading to a peculiar expression on his face. After standing still for a moment, he quickly masked his unease, appearing even colder than before. If one did not look closely, they would not discern anything amiss, but AI Tong was astute and particularly attentive to the sudden arrival of these reinforcements. Seeing Bai Zhao's incredulous demeanor brought a measure of satisfaction to Night Huan. Did you really think I could not bring my people into the council hall of your Bai Hu clan? Only you would dare construct an underground prison in such a conspicuous location. Standing in the light with his back to the shadowy Bai Xiao, Night Huan, tall and imposing, glanced sideways, his voice laced with mischief and nonchalance. Quickly, bring out all the females and those unworthy jars. The show is about to begin. Night Huan smiled lightly and ceased to respond to Bai Xiao. Hurry and find Hai Tang. AI Tong quietly instructed Bianzhan, seizing the opportunity. If not now, when? He was the most suitable for the task, and perhaps the one most anxious about Hai Tang's whereabouts. Is it so? The cold-faced Bianzhan, standing beside AI Tong, displayed a hint of joy upon hearing her quiet words. He bore some responsibility for the queen's disappearance. As the deputy historian of Sun Cheng, he should be by her side at this moment. Yet, while the queen was safe, Hai Tang remained missing. It would be a lie to say he was not anxious. The queen's command for him to search for Hai Tang was a means of providing him an escape from his shortcomings while allowing him to seek the one he cherished. Go quickly, AI Tong said, amused as she watched Bianzhan hurriedly traverse the ruins. Truly, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. It seemed her role as a matchmaker would soon reach its completion. Bianzhan took 4 beastmen with him, preparing to retrieve the females from the prison along with the jars mentioned by the king. He was also set to search for Hai Tang. At this moment, only Feng Qi remained beside AI Tong. Observing Feng Qi's frail appearance filled AI Tong with guilt, that she brought more beastmen along. Perhaps Feng Qi would not have sustained such grave injuries. They said she had become foolish. How severe must her condition have been? Now, she was compelled to participate in Night Huan's operation despite her ailing state, likely as a means to atone for her past. The Sun Wang, Night Huan, inspired both fear and respect among the beastmen. They were more attuned to his emotions than their own. For when Night Huan was enraged, he was truly terrifying and merciless. After Bai Zhao's ramblings, no one responded to his queries. He appeared to be engulfed in endless panic, observing the beastmen bustling about, transporting items and females. Watching them unearth his hidden secrets one by one, Bai Zhao's tiger-like eyes widened with disbelief, struggling in vain to resist, unable to rise. Night Huan had firmly ensnared him. Though Bai Xiao could not escape, he did not cease his actions, merely losing his voice. Each movement felt like a blade carving into his flesh, and he could only watch, contemplating the impossibility of the unfolding events. How could Sun Wang Night Huan have entered? And what of the eagle beast who had become a fool? He had obliterated everything in that beast's mind, rendering it no different from a newly born beastman. How could this be? Bai Xiao, frustrated by his fruitless search, furrowed his brow and abruptly turned to face the ailing Feng Qi across from him. His gaze filled with suspicion and madness. He even contemplated tearing her apart to verify if she truly was that eagle beast. Yet the facts confirmed otherwise. She was indeed that beast. If not, Night Huan would not have located him so swiftly. Among countless beastmen, how could he be certain that it was Bai Xiao who had stolen someone? What was even more unbelievable was that Sun Wang Night Huan not only found him, but directly uncovered his secret base. Bai Xiao lowered his unwilling tiger eyes, staring intently at the ruins that now felt like an extension of himself. Clenching his fists tightly around the debris beneath him, he drew blood. The mingling of blood and dirt was painfully sharp, jolting him back to awareness. Yes, his water platform had been breached. It was all that damned fish's fault. Yet, how could Sun Wang Night Huan brazenly enter the territory of the Bai Hu clan, especially in such a significant venue as the council hall? Had all the beastmen in the clan perished? No, that could not be the case. The Bai Hu clan could not be so swiftly conquered while he remained oblivious. Everything had seemed normal when he first arrived at the prison. Unable to comprehend the situation, Bai Xiao suddenly clutched his head, shaking it side to side in desperation to untangle his thoughts, but his mind remained a chaotic tangle. Moreover, the potion he had taken to defeat that wretched fish had nearly run its course, and he feared he would soon suffer its backlash. Night Huan merely cast a cursory glance at the dazed Bai Xiao before striding towards AI Tong. Wait, enjoy the show. Night Huan wrapped his arm around AI Tong's slender waist, his nostrils flaring slightly as if catching a whiff of something familiar. Good, AI Tong replied with a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. At that moment, she comprehended fully. Knight Huan had not come alone to rescue her. Nor was he acting recklessly without consideration of the consequences. He had orchestrated everything, including the resolution. Indeed, historically, which great king personally led troops in a battle? Most would dispatch capable subordinates under the premise of meticulous planning. Those who took the field themselves were exceedingly rare. Thus, when a king did so, it signified the impending fall of a kingdom. It was either their own demise or that of the opposing side. Knight Huan's timely arrival from the abyss must have been a reaction to sensing her danger. AI Tong gazed up at Knight Huan's sharply defined jawline, her heart swelling with warmth. He had taken the initiative, becoming the vanguard of the entire plan, not to kill, but for her. Her affection for Knight Huan's wisdom and thoroughness brought her solace. She cherished even more his willingness to risk everything for her, leaving her without regrets. The one she loved most deeply could pave the way for Sun Cheng, while fearlessly confronting the encroaching darkness of the abyss for her. Chapter 170. It's truly remarkable to love only one person for a lifetime. Yi Huan originally intended to embrace his beloved wife and enjoy the grand performance together. However, in his haste to save someone earlier, his emotions had run high. After draping his large cloak over Tong Tong, he proceeded to deal with Bai Xiao and failed to notice the situation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the numerous bloodstains on Tong Tong's dress. What had transpired? Peering through a small gap in the cloak, he looked down with a hint of concern, noticing the crimson stains on AI Tong's pristine gown. His gaze swiftly turned into a piercing glare directed at Bai Xiao. Could it be that this scoundrel had inflicted harm upon Tong Tong? How infuriating! Why had he not noticed this earlier? AI Tong lowered her head, her brow slightly furrowed, a sense of urgency enveloping her. She could only insist it was not what it seemed, struggling to articulate her thoughts amidst the embarrassment. Could she possibly admit in front of so many that she was in heat? That would be utterly mortifying. Long Chan and Feng Qi were nearby. After all, Oi Dong, feeling vexed by the bloodstains on her dress, hastily waved her hand to cover the hem with the cloak, preventing Yi Huan from scrutinizing it further. The bloodstains were merely remnants of earlier that had been tainted by the water platform, thus lacking the distinctive scent that would have revealed the truth. Yi Huan, unable to detect any unusual odor, naturally assumed it resembled injuries. Moreover, the watertight Beastman's monthly belt that Long Chan had provided proved to be remarkably effective. Even she herself could not discern any metallic scent, unlike modern sanitary products, which often brought discomfort. Indeed, the beast world possessed advancements that modern society could hardly match. With a blush on her cheeks, AI Tong discreetly extended her delicate fingers from the cloak, gently tugging at Yi Huan's collar to signal him to bend down. Yi Huan, momentarily taken aback, complied and leaned down, lowering his gaze. Seizing the opportunity, AI Tong grasped his collar, standing on tiptoes to whisper in his ear, Ruo Feng. I am in heat. After uttering those words, she quickly pushed away the still-dazed Yi Huan and turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Yi Huan's heart sank with the realization that he had missed his chance. Each moment without his dear wife felt like an eternity of torment. He had intended to return and savor their time together, but unexpectedly, Tong Tong's monthly cycle had arrived at such an inopportune moment. Alas! Clearing his throat, he called out, Feng Qi, you should lend a hand too. Feeling somewhat irritable, Yi Huan perceived misfortune befalling anyone he encountered. Spotting a towering figure behind Tong Tong only added to his displeasure. Feng Qi, recognizing the situation, wisely sauntered away. Deep down, he was eager to escape, but his legs betrayed him, refusing to cooperate despite his urgency. Eventually, he managed to shuffle over to assist the forest beasts in transporting items for the females. The stone jars were manageable, but many of the females were in a state of frenzy, making the task challenging. Particularly, numerous females were completely bare, causing the forest beasts to feel a bit awkward, especially the younger ones who were rather shy. However, as they worked together, the atmosphere became more bearable. The forest beasts gathered the females and draped large animal hides over their modesty, preserving their dignity while facilitating subsequent actions. Standing aside, Long Chan was entirely overlooked. Initially, when AI Tong had inquired about him, he felt awkward after being rebuffed by Yi Huan. As long as Long Chan remained unharmed, it was for the best. It was prudent to maintain some distance between them. Friendships should have their boundaries, and acting beyond them was neither humane nor ethical. AI Tong held herself to strict standards. consciously avoiding any misunderstandings that could arise from blurred lines. She did not wish to hurt Yi Huan, who was wholeheartedly devoted to her, nor Long Chan, who had developed feelings for her. In her heart, she had long confirmed that Yi Huan was the one destined to accompany her for a lifetime. Even if someone like Long Chan, who was commendable in every aspect, appeared along the way, her heart would remain steadfast. If asked why, she would simply say that while it is easy to fall for someone, to love only one person for a lifetime is a profound sentiment. Long Chan had gradually emerged from his initial emotional turmoil and deliberately distanced himself from Yi Huan and Ai Tong. Yet he did not leave. Before long, the females and stone jars were brought out. What drew attention was a small mound nearby, covered with large animal hides, the origin of which remained a mystery. In a moment, the desolate ruins transformed from mere rubble into a scene of lively chaos, predominantly due to the raucousness of the females. Amidst the clamor, a familiar soft voice broke through, now tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Your Majesty!" Ai Tong turned to see a disheveled and tattered female, draped in a beast robe, standing opposite her, visibly excited. Beside her stood Bianzhan. Ai Tong recognized the female was calling out to her, for apart from the beastmen of Sun Chung, no one addressed her as Your Majesty, and the only female who could appear here calling her that was none other than Hai Tang. Ai Tong softly uttered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her heart swelling with emotion. After all, Hai Tang had been the female with whom she shared the closest bond in Sun Chung, and she had always treated her with exceptional kindness. However, ever since Hai Tang had followed her, she had been incessantly occupied, and now, captured for experiments. Ai Tong worried deeply for her well-being. Looking at the pitiful state of the females on the ground, she could hardly fathom Hai Tang becoming one of them. Setting aside her own conscience, she felt guilt for Bianzhan. "Your Majesty, Hai Tang." Hearing her call, Hai Tang eagerly nodded, even ruffling her wild, straw-like hair, attempting to make her way over. Unfortunately, lacking strength, she could only stumble forward with Bianzhan's assistance through the debris, heading toward Ai Tong. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Ai Tong stepped forward to help Hai Tang, her tone filled with concern. Although Hai Tang had not descended into madness, her current appearance was even more tragic than the first time Ai Tong had rescued her. It was uncertain whether she had endured any mistreatment or torture. "Your Majesty, I am fine." Hai Tang's eyes glistened with tears, unsure if they were from joy or relief. After their exchange, Ai Tong learned that Bai Shao did not operate from a single laboratory. The place Hai Tang had been sent to was a holding cell for females currently undergoing experimentation. These females remained on the stone beds only if the experiments yielded some effects. In contrast, Hai Tang had been placed in a cell for recently captured females, where failed experiments were often discarded to die naturally, and the deceased would be dragged out, while the survivors would be taken for further experimentation. Thankfully, Yi Huan and the others arrived in time, and Hai Tang had not been in captivity for long, thus avoiding immediate detection. Moreover, since Bai Zhao's attention was primarily focused on Ai Tong, Hai Tang managed to feign madness and blend in, narrowly escaping a dire fate. "Your Majesty, all the females have been brought out, along with the stone jars." Bianzhan observed the warm reunion between Ai Tong and Hai Tang, which eased his lingering fears. He promptly approached Yi Huan to report the situation. "Has the abyss been explored?" "Subordinate has just checked. Everything has been retrieved." Bianzhan indicated a small mound covered with animal hides in the corner of the abyss. He had personally ventured down to investigate before locating the items and collaborating with the other forest beasts to bring them up. The scene had been so harrowing that even he, having witnessed it, felt his scalp tingle. "Good." Yi Huan gazed down at the wailing females scattered across the ground, an unprecedented lack of impatience evident in his eyes. "Let them come down to collect their kin." Chapter 171. Secrets. Not meant for outsiders, let them descend to claim their kin. Yi Huan slightly squinted his eyes, his heavy gaze fixed on the light above. It was time for them to come down. Risks could not forever be borne by others. If one desires to savor meat and drink broth, one must pay the corresponding price. Instantly, Bianzhan transformed into a battle eagle and soared upwards. Meanwhile, Ai Tong tidied up Hai Tang a little, making her appear somewhat more presentable. Their conversation had reached its natural conclusion. This was not a place for idle chatter, nor was it the right moment for such discourse. For some reason, Ai Tong felt the atmosphere had turned subtly peculiar. A storm was brewing. Hai Tang a popita positin hosabing Ai Tong, vimening silen. Above, the sound of footsteps echoed, uneven, chaotic, and hurried. It seemed a considerable number of individuals were approaching. Report. The chieftain of the Shue tribe, accompanied by generals Shue Dan and Shue Du, has come to offer assistance. Report. The chieftain of the Huilang tribe has arrived with 100 beastmen to aid us. Report. The chieftain of the Yang tribe. Yi Huan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he wrapped his arm around Ai Tong's waist, his expression radiating confidence and pride. Ai Tong was momentarily taken aback and glanced up at Yi Huan, who offered no response, prompting her to turn her gaze back to the light above. She was acutely aware that the splendor belonging to the Baihu tribe had faded. Before her, the leaders of several major tribes, including the Shue and Huilang tribes, had arrived, accompanied by some unfamiliar races, presumably drawn in by the commotion. However, it was primarily the chieftains and their confidants who descended. Clearly, the earlier alliance with Shue Feng and Hui Yu had proven beneficial. At this critical moment, they had intervened. Reflecting on this, Ai Tong couldn't help but smile wryly. The intervention of Shue Feng and his allies was merely motivated by the immense benefits they anticipated from the downfall of the Baihu tribe. Those smaller tribes who had come along were only there to partake in the spoils. The world is bustling, all for profit. The masses are restless, all for gain. Without Yi Huan's formidable sword, they would not have dared to step forward. Had they wished to act, they need not have waited until today. The leaders of the various tribes, upon witnessing Ai Tong in the embrace of the formidable Yi Huan, silently acknowledged her beauty, unrivaled and exquisite. Ai Tong's clear, penetrating gaze seemed to peer into their very souls, causing them to divert their eyes. Indeed, the female favored by the devil is not to be trifled with. Unsurprisingly, Shue Du encountered Ai Tong once more. A fleeting spark in his lion-like eyes betrayed the secrets he harbored deep within. Secrets not meant for outsiders. Shue Du could only cast a few furtive glances from a distance. He had promised his brother to hone his martial prowess, to protect and strengthen the Shue tribe, and to eventually find a suitable mate to propagate their lineage. Even the most seasoned chieftains, having weathered countless storms, were momentarily stunned by the scenes before them. The ground was littered with howling, deranged females, shrouded in dust within the dark, expansive prison. Though the place lay in ruins, it was not difficult to imagine the terror that once permeated these walls. And there was the unfathomable abyss, exuding a chilling aura that instinctively deterred anyone from approaching. What captured their attention most was Bai Xiao. Who could have imagined that the once mighty chieftain of the Baihu tribe now appeared disheveled and mad, bound beneath the great hall of his own tribe? How ironic. In his madness, Bai Xiao suddenly recognized so many familiar faces, leaving him momentarily dazed. Those faces were all too familiar to him. Shue Feng, with whom he had contended for half a lifetime, and Hui Yu, who had always trailed behind Shue Feng. Along with the chieftains of the smaller tribes he had bullied, who now dared not voice their grievances. Though he was mad, he was now acutely aware of these faces. You all. Bai Xiao struggled, attempting to do something, the veins on his forehead and neck bulging. However, in the eyes of those chieftains, he was less than an insect. Shue Feng maintained a composed demeanor. After all, he too was a chieftain. Even when his greatest rival faced such a fate, he would not display any outward emotion. Hui Yu, though equally composed, could not entirely conceal his delight. With the fall of the Baihu tribe, and due to his alliance with Shue Feng, the Huilang tribe would ascend, no longer under anyone's thumb. The chieftains of the smaller tribes felt both vindicated and elated. Without the Baihu tribe to oppress them, their lives would improve significantly. They had endured enough of being treated as lesser beings. They would seize this unparalleled opportunity, even if their tribes had not lost any females. Only now did the various tribes comprehend the truth. The true devil was never Sun Cheng, nor was it the Forest King, but rather the madness that lurked within the hearts of the beastmen, epitomized by Bai Xiao and the Baihu tribe, who were ensnared by their own inner demons. Recognize them. Yi Huan observed the expressions of the chieftains, his demeanor turning cold. The chieftains exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. It was Shue Feng of the Shue tribe who stepped forward, attempting to lighten the mood. Forest King, we have arrived late. We appreciate your initiative in taking the lead. We shall begin our recognition now. With that, he turned to instruct Shue Du go and identify them. Once completed, bring back a few Shue beastmen. Yes, chieftain. With a serious expression, Shue Du bowed and proceeded to identify each female. Yi Huan raised an eyebrow, refraining from further comment. The other chieftains followed suit, each stepping forward to exchange pleasantries before proceeding with their identifications. I told you, Our Huilang tribe has made quite a stir today. The chieftain is like a chicken on adrenaline, rushing to find a Shui chieftain. Who would disagree? Hush. They say that the forest king can slay a beast with just a glance. Crack, and the beast is no more. Hush. I assure you, we will profit immensely from this. Hush. Hey, we are here to identify, not to rummage. Don't take advantage of others. Maintain decorum. Look at that elephant tribe member. Red-faced and bulging. It seems he has never even touched a female. Now look at you. Bringing you out is truly embarrassing. Misstep, misstep. I never expected the long-lost Xiao to be here, reduced to madness. I wonder what her father would think. As many tribes arrived to identify their females, and given that those females were already in a dazed state, the atmosphere inevitably grew noisy. However, with Yi Huan present, the beastmen handling matters below could only whisper quietly among themselves. There were clear distinguishing marks among the beastmen of different tribes, and most of them recognized their own kin, making the identification process relatively straightforward. Before long, the females were all taken away by their respective tribesmen. The chieftains exchanged glances and approached. With the fall of the Baihu tribe, the Shui tribe naturally ascended, and Shui Feng became the sole authoritative figure among the smaller tribes. Forest King, we have completed our identification of our kin, and the Baihu beastmen outside do not dare to obstruct us. In truth, Shui Feng wished to capture the entire Baihu tribe, but for now, they could only abduct the females. They were unable to act against all the Baihu beastmen. One Bai Xiao was enough to silence them. Their passage had been unimpeded to the great hall of the Baihu tribe, thanks to their overwhelming numbers and the distraction caused by Bai Xiao, which had granted them this opportunity. However, even if this operation only resulted in Bai Xiao's downfall, it was still a significant gain. After all, without Bai Xiao, the next generation of Tiger Kings would struggle to gain any prominence, merely a tender shoot. Not so fast. Take a look here. Chapter 172. Fellow wanderers in the world of misery, not so fast. Take a look here. Yi Huan cast his gaze toward a small hillock that had been overlooked by many, then turned to Shui Feng, his eyes filled with profound meaning. The chieftains were momentarily taken aback. What was so special about this small hillock? As they entered, they indeed observed the scene. Yet the allure of that location was so extraordinary that none dared approach or even mention it. After all, it was beside the formidable San Wang Yi Huan and the chilling abyss. The mere thought was terrifying. Who would be bold enough? Moreover, that Sun Wang, Yi Huan had invited them to partake in a feast while surely intending to seize some advantage for himself. The cover was secured tightly. It was likely he had discovered something of great value to transport back to Sunshone. The wise beasts kept a watchful eye, knowing how to navigate the situation. Otherwise, they would swiftly find themselves in trouble. Since Sun Wang had proposed it, let's take a look. Shui Feng was the first to speak, adept at responding to Yi Huan's remarks, regardless of how cold or peculiar Yi Huan's tone may be. This performance required cooperation. Truthfully, Shui Feng was uncertain of Yi Huan's true intentions. During their previous conversation, Yi Huan had not divulged the entirety of his plan or the information he possessed, only mentioning matters concerning the females. His courage to come this time was fueled by the value represented by those females. No tribe would ever dismiss the importance of their own females. Who would willingly oppose them? Bringing back females would not only earn the affection of their tribe members, but also concern the future development of the tribe. Most crucially, it signaled a reshuffling of power among various factions. Shui Feng understood this principle. Whether the other chieftains comprehended it was irrelevant, as long as the outcome benefited them all. It was worth the risk. With many present, fear of trouble dissipated. In murky waters, anyone could fish. Once Yi Huan finished speaking, he remained still. Xudu, you may unveil the beast's skin, so we may all behold what lies beneath. Shui Feng understood the implication and promptly instructed Shui Du to lift the large beast's skin covering the small mound. Yes, chieftain. As Shui Du approached the mound, Shui Feng's gaze grew complex. He too was eager to uncover what further spectacle Yi Huan had in store. The chieftains craned their necks, all yearning to glimpse the hidden treasure. What could possibly warrant such concealment by San Wang Yi Huan? Perhaps there would be some unexpected discovery. At worst, they would indulge their curiosity. Ai Tong's gaze shifted to Shui Du, finally regarding him earnestly, though her eyes betrayed no tumult. She was merely intrigued by the mound. Positioned closest to it, she could distinctly sense its unusual aura. The chilling essence emanated from it, akin to the abyss she had just descended into. Even after her ascent, the looming sensation of death left an indelible mark upon her, reminiscent of the underworld. Under the scrutiny of all, Shwedu gradually peeled back the beast's skin. As it was lifted, the cold aura intensified, prompting everyone to instinctively step back, their brows furrowing as they gazed at the mound. Shwedu, lifting the skin, was the first to behold the contents. In an instant, his eyes widened, and his hand trembled slightly, as if seized by fear. Shwedu, what is it? Hurry and unveil it. Despite a flicker of trepidation, the multitude of beastmen beside him unwittingly bolstered his courage, especially since he was not the one uncovering it first. He felt a sense of safety. Yes, let us see, urged the others. Pressured, Shwedu steadied his gaze, took a moment, and finally his hands ceased trembling, though his heart remained profoundly shaken. He grasped a section of the beast's skin firmly, and then, with a swift motion, he raised his arms. The beast's skin billowed up due to the force of Shwedu's movement, akin to a scarf caught in a gust of wind, and then he forcefully swept it aside. Shwedu stepped aside, just in time. The skin was lifted and then settled upon the debris beside it, emitting a soft sound. The previously boisterous chieftains fell silent, as if struck dumb by a shared, unspoken understanding, rendered mute. What lay before them was a stark sight, a heap of white, skeletal remains. Piles of bones rose high, glaringly white, stacked like a small mound. The scattered skulls, facing various directions, seemed to glare back at the gathered chieftains, striving to express their pent-up rage and defiance. The grotesque shapes of the skeletons mercilessly revealed the suffering endured by these bodies in life and death. Some skeletal remains were remarkably intact, likely having perished not long ago, while others had long since returned to dust, leaving only fragments behind. Due to the passage of time, it was impossible to discern which bones belonged to which beastman. They were chaotically piled together. Perhaps they had known each other, or perhaps they had never met, yet in death they were abandoned together. This was not burial. It was forsaking. Only those who share similar fates could fathom their inner turmoil. Now, amidst the pervasive chill, it was evident that once they too were vibrant blossoms in full bloom. Fellow wanderers of destiny, why must we meet again? Ai Tong's eyes, filled with astonishment, mirrored Shwedu's initial reaction. As Ai Tong widened her gaze, a large hand suddenly covered her eyes, effectively obscuring her view. Yihuan did not lower his gaze. His attention remained fixed upon the mound, yet his heart was with the person in his embrace. Why must you be so curious? Do you not realize the dangers? A deep, resonant reprimand echoed from above, devoid of anger or chill, tinged instead with a hint of mockery. Ai Tong did not retort. Though she had merely glanced at the scene, it was truly unforgettable. Given another chance, she would choose not to be curious. Yet if she were to encounter it again, she knew she would still look. Ai Tong had never seen human bones before. Thus, it was ironic that her first sighting was of a mound of human skeletons. During the battle in the west of the city, Yihuan had displayed by rows remains upon the city wall, declaring, "Let her corpse be exposed. 100 years shall not be resolved." It sounded cathartic, yet later, she found herself haunted by nightmares of being hung upon a wall, drying into human jerky. This terrified her for days, fearing she might one day become that very jerky. While beef jerky was delicious, human jerky was best avoided. She had no desire to become anyone's meal. The dead ought to be laid to rest in peace. Consequently, to rid herself of the haunting nightmares, the next day, Ai Tong requested Yihuan to remove the corpses from the wall and have the Sun Beast find a proper burial place for Bai Rou. Now, upon witnessing the mound of stark white bones, Ai Tong suddenly comprehended the source of the overwhelming cold aura. No wonder the mound exuded such a heavy chill. It was filled with human bones. She glanced sideways, pushing aside Yihuan's hand, and looked towards the nearby abyss. The dark maw occasionally exhaled waves of icy air. That abyss, those bones, there must be countless more, and this was likely just the beginning. As this realization dawned upon her, Ai Tong nodded sharply. She understood well what they were, what they represented, and the grim reality concealed beneath their terrifying facade. Chapter 173. The Meaning of Existence, Sun Wang. This is even Xue Feng, usually calm and collected, could not suppress his inquiry. Naturally, Yihuan did not respond directly, but instead raised his gaze towards the females being taken away by the tribesmen, his meaning unmistakable. Following Yihuan's gaze, Xue Feng seemed to grasp the implication. Even a beast man like him, who had navigated the beast world for a lifetime, was momentarily taken aback. Was Sun Wang implying that those were the remains of females? Yihuan nodded. He then glanced at the abyss where Ai Tong had been staring blankly, indicating that many more lay within, and it was unnecessary to retrieve them all. He was not afraid. What he feared was the lingering resentment, which could bring calamity upon the entire realm. Upon hearing this, the tribal chieftains were left in shock. The terrifying mountain of corpses before them was merely a harbinger. Should matters escalate further, the consequences awaiting them would be irrevocable. Bai Zhao's actions had already provoked the ire of the masses. As leaders of their respective clans, it was only natural for them to seek the utmost benefit for their kin. No one wished to become entangled in any malevolent affairs, especially not with such a ghastly demise. The death of a single female would not lead to grave repercussions. However, the demise of numerous females could very well invoke the wrath of both heaven and man. In such a case, the beast god would undoubtedly bring down punishment upon them. The dread of natural disasters and diseases that could annihilate their entire clan was no trivial matter. Bai Zhao's conduct was utterly reprehensible. How could he commit such heinous acts? Indeed, if he were to incite the anger of the beast god, none of us would fare well. We would all face ruin. It is imperative that we properly bury them and then confront the Baihu clan. The crowd clamored in agreement, their voices rising in a cacophony. Eager to denounce Bai Zhao, they were like rats scurrying across the street, all calling for his downfall. This was precisely the outcome Yi Huan sought to achieve. As he observed the crowd's emotions peak, he flung another bombshell into the fray. Fear not, dear friends, for you might wish to take a look at the stone jars amidst the ruins. These are most exquisite treasures. Yi Huan's gaze held an inscrutable depth, his tone elevated, as though he were generously sharing rare finds with the assembled multitude. In an instant, the previously raucous assembly of beastmen fell silent, their breaths involuntarily growing shallow. The desire to remain ignorant overwhelmed them. The more they knew, the quicker their demise would come. This was the most terrifying prospect of all. Yi Huan snorted derisively and gestured for Bianzhan to unveil the stone jars. The crowd took a step back, reluctant to witness what lay within, yet unable to tear their gazes away. They understood that regardless of their current desire for ignorance, they must acquire knowledge at this moment. From the instant they entered this underground prison, they had become as inseparable as grasshoppers on the same string with the forest king, Yi Huan. While they could choose whether to come or not, the decision to leave was not theirs to make. As soon as Bianzhan opened the stone jar, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. This aroma invigorated their blood, and notably, the beastmen felt their strength surging without any conscious effort. The clan leaders glanced about at their own bodies, then at one another, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. They read surprise in each other's expressions. Ai Tong observed the beastmen, who moments ago had been cautious, now sporting smiles that betrayed their intrigue. Indeed, in the face of such overwhelming power, no beastman could remain indifferent. Among the leaders, only Xue Feng and Hui Yu maintained a semblance of normalcy. The rest displayed varying degrees of eager anticipation. Everyone take heed. This substance is suspicious. Xue Feng, as always, served as the anchor for all the tribal leaders. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, shouting to rouse the clan leaders who had succumbed to the intoxicating illusions of power. Yi Huan merely regarded them with cold indifference. Even Chang Chan seemed to have succumbed to slumber upon the massive stone. Moments later, confusion rippled through the leaders. What has happened? Why do I feel as though my strength is about to overflow? Gradually, the clan leaders, awakened by Xue Feng, regained their composure, frowning as they covered their mouths and noses. Thankfully, due to the timely warning from the Snow Lion clan leader, they were all unharmed. Yet this substance was indeed sinister. Indeed, we nearly fell under its spell. What kind of devilish concoction possesses such potency? The clan leaders, though relieved, felt a lingering dread. Some among them, harboring interest in the stone jar, dared not display their curiosity openly and instead circled around, probing discreetly. After all, a substance that could enhance their strength was a rare treasure. They had not anticipated that Bai Zhao's palace concealed so many secrets and such precious gems. Meanwhile, Bai Zhao, now rendered powerless, resembled a dying, mangy dog. He was currently enduring the backlash of the potion, his body soaked in sweat and grime. His hair clung to his pallid face, soaked with perspiration. Though he did not spit blood, his entire being yearned to curl up, trembling as if beset by thousands of ants, suffering excruciating pain. Still, his eyes glared fiercely at the clan leaders who coveted his treasures. Females had been taken, the abyss had been unearthed, and even his secret weapon was on the verge of exposure. The agony coursing through him made him acutely aware that his time was up. The Baihu clan was doomed. As another wave of pain surged, Bai Xiao could no longer glare menacingly at the greedy beastmen, nor could he uphold the remnants of his shattered dignity as a king. He now lay on the ground, eyes shut tight, grimacing in silence. This was his final vestige of pride as a Tiger King. The sudden shift left him despondent, more accurately, at a loss. He was truly at the end of his rope. He resembled a hedgehog that, despite having its quills removed, still curled into a ball, striving to stave off pain while also attempting to shield himself from the mocking gazes that labeled him a bald beast. The reign of the Tiger King was over. The unification of the beast world had crumbled. The only belief sustaining his existence was a warning. I advise you, take heed of the fallen Bai Xiao. Yi Huan had no intention of entertaining those tribes seeking their own demise. He had no obligation to intervene. Yet for the sake of his plan, he raised his chin, signaling Bianzhan to speak. Bianzhan acted as Yi Huan's voice, but his words were sharp and unyielding, offering no courtesy to the clan leaders. Greed is insatiable. Those who are avaricious are not inherently fearsome. What is truly terrifying is the knowledge of impending doom, yet still choosing to tread the treacherous path. Ultimately, harm begets harm, and a tragic end is inevitable. The clan leaders, harboring their own ambitions, cast a glance at Bai Xiao, who resembled a wretched toad, and their aspirations extinguished like a doused flame. They sought strength, yet above all, they wished to survive. To live meant infinite possibilities. Bianzhan's proclamation forcefully dashed the ambitions of the beastmen, simultaneously conveying a harrowing truth to all the clan leaders. Bai Xiao had been clandestinely experimenting with these substances. No wonder the Bai Hu clan had been so ruthless in their resource plundering. They threatened and coerced the smaller clans into submission, robbing them openly while abducting females for experimentation in secret. The small clans were left with no recourse, seething in silence. Initially, the tribes had hesitated to act against the powerful Bai Hu clan, fearing their might. Now, however, Bai Xiao was digging his own grave. His misdeeds involving females had incurred the beast god's wrath. The ominous aura of the abyss lingered, and he had audaciously pursued the creation of potions that defied the laws of the beast world. The clan leaders exchanged glances, some filled with envy, others merely spectating. They mourned the sight of the bleached bones scattered around, aware that many females had perished as a result of the very potions that Bai Xiao had experimented with. The fate of failed experiments was invariably grim. Such potions, while alluring, required a life to enjoy their benefits. Moreover, one glance at Bai Xiao's half-dead demeanor reveals the potency of the potion he consumed. It is indeed detrimental to one's health. The clan leaders dare not harbor any further thoughts. It is unimaginable that Bai Xiao can conduct discussions daily within the hall, situated above a chasm filled with human bones. The Bai Hu clan has relentlessly plundered resources for years, and I have long held a disdain for their actions. I never anticipated that Bai Xiao would clandestinely engage in such heinous acts that sever the line of descendants. How despicable! This concoction must be prohibited from further research. Once disseminated, how many orc lives will it jeopardize? Indeed, at that point, will the orcs not be too fearful to venture out, uncertain of who might harbor intentions of abducting them for experimentation? The beast world continent venerates freedom. The beast god has bestowed upon us unparalleled conditions, and the members of each tribe are free individuals. They should not become mere subjects of experimentation under the selfish desires of any orc or tribe. Although supreme power is what the hearts of men yearn for, the result of unscrupulous and ruthless actions is nothing but a poison that harms others. Precisely. I propose we promptly destroy such substances. We cannot afford to give those with ulterior motives any opportunity. This hidden calamity must be eradicated in its infancy. Furthermore, in future encounters of this nature, we must unite as a single front among the major clans and impose severe penalties. We cannot allow the beast world, which sustains us, to devolve into a toxic experimental ground. Indeed, the Bai Hu clan is truly terrifying. If there are more than just Bai Xiao involved in this potion, it poses a threat to all our tribes. The clan leaders and their trusted generals whispered amongst themselves, revealing the extent of the turmoil Bai Xiao's actions had stirred. Yi Huan observed this with a smile. He had nearly achieved the desired outcome and sensed it was time to reel in the net. Everyone's concerns were aligned, echoing the apprehensions of every tribe. Sun Chung has always stood in solidarity with them. At this moment, Yi Huan seemed to shed his icy demeanor, displaying a touch of compassion. Ai Tong wiped her eyes, almost mistaking the eloquent and seemingly benevolent Yi Huan for a tyrant who had risen to power. Unbeknownst to her, AI Tong realized that Yi Huan was genuinely dedicated to nurturing the tribe. Though she had not been privy to his plans, she understood his intentions completely. The one who rests beside her is also a confidant. AI Tong smiled knowingly. Her Yi Huan did not appear as fearsome as he seemed on the surface. Indeed, he possessed multiple facets. Yet, she found herself deeply fond of him. When Yi Huan spoke, all the Orc clan leaders were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the dreadfully feared demon city, Sun Cheng, would one day stand united with them. They were even more astonished that the legendary San Wang, Yi Huan, known for his ruthlessness, would engage with them in such a harmonious and cordial manner. Were they dreaming? Or had they slept too soundly the night before and had yet to awaken? Nonetheless, they began to realize that when compared to the frenzied and hypocritical Bai Xiao, the previous Yi Huan was merely a superficial villain. Following this incident, perceptions of Sun Cheng and Yi Huan underwent a significant transformation. Simultaneously, discussions regarding cooperation between Sun Cheng and the major tribes became increasingly prevalent. Observant individuals quickly discerned that there was something amiss in the entire affair. Although it appeared that the Shueshi clan was leading the charge, the most crucial factor remained Sun Wang Yuan. Shu, I heard that this plan was spearheaded by Sun Wang Yuan. Look, the vanguard comprises the beasts of Sun Cheng. Brother, I concur. Just beside me, there was a sun beast, looking all pristine. I couldn't help but want to tease it, but it didn't seem to be a beast at all, contrary to the rumors. That's because your experiences are limited. This isn't the time for mockery. We are discussing serious matters, Abu. Gossip aside, indeed, it is said that our clan leader received messages from the Shueshi clan leader and the Huilang clan leader. That's obvious. One could surmise that it wasn't merely a casual encounter. Just look around. Which tribe hasn't come? I bet even your counting skills won't suffice. Hey, when did the Shueshi clan leader and the Huilang clan leader collaborate with Sun Cheng? Otherwise, how would we have received this news? You wouldn't believe it. But I discovered that last winter, the Shueshi clan and Huilang clan seemed to be unaffected. The most crucial point is that I heard through the grapevine that there are treasures within Sun Cheng. Really? It is said to be a treasure that can help survive the harsh winter, a tree spirit, which is quite miraculous. It can speak and provide warmth. Chapter 175. The strong oppress the weak. Just as the discussions grew fervent, a female's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Previously, the orcs from various tribes had retrieved all the missing females, leaving only the clan leaders and their trusted generals in the underground prison. The only other presence was that of the Sun Cheng representatives, with the exception of the nearly slumbering Chang Chan, leaving no other orcs around. AI Tong felt a hint of confusion and turned toward the sound. She beheld a female, her abdomen notably distended, weakly leaning against the ruins, wailing in agony. Her tattered black robe barely concealing her form. Beside her, a frail yet concerned orc stood vigil. It was her father, the old shaman. Yao Yao. AI Tong felt both certain and puzzled. What had transpired? Everyone had been engrossed in important discussions. How could anyone have noticed the plight of two frail beings? The captured females had all been taken away by their respective tribes, resulting in an eerie silence within the underground prison. It was quiet, if not for Yao Yao's lament. No orc would have noticed them. They were simply too inconspicuous. In the grand scheme of the tribe's future, which clan leader would concern themselves with a dying old orc and a distressed, heavily pregnant female? AI Tong then recalled that Yao Yao was also a captured female. But unlike those undergoing experiments or those who had met unfortunate fates, she was the most perfect subject of Bai Zhao's experiments. However, the other orcs were oblivious to this fact. Yi Huan was unaware of her acquaintance with Yao Yao and thus would not have made special arrangements for them. Moreover, Yi Huan's orders were to bring all females out, so the sun beasts naturally grouped her with the other females. Yet, Yao Yao and the old shaman were from the Baihu clan, and thus no clan member would come to their aid. A weak female with a swollen belly and an elderly orc nearing death, who had the strength to leave on their own. They could only remain there. Yi Huan, noticing AI Tong's interest in the two orcs, raised an eyebrow. He cast a sidelong glance at the foul fish, seemingly fast asleep on the large stone, and snorted softly. It appeared that many intriguing events had transpired during his absence. Look at how AI Tong had come to know such fascinating orcs. AI Tong met Yi Huan's gaze. Shall we take a look? She seems to be in distress, AI Tong suggested gently, consulting with Yi Huan. She then turned her attention to the corner where Yao Yao, pale yet unable to conceal her pain, was situated. AI Tong's eyes reflected concern, for Yao Yao's condition was indeed troubling. Although they were not acquainted, who could entirely lack compassion? It is human nature to favor the strong and pity the weak. However, such empathy is scarce. Most tend to favor the strong and oppress the weak. Sighing, AI Tong acknowledged the essence of human nature. Who could escape it? Yao Yao had already suffered enough. AI Tong was indifferent to power and status and remained unconcerned with the peculiar gazes of others, allowing her to act without the reservations held by the clan leaders. AI Tong merely stood from a feminine perspective, that of a daughter, unable to remain indifferent within the scope of her abilities. Night Yin seldom denied Tong Tong's requests. Rather, it would be more accurate to say he welcomed all who approached. He nodded subtly, his gaze drifting towards the suffering female sprawled on the ground, accompanied by the gaunt, almost lifeless old orc by her side. After a brief assessment, his expression remained unperturbed. His eyes paused momentarily on her noticeably protruding abdomen, knitting his brows slightly. This female intrigued him. Having secured Night Yan's consent, AI Tong exchanged a glance with Hai Tang. Although Hai Tang was unclear about the queen's intentions, the moment AI Tong called out the female's name, she realized that the queen must have known her. It was unexpected to find someone familiar in this underground dungeon. Without overthinking, Hai Tang hurriedly followed. Thus, AI Tong and Hai Tang rushed forward, their speed surpassing mere words. Meanwhile, Night Yin sauntered leisurely behind, as if every element was under his control. The commotion caused by AI Tong and Night Yin drew the attention of various tribes, who were initially just curious. Now fixated on the two figures, Yao Yao and the old orc, the murmurs among the beasts proliferated. Hey, is there another female? Yes, indeed. Haven't all the females been taken back by their tribes? How is there still one left? Did some tribe overlook her? Goodness, that old orc looks like a living corpse. Strangely enough, he really does. Wasn't Bai Shao only interested in females? Why is there an old orc? Let me take a closer look. This old orc seems oddly familiar. Hey, before we ponder where she came from, take a closer look. That female might be pregnant. Pregnant? Is that for real? Oh, my beast mother. What is the big deal? Haven't you seen a pregnant female before? I've seen many, but never one among a crowd of females where she is the only one pregnant. It's like a phoenix among a flock of chickens. ISNT it? You make a valid point. But ISNT this by Shao's underground dungeon? Then what is she carrying? The discussions among the beasts continued unabated. Yet AI Tong paid them no mind. Instead, she knelt before Yao Yao to investigate while also helping the old shaman who lay on the ground. One should not die in an undignified manner, and it must have been a small consolation for the old shaman to be near his children in his final moments. Alas, the truth remained cruel. Regrettably, he understood that he could only depart for his destined place filled with infinite remorse. Hai Tang, what happened to her? The once frantic Yao no longer cried out for Bai Shao, but now instinctively screamed in agony. Her hair was drenched in sweat, and she clasped her abdomen with both hands, crying out in distress. It was not normal. AI Tong frowned slightly, her heart resonating with Yao Yao's cries, and she turned her gaze towards Hai Tang, hoping for her insight. Hai Tang was more knowledgeable, but unfortunately, she was not a doctor in her previous life. She could not assess the condition of a pregnant female, and lacking experience in the beast realm, she could only observe for now. With Night Yin present, Chang Chan could not approach either. AI Tong pondered that if Hai Tang could not discern anything, she would have to call for Night Yin. Your Majesty, she is about to give birth. Your Majesty, she is going to labor. Upon hearing the queen's words, Hai Tang immediately moved to examine Yao Yao. Finding a suitable position to squat, she first placed her hand on Yao Yao's belly, then lifted the soaked black robe covering her to reveal a small opening. To her shock, she discovered that the female was indeed bleeding. Though the blood was not abundant, it had soaked into the ground beneath her, obscured by the robe at first glance. Such a large belly indicated that she was about to give birth. After a thorough examination, Hai Tang furrowed her brows and looked up at AI Tong, her expression grave. This female exuded an unusual aura, and even her labor appeared strange. Ordinarily, females in the beast realm, not needing to hunt, would have their males procure beast pearls for them. Even those not yet bonded would be cared for by their fathers, ensuring that females remained relatively healthy. This cycle of reproduction continued through generations. Even without a male to hunt beast pearls for them, females' health would not deteriorate significantly. They simply would not live for centuries like those consistently consuming beast pearls. Overall, while they might not possess the resilience of males, giving birth was as natural to females as eating or excreting. Yet this female Hai Tang gazed at Yao Yao, frowning, hesitant to draw further conclusions. Is she in labor? Is she facing complications? AI Tong, observing Hai Tang's serious demeanor, realized that Yao Yao's situation was dire. Please, save her. At that moment, a pair of bony hands unexpectedly grasped AI Tong's wrist. The grip was heavy, yet not overly so. AI Tong distinctly felt the strength emanating from that frail hand. Not too light, not too heavy, it was the maximum strength of its owner. After AI Tong helped the old shaman to his feet, he appeared no better. His eyes barely open, yet his ears were keenly attuned to AI Tong's conversation. In desperation, he clutched AI Tong as if she were a lifeline. His words unclear, but his intent unmistakable. Seeing the old shaman's pleading expression stirred AI Tong's heart. Biting her lip, she turned to Hai Tang. Can you assist her in giving birth? AI Tong herself lacked the knowledge to assist in childbirth. Her understanding was limited to the essentials like hot water and scissors, all learned from television. She truly did not know how childbirth was conducted in the beast realm. AI Tong felt conflicted yet resolute. She had no right to make choices for others, but she was willing to fulfill the old orc's wish. Even if Yao Yao remained in a state of madness for the rest of her life, perhaps that madness was not entirely negative. If Yao Yao were to confront the harsh reality of losing her father beast, the unbearable memories of her past, and the cruel future awaiting her, it would be excruciating. Giving birth to a child who bore the grudge of her slain father beast. How could Yao Yao accept that psychologically? Yet that child was her only bloodline. The sole connection she would have in this beast realm, even if that child was unwelcome and unblessed. What fault did the child possess? But who could endure the torment of such relentless emotional turmoil day after day? Her life, much like the pine and cypress upon a cliff, had once tumbled into an abyss, yet heaven still showed a flicker of mercy. No, it was her own indomitable spirit that sustained her. Yet that very spirit corroded her daily. The medication might alter her body, but could not change her thoughts. Just as Hai Tang found herself in a quandary, Night Yin approached. It's futile. She cannot survive. His words were cold and merciless, as if delivered with the finality of a judge's gavel. The old orc, overhearing Night Yin, suddenly gasped, collapsing. Hai Tang, what is wrong with him? AI Tong had not anticipated that the old shaman would succumb so quickly after Yao Yao's crisis. Her condition had struck a devastating blow to him. The situation unfolded unexpectedly, leaving Hai Tang flustered. Yet she promptly moved to assess the situation, carefully checking the old shaman's breathing and heartbeat. Raising her gaze to AI Tong, Hai Tang slowly shook her head. He is deceased? AI Tong understood that the old wizard's body would not endure for much longer. But she never anticipated such a swift departure. Ultimately, the old wizard lived and died, burdened with boundless remorse and regrets. This was his karma. The pain was unbearable. The agony intensified, waves of suffering submerging all of Yao Yao's consciousness. At that moment, she was unaware that the old beast man lying beside her was her father, nor did she know that he had already met the beast god. All she felt was pain. AI Tong gazed at Yao Yao, who was wailing in torment, and inexplicably, a warmth surged in her eyes, as if she too shared the pain. She longed for home. With reddened eyes, AI Tong turned to the astonishingly candid Yi Huan. Shocked and heartbroken. Was it true? Her voice trembled, choked with emotion. She did not want Yao Yao to perish like this, especially since her father had just departed. Must they truly reunite in the afterlife? AI Tong was uncertain if past lives and reincarnation existed, nor did she know if the underworld held the promise of reunion. She only understood the importance of seizing the present moment. What is grasped now is what is real. No, it cannot be. Before Yi Huan could respond, a frenzied roar erupted, a tiger's cry that pierced through the air, resonating with heart-wrenching anguish. This sudden roar startled all the beastmen in the underground prison, and they instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. There, the bound by Shao, fueled by an unknown strength, broke free from his restraints and stood up abruptly. Though his body was tattered and bloodied, the air around him surged with power, befitting his former title as the Tiger King. It must be you. It must be you. Bai Zhao's face was obscured by disheveled, blood-stained hair, but his fierce expression could not be concealed. He raised his right hand, pointing at the beastmen opposite him, finally fixing his gaze on AI Tong. At that moment, he seemed different from before. AI Tong could distinctly sense that Bai Zhao was now far more terrifying. Bai Zhao resembled a marionette, not only grotesque in appearance, but emanating an aura of dread. Previously, He had been mad yet restrained. But now he appeared no different from the deranged Yao Yao. My child. It must be you who conspired against my child. I will kill you. I will kill you. As Bai Xiao charged forward, the pressure and threat rendered AI Tong momentarily paralyzed. Being closest to Yao Yao, Bai Xiao's attention remained fixated on AI Tong. He had set his sights on her. In a critical moment, Yi Huan waved his hand, sending Bai Xiao's forceful energy back. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Xiao, like a machine unaware of pain, staggered forward once more. Unsurprisingly, Yi Huan repelled him again. Bai Xiao was violently slammed against the wall, then collapsed in despair. After several exchanges, Bai Xiao's body could no longer withstand the onslaught. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his voice hoarse with unwillingness. No, it cannot be. Whether intentional or not, Yi Huan had the capability to slay Bai Xiao at the very first strike. Yet he chose to repeatedly bring him down until he could rise no more. The onlookers from various tribes watched the torment of the tiger with keen interest, never expecting that this venture would yield both entertainment and profit. They relished the spectacle of humiliation. The more severe the beating, the more exhilarated they became. Were it not for their status, they would have eagerly taken turns to deliver a kick to Bai Xiao. Still a tiger king? More like a drowning dog. Indeed, but I can't shake the feeling that we've been warned. By whom? The beast that kills tigers. I don't understand. Hey, do you think Bai Xiao has truly lost his mind? There's no doubt. Just look at him, clearly driven mad by thoughts of his child. Shoo! Everyone knows his only female child was hung on the city wall. He can never have children again. Logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Hey, I took a close look at that female earlier. She was quite beautiful. What a pity. Shoo! The one in her belly must be Bai Xiao's offspring. It's a mystery how he managed to impregnate her. The beastmen from the various tribes were engrossed in conversation while watching Yi Huan's brutal treatment of Bai Xiao, creating a lively atmosphere. In their eyes, it was merely entertainment, devoid of any compassion for Yao Yao's anguished cries. Often, those who watch are the most indifferent, while those who are part of the play cannot escape. The banter of the beastmen, Yao Yao's wails, and Bai Xiao's mad ramblings enveloped AI Tong like a cocoon, suffocating her. Yi Huan, how could she be beyond salvation? Wasn't she giving birth? How could it come to this? AI Tong still couldn't accept or comprehend the answer Yi Huan provided. It was utterly illogical. Yao Yao had merely been a bit different mentally. How could giving birth threaten her life? She had been fine just moments ago, and when AI Tong had last seen her, there had been no abnormalities. If she were ill, Yao Yao would not have carried such a large belly until now. Oh, little trickster, why are you so heartbroken? Yi Huan turned away, disregarding the now incapacitated Bai Xiao, and knelt to support AI Tong. He gently lifted his palm to caress AI Tong's slightly flushed cheek, his heart aching at the sight of the glistening tears in her eyes. He did not understand why Tong was so sorrowful over a female connected to Bai Xiao. Was one flower not enough? Would he have to contend with all females to protect his Tong? Was she truly beyond rescue? AI Tong, unwilling to give up, grasped Yi Huan's clothing, her eyes filled with hope as she looked into his dark, sorrowful gaze. Yi Huan gazed back at AI Tong's watery, autumn-like eyes, which seemed as if they could unleash a flood at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Huan nodded. He embraced AI Tong, resting her fluffy head against his chest, his voice a gentle comfort between lovers. AI Tong leaned against Yi Huan, but could not calm her tumultuous emotions. Though he was unaware of her experiences, he assumed she had taken those potions. Some of those potions could indeed allow males who could no longer bear offspring to sire descendants, like Bai Xiao. At this point, Yi Huan's gaze shifted to the wall where Bai Xiao lay, rambling madly. However, the offspring created by that potion was merely an illusion. Each word was a declaration of Bai Xiao's fate, as well as a grim conclusion for Yao Yao's life. The transition to childbirth marked the final moments of a female's existence. Bai Xiao must have known he could not preserve the mother. Yet he was unaware that what was born would merely be a stillborn created by the potion. That lifeless fetus would rapidly drain the mother's vitality within months. In an instant, AI Tong was left in shock, her gaze fixed on Yao Yao, who was now barely hanging on. It seemed as if she was truly on the brink of death. With a cry of pain, Yao Yao seemingly exerted all her strength, and a pool of blood gushed forth beneath her, flowing rapidly to AI Tong's feet. A piercing scream and the sight of glaring blood abruptly jolted AI Tong back to reality. Startled for a moment, she hurried forward and crouched down. Before her were a pair of crescent-shaped, clear eyes gazing at her with a gentle smile, while pale, cracked lips moved slightly. There was no sound, yet AI Tong understood. Thank you, but I must go find my father now. In that fleeting moment, tears glistened in her eyes, slipping silently down her cheeks. AI Tong remained crouched, lost in thought, until a tingling sensation in her feet compelled her to sit down abruptly, startling Yi Huan. Haidang had already moved to assist AI Tong, but Yi Huan was quicker, lifting AI Tong into his arms. Recognizing the moment, Haidang discreetly stepped back. The surrounding beastmen exchanged wide-eyed glances, silently communicating their thoughts. That old fellow Bai Xiao is truly ruthless. Poison. In the end, he poisoned himself. Ha ha ha. This is not the time for chatter. It seems the Forest King is not in a good mood. Terrifying. Shu, Chapter 178. Floating weeds in another world. Tong Tong. What is wrong? AI Tong remained silent, her expression blank, as she raised her hand to remove her cloak, wanting to descend. Yi Huan could only slowly lower her, trying to comprehend AI Tong's thoughts. Following her lead as best he could, he noted that her complexion was not quite right. Although it appeared flushed, it seemed excessively so, as if her face was too red. AI Tong was uncertain of her feelings in that moment. The sight of Yao had left her heart heavy, and she felt a profound emptiness within her chest, her mind clouded, as though she were floating in the clouds. With hesitant steps, AI Tong made her way towards Yao, moving slowly as the numbness in her legs persisted, making her feel as if her limbs were broken. She bore the discomfort. Lying on the ground, Yao had already ceased to breathe, her appearance disheveled, resembling someone just pulled from water. Yet her face bore an expression of tranquility. AI Tong noticed this and smiled in return. Thus, AI Tong's lips curved into a faint smile as she gently covered Yao with her cloak, meticulously tucking in the edges. Let us find a proper place to bury Yao and the old shaman. AI Tong gazed steadily at Yao's calm and serene face, eventually shifting her gaze away and softly spoke, "Yes, your majesty." Haidang, standing beside her, was also moved. She had not anticipated that this heavily pregnant female, lying on the ground, had endured such incredible hardships. The concept of a medicinal fetus was entirely foreign to Haidang. After hearing the king's explanation, she felt a chill run down her spine, finding it hard to fathom. Yet, her feelings leaned more towards sympathy. From the absence of pregnancy to its presence, and from conception to bearing, how much torment must one endure? In the end, her life reached its conclusion here. Haidang once believed that Yao, like those deranged females, would eventually return to her kin, which would be her best fate. Little did she know the old beastman beside Yao was actually the shaman of the Baihu tribe. The surrounding beastmen were engaged in fervent discussions, making it impossible for Haidang to ignore them. Upon hearing this, she was once again struck with astonishment. The shaman and his daughter. Thoughts swirled in Haidang's mind as she observed the tragic states of Yao and the old shaman, then glanced at the deranged Bai Xiao. Realizing the situation was undoubtedly convoluted. No wonder Bai Xiao had so many potions and had succumbed to madness, nor was it surprising that the queen appeared so distraught. Throughout, Yi Huan remained by AI Tong's side, yet the longer he stayed, the more he sensed a change in her demeanor. This sensation was reminiscent of the bonfire night, yet somehow different. He could decipher the thoughts of the various clan leaders, but he could not fully grasp the intricacies of this little one's mind. She was truly unique, unlike any other female present. Tong, they will give these females a proper burial. You need not worry. Yi Huan bent down once more to offer comfort, though his words felt awkwardly stiff. Nevertheless, they were heartfelt. AI Tong leaned against Yi Huan's embrace, absorbing the warmth that should not exist, lingering in the moment. She was merely a floating weed in this foreign realm, and one day, she would inevitably face her fate. She yearned for home, yet found no place to call one. AI Tong wished to dwell no longer on these thoughts, closing her eyes and quietly holding on to Yi Huan, greedily savoring everything she possessed in this moment. In the underground prison, the beastmen averted their gazes. It was not that they were unwilling to look. The sight of that slayer was simply too terrifying. Just moments ago, they had been indulging in gossip and witnessing affection, and now the slayer's warning glare pierced through them, as if any further movement would lead to their utter demise. AI Tong felt a haze enveloping her mind, her body becoming weightless. Just as she intended to speak to Yi Huan, she slumped softly against him, unconscious. Time passed, long enough for AI Tong to become ensnared in a dream, unable to escape. "You all, let him come see me. I want to go out." A fierce woman's voice echoed in the darkness. She possessed extraordinary abilities, yet at this moment, she was trapped, heavily pregnant. A somewhat mischievous young boy approached, holding a medicine bowl. He bowed respectfully as he offered the bowl, saying, "Master, it's time to take your medicine. Get lost. Who is your master? Bring your master to see me." The woman ignored the boy's words, her tone sharp, revealing her former grandeur. "Master, please do not speak in anger. The Lord has instructed you to rest well. He will come." Although the boy bore an impish appearance, he spoke with a blend of cleverness and innocence, creating a striking contradiction. The woman paid him no mind, and the boy placed the medicine bowl on the table before departing. The scene shifted to a chaotic ground, a disoriented perspective. As everything spun around, the darkness filled with the woman's cries of pain. She was about to give birth. The mischievous boy hurried back, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, and turned to seek assistance. "Find her! I want her!" The woman's voice grew fainter, yet the boy heard her. The mischievous boy's gaze turned inscrutable. He understood whom the woman sought. The Lord had imprisoned her here, though he did not know why. However, he recalled a girl who used to visit this place. No, more accurately, that girl seemed to know the woman before him. Yet, the girl exuded purity, blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding her, always smiling joyfully. Recently, however, she had not returned. The thought of that girl darkened the boy's expression. Time felt both prolonged and fleeting. The boy returned, but he was alone. The woman had already given birth, cloaked in shadows, exuding an air of mystery. She stepped forward, a glimmer of light illuminating her beautiful visage, an inexplicable allure drawing near. "Tell me where he is, and I shall grant you her." Her voice was soft, yet the message struck the boy like a bombshell. The mischievous boy's eyes widened in shock, unable to mask his surprise. Seeing this, the woman smiled again, drawing closer. The boy momentarily froze, revealing a glint of his former innocence. He gazed at the woman, eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if seeking confirmation. "Is it true?" The woman showed no hesitation. Instead, her gaze held profound meaning that compelled the boy to lower his head. "She resides in my heart." Before the conclusion could unfold, Ai Tong abruptly awoke, her body instinctively sitting up. A familiar voice, imbued with deep concern, reached Ai Tong's ears, prompting her to gaze vacantly in the direction of its source. "Tong Tong, are you all right?" In Chapter 179, Carrying a Lifetime, Ai Tong found herself momentarily entranced by Yi Huan's handsome visage, yet she did not immediately respond to his inquiry. She remained in a state of bewilderment, struggling to regain her composure. After a considerable pause, she still felt ensnared in the remnants of her dream, which had been strikingly vivid. The fierce woman, the mischievous boy, and the intricate web of events all contributed to the dream's eerie quality. Ai Tong was perplexed, unable to fathom why she would dream such a thing, especially when she had been imprisoned in by Zhao's underground dungeon. How could she have lost all memory of what transpired afterward? Frustration surged within her, and she raised her right hand to her forehead, her brows knitting together as she tilted her head in an effort to recall the prior events. She remembered covering Yao Yao with a cloak and mentioning the need to bury Haitang, followed by Yi Huan's words about burial. Yet from that point onward, her memory faded. Looking around, a sense of confusion washed over her as she realized she was lying on the stone bed in the Sundian. Logically, the matters concerning the Baihu clan were not yet resolved. How could Yi Huan possibly be here with her in Sunshang? Waking up felt like emerging from a disconnection with the world. "Yi Huan, what has happened to me?" she called out, her voice raspy as if she had shouted too loudly. Instinctively, Ai Tong touched her throat, puzzled by the lingering sensation of heat and discomfort. "Tong Tong, drink some water first." Yi Huan urgently fetched a cup from the stone table and presented it before Ai Tong, encouraging her to take a sip for relief. Ai Tong accepted the leaf-shaped cup, her gaze falling to the clear water that rippled gently within the vibrant green vessel. For reasons she could not comprehend, Ai Tong became entranced by the sight. At some point, the reflection of the woman from her dream appeared on the water's surface, though indistinct. The essence of her features was undeniably reminiscent of the dream. Ai Tong blinked, wishing to see more closely, but the woman smiled at her from the water, a smile both enigmatic and profound, devoid of any sense of fear. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Ai Tong found only an ordinary cup of clear water, unchanged and unremarkable. "Tong Tong, why aren't you drinking?" Yi Huan noticed her prolonged hesitation and leaned closer, tenderly brushing her forehead before waving his hand between her gaze and the cup. Is there something wrong with this water? AI Tong regarded the unremarkable liquid, refusing to bring it to her lips. Instead, she lifted her eyes to Yi Huan, seriously handing him the cup. Yi Huan, could you check if there is anything in this cup? The beast world was rife with inexplicable phenomena, and AI Tong sought confirmation from Yi Huan, hoping to dispel her irrational thoughts. Upon seeing AI Tong's earnest demeanor, Yi Huan extended his hand to accept the cup and scrutinized it intently with his dark red eyes for a full minute. What do you see? AI Tong leaned closer, peering at the cup he held, yet the water remained unchanged. The woman was nowhere to be seen. No, Yi Huan replied with utmost gravity. Placing the cup aside and taking AI Tong's delicate hand into his own, worry etched across his face. Tong, are you ill? Why are you speaking nonsense? Ill? Nonsense? AI Tong was unable to process the influx of information. She was aware she had been dreaming, but when had she fallen ill? She glanced at herself. Moving her arms and legs, she felt perfectly fine. Tong, you have been unconscious for 3 days. Do you not recall anything? AI Tong's previous words had alarmed Yi Huan, who quickly checked her temperature again. But you are not feverish. The shaman said it would be fine once the fever subsided. Why are you still so dazed? Yi Huan doubted the shaman's competence at that moment. As he prepared to deliver another surge of energy to AI Tong, she widened her eyes and grasped his large hand, halting the influx of power, her voice laced with disbelief. You say I've been unconscious for 3 days. The incredulity of her words struck deeply, as if each syllable were a blade cutting into Yi Huan's heart. It was his fault. He had failed to protect AI Tong, even unaware of her fever and illness. In a sudden embrace, Yi Huan held AI Tong tightly, fearing she might vanish in an instant. If not for your breath still being present, I would have eliminated all those shamans. He lamented their ineffectiveness, asserting that the energy he provided was the only remedy. For 3 days, I have not rested for a moment. Yi Huan's anxiety was palpable. Recalling the moment AI Tong had collapsed in his arms made his heart skip a beat. AI Tong could sense the tension in his voice and the depth of his concern for her. At this moment, she had no desire to ponder the reasons behind her predicament, her thoughts consumed by the urgency of the man before her. Her king, so cold yet prideful. Leaning against Yi Huan's shoulder, AI Tong gently patted his sturdy back with both hands, her tone soft and soothing, though her voice carried a hint of hoarseness that added an alluring quality. Oh, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry. Besides, this has nothing to do with those shamans. It's all thanks to my king's prowess. Whether it works or not, it's entirely your responsibility. At this, AI Tong lifted her head from Yi Huan's shoulder, her enchanting fox-like eyes shimmering with starlight. Her pale lips curved into a smile, her brows alight with joy. Captivated by the man who stood before her in all his commanding glory. You must carry me. Yi Huan raised his hand, gently tucking a loose strand of AI Tong's hair behind her ear, his fingers brushing against her soft, fair cheek, igniting a warmth that spread across her face. Carry a lifetime, Yi Huan smiled, his expression radiating warmth like melting glaciers. His handsome face slowly leaned closer to AI Tong, drawn irresistibly to her presence, inhaling the fragrance that captivated him. In Chapter 180, Loving Someone Makes You Fiery, AI Tong's earlier embarrassment lingered as she felt the heat of Yi Huan's breath drawing near, quickening her heartbeat. Yi Huan gazed at the enchanting woman before him, cautiously inching closer, his dark red eyes lowered, long eyelashes veiling the deep emotions within, yet unable to conceal the affection that overflowed. Little by little he approached, as if teasing or beckoning. Tong, he murmured softly. Their whispers, tender and intimate, intertwined as his lips met hers, soft and cool at first. Then, a sudden blaze ignited, enveloping them in warmth, consuming their rationality little by little. Yi Huan's hand gently cradled her delicate face, akin to a flower he dared not pluck, leaning in to savor her enchanting aroma. The passion was fiery, a stark contrast to the icy demeanor typical of the Sun Jing Wangxi. It dawned on him that loving someone could indeed set one's heart ablaze, an experience that transcended mere emotion to intertwine body and soul. Yi Huan drew closer time and again, like a woodpecker nurturing the tree it cherished, tenderly coaxing her lips to a luscious crimson, watching with satisfaction as he crafted an exquisite masterpiece. Yet, in that moment, he found himself once again entranced, uncertain whether it was the woman before him or the colors he had added that captivated him so. Yi Huan undoubtedly exemplifies the remarkable learning capacity of the Sinjing Wang Shi, his seductive techniques becoming increasingly sophisticated. Yet, a mere kiss has evoked a myriad of enchanting variations. AI Tong, compelled to encircle Yi Huan's neck with her delicate hands, strives to prevent herself from collapsing. Her frail form gently rises in Yi Huan's embrace, murmuring a delightful sentiment of desire mingled with resistance. She is acutely aware that should she falter at this moment, the consequences would be irretrievable. At present, AI Tong retains a flicker of rationality, her consciousness not yet entirely submerged. However, Yi Huan, insatiable in his pursuit, greedily siphons the essence from AI Tong's very being. Drop by drop, just as AI Tong feels on the verge of being utterly depleted, Yi Huan bestows upon her a refreshing cascade, reviving her parched lips. AI Tong is nearing her limit, feeling an overwhelming itch coursing through her entire body, despite it being merely a kiss. Yet, Yi Huan appears to have developed an addiction to kissing, his striking visage now enraptured, his piercing, dark crimson eyes gently closing as he succumbs to the tender bliss. Their lips and teeth intertwine, their noses brush against one another, breaths mingling in a whirlwind of intimacy, rendering it impossible to discern who belongs to whom. Save for the singular thought that this person before me is mine. AI Tong feels as though she is drowning, her neck arched back, gasping for air. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Huan descends upon her neck, kissing it with a delicate interplay of pressure. AI Tong becomes increasingly overwhelmed, her cheeks aflame, tilting her head to evade the multitude of gentle kisses. Time becomes irrelevant, and AI Tong feels as though her strength is being drained away. Her previously lucid mind now shrouded in a haze. Weakly, she raises her hands to gently push Yi Huan away, signaling him to cease. Yi Huan seems to sense her plea, his kiss is no longer as fervent as at the outset, transforming into light, fleeting touches. His large hand shifts from cradling to embracing, encircling her slender waist, before resting his handsome face against AI Tong's flushed cheek, his heavy breaths whispering in her ear. With a sigh, Yi Huan conveys a multitude of emotions unspoken, exclaiming, "Little trickster, you truly leave me at a loss." AI Tong breathes in the air, her cheeks still slightly warm, her watery eyes shimmering with allure, yet her overall state has improved considerably. Nestled in Yi Huan's embrace, she feels the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating through his chest. "I am fine, do not worry excessively. I merely had a dream, a rather long dream, and I cannot ascertain who appeared within it, yet it felt peculiar." AI Tong gently tilts her head, her fine strands of hair brushing against Yi Huan's chin, imbued with tender affection. "Did I truly dream?" Yi Huan rubs his chin against hers, disregarding the tousled hair, and inquires about AI Tong's words. "Indeed, how did I suddenly lose consciousness for 3 days?" AI Tong still finds the duration of her unconsciousness bewildering. The shaman stated that lingering in the cold for too long, combined with heightened emotions and the onset of estrus, led to her abrupt fainting. She was advised to keep warm, tidy up, and rest well, yet who could have imagined it would take 3 days for her to awaken? What sort of shaman is that? Utterly useless. Not wishing to dwell on it, AI Tong's frustration reignites Yi Huan's anger. Wishing to cast aside those shamans who treated AI Tong, it appears that AI Tong's miraculous remedy can only provide temporary relief, not lasting solutions. "Oh, is that so?" AI Tong nods, recognizing the shaman's reasoning. Indeed, she had lain on that water platform for an extended period, surrounded by darkness and the cacophony of wails. To claim she felt no fear would be a falsehood. Subsequently, she encountered Chang Chan, and together they ventured to Bai Zhao's laboratory, witnessing the living corpses on the shelves, the frenzied cries of countless females, and Yao Yao. Everything exceeded her capacity to comprehend. Perhaps due to her temperament, she often found herself uncontrollably melancholic. Observing those deranged yet incessantly calling for the Tiger King, the misguided yet loving old shaman, the innocent Yao Yao willingly facing death, and the lifeless medicine fetuses stained with blood, she could no longer suppress the tumultuous emotions swelling within her heart. It is likely that her heart and mind were utterly exhausted, leading to her fainting. "I have been supplying strength daily, yet those shamans are utterly useless." Yi Huan initially believed AI Tong's prior words signified her agreement with him, prompting further complaints. Alas, with Tong here, he cannot genuinely dispose of those shamans. He contemplates whether to lash out or not, ultimately settling for verbal expressions of frustration. Indeed, they are not entirely wrong. My situation aligns with their assessment. AI Tong candidly expresses her thoughts. Before Yi Huan can respond, AI Tong quickly changes her tune, her face beaming. Yet, our king is the most formidable. Otherwise, I would not have awakened so swiftly. It is good you understand, little rascal. Yi Huan, flattered by AI Tong's praise, raises an eyebrow. His previously cold demeanor suddenly animated. However, 3 days is rather excessive. I'm unsure how I managed to sleep so long. AI Tong leans against Yi Huan's chest, pondering the perplexing aspects of her slumber. What did I speak of in my dreams? AI Tong remains fixated on the dream, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness about it. It was as if a veil of mist had abruptly descended, obscuring whether the aftermath would bring sunshine or darkness. Chapter 181, Where the Heart Finds Peace. What did I say in my dreams? In response to AI Tong's inquiry, Yi Huan reflects intently, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. You uttered phrases such as "let me go" and "I must depart," though they were rather vague. Yet those two lines were the loudest. Huh? Did I truly say such things? AI Tong bolts upright from Yi Huan's embrace, covering her mouth in disbelief. Does that leave any doubt? Yi Huan's dark crimson eyes deepen. Not waiting for AI Tong to elaborate further, he swiftly pulls back the one who had just attempted to escape. I am here. Where do you think you're going? Yi Huan himself is unsure why he is so earnest, but the intensity of his expression renders AI Tong, who had been somewhat frivolous, suddenly serious. Of course, wherever you are, I shall be. AI Tong's words echo those of submissive spouse, yet they must be spoken. It is good you understand. Yi Huan does not genuinely wish to frighten AI Tong, but the sensitivity of those words is undeniable. Such matters are not ones he wishes to discuss, nor does he desire them to transpire one day. AI Tong bites her lip, nestled in Yi Huan's embrace, her fingers idly tugging at the fur of his garment. Yet she finds herself lost in thought. Her sleep-talking seems to have some correlation with the dream, yet what that connection entails remains a mystery. Unable to unravel the scene from her dream, AI Tong chooses to cast them aside. Perhaps it was merely an extraordinarily mundane dream after all. By the way, I have been unconscious for 3 days. Have you resolved everything? AI Tong lifts her gaze to Yi Huan, inquiring about the matter she missed during her slumber. Yi Huan, with his right arm wrapped around his beloved, gently smooths the disheveled strands of hair atop her head with his left hand, his voice low and resonant, distinctively masculine. The Baihu tribe is no more. Yi Huan's words drop like a bombshell. Indeed, the fate of the Baihu tribe comes as no surprise. Oitong, having experienced all the events firsthand, holds significant insight. Bai Zhao's frenzied actions ultimately ensnared him, endangering not only himself, but also the entire Baihu tribe. 3 days. Merely 3 days. The once mighty Baihu tribe has now faded into oblivion. However, AI Tong is more concerned about how they dealt with the Baihu tribe. After all, such a venerable clan could not simply be dismissed without consequence. What became of the territory belonging to the Baihu tribe? What of its members? The flurry of questions from AI Tong reveals her deep concern. Why is the mistress of Sun Cheng taking control of the financial affairs? Yi Huan couldn't help but chuckle at AI Tong's earnestness. He never anticipated that Tong would take such a keen interest in the affairs between tribes. Usually, she was preoccupied with the chaotic matters within Sun Cheng, and now she was equally invested in the external events. In response to Yi Huan's teasing, AI Tong playfully shoved him, attempting to dismiss his remarks, though her gestures were half-hearted. When a lady of the house issues a command, the husband must comply. After all, Yi Huan gently pulled the charming little rogue into his embrace, swaying her slightly, his handsome face radiating affection. You have the sweetest tongue. I wonder whom you learned it from. AI Tong teased, her laughter ringing with warmth. Yi Huan maintained his composure, secretly admiring his own wisdom. All the time he had spent enduring past grievances seemed worthwhile, as perhaps one day his wife would sing his praises. The term wife was one that Tong had previously mentioned. Initially, he believed that husband and wife suited their identities well. But one day, Tong inadvertently let slip that the males of her tribe referred to their females as 11 fu. It was a rather endearing term. However, Tong expressed her wish not to be called that, leaving Yi Huan puzzled. Tong, why can T-wife be called 11 fu? He suddenly inquired. AI Tong was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected him to ask such a question, especially since they had been discussing the Baihu tribe moments ago. How had the topic shifted to her? It's nothing. I just thought of it suddenly, Yi Huan replied candidly, though he withheld his earlier delight. Oh, it's actually because. AI Tong hesitated. She was feeling homesick. At the moment she witnessed Yao Yao's smiling departure from this world, something tugged at her heartstrings, igniting a profound longing for home. For she had a father who cherished her deeply, despite his few words. In her childhood, she had been raised on her grandfather's back. The food he could not bear to eat found its way to her belly, and the tenderness he had never shown was lavished upon her. Yet, the most enduring affection he harbored could not be fulfilled in their final encounter. Now, just a dream. It felt as if she were 6 years old again, sitting atop the seat of an old bicycle's crossbar, panting in the biting cold, with her grandfather tirelessly pedaling beneath her. The love that binds bloodlines knows no bounds of wealth or time. It is akin to the string of a kite, perpetually tugging at the wanderer's heart. Gazing at the bright moon, she mused that the moon too understood her sentiments. Oh, it's not that I can't call you that. It's just that hearing it makes me think of home. AI Tong lowered her gaze, not shying away from the topic. In her homeland, husbands would refer to their wives as 11 fu, or a term that indeed sounded intimate. Yet all that was familiar from her hometown had become mere memories. Previously, she thought she had no attachments in the modern world, but now, in the beast realm, she found herself reconsidering. Her family was indeed gone. Yet all the experiences and landscapes she had traversed remained deeply etched in her heart, though she had always been reluctant to confront them. She deliberately avoided the familiar remnants of her modern life that bore traces of her departed loved ones, attempting to distract herself from the painful memories. Yet, was this not a form of escape? She could not accept the loss of her family, nor could she bear to live with the memories they shared throughout her fleeting life. Are you feeling homesick, Tong Tong? If so, we can always live in your tribe. Wherever you are, that is where I shall be, Yi Huan remarked, surprised that Tong Tong was indeed yearning for home. It was no wonder. A lone female had lost contact with her tribe, and it would be disingenuous not to miss it. Although he felt little attachment to his own tribe, he understood that Tong Tong's feelings were different. If she desired it, he was willing to forsake everything to accompany her to the place she longed to be. AI Tong was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a willingness from Yi Huan. He was, after all, a Wang Shi, and even though he currently ruled Sun Cheng, his life was quite satisfactory. Yet upon hearing her homesickness, he offered to accompany her, even though he was uncertain of where his own home lay. Oh, there's no need. I have no one left at home. Returning would mean little. AI Tong quickly waved her hand, her tone growing increasingly light. Her gaze drifted toward the palace exterior, a touch of melancholy gracing her features. Yet when she turned to Yi Huan, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her voice grew more buoyant. Whether we can return is still uncertain, and with you by my side, I feel that anywhere could be home. Where my heart finds peace, there's my homeland. AI Tong nestled closer to Yi Huan, gently rubbing her cheek against his bee skin garments, savoring the sensation of the fabric against her skin, feeling comforted rather than distressed. A subtle smile graced her lips as she endeavored to quell her earlier turmoil. As she had said, returning seemed a distant prospect, and with Yi Huan by her side, perhaps maintaining the status quo and living this life was indeed quite agreeable. Chapter 182. Hell does not accept the dead. Entering paradise, I need some water. AI Tong finally calmed her emotions, rising to point at the water cup on the table. Her voice hoarse. Yi Huan obediently fetched the water, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated her need all along, then handed her the cup. Drink slowly. AI Tong was nearly parched. She had intended to drink water, but things had spiraled beyond her control, leading her to this moment of thirst. What did you do with the Baihu tribe? How come you're fine already? AI Tong inquired, sipping her water while looking up at Yi Huan. I merely stated what I wanted. Everything else, I left to Shui Feng to handle. Yi Huan replied nonchalantly, as if the matter were trivial and not worth his concern. Huh? AI Tong nearly choked on her drink. Take your time. No one is competing with you. Yi Huan quickly patted her back, continuing to explain. Bai Xiao has gone mad. Somehow, he was expelled by the beastmen of the Baihu tribe, and later his body was found at the foot of the mountain, having been killed by the families of the victimized females. As for the Baihu tribe, from what I have gathered, Bai Xiao was not the only one to engage in such acts, but none were as deranged as he. In truth, regardless of whether there were beastmen within the Baihu tribe committing such atrocities, the outcome was inevitable. Tong Tong, you must understand that there has never been true friendship between tribes. Even if there were, it would merely be a matter for one generation of kings, not something that could persist through the second or third. Other tribes have long harbored murderous intentions, When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. This is a fact I cannot alter, regardless of whether it pertains to the Baihu tribe, the females, or the substances involved. None can be tolerated by the major tribes. This is a golden opportunity they cannot afford to miss, and the next Tiger King must perish. From this day forth, there shall be no Baihu tribe, only scattered Baihu beastmen. Ai Tong listened as Yihuan spoke of the Baihu tribe's demise with an unperturbed tone, not overly surprised, though she had not expected Bai Xiao to meet such an end. It seemed that evil deeds would meet their just rewards. You mentioned you got what you wanted? What did you ask for? Ai Tong's expectations of Yihuan had been higher. She thought he would handle the matter personally. She never anticipated that such a significant issue would be so casually resolved, explaining why he now found himself at her bedside. Yihuan remains the same, a lover of tranquility, yet this time the suffering extends beyond Bianzhan. Even the patriarch of the Shuefeng clan, a prominent lineage, cannot escape. I demand half of the Baihu clan's territory and resources, but I do not desire a single one of their beastmen. Ai Tong momentarily lost control of her expression. Half? Goodness. The Baihu clan is a significant terrestrial clan. The expanse of that territory must be immense. Ai Tong hastily recalled the tribes she visited that day. And indeed, there were quite a few of them. How could they agree to such harsh terms from Yihuan? Yes, half, all picturesque landscapes, surely appealing to you. Yihuan observed Ai Tong, whose mouth could fit an egg, with a calm demeanor, amusedly tousling her hair. What? Is that insufficient? Should I demand a bit more? Yihuan's words fell like hail, chilling Ai Tong to the core, making it difficult for her to regain her focus. No, that's plenty, no need for more. If there were any more, the next target of scrutiny might be Sun Cheng. Ai Tong had long surmised that the lion's share would undoubtedly belong to Yihuan, but she had not anticipated it would be this substantial. She had thought a quarter would be quite significant. According to Yihuan's assertions, the remaining half would primarily be occupied by the Shueshi clan and the Huilang clan. Other tribes, although receiving less, still benefited from the acquisition of territory, albeit it was essentially a windfall. But whose land was the original Great Hall of the Baihu clan? Ai Tong was particularly concerned about the female corpses that had turned to bones. The place emanated a chilling aura, which could indeed invite misfortune. That area did not belong to any clan. A few days ago, I dispatched Bianzhan to properly bury the female corpses found in the abyss. The negative energy is gradually dissipating. However, that locale possesses an inherent malice that no clan would covet. Ai Tong was taken aback to learn that Yihuan had indeed sent Bianzhan to conduct the burials. Originally, during the gathering of various tribes in the underground palace, some had suggested addressing the abyss and the small hill, but it was merely a suggestion. It was unlikely that any tribe would be eager to undertake such a task, considering there were no benefits and potential hazards involved. Ai Tong sincerely hoped those females would be treated with kindness in death. They had endured enough suffering in life. May they find peace in the afterlife, free from torment. It was unexpected that the one who took action would be Yihuan, seemingly so nonchalant before her. You truly buried them. Yihuan, noticing Ai Tong's astonishment, reached out to gently pinch her little nose, asserting, I am no little deceiver, I never tell lies. That female and the elder beastman have also been laid to rest. I know you desired a proper burial for them, so naturally, your husband would attend to it. Yihuan lightly pinched Ai Tong's nose, but it was not enough. He playfully ruffled her hair before withdrawing his hand. Our king is the best, so considerate. Ai Tong, praising him profusely, smiled sweetly, bringing a light to Yihuan's expression. He cherished the sight of Ai Tong's smile, reminiscent of the sun in the sky. Although he was not fond of the sun, he adored Ai Tong's sunny disposition. I just remembered something. Ai Tong's smile suddenly turned to panic as she seemed to recall something, propping herself up with her hands to rise. Her eyes frequently darted downward. The crux of the matter was her turning her head to glance at where she had just been seated. What's wrong? Yihuan knitted his brows, concern evident in his gaze as he observed Ai Tong's apparent distress. What peculiar discovery has Ai Tong made this time? Ever since her awakening, she had been rather skittish. Could it be that her ailment has not yet healed? Ai Tong did not reply immediately, but instead scrutinized the spot where she had been sitting. She then twisted her head, grasping the edge of her skirt to pull it forward, casting a furtive glance behind her. Is there something on my backside? Yihuan was utterly perplexed by Ai Tong's actions, and with her silence, he leaned in closer, furrowing his brow in intense scrutiny. At that moment, Ai Tong's rear accentuated by her deliberate tug on her garment, was revealed in all its curvaceous glory, leaving Yi Huan parched. Chapter 183. The inability to bear young serpents. What are you doing? Ai Tong, having just regained her composure, was startled to find Yi Huan's large head looming before her, realizing he had been staring intently at her. This was quite intolerable. It's not my fault for looking. I only followed your gaze, Yi Huan retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved yet unapologetic. Indeed, he was merely observing Ai Tong, who was ignoring him while fixating on her own backside. There was no fault in that, right? You. Ai Tong raised a finger, pointing at Yi Huan and then back at herself. Her expression a blend of disbelief and helplessness, truly lost for words. Taking a moment to gather herself, she inhaled deeply, calming her emotions as she contemplated her words. Ultimately, she managed to swallow her frustration, though her cheeks burned fiercely. Ai Tong spoke earnestly to Yi Huan, explaining, I was merely checking to see if anything was soiled. Soiled? Yi Huan suddenly grasped the situation. It's gone. Gone. What do you mean it's gone? Ai Tong was suddenly engulfed in disbelief. No way. She had merely taken a risk. How could it just vanish? Counting on her fingers, she murmured softly. Captured for a day, unconscious for 3, not counting today. All told, that's nearly 4 days. Typically, it would take at least 5 or 6 days for it to disappear. Where did it go? Will it ever return? She still wished to bear children. If her monthly cycle ceased to exist, what would become of her little serpents? Observing Ai Tong's reaction, Yi Huan appeared momentarily stunned. Yet he confirmed once more, it is truly gone. I have not left your side for a single moment these past few days, I can assure you. When did it disappear? Ai Tong, as if clutching at a lifeline, inquired urgently, her eyes brimming with tears. She found the presence of her monthly cycle incredibly vexing. But the moment it was absent, her distress was overwhelming. Being a woman is challenging, and being a woman who wishes to bear young serpents is even more so. The day before yesterday. What? Ai Tong felt as if she might faint, her entire being more distressed than if she had consumed bitter melon. She had not anticipated, not in a million years, that was not 4 days, nor 3, but merely 2. Yi Huan. Ai Tong's heart ached at this revelation. Her brows knotting in despair, her voice tinged with a whimper. What is it? I am here, Yi Huan reassured her, furrowing his brow in confusion, yet enveloping her in his arms, gently probing. It's that I can't bear young serpents anymore. Ai Tong pouted, and as she spoke, a wave of sorrow washed over her, her nose tinged with a sourness. She genuinely wished to have a child with Yi Huan. Even if that child was unlike ordinary human offspring, she would still cherish it. In the modern world, if there were issues with her cycle, she could seek medical assistance to uncover the reasons. But in this beastly realm, where could she find treatment for her cycle? What if her monthly cycle never returned? She would truly weep for her loss. Is that so? This isn't too serious, is it? Female beasts in this realm typically have fewer cycles than you do. Yi Huan attempted to console her, but it's not the same. Ai Tong's brows were tightly knit, unable to find solace. If you hadn't used that repugnant fish's offering, it wouldn't have happened so soon. Yi Huan seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Yet he could not bear to see Ai Tong in such a despondent state, so he turned away awkwardly, muttering, Huh? What offering? Ai Tong momentarily failed to grasp Yi Huan's words, but his mention of the offering managed to capture her attention. You chose to use the offering from that stranger fish while I was away. In the twilight, Yi Huan swiftly seized the high ground, turning around and beginning to engage with unrelenting fervor. Are you implying that I'm in this predicament because of that water system Orc brand sanitary pad given to me by Chong Tan? If so, then it seems I'm free from any troubles. At that moment, Ai Tong grasped the crux of Yi Huan's words. Her eyes, sparkling with the thrill of discovery, instantly invigorated. This meant, in essence, that she could conceive little snakes. Oh joy! After her moment of exuberance, Ai Tong noticed that Yi Huan continued to ignore her, still facing away. Unfazed, she approached him, grasping his hand and drawing closer. In such moments, there is no need for modesty. She decided to abandon all pretenses. Yi Huan, please don't disregard me, she implored in a voice that was soft and melodious. The gentlest tone she could muster, even more tender than when she comforted child. Ai Tong clung to him, swaying back and forth until he was dizzy and no longer irked. Little rascal. Under Ai Tong's relentless charm offensive, Yi Huan finally responded, embracing the mischievous girl in return, his voice laced with mock severity. To mention it makes me furious. Had I not changed your clothes and cleaned you up, who knows what might have happened? The urgency of the situation had indeed warranted such actions, he insisted earnestly. AI Tong hurried to clarify, fearing that any delay in her explanation might lead to dire consequences. From now on, you must not use items belonging to other orcs, especially not in such private areas. Yi Huan's brows furrowed, his serious demeanor appearing particularly intimidating. At that moment, AI Tong readily acquiesced to Yi Huan's wishes, raising her right hand. I swear, I will never again use someone else's belongings in such intimate spaces. Is that acceptable? She gazed at him with a pitiful expression, and Yi Huan's anger dissipated significantly, leading him to embrace her tightly. The softness in his arms was tangible. He gently nuzzled his chin against her, wishing to meld her into his very being. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming fear of losing her. It was all his fault for allowing unnecessary distractions to interfere instead of staying by AI Tong's side at all times, thus enabling Bai Xiao to take advantage of the situation. AI Tong, it is my fault. I will ensure you are never harmed again. Yi Huan's ton est softenit considerably. A stark contrast to his earlier accusations and jealousy. Indeed, he was one who responded better to gentleness than to force. As AI Tong relaxed, Yi Huan followed suit, beginning to reflect on his own conduct. Yes, it is indeed your fault. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have broken your legs. AI Tong's hands glided gently across Yi Huan's back as she spoke, her tone light and even humorous. In that moment of reflection, Yi Huan, who had been lost in self-reproach, found himself momentarily petrified. I am sincerely apologizing. He released his embrace, his dark red eyes fixed intently on her. Sincerity radiating from his gaze. I am serious. I know you are serious, AI Tong replied, wishing to alleviate any undue pressure on him. However, to Yi Huan, her seemingly dismissive demeanor suggested a lack of concern for his feelings. I will remain by your side at all times. AI Tong was taken aback by his resolute determination. What do you mean, never leaving my side? Is that truly necessary? Yi Huan s'était put collusive, revealing his domineering nature once more. Of course, it is necessary. AI Tong, now hesitant, refrained from further protest, fearing that any additional words might lead to Yi Huan following her even to the restroom. That would indeed be excessively daunting. AI Tong had not intended for Yi Huan to wallow in guilt, so she feigned nonchalance. However, this inadvertently led him to believe that she doubted him. I am hungry and wish to eat something. Observing Yi Huan's unwavering demeanor, AI Tong felt a warmth in her heart. Yet, she wished for him to move past this matter. The past was the past. I have prepared meals daily, eagerly awaiting your awakening to enjoy a warm meal. Yi Huan promptly instructed the guard orc outside to bring the food. Naturally, the meals were prepared by Hai Tang. During AI Tong's unconsciousness, Hai Tang had wished to care for her, but alas, Yi Huan had firmly occupied that role. One pit could only accommodate one carrot, and Yi Huan had successfully claimed it. Meanwhile, Hai Tang, who had been ousted, could only gather news of AI Tong from the outskirts. Although she could not see the queen, she diligently prepared meals each day, waiting for the moment AI Tong would awaken to partake. Yi Huan silently approved of Hai Tang's actions, for he had displaced her, yet still desired her culinary creations. Indeed, he relished the opportunity to showcase his own prowess. Before long, the food was served. As AI Tong had just awakened, she avoided consuming anything overly rich, opting instead for porridge, accompanied by 2 eggs and a bit of cabbage. Why not eat meat? Yi Huan inquired, attempting to place a piece of fatty meat into her bowl. AI Tong quickly cradled her bowl, avoiding the morsel while still chewing on her porridge. It's too greasy. I cannot manage it. Then try this piece. It has a good balance of fat and lean. Yi Huan selected a piece from the platter and placed it in AI Tong's bowl. This is your favorite. AI Tong gazed at the piece of meat, indeed her preferred choice. She had a peculiar appetite, disliking both entirely lean meat and fully fatty cuts, instead favoring a harmonious blend. Thank you, my husband. Without hesitation, AI Tong accepted the piece, delighting in her meal, though she refrained from overeating, mindful that moderation was essential for her first meal. Upon finishing, she felt invigorated. Unlike previous occasions where she would feel drowsy after eating, today she was entirely alert. Having slept far too long, AI Tong glanced toward the window beside her bed, noting the sun shining brightly outside. Beams of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed and creating a delightful contrast between light and shadow within the room. Yi Huan, the weather outside is splendid. Shall we take a stroll together? AI Tong turned to Yi Huan, beaming with joy. Having spent a lengthy duration in the dark underground prison and then lying in bed for 3 days, she felt as though she were growing moldy from the lack of sunlight. Very well. Yi Huan rose, instructing the guard orc to remove the empty dishes. Upon stepping outside the palace doors, the golden sunlight enveloped them. Even if it did not directly touch them, it provided a comforting warmth. There was a stone eave outside the palace, and as AI Tong took a step forward, sunlight poured over her, momentarily blinding her and invigorating her spirit. Bathed in sunlight, AI Tong appeared as though she were enveloped in a golden glow, her already fair skin radiant under the natural light. Hurry, hurry! It is too dark inside. I'm getting a headache. AI Tong dashed a few steps outside, then paused to urge Yi Huan, who remained at the stone eave. Yi Huan was not hesitant to leave. Rather, he found himself momentarily entranced by AI Tong's lively presence in the sunlight, rendering him momentarily still. A classic case of being rendered immobile by the sight of one's beloved. And thus, he approached with purpose, swiftly closing the distance between them. Yi Huan encircled AI Tong's waist, his gaze lowered, towering over her and casting a shadow over the sunlight that crowned her head. AI Tong gently pushed against Yi Huan, then reached out her right hand to grasp his arm, wishing for him to walk alongside her. While embracing was not out of the question, they were soon to enter the territory where the orcs of Sun Cheng lived, and she did not wish to feel like an exhibit in a zoo under the gaze of so many orcs. It made her feel rather uncomfortable. Even after spending considerable time in this environment, AI Tong had yet to fully acclimate. AI Tong's subtle movements were undoubtedly observed by Yi Huan, whose dark crimson eyes gazed intently at her, the corners of his lips curling upwards, yet he did not rebuff AI Tong's gestures. Thus, their embrace transitioned into a hand-holding, a simple yet cherished act that AI Tong delighted in, although she could not quite fathom why merely being held by Yi Huan brought her such joy. His large hand enveloped her smaller one, and the two strolled side by side, their fingers intertwined. Before long, they arrived at the realm inhabited by the beastmen of Sun Cheng. In that moment, AI Tong felt a profound sense of nostalgia as she traversed the familiar terrain of Sun Cheng. Although her absence had not been long, returning to this well-known ground evoked a peculiar feeling, reminiscent of reuniting with an old friend, familiar yet tinged with strangeness, a sensation that would soon fade back into the comfort of familiarity. Perhaps it was due to her unconsciousness following her capture, leaving her unaware of any significant events that transpired in the city. Upon her return, she sensed that the beastmen of Sun Cheng seemed slightly altered. Yi Huan, why do they appear different? Ai Tong pondered aloud. As she spoke, she noticed that every beastman they passed regarded her with warm smiles. Whether they were elder beastmen or robust young males, all welcomed her with cheerful expressions. Yet curiously, they maintained a distance of at least 3 meters from her. Even at such a distance, AI Tong could hear their murmurs. By the blessings of the beast god, the queen has finally awakened. Fortunately, the queen is truly fortunate. We have reclaimed a substantial territory for Sun Cheng. Indeed, Hiding mentioned that the underground prison of Baishao is exceedingly perilous. Baishao is truly deranged. The Baihu tribe deserves it. I assert that ever since the queen's arrival in Sun Cheng, our city has only improved. Yi Huan glanced at the bustling beastmen, his tone nonchalant, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. In response to his gaze, the beastmen instinctively lowered their heads. Those engaged in labor appeared slightly flustered, while those walking stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over themselves. Is there truly nothing peculiar about this? AI Tong questioned, bewildered by the contradictory behavior of the beastmen. She then turned her gaze to Yi Huan. Why do they express goodwill towards me, yet keep their distance? Whenever I approach, they retreat, all the while smiling foolishly at me. AI Tong grasped Yi Huan's hand, continuing her inquiry. Yi Huan's expression remained unchanged, merely clearing his throat softly. In an instant, the beastmen regained their composure, no longer flustered or stumbling. However, AI Tong keenly observed that, although they ceased their erratic movements, they still maintained an almost imperceptible distance from her. Not receiving an answer from Yi Huan, AI Tong chose not to press further and resumed walking. As they continued, she noted that everyone exhibited the same reaction. With each step, AI Tong became increasingly convinced of one thing. She discreetly raised her gaze to glance at Yi Huan, who walked beside her, ever tall and imposing, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Having known Yi Huan for some time, she recalled his typically cold demeanor, which remained unchanged, though he softened slightly when regarding her. Yet, AI Tong distinctly sensed that since her awakening, Yi Huan's possessiveness had intensified. Now, even the beastmen of Sunshang were instructed to keep a distance of 3 meters from her. An idea struck her. I need to use the restroom. Ai Tong galted, bending slightly while clutching her abdomen, her expression one of urgency, as if she might burst. The restroom? Yi Huan looked down at AI Tong, who had been silent throughout their journey until now. Yes. Upon seeing her nod, Yi Huan swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, and in an instant, they vanished from the sight of the onlookers. They arrived at a natural pit. Hey, can't you refrain from entering? Ai Tong's face contorted in disbelief, her delicate arms outstretched in an attempt to block the relentless advance of the cold-faced king. Stop. You cannot proceed any further. When Yi Huan showed no sign of yielding, AI Tong closed her eyes and stood resolutely in front of him. Why? Yi Huan inwitted, perplexed. The swirling scarlet patterns in his eyes captivating AI Tong and leaving her momentarily dazed. She shook her head. She could not be swayed by his allure. This was a matter of principle. Why? She echoed, seeing Yi Huan pause, believing she could reason with him. Where are we? She demanded. A restroom constructed by Tong Tong. Who needs to use the restroom? She continued. You. Then why do you insist on going in? Realizing that Yi Huan was beginning to comprehend her reasoning, she decided to leave it at that. She understood that his guilt over her recent ordeal weighed heavily on him, but this was an extreme reaction. The beastmen were now too intimidated to approach her. Although she could accept that, she found it perplexing that he would carry her to the restroom when it was only 100 meters away. However, the most pressing issue was that she indeed needed to relieve herself, and Yi Huan was intent on accompanying her. She had to draw the line. AI Tong waited for Yi Huan to understand and to say, I will wait for you outside, but instead he declared, it is of great significance to this lord. What? AI Tong was bewildered. How could her need to use the restroom concern him? She was the one in need. Her body housed those organs. So why should he enter with her? Oh, she could not dwell on such thoughts. This was not a matter to ponder. This lord has vowed to never leave your side, Yi Huan stated with utmost seriousness. AI Tong listened in disbelief as he continued. We shall eat together, walk together, sleep together. We shall be together at all times. AI Tong was utterly disoriented. Glancing back at the restroom and then at Yi Huan, she found it strange how his tender words took on an unexpected meaning, leaving her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It appeared that Yi Huan had yet to grasp the boundaries of certain matters, and she needed to educate him properly. With a determined pull, AI Tong led Yi Huan to a spot some distance from the restroom, tugging at his clothing to beckon him to lower his gaze. She leaned in closer, whispering earnestly into his ear, Yi Huan, it is improper to use the restroom together. It is undignified and will expose us. Yi Huan's eyes brightened as he looked down at the petite AI Tong beside him. After she finished speaking, AI Tong met his gaze, noting a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Her own were filled with anticipation as she eagerly inquired, Well, do you see the logic in what I say? Seeing that Yi Huan had grasped her point, she turned ahead toward the restroom. Initially, she had no intention of using it, but as she approached, an unexpected urge to enter arose within her. She could not quite explain it, yet it felt fortuitous. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze tousled AI Tong's hair as she prepared to skip joyfully toward the restroom. Just then, Yi Huan followed closely behind her once more. In a moment of joy, AI Tong entered the restroom without realizing it. As she prepared to turn and squat on the wooden beam, she casually lifted her gaze to admire the scenery, only to be startled by Yi Huan, who was merely a meter away. With a gasp, AI Tong immediately stood upright. Fortunately, she had not fully squatted. Her dress remained unbunched, and her pants were still intact. Yi Huan, taken aback by AI Tong's sudden outburst, hurriedly approached her, concerned yet at a loss. Tong Tong, what is wrong? Why the fright? The fright that had startled AI Tong was fleeting, and as Yi Huan stood there in a daze, she had already leapt down from the beam. What are you doing coming in here? AI Tong stepped closer to Yi Huan, gazing up at the tall man before her, her initial shock gradually fading and being replaced by annoyance. I wish to be with you forever, Yi Huan declared with unwavering conviction, his tone identical to that of moments before. Chapter 186. Do not enter my bed at night. Had he truly not absorbed a single word of her earlier sentiments? How could he still be casting glances her way, leading her to believe he understood? She realized that her attempts at subtle hints were misguided. He had no such intentions. AI Tong chose not to dwell on whether he was comprehending her words and promptly pulled Yi Huan out of the restroom. It was certainly not an appropriate place for discussions. Who would ever engage in conversation in a restroom? If any beast man were to catch sight of them, they might misconstrue their actions. Once they reached the thicket, AI Tong forcefully released her grip on Yi Huan's hand and turned away, softly humming to herself. Her strength was not overwhelming, yet clearly conveyed her current feelings. It was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Now she stood firm, determined to make the oblivious Yi Huan aware of her displeasure and that he needed to appease her. What is it, Tong Tong? Yi Huan observed the distance growing between them, his hand now devoid of her soft touch. The sudden shift made him lean closer to the sulking AI Tong, bending down to embrace her. His warm breath brushed against her neck, causing AI Tong to squirm, attempting to break free from his hold. "Let go," she exclaimed, her tone lacking any real anger, instead imbued with a sweet softness that only heightened her charm. "No," Yi Huan insisted, holding her tightly with an authoritative demeanor. Their playful argument continued, with each exchanging words without any resolution, yet their bodies were drawn ever closer, causing AI Tong's cheeks to flush. Eventually, AI Tong grew weary of their dispute, nestling fully into Yi Huan's embrace, though her stance remained resolute. "I'm telling you, if you don't let me use the restroom, I will ignore you forever." Yi Huan, feeling the familiar softness of her form, tightened his grip slightly, but softened his tone, filled with confusion. "Tong Tong, I have not prevented you from using the restroom." AI Tong turned her head. Her hair tousled from their earlier tussle, the delicate strands grazing Yi Huan's chin, tickling her own neck with a slight itch. "You're evading the issue. Every time I go to the restroom, you follow me, yet you claim you're not stopping me." Yi Huan's unexpected remarks always caught AI Tong off guard, making her realize that her previous arguments had been futile. Now, she preferred to be more direct. In our society, when a female goes to the restroom, a male cannot accompany her. Males who follow females to the restroom are labeled as perverts and despised by all females. "Do you wish for me to despise you?" AI Tong bluntly stated the most severe consequence, believing that Yi Huan would not want to be called a pervert, nor would he want her to dislike him. "Is that so?" Yi Huan inquired, his expression skeptical, yet he refrained from making any of his previous exasperating comments. "What exactly is a pervert? Why is it so detestable?" "A pervert is the most disliked kind of beast man," AI Tong replied tersely, choosing not to elaborate further, as long as he ceased following her to the restroom. She was willing to let it slide. "Oh, so if I don't enter, then Tong Tong won't he dislike me?" Yi Huan, not wanting AI Tong to harbor any ill feelings towards him, was still quite stubborn regarding his proximity to her. "Yes, if you go in again, then do not expect to share my bed tonight." AI Tong, sensing Yi Huan's lingering thoughts, decided to wield her ultimate weapon, aiming to nip the issue in the bud. She certainly did not want a cold guardian standing beside her every time she went to the restroom. Even though they were already married, certain intimate matters were best handled separately. On one hand, she found it difficult to accept. On the other, excessive familiarity might gradually dull the affection between them. It was her belief that a touch of mystery between two people was essential. Upon hearing AI Tong's declaration of not allowing him in her bed at night, Yi Huan's eyes widened, his expression turning serious, as if someone were trying to steal away his bride. "No," he replied resolutely, without room for negotiation, as if the bed were solely his domain, along with the occupant. "Absolutely not. That bed is for me to use every night. And Tong Tong must be there as well." Yi Huan's rapid-fire declarations left AI Tong momentarily stunned. It seemed this persistent serpent not only desired the bed and sleep, but also her. Though they were going in circles, Yi Huan's mind was ever alert. "All right, then you want tea, come in with me." Seeing Yi Huan's firm resolve regarding sleep, AI Tong hurriedly conceded. If not now, when would she say it? "No." As AI Tong turned to head towards the restroom, Yi Huan's firm no stopped her in her tracks. "Didn't you agree just now? If you want to share my bed, you cannot follow me to the restroom. What I meant was, I can stay out, but I will guard the entrance by the stones." Yi Huan took a step back. He did not wish to be a pervert, nor did he want AI Tong to dislike him. And most importantly, he wanted to share her bed at night. Yet, he had to remain close to her, leading to this compromise. That seems acceptable. Though Yi Huan stood outside the restroom, at least he could not see inside, which was somewhat tolerable. This had become the best solution they could agree upon. "All right, you stay outside and don't peek inside. I need to use the restroom." AI Tong was genuinely eager to relieve herself after their prolonged discussion. It was never just about using the restroom. Finally, She could truly simply use the restroom. As AI Tong squatted on the beam, supporting her chin with her hands, a look of despair washed over her. She gazed up at the bright sky, the drifting clouds, and the dismal ground below, lamenting her unfortunate luck. Tong has already foreseen that her future days may not be easy. After finishing in the restroom, she lost the desire to wander and directly informed Yi Huan that she felt tired and wished to return. Yi Huan asked no further questions and took her back without delay. Along the way, Tong was lost in thought. Since Yi Huan forbade others from approaching her and insisted on staying by her side daily, she resolved to find something to occupy her time. Otherwise, if this continued day after day, the future was uncertain and the current signs were already apparent. The recent frightening incident in the restroom lingered vividly in her memory. It was partly her own fault. Had she not gone to the lakeside to catch fish, she would not have been taken away. She had not anticipated such an outcome. After winter passed, there had been no news, and she had kept herself busy in Suncheon while also desiring some leisure. Who could have imagined that beneath the calm surface, tumult would suddenly arise? Yi Huan, could you summon Tang? I have yet to see her since I woke up. Tong said as she returned to the palace, sitting on a stone chair, pouring clear water into a cup while speaking. Yi Huan assumed she could not discern who had prepared the meal. In truth, the dishes made by Tang were distinct from those of others. She was a creative female, often adding unique touches to her culinary creations. Sometimes it was in the presentation, other times in the flavor. Tang had also been captured alongside her, and must have been quite worried during her unconsciousness. Of course, Yi Huan replied readily. Really? Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement, pleased that Yi Huan was finally being agreeable. With that, Yi Huan summoned the guard beast to bring Tang. Tong sat quietly at the table, awaiting her arrival. Before long, Tang appeared. After a few days apart, she seemed to have grown even more beautiful. Tong turned to observe Tang as she approached, feeling a twinge of confusion. Come sit with me on the couch, Tong suggested, want to chat, and perhaps work on some clothing together. She felt an urge to learn how to make small garments for her future children. She couldn't quite explain why, but it seemed as though she would give birth tomorrow. This anxious feeling stemmed from the terrifying experience of her monthly visitor. She feared she might be unable to bear a little snake. Thus, this obsession took root. It felt as though only by giving birth to a little snake could she prove her capability to do so and reassure herself that her cycle remained normal. Queen, Tang. Upon seeing Tang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, Tong felt a surge of happiness, momentarily forgetting her previous worries. This was the joy of sisterhood. As Tong stepped forward to take Tang's hand, she noticed Tang stepping back just as they were about to meet. Confused, Tong inquired, "What's wrong?" Knowing Tang's character, she was surprised by this behavior. Tang merely retreated to a certain distance, lowered her head, and remained silent, her downcast eyes reflecting hesitation, ultimately replaced by resignation. Witnessing this unusual demeanor from Tang left Tong bewildered, and she glanced over at Yi Huan, who was sitting leisurely on his stone chair. Yi Huan calmly sipped his lemon water, seemingly unaware of the unfolding situation, as if he were entirely oblivious to the events taking place. Disregarding all that, Tong quickly walked over to Yi Huan's side and sat next to him, her voice soft, as if deliberately avoiding Tang. "Hey, what is going on?" She raised her eyebrows, signaling Yi Huan, who appeared unfazed. She knew that Tang's situation was somehow related to Yi Huan. "If you don't speak, do you believe I will take your water?" She seized Yi Huan's glass and took a sip. Finally, Yi Huan turned to face her. Observing her mischievous demeanor, a smile crept onto his lips. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Tang can only stay 2 meters away from you." 2 meters? What nonsense is this? Tong was taken aback. This clearly meant she was to maintain distance from everyone. Startled, Tong pulled back and settled down, casting a determined glance at Yi Huan. "Then why aren't you 2 meters away from me? It's acceptable for officials to set fire while the commoners are forbidden from lighting a lamp." "I'm not like them," Yi Huan replied, sitting upright with a proud expression. To Tong's astonishment, he became even more self-important. "I am intimately connected with Tong. We should naturally be close." Yi Huan's words were thunderous. Tong felt as if she were perpetually startled. Truly a fortunate one. All right then. She acquiesced under Yi Huan's threat, realizing she was indeed in the wrong. Though Yi Huan did not explicitly blame her, she understood that he reserved his gentleness solely for her. Unwilling to speak harshly, understanding this, Tong could empathize with Yi Huan's behavior. While he forbade Tang from coming too close, they found a way around it. Thus, they sat diagonally on the couch, each on opposite sides, maintaining sufficient distance while still able to converse. Disregarding all else, Haitong began to chat freely. Since Yihuan showed no annoyance at her voice being loud, she felt encouraged to satisfy him. "Haitang, how have you been these past few days?" She intentionally raised her voice a bit, glancing at the table before retracting her gaze. Her smile broadened, her tone growing more animated. Haitang found his manner of speaking somewhat peculiar, though she quickly regained her composure. It was essential to cooperate at this moment. "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. I am doing well," Haitang replied softly, her tone unlike an hiss, but upon closer inspection, it held a hint of shyness. Typically reserved, Haitang had inadvertently let her true feelings show, sometimes forgetting to conceal them until it dawned on her later. Haitong noticed this subtle change. Understanding this, Haitong nodded, offering a motherly smile. It seemed that unbeknownst to her, Haitang and that fellow had already sparked a significant connection. Seeing Haitang's glowing expression, it was clear that true feelings had emerged from their shared trials. The underground palace had not been in vain. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Haitong and Haitang exchanged a few more words before beginning their sewing. When time hung heavy, crafting garments provided the perfect distraction. After all, handwork truly tested one's patience, and in the process, time flew by, calming the heart. Coincidentally, she genuinely wanted to create something. After all, she had just been quite upset with Yihuan. As they worked, night fell, and Haitang left to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, while Haitong chatted and sewed, Yihuan sat on the stone chair, seemingly indifferent, yet attentively listening. Fortunately, he possessed patience, remaining throughout the conversation. After listening for some time, he gleaned the only relevant piece of information. Tong Tong wished to bear a little snake. Looking at the oddly shaped garments emerging from the couch, he had never seen anything like them. However, what could have prompted Tong Tong's sudden desire to bear a little snake? Yihuan had been pondering this issue seriously, unaware of when Haitang had left. "Yihuan, it's time for dinner. You've been sitting all afternoon. Aren't you going to get up and stretch your legs?" Tong called out to Yihuan, who was seated at the table. Throughout the afternoon, she had managed to create one garment. As she was dissatisfied with her previous attempts, leading her to dismantle and reconstruct repeatedly. Fortunately, she ultimately produced a piece that pleased her. Tong held the completed clothing aloft, her face alight with joy, increasingly satisfied with her work. "I'm fine," Yihuan replied, snapping back to reality at Tong's call. He stood up from his chair and walked towards her. Tong set the garment down, folded it neatly, and placed it beside the couch. She gently massaged her shoulders and arms, groaning at the soreness. "This sewing is truly exhausting. Ever since returning from the underground prison of Baishao, I have felt considerably weaker. In the past, while sewing, she would feel a bit uncomfortable but would soon recover. Yet now, even after some time had passed, she still felt achy." Yihuan approached Tong and began to knead her shoulders, his strength gradually seeping into her body. Before long, Tong's brow relaxed. She reached up to touch Yihuan's long fingers as they massaged her shoulders. "That feels much better. You can stop now." Tong was no fool. She knew that such massages were not instantly effective, and besides, he had only been at it for a short while. She had always been aware of Yihuan's kindness towards her, although she had been somewhat irritable earlier due to issues from the day. As she continued sewing, her mood improved significantly. "I'll get off the couch and sweep the floor. Then we can eat," Tong said, supporting Yihuan as she stood up and slipped on her shoes. "Good," Yihuan replied, halting his massage and standing by her side. Thus, Yihuan swept while Tong dragged things along, working in perfect harmony. The collaboration of a man and a woman made the task feel less burdensome. This kind of labor could have been delegated to the beastmen below, but Tong preferred to be hands-on. Engaging in such small tasks together could deepen their bond. And after all, lifting a few things was hardly a strenuous endeavor. Had Tong not just awoken, she or Yihuan would have prepared the meal themselves. They only allowed Haitang to cook when both were disinclined to do so. Through Tong and Yihuan's efforts, the floor felt significantly cleaner, making the room more pleasant as evening approached. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and they had long since moved from the heated Kong to the jade bed. The jade bed was covered with a layer of short-furred bee skin to keep it cool, along with a blanket for comfort, making for a cozy night's sleep. As the two sat at the table, dinner was served. The meal was abundant, featuring a variety of dishes, nearly all of which Tong adored, including corn and rib soup. Haitang had become familiar with Tong's tastes, often preparing her favorite dishes most frequently. "This won't make you gain weight," Yihuan said, placing a piece of marbled meat into AI Tong's bowl. AI, Tong responded, lifting her bowl and using her chopsticks to bring the morsel to her mouth. Her expression, one of pure delight. Good food can heal all. Without hesitation, AI Tong transferred a piece of fatty meat that she had inadvertently taken into Yi Huan's bowl. Her movements fluid and effortless. Yi Huan said nothing and simply ate it. This had become a routine in their home. Whatever AI Tong did not wish to eat or could not finish would inevitably end up with him. After all, he had no dietary restrictions and possessed a hearty appetite. The key was that if it was given by AI Tong, even poison would be consumed. As they dined, their conversation was not entirely silent. They exchanged a few words now and then, not too many but just enough. They spoke as the thoughts arose, with no reservations. In AI Tong's world, the notion of silence while eating was non-existent. Why must one refrain from speaking during meals? This was family dining, not an occasion requiring formality. Besides, she preferred the most authentic atmosphere. Life is meant to be lived for oneself. She would do as she pleased. Dinner should not be overly indulgent, as digestion could be troublesome. AI Tong had a bowl of rice and half a bowl of soup before setting her chopsticks down. As night fell, the palace doors were closed, and the windows were drawn with beast skin curtains. At AI Tong's request, Yi Huan lit a dim night pearl. The surroundings fell into a hushed stillness. Even the nocturnal creatures seemed to have quieted. AI Tong became acutely aware of the rhythm of her and Yi Huan's breathing. Lying side by side on the bed, AI Tong could distinctly observe the rise and fall of her chest. It felt as though her breathing was constricted. Without waiting for Yi Huan to approach, she turned to her side, extending her arms to embrace him. She wrapped her hands around Yi Huan's sturdy waist. Yi Huan could hardly withstand AI Tong's boldness and reciprocated her embrace. Tong Tong, he murmured, his voice low and husky, imbued with profound affection. I want to hold you while we sleep. She nestled her head against Yi Huan's right arm, her right hand brushing against his neck. That spot was warm and smooth. Her favorite place. Yi Huan did not utter any unnecessary words, simply holding AI Tong tightly. Their breaths intertwined, and before long, they drifted into slumber, maintaining their embrace. AI Tong's head rested on Yi Huan's arm, rising and falling gently as she slept soundly. However, Yi Huan, though he fell asleep quickly, wore a furrowed brow, as if caught in a disturbing dream. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his powerful arms, which encircled AI Tong, were gradually tightening. Chapter 189. The Nightmarish King Snake, Don't Eat Me, Don't Eat Me. AI Tong awoke amidst the tightening grip of Yi Huan. In her dream, she had been ensnared by a massive snake. The serpent was enormous, as thick as a square table, and utterly terrifying. She had struggled to escape, sprinting across the grass while shouting, but the colossal snake captured her effortlessly, its tail coiling around her tightly. It threatened to devour her, claiming it would strangle her first. Startled, she woke up with a start. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yi Huan beside her, his brow furrowed as if he were struggling in a dream. AI Tong sighed, relieved to realize it had only been a nightmare. Before she could act, a sharp pain gripped her waist and abdomen, making her feel as though she were being suffocated. Looking down, she realized it was Yi Huan's arms. He was holding her, but his grip was tightening. It turned out her dream had been influenced by Yi Huan. With such strength, it was no wonder she had felt as if she might perish in her dream. In the dim palace, illuminated by the night pearl, AI Tong could clearly see Yi Huan's current state. The warm yellow glow cast on his face revealed that his brows were tightly knotted, and even his lips were pressed together with force, a rare expression for him. AI Tong managed to free her hands, but even with her considerable movement, Yi Huan remained unresponsive. Typically, he would awaken at the slightest sound. So why was he sleeping so deeply today? Yi Huan, what's wrong? AI Tong called, propping herself up with her hands on the bed. However, the large hand that held her waist did not loosen. She reached up to touch Yi Huan's shoulder, gently shaking him in an attempt to wake him. Yi Huan, awaken. AI Tong furrowed her brows, observing Yi Huan's abnormal reaction, and felt a sudden sense of panic. Yi Huan slightly swayed at first, then began to shake more vigorously. Yet, there were still no signs of awakening. AI Tong quickly checked Yi Huan's temperature. It was normal, and he was still breathing, indicating that there was no immediate danger. But why wouldn't he wake up? AI Tong shouted, Yi Huan, if you don't wake up, your wife will die. Her voice was loud, infused with urgency, for if this continued, not only would Yi Huan's state be questionable, but she might find herself in dire straits as well. potentially suffocated in her own bed. Before long, this could become the first bizarre case of the beast world. Whether it was AI Tong's call that roused him or the content of her words that provoked a response, Yi-Huan opened his eyes at that moment, revealing a pair of dark crimson orbs that seemed to absorb the very essence of the night. You finally awakened. I Tong exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Yi-Huan regaining consciousness. It appeared that he was slowly coming to his senses, turning to look at AI Tong, who had already sat up, with a hint of confusion in his expression. Tong, what happened? Do you not recall how you were just now? AI Tong was momentarily taken aback after Yi-Huan spoke. How could he not remember the way he had clung to her so tightly? What did I do? Yi-Huan's voice was soft, as if afraid of startling something away, tinged with a touch of uncertainty, as if he himself doubted his actions. Well, when I woke up, I found you holding me tightly. You nearly squeezed my little waist to the point of breaking, AI Tong emphasized. Had she not shouted to awaken him, she might have soon found herself in pieces. Upon hearing AI Tong mention her waist, Yi-Huan quickly grasped her small hand, feeling her warmth, his face etched with urgency. I do not know what transpired. I was ensnared in a nightmare. Did I hurt you? Yi-Huan's words were sincere, his once profound crimson gaze now filled with earnestness and regret. AI Tong had always believed in Yi-Huan. It's nothing. I called you awake. You did not harm me. But what did you dream of? And how did you wake up? Reflecting on the earlier scene now sent chills down her spine. She couldn't bear to think about it. Yi-Huan immediately enveloped AI Tong's waist, intent on lifting her garment to inspect for injuries. There is no need to check if I'm truly unscathed. AI Tong quickly dodged, blocking Yi-Huan's hand. Are you truly fine? He pressed. Yes, she replied, feeling a bit bashful under his scrutiny. You woke up just in time. So there are no issues. I was merely exaggerating a bit. Upon hearing AI Tong's reassurance, Yi-Huan let out a sigh of relief, yet his expression remained worried. I dreamt that you fell into an abyss, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't grasp you, he confessed, pulling AI Tong into his embrace tightly at first, only to loosen his grip a second later as if realizing something. I am fine. Please do not dwell on it. It was not your fault. AI Tong gently comforted him, patting his shoulder. She had not anticipated that Yi-Huan would feel such guilt over the incident. He, who usually enjoyed peaceful slumber, had been plagued by nightmares. Tong, I did not intend to hold you so tightly. I am aware that you cherish your freedom, but I am genuinely terrified. The image of the abyss is etched in my mind. He understood that AI Tong relished both playfulness and solitude, wishing to remain by her side, unwilling to let anyone encroach upon her space. His jealousy had shifted from envy to distrust. He trusted no one but himself. He would not permit any beast to approach her, even if that beast was himself. Yes, I know you've been watching me closely lately. I am aware that this troubles you, AI Tong replied. Yi-Huan, I hope you do not burden yourself excessively. Besides, you have always been by my side. Haven to you? Although AI Tong sometimes felt constrained and frustrated by Yi-Huan's protectiveness, witnessing his distress that night melted away her irritation, leaving only a profound sense of empathy. The night passed, with Yi-Huan unable to sleep. He lay beside AI Tong, gently holding her, occasionally brushing over the area she claimed was painful. Following the turmoil of that night, Yi-Huan became increasingly restrained, scarcely daring to sleep for several days. Only after AI Tong's persistent coaxing did he manage to nap briefly. Even then, his slumber was light, nearly half awake. He would not allow a repeat of the previous night's events, nor would he tolerate any harm coming to AI Tong. He would not spare any beast that dared to threaten her, even if that beast was himself. Despite AI Tong's attempts to reason with him, it was futile. While Yi-Huan usually doted on her, complying with her wishes, there were moments when he was resolute in his decisions, impervious to her influence. In some fundamental ways, he and AI Tong were alike. Once they made up their minds, they would not waver. Since their return to Suncheon, Yi-Huan had remained resolutely by AI Tong's side, never straying from her presence. Days passed, and the two enjoyed their time together, their brief separation making their reunion feel like a newlywed bliss. AI Tong adhered to Yi-Huan's wishes, maintaining distance from the beastmen of Suncheon, even from Haitang, keeping a 2-meter distance. AI Tong spent her days sewing and writing within the palace. When boredom struck, she would venture outside to exercise in the sunlight. While not overly difficult, the monotony began to wear on her. As another fortnight passed, even the most intriguing activities lost their allure, and the most beautiful scenery became tiresome. AI Tong found herself increasingly bored, seeking various distractions while intentionally avoiding Yi Huan's company. Yet, Yi Huan remained steadfast, not leaving her side for a single moment. One day, AI Tong yearned to visit the area where the beastmen of Sun Chung resided, hoping that the lively atmosphere would soothe her restless heart. Yi Huan, I'm merely going to stroll around Sun Chung. There's so many beastmen here. You need not accompany me, she called back to him as she stepped outside the palace. Though Yi Huan was the king of a city, he delegated most trivial matters to Bien Zhan, allowing him ample time to be with her. In truth, AI Tong did not wish for him to expend so much effort on her. He had his responsibilities, and she had her desires. While their love was undeniable, it did not necessitate constant proximity, nor did it justify one party attempting to control the other in the name of love. She had previously understood and empathized with Yi Huan, so she had silently accepted his behavior. AI Tong believed that the passage of time had dulled the edges of their fears, but Yi Huan's anxiety lingered. I cannot rest easy. I will accompany you, he declared, drawing closer to AI Tong. Although AI Tong felt a flicker of displeasure, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and walked away in frustration. Soon, they arrived at the area where the beastmen lived. AI Tong walked briskly without a particular destination, her pace quickening, showing no intent to wait for Yi Huan. He sensed her agitation but did not retreat. Instead, he maintained a subtle distance, ensuring she remained within his sight. 3 meters was his greatest concession. He needed to keep AI Tong within his line of vision to feel at ease. AI Tong paid no heed to Yi Huan, striding forward with a sense of purpose. Feeling the invigorating energy beneath her feet, sharpening her senses. As she walked, she barely registered the fleeting images around her. Everything merely appeared as ephemeral shadows. Suddenly, she stumbled over something. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, her body instinctively leaning forward as she struggled to regain her balance, her feet firmly planted. The moment had almost sent her tumbling to the ground. Thankfully, she managed to stabilize herself, though the unexpected tripping nearly caused her to lose her footing. Yi Huan, witnessing the sudden incident ahead, rushed to her side, slightly bending down to inquire. Are you all right? I'm fine, replied AI Tong, straightening up and turning to see what had caused her stumble, nearly jeopardizing her delicate nose. To her surprise, she found herself face to face with a small, beautifully furred creature. Its soft, light yellow coat bore narrow, dark stripes, which curled gracefully like willow leaves, while its underbelly was slightly whiter. The small creature, resembling a miniature tiger and about the size of a golden retriever, explained her earlier misstep. It was merely a matter of not having seen it clearly beneath her feet. When did beasts begin to roam freely in Sun Chung? She was unaware that the city was akin to a national animal sanctuary. The small creature gazed back at her, its short tiger whiskers gently swaying in the breeze, its round eyes filled with innocent curiosity. I shall deal with it, Yi Huan declared, ready to take action. Wait, don't. AI Tong raised her hand to stop him, intrigued by the sudden appearance of this small creature. It was quite peculiar, exuding no sense of menace, but rather an endearing charm. Yi Huan, look at this little one. It doesn't fear me at all. AI Tong's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed the adorable creature. She had always possessed a fondness for cats and dogs, and this little beast from the animal world was no exception. The small creature seemed to sense AI Tong's kindness and was drawn to her, particularly brightening at the moment it first laid eyes on her. It took tentative steps, moving towards AI Tong, but halted abruptly as it sensed Yi Huan's presence beside her. Yi Huan regarded the small creature with suspicion, his dark red eyes radiating a warning that seemed to convey a threat. Approach at your peril. Just as the tension escalated, a young female with a sun-kissed complexion and a graceful figure dashed forward. She swiftly scooped up the small creature, cradling it protectively in her arms. Kneeling down, she trembled slightly as she spoke. Please, Your Majesty, forgive this little tiger. He is young and does not understand. As his mother, I take full responsibility for his actions that have disturbed you. I am willing to accept any punishment on his behalf. What do you mean by little tiger? Mother beast? AI Tong momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation, realizing that this small creature was, in fact, a beastman. No wonder it was wandering around Sun Chung without fear of becoming prey. According to the nature of beastmen, they were carnivorous, and even a small tiger beast would not be spared. She recalled encountering a small beastman with white wings shortly after arriving in Sun Chung. It was a considerate child toward his half-human, half-beast father. She had been aware of the small beastman's nature because of its ability to speak. However, this little creature had yet to utter a word, leading her to believe it was simply an ordinary animal. Is he your cub? AI Tong stepped closer, scrutinizing the small creature nestled in the female's embrace. Its chubby paws clung to her shoulder, and with its round head and glassy eyes, it curiously observed her, emitting soft sounds reminiscent of a human infant. The gentle and raspy tones held no aggression, instead resembling a contented coo. "Yes, Your Majesty," the female replied, her voice tinged with admiration. "He was born not long ago, and among his siblings, he is the most mischievous, often running about and nearly causing a calamity by colliding with you, Your Majesty." The female maintained her respectful posture, kneeling as she spoke, her face clouded with concern. "It is not his fault. He did not intend to trip you. I was not paying attention while walking." AI Tong spoke amiably, expressing her understanding, assuring the female that she bore no ill will. She preferred straightforwardness, speaking her mind without concern for how others might interpret her words. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Little tiger, do express your gratitude," the female urged, her excitement palpable as she encouraged the cub to thank AI Tong. She set the small creature down, allowing it to kneel quietly, resembling a cat in repose, evoking a sense of tenderness. "Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Little tiger speaks late due to his nature, making it challenging for him to express his thanks. The female continued, her demeanor growing more relaxed as she shared amusing anecdotes about the cub, seemingly forgetting the intimidating presence of Yi Huan beside AI Tong. "Is that so? How delightful," AI Tong responded, not holding back her praise. Who could resist such an adorable little creature? It was no wonder the cub had remained silent. It was simply a late speaker. This phenomenon was not unusual. Every human child undergoes a unique journey from birth to maturity, and while some flourish, others may face challenges. With a smile, AI Tong assisted the kneeling female to her feet, her tone gentle as a breeze. "Rise. There is no need to remain kneeling. We are all part of Sunshung." Casting a glance at Yuan, who remained still, AI Tong felt a sense of relief wash over her. Initially, she could have urged the kneeling female to stand sooner, but she chose to engage in conversation first, mindful of Yi Huan's presence. In Sunshung, while she could occasionally overlook certain customs, she held the authority to permit or deny actions among the beastmen. However, some traditions must be upheld without exception. She could disregard them, but the beastmen of Sun Chung must adhere to them. Without rules, there would be chaos. Yi Huan's approach to governance was something she respected. Moreover, he did not allow other beastmen to approach him, and the small creature had already trespassed into his territory. Had she not intervened, the situation might have escalated beyond mere kneeling. After assisting the female to her feet, Yi Huan remained silent, suggesting he had recognized his recent overzealousness in guarding his territory. With this thought, AI Tong's spirits lifted, and she felt compelled to reach out to the little creature still kneeling on the ground. Generally, when she speaks, Yi Huan seldom interrupts, merely gazing at her silently. "May I touch him?" Alas, this is someone else's cub. Any affection or embrace must be sanctioned by the parents. Even with a pet, one must seek the owner's permission before proceeding, lest an unfortunate incident lead to awkwardness. "Of course, you may, Your Majesty, feel free." The female was taken aback by AI Tong's sudden declaration. AI Tong smiled and nodded, eager to approach. Yet, as she advanced, she turned her head and lifted her gaze to the Yi Huan standing beside her, softly inquiring, "May I touch her?" "I adore her, cub." AI Tong's eyes reflected her unmasked fondness for the little tiger cub as she gazed intently into a pair of deep crimson eyes. Those crimson eyes remained tranquil for a long while, before Yi Huan's thin lips parted slightly, seemingly emitting a sound from his throat, whom ultimately Yi Huan did not refuse. He understood that AI Tong had been quite distressed lately, and since today she had managed to find some joy, he could afford to be a bit lenient. After all, he had always remained close by. He did not regard the ordinary female or a tiny cub as a threat. Granted Yi Huan's approval, AI Tong happily approached the little tiger cub. It must be said, this little creature was truly adorable. AI Tong squatted down, slowly drawing nearer to the little tiger. "Your name is Xiao Xiao Hu, right? Well, lovely name. It suits you perfectly, cute and spirited," she said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, her lips involuntarily curving upwards as her hand caressed the cub's smooth, soft fur. The little tiger stared at AI Tong in a daze, then, at the moment of her touch, rolled over on the ground, its tiny paws playfully reaching out, eager to engage with AI Tong. Such a charming sight made her wish to take him home. It was evident that Xiao Xiao, who was quite fond of AI Tong, How old is Xiao Xiao Hu? AI Tong inquired, knowing only that he had just been born not long ago, yet unaware of his exact age. She turned and smiled, asking his mother, Your Majesty, Xiao Xiao Hu is the last to be born, having been here for less than half a month. The female spoke of her child with deep maternal affection in her eyes, creating a comforting atmosphere. Only half a month? He seems rather large for his age, AI Tong remarked, playfully engaging with Xiao Xiao Hu while conversing with the female. She was curious about how the cubs of beastmen matured, as she was unfamiliar with their development. Indeed, Your Majesty, by the next warm season, Xiao Xiao Hu should begin to take on the appearance of a little beastman. The female explained, having noticed AI Tong's keen interest in the subject. Wow, that's impressive. AI Tong was astonished to learn that beastmen cubs could freely change their physical forms within a year, far more manageable than human infants. And how long until they reach adulthood? Roughly after 10 cycles of heat and cold. They're considered mature, capable of hunting independently and selecting their beloved mates. That is quite swift. AI Tong had not anticipated that beastmen cubs matured so quickly. 10 years was deemed adulthood, while in her world, one was considered an adult at 18. However, upon reflection, it made sense, given the many uncertainties in the beast realm. A single hunting expedition could lead to one's demise. Maturing early meant one could mate and propagate sooner. Indeed, the beast realm possessed beast orbs that could prolong life and enhance strength. But these were matters for intermediate and advanced beastmen. Most ordinary beastmen merely possessed brute strength, which was insufficient to face all dangers. For them, the genes of early maturity were deeply engraved in their lineage, as countless ancestors evolved their genes to adapt to harsh environments. In contrast, strong races like Yihuans had not produced a single egg in hundreds of years. No wonder it was so challenging to bear young. Living so long naturally meant there was no urgency to reproduce. Even the heavens did not rush them. The survival of the fittest. Ordinary beastmen yearned for the power and longevity of advanced beastmen, while advanced beastmen coveted the reproductive abilities of ordinary beastmen. The most desired was often the most unattainable. Yet, fate cruelly toyed with both. From another perspective, whether ordinary or advanced, they all possessed the finest things in the world. It was merely that every beastman aspired for perfection. This was not inherently wrong. AI Tong continued to play with Xiao Xiao Hu for quite some time. He was simply too endearing, and before she knew it, a considerable amount of time had passed. As dusk fell, AI Tong and Yi Huan prepared to return. AI Tong even brought many delicious treats for Xiao Xiao Hu. Some of the food prepared by ordinary beastmen paled in comparison to AI Tong's culinary skills. So, during mealtime, she had instructed the beastmen below to bring a portion for Xiao Xiao Hu. Additionally, she had sent Zhan to fetch the shaman to check on Xiao Xiao Hu's health, as the shaman could provide assistance. AI Tong fiddled with the egg custard in her hands, envisioning the silly, adorable manner in which Xiao Xiao Hu would devour the delicacies. A gentle smile gracing her lips. In stark contrast, Yi Huan, seated across the table, remained expressionless. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the underlying turmoil beneath his cold facade. Throughout the day, Yi Huan had spoken little. Ever since AI Tong began playing with Xiao Xiao Hu, he had seemed as if struck mute. Aside from the occasional hum, his demeanor was consistently devoid of expression. During dinner, he uttered few words, and now, witnessing AI Tong's cheerful countenance, his heart felt a profound pang. Why has Tong Tong turned away from him? Has Tong Tong found affection elsewhere? Could it be that she favors that still nursing tiger cub? He harbored a tempest of grievances, yet all he could muster were the words, Tong Tong. Do you like that little tiger cub? AI Tong raised her gaze, the smile at her lips still lingering, but upon sensing the sorrowful look in his eyes, her smile gradually faded, leaving her momentarily stunned. What's wrong? She failed to comprehend why Yi Huan's tone had shifted so peculiarly after a day of seemingly normal behavior. AI Tong approached Yi Huan, bending down to meet his impassive gaze, gently poking his arm with her finger. I like Xiao Xiao Hu. He is so cute and fluffy. Don't you like him? Yet, to Yi Huan's ears, it translated to, Tong Tong does not like him. She prefers that tiger. Yi Huan's deep crimson eyes were filled with a storm, as if he could be swept away in an instant. However, before long, his handsome face took on a look of grievance. Does Tong Tong no longer care for me? Allowing you to touch him was my greatest concession. I will not relinquish Tong Tong to a little tiger. AI Tong was genuinely taken aback by Yi Huan's expression. She had sensed the turbulent energy emanating from him earlier, but hadn't anticipated that this would be the outcome. I don't have that kind of affection. It's a different kind of liking. AI Tong hastily attempted to clarify, despite Yi Huan's current semblance of normalcy. Should he truly believe that there was something between her and the little tiger, it was likely that the cub would not survive the encounter. What kind of liking? Yi Huan regarded AI Tong's eager face with skepticism. He was quite satisfied with her reaction. What are you thinking? Am I capable of doing anything to a cub that has only just been born? AI Tong exclaimed, pushing Yi Huan lightly, her brows knitted tightly. She was utterly astonished that Yi Huan's jealousy extended even to a mere cub. Nevertheless, even though Yi Huan was jealous, he did not immediately prevent her from playing with Xiao Xiao Hu during the day. Instead, he had accompanied her for a considerable time. This indicated that, deep down, he understood her feelings were innocent and simple. Why then had his demeanor changed so drastically after a single meal? AI Tong remained unaware that her earlier enjoyment of the egg custard had deeply wounded the tender heart of a young royal serpent. What a profound wound it must be to his tender heart. Otherwise, he would not have reacted with such anger. Tong Tong must find his highness lacking in fur. Yi Huan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Tong Tong favors those adorned with fur, particularly the fluffy kind. No wonder she so enjoys covering herself with a furry beast skin blanket. As Yi Huan spoke, his dark crimson eyes deepened, as if he wished to envelop the person before him within his very being. He ardently desired to transform into the form that Tong Tong adored. Yet he was inherently a king snake, devoid of fur. How could you think such a thing? Just because I lack fur, does that mean I am not your queen? AI Tong approached and embraced Yi Huan, her slender arms wrapping around his neck, her bright fox-like eyes brimming with sincerity. Yi Huan turned his head aside, letting out a cold huff, indicating that he had already moved past the earlier incident. Do you know why I played with little tiger for so long? AI Tong settled onto Yi Huan's lap, her small face drawing near to his, resting her forehead against him, her voice soft and teasing. Feeling the warmth emanating from her, Yi Huan's previously hardened heart softened instantly, his hands instinctively encircling her waist. He had intended to let bygones be bygones, but AI Tong brought it up again, causing his recently thawed expression to grow cold once more. Yi Huan remained silent. Observing his silence, AI Tong was not offended. She continued to smile lightly as she spoke. At first, it was because I simply adore cats and dogs, and when I saw him looking so adorable, I thought he was some lost little creature. AI Tong gently lifted Yi Huan's face, compelling him to meet her gaze. A smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with longing. The true reason I played with him for so long is that he is a female cub. A female cub? What of it? Just because she is young? Does she think she can take my Tong Tong away? Yi Huan clearly did not grasp AI Tong's meaning, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze distant as if lost in a maze. Seeing that Yi Huan was still clueless, AI Tong sighed softly and turned his handsome face toward her, making him face her directly. At this moment, her shimmering fox-like eyes met his deep crimson gaze. Ai Tong smiled, her small hand gently caressing the contours of Yi Huan's face, then leaned in closer, her tone light and breathy. I want to have little snakes. Yi Huan, who had managed to maintain his composure, found himself on the verge of unraveling with just those words. The tranquil depths of his crimson eyes suddenly surged like a tidal wave. With a swift motion, Yi Huan's large hand wrapped around AI Tong's back, pulling her close, inhaling the faint sweetness that lingered in the air. In an instant, his blood stirred. Yi Huan's voice grew hoarse as he nuzzled against the delicate skin of her head, then loosened his embrace to meet her gaze. Tong Tong, you want that? Previously, he would climb onto Tong Tong's bed, needing to hold her to sleep every night. He did not expect her to be so proactive today, to the point that he felt a bit shy. Could it be that her earlier anger was a means to coax him? Would it be possible to arrange for daily anger in the future? Not fully grasping the situation, Yi Huan decided to cast aside his thoughts and simply embraced his lovely wife, knowing they had ample time to inquire further. How annoying. I meant to say that I also want little ones. The two had yet to engage in any significant action, yet the atmosphere had shifted imperceptibly. AI Tong's face flushed crimson. She shyly turned her gaze away and lightly swatted Yi Huan, yet she did not stand up, remaining seated on his lap. In Yi Huan's eyes, she appeared both hesitant and inviting, her silence laden with unspoken words. Tong Tong desires little ones? Yi Huan thought she was merely concerned for him, trying to soothe him. However, it became evident that she genuinely wished for them, but not with him. She wanted offspring. Now Yi Huan understood. Tong Tong had been observing the beastmen of Sun Chung, all of whom had cubs, and found them adorable, thus desiring to bear her own. No wonder her gaze had not strayed from that little tiger beast today. Yi-Hwan had thought she was enamored with his peculiar fur. He had already formulated a plan. If Tong Tong adored that fur, he would venture into the forest to gather more tiger beasts, skinning them to provide her with an abundance of pelts. In this way, she would not feel the need to visit that little tiger beast daily. Yi-Hwan would never resort to collecting fur from beastmen, for that would be unethical. Tong Tong had stated that one must not engage in immoral actions, and thus he refrained. When AI Tong perceived Yi-Hwan's expression, she realized he understood her intentions. She had been quite explicit. If he could not comprehend her meaning now, then he must have had his head caught in the door or boiled in hot water. They had previously agreed that she would straightforwardly express her desires to him. At times, his inability to understand her intentions could lead to misunderstandings and silence, which might jeopardize their relationship. Thus, she resolved to shed her shyness, boldly stating her wish for offspring without embarrassment. Without Yi-Hwan, she could not conceive on her own. What should she do if she did not seek him out? Yes, I absolutely adore little ones. AI Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of offspring, her enthusiasm palpable. Primarily, I wish to bear a child that belongs to both of us. In the modern world, she would never consider marrying or having children without securing her financial stability. However, here in the beast realm, AI Tong believed that life must be experienced in its entirety. Why not share it with a new life? Yi-Hwan's strength was sufficient to protect them, and she could utilize her modern knowledge to enhance their lives in the beast realm. Here, she was not merely a tool for exploitation, nor did she need to stress over maintaining relationships with everyone. Here, she was simply herself, AI Tong. Tong Tong, I do not care whether or not we have descendants. Yi-Hwan believed this to be due to his own racial circumstances. After centuries without a single leg, and having spent considerable time together, Tong Tong felt guilty for not bearing him offspring. Thus, Yi-Hwan directly stated that he did not mind. The implication was clear, whether or not they had children. His love for AI Tong would remain unwavering. You may not care, but I do. Look around you. Every female in Sun Chung seems to have a cub once they step outside. I want one too. AI Tong was now fervently enthusiastic about having children. She was determined to have one. I know that the Sun Jing King snakes have not laid an egg in centuries, but as you said, my constitution is different. I go into heat far more frequently than the females in Sun Chung. This means our chances of conceiving are significantly higher. How can we know unless we try? Do you not wish to be a father? AI Tong, with her pleading eyes, clutched Yi-Hwan's clothing tightly, arguing her case vigorously. She was resolute in seizing the opportunity to become a mother. Having exerted herself to this extent, how could Yi-Hwan possibly resist? Tong Tong, it is not that we cannot have offspring, but I fear for your health. The Sun Jing King snake is a formidable race, which implies that every little Sun Jing King snake would possess potential far surpassing that of ordinary beastmen. As the mother of a little Sun Jing King snake, Tong Tong would have to endure greater suffering. Yi-Hwan's expression was filled with concern. This was the primary reason he hesitated to allow Tong Tong to conceive. She was so delicate. How could she withstand the demands of a growing Sun Jing King snake drawing nutrients from her body? Though this would depend on the cub's innate abilities. The stronger the talent, the more nutrients would be required. Yet, even if the cub were to be a failure, he would not permit it to siphon the nourishment from Tong Tong's body. Having finally managed to nourish her to a healthy state, he could not bear to let that little rascal take advantage of her. Moreover, he has yet to discover anything that could significantly enhance Tong Tong's constitution. Thus, the matter of giving birth has been indefinitely postponed. Ah, is it truly that grave? Ai Tong never anticipated that merely bearing a child could be more daunting than severe hemorrhage or difficult labor. Indeed, she had underestimated the situation. Will it lead to death? Ai Tong's brow furrowed tightly as she inquired softly. She yearned for a child, but did not wish to depart from this world immediately after giving birth. In fact, there exists another method that can minimize the risks, akin to the way ordinary beasts bear offspring. Yi-Hwan did not respond to Ai Tong's query about the possibility of death. Instead, he hesitantly mentioned an alternative approach. He was unwilling to entertain thoughts of death concerning Tong Tong. As long as he was present, Tong Tong would not perish. Chapter 194. I wish to bear a little snake, yet I desire you even more. Upon hearing Yi-Hwan mention the existence of another method, Ai Tong's eyes instantly brightened, and she grasped Yi-Hwan's arm, tightening her grip inadvertently. You mean there is another way? Yi-Hwan, sensing the excitement radiating from his beloved, retracted his hesitant words and affirmed with a soft hum. Really? Ai Tong joyfully wrapped her arms around Yi-Hwan's neck, squeezing him tightly, shaking him vigorously as if traversing a bumpy mountain road. Despite the exuberance, it was a genuine expression of joy. As Yahuan felt Tong Tong's laughter burst forth, his own thrill transformed into a shared elation. He encircled her waist with both arms, a subtle smile gracing his lips, despite the lingering worry evident in his furrowed brow. Can we truly have child? Tong finally calmed her racing heart and released Yahuan, her tone slightly breathless, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Yes. Yahuan lifted his large hand to smooth down the tousled strands of her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness as he spoke softly. What is this method? Was it not said that the child would siphon my nutrients? How can we safely bring it into the world? Tong had indeed let her joy overwhelm her. Now, in the wake of her excitement, she realized the precariousness of their situation. This question itself was a precipice leading directly to an abyss with no retreat. If she wished to bear a child, the issue of nutrient absorption from the mother must be resolved. The method Yahuan spoke of, which promised survival against the odds, would certainly address this dilemma. Yahuan, please do not frighten me. I wish to have a little snake, yet I desire you even more. Tong's previously rosy cheeks gradually lost their excitement, replaced by a creeping sense of worry and fear. She cautiously leaned closer, gently taking hold of Yahuan's large palm that rested on her lap after smoothing her hair. His hand was so large that she could not grasp it entirely. Instead, she held onto one of his long fingers while raising his palm in her small hands, her voice trembling as if she feared something. The more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. If it were possible to conceive, Yahuan would be eager for her to do so, and he would surely share the method with her. Yet, gazing at Yahuan's conflicted yet resolute expression, Tong's heart began to race with anxiety. Foolish girl, how could anything happen to me? Yahuan chuckled, grasping her delicate hands firmly. He then wiped away the glistening tears that threatened to fall and pulled her into his embrace. Nestled against his thumping chest, Tong felt anchored in reality. Yahuan was still there by her side. She closed her eyes, suppressing the tears in her gaze, wishing only to remain in his embrace, content. However, she then heard Yahuan's deep voice, unique to him. If Tong Tong wishes to have a child, then we shall conceive. Let us see if Tong Tong can break the centuries-long precedent of no eggs being laid. Yahuan's tone was filled with jest, contrasting sharply with the earlier tension, now imbued with a sense of lightheartedness. I refuse, Tong retorted, snuggling deeper into Yahuan's embrace, akin to a kangaroo baby in a pouch, fearful of encountering the outside world. No, we won't have a child, we won't, Tong said, her voice muffled. Heaven knows how much she longed for a baby. Yet compared to Yahuan, that yet-to-be-born child took a back seat. Just the two of us for a lifetime, flying side by side, would suffice. Tong comforted herself in this manner. Oh dear, feeling unwell? Did I not promise you could bear a child? Yahuan teased, lifting Tong's chin with one hand, coaxing her from her cocoon. Tong had initially sought solace in silence, but Yahuan, with his playful antics, ignited a mix of shyness and anger within her. She had felt sorrowful, but now it was all replaced with indignation and embarrassment. Why do you keep bothering me? Tong finally emerged from his embrace, gazing at Yahuan with a flushed face, attempting to intimidate him, though her voice was thick and nasal, sounding quite childish. All right, do not be disheartened. I have said you may conceive. Why are you still so glum? Yahuan gently brushed aside the stray hair clinging to Tong's face and caressed her slightly flushed cheek, speaking softly to soothe her. Humph. Tong turned her little head away, unwilling to acknowledge Yahuan. He embraced her, letting out a gentle sigh. While carrying a child, as long as I supply the necessary strength daily, there will be no issues. Mother and child will be safe. It will merely consume some of my strength and take some time to recover, but it will return. He did not wish for Tong Tong to bear too much knowledge, as it would place immense pressure upon her, yet she always seemed to detect the underlying issues. He had no choice but to speak. Consume strength? Tong turned her head, clearly intrigued by this topic. Yes, Yahuan nodded. Tong's brow furrowed slightly, casting doubt on Yahuan's earlier statement. Merely consuming strength? How much precisely, and how long will it take to recover? Tong inquired, articulating each word with clarity, leaving no room for Yahuan to evade. Yahuan bore an expression of resignation and understanding, momentarily rendered silent by her probing. He realized he could not deceive Tong Tong. Even if he managed to skirt the issue today, the truth would eventually surface. A depletion of 34% of my strength. 3 years for complete recovery. Yahuan did not conceal the truth, stating it plainly. His concern was not for the loss of his strength, but whether he could ensure Tong Tong's safety with a diminished capacity. Although the strength of the beasts on the Beast World continent was significantly lower than his own, even if his power were to dwindle to 14, it would still suffice to contend with the leaders of various tribes. However, he was wary of unpredictable events or uncontrollable beasts that might arise. 3 years, you say? Does that mean during that time, you'll not be as formidable as you are now? The reality of Yahuan's words tugged painfully at Itong's heart. As a royal serpent, a being of power, to suddenly find oneself stripped of nearly all their esteemed strength would be an immense blow. Not to mention the predatory tribes that lurked nearby. While they appeared tranquil now, Xinqing occupied prime territory and was on a promising trajectory. If any scheming beast were to learn of Yahuan's diminished prowess, it could provoke a rash of audacious attacks, one after another. Itong dared not contemplate such scenarios. She wished not to see her partner endure such hardships. Let's forego the child. Just the two of us are perfectly fine. Itong suddenly leapt into Yahuan's embrace, repeatedly murmuring her desire to abandon the notion of parenthood. Only she understood what power meant to Yahuan. Chapter 195. To bear a little snake with her. It is indeed possible, Tong Tong. I do not wish to ponder who I am, and besides, the force diminishes gradually, not all at once. Currently, everything in Sansheng is progressing positively, and for the time being, no one dares to provoke us. Xiafeng is indeed a reliable ally. Without his leadership, no significant turmoil can arise. If Tong Tong feels that this place is too perilous, we shall seek a location devoid of beasts to dwell in, where it would be just the two of us. Yahuan continuously speaks, each word reflecting his concern for AI Tong. In truth, he does not harbor a strong desire for offspring, yet if it were with Tong Tong, he would welcome it. He is an orc who prefers to maintain control over all circumstances. Thus, he is particularly attentive to any potential unforeseen events. However, since Tong Tong's arrival, he has come to realize that not everything can be orchestrated to his will. Despite his meticulous planning, unexpected occurrences will inevitably transpire. If he were to persist in such timidity, that would not be true to himself. There are moments when he questions whether his choices are indeed correct. As a sudden thought surges from within, yet he acts upon it. He will strive with all his might to protect all that he cherishes, leaving the rest to fate. Everything is arranged for the best. Can it truly be so? Do not deceive me. AI Tong still harbors some disbelief towards Yahuan, fearing that he might merely be placating her. Nonetheless, listening to his words, they seem to hold merit. She is aware of Yahuan's prowess. Although Sansheng has attracted some attention, it has yet to engage in hostilities with other tribes. Conversely, following the incident with the Baihu tribe, many tribes have altered their perceptions of them. Moreover, it is evident that all tribes are diligently striving for development. If coexistence can be achieved amicably, no tribe would desire to instigate war. Even if there were such intentions, the requisite strength must accompany it. Apart from the Shui tribe, no other tribe currently stands as a match for Sansheng. Indeed, it is true. I previously feared this and that, worrying about what might go awry. For I did not wish to witness any misfortune befall Tong Tong, hence I consistently avoided the matter of having offspring. Yet, upon reflection, having more children may not be a negative outcome. They could protect you in my absence. Yahuan gently grasped AI Tong's small hand, a smile gracing his lips, his words imbued with relief. Although the offspring of the Sun Jing Wang she have only just been born, they possess lethal capabilities, at least several times stronger than the orc offspring here. Even the most inept Sun Jing Wang she offspring would be on par with the orc younglings here. There exists a significant reason for his reluctance towards progeny. The Sun Jing Wang she have historically been cold-blooded and unfeeling. He has never experienced warmth since childhood. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, he never contemplated perpetuating this lineage. He does not wish to create another cold and unfeeling little Sun Jing Wang shi, outwardly imposing yet internally riddled with wounds. When you bully me, I shall have the offspring retaliate and avenge me. Hee. AI Tong playfully tugged at Yahuan's cascading hair. Her expression filled with pride, mimicking Yahuan's previous haughty demeanor. Yahuan embraced AI Tong, an indescribable sense of satisfaction blooming within him. Should they bear a little snake together, it would surely be the happiest Sun Jing Wang shi of their tribe. He would not subject them to cold words or indifference, nor would he compel them to undertake what they do not wish to do, and he would never become the villain who slays their mother beast. Tong Tong, having you is truly wonderful. Yahuan reveled in the softness of the person in his embrace, his face radiating happiness. He now eagerly anticipates the joyful life he will share with Tong Tong in the future. In comparison to the warmth of this moment, those displays of force hold little significance, and the unknown risks seem trivial. Life as a beast is long. One must pursue what they desire to imbue time with meaning, rather than endure monotonous and dreary days and nights. Hee, having our king is truly delightful. AI Tong, her face beaming with joy, bestowed a light kiss. Their lips barely parting, her bright eyes crescent-shaped, sparkling with stars. By the way, how long will it take for your son Jing Wang, she to produce little snakes? After the moment of joy, AI Tong began to focus on all matters concerning the birth of their little snakes. First and foremost, how long must one carry them? If it were to be akin to Neza, bearing for 3 years before giving birth, she would surely be exhausted. Regardless of exhaustion, would Yi Huan's strength not be depleted? Considering the constitution, based on your people's timeline, if it is a snake female, it can be born in 3 months. If of a different tribe, it may take half a year, and some might require a year. This is not an exact science. It is merely a rough estimate, as some may arrive earlier. Yi Huan conveyed this with utmost honesty. This is indeed the situation for the son Jing Wang Shi. To prevent any mishaps during childbirth and ensure the continuation of their lineage, the males of their tribe seek out snake females for mating. The snake females not only have a shorter gestation period but also require minimal sustenance from the males, as they inherently possess a degree of strength. However, there are formidable Sun Jing Wang Shi who unite with equally powerful snake females, and in such cases, male strength is essential for nourishment. The offspring of strong beings are destined to be future powerhouses, and the required nutrition cannot be entirely provided by the mother's body. As for the progeny of him and Tong Tong, it should not be excessively burdensome, considering Tong Tong is merely an ordinary human. As long as he is careful and nurturing, it should be without issue. I see. Half a year is acceptable to me. It is neither too long nor too short. AI Tong nodded in agreement. In modern times, one must carry for 10 months. The earliest would be about 8 or 9 months, so 6 months is already quite favorable. Huan. AI Tong gently wrapped her arms around Yi Huan's waist, pressing her fragile form against him, her breath fragrant as orchids. She then tilted her head, gazing fervently at Yi Huan. Let's have a little snake soon. How could Yi Huan withstand such overtly alluring words and actions from AI Tong? Initially hesitant, he now cast aside all reservations. His forest black-red eyes grew increasingly entranced, lost in the shimmering gaze across from him, as he abruptly lifted AI Tong into his arms. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled AI Tong for a moment, prompting her to instinctively grasp with her hands and feet. She found herself in a bear hug, her legs entwined around his robust waist, her arms encircling his neck, her entire being pressed against him. Yi Huan smirked, assessing the weight of his precious cargo, his large hand resting on her petite backside, lifting her effortlessly. With steady steps, he made his way toward the bed. Ai Tong, blushing, rested her chin on his sturdy shoulder, tilting her head to savor the gentle jostle as Yi Huan walked. Yi Huan placed her gently on the bed, his gaze fixed intently upon her. AI Tong, feeling the soft touch of the beast's skin beneath her, gradually relaxed, as if welcoming Yi Huan. Yi Huan's tongue moved slightly within his mouth, seemingly restraining himself from startling Tong Tong. The motion was subtle, imperceptible to anyone but him, much less to AI Tong, who was already nearly lost in the moment. Yi Huan's forest black-red eyes slowly filled with crimson, a harbinger of his excitement. Unknowingly, he shed his beast skin attire, then gently leaned over AI Tong. Unable to resist, he captured her red lips as if seizing prey. Tong Tong. AI Tong closed her eyes, savoring the mingling of their breaths. She dared not look, for Yi Huan's physique was too enticing. Gazing too long would risk causing her to bleed. AI Tong's hands encircled Yi Huan's waist, caressing his muscular back, as if that vibrant power belonged to her. Yi Huan meticulously savored the soft fragrance of her lips, indulging in their intimate connection. As if he could never quench his hunger, he then began to trail his kisses downward. The undulating hills below exude a unique charm. Accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of a heartbeat, one cannot discern whether it belongs to her or him. AI Tong stretched her neck, her body beginning to sway uncontrollably. She felt herself growing softer, increasingly yielding to the whims of another. In a moment of distraction, Yi Huan had already stripped the other, leaving a bare form reminiscent of a peeled egg, tempting him to devour it whole. Extinguish the night pearl, AI Tong managed to say, her small hand resting on Yi Huan's shoulder, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. No, Yi Huan replied, refusing her request. Such a beautiful sight must not be dimmed. If you don't extinguish it, I'll cook you until you're tender, so you can feast on me. Itong is gazwaveld. Yet her right hand firmly grasped something, emboldening her, though her words stumbled. Yi Huan often used that item to frighten her, and she had longed for revenge. Oomph. If you cook me, your happiness will vanish, and your little snake will be lost too. Y yuan expertly grasped Itong's weakness. Knowing her desire for the little snake, and countered her threat. I don't want that. Quickly take away the night pearl. When firmness failed, AI Tong switched tactics. Shaking Yi Huan's arm with a pitiful demeanor, her soft and delicate words evoking sympathy. With a resigned furrow of his brow, Yi Huan relented, exclaiming, all right, and waved his hand to put away the night pearl. Instantly, the chamber was enveloped in darkness. Yet, AI Tong's heart continued to race. Tong. In pursuit of offspring, AI Tong and Yi Huan persevered, not resting for a single night, experimenting with various methods without respite. The exertion had taken its toll on AI Tong. Without Yi Huan's physical support, she would have surely collapsed. Day and night blurred as AI Tong and Yi Huan indulged in their desires within a secluded corner of the palace. Time slipped away unnoticed, until she vaguely heard the voices of Hai Tang and Bianzhan. Why Haven T, the king and queen emerged. Could something have happened? What could possibly happen? Have you forgotten the last time? Besides, it's only been a day since we last spoke. AI Tong felt utterly drained, having lost track of how many times she had been exhausted. It seemed endless. Eventually, AI Tong could no longer withstand it and succumbed to slumber. Queen. In her dreams, AI Tong wandered aimlessly, unable to find her way out. She faintly heard someone calling her name, awakening with a start. The fatigue was evident in her eyes, and she rubbed her head before turning to the speaker. Hai Tang. Yes, Queen. The king has gone to prepare a meal. So I'm here to watch over you, Hai Tang replied, gently helping AI Tong to sit up at the edge of the bed while explaining the circumstances. What has happened? After sitting up, AI Tong felt significantly better. You and the King Hai Tang began, but hesitated, her head bowed, a hint of hesitation coloring her features, as if she were concerned about something. Upon seeing Hai Tang's demeanor, AI Tong recalled that she and Yi Huan had been fervently engaged in their marital duties the previous night. She was unsure of how she had fallen asleep. Now that she had moved around a bit, she felt all right, not particularly fatigued, though still somewhat drowsy. How long have I been in the palace? Ai Tong casually inquired, remembering hearing a conversation between Bianzhan and Hai Tang in her dreams, though she could not ascertain its authenticity. Your Majesty, 7 days, Hai Tang replied, her gaze lowered, providing an honest account without exaggeration. What did you say? 7 days? AI Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, her entire demeanor animated. Yes, Hai Tang confirmed, glancing up at the queen. She had not seen the queen for several days, and had sought her out, only to be barred by the guards who informed her that the king and queen were inside and must not be disturbed. After a couple of days, without any contact, Hai Tang sensed something amiss and returned to the palace, only to encounter the same unyielding guards. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, fearing something had happened to the queen. Thus, she sought out Bianzhan, who, unlike the first time when he had teased her, now conveyed a subtle warning. After a lengthy exchange of glances, he finally hinted that the queen had gone to play with the little tiger cub a few days prior, and had since been confined by the king without release. You mean the king grew jealous and locked the queen inside? How scandalous. Hai Tang mused, her concern deepening. Seeing the weary figure leaning against the bed, she felt a wave of sympathy. It was harsh for the king to confine her for 7 days. One feared that his wrath could lead to dire consequences. Hai Tang harbored great worry, but kept it to herself, recognizing the affection between the king and the queen, yet lamenting the complexities of their relationship. AI Tong never anticipated that her union with Yi Huan, a mere expression of marital affection and the pursuit of progeny, would span 7 days. Yet, she felt no such strain. She lifted her legs, feeling no unusual sensations or soreness, likely thanks to Yi Huan's prior attentiveness. Although she had succumbed to sleep later, fragments of those memories lingered in her mind. Hai Tang, I am fine. You need not fret, AI Tong assured with a gentle smile, recognizing the concern etched on Hai Tang's face. After all, she was unaware of the events that transpired, likely believing she had quarreled with Yi Huan or had been wronged. Reflecting on the 7 days of seclusion, it was no wonder she appeared so fatigued. AI Tong lifted the covers and prepared to rise from the bed. After lying still for so long, her legs felt unsteady. Her attire was neatly arranged, and she inwardly praised Yi Huan for his thoughtfulness in dressing her. With Hai Tang as assistance, AI Tong walked to the table. With each step, her legs regained strength. After sitting down, she poured herself a glass of water, engaging in aimless conversation with Hai Tang. Before long, Yi Huan entered with a spread of food. Noticing the lack of tension between the two, Hai Tang performed a courteous bow and exited. Their matters were private, and she felt it inappropriate to intrude, knowing her place. If the queen were truly in distress, she would stand by her side or seek Bianzhan as help. Tong Tong, it's time to eat. Yi Huan presented the meal he had prepared with care, appearing quite spirited. Come, try this steamed egg custard. I added some edible herbs while cooking. It should be delightful. Yi Huan served AI Tong a bowl of the visually appealing dish, eager for her to enjoy it, as both he and AI Tong held a fondness for egg custard. AI Tong accepted it, raising her gaze to meet Yi Huan's as he prepared to sit down, feigning anger. 7 days. 7 days, do you realize? Yi Huan had anticipated her outburst upon waking, so he had tidied up early and prepared the meal, even inviting Hai Tang to help deflect her ire. However, it seemed her frustrations had only intensified. Yi Huan silently cursed Hai Tang for failing to assist him in this crucial moment. Tong Tong has always been close to her, and whenever anything happened in the past, Hai Tang was the most useful. Why, at this moment, is she of no help? Yi Huan felt quite vexed. He had not anticipated that the things meant for him would still belong to him, and there was no escaping this fate. In the end, he had to rely on himself. Tong Tong, did you not say you wanted to give birth to little snakes? If I do not exert myself, how can there be? Yi Huan immediately rose and approached AI Tong, gently squeezing her arms in a gesture of comfort. Strangely enough, the two sentences spoken by Yi Huan did seem to carry some weight. AI Tong momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Yi Huan was merely taking advantage of her inability to argue. She was not one to engage in reasoned debate. AI Tong boldly seized all the steamed egg custards Yi Huan had prepared and brought the delectable dishes before her. Grabbing her chopsticks, she lifted her gaze to Yi Huan, clearly stating, I punish you by making you watch me eat. Each word was distinct and clear. Fine, Yi Huan replied, if I do not eat, then I shall not eat. Although I cannot have my favorite egg custard, it is not a waste. After all, it has all gone into Tong Tong's belly, which I can accept. It was fortunate that he did not need to rely on such food for sustenance. Otherwise, today would certainly have been miserable. Yi Huan let out a sigh of relief. It was merely a case of not being able to eat. He could endure that. Ultimately, it was not some other perverse punishment. As long as Tong Tong allowed him to join her in bed at night, he could bear everything else. Yi Huan sat upright, obediently watching AI Tong eat without blinking. AI Tong, unable to resist, stole a glance at Yi Huan while sipping the egg custard, her mouth curling into a smile behind the bowl. Finally, after finishing her meal leisurely, AI Tong called for the Beastmen to clear the table and took the opportunity to whisper something to them. The Beastman, bending over in fear, nearly lost his spirit, yet he quickly moved to AI Tong's side. At least if the queen intervened, he could leave upright. But if the king got involved, he might not be so fortunate. Originally, he had planned to watch the commotion between the king and queen from outside and then share the gossip with his friends. He never anticipated that he would not only miss the excitement, but also put his life at risk. He thought to himself that he could not offend either of the two. If they clashed, would he be the one to bear the brunt? Across from him, Yi Huan was constantly observing the situation. Though he appeared calm, he was unable to hear anything. Yi Huan furrowed his brows, causing him to doubt his own capabilities. However, Tong Tong had just been angry, and he could not afford to do anything that would further provoke her. Seeing the disbelief on Yi Huan's face brought AI Tong some satisfaction, and she shot him a haughty glance, filled with provocation. Just now, she had not uttered a sound, only using gestures and lip movements to communicate with the Beastman. How could he possibly hear her? Since Yi Huan had not heard anything, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, he was waiting right there, and whatever happened would not be enough to frighten the dignified Senjing Wangshi. Until the table was cleared, AI Tong remained seated without any intention of getting up. Since AI Tong did not move, Yi Huan naturally dared not stir. During this time, AI Tong merely sipped water, her expression completely unaffected, occasionally glancing at Yi Huan's demeanor. Despite Yi Huan's outwardly calm appearance, the meaningful glances from Tong Tong made him break into a slight sweat. This little wife was too challenging to please. She constantly tormented him. but he could not voice any complaints. Not long after, Yihuan heard some disordered footsteps and caught a faint whiff of something. Turning his head, he saw 4 beastmen approaching, each carrying a large bucket of dishes and rice. The beastmen carefully set the items down on the floor, trying not to make any noise. They looked exhausted but still managed to bow to AI Tong before swiftly retreating to their posts. AI Tong gazed at the fragrant dishes in the bucket with a gentle smile. Yihuan, however, was perplexed about AI Tong's intentions, staring intently at the large bucket of food, trying to discern the purpose. Eat it. Only when it is finished can you get up. With that, AI Tong stood up to attend to other matters. Yihuan instinctively wanted to follow her as she walked towards the low couch, but AI Tong turned back. Raising an eyebrow with a smile, "You can only move after you finish eating." Chapter 198. The punished King Yihuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Looking at the overflowing bucket of food, he unconsciously swallowed. Earlier, he had seen it but could not eat. Now he could eat it, yet he felt a lingering sense of reluctance. Should he regard Tong Tong as caring for him or plotting against him? Although this amount of food was nothing for the Xinjing Wang Shi, at that moment he could not transform into his beast form, so he had to eat slowly, bite by bite. Under AI Tong's watchful gaze, Yihuan dared not get up and obediently returned to his seat. Observing Yihuan's despondent expression filled AI Tong with satisfaction, and she hummed a tune as she tidied the room, treating it as a means to digest. Thus, in the midst of AI Tong's enchanting melody, Yihuan finished the entire bucket of food. He vowed never again to evade Tong Tong's wrath by cooking. It was akin to pushing himself into the fire. Now, Yihuan felt as though he had eaten far too much, estimating that he could go days without food. Not just days. He wanted to avoid any food for the foreseeable future. Finally, after finishing, Yihuan rose to seek out AI Tong. AI Tong was busy making clothes at the low couch, appearing in good spirits, seemingly unaware that Yihuan had already finished eating. As Yihuan approached her, AI Tong continued her work without looking up, instructing him to come back only when he felt sleepy. Yihuan halted his steps, gazing at the dedicated woman 2 meters away from him, filled with helplessness and reluctance. He did not move. AI Tong, not hearing his footsteps, finally paused her work and lifted her head. Seeing Yihuan standing like a wooden post, she frowned. "Aren't you coming?" The rising intonation snapped Yihuan back to reality. Goodness, he had not realized that females could be so formidable. He had only witnessed the affectionate moments between 2 beastmen and completely missed the arguments. Tong Tong's imposing presence seemed even more formidable than his. Yet, he dared not defy her. Yihuan understood AI Tong all too well. When Tong Tong made a request, it was imperative to comply. Failure to do so could mean the loss of his happiness. Go, go, go. I will go right now." Yihuan's face was filled with helplessness. Though his mouth was quick, his body remained obedient and did not budge. AI Tong, seeing Yihuan agreed to go out, nodded and returned to her task. After a moment, she looked up again and noticed Yihuan still standing in place. AI Tong's gaze sharpened as she looked at him, prompting Yihuan to finally speak. "Tong Tong, is it all right if I just stand here in the hall?" Hearing Yihuan's words, AI Tong suddenly burst into laughter, asking, "Is it not all right outside?" It was not as if she were merely a queen. She was entitled to stand outside. Yihuan appeared troubled, the reason difficult to articulate. But to avoid the punishment of standing outside, he finally voiced his concerns. "What a joke. If I stood outside for an extended period, what would those beasts think of me? Standing before them. As a male, where would my dignity go?" "That is your problem, not mine," AI Tong replied, continuing to focus on her work. "I've been confined within this hall for 7 days, and the rumors about me are no less than those that will arise concerning you." She thought to herself that standing outside for a while was hardly comparable to her own ordeal. With this thought, AI Tong pressed down harder with her bone needle, wishing to pierce 100 holes in the beast's skin to vent her frustration. "All right, I shall now venture outside." Upon witnessing AI Tong's distressing demeanor, Yihuan grew increasingly anxious. He had heard tales of the fierce temperament of this female. When she became enraged, she would not hesitate to inflict harm upon herself. Though Tong Tong might not feel sorrow, he certainly did. Upon hearing Yihuan's words, AI Tong gradually softened her actions, her needlework transforming into an elegant display, as if the tempestuous woman from moments ago was an entirely different person. Yet, Yihuan remained, eager to express further thoughts. AI Tong, however, lifted her head, a hint of irritation flickering in her gaze. When did Yihuan become so overly concerned? It was only a matter of standing for a moment. Why was he being so tedious? Could it be that someone was lurking outside? Yi Huan noticed the sudden redness in AI Tong's eyes and felt momentarily at loss. Tong, what troubles you? He wished to approach, but hesitated, fearing her rejection. He stepped forward and then retreated, ultimately remaining in place, his demeanor betraying a sense of urgency. What were you about to say? AI Tong quelled her wandering thoughts, opting not to respond to Yi Huan's inquiry. I merely wished to suggest that after you finish standing, perhaps you could come in and rest. Yi Huan's words were delivered with subtlety, yet their intent was unmistakable. He was appealing for the night to share slumber with her. AI Tong had not anticipated Yi Huan's self-advocacy, realizing her earlier misjudgment. This behavior certainly did not reflect a lack of affection. Her expression normalized. She resumed her work with the animal hide, her movements gentle, as she remarked, depending on my mood, and thereafter did not raise her gaze, seemingly unperturbed by Yi Huan's potential inaction. Yi Huan stood, momentarily bewildered. After all, was she placated or not? The serpent felt a sense of grievance, but could not display it, thus turning with an air of authority towards the execution grounds. Outside, the world remained serene. The sun shone brightly overhead, and the guards stood dutifully at their posts. Did you know, I nearly died of fright earlier? The queen was confined by the king within the palace for 7 days, and when she finally sought a meal, the atmosphere was as tense as if a beast were to be slain. Indeed, one cannot deny the prowess of our king. He has the queen under his thumb. After all, 7 days of that. My female wouldn't even keep me outside for 7 days. It's infuriating when she denies me entry to the den. Did you see the bucket of food the queen had us carry? It was emptied. Who could have eaten it? Who else could it be? The queen hardly possesses such an appetite. Oh, I think I've stumbled upon quite the secret. The guards exchanged knowing glances, the atmosphere lively. Suddenly, an unanticipated chill swept through the air, prompting them to instinctively turn their heads. There stood the king, his expression dark, watching them from the palace entrance. Your Majesty! The guards immediately knelt, fear evident on their faces. They had not foreseen the king emerging, especially not with such a menacing aura. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to their clandestine signals. If he were to decipher them, their fates would be sealed. Yi Huan let out a cold huff, ignoring them as he stood resolutely at the entrance of the sleeping quarters. The large stone above the doorway obstructed the sunlight, casting only a sliver of light at their feet. Yi Huan was adept at finding the right spot. The guards, kneeling, exchanged furtive glances, each silently assessing the other, their movements minimal. They had initially assumed that the king was merely irritable because he was hungry, seeking to vent his frustration upon them. However, this did not seem to be the case. Time passed without incident. The king neither struck them nor ordered them away, treating them as though they were invisible. The longer the silence persisted, the more unnerving it became. Sweat began to bead upon the brows of the guards, their fear palpable. The king's mere presence was enough to intimidate them. Had he been observing their posture while kneeling? The guards collectively pondered this notion. In a curious turn of events, they exchanged glances and straightened their backs, heads bowed, their gazes fixed intently upon their knees, remaining motionless despite the growing dampness of their clothing. Yi Huan had originally stepped outside to cool his temper for his beloved, but was taken aback to find these guards before him. Though they knelt upright, they were anything but inconspicuous, exuding a distinct odor of sweat. He remained rooted in place, contemplating whether his actions would be perceived as an outlet for his displeasure, potentially provoking further anger from Tong. Given his understanding of her temperament, such a reaction was highly probable. Thus, he refrained from acting. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the unchanged scene beyond the palace, filtering out the faint scent in the air. Hours passed, and the guards remained, enduring until dusk. Their garments dried in the wind, devoid of any scent. As time elapsed, the guards became increasingly convinced that they had escaped unscathed. While still kneeling, their tension eased considerably. Yet, they remained puzzled as to why the king lingered outside the palace. As twilight descended, AI Tong, weary from her sewing, stretched and yawned, feeling the weight of fatigue. Rising, she decided to step outside to seek Yi Huan. She had merely suggested he stand outside. She had not expected him to comply so earnestly. If she did not summon him, he would remain steadfast. Before darkness enveloped the sky, she had stolen glances outside. It must be said that Yi Huan, standing at the entrance, resembled a handsome sentinel, an appealing sight indeed. He was remarkably dedicated, having not shifted from his post. With a resigned shake of her head, AI Tong stepped outside, needing to bring the children home for their rest. Yi Huan, keenly attuned to the sounds from within the palace, recognized the footsteps, without a doubt. It was Tong Tong. His eyes brightened, and he turned to face her. He had been acutely aware of her movements. If she was stirring, it could only mean she was seeking him. "Come inside," she called, intending to stop at the threshold to invite him in. However, as she raised her gaze, she was taken aback to discover not just Yi Huan standing upright at the entrance, but also several guards kneeling in a straight line. What an absurd sight, like the Dark Prince and his 7 dwarfs. Upon hearing Ai Tong beckon him inside, Yi Huan immediately turned, only to meet her astonished gaze. Following her line of sight to the guards, who appeared both bothersome and invisible, much like stones in the way. In a low, cold voice, he commanded leave. This was the second directive he had issued that day, a rare occurrence indeed. The guards had been kneeling for nearly a day. While the physique of male beasts was robust, prolonged kneeling had left their legs somewhat weak. Upon receiving the king's order, they awkwardly rose and hastily scurried away, uncertain if they had gained or lost in this exchange. Ai Tong observed the scene, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over her. She had already surmised the general circumstances. Ai's lips curled into a gentle smile, reflecting her delightful mood. It seems she always perceives a hint of comedic talent in Yi Huan, and there is certainly merit to that notion. However, it is not entirely unfavorable. After all, they have endured hardships together as master and servant. Upon noticing that the bothersome guards had departed, Yi Huan promptly turned and entered the hall, executing a series of actions seamlessly without a moment's pause. Coughing lightly, Ai Tong turned and walked into the room, not intending to wait for Yi Huan. "Tong Tong, I have already been punished. Is that enough?" Yi Huan swiftly approached from behind and embraced his petite wife, his voice suddenly imbued with warmth. Ai Tong feebly struggled for a moment, but then ceased her resistance. "All right, I forgive you." By this time, her anger had dissipated, yet she was too proud to seek him out. She feared that Yi Huan might take her irritation lightly, assuming she could easily be appeased next time. Looking at it this way, Yi Huan always seems to care deeply for her. "I have already prepared the bedding. Once we finish washing our feet, we can rest." Ai Tong turned to face Yi Huan, her eyes no longer reflecting any anger, but rather resembling a charming wife engaging in casual conversation with her husband. "Then I shall fetch some water." Observing her demeanor, Yi Huan understood she was no longer upset and decided not to let his beloved wife undertake such a task. In moments like these, he naturally took the initiative to assist her. Yi Huan gently guided Yi Tong to the bedside, helping her sit down. After a brief moment of intimacy, he went to fetch hot water. Once the water was ready, he personally checked the temperature for her before they both indulged in a soothing soak. After standing all day, the warm water indeed brought him great comfort. Observing the unmistakable look of relaxation on Yi Huan's face, Ai Tong knew he had not been idling, but had been diligently standing the entire time. Her small hand clasped in his, she tenderly traced the contours of his palm, resting her head against his sturdy chest, unable to conceal her happiness. How could she not feel a pang of affection for a man? Although the punishment was genuine, so too was his concern. Otherwise, he would not have made her eat a large bowl of food while standing, only to suggest soaking her feet afterward. He was willing to indulge her whims, and she willingly thought of him in return. As the night deepened, Ai Tong and Yi Huan, having finished soaking their feet, retired to bed to rest. Due to the previous day's chaos, nothing extraordinary transpired that night, and they peacefully embraced, sleeping soundly. The following day, both appeared remarkably refreshed. After breakfast, Ai Tong, as per usual, ventured outside to an open area to perform her exercises. Yi Huan naturally accompanied her, though this time, did not insist on him joining her, as his previous reluctance had left a lasting impression. As an exited the hall, the guards instinctively stepped back, seemingly intimidated by her presence. Observant as she was, Ai Tong noticed this odd behavior, puzzled by the sudden change. She was well acquainted with these guards. They had always acted normally around her. So why did they now seem to view her as if she were a specter? Not wanting to pry, she dismissed the matter, considering it trivial to seek them out for clarification. Unbeknownst to her, news of her standing vigil for an entire day had spread like wildfire throughout the city of Sinqing overnight. The females praised her, exclaiming that the Queen of Sinqing was indeed formidable, unafraid to reclaim her dignity even in the presence of the fearsome king. The females envied the relationship between the king and queen, admiring how they engaged in a dance of love and conflict, yet always reconciled. However, the males of Sinqing held a different view. They perceived the queen as having transformed, adopting the same ruthlessness as the king. Their fears stemmed from the possibility that their own females might emulate the queen, subjecting them to similar treatment. After all, Even the formidable Sin Wang was completely subdued by the queen. Thus, they found themselves unprepared for such a shift. Encountering the queen now felt akin to confronting a terrifying vision of their own future. After completing her exercises, Haitong strolled aimlessly for a while, then linked arms with Yahuan as they took a leisurely walk. This seemingly innocent action sent ripples throughout Xinjiang. The townsfolk murmured, "The queen is leading the king in a public display. What a drastic change from a week ago. Look, the king shows no signs of anger. In fact, he appears somewhat pleased. I find this masochistic tendency rather appealing. Yahuan, why do they regard me so strangely today? Their expressions are markedly different from before." Haitong casually remarked to Yahuan. Initially, she had not paid much attention to the guards' behavior, but their peculiar attitudes persisted throughout their walk. No. The females do not share this expression. Could something significant have transpired in Xinjiang that she was unaware of? Surely, a week could not have wrought such a transformation. Yahuan scanned the guards briefly before returning his gaze, appearing unfazed, even rather proud, as if to say, "My wife is attentive to all matters. You should envy me." He was well aware of the punishment she had previously imposed, and it was clear that these foolish beasts remained oblivious. "Is that so?" Haitong asked, half convinced, but did not pursue the matter further, since it did not seem to pertain to any ill fate for Xinjiang, and given Yahuan's nonchalance, she chose to disregard it. After strolling for a while, they turned back. Yahuan's voice was soft as she gazed ahead, her eyes averted from him, her tone tinged with hesitation. "What is it, Tong Tong?" Yahuan held onto her small hand, still basking in his pride. "Do you remember Chang Chan?" Upon mentioning his name, Haitong cautiously glanced at Yahuan. The name Chang Chan had long been a taboo for him. She had deliberately waited this long to bring it up, fearing it would provoke his ire. The sudden mention of Chang Chan's name, especially from Tong Tong, instantly transformed Yahuan's demeanor from proud to jealous. After a considerable silence, he remained unresponsive. Sensing his disinterest, tightened her grip on his hand, stepped closer, and raised her gaze to meet his. "Yahuan, I am discussing something important." His dark crimson eyes finally lowered to meet hers. "What is it?" Yahuan huffed, showing little patience for any potential rival who might seek to claim Tong Tong. His decision to refrain from further inquiry was already a testament to his magnanimity. "You must listen to me," insisted, turning Yahuan to face her, eager to explain. "After all, he saved me and later sustained injuries. We ought to check on him. Moreover, I sense he harbors many secrets." Her reasoning was sound, and by using the word "we," she deftly distanced herself from Chang Chan, while simultaneously achieving her objective without inciting further resentment in Yahuan. Yahuan's brow furrowed slightly at her words. It was indeed true that Chang Chan was shrouded in mystery, although it was unclear why he had abandoned his pursuits. A figure of such strength lingering nearby was undoubtedly a potential threat. "Very well, we shall visit him tomorrow." After careful consideration, Yahuan resolved to investigate further. Following the incident with the Baihu clan, that elusive figure was undoubtedly scheming something. Otherwise, he would not have remained so silent for an extended period. Had Tong Tong not mentioned him today, Yahuan might have forgotten all about him. The next day dawned clear and bright, with not a cloud in the sky. Yihuan carried Ai Tong from Sancheng to the tranquil depths of the lake not far from the city. This marked Ai Tong's first venture outside the city in many days, and it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no excitement. The gentle breeze caressed her face, lifting her spirits as they stood by the lakeside. The surface of the water sparkled under the sun, dazzling the eyes of those on the shore. Ai Tong squinted, raising her right hand to shield her forehead as she gazed across the lake, awaiting Chang Chan's emergence. Ai Tong was aware that, given Chang Chan's prowess, he would undoubtedly sense their presence by the water's edge. During their last encounter in the subterranean prison of the Baihu tribe, she had refrained from approaching him too closely out of concern for Yihuan. Knowing he had been injured, and that he had downplayed the severity of his wounds, she had felt compelled to hold back. After many days, this visit was a long overdue expression of gratitude and a quest to unravel the mysteries that lingered in her heart. She had an inkling that Chang Chan harbored secrets. As Ai Tong gazed out over the lake, a pair of cerulean eyes stirred faintly from the depths below. Chapter 201. Ming Xen. Fulfillment. Ai Tong had not been lost in thought for long when the lake's surface rippled, a brilliant array of colors bursting forth from the water. "What brings you here, esteemed Sin Wang?" Chang Chan stood in the center of the lake, dressed in azure garments, his feet stirring a spray of water that radiated outward in waves. Yi Huan positioned himself protectively behind Ai Tong, casting a cold gaze at the figure in the lake center. "It seems you have recovered well after our time apart," he remarked, his tone reflecting a veneer of concern that could hardly mask his inherent hostility. It was utterly implausible to expect him to speak kindly to a rival. Merely refraining from confrontation was already a significant concession on his part, one he afforded only because of Ai Tong. "Indeed, I am well," Changchan replied, offering her a fleeting smile that barely touched the corners of his lips as he regarded Ai Tong, who was partially concealed behind Yi Huan. Ultimately, Ai Tong was the first female who had elicited a unique feeling within him, and he found himself holding her in a different regard. Ai Tong had intended to speak as Changchan emerged, but Yi Huan's protective stance compelled her to reconsider, and she swallowed her words. It was prudent to avoid misunderstandings, especially in deference to her companion's pride. With Yi Huan unwilling to continue the conversation, Ai Tong stepped forward to bridge the silence. "Changchan, we have come specifically to express our gratitude. Thank you for rescuing me and so many others during the Baihu incident." Her sincerity was palpable. Though she was unaware of Changchan's origins, her intuition told her he was not a creature of cruelty and bloodlust, while the strong often exuded a certain coldness. He had indeed saved many lives. "There is no need for thanks," Changchan replied with a gentle smile, though his words carried a hint of distance. "As I once stated, saving you is merely a means of repaying a debt of gratitude." In the days following his return from the Baihu tribe, Changchan had come to understand a profound truth. His fondness for that young female was merely a peculiar sentiment, at best a fleeting affection, not love. The moment she plummeted into the abyss and he hesitated to act, while Yi Huan leapt without regard, he recognized his defeat. More accurately, he understood his feelings were nothing more than a transient desire for possession, born from a momentary infatuation. Farewell, Ai Tong, he thought. Though he could not entirely erase his initial fondness, he no longer clung to it desperately. He believed that allowing her to find her own path would be the most honorable form of gratitude. Ai Tong smiled softly at Changchan's words. Regardless of the circumstances, everything was a matter of fate, and she felt compelled to express her thanks once more. Yi Huan sensed a shift in Changchan's demeanor. The current Changchan felt entirely different from the one he had encountered before. The former Changchan had been as domineering and formidable as Yi Huan himself. Now, he seemed to embody a certain ease. Yi Huan recalled how Changchan had once boldly declared his intent to vie for Ai Tong's affection. With scrutinizing dark red eyes, Yi Huan assessed the situation. Had this insufferable creature truly changed? Changchan listened to Ai Tong's words with a calm smile, but chose not to elaborate further, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yi Huan. What was the true purpose of this visit? He found it hard to believe that Yi Huan had failed to perceive his intentions. "Changchan, I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to know your origins," Yi Huan stated flatly. He had no desire to prolong this exchange. Now that Changchan harbored no malice towards Ai Tong, it was only sensible to distance him from her to prevent any unforeseen complications in the future. Yi Huan was aware that Changchan was not a beastman native to this continent, but the rest remained a mystery. "Do not misunderstand. We simply wish to express our gratitude and see if there is any way we can assist you," Ai Tong interjected, surprised by Yi Huan's directness. She wondered if this was truly the same Yi Huan she knew, as he was typically verbose when engaging in conversation. Ai Tong shook her head, reflecting on how love could render even the most cunning creatures irrational, including the king of snakes. While Yi Huan's words encapsulated their purpose, Ai Tong's foremost desire remained to convey her gratitude to Changchan. She found herself pondering how a being of his strength could have been trapped at the lake's bottom for so long. She yearned to explore how she might help him, a means of repaying her debt of life. After all, they shared a bond of acquaintance that deserved acknowledgement. "My affairs are beyond your assistance. Do not trouble yourselves," Changchan replied, maintaining his distant demeanor. He was impressed that Ai Tong had not forgotten him even after so long. But she remained oblivious to the truth that it was he who had imprisoned himself. Ai Tong began, aware of her own limitations in terms of strength and ability to assist, yet she had Yi Huan by her side. Otherwise, she would not have ventured out with him. Ai Tong attempted to continue, but Changchan, seemingly uninterested in prolonging the conversation, turned and descended back into the depths of the lake. He needed to contemplate his next steps in a world that felt overwhelmingly vast and uncertain. Ai Tong was taken aback by Changchan's abrupt dismissal. Their visit had indeed been somewhat impetuous. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Huan had already encountered this kind of impetuosity several times before. Looking up at Yi Huan, AI Tong said, Yi Huan, it matters not. His refusal simplifies matters for us, Yi Huan replied, wrapping his arm around AI Tong without indicating whether they would stay or leave. AI Tong found herself uncertain of Yi Huan's intentions, remaining rooted in place. It has been so long since we ventured outside. How about we stay here tonight to watch the fireflies and await the sunrise? I missed it last time because I fell asleep. Given that Chang Chan's situation had not yielded any results, she sought to occupy herself with another pursuit. After spending so long in Suncheon, she had grown weary of its scenery and welcomed the chance to breathe fresh air. Very well, Yi Huan agreed, showing no concern for the fact that they were on Chang Chan's territory, which surprised AI Tong. She had assumed that due to Yi Huan's fastidious nature, he would avoid the place in the future. The two remained by the lake until nightfall. Yi Huan wrapped his tail around her, and this time, AI Tong did not attempt to escape, but nestled comfortably in his embrace, gazing at the myriad of fireflies dancing in the night. Time had flown by swiftly. It felt like an eternity since she last witnessed such a sight. As they reveled in the spectacle of fireflies, a disturbance rippled across the lake's surface. Yi Huan's lips curved into a subtle smile as he discreetly helped AI Tong to her feet. Chapter 202. The Mystery of the Fireflies. What happened? Ai Tong, still somewhat dazed, was helped to her feet. Why had she risen when she had been enjoying watching the fireflies? Lying down was quite pleasant. Yi Huan, half of his body transformed into a serpent's tail, held AI Tong in his embrace and gazed ahead without uttering a word. The night had fallen, and the depths of the grass sea obscured everything but the glow of the fireflies. Since they were here, they might as well converse. Converse? With whom? AI Tong glanced at Yi Huan and then followed his gaze. Squinting to see more clearly, she gradually discerned a figure approaching. The only reason she could see the silhouette was due to the presence of the fireflies. Strangely, those fireflies seemed to congregate around the newcomer, allowing AI Tong to recognize him even from a distance. It was Chang Chan. As Chang Chan walked closer, a gentle smile graced his lips as he slightly nodded. His gaze was not only fixed on Yi Huan, but also on AI Tong. Why are you here? AI Tong was puzzled. Had he not just declined to meet them earlier? Observing Yi Huan's composed demeanor and Chang Chan's somewhat defiant expression, she seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that these two shared a profound connection, one unwilling to part while the other remained steadfast. You know? Chang Chan approached, casting his eyes around before sitting casually on the ground not far from Yi Huan and the others. Seemingly bored, he extended his palm to feel the fluttering glow of the fireflies, their radiance dancing across his exquisite features, rendering him enchanting. For some reason, since Chang Chan's arrival, he appeared to attract fireflies as if they were drawn to him. Even those that had previously surrounded AI Tong now flocked to him. What do you think? Yi Huan, observing Chang Chan as he sat down, followed suit, allowing AI Tong to perch upon his serpent's tail. His eyes, deep as the abyss, scrutinized the seemingly carefree Chang Chan across the grassy expanse. He then glanced at the fireflies in Chang Chan's hand and smiled. Truly deserving of the title of Forest Mirror King Snake. Your perceptive nature is commendable. Chang Chan paid no heed to Yi Huan's scrutiny, maintaining his gentle smile as he waved his hand, attempting to disperse the fireflies. Yet, they seemed reluctant to leave his grasp, instead clinging to his garments. Clad in a lake blue attire, the myriad of fireflies transformed its hue, imbuing the once ethereal fabric with the profound depths of the ocean and the dewy freshness of dawn. AI Tong, a firm admirer of beauty, found the sight utterly captivating. Had she possessed a phone, she would have eagerly captured the moment for her social circle to admire. A picture of a handsome man and a mermaid, unedited and raw, indeed. Chang Chan's allure rendered her oblivious to the conversation unfolding between them. From the start, these two had been speaking in riddles, leaving AI Tong somewhat bewildered. Upon witnessing such breathtaking scenery, she decided to simply enjoy the moonlight, the fireflies, and the mermaid. In truth, she had only sensed the peculiarity of this place before, but now, as she gazed at Chang Chan amidst the fireflies, Yi Huan's dark red eyes reflected a mix of solemnity and jest, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. This scene only solidified his previous suspicions. Chang Chan chuckled lightly, seemingly eager to validate Yi Huan's earlier statement. He sat cross-legged on the grass and extended his fingers. His long, delicate fingers glided smoothly, and his motion seemed to awaken the fireflies clinging to his clothing, causing them to rush towards his fingertips in a frenzy, vying for a place. Ai Tong watched in astonishment. This exemplified the stark contrast between being favored and being overlooked. Looking at herself, she found no green beings by her side, while those around the handsome man flocked to him. Indeed, beauty was a formidable weapon. Was it that she was simply not attractive enough? However, this realization rapidly dispelled her infatuation with the mermaid's beauty, revealing the unusual aura surrounding Chang Chan. Why did the fireflies gravitate toward him so? And why did Yihuan seem to possess insight into this phenomenon? Yihuan undoubtedly harbored knowledge that would explain their earlier probing exchanges. He had evidently picked up on subtle clues, while Chang Chan had been lured out by them. Otherwise, how could someone who had resolutely refused to meet earlier suddenly appear within mere hours? Thus, Yihuan's pretense of accompanying her to watch the fireflies until dawn was merely a ruse to attract Chang Chan, the colorful loach. No wonder Yihuan, despite being rebuffed, maintained his composure, choosing to stay rather than leave. He had been awaiting Chang Chan's arrival all along. Even if she hadn't suggested watching the fireflies, Yihuan would still have remained there with her. Long ago, our clan of colorful loaches lived in profound happiness, and our homeland was breathtaking, Chang Chan mused, his lake blue eyes reflecting the luminescence of the fireflies as he appeared lost in a memory long sealed away. Ai Tong, captivated, listened intently. She had suspected that Chang Chan harbored a secret. This individual, seemingly favored by fate, required the right circumstances to muster the courage to speak. In this regard, she had to admire Yihuan. His ability to perceive the hearts of others was indeed remarkable. Ai Tong stole a glance at Yihuan before turning her focus back to Chang Chan, following him into his tale. But a natural disaster befell us, leading to a war that decimated our clan. All perished. As Chang Chan spoke, a torrent of emotions surged within his eyes, revealing a complexity that struck Ai Tong profoundly. No wonder Chang Chan now existed as the sole survivor. It became clear that the other merfolk had vanished from this world. This was why he had come to this place. Yet, why had he remained trapped at the bottom of the lake? The departed are gone. Those who remain must live well. Ai Tong's words were starkly realistic, providing a much-needed consolation. For one who had lost all kin, emotions became the most precious of treasures. It was no surprise that Chang Chan had developed a unique fondness for her kindness. It was precisely due to his losses that his desire for connection intensified. Chapter 203, The Burial Ground, Forest of Fireflies. It was precisely because of this void that the yearning for connection grew even stronger. Fortunately, Chang Chan had timely recognized his own feelings, as she had sensed from his prior demeanor. Their relationship now resembled that of friends. "Thank you, little female," Chang Chan said, his lake blue eyes brimming with intricate emotions as he regarded Ai Tong with a gentle smile. Throughout, he had never once uttered her name. Ai Tong returned his smile. Meanwhile, Yihuan nodded solemnly as he absorbed Chang Chan's recounting of the tragic demise of his clan, a species that should have thrived in community. The colorful loaches had no place in this primitive beast realm. If that were the case, everything would make sense. Observing Chang Chan, lost in his own thoughts, Yihuan speculated that, given Chang Chan's imposing demeanor, he must have held a significant position within the colorful loach clan. It was unlikely that he alone could have survived the annihilation of his people. There were only two possibilities. Either he possessed extraordinary strength that rendered him impervious to harm, or someone had protected him from death. But how many years had passed since he was but a youth a millennium ago? While Yihuan pondered, Chang Chan appeared to find solace in Ai Tong's comfort. Yet he seemed to sink deeper into contemplation. He raised his other hand, forming a cradle-like gesture, prompting a multitude of restless fireflies to rush toward him. Such enthusiasm surpasses even that of a moth drawn to a flame. Ai Tong begins to suspect that Chang Chan is not merely a fish, but rather something favored by fireflies. This line of thought must not continue. What fireflies cherish is often shrouded in secrecy and fear. Ai Tong silently prays, hoping the heavens do not take her jest to heart. The thought of it becoming reality is almost too dreadful to contemplate. "Do you wish to know why these fireflies are so enamored with me?" Chang Chan inquires, lifting his gaze from the fireflies dancing upon his palms to Ai Tong and Yihuan. His eyes are a blend of tenderness, regret, madness, and emotions that Ai Tong cannot decipher. Both Ai Tong and Yihuan remain silent, the atmosphere becoming inexplicably eerie. Chang Chan smiles, yet the smile lacks warmth, steeped instead in desolation and resentment. They're all my kin. The revelation strikes AI Tong like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Fireflies? Kin? She gazes at the swirling multitude of fireflies, bewildered. In the past, our entire clan expended all their strength and bodies to form a vaporous sphere that cast me out. It was both protection and confinement. I cannot leave, nor can anyone enter. For millennium, this place has become their final resting ground, permeated by their essence. Unbeknownst to her, Chang Chan has risen, his gaze directed skyward at the myriad fireflies, his form radiant with iridescent light. The fireflies instinctively align themselves into orderly rows as this prismatic glow emerges. At this moment, Chang Chan stands tall among them, encircled, resembling a child of the very fireflies. Every word Chang Chan utters reverberates through AI Tong's senses, shaking her worldview. Her fox-like eyes widen in shock, while her brows furrow in distress. A peculiar sadness wells up within her, the whisper of the wind becoming acutely clear. Yi Huan, upon hearing Chang Chan's revelations, feels a deepening darkness in his crimson gaze. Sensing AI Tong's tremors, and pulls her closer. Silence envelopes them after Chang Chan's disclosure, no one daring to break it. Though Chang Chan's past cannot be altered, his kin have always accompanied him, and now that he has emerged, he can pursue his desires and fulfill the wishes of his clan. AI Tong finds herself at a loss for words, striving instead to speak of Chang Chan's future, hoping to inspire him. Kinship is surely what he values most. Fortunately, he can now step into the world, no longer confined to slumber beneath the lake. Natural disasters have claimed those enemies long gone. After a millennium, the pursuit of vengeance has dissipated. Chang Chan murmurs softly, reflecting on his clan's unfulfilled wishes. Then he glances at AI Tong, offering a self-deprecating smile. It seems such hopes may never come to fruition. My kin would have wished for me to continue the bloodline of the iridescent fish. Yet a millennium has passed, and everything has changed. The first stirrings of my heart have been missed, and I do not wish to settle for just any female. That would merely lead to mutual suffering, never to a shared destiny. Seeing Chang Chan's despondent demeanor weighs heavily on AI Tong's heart. She turns to Yi Huan, realizing he may be unaware of Chang Chan's past, or he would not have brought him here. During their first visit to witness the fireflies, Yi Huan exhibited no unusual behavior. What did he come to realize the truth? I did not anticipate that such a poignant tale lay hidden in the depths of this grass sea, Yi Huan remarks, his gaze resting on Chang Chan, tinged with sympathy. He admires those who willingly venture to their deaths for Chang Chan. Initially, he had noticed nothing amiss. Everything began to unravel after Chang Chan awoke. It is likely that the fireflies sensed the changes at the lake's bottom, prompting their unusual behavior, thus capturing his attention. Chang Chan smiles faintly, his brow clouded with an inescapable melancholy. It appears that even gentle souls bear the weight of sorrow. A millennium has passed, and today, sharing this with you has lightened my heart somewhat. As their gazes intertwine, a myriad of emotions passes between Yi Huan and Chang Chan. The grass sea sways gently, and without warning, AI Tong feels a sharp sting in her leg. Given the heat, she wears only a long dress with little beneath it. The sudden pain causes her to furrow her brow, instinctively shifting to touch the source of discomfort. Yi Huan notices her movement and lowers his gaze to inquire. What is it? AI Tong shakes her head, straightening her posture. It's nothing. It feels as if I've been bitten by a mosquito. Bitten? Yi Huan's tone drips with skepticism. With me by your side, how could you be bitten by a mosquito? Oh, truly it's nothing. Look, I'm perfectly fine now. AI Tong whimsically twirls before Yi Huan, raising an eyebrow. Yi Huan remains unconvinced. Both of you, if there is nothing wrong, I shall take my leave, Chang Chan interjects. Watching the two converse with a faint smile, he has expressed all that he wished to, and it is time for him to depart. As he turns to leave, a thought strikes him, and he glances back at Yi Huan with his azure eyes. I shall not interfere in your affairs, nor should you concern yourselves with mine. Just as Chang Chan prepares to exit, the multitude of fireflies suddenly seems to receive some unseen directive, swirling towards AI Tong with fervor. In an instant, AI Tong, the center of this commotion, steps back in fright, utterly bewildered by the fireflies circling around her. What is happening? Yi Huan, equally perplexed, instinctively moves to disperse the fireflies. They must have some ulterior motive for approaching AI Tong, and he cannot allow them to come too close. Yet, oddly enough, his efforts appear utterly futile. The fireflies behave as if endowed with sentience, deftly avoiding his attempts to drive them away, only to seize opportunities to draw nearer. The commotion at AI Tong's side successfully draws Chang Chan's attention back. He turns to behold the woman enveloped by the fireflies, his gaze momentarily frozen. As he observes, he notices the fireflies around him dwindling, while those that had previously clustered near him now surge toward AI Tong in droves. Chang Chan halts, refusing to move further. The fireflies are the embodiment of his iridescent fishkin. How could they be drawn to that young female? Most perplexing is the sudden shift in their behavior. They seem to harbor no intention of harming me, AI Tong remarks, gazing at Yi Huan with confusion as she is encircled by the fireflies. If they genuinely wished to harm her, she would have felt discomfort by now, yet she feels nothing amiss. Strangely, why have these fireflies not shown her affection before, but now seem utterly enamored with her, eagerly flocking to her side as if searching for something? Yi Huan, witnessing AI Tong's safety, gradually regains his composure. The earlier scene had elicited an instinctual reaction to drive them away, yet upon closer inspection, it appears the fireflies may have other intentions. At that moment, Chang Chan approaches, expressing concern. They are behaving unusually. Unusual? AI Tong stares at the swarm of fireflies surrounding her, realizing that such aberrations must be rooted in something deeper. Their actions must stem from a specific cause. She glances around, inspecting herself for anything amiss, but finds nothing unusual, while the number of fireflies only continues to grow. Do not move, Chang Chan suddenly whispers. Ai Tong suddenly found herself unable to move, standing precariously on one leg in a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster. The fireflies surrounding her served as her companions, and she felt no shame in this peculiar display. Longchan, amidst the throng of fireflies, discerned something unusual, fixating her gaze on the single leg of AI Tong, remaining motionless for an extended moment. AI Tong, sensing Longchan's scrutiny, curiously glanced in the same direction. Harstans decided Yi Huan's eyes widened in astonishment, prompting the main consort beside them to react with indignation, as if dismissing the very notion of danger. Yi Huan instinctively embraced AI Tong, retreating a few steps in a protective manner, his dark red eyes brimming with possessiveness. Do you wish for your demise? Shall I gouge out your eyes? Despite holding AI Tong close, the fireflies continued to flutter around her, neither too far nor too close. Observing Yi Huan's reaction, Longchan understood he had been misunderstood once again. She regarded the defensively fierce expression on Yi Huan's face with a faint smile, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. She has an injury. Injury? Yi Huan knew Longchan would not deceive him. After all, she was a formidable Chizai Ganwu and had no reason to lie. He immediately knelt down to examine AI Tong's leg. However, AI Tong could hardly bear this sudden display of affection, hastily waving her hands in protest. There were others present, and she felt uncomfortable at the thought of Yi Huan lifting her skirt. No need, I can check myself, she insisted, realizing his actions were indeed inappropriate. Yi Huan cleared his throat and stood up. Seeing Yi Huan return to a more composed state, AI Tong quickly bent down to inspect her leg. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a long, slender cut on her calf, a thin line stained with blood that had not yet dried, appearing as if grazed by an elongated leaf. As she touched the wound with her fingertip, she found it still oozing blood. Standing upright, with her bloodied finger raised, she exclaimed, "It really is cut." Before she could finish her sentence, the swarm of fireflies suddenly surged toward her fingertip. Their swift movement caught Yi Huan and Longchan off guard, and before they could react, the fireflies had already come into contact with AI Tong's blood. Almost instantaneously, those blood-stained fireflies ascended into the sky, their movements so rapid it was nearly imperceptible. Oi Tong, are you all right? Yi Huan hurriedly used his strength to disperse the dwindling fireflies, gripping AI Tong's arms with concern evident in his eyes. Although AI Tong appeared unharmed, he was deeply apprehensive, akin to a modern individual fretting over $1 million savings account, fearful of exposure to the elements. I'm fine, AI Tong maintained her extended finger, but her gaze remained fixed on the fireflies spiraling into the heavens. Moments later, all the fireflies that had touched her blood began to swirl in the night sky, transforming the dimly lit expanse into a shimmering green canvas. The fireflies danced in unison, their movements strangely rhythmic, though AI Tong could not decipher their pattern. Longchan, too, closely observed the fireflies' transformation. For a millennium, these fireflies had remained unchanged, the only exception being the day he emerged from the lake, and they had only altered their behavior in his presence. Yet now, Long Chan surveyed his surroundings, finding them eerily vacant, which struck him as profoundly peculiar. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the shapes formed by the fireflies in the sky, which resembled the true form of the Chitsai Ganwu. As he beheld the familiar pattern, his breath quickened. It was the embodiment of the Chitsai Ganwu. In that moment, Long Chan felt an inexplicable force drawing at him. He abruptly raised his palm, directing a radiant spectrum of colors upward. Instantly, the shape of the Chitsai Ganwu in the sky shimmered with vibrant hues, resembling a uniquely shaped firework. Chapter 205. A momentous encounter in an instant. The celestial form of the Chitsai Ganwu radiated a brilliant array of colors, akin to specially designed multicolored fireworks. Ai Tong gazed in astonishment at the spectacle above her, the scene defying description. The beast world was a realm of wonder, where extraordinary events unfolded, and each time, she felt like a naive country bumpkin witnessing the extraordinary for the first time. Nevertheless, this spectacle was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Even the beastmen of the beast world would struggle to match Ai Tong's awe in the face of such a sight. What is happening? Ai Tong inquired, bewildered, as she turned her gaze toward Long Chan. As a member of the Chitsai Ganwu tribe, he should possess knowledge about this phenomenon, even if he were unaware. The firefly patterns that had transformed into vibrant colors seemed to be the result of his influence. The green fireflies had transformed into a rainbow spectrum. Long Chan's expression reflected a growing excitement as he observed the radiant firefly patterns. With each passing moment, his enthusiasm intensified. He exerted greater force, amplifying the power he imbued into the firefly patterns, causing their radiant colors to flourish further. In a moment of exhilaration, Long Chan turned to Yi Huan, who stood nearby. "Quick, help me." Yi Huan, taken aback by the colossal Chitsai Ganwu in the sky, narrowed his dark red eyes, a sign of the Serpent King's wariness of the unknown. "Yi Huan, what is going on?" Ai Tong asked, glancing at the unusual scene in the sky, momentarily lost in thought as she turned to Yi Huan. Long Chan's fervent behavior sparked a sense of urgency within her. Yet, as she had never encountered such a phenomenon, she instinctively looked to her most trusted companion. "I do not know," Yi Huan replied solemnly. The sudden appearance of this extraordinary light had even momentarily stymied him, despite his vast experiences. Long Chan's anxious calls echoed in his ears, underscoring the urgency of the situation. "Long Chan, what is happening?" Ai Tong pressed, noting Yi Huan's uncertainty and hesitating to act hastily. "I don't know, but my intuition tells me is a good sign," Long Chan replied, his words somewhat slurred with excitement, yet he managed to convey his meaning. A good sign? Ai Tong found herself perplexed. Was this radiant light a harbinger of fortune? Long Chan, visibly straining under the effort, appeared to be exhausting his strength as the vibrant light consumed much of his energy, even for someone as powerful as he. "Yi Huan, perhaps you could assist him?" Ai Tong suggested, as Yi Huan had yet to take any action. Remaining passive at this moment was not a viable option. After much contemplation, Yi Huan finally raised his hand. In an instant, the black-red glow emanating from his palm merged with Long Chan's radiant light, both energies converging upon the luminous form of the Chitsai Ganwu. With Yi Huan's involvement, Long Chan visibly relaxed. Following Yi Huan's guidance, Ai Tong found a relatively safe spot to stand, remaining within the protective radius of Yi Huan while keeping a safe distance from the Chitsai Ganwu. As time ticked by, the expressions of both Yi Huan and Long Chan grew increasingly strained, indicating their significant exertion. Yet, Long Chan's lake-blue eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, a beacon of possibility. On the other side, Ai Tong clenched her hands tightly, feeling the warmth of her blood coursing through her veins, oblivious to her own state. Through their combined efforts, the brilliance of the Chitsai Ganwu surged, and the essence of the fireflies became increasingly indistinct. At that moment, only the true form of the Chitsai Ganwu remained visible, obscuring the fireflies that constituted it. Gradually, that true form began to diminish in size, as if it were shrinking. Ai Tong widened her eyes, daring not to miss a single moment, fearful that something unpredictable might occur at any instant. The brilliance intensified, far surpassing the spectrum of colors, rivaling the radiance of the sun. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of Mars colliding with Earth. The colorful true form in the sky suddenly transformed into an intensely bright sphere, its blinding light carrying immense force, instantly disrupting the energies held by Chang Chan and Yi Huan. In a split second, both hurriedly controlled their bodies, retreating hastily. AI Tong instinctively twisted her body and bent down to evade. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching a safe distance, Changchan immediately cast his gaze towards the luminous sphere. Yi Huan, having freed himself, swiftly flew to AI Tong's side, wrapping her in his embrace. And in the next moment, he too lifted his eyes to the glowing orb in the sky. Suddenly, a thick mist began to rise where the orb had been. The grassland, swaying gently in the breeze, enveloped in a layer of fog. The mist quickly spread across the sky above the grassland, and the once brilliant sphere was now nowhere to be found. Yi Huan frowned, observing everything with a mixture of 7 parts vigilance and 3 parts seriousness reflected in his dark red eyes. AI Tong, feeling the tension emanating from Yi Huan, instinctively clutched the hem of his garment, unwilling to let go. Yi Huan, are you all right? AI Tong gently inquired, sensing the tautness in his demeanor. Her small hand resting against him as she looked up with concern. The tremendous force from earlier had reached her even from a distance, and she knew Yi Huan, being at the epicenter, must have been affected. I am fine, came the deep and weary voice from above. Yi Huan assessed the situation ahead, finding no anomalies, and briefly glanced down at AI Tong before returning his gaze forward. The absence of any irregularities was, in itself, the greatest anomaly. Though he had managed to evade harm, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within that orb. Yet, he had emerged unscathed, which was logically impossible. The earlier collaboration with Changchan had drained much of his strength, and he felt fatigued. Yet, even in this state of exhaustion, he had somehow managed to escape entirely. This was decidedly abnormal. Yi Huan's brows furrowed as he focused intently on the mist before him, though he sensed no murderous intent. After observing for a while without discovering anything, he turned his gaze to Changchan, who had also sought refuge alongside him, uncertain of his condition. The sight that met his eyes was astonishing. This exuberant being, seemingly devoid of fatigue, was truly that insufferable creature. Despite both having exerted themselves together in the face of the explosion, how could Changchan appear as though he were in his usual state? What is going on? Yi Huan's question was forced through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with discontent and suspicion, half believing, half doubting. It was one thing to extend a helping hand and expend some energy, but how could he accept such drastically different outcomes? Surely, this troublesome creature was not plotting against him. Yet, knowing Changchan well, he understood that such treachery would be beneath him and unnecessary. Chapter 206. The Mist Disperses Astonishment. Changchan, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of mist, wore an expression of bewilderment. Where are my fireflies? Where is my true form of the colorful, true fish? Where is my luminous orb? His efforts had seemingly come to naught. Clearly, Changchan himself had yet to regain his composure. When he heard Yi Huan's inquiry, he instinctively turned his head. What? The innocence in his voice was palpable, his demeanor reflecting both naivety and a hint of confusion, as if he had just been stunned by the orb's explosion. However, in the next moment, he grasped the situation. My colorful true fish has vanished, consumed by the mist. Upon hearing Changchan's response, Yi Huan's face darkened to an inky hue. Was this even the question he had posed? Moreover, who could fail to notice that the true form was missing? Anyone with functioning eyes could see that it had diminished before the explosion. Well then, consumed is an amusing choice of words, he retorted. After saying this, Changchan paused momentarily before regaining his composure. Disappointment etched on his face as he continued. I do not know what transpired. Just moments ago, I distinctly felt the primal power of my colorful, true fish clan, a kind of summoning among kin. I had hoped that, through our combined efforts, some miracle would occur. But instead, the true form shrank further, ultimately becoming a mere orb that then self-destructed. Changchan found it difficult to accept this outcome, his eyes blazing with frustration as he gazed at the mist ahead. Can you sense anything from the mist before us? Yi Huan inquired, his brow furrowed, unsure whether to accept Changchan's explanation, yet evidently, what Changchan described aligned with his own perception. After evading the explosion, Changchan had immediately looked towards the orb, and subsequently, the mist had enveloped the space. Truthfully, he had discovered nothing. However, upon hearing Yi Huan's question, he focused intently on the hazy mist before him, his expression earnest and concentrated. After a moment, Changchan turned to Yi Huan and shook his head. It was not just Yi Huan who felt something was amiss. He too found it quite peculiar. Do you sense any changes within your own body? Yi Huan queried, his gaze fixed upon the lingering mist, heavy with contemplation, realizing that it would be better for this troublesome creature to discover the vital point on his own. Huh? My body? Chang Chan was taken aback by Yi Huan's words. What was wrong with his body? Could it be that if the true form was lost, he too had perished? As he lowered his gaze to inspect himself, he became alarmed, scrutinizing every inch of his body. He raised his hands into fists, the surge of power rekindling the luster in his once dim lake blue eyes. I feel invigorated. My body is brimming with strength. Chang Chan gazed at his hands in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly in astonishment. This is truly incredible. Just moments ago, I felt my strength nearly depleted, yet in the blink of an eye, it has returned. Was it possible for the explosion to rebound? Puzzled, Chang Chan turned to Yi Huan. Do you also feel a surge of energy? Evidently, Yi Huan's reaction was starkly different from his elation. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the mist before them gradually began to dissipate. The luminous orb, AI Tong exclaimed, pointing at the glowing sphere in the air with a tone of excitement. Having been the first to notice the change, her attention had initially been wholly absorbed by Yi Huan and Chang Chan, yet her lack of profound sensitivity to energy had left her filled with questions. In the midst of her contemplation, she suddenly realized that the mist was slowly dispersing. At AI Tong's exclamation, the two, each with their own thoughts, abruptly turned towards the orb. As the mist cleared, the orb was no longer blinding as it had been before. Rather, it now appeared exquisitely translucent, stripped of all adornment. Chang Chan's expression at this moment defied description. Having known him for so long, AI Tong had never seen such a profound expression on his face, one of extreme surprise mixed with sheer joy, a reaction more intense than that of a scholar achieving success in the imperial examinations. Yi Huan, AI Tong instinctively felt that this orb was anything but ordinary. Wait, Yi Huan said, gently squeezing AI Tong's small hand, his gaze fixed on the crystal-clear orb above, filled with scrutiny. He too could not discern what was so remarkable about this orb. A glance at the overly excited Chang Chan made his frown deepen. What is this insufferable creature up to now? This moment, the azure eyes of Chang Chan Lake are wider than ever before. With his right hand raised, he incessantly points at the resplendent orb above him. Yet, he can only utter 2 words each time, nothing more. Idong senses that there is no immediate danger and takes a tentative step forward, puzzled. Chang Chan, what is the matter? Speak calmly, there is no rush. This is the egg of our Chitsai Ganju. The blue eyes of Chang Chan swell with excitement, as if he has just discovered that a formidable warrior is his father and they are finally reunited. Egg? This shimmering, crystalline orb is an egg? Or is it the egg of the Chitsai Ganju? Yi Huan, taken aback by Chang Chan's fervent declaration, exhibits a rare astonishment, yet remains skeptical. Is that truly the case? Chang Chan nods solemnly, affirming, indeed. What I jest about my kin? The notion that the egg of the Chitsai Ganju could be a singular orb is perplexing to Idong. Shouldn't eggs be soft and numerous, floating in the water? Like the common black, gelatinous clusters of toad eggs? In truth, the eggs of the Chitsai Ganju are soft, yet they possess vibrant colors. It is unclear why this particular one appears as it does, but its aura is unmistakable. Chang Chan, equally perplexed by Idong's inquiries, speculates that perhaps this egg did not originate through the typical process, thus accounting for its uniqueness. He soon dismisses such musings and swiftly ascends, cradling the luminous orb in his hands, and carefully places it against his chest. This egg of the Chitsai Ganju is forged from the souls of countless members of his tribe, a sign that heaven has not forsaken the Chitsai Ganju, bestowing upon him a glimmer of hope. Thank you for your assistance, Forest King. Chang Chan expresses his gratitude earnestly after securing the orb. Without Yi Huan's unwavering support, this orb may never have materialized, and his hope would have been extinguished. Had Yi Huan hesitated even slightly, he would have failed. Nothing of it, Yi Huan responds, regaining his usual composure, the serpent exuding a haughty demeanor. My aid was not sought for your gratitude. Let us part ways here. His words are clear, implying he wishes not to encounter Chang Chan again. Rest assured, I shall soon depart. In Chapter 207, Who Dares to Claim Your Blood? 10 Deaths Without Life. They agree to meet again if fate allows. If you require anything, use this shell to summon me, and I shall come, no matter the distance. Chang Chan hands Idong a shell, his lips curling into a gentle smile, reminiscent of their first encounter. Although the shell is meant for Idong, his gaze drifts towards Yi Huan. Yi Huan neither accepts nor declines the gift. Idong glances up, and, after a moment, extends her hand to accept the shell. Why not take it? This could be a token of my assistance, and in case of future needs, you now possess a formidable ally. Yes, we shall. Idong replies with a polite smile. Changchan, however, does not linger on Idong, his thoughts consumed by the precious egg in his embrace. Having received his answer, Changchan transforms into a cascade of colorful light, disappearing into the horizon. This time, he does not return to the lake's depths, but seeks a rare deep lake to find a suitable clam to hatch his cherished egg. Idong gazes at the colorful light in the sky, filled with admiration. After Changchan's departure, the fireflies of the grass sea vanish entirely, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Previously, the luminous orb had illuminated the area, but now darkness envelopes them, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yet, with the departure of the great water lord, Changchan, there should be no fearsome beastmen left. Yahuan, shall we wait for the sunrise? Well, if you wish to see it, we shall remain. If not, we can return. Yahuan's eyes flicker with complexity as he harbors unexplainable sentiments towards this place. It is where he and Tong Tong once shared moments together, where memories of her dancing among fireflies linger, and where he first encountered her in his half-serpent form, and where she first caressed his serpent tail. It is also the place associated with that bothersome serpent, now departed. Then let us stay here. I wish to rest upon you. Could you spread your tail for me? In the depths of night, Itong clings to Yahuan, reluctant to leave. Having missed the last sunrise, she carries a lingering regret. Now that the matter with Changchan has been resolved, they can joyfully pursue their own endeavors. Very well. Yahuan, seeing Idong's earnest desire to stay, does not refuse. His heart tilts in her favor. Yahuan finds a relatively comfortable spot, and as his serpent tail unfurls, a swath of grass flattens beneath it. With a gentle coil, Yahuan envelopes Idong, concealing her upper body securely. Without fireflies now, Itong reclines in Yahuan's embrace, gazing at the pitch-black sky where faint gray clouds drift slowly, morphing into various shapes. How did you discern the connection between the fireflies and Changchan? Waiting for him deliberately, Idong inquires softly, her delicate hair brushing against Yahuan's neck. Although she had speculated before, hearing it directly from Yahuan felt different. Initially, I was unaware of the firefly's relation to him. Had I known, I would not have brought Tong Tong here. He explains that he had been sealed by the power of his kin, requiring a unique circumstance to break free from the lake. Thus, he had not detected any anomalies while inspecting the deep lake. After the fishing incident, he began to suspect the deep lake held deeper significance. And it was then that Itong's blood fortuitously shattered his seal, awakening him. Following this, he undertook an investigation and realized the profound connection between this place and himself. With Tong Tong as the catalyst, Yahuan's voice grows contemplative, his gaze deepening as he regards Itong. He had no inkling of the extraordinary effect her blood possessed. I knew it. You must have had a plan all along, and it wasn't merely to accompany me to see the fireflies. Itong had suspected this all along, though she feigned indignation. Tong Tong, Yahuan attempts to clarify, but Itong, unbothered, continues. I recall being bound to a water platform by Bai Xiao in the underground prison of the Baihu tribe. He claimed that the platform could isolate all senses, hence you wouldn't be able to sense my presence. In that moment, I was in heat, and Changchan mentioned that was why he emerged to find me. Now it makes sense, Yahuan realizes, understanding that the loathsome fish had deliberately set up barriers to delay his search for Tong Tong, intending to rescue her first and take her away. However, he did not anticipate that Tong Tong would not accompany him. Tong Tong, did you notice that the fireflies transformed into the true form of the Chitsai Ganju due to your blood? As he reflects on the recent events, Yahuan experiences a moment of clarity. The suddenness of the events had left him overwhelmed. Yet his conversation with Tong Tong revealed an extraordinary truth. It appears that through their combined efforts, the true form of the Chitsai Ganju was transmuted into a luminous orb of an egg. Idong contemplates this, silently nodding. What she had once deemed mere fortune or coincidence has been validated through repeated experiences. In all matters, there are both advantages and disadvantages. One must relish the benefits while being prepared to endure potential calamities. Yahuan, will I ever be regarded as a monster? At that time, many beastmen would seek my blood. Itong was acutely aware that treasures in the hands of the incapable would only bring calamity. However, this was beyond her control. She could not simply drain her own blood and replace it with another's. It was likely that she would perish during the bloodletting, becoming nothing more than a desiccated corpse. As long as I am here, Who dares to covet your blood? Yahuan held Itong tightly in his embrace, his dark crimson eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. Those who intruded would meet certain death. Itong nestled closer, her tones softening, and her heart found solace. This situation was indeed terrifying to contemplate, yet thankfully, only 3 individuals were privy to it: herself, Changchan, and Yahuan. None would betray the secret, and as long as she remained vigilant, she should be safe. Itong tilted her head towards the night sky. At some point, a crescent moon emerged above, transforming the previously dark canvas of the night into shades of gray and white. Moonlight cascaded down like the tranquil flow of a celestial river, accompanied by the gentle rustling of the grasslands, evoking deep reflections within one's heart. Did Yahuan believe that everyone needed ties to foster a will to live? Itong pondered, suddenly speaking without a clear beginning or end. Chapter 208. Without you, what ties could there be? Why do you say that? Yahuan asked, lowering his chin to rest against the top of Itong's head, curiosity evident in his voice. Every day, you seem to have countless thoughts. She continued, take Changchan. For instance, he appears indifferent to everything, a beast man with a seemingly carefree demeanor. Yet if one delves deeper, who would know that he is a formidable survivor of E-Clan? His entire kin willingly sacrifices themselves to shield him from harm, leaving a spark of hope for their future. Itong recalled reading about ants forming a ball to escape a fiery inferno. They would roll together, protecting the central ant as they fled. Reflecting on this, she continued, unable to seek revenge or fulfill the legacy of his clan, Changchan outwardly seems unconcerned about everything. Yet he has succumbed to despair. However, when he beheld the vibrant huapi fish in its true form, it seemed he rediscovered himself, found a sense of direction. That egg symbolizes his ties. It is precisely due to this connection that he has been reborn. Itong gazed into the vast night, murmuring softly. Were she in a modern world, she would never believe she could traverse to this extraordinary beast realm, nor could she fathom the myriad experiences she would encounter. She had witnessed the tender bond between the father and son of Sinching, the simple yet poignant life of the elder beastman, the ambitious yet ultimately punished by Xiao, and the Huapi tribe, who regarded their kin above all else. These beastmen were bound by various ties, status, kinship, righteousness. Indeed, Yahuan contemplated briefly. In a certain sense, that is true. However, I was once an unencumbered beastman myself. At this, Yahuan smiled, joining Itong in gazing at the night sky. He had never appreciated the beauty of the night before. It was far from dull. Is that so? Itong inquired, intrigued. Yes, it seems your observation is accurate. I disliked my tribe. Thus I left early. Naturally, familial ties could not bind me. With my strength, status is easily obtained, and I would not be tethered by that. As for righteousness, Itong shook her head. It was clear Yahuan was not that kind of person. As long as he refrained from wantonly harming the innocent, she would be grateful. Indeed, Yahuan affirmed Itong's sentiments, lost in thought, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he held her even tighter. However, since meeting you, I have been bound. Yahuan's romantic words flowed effortlessly, a blend of truth and sentiment. How bothersome. Itong chuckled playfully, snuggling closer in his arms. Do you think I am always holding you back? In the next moment, Itong's smile faded, and she gazed up at Yahuan's jawline, her voice gentle, mingling with the wind. She lacked strength and often found herself in trouble. Aside from her wit, she felt there was little she could offer him. She could stand by his side in moments of danger, but she lacked the ability to protect him, just as during that perilous encounter in the beast forest. Why would you say such things, Tong? I have never considered you a burden. Yahuan furrowed his brow upon hearing her barely audible words. Despite their softness, he caught them. He looked down at her long lashes, perplexed. Tong, if it were not for you, I would not know what happiness feels like, nor the sensation of a racing heart, nor the warmth of companionship. You, my dear, are irreplaceable. I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a way. Yahuan's words were serious and sincere. Really? Itong felt a mist rising in her eyes at Yahuan's declaration, though she had not been wronged. His words moved her deeply. Was this what they called the tears of a sensitive soul? Indeed, I never deceive, Yahuan assured with conviction. Suddenly, Itong laughed. It was better not to mention the word deceive, for once it was spoken, she could not help but break her composure. Yahuan's insistence on his honesty was often a reflection of his pride. Yet this time, she truly felt that he spoke from the heart. What are you laughing at? Yahuan, clearly oblivious to her humor, asked. Ah, the cold-hearted king is forever unaware. No, you're quite right. I do not mean to imply disbelief. Itong's expression grew serious, once more as she sought to lend credence to her words. What I say is never false. Yehuan reiterated firmly. Before you entered my life, my greatest pleasure was watching performances. However, even that grew tiresome, leaving me with nothing but boredom. I would languish in my seat, hibernate through the winter, and watch as others quarreled. Yet, it was preferable to being alone in a lifeless void, which would drive me to restlessness. Itong felt a pang of sorrow at Yehuan's seemingly nonchalant words. From now on, I will be here. We shall face it together. She wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her cheek against him, her voice sweet and tender. Ah, a beautiful woman willingly offers her embrace. How delightful. Yehuan reveled in her affection. In the future, it will not only be you and me, but also our children. At that time, you shall never feel bored again. If you do, raising the children shall be your task, ensuring you will be busy. Itong's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Should my child misbehave, I will show no mercy. They must learn. Upon hearing Itong's playful words, Yehuan's expression turned serious, revealing the demeanor of a strict father. Hey, that's your own child. Why be so harsh? Itong pouted, a hint of discontent in her delicate features. Precisely because they are my child, they cannot be indulged. They must train diligently to protect their mother, Yehuan declared with unwavering conviction. And what if it turns out to be a little female like me? Chapter 209, Sunrise over the Grasslands. What if it turns out to be a little female like me? Itong looked up at Yehuan, her eyes filled with curiosity. She could not bear to be overly strict with her own child. However, she was taken aback by Yehuan's harshness towards his offspring. Despite this, hearing Yehuan's reasoning brought her joy. Who wouldn't desire a child capable of protecting their mother? Yet, observing Yehuan's earnest demeanor, she realized he was utterly serious and his strictness would be far from ordinary. Thus, she needed to ponder this matter deeply. Yehuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a moment to reflect. He had not anticipated that Tong Tong would pose such a question. In his memory, most of the young of the Sinjing Wangshi were male, with female snakes being a rarity. Hence, he instinctively believed that any offspring would be male. Come on, say it. I want to see the look of conflict on your face. AI Tong laughed, eager to understand Yehuan's thoughts. She was curious if Yehuan would remain as selfless if they were to have a daughter. If it is a female offspring, she too must train in martial arts. She added, her voice slightly teasing. Yehuan cleared his throat, attempting to justify his position. I simply will not be overly stringent. If it is a male offspring, I shall not have such reservations. He genuinely contemplated this, revealing his true sentiments. Yehuan firmly believed that, for male Wangshi, strength was of utmost importance. While female snakes ought to possess some ability to protect themselves, there is no need for excessive demands. I share this sentiment, even if our little one is a female. She must not be as powerless as I am. AI Tong nodded thoughtfully. Though she had not spent much time in this beastly world, she understood the crucial role that strength played. A powerless male would face a lifetime of poverty and hardship, while a powerless female might become a mere plaything for others. Fortunately, she had encountered Yehuan. Had she met someone else, her fate might have been drastically different, teetering on the edge of life and death. With my protection, Tong Tong need not train in martial arts, Yehuan said softly while embracing AI Tong. Aka mipiaka, I Tong avlightly. If it weren't for my inability to train, I would have already begged you to teach me. That way, I could hold my own outside. The presence of a formidable being like Yehuan was enviable to others. Yet she could only admire him from afar, akin to possessing a treasure that she could not utilize. Yehuan, I want a hug. AI Tong pleaded for comfort, unable to train in martial arts. Of course, Yehuan replied, maintaining his embrace and gently inhaling the faint fragrance from her hair. He discovered that Tong Tong relished tight hugs, and he too enjoyed this intimacy. Time slipped away in their embrace, oblivious to who stood still and who moved forward. All that mattered was the passage of time. Yehuan, remember to wake me at sunrise, AI Tong requested. Of course, I will wake you, he assured. Otherwise, I will miss it again, she added, her voice softening. All right, sleep now. Then I shall sleep, she replied, and he echoed. You too should rest. The summer night was sweltering, yet the latter part of the night brought a refreshing coolness. However, with Yehuan by her side, AI Tong never felt discomfort. When it was hot, she would lean against Yehuan's cool skin, and when she felt cold, she would snuggle closer to him for warmth. At times, she would even curl up with his long tail to sleep, finding it far more comforting than a stuffed bear. His tail had effectively cured her tendency to toss and turn in her sleep. Thus, Ai Tong and Yi Huan slumbered on the grassland until dawn broke. The summer grassland air was particularly refreshing in the morning, mingled with a gentle breeze, unlike the stuffiness indoors. A series of soft winds swept past the sleeping beauty's face, carrying the scent of the grassland. Tong Tong, Tong Tong, Yi Huan softly called, having already sat up while Ai Tong lay dreaming on his serpent tail. HM? Ai Tong gradually opened her eyes, rubbing them sleepily. Is the sun up? She asked, sitting up halfway from Yi Huan's embrace. Yes, he replied, as she gazed out at the vast green sea of grass swaying gently in the breeze, becoming increasingly blurred the farther it extended. At the horizon, a golden-red glow illuminated the sky, with the sun shining like a radiant pearl, nestled quietly in the heavens. The colors faded into pale yellow as they ascended, merging seamlessly with the wisps of gray-white clouds. A few clouds seemed unable to resist the allure of the sunrise, drifting downwards, seemingly adorned with splashes of golden hues. Wow! Yi Huan, look! It is truly magnificent! Ai Tong exclaimed, her cheeks still slightly cool as she pointed excitedly at the sunrise, her eyes sparkling with delight. The morning mist was at its peak, and being surrounded by the grass sea, they inevitably felt a bit damp. Yes, Yi Huan replied, glancing at the sunrise with a smile. He had noticed it long before, and the moment brought him little surprise. Yet if Tong Tong found it beautiful, he too felt the same. Quick, let me up. I want to chase the sunrise, Ai Tong declared, brimming with energy after witnessing the dawn. Are you serious, Tong Tong? Yi Huan asked, his eyes revealing concern as he hesitated to voice his thoughts. The sun cannot be chased. Even if you exhaust your little legs, you cannot catch it. Oh, come on. I merely wish to stretch a bit. Lying down all night has made my back sore, she retorted, pouting slightly. The pursuit of the sun was an ambitious endeavor, yet she never truly intended to catch it. She simply wished to seize that fleeting moment of joy, cherishing every second spent with Yi Huan. All right, Yi Huan acquiesced, realizing he had overthought it. Whatever his little wife desired, he would accompany her without question. That's more like it, Ai Tong exclaimed, turning away and dashing towards the direction of the sunrise, her skirt swaying gently as she ran. As time passed, the sun rose higher, its rays becoming increasingly blinding. The hem of Ai Tong's dress brushed against the grass, creating gentle ripples as her ethereal yellow gown fluttered in the wind, accentuating her beauty. In the golden light, she ran playfully, the sheer fabric partially concealing her form, while a beam of sunlight mischievously found its way to illuminate Yi Huan, who stood behind her. His dark red eyes sparkled with a divine quality under the golden rays. My Tong Tong will always be the most beautiful, he thought to himself, wishing to keep her hidden away just for himself, whether locked away or simply by his side. It mattered not. Yi Huan watched the joyous figure running in the wind, laughter ringing out, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness as well. Deep down, he questioned himself yet again. The truly liberated Tong Tong is the essence of her being. He cherishes all aspects of her, including her freedom and her nature. Just as birds soar freely through the skies, we find joy in their ability to reach unseen realms and behold the myriad wonders of the world. It is their pristine wings that grant them this liberty, not the plight of a caged canary with broken wings. The smile on Yi Huan's face broadened slightly as she stepped forward, eager to chase after his light. The sunrise passed swiftly, and after enjoying their time, Yi Huan and Ai Tong returned to the city. Along the way, Ai Tong remained in a state of exhilaration, having not ventured out for quite some time, which made her particularly joyful. Yi Huan, in the future, if we have time and wish to go again, shall we? Ai Tong, sitting on Yi Huan's serpent tail, gently stroked it while inquiring. Of course, whenever Tong Tong desires to visit, we shall return, Yi Huan replied candidly, without a hint of pretense. Really? Ai Tong sought reassurance, her skepticism evident. She was well aware that previously, she had been shadowed wherever she went. Had it not been for the recent incident with Chang Chan, she would likely still be confined within the confines of Xinqing. Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? Yi Huan looked down at Ai Tong with a hint of confusion. Ai Tong chuckled awkwardly, realizing that Yi Huan might have forgotten how she had been cared for before. The incident regarding her need to relieve herself still lingered in her heart. Upon returning to the city, Ai Tong's first order of business was to seek sustenance, as she had not returned the previous day and had not instructed Hai Tong to prepare food. Today, she would have to cook for herself. Previously, she had sent the beastmen of Xinsheng into the forest to gather peculiar plants for her to identify, and she had indeed discovered edible items resembling cucumbers, eggplants, and green beans. Since it was not the cold season, food was not scarce. The game obtained from regular hunts was sufficient for everyone's needs. These items served to enhance their meals, and some were preserved for the winter, either by drying in well-ventilated caves or by pickling in jars. The methods of preparation were varied, ensuring there was always something to eat. Initially, Aitong had contemplated constructing a dwelling, but her lack of knowledge made her apprehensive, fearing that her efforts might result in a collapse and cause injury to the beastmen. Furthermore, she noted that the caves of Sinchung were well-constructed, sturdy, and wind-resistant, complemented by her heated calm, making life quite comfortable. Yahuan, today let us have a cold cucumber salad and stir-fried green beans with meat. Aitong turned to Yahuan. There was no alternative, as they typically shared their meals, and their choices had to please both. Yahuan had no particular aversions and usually accommodated Aitong's preferences. However, she felt it necessary to inquire, just as a grandmother might ask, "What would you like to eat tomorrow?" "Anything is fine. I have no objections." Yahuan's response was anticipated by Aitong, who seemed unfazed, continuing the conversation. "All right, I shall prepare it. You can assist me," Aitong declared, determined to avoid letting Yahuan have an easy meal. Having arrived at the kitchen, her hunger spurred her actions. "All right," Yahuan, without airs, hurried to catch up with Aitong. After gathering the ingredients, Aitong took charge of washing and chopping the vegetables and meat while Yahuan managed the fire and cooking. With 2 pots, a frying pan, and a steamer, they worked in tandem. Yahuan steamed the rice while Aitong prepared the ingredients, thus saving time. Aitong added the seasonings, while Yahuan focused solely on the cooking. Their collaboration was efficient and enjoyable. Before long, the dishes were ready. Aitong plated the food, and Yahuan served the rice before returning to the hall, where Aitong was already seated on the stone chair, eagerly waiting. "Hurry up, I'm starving," Aitong exclaimed, unable to contain her desire to dig in. Earlier, she had sampled the dishes while preparing them, but a mere taste had only whetted her appetite. "Eat as much as you like. Don't leave the table until you are full." Yahuan placed a generous bowl of rice before Aitong, teasingly adding chopsticks beside the dishes. "Who do you look down upon?" Aitong retorted, picking up her chopsticks and loading them with green beans. Yahuan sat down, holding her bowl with a smile. "Go ahead, it's all yours." Aitong needed no prompting to eat, diving into her meal with enthusiasm as she quickly consumed a significant portion of her rice. "This green bean isn't as delicious as the ones my family makes," Aitong remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. In her childhood, she had relished her grandmother's stir-fried green beans and potatoes, which were exceptionally tasty. Although a bit salty, it was necessary for those who labored. Having grown accustomed to that flavor, she now found her own attempts lacking. It was evident that the irreplaceable essence of home was what she truly missed. "Are you feeling better?" Yahuan casually inquired between bites. During their meals, they felt the most relaxed together. After spending considerable time with Aitong, Yahuan understood her carefree nature and her propensity to speak her mind. He, too, had his moments of candor, albeit often laced with sarcasm. Aitong seemed disinclined to elaborate, responding with a non-committal sound before continuing her meal. Gradually, their conversation shifted to other topics, and the earlier feelings of unease dissipated. Everyone experiences a longing for home, though it is not a constant sentiment. It arises intermittently. In the depths of one's subconscious, home remains a constant presence, neither coming nor going. Yet, one day, it might cease to exist altogether. Aitong, feeling ravenous, finished her meal swiftly. "Let us take a stroll to digest," she declared, heading outside without waiting for Yahuan. Having eaten too much, she felt slightly uncomfortable. For some reason, she sensed her appetite had increased, perhaps due to her meager meals the previous day. She was uncertain. Yahuan followed closely behind her, maintaining a distance as though he were a shadow, ever ready to protect her. Perhaps he deserved a medal for his unwavering dedication. 365 days of vigilant companionship, more reliable than a mere shadow. On their way, they encountered Fengqi, whom they had not seen in a long time. Aitong noticed the gaunt beastman kneeling before them, appearing somewhat emaciated yet still relatively normal. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Fengqi. "Rise," Aitong commanded, as she was ahead of Yahuan. Typically, Yahuan preferred silence, often communicating through mere glances, leaving the beastman to interpret his meaning. Yes, Fengqi stood up, exhaling softly. He had been dispatched to report on injuries and return to duty, only to unexpectedly encounter the queen. It was one thing to meet her, but upon looking up, he was startled to see the king standing behind her, his expression inscrutable. "Are you feeling any better?" As Feng Qi pondered, he heard the queen's question, yet he had been so engrossed in thought that he failed to catch her words. "What? Your Majesty, you mentioned that AI Tong had mistakenly thought Feng Qi was unwell and repeated it. After all, Feng Qi had once fought fiercely to protect her. I inquired, have you recovered?" "Ah, much better, much better," Feng Qi replied with a hearty laugh, attempting to dispel the awkwardness, and he appeared rather endearing in his innocence. "That's good," AI Tong said softly, urging Feng Qi to get back to his tasks. I recall that at that moment, Yi Huan remarked that Feng Qi had become somewhat foolish. What was the story behind that? AI Tong finally turned a glance at Yi Huan. Yi Huan approached with an air of nonchalance, as if he were an omniscient oracle. "I had to forcibly awaken him using medicinal herbs and my martial prowess, so naturally, there would be some after effects. However, I exercised restraint and did not cause him any lasting harm," Yi Huan casually remarked, leaving AI Tong momentarily speechless. "You truly are impressive," AI Tong said, unable to resist giving Yi Huan a thumbs up. His astonishing abilities were indeed unfathomable. Few orcs on this continent could rival him. And it was only natural that Bai Shao lost to him. Nonetheless, it was a relief that Feng Qi was unscathed. Had anything happened to him, AI Tong would have felt quite distressed. Yi Huan appreciated AI Tong's praise, and at that moment, he walked alongside her. AI Tong instinctively took Yi Huan's hand, which he grasped firmly in return. After walking for a while, AI Tong felt much more at ease and looked up at Yi Huan with a hint of playfulness in her gaze, saying, "Take me back." Yi Huan smiled and promptly swept his delicate wife into his arms, disappearing in an instant. AI Tong had long grown accustomed to this complimentary express service. Swift and of high quality, it was simply a necessity for home and travel. Upon returning to the palace, Yi Huan felt a stirring within him. Although the journey had been smooth, he felt an unexpected reaction. Gazing at the fair, rosy-skinned woman in his arms, he found himself yearning to consume her entirely. Yi Huan's hands instinctively squeezed a little harder. The sensation was simply exquisite, and frustratingly, it had always been so. "Tong Tong." Yi Huan's sudden caress made AI Tong furrow her brow slightly, and she instinctively raised her right hand to lightly swat at him. "Stop it." Yi Huan was charmed by her feigned ferocity, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he captured her mischievous little paw in his palm. He then leaned in, brushing his lips lightly against her. "Does it hurt?" AI Tong instinctively tried to retract her hand, but Yi Huan held it firmly. "Let go." AI Tong's delicate brows knitted together, her fox-like eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness and evasion. She already knew what Yi Huan intended. After all, they had been together for a long time, and she could easily discern his every intention. "Tong Tong, we may retire now," Yi Huan boldly declared, intending to draw the curtains completely and extinguish the night pearls illuminating the room. "Wait." AI Tong waved her hand, trying to rise. "Isn't this a bit too hasty? This isn't quite what I envisioned. Shouldn't we prepare first?" You stop," Yi Huan said, somewhat puzzled, having already closed the doors and blocked any light from seeping in. What was wrong with that? "I want to take a bath." AI Tong tugged at her clothing. Retreating a bit, it was broad daylight, and she felt as if she might be devoured. Yi Huan's dark, red eyes flashed with understanding, and he rolled off the bed. "I shall fetch water now. You wait here, Tong Tong." His words lingered in the air, but in no time, he had vanished. Left behind, AI Tong lay on the bed, covering herself with her garments, contemplating whether to wait seated or reclined, or perhaps to simply slip under the covers. After a moment's thought, AI Tong decided to recline and wait. It was quite comfortable. With the light from the palace blocked by Yi Huan, it felt akin to nighttime. The shimmering light from the pearls cast a gentle glow on AI Tong's face, and as she lay there, she stifled a yawn, inexplicably feeling a touch drowsy. By the time Yi Huan returned, AI Tong's eyelids had already begun to droop. However, the sounds of water being drawn roused her from her light slumber. "Is it ready?" AI Tong sat up groggily, peering at the familiar figure on the floor, rubbing her eyes, feeling a bit disoriented and exceedingly sleepy. Chapter 212. The beauty emerging from the bath. "All right, you may bathe now." The warmth radiating from Yi Huan enveloped AI Tong, providing her with some comfort. "You should step outside. I will bathe first, and then you can have your turn." AI Tong naturally rose and walked toward the curtain. After boiling the water, Yi Huan sat on a chair, his gaze fixed on AI Tong's direction, eagerly awaiting the beauty emerging from the bath. The wait was well worth it. As steam billowed from the wooden tub behind the curtain, AI Tong's garments began to accumulate on the rack. Her delicate hands moved gracefully, eliciting an enchanting allure. Shrouded in partial obscurity, she was utterly captivating. The sound of water gliding over her skin, swirling and caressing her contours, lingered before reluctantly cascading into the tub, creating gentle ripples on the surface. Yi Huan, seated on the chair, swallowed hard and could not resist pouring himself a glass of water, gulping it down in a matter of seconds. After a brief pause, he poured another glass, trying to quell the rising heat within him. After a while, AI Tong emerged from behind the curtain, draped in a light veil, making her way directly to the bed. The rosy hue on her face revealed her feelings. She was acutely aware of when she appeared most alluring. In this attire, she lacked the courage to face Yi Huan directly, opting instead to ignore him. Yi Huan, eager to pursue her, was met with AI Tong's dismissive remark, "Let us discuss this after you finish bathing," as she turned to comb her hair and dry it. Yi Huan raised his arm and sniffed, finding no discernible odor. He was puzzled by AI Tong's apparent disdain. Defeated, Yi Huan cast a lingering glance at her retreating figure before heading to the water bucket to change the water and refill it with hot water for his bath. In truth, he could have used the water AI Tong had just bathed in, but she had mentioned that it was unclean and they were not short on water. So he decided to add fresh water. He thought it reasonable. After all, he had no qualms about it. Since AI Tong desired him to change it, he obliged. Since meeting AI Tong, Yi Huan had even overcome his obsession with cleanliness. Finally, after finishing his bath and thoroughly cleaning the bathing utensils, he activated his martial prowess to dry himself before approaching AI Tong. At that moment, AI Tong was still seated on the bed, gently drying her hair with great tenderness and charm. Her hair, long and naturally thick, took some time to dry due to infrequent trimming. Yi Huan naturally took the fur towel, utilizing his innate warmth to dry AI Tong's hair gradually. "Had I known, I wouldn't have taken so long," AI Tong mused, her hands falling to her sides as she obediently sat there, allowing Yi Huan to tend her hair. Thanks to Yi Huan's ability to generate heat, her hair dried quickly. AI Tong touched her now dry hair and patted her warm cheeks, knowing that her face must be quite flushed. Every time she bathed, her face turned rosy. "Let us go," AI Tong said, quickly leaping onto the bed without any intention of waiting for Yi Huan. Yi Huan watched her hop away, a smile spreading across his lips, unhurried in his movements. The little rabbit could not escape the clutches of the big bad wolf. She would eventually be consumed. Yi Huan was like a wolf frolicking freely in his territory, leaving traces of his presence in every inch. The next day, when AI Tong awoke, the sun was already shining brightly. "How many days has it been?" The first words spoken by AI Tong upon waking were, "What evening is it?" She was genuinely frightened, and it was hardly her fault, for each time she awoke, several days had passed. Furthermore, she now lacked the energy to question Yi Huan. Alas, she had been so thoroughly worn down that she felt utterly defeated. It was merely the second day. Yi Huan extended his arms from under the covers, enveloping AI Tong within them. The warmth of their skin touching brought him immense satisfaction. "Really? You haven't deceived me?" AI Tong's voice was slightly hoarse, but fortunately, each time they engaged in their activities, Yi Huan had sent the guards away. Otherwise, it would have been mortifying if they had overheard. "I truly do not deceive you." Yi Huan chuckled softly, kissing AI Tong's forehead, his gaze filled with affection. "Oh, then I shall sleep a little longer. I Tong, feeling somevat fatigued." Closed her eyes once more. She had no desire to rise from the warmth of the bed, nestled against Yi Huan, which felt incredibly comforting. Besides, her body was indeed a tad weary, prompting her to drift back into slumber. "Sleep well." Yi Huan kissed her lips and, holding his beloved wife, also closed his eyes. The couple's procreative endeavors continued unabated, evolving from the initial 7 days and nights to a more tempered pace. Yet without fail, they would not exceed 2 days. If it were not for Yi Huan's unwavering strength supporting her, AI Tong's body would undoubtedly have succumbed to exhaustion. However, all the source of their endeavors stemmed from Yi Huan. After all, without him, AI Tong could not bear children alone. It was indeed a paradox. Yi Huan was both a blessing and a curse. Days passed, and life in Sun Chung improved significantly, free from concerns of natural disasters or calamities. Moreover, AI Tong had taught them how to preserve plant seeds. When the hot season concluded, they could harvest some to be planted the following year in the vicinity of Sun Chung or on their own land. This would eliminate the need to venture into the forest for gathering and transportation, conserving manpower and resources while mitigating potential dangers. Before long, 2 months had slipped by. Yi Huan, could you refrain from following me? AI Tong walked ahead, with Yi Huan trailing behind. She had lost track of how long she had been living in such a manner. Yi Huan remained silent, steadfastly following her. Sigh, AI Tong ambled about. Eventually unable to contain herself, she halted and sighed deeply. She had returned to a life of surveillance. Who could endure being watched like a hawk every day? A short duration might be bearable, but over an extended period, it would wear anyone down. Moreover, she could not quite understand why she had been feeling so irritable lately. She lacked enthusiasm for anything and merely wished to be alone. Yet now, even that simple desire seemed unattainable. I want to play with Xiao Huzai. Could you please not follow me? AI Tong felt increasingly vexed and wished to visit Xiao Huzai for a change of scenery. I shall remain outside. Yi Huan nodded. Being outside was his greatest concession. He could sense AI Tong's agitation. He did not wish to intrude. Yet, he wanted to see her at every moment, to ensure her safety, which brought him peace of mind. Chapter 213. After such a long absence, do you not recognize me? AI Tong found herself with no choice. If Yi Huan insisted on following her, she could only allow it, or perhaps simply ignore him. Very well, follow me then, AI Tong said softly, making her way to Xiao Huzai's home. In her current state of annoyance, she only desired solitude, to be with the wind, the air, and the adorable little creature. Yi Huan trailed behind her at a respectful distance, neither speaking nor making any unnecessary movements. He too felt AI Tong's restlessness. Yi Huan understood that her irritation was not directed at him, yet he was aware he was constantly present before her. He bore the burden of it, feeling perplexed and slightly agitated. He wondered if the recent rise in temperature contributed to the discomfort. Shaking his head, he dismissed such chaotic thoughts and continued to follow her. Regardless, he could not afford to let anything happen to AI Tong. He could not relax for a single moment. Before long, AI Tong arrived at Xiao Huzai's residence. Xiao Huzai was full of energy, and the confines of the den were too small for play, so they made their way to the yard. Having not seen each other for 2 months, Xiao Huzai had grown significantly, becoming even more mischievous. Yi Huan stood vigil outside the yard, causing considerable alarm to Hu Ba and Hu Ma, who hurriedly approached him, bowing and urging him to enter. How could they allow their king to stand outside? Surely, they did not wish to jeopardize their lives. However, Yi Huan refused to enter, remaining steadfast outside. He understood that if he did not hover around AI Tong, she would feel much better. Strangely, it seemed he had become a source of anxiety for her. Despite not having done anything inappropriate, and knowing she loved him dearly, their relationship had become inexplicably strained. Confused, he felt a twinge of irritation. Your Majesty, please, come inside and have a seat, Hu Ba and Hu Ma implored, bowing nervously and wiping the cold sweat from their brows, eager to invite Yi Huan in. If it were not for their fear of offending the king, they would have forcibly ushered him inside. Your Majesty, please, hurry inside. The queen is waiting for you. Hu Ma mustered the courage to speak further. Since the queen had grown close to Xiao Huzai and was known for her gentle disposition, their fear had diminished somewhat. I shall remain here. Yi Huan managed to utter a few words, yet they seemed futile. Hu Ma just felt relieved, only to be nearly suffocated by anxiety once more. Hu Ba and Hu Ma, please fetch a chair for the king, AI Tong suggested as she observed the lively Xiao Huzai in the yard. The summer breeze rustling the leaves of the trees, creating a soothing sound. AI Tong raised her hand to tuck away the loose strands of hair blown by the wind, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over her. She finally recalled the king who voluntarily stood outside. Hu Ba slapped his forehead, lamenting his nervousness upon encountering the king. How had he not thought to bring a chair? I shall fetch a chair, he declared to Hu Ma, dashing into the den. He returned swiftly with the most luxurious jade chair, the most comfortable in their home. It was indeed an honor to have the king visit, and they could not afford to be remiss. Hu Ba was well aware of the importance of the gesture. Despite the king having changed since meeting the queen, it was prudent to consider all possibilities. If the king were displeased, he would lose far more than just a chair. With dependents above and below, he could not afford any misstep. This was advice given by the queen herself. They had gathered information from various sources, which they deemed reliable, and had made a note of it, which remained in their den. Hu Ba quickly returned, ensuring the chair was polished and draped with a clean pelt that had never been used before. Your Majesty, everything is new. Please take a seat, he smiled. Once the queen is finished playing, I will notify you. Hu Ba had truly provided exceptional service. Yihuan murmured softly, indicating his mood was not entirely displeasing. With this, Hu Ba and Huma finally felt reassured enough to return to the yard. Ai Tong was uncertain how long she had been in the yard. She had not moved much, simply sitting on the chair, watching Xiao Huzai run around and cause mischief, as well as observing the stones and weeds in the yard. Occasionally, she would smile, but for the most part, her expression remained neutral. It was not that she was unhappy or angry at anyone, rather, in solitude. A lack of expression was the most comfortable state for her. The surroundings were tranquil, save for the playful laughter of the little tiger cubs and the soft rustle of the wind. Concerned about disturbing Aitong, both the tiger father and mother busied themselves with their own tasks. Yet, Aitong relished this serenity. She found it perplexing that such peace was absent within the Sandian. It was only in unfamiliar or relaxing places that she felt at ease. Raising her hand to her heart, she sensed that her heartbeat did not entirely belong to her, as if it were shared with another. At that moment, her heart felt like a shared possession. As Aitong pondered, a sudden cry erupted from the little tiger cub, a mix of fear and alarm. The cub, usually quiet, emitted an urgent roar unlike any she had heard before, even while chasing butterflies. Instinctively, she looked up just in time to see a flash of blue-violet light. A small blue butterfly flitted past her, and within moments, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, causing her to collapse. The little tiger cub had succumbed to the enchanting powder before Aitong, falling unconscious even faster. A deep blue butterfly danced in the air, its black and white edged wings fluttering gracefully around Aitong. Just as she was about to fall, the butterfly transformed into a woman in her 40s, who gently supported Aitong's waist. The butterfly envoy wore a stunning blue dress, far superior to anything in this beastly world, adorned with white feathers edged in black at the collar, wrists, and hem. The fabric appeared to be made from butterfly wings. Observing Aitong's slumbering face, the woman reached out with delicate fingers, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Release her!" Knight Huan burst in, having rushed from outside upon hearing the cub's peculiar cries. Although he sensed no immediate danger, his instincts drove him forward. The woman turned, her dark blue eyes narrowing with recognition, as if greeting an old acquaintance. "Xiaoye, it's been a while. Have you forgotten me?" In a moment of urgency, Knight Huan instinctively struck out, sending a wave of dark red energy towards the woman. His strength was modest, perhaps only 2 or 3 parts of his full potential. The woman smiled lightly. Her azure gaze met his, effortlessly deflecting his attack with a wave of her hand. "Is it you?" Knight Huan's deep, dark red eyes narrowed at the familiar figure. "Xiaoye, your father sent me to bring you back." The woman maintained her gentle smile, her eyes softening as they met the depths of his gaze. "How absurd. You haven't inquired about my life or death for centuries, and now you wish for my return?" Knight Huan scoffed, dismissing her with a wave of his sleeve, turning his gaze elsewhere. "Listen to Annie Dai. Your father truly wishes to have you back," she insisted, a hint of urgency in her voice. "Considering your kindness towards me in your youth, I do not wish to resort to violence, but I must ask you to return Tong Tong to me." Knight Huan, unusually courteous, refused to entertain the notion of conflict, as he had no intention of resorting to violence. The woman sighed lightly, glancing at the unconscious form of Aitong before raising her eyes with newfound resolve. "Xiao Yi, you know, as your father's envoy, my identity represents the entire royal family of the Sun Jing Wang Shi. As the butterfly envoy, I must take you back today. However, if you refuse to accompany me, I am powerless. Your strength has indeed surpassed mine, but what of hers?" The butterfly envoy's gaze sharpened as she looked at the sleeping Aitong. "Dare you harm her and see what happens?" Knight Huan's anger flared, taking a step forward as if ready to fight. Tong Tong was everything to him, and he would not allow anyone to take her away. "She has inhaled my butterfly powder, as you know. Only I possess the antidote. Your father wishes for me to convey that if you refuse to return, you may as well prepare for her burial," the butterfly envoy warned, her wings sprouting in a flash of blue and white. With a beat of her wings, she soared into the sky, carrying Aitong with her. "Do not attempt to pursue me. You are well aware of my speed, Xiao Yi, until we meet again in the Qianlong continent." Knight Huan watched as she disappeared into the distance, a storm brewing in his dark red eyes. In a fit of rage, he swept his sleeve, devastating the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, the tiger father and mother rushed out, only to find the yard in disarray, with Knight Huan standing like a vengeful spirit amidst a cloud of dark red mist. They instinctively searched for their cub, fearful of the ominous presence that had invaded their home. Fortunately, they soon discovered the little tiger cub nestled by the cave. The butterfly envoy had given him the antidote before leaving, and he quickly regained consciousness, though still visibly shaken by the earlier events. Likely deterred from chasing butterflies in the future, Knight Huan paid them no mind and proceeded onward, fully aware that he could not wrest Tong Tong from the swift butterfly envoy. The old man had orchestrated this entire scenario, and even if Tong Tong were to be reclaimed, he lacked the antidote, which was beyond the means of this primitive, beastly world. For the time being, Tong Tong was safe in her possession, but he needed to hasten his journey to the Qianlong continent, a land he despised, the land of his birth. If he delayed, that old man was capable of anything. With a heavy heart, Knight Huan hastily made his way to the Sun Dian, casting a glance towards the distant east, silently vowing, if Tong Tong lost even a single hair, he would unleash chaos upon the entire clan. Within the city of Sun, a fleeting shadow raced by, swift as the wind. Yet this wind left no beastman unscathed, for it was pure and untouched. In the Grand Hall of Sun City, important beastmen, such as Bianzhan, Haitang, Feng Qi, and Ben Bo Ba had gathered. The council chamber had not been this lively in ages, with whispers filling the air as everyone speculated about the absence of the king. What is happening? I was just improving my cellar. It's so cool during this hot season. The queen is quite clever. I only know about cellars, and you only know about wood. You're nothing but a blockhead. Bianzhan, do you know what is going on today? Why is everyone here? I don't know. Let us wait and see. Nothing significant has happened lately. It can't be that I'm getting promoted, right? What are you thinking, Feng Qi? I haven't even been promoted. Everyone was confused, as since the queen's arrival, there had been no substantial matters requiring a meeting, such as foraging or war. The king had cancelled all such gatherings, preferring to remain at the queen's side. The congregation of beastmen today suggested something significant had transpired. Bianzhan and Haitang furrowed their brows, deep in thought, while Ben Bo Ba casually weighed his belly, and Feng Qi bounced with excitement at the prospect of a promotion. As the murmurs continued, a wave of dark red energy swept through the hall. Instantly, silence fell, and all heads lowered as they focused on their feet. Knight Huan leapt onto the Grand Hall's throne, turning sharply to unleash a gust of energy that shattered a massive stone that had stood for a millennium. However, the precious jade that the Sunshang orcs painstakingly sought for Yi Huan, which required the strength of 100 orcs to lift, was effortlessly reduced to ashes by Yi Huan's mere gesture. The onlookers shuddered involuntarily. The sound was crisp and sharp, a clear indication of the terror it embodied. Goodness gracious, how formidable is the king's power! The crowd was filled with a mixture of joy and fear. They were elated that such an overwhelmingly powerful orc was their beloved monarch, yet apprehensive that if their dear king were displeased, even his own kin might suffer his wrath. The most pressing concern was that they were currently in the vicinity of the Beast Palace and must face the repercussions. My strength, you have never truly comprehended. Allow me to enlighten you. I do not belong to this continent, nor do I harbor any ill will towards you. Now I must take my leave. Yi Huan gazed at the orcs, each one bowing their heads in deference, and a peculiar feeling began to blossom within him. It was difficult to articulate, but their prolonged presence before him had naturally claimed a small part of his heart. Yi Huan understood well that their essential nature was not malevolent, and they displayed a profound loyalty towards him. Yet, he truly meant to depart. Tong Tong had once told him, if you bestow upon me a peach, I shall repay you with jade. Even if not reciprocated, one should always strive to do right by others. These orcs had accompanied him for so long. He could not offer them much, but he would fulfill his obligations. Tong Tong had said she admired those who see things through to the end. At this thought, a hint of warmth began to thaw the ice-cold demeanor that Yi Huan typically wore. Chapter 2:15. Bianzhan, the next Lord of Sunshang. What did the king just say? The orcs, standing below, were still recovering from the shock of the king's unexpected display of power. They regained their composure. The king declared he would depart. Bianzhan, for the first time, boldly met Yi Huan's gaze. This time, Yi Huan's expression was not the usual icy indifference. It bore a trace of warmth directed towards Bianzhan. I shall announce the arrangements now. As for what follows, that is for you to determine. Yi Huan did not cast another glance at any of the orcs and returned to the throne of the Sun Palace, his robes billowing, exuding an air of authority as a decisive aura swept past him. To hesitate in making a decision is to invite chaos. Bianzhan will be the next Lord of Sunshang. The other orcs would each ascend a rank, Feng Qi would be promoted to left deputy, and Bin Bo Ba to right deputy. The finer details of the arrangements were to be decided by Bien Zhan. The orcs below stood in stunned silence, grappling with the explosive news. Bien Zhan's lack of joy at becoming lord was evident as he furrowed his brow. Even Feng Qi, who had long desired promotion, fell silent, the hall echoing with the sound of a pin dropping, with only Yi Huan's voice filling the air. The future of Sunsheng appears bright, with the major clans currently at peace and no conflicts anticipated for the next century. However, you must safeguard your homeland thereafter. Yi Huan concluded his remarks and stood up for the first time, sounding almost maternal, yet he felt a pang of reluctance. He had conveyed what needed to be conveyed. He believed Sunsheng would thrive under Bien Zhan's leadership. Bien Zhan was a responsible and capable orc. He would surely manage Sunsheng well, perhaps even better than Yi Huan himself. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. In that fleeting moment of farewell, the orcs were rendered mute, their hearts brimming with unexpressed words. They yearned to speak, yet all that escaped their lips was the familiar call of their king. Bien Zhan and his companions knelt, calling out for their monarch, their faces awash with disbelief. A group of orcs, fully grown for quite some time, found themselves with tears welling in their eyes, struggling not to let them fall. How could they allow their king to witness their weakness? The tears in their eyes swelled, reminiscent of a thunderous storm, yet they held back, fearing that to cry would be a sign of weakness. Just a moment ago, they still had a king, still felt a sense of belonging. How could they now feel like abandoned offspring? They refrained from crying, for the queen had once said, a man should not shed tears lightly. Everyone wore expressions of sorrow. Their lips pursed, silent yet inundated with an overwhelming tide of emotions. Though their king was known for his volatile temperament, they alone understood how fiercely protective and endearing he could be. Wherever Ai Tong may be, I shall be there as well, and I may not return. Yi Huan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. This was the first and last time he would bid them farewell before undertaking his duties. The orcs grasped the gravity of his words. They may not fully comprehend the situation, but they inferred from the king's statements that the queen had departed, and thus the king would not linger. Their king had always acted according to his desires, especially for the sake of the queen. Bien Zhan took a step forward, wishing to say something, yet no words formed. Yi Huan cast a lingering glance at Bien Zhan, then surveyed Feng Qi and Bin Bo Ba. Before the orcs could fully process the moment, Yi Huan vanished in an instant. He departed like the wind, leaving behind a mark that would forever be etched in the hearts of the Sunsheng orcs. Farewell, Your Majesty! Farewell, Your Majesty! Farewell, Your Majesty! The orcs knelt in unison, their backs straight and their demeanor solemn. Yi Huan had been gone for quite a while, yet the hall retained the air of his recent presence. Bien Zhan, Hai Tang, and Feng Qi remained behind. After an indeterminate time, Feng Qi finally broke the silence. Bien Zhan, from this day forth, you shall be our new king of Sunsheng. We cannot allow our city to crumble in the wake of the king's departure. You must assume this position. Feng Qi's tone was unusually sharp, directing his gaze at Bien Zhan, who knelt upright, fixated on the palace entrance. Previously, he had always acted according to the whims of others, striving to ascend higher without fear of being wronged. Eventually, he found himself serving under Bien Zhan. Over time, he began to understand why the king often entrusted Bien Zhan with tasks and why he held the position of deputy, second only to the king, yet above all others. Observing Bien Zhan, who was immersed in sorrow over the king's departure, Feng Qi's gaze hardened. He felt compelled to awaken Bien Zhan, who had become excessively fixated on loyalty. Now, loyalty was not the paramount concern. Yes, both the king and queen had departed. All that remained was to protect Sunsheng. If, in the future, the king and queen were to return and found him in such a state, they would surely be displeased. Beginning her own persuasion, she was unaware of the queen's whereabouts, but she was certain that the queen would not leave without cause. At the very least, she should have known something, yet all they received was news of the king's departure, with no word of the queen. This indicated that something may have happened to her. She understood Bien Zhan well. Though he appeared steady and responsible, he was prone to falling into emotional traps. He was like a naive youth when it came to matters of the heart, especially concerning the king, with whom he had shared a deep bond. Eventually, clarity dawned upon Bien Zhan. I understand, he said, his previously lost expression regaining its spark. Indeed, the king may return. He resolved to protect Sunsheng in the king's stead. Now, Bianzhan appeared more composed, shedding the sorrowful demeanor that had rendered him unrecognizable as the once dominant warrior. He resembled a drenched chicken, lacking the energy to groom his feathers. "Then you shall be our king. I pay my respects," Feng Qi proclaimed, preparing to kneel in reverence. The formality could not be overlooked, as his gesture served to remind Bianzhan of his current identity and responsibilities. Ben Bo Ba, Hai Tang, and the others, witnessing Feng Qi's actions, hurriedly echoed his sentiment, preparing to pay their respects. "Wait!" Bianzhan quickly stopped Feng Qi from uttering any more words, raising his hand to assist the others to their feet. "Sun Wang is the eternal monarch of Sun Cheng. I am unworthy to be called Sun Wang. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Zhan Wang. Should the monarch return, Zhan Wang shall serve as the foremost general under Sun Wang." However, within his heart, Bianzhan continues to hold Knight Huan in high regard, occupying a significant place that no one can usurp, not even himself. The gathered beastmen, upon hearing Bianzhan's explanation, exchanged glances, finding it agreeable. "We pay our respects to Zhan Wang. We pay our respects to Zhan Wang." On this day, two significant events transpired within the Grand Hall of Sun Cheng. Sun Wang and Sun Huang ventured forth on a journey, while Zhan Wang Bianzhan was entrusted with the governance of Sun Cheng, leading to minor adjustments in the ranks of the beastmen. Chapter 216. Qianlong Continent. Bianzhan refrained from disclosing any information regarding Knight Huan. They collectively decided to conceal the momentous news that Sun Wang did not originate from this continent. The monarch is merely their monarch. His origins are inconsequential. However, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from exploiting this information, Bianzhan and his companions resolved to keep it to themselves. Many beastmen were left bewildered by the changes in Sun Cheng, primarily questioning the whereabouts of Sun Huan. Ever since her arrival, she had aided them through the harsh winter and taught them various inventions, fostering a close relationship with them. Thus, the beastmen of Sun Cheng held a favorable view of Ai Tong, at least more so than Knight Huan. Regarding Sun Huang's departure, Bianzhan also did not provide a clear explanation to the beastmen of Sun Cheng. Only those few who were present in the Grand Hall had a vague inkling. Externally, they uniformly claimed that the king and queen had gone on outing. The beastmen, recognizing the king's constant proximity to the queen, deemed it plausible, speculating that the king found Sun Cheng lacking in entertainment and sought diversion elsewhere. Given that Knight Huan seldom concerned himself with trifles, Bianzhan managed the day-to-day affairs of Sun Cheng. Thus, there was little dissent regarding Bianzhan assuming the role of acting lord. After an initial day of adjustment, the routine resumed as usual. In a corner of Sun Cheng, among the gossiping elder beastmen, they exchanged remarks. "I heard the king and queen have gone on an excursion. But it's the warm season, and there's hardly anything to do. I'm nearly bored to death. If it were me, I would go out. Come now, at your age. You might need to be carried. Now we're the foremost tribe in Sun Cheng. Our king is formidable. Indeed, just look at how handsome our king is. If I were younger, I would certainly seek someone like him. Oh, but the king already has a queen. You should not harbor such thoughts. What's wrong with that? I say, the queen must be outside with the king to bear offspring. It's been months of continuous presence. In a purple treehouse on Qianlong Continent, Ai Tong slowly awakened, her eyelids fluttering open, and she touched her forehead. Why was she always so unfortunate, awakening in unfamiliar places? Perhaps she was simply a magnet for trouble. She was unsure how long she had been unconscious, feeling utterly drained and weak. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation churned within her chest. Ai Tong sprang from the wooden vine bed, hurriedly stumbling to the window, clutching her chest as she began to retch. Outside, the trees were densely purple, stretching endlessly. After a prolonged bout of retching without yielding anything, she felt slightly better. Ai Tong's right hand caressed her chest, and after a moment, she felt somewhat revitalized. Goodness, why do I feel so awful? Ai Tong furrowed her brow, her complexion pale, and her lips lacking their usual vibrancy, reflecting her poor health. She recalled sitting in the courtyard of the little tiger cub's home when the cub had suddenly let out a cry. Assuming something was amiss, she looked up to see a flurry of blue, resembling butterfly wings, before she fainted, losing all consciousness. Surveying her surroundings, Ai Tong realized she was in a purple vine-woven room, with nothing but a bed inside. The space was not expansive, yet sufficient for her to move about. There was also a small area resembling a restroom, suspended in mid-air, with no visible ground beneath. Ai Tong examined the peculiar locale, noting the pervasive purple hues, The room itself and the surrounding vines were all shades of violet. As she walked, she felt as though something was restraining her, and upon looking down, she discovered her ankles were bound by 2 purple vines. Bending down to touch them, she found the vines seemed almost alive, writhing slightly. Although they did not constrict her tightly, she lacked the strength to free herself. Resigned, AI Tong returned to the vine bed, sighing in frustration. I wonder where Knight Huan is. Does he realize I'm missing? She couldn't help but exhale a sigh. Knight Huan had been outside the courtyard. He should have known. Observing the vine enclosure that held her captive, she shook her head, perplexed about her current location. This place, while not dark, exuded an aura of strangeness and unfamiliarity. AI Tong distinctly sensed that she was far from Sunchang. There was no reason for such a bizarre locale to go unmentioned by Knight Huan. On Qianlong continent, within a magnificent black and red jade palace atop a purple cliff, a white-haired man clad in black and gold robes stood with his back turned, quietly inquiring. Has he returned? Master, the young master should be on his way back, Dai replied, bowing her head, somewhat hesitant. Did I not instruct you to bring him back? The white-haired man slowly turned to face her, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, his face sharply chiseled, emanating a sense of resilience and precision. His eyes, dark red like Knight Huan's, bore into Dai Yu, who stood with her gaze lowered. He was acutely aware of Dai Yu's abilities. It was impossible for her not to bring him back. Master, we have not seen the young master in 300 years. I did not anticipate his strength to have surged so dramatically as he nears a millennium. Dai Yu is no longer a match for him, even with the dye powder. She cannot approach him. There was a chance before, but now there is absolutely none. Dai Yu, aware of her shortcomings, did not dare to meet Yi Chuan's gaze. Yi Chuan, the rightful king among the Sun Jing Wangshi clan, had once held the greatest promise of reaching the ancestral realm. His strength increasing is indeed a positive development, Yi Chuan remarked, his tone measured, devoid of anger, as he contemplated. Since you cannot bring him back, how can you be certain he will return? Dai Yu, unwilling to conceal anything, understood that her existence was intertwined with her master's. All she possessed belonged to him, including her life. Master, the young master will return, Dai Yu said, her voice resolute, lifting her gaze to meet Yi Chuan's, exuding confidence. His female companion has been brought back by my subordinates. It appears that the young master has taken quite a liking to her. Chapter 217, King of the Royal Clan. Yi Chuan, it seems the young master has taken quite a liking to her. In front of the palace, Yi Chuan leaned slightly forward, his broad chest earnest as his dark red eyes scrutinized Dai Yu intently, assessing the veracity of her words. When did he begin seeking a female companion? Dai Yu, unwilling to withhold information, confessed that when she had been tasked with retrieving the young master, she had discreetly investigated. She was taken aback by how much the young master had changed in the centuries since their last encounter, not only in strength, but also in temperament, as he no longer seemed as solitary and aloof. In the presence of that female, the young master indeed sought out a female for nearly 2 cycles. Dai Yu lowered her head to report, articulating each word with utmost precision. The master has always been particularly concerned about the young master, allowing no room for deception. While others may be unaware, as the master's personal envoy, she is acutely aware. Although the master publicly expelled the young master long ago, she has been secretly tasked to follow him. This was partly to shield Yi Huan from external disputes and dangers, and partly to refine the young master's character. It seems the coldness in Shao Yi has gradually developed over the years. However, in recent centuries, the Shun Jing Wangshi clan of Qianlong continent has found itself in an awkward predicament, with the king burdened by relentless responsibilities. Consequently, she was not permitted to pursue him. Moreover, due to Yi Huan's prior settlement in a lower-tier beastly world, she found it surprisingly easy to locate him this time. What sort of female could make him so willing to return to a place he once despised? He had thought it necessary to personally bind him to bring him back. Yi Chuan's demeanor revealed neither joy nor anger, obscuring his true thoughts. Dai Yu hesitated before responding. Observing her troubled expression, Yi Chuan's voice grew heavy. Is there something you cannot disclose? No, master. That female is quite attractive yet. Dai Yu dared not fabricate lies. Every time she attempted to do so before the master, she would stammer, revealing the truth. She is quite weak. Under Yi Chuan's scrutinizing gaze, Dai Yu closed her eyes and conveyed AI Tong's situation. She wished to shield Yi Huan, to conceal as much as possible, for he was someone she had watched grow, and she found no reason to despise the one he loved. However, she understood the master's temperament well. Even if she could deceive him temporarily, the truth would inevitably surface, and the consequences would not only fall upon her. The female whom Xiao Yi cherished could very well be coerced into bringing the young master back. Not only because it was the master's command, but also because the entire Wang clan of Shunjing needed him. He must return. After such extensive investigation, she knew precisely how to persuade Xiao Yi to return willingly. With the king having only Xiao Yi as his heir, that position would undoubtedly be reserved for him in the future, particularly as tensions escalated. It was time for Xiao Yi to shoulder his responsibilities. Where's he? Upon hearing Diyu's words, Yichuan furrowed his brow tightly, clearly displeased with the matter. You returned him without permission? Diyu quickly knelt to apologize, fully aware that her unilateral actions would not be condoned by Yichuan. However, given the circumstances at the time, she believed there was no better solution. Nevertheless, she did not wish to exacerbate the misunderstandings between the master and the young master. Xiao Ye's stubbornness mirrored the master's. Once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to alter. The father-son relationship had never been the same since that incident and seemed to be growing increasingly distant. The master was indifferent to Xiao Ye's feelings, solely focused on what he deemed correct. When two obstinate individuals with opposing views clashed, the outcome was predictable. Over the years, her master had endured much. It could not continue. All right, I understand. You handled this matter well, so I shall not pursue it further. The most crucial thing is that Xiao Yi returns. Once he is back, we can address other issues. Yichuan pondered for a few moments, his somber, dark crimson eyes casting a glance towards the hall's exit as he spoke softly. Just a few words in, he began to cough weakly. Despite being one of the strongest among the Wang clan of Shenzhen, his hair was white, and his physical state appeared far from robust. Yes, Dee responded. Her dark blue eyes filled with concern as she quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to Yichuan. Master, please drink some water to soothe yourself. After a spell of coughing, Yichuan seemed to regain some composure, though his pallor remained slightly off. Naturally, he reached out to accept the cup from Diyu's hand and took a sip. The cool water provided significant relief, and Yichuan's brow gradually unfurled. Returning the cup to Diyu, she bent to receive it in silence and went to pour another glass. Over the years, she had become accustomed to all of the master's habits, always ready to serve him when needed. She was intimately aware of the quantity and temperature of the water he preferred. Enough, you may leave now. Should Yichuan return, inform me. After finishing the second glass of water, Yichuan turned his back to face the imposing ancestral statue at the center of the hall, lost in thought. Yes, Diyu understood that when the master was in such a contemplative state, he disliked being disturbed, so she bowed and slowly retreated. She could not help but wonder how that female was faring in the treehouse. Meanwhile, Yichuan bid farewell to Bianzhan and the others, hastening his journey back to Qianlong continent. Despite the considerable distance between the two continents, his speed ensured he would not take long. Eager to find his beloved, Yichuan transformed into his beast form to travel. His velocity increased significantly, causing nearby beasts and beastmen to scatter in fright. Believing a fearsome creature had emerged from the depths of the mountains, Yichuan paid them no mind, as long as they did not obstruct his path. He had no intention of lingering. He traversed swiftly towards Qianlong continent, soon approaching Qianlong continent's Qianzilin. From the air, it appeared like a vast ocean of purple, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet once inside the forest, it was devoid of light. Towering purple trees rose to the clouds, their branches and leaves intricately woven together, resembling a colossal pot lid that enveloped the entire area. Within one of these trees was the place where AI Tong was imprisoned. AI Tong had explored the entire treehouse without discovering anything that could aid her escape or any exit. Instead, she realized that if she were to leave this treehouse without help, it would feel as though she were plummeting into a bottomless abyss, an utterly dismal fate. The height beneath the treehouse was unfathomable, and it appeared nothing like an illusion. Just the sight alone sent shivers down her spine. Considering her options, AI Tong decided to remain observant, recognizing that patience was the best strategy for survival. Thus, she leisurely sat by the bedside, curiously gazing out at the purple woods beyond the window. The dense forest was visually appealing, but AI Tong could discern little else. The window was peculiarly designed, allowing views of the outside while trapping those within. She had already tested it. Upon contact, the window felt soft as feathers, but soon rebuffed her. Fortunately, the force was gentle. Otherwise, she would have fallen against the wooden walls and likely tumbled to the ground, which would have been painful, perhaps even fracturing her ribs. Resigning to the fact AI Tong viewed it merely as transparent glass. Just as her thoughts wandered, she heard a rustling from outside the treehouse. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind became apparent, and the leaves by the window visibly trembled. This foreboding sign made AI Tong anxious, prompting her to stand and scrutinize every potential escape route within the treehouse. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm," a gentle female voice floated in, soothing yet enigmatic. AI Tong looked around, her gaze filled with curiosity. "Since you have captured me, why do you not dare to reveal yourself?" AI Tong could sense from the woman's tone that there was no malice directed toward her, yet this only deepened her confusion. If there was no ill intent, why was she being held captive? Was capturing someone merely a form of amusement? Dayu chuckled lightly and chose to unveil herself, gracefully emerging from the window high above in the Zlin, clad in azure garments adorned with white feathers. As she approached, the blue wings at her sides gradually vanished. At that moment, the initially soft yet resilient transparent window seemed to retreat in panic at her touch, as if ice had met with fire. Not daring to obstruct her passage, AI Tong was utterly astonished. This window turned out to be a door. "Are you frightened?" Observing et tongues astonished expression. Dayu began to appraise her in turn. The woman before her possessed delicate features and fair skin, rivaling the beauty of the snake women of their Sun Jing Shi clan, though her visage lacked the depth of theirs. Yet, there was an undeniable charm in her eyes that evoked an indescribable feeling. "Who are you, and why have you captured me?" AI Tong's momentary surprise faded, returning to a semblance of normalcy as she regarded the strikingly adorned woman before her, filled with curiosity. What tribe did this beautiful and powerful female belong to? She had never encountered such a creature before. But why would a female capture her? "Greetings. I am Yihui Dai, a royal envoy of the Senjing Wangshi." Dayu smiled, placing a skewer of roasted meat beside the bed before sitting down, conversing with AI Tong as if in her own home. This self-introduction left AI Tong momentarily stunned, but then she recalled Sun Jing Wangshi. Dayu had just claimed to be of their clan. AI Tong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she settled beside the smiling Dayu. "Hello, my name is AI Tong. You mentioned being of the Sun Jing Wangshi clan. Do you know Yuan?" The sudden revelation overwhelmed AI Tong as she felt as though she were drowning in a torrent of confusion. She had thought she might have offended some celestial being and was suffering the consequences of abduction. Who would have imagined that her kidnapping was not for ransom or desire, but rather due to the arrival of someone from the other party's family? Surely it was not because they believed she had wronged Yi Huan and were here to support him. However, she recalled that Yi Huan seemed rather disinterested in her tribe and rarely spoke of it, leaving her with scant knowledge of his past. "Indeed, Yi Huan is our young master, the sole heir of the royal family." Diyu smiled, finding an inexplicable comfort in conversing with the seemingly friendly woman before her. "Goodness, if you are family, then why have you captured me? And where is Yi Huan now?" AI Tong felt her tension dissipate, relaxing her demeanor. Since she was family, there should be no issues, but why was Yi Huan absent? Most astonishingly, Yi Huan was a royal heir, the only one. This felt like a real-life fairy tale where a common girl meets a prince. But why had Yi Huan never mentioned this? There must be some underlying issue. As these thoughts crossed her mind, AI Tong's previously relaxed heart once again hung in uncertainty. There was no choice. If the young master did not return, they would have to resort to such measures. Dayu expressed her helplessness, admitting that she did not wish for it to be this way, but it was the only course of action. If she forcibly took the young master away, her lack of strength could easily alert others, and if the young master fled elsewhere, it would be even more challenging to find him. Upon hearing this, AI Tong grasped a portion of their intentions. They sought to lure Yi Huan back through her. What is wrong with him? Why does he refuse to return? AI Tong sensed no malice from Dayu. Rather, she appeared to be quite amiable. However, she remained cautious. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive her words could be. The more approachable someone seemed, the more likely they were to speak only of matters within one's knowledge, creating an illusion of comfort. If the woman harbored ulterior motives concerning Yi Huan, she could inadvertently aid in his entrapment. "I'm uncertain about that," Dayu replied, shaking her head. She understood well what ought to be said and what should remain unspoken. Some matters were simply not to be divulged, even if buried in the dust. "Oh." AI Tong lowered her gaze, finding no substantial information to extract, and began to fidget with the vines at her feet. "Do you intend to keep me here indefinitely?" Dayu, perceptive as she was, understood AI Tong's implications. "I apologize, but for now, it must be this way." Once the young master returns, I believe he will release you. This indicated that as long as Yi Huan did not return, her freedom was contingent upon his arrival. Everything hinged on waiting until they achieved their objective. During this time, they would reveal nothing useful to her, as she was merely bait, an enticement to bring Yi Huan forth. Ai Tong now understood their boundaries. For the moment, she was not in immediate danger, but would Yi Huan truly come? If this was a trap, would he not walk into fire? If he were aware of her presence here, he would undoubtedly come. Deep down, she did not wish for any harm to befall him. This place was undeniably not the beast world she was familiar with. It exuded an aura of mystery. The displayed strength of the woman before her left Ai Tong in awe, and she had no knowledge of how many other powerful beings resided here. Yi Huan would find it difficult to manage alone. She would prefer to remain in this place until her demise rather than risk his safety. Very well. Since you choose not to disclose anything, further inquiries would be futile. Ai Tong relinquished her attempts to pry information from Daiyu. For now, she would focus on her own well-being. At the very least, she needed to take care of herself until Yi Huan found her. Nonetheless, if Daiyu's words were truthful, this was indeed the dwelling of the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan. She was left to ponder why they would go to such lengths to bring Yi Huan back. Stay here, and I will bring you some food in the coming days. We will make decisions once the young master returns. Daiyu had not intended to elaborate further. Her purpose was simply to deliver provisions. She had already gathered the information she sought, and in her eyes, the most important matter was Yi Huan. Ai Tong's only worth to her was as a means to draw Yi Huan back. At the very least, she needed to ensure Ai Tong remained alive until the young master returned. Unexpectedly, I, a defenseless female, find myself bound in such a lofty place. You truly overestimate me, Ai Tong remarked, attempting to provoke a reaction, hoping to glean something useful from her comments. She had no martial prowess and did not believe Daiyu failed to perceive this. Ai Tong reclined leisurely on the vine bed, her tone laced with self-deprecation. You jest. This vine dwelling is designed to guard against more than just you. Daiyu chuckled, her smile carrying a deeper meaning. Ai Tong was weak. She had known this from their first meeting. Of course, she was also curious as to why the formidable young master would take an interest in a seemingly powerless female. However, after their conversation, she discerned something different. This female, despite being captured, neither begged for mercy nor displayed hostility. Instead, she remained remarkably calm and observant of her surroundings, even wary of her intentions, subtly attempting to extract information from her. Really? I don't question, puzzled. Why would they capture her and confine her while preventing others from approaching? Who was it that made Daiyu so cautious? It certainly was not Yi Huan. If Yi Huan were to arrive, he would undoubtedly first request to see his true self. If he could not perceive his authentic and secure identity, Yi Huan would certainly not comply with their demands. This is a truth that Tong comprehends all too well. Although Yi Huan cares for her, he is by no means foolish. It is worth mentioning that aside from me, no one can locate you among the myriad of purple trees. Even if one were to annihilate the entire purple forest, you would surely be engulfed within it, preventing any other beastmen from finding you. My caution is merely directed at unforeseen circumstances. Even the safest of places can harbor a couple of vulnerabilities. As I have stated, you must not encounter any mishaps before the return of Xiao Ye. Tong now fully grasps this. Perhaps she is not the sole object of interest for Daiyu. However, those individuals might obstruct their plans, and thus, to avert unnecessary complications, she has been confined here. After Daiyu departed, their conversation came to an abrupt end, and Tong consumed the food and water that Daiyu had brought. She was unaware of how long she had been captured, only feeling a gnawing hunger. Since her body had been modified, such sensations of hunger had become rare. She wondered if it was merely the unfamiliar environment that was causing her discomfort. Fortunately, the initial waves of nausea were fleeting. Aside from a brief bout upon awakening, they no longer troubled her. If she had continued to vomit endlessly, she would likely be bedridden and on the brink of death, devoid of the strength to consume anything. The food provided by Daiyu consisted of roasted meat and plain water. The taste was mediocre, yet Tong was indifferent. As a captive, she could hardly afford to be choosy. She was not a pampered young lady accustomed to delicacies. Given the circumstances, survival was the ultimate outcome. Thankfully, Daiyu remembered to bring her sustenance. Had he assumed she could endure months without food like Yi Huan, she would have surely perished here. There would be no need to summon Yi Huan back. He would only find a lifeless corpse. As she ate, Tong found herself missing Yi Huan. Her fate resembled that of a Tang Sung, pursued incessantly by various monsters. Some sought to marry her, others aimed to exploit her body, while yet others regarded her as a hostage. She pondered how Yahuan was faring, whether he was hastening his journey day and night. With her disappearance, was he in turmoil beneath his calm exterior? Given Yahuan's temperament, he would certainly struggle with this reality, and simply imagining it filled Itone with sorrow. It was his family that had abducted her, ostensibly to compel his return, yet could he truly resist their will? Although she was unaware of the conflicts between him and his family, doubts began to stir within her. What if his family disapproved of her? What would she do then? Yahuan was a formidable Sinjing Wang Sha, the only scion of the royal lineage. His lifelong matters would not be hastily resolved. Moreover, he would not simply select any unarmed female as his partner. She likely would not feature on his list of potential companions. His father, the king of the royal family, undoubtedly had high expectations of him. Throughout history and across all realms, social standing has remained an unyielding truth and an insurmountable barrier. Those in power uphold this as a principle, aiming for alliances of strength and mutual benefit. Those of lesser status perceive it as an insuperable wall, aspiring to shatter constraints in the name of true love. She was the commoner outside the walls, while Yahuan was the prince within. From the outset, he had invested the most in their relationship, having to overcome countless barriers and face myriad opposition to be with her. Chapter 220. Past Events. Unbearable to recall, Itone continued her days in the vine-covered abode, each one melding into the next with a mundane rhythm, only devoid of Yahuan's presence. Bored, she gazed out at the purple trees and the little birds. One was free, while the other was not. The birds no longer fled in fear at the sight of her. Now, they would perch upon the nearest branches, engaging in a silent exchange of glances. Though communication was absent, the atmosphere between them remained surprisingly harmonious. This tranquility brought Itone a sense of peace, easing the anxiety that had previously consumed her. She had been preoccupied with thoughts, plagued by worry that kept her awake at night. She endeavored to control her mind, reminding herself that such fixation would only worsen her condition, yet she could not help but dwell on her concerns. Understanding was one thing. Acting upon it was another. Ultimately, it boiled down to care. She cared for Yahuan, cared about his disposition, and cared for the tribulations he would soon face. She pondered whether she could be with him for eternity. If everything was mere illusion. She stood upon the reef, at the edge of the deep sea in Qianlong Dalu. The sea breeze billowed the man's garments as he stood upon the rocks. His black and red robe untouched by the splashes of seawater, the wind rustling his attire. He gazed into the distance at the island before him, his eyes heavy with determination. Tong Tong, I have arrived, Yahuan murmured softly. Bearing the marks of travel, he had journeyed tirelessly for days and nights, drawing ever closer to the one who held his heart, while simultaneously approaching that loathed land. A place he had vowed never to tread again in his lifetime, yet today, for Tong Tong, he returned. Encountering familiar territory once more, the vast Qianzi Lin and the grand cliffs of the past, memories long sealed flooded his mind. Like the tumultuous waves crashing beneath him, they surged and roared, threatening to engulf him, as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. Yahuan could not suppress the pain etched upon his face. Useless. Useless. Who could have imagined that the illustrious scion of the Sinjing Wang Sha would be a mere weakling devoid of any power? He could not even transform. I could defeat him with ease. Indeed, the royal family does not favor him, so we need not show him any courtesy. I'm not useless. You shall not speak of me that way. Look, our young master is upset. Attack him, a weakling who has slain a mother beast. How dare he bring shame upon the Sinjing Wangsha clan? You lie. I did not slay the mother beast. I did not. Attack him. Let him be arrogant. What is a royal scion to us? Attack him. Attack him. Ha 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 ha. Quickly say it. I am useless. I am useless. I shan't say. Attack him. His resolve is commendable. Let us see if his bones are as strong. Yahuan gazed at the distant, familiar island, his brow furrowed in anguish. His deep, dark crimson eyes closed momentarily, concealing all his past. Now, he was no longer the boy he had been a millennium ago. When he reopened his eyes, they shimmered with brilliance, exuding an air of dominance and an aura of unapproachable nobility and coldness. This was the true him, aloof, proud, and distant. In mere moments, Yahuan had descended to the base of the Qianzi Lin. The Sinjing Wang Sha clan resided on the opposite side of the ocean from the beast world, necessitating a vast expanse of water to traverse. Weak beastmen often perished in the depths of the sea. while flying beastmen could soar high above. The ocean was too expansive and disorienting, devoid of direction or safe landing points. Many beastmen would lose their way mid-flight, unable to return to their original continent, plummeting into the abyss. In his youth, he had rashly departed from Qianlong Dalu. At that time, he was a powerless weakling, yet after enduring countless hardships, he could no longer tolerate remaining there, subjected to scorn. With an unyielding courage, he had leaped into the deep sea. He was of the Xinjing Wang Shi lineage. His father a mighty member of the royal family, and his mother a powerful Qinghuan sea serpent, a sovereign of the seas. It was only later that, for reasons unknown, he arrived on land, formed a bond, and ultimately gave birth to himself, never to return. This was a secret shared by Daiyu to comfort him back then. She assured him that both his father and mother were formidable beings who loved him dearly, urging him not to heed the nonsensical words of others. In his childhood innocence, he initially believed her. However, as days turned into years filled with disdain from those around him, the burden became unbearable for a mere child. In a moment of despair, he leapt into the deep sea. To his astonishment, the depths held vast wonders. As he swam forward, unable to transform into his beast form, he navigated the waters in human shape, relying on his innate affinity for the aquatic realm to avoid drowning. His heart was driven by a singular resolve to escape this place, wherever it may lead him. As he swam deeper, he began to sense a guiding pull within himself, a connection to his bloodline. Eventually, he found himself before a magnificent underwater palace, surrounded by serpents adorned with azure patterns, seemingly guarding something of great significance. Strangely, they posed no threat. The palace, while not grand in size, rivaled the opulence of the royal dwellings of the Xinjing Wangxian land. He was drawn to a secluded chamber within, and upon entering, a brilliant azure light enveloped him. Initially alarmed, he soon felt himself levitate, a gentle force flowing into his being. "Xiao Yi, protect yourself," he heard a soft voice call, more melodious and tender than any sound in existence. "Xiao Yi." It beckoned him. "Who are you?" he inquired, but the soothing voice fell silent, leaving him in a tranquil stillness, as if the events were but a fleeting dream. Exhausted, he surrendered to slumber. When he awoke, he was astonished to find himself transformed into a serpent, bearing the distinctive black and red markings of the Xinjing Wang Shi lineage. Within him, he sensed an energy that hinted at boundless potential. The azure serpents had vanished, and he could hardly comprehend the magnitude of his transformation. Elated, he swam out of the deep sea and onto the beast world continent. His subsequent dedication to cultivation yielded rapid advancements in strength, as he intentionally restrained his progress, aspiring to reach a higher realm at the millennium's threshold. Chapter 221. Who did you just call a little waste? As he approached the momentous milestone, he unexpectedly encountered Tong Tong. His growing prowess rendered him nearly unmatched on the beast world continent. Yet, the strength of the formidable often breeds solitude, and he found no worthy adversary with whom to engage in a satisfying battle. Each day, he observed other beastmen fighting, bickering, and competing for dominance, drawn to the excitement, yet ultimately unfulfilled. This fleeting amusement provided only temporary relief, and soon he found himself restless once more, seeking outlets for his frustration. Nevertheless, he felt an immense fortune in his penchant for chaos, for it was through such mischief that he crossed paths with Tong Tong, leading to a series of profound events. From curiosity blossomed affection. He had anticipated a life of solitude until the end of his long existence, yet fate bestowed upon him the warmth of companionship. His icy demeanor and facade gradually melted away in her presence, revealing a sincere heart to the one who deserved it most. Although Tong Tong lacked martial prowess and appeared weak, what she offered him transcended the limitations of physical strength. She embodied all that he yearned for: wit, cunning, kindness, and gentleness. She radiated the tenderness akin to that of a maternal figure he had dreamt of, exuding an intangible allure that he had once dismissed as mere folly. He had never comprehended the charms of love or the significance of affection between males and females, viewing such sentiments as a waste of time better spent in combat. Yet now, he desired nothing more than to immerse himself in Tong Tong's dreams, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage, yearning to be near her day after day. It dawned on him that falling in love could occur in an instant. Yet he could not pinpoint the exact moment it happened, only that he had indeed succumbed. Hopelessly enamored, Night Huan traversed the path swiftly, the thousand-purple forest beside him becoming an indistinct blur of violet. The wind whipped past his face, and he wore an expression devoid of emotion, resembling a merciless warrior in pursuit of a worthy companion amidst the chaos of the world. In that moment, he was not the tender knight Huan, but a vengeful deity wielding a blade. His final warmth was not to be taken from him. Knight Huan plunged into the depths of the Thousand Purple Forest, a protective barrier of the Sunjing Wangshi clan, resembling a labyrinth where intruders would starve without a guide. The forest was devoid of wild beasts, save for a few venomous serpents. The true peril lay not in the risk of losing one's way, but in the deceptive illusions that lurked within. The Thousand Purple Forest enveloped the territory of the Sunjing Wangshi, filled with illusions so realistic that they could lead one to unwittingly take their own life, leaving their remains to nourish the violet trees. Above the forest stood the home of the Sunjing Wangshi, a towering cliff that instilled dread. Each level housed the clan members, while the highest precipice was the royal palace, the Sunjing Wangdian. Knight Huan was born here, and now, with his enhanced strength, he was no longer the insignificant being he once was. The Thousand Purple Forest held no fear for him. He had reached the base of the cliff. Gazing up at the imposing heights, his black and red eyes narrowed as he hesitated to ascend. "Hey, I heard from my father that the little waist is coming back," a young man in a black robe remarked mysteriously, flanked by two others in similar attire. The man on the left displayed surprise, glancing at the speaker. "Is that true? It's been nearly 1,000 years since he vanished. Why return now?" The other man, intrigued, focused on the first speaker, betraying his interest without uttering a word. "I don't know. That little waste thought we scared him so badly that he sought a way out." The speaker was about to continue when he abruptly spotted a black and red figure ahead, nearly colliding with it. "Hey, watch where you're going. Move aside," he barked, his demeanor fierce and intimidating, clearly accustomed to such confrontations. Ironically, it was he who was about to crash into someone, yet insisted on blaming the other. Knight Huan, standing still, was merely a side view to the young man. Yet, anyone obstructing his path was fair game for his ire. Knight Huan, lost in thought, was unexpectedly berated. His mood soured further by the young man's remarks, especially since his keen hearing had caught their earlier conversation. Who just referred to someone as a little waste? Yi Huan turned around, directing her icy gaze towards the exceedingly arrogant young man. Her eyes, filled with a chilling aura, exuded an elegance that was both noble and aloof. The young man in black was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for someone to audaciously confront him and even retort. Upon closer inspection, she appeared unfamiliar, as if he had never encountered her within the clan. Instantly, he straightened his posture and spoke with conviction, his dark eyes, adorned with a hint of crimson, glaring at Yi Huan. "What do you want? Do you have an issue?" The young man, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, boldly launched into his retort without restraint. Yi Huan chuckled coldly, noting that despite having done nothing, the sheer intensity of her presence seemed to instill fear in him. As he regained his composure, disbelief washed over him, followed by a sense of profound humiliation. Undeterred, he stepped closer, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Huan as he boasted, "You better make way. Do you know where this is? The territory of the Sunjing Wangshi clan. I'm the only son of an elder here. If you know what's good for you, you better leave at once. Otherwise, I will throw you into the Qinzi forest." The mention of his lineage seemed to restore his confidence, and his voice grew more authoritative with each word. After all, he was a person of status, accompanied by two subordinates. He could not afford to lose face in front of them, for his reputation was on the line. Yi Huan lifted her signature dark crimson eyes, the mesmerizing red patterns within them emanating a bewitching allure, as if they could provoke a violent reaction from anyone who dared to meet her gaze. Chapter 222. How do you possess dark crimson eyes? The situation could have been overlooked had he chosen to remain silent, as Yi Huan had more pressing matters to attend to and no desire to waste her time on a group of ignorant individuals. Yet, he had inadvertently struck a nerve. Yi Huan recognized him as the very child who had tormented her in her youth, the one who had driven her to despair and self-doubt. Although nearly a millennium had passed, the wounds inflicted during her childhood could not simply be erased by time. For some, childhood scars could be healed in a lifetime, while others would spend their entire lives attempting to mend those early wounds. Even though she had later encountered Tong Tong, those scars had never fully faded. They merely began to heal gradually. Now, that unhealed wound was being brutally torn open once more. In a swift motion, Yi Huan unleashed a hand strike, executing it with precision and without hesitation. When dealing with such insolent individuals, the only remedy was to respond with force. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe that everyone was a soft target, pliable to their whims. The young man in black, taken aback by Yi Huan's ferocity, quickly realized she was even more ruthless than he had anticipated, her every move harboring an implicit threat of violence. Reacting swiftly, he retreated, and his two companions also distanced themselves from him. 3 against 1. They stood apprehensive in the face of Yi Huan's formidable demeanor. As they observed the chaos created by her strike, dust and debris swirled around them, and a nearby cliff crumbled under the impact. The trio was filled with astonishment. Though they had yet to transform into their beast forms, an instinctive awareness told them that even in their transformed states, they would not be a match for the individual before them. Having lived for a millennium, they had acquired a modicum of discernment. Otherwise, they would not have managed to survive for so long. The earlier strike was merely a casual gesture, yet its power was astonishing. Mos, observing Yi Huan's piusingaze, was still lost in shock and deliberation, pondering how to save face. He was taken aback when the previously silent young man in black spoke up, drawing his attention to her eyes. Her eyes? Moss had been too enraged to notice the details earlier, but now he glanced up to scrutinize Yi Huan's features. Crimson patterns, dark eyes. Moreover, they appeared even more resplendent than his own. His crimson pattern was but a trace, inherited from a lineage of powerful Sunjing Wang, Shi clan members, which had garnered him some favor with the clan leader. However, his own strength had waned over generations, and he had become merely a symbol of status. His father still held some influence, but he had stagnated. The crimson patterns represented not just lineage, but also prowess. Only those with the most profound dark crimson eyes could be deemed the pinnacle of the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan, akin to their current leader, Wang Zi Wang, Yi Chuan. Ordinary members of the Sunjing Wang Shi clan possessed only faint crimson markings, which did not persist and only manifested under special circumstances. Yet, the young man before him possessed dark crimson eyes that were evidently extraordinary. Even his father bore no such mesmerizing patterns. Who are you? How do you possess dark crimson eyes? Moss pondered the implications, his heart racing with excitement. He had only seen such eyes on the clan leader. The intensity of Yi Huan's gaze was reminiscent of their leader, instilling a sense of trepidation. Yi Huan, uninterested in further banter, charged forward, intent on sending the 3 of them tumbling into the Qinzi forest. Hadn't he just arrogantly proclaimed that he would throw her into the forest? She was eager to show them the true nature of that place, transforming it into an experience unlike any other. As Yi Huan prepared to strike, Moss and his companions assumed a defensive stance. They sensed that the young man before them harbored an extraordinary background and hesitated to engage him, especially since they were acutely aware of their own inferiority. Little Yi, show some mercy. A gentle female voice echoed from above, drawing nearer. Moss, upon hearing the voice, relaxed his body, his tension dissipating as a smile spread across his face. The messenger of the Yi Hui Dai had arrived. The 2 other men visibly exhaled, relieved by the arrival of the envoy. They were caught in a dilemma, not wanting to offend this formidable man, while also needing to maintain their allegiance to Moss. Thankfully, the messenger had arrived, alleviating their predicament. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Huan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, momentarily halting her advance. A blue butterfly fluttered down from above, leaving a trail of shimmering blue lights in its wake. Just before landing, it transformed into a beautiful woman clad in a blue feathered gown. Though she appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, she was remarkably well-preserved, deserving of the title of beauty. Messenger. This individual is of unknown origin and has trespassed into our Sunjing Wang Shi territory. Moss hurriedly reported the situation as the reinforcements arrived. The butterfly envoy was a close aide to the king, wielding significant influence. Even his father would show her respect. Although he had grown up under her watchful eye, he felt unworthy of addressing her as auntie, opting instead to refer to her as messenger. The butterfly envoy scanned the trio with an impassive expression before stepping forward to address Yi Huan, her brow arched in a familiar smile, her tone warm. Little Yi, the king has been waiting for you for quite some time. He knew you had arrived and specifically asked me to escort you. Ma stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered. Wait, this individual was personally invited by the king? The significance of such a connection was immense, especially with the butterfly envoy, Yi Hui Dai, coming to greet her in such a respectful and familiar manner. Wait a moment. Little Yi, little Yi. His eyes widened in disbelief as he directed his gaze towards Yi Huan, hardly able to process the implications. What audacity you have to act so recklessly in front of the young master. The butterfly envoy's cold gaze fixed upon Moss and his companions, her voice sharper than ever before. The trio was taken aback, rendered speechless. They had not anticipated that the individual before them was indeed Yi Huan. The so-called little waste they speak of has arrived. Where are you? Yi Huan turned to Dai Yu and directly inquired about the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. His sole purpose for coming this time was to find Tong Tong. As long as they returned Tong Tong to him, he could pretend he had never set foot in this place and had never encountered these worthless beings. Xiao Yi, the king awaits you above. I have no authority to decide her fate. Chapter 223. A father and son meet. Tension in the air. Yi Huan had grown accustomed to Dai Yu's words. That old fellow had always been this way. He would not easily reveal his cards until he achieved his objectives. Yi Huan remained silent, allowing Dai Yu to lead the way. Though he knew the path, he had no desire to walk it willingly. Every familiar aspect of this place filled him with disdain. Dai Yu said nothing further, nodded to Yi Huan, and took flight. Yi Huan followed closely behind, disregarding the three individuals still frozen in shock at their location. He would eventually deal with them. Even if he did not, others would. Those who commit numerous vile acts will inevitably face consequences. Yi Huan did not transform into his beast form. Such heights posed no challenge for him now. The territory of the Senjing Wangshi clan was established on steep cliffs specifically to fend off enemies. These cliffs provided a formidable defense for all clan members. However, for their fierce rival, the Fei Tian Meng, such heights were insufficient, as they could soar through the skies. Nonetheless, due to their inferior close combat capabilities compared to the Senjing Wangshi, they would not expend vast resources attacking them. In a world of powerful clans, conflict was a common occurrence. Yet, they all understood the importance of making decisions that would benefit their own tribes in the long run, avoiding any actions that would harm themselves while attempting to damage their foes. Although the two clans engaged in continuous skirmishes, these were merely minor disputes, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Their true concern lay in the long-term development of their tribes, rather than petty gains. With a few ascents and descents, Yi Huan and Dai Yu arrived at the Senjing Wangdian. The majestic palace loomed before them, its timeless black and red hues exuding an air of nobility and gravity. Standing before the palace, Yi Huan unconsciously halted, memories flooding back like a rising tide. Did you kill the maternal beast? Hold back your tears and weakness. Yi Huan, remember that the Senjing Wangshi clan requires a capable heir. For now, your sole focus should be on martial training. Do not overthink other matters. Am I truly your biological offspring? Yi Huan closed his eyes, concealing all emotions beneath a cold facade. Dai Yu sensed Yi Huan's pause, glanced back momentarily, hesitated, and then continued on as though nothing had happened. Growth is a necessity for all, without exception. Master, the young master has arrived. Dai Yu entered the hall first, reporting the situation to Yi Chuan. They had been aware of Yi Huan's arrival the moment he stepped into the territory of the Senjing Wangshi clan. However, the king had refrained from sending her out, instructing her to observe closely and only reveal herself at the appropriate moment. The reason for not appearing immediately was twofold: to assess Yi Huan's growth in various aspects, and to allow for a bit of buffer before the father and son met. A direct encounter might lead to an immediate clash, characteristic of Yi Huan's fiery temper, ready to strike at anyone who displeased him. Yi Chuan stood in the grand hall, gazing outwards. The immense statue of the dragon ancestor towered behind him, adding an air of solemnity to his already serious demeanor, making him appear even more formidable. A mirror of Yi Huan's typical coldness. Were they not father and son? Few would be inclined to doubt it. Yi Huan approached slowly, the sunlight outside, striving to follow his steps until he entered the shadow of the hall. The golden light that accompanied him made him look exceedingly tall and majestic. For a moment, Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes, instinctively stepping forward, his dark red gaze scrutinizing the sun he had not seen in what felt like an eternity. How long had it been? Almost 1,000 years, it seemed. He had left before reaching his first century, back when Yi Huan was merely a young cub, just beginning to form thoughts. Moments later, the pang of paternal longing was suppressed. Unconsciously, Yi Chuan retracted his outstretched foot, maintaining his usual serious and cold demeanor, embodying the stature of a clan leader and king. Standing beside him was Dai Yu, both appearing as the pillars of this hall, giving it meaning through their presence. And so they stood for thousands of years. Where my people? Yi Huan stood firmly at the foot of the throne, addressing the familiar cold visage above with a low, emotionless tone, neither pleased nor angry. He wished not to allow the person before him, to occupy his thoughts or influence his life. Ignoring him was his most instinctive response. Since conflict was not an option and pleasing him was unattainable, it was better to part ways as strangers. Xiao Yi, I know you dislike this place. But Yichuan did not assume the role of a father. Instead, he approached the matter directly, descending the steps with an ease that suggested a good mood. Yet in the next moment, as if recalling something, he frowned. You must stay. As long as Yihuan returns, he can employ any means necessary. However, he underestimated the influence that the female Dai you mentioned had over his son. Seeing him again brought both joy and anger. Joy that after a millennium, he had returned to his homeland and wished to see his father. Anger that after a millennium, his first return was for a female, one lacking in any martial prowess. Such a female could hardly contribute to the Sun Jing Wangshi's lineage, let alone assist the king in advancing the clan to a prosperous era. He had devoted his life to this pursuit, hoping his descendants could achieve what he could not. After 1,000 years, all the waiting and sacrifices had been worthwhile. The long nights had borne fruit. In Yihuan, he saw hope, his hope, Qi Ning's hope, and the hope of the entire Sinjing Wangshi clan. I will not stay. Yihuan's dark red gaze fixated on the familiar face from his childhood, each word deliberate and emphatic. A millennium had passed, yet the man had not changed at all. He remained as domineering and indifferent as ever, his white hair perfectly complementing his demeanor, emotionlessly white. Indeed, what more was he yearning for? Had he not known the answer long ago? He had known it 1,000 years prior. His paternal figure's heart and mind were devoted not to the maternal beast, not to him, but to the Sun Jing Wangshi clan. Chapter 224. Affection requires no concealment. You once promised that if I returned, you would return Tong Tong to me. How is it that the esteemed clan leader, the king of the royal family, has reneged on his word? Yihuan, unusoli, refrained from direct confrontation and instead resorted to sharp retorts. Such sarcasm was already a considerable concession to this father. Young master, you cannot speak to the Lord in such a manner. Dai Yu observed the escalating tension between the father and son with a furrowed brow. This situation cannot continue. Two obstinate individuals have encountered one another, leading to an inevitable outcome, either your triumph or my defeat. Should the master become enraged, I fear that the female may not survive the night. The master's methods are well known to her. In his mind, the paramount concern is the safety of Xiaozhu and the Sun Jing Wangshi clan. Any potential threat will not be tolerated. Yihuan spoke briefly, but chose not to elaborate further. It was evident that Dai Yu's words had some effect. However, Yihuan's expression remained grim. He stood firm, unwilling to believe that this old man could truly harm him. While he held disdain for engaging with the elder, it did not imply he would refrain from taking action. If pushed to his limits, he would dismantle this grand hall. Is that female truly so vital to you? Each one appeared skeptical, furrowing his brow. His somber, yet piercing Senhai red eyes fixed upon Yihuan. This child had faced numerous tribulations from a young age, which he had kept in mind. Yet, as the leader of the Sun Jing Wangshi clan, he could not afford to show even the slightest softness in the face of adversity. Born into royalty, certain matters were beyond personal choice. Some actions, even if against one's will, must be taken. A doting mother often leads to a wayward child. Having lost his mother beast, he, as the father beast, could not indulge him. Indeed, Yihuan's gaze remained steadfast, unwavering as he met Yichuan's. To love someone requires no pretense. He did not need universal approval for Tong Tong. His affection alone sufficed. Yichuan regarded the resolute Yihuan for a full 5 seconds before turning away. His back to Yihuan, his tone leaving no room for debate. I will arrange for you to meet her, but not at this moment. He was curious to discover what kind of female could so completely enthrall his rebellious son, the heir of the Sinjing Wangshi clan, rendering him utterly captivated, especially one devoid of any martial prowess. Do not force my hand. Yihuan's mesmerizing Senhai red eyes regarded the elder, the white-haired yet impeccably upright leader of the Sinjing Wangshi clan, Yichuan. Time had not eroded his beauty, despite his white hair. He had always possessed this striking appearance since Yihuan could remember, and that loathsome aura remained unchanged. Without seeing Tong Tong, he would trust no one. I do not coerce you. You are aware that the Sun Jing Wangshi territory differs from others. Although you are familiar with it, without my guidance, you would be as lost as a blade of grass. Yichuan had no intention of directly handing Ai Tong over to Yihuan. His desire was merely to have Yihuan return, then dispose of that troublesome female. Such a disruptive presence could not remain close. He had assumed that with Yihuan's return, the female would lose her significance. However, through the earlier test, he had realized that if Yi Huan were to see her, he would likely depart once more. This was not his desired outcome. Fortunately, he had not yet dealt with that female. Otherwise, he would have found himself ensnared in his own deception. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to meet her. Diyu. Yi Chuan did not turn around, but instead cast a sidelong glance at Diyu, who stood nearby, instructing, take Xiaozhu back to his palace to rest. Yi Chuan's command brooked no dissent, showing no concern for whether Yi Huan would accept his arrangement. Thankfully, Diyu had previously brought that female back. Otherwise, he would have found it quite challenging to manage his son. With that thought, Yi Chuan sighed softly. Yes, master. Diyu nodded, moving toward Yi Huan with her right hand raised in a gesture of invitation. Please, Xiaozhu, follow me. Yi Huan stood still for 2 seconds, observing the cold, indifferent figure he loathed, and remained silent. With a cold snort, he followed Diyu. He understood well that this old man meant what he said. Without Tong Tong by his side, he could not afford to take risks. Although he did not claim to know every detail of the Sunjing Wang Shi territory, he had a general understanding. The elder's words held truth. Alone, he could not possibly locate a female within the vastness of the Sunjing Wang Shi territory, especially one affected by Dai Fun. After Yi Huan left, Yi Chuan slowly approached the statue, standing in front of the massive dragon statue, lost in thought. Meanwhile, high upon a cliff, the royal palace stood tall, with Yi Huan's original palace being second only to the main hall. Before long, Diyu escorted Yi Huan to his former residence. Little Yi, come in. It remains just as you left it, untouched by anyone. Diyu walked ahead, opening the palace door for Yi Huan while cheerfully conversing with him. Yi Huan followed closely, his expression devoid of emotion. The black and red decor of the palace, while not as grand as the Sinjing Wang Hall, was still of exceptional quality. As part of the royal family, it was ensured to be of high standard. Nevertheless, like the Grand Hall, it exuded a sense of gloominess and lacked vitality. Yi Huan's Senhai red eyes gazed contemplatively at everything within the palace, taking slow, measured steps, uttering not a single word. Indeed, nothing had changed. Even the holes in the walls remained as they were. The only difference was that the stone bed he had once occupied had been replaced with a larger one. It has been 1,000 years. Normally, the master does not allow anyone inside, and I have personally cleaned it every day. Diyu remarked with a hint of satisfaction as she watched Yi Huan wander through the palace. Following closely behind him, she spoke continuously, as if his return had breathed life into the palace. Thank you, Aunt Dai, Yi Huan murmured gently. In his childhood, Diyu had indeed shown him great care. She had been the kindest to him within the clan. Whenever that old man sought to scold or reprimand him, it was Diyu who spoke in his defense, albeit mostly in secret, for her loyalty was unwaveringly devoted to Yi Chuan alone. Although Yi Huan's voice was faint, Diyu heard him. There is no need for thanks. I have watched you grow. It is nothing, she replied with a gentle smile. Although she was ostensibly Yi Chuan's envoy, she was far more than an ordinary messenger. Envoys are merely tasked with receiving and executing orders. Yet, after thousands of years of companionship, how could such a role encapsulate the depth of their bond? Diyu shook her head, smiling wryly. Chapter 225, You Cannot Be Together. Diyu returned from Yi Huan's side over an hour ago. After meticulously arranging everything, she returned to report to Yi Chuan, anxious that the young master might encounter any discomfort during his stay, unwilling to entrust the matter to others. Master, everything has been arranged. The young master seems quite satisfied, Diyu reported, nodding her head respectfully as she stood before the hall. It is rare for him to be so obedient. Yi Chuan sighed deeply, turning to face Diyu. The young master simply remains unaware of the full circumstances. He cannot be blamed. Diyu believed that one day, the young master would comprehend the master's heartfelt intentions. She quickly offered her comfort, fearing that Yi Chuan might become burdened by this matter. No father enjoys having his child constantly defy him. Though he may claim indifference, his heart is inevitably affected. Parental love for their children is always profound and far-reaching. May he understand one day. Yi Chuan shook his head, seemingly unwilling to delve further into that topic, turning away. Diyu stood a meter below, gazing up at the towering figure before her, laden with burdens, her own expression filled with concern. His unhappiness was her unhappiness. She had always endeavored for his sake, yet she could only silently observe from behind him. It was only when he turned away that she dared to reveal the emotions in her eyes. It was night. The silence enveloped the darkened sky, devoid of moonlight, the heavens cast in a hazy gray, as if shrouded in mist. All the beastmen of the Xinjiang Wangshi territory had drifted into slumber, save for a few who stood vigil. Qian Zilin, a figure clad in black and red robes, seemed to merge seamlessly with the night. With a graceful leap from the high cliff, he adeptly evaded all the sentinel orcs, clearly well acquainted with the security arrangements in this area. In a few fleeting moments, he navigated through the myriad of purple wood trees and located the ancient tree that imprisoned Ai Tong. Ai Tong lay upon the bed, seemingly in a state of recuperation. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had recently begun to experience bouts of nausea. She would retch, but nothing would come forth, merely dry heaves. Moreover, her appetite had vanished entirely. Even the sustenance brought by Dai Yu lay untouched beside her. Initially, she attributed the first day's nausea to acclimatization issues, dismissing it when it subsided. Little did she know that it would resurface days later, as if to drain her vitality. Gradually, she began to sense that something was amiss. Could it be that the powder she inhaled during her capture had some adverse effect? This thought jolted Ai Tong upright in bed. The tightness in her chest, coupled with confusion, causing her brow to furrow. Prior to her arrival in this place, she had felt perfectly fine, save for a slight irritability. It was only after coming here that she began to experience discomfort. While Ai Tong was deep in thought, a noise from outside caught her attention. Instinctively, she glanced towards a window. At such an hour, Dai Yu should not be here again. After all, he had already delivered her meal. If there were matters to discuss, he would not come at this late hour. With this reasoning, Ai Tong cautiously rose to her feet, her steps soft as she approached the bed's edge, grasping the wooden board beside her tightly in hand before moving to stand at the side of the window. This board had been specifically requested from Dai Yu under the pretense of needing support for the rattan bed, yet her true intention was for self-defense. The barren surroundings offered her no sense of security whatsoever. Ai Tong dared not make a sound, holding her breath and straining to listen to the commotion outside. Her wooden board raised high. As expected, there were indeed intruders. In the next moment, the once transparent window swung open abruptly, and Ai Tong felt the evening breeze sweep into the rattan room. A shadow fell within her line of sight, eyes closed. With all her strength, Ai Tong brought the board down in an attempt to strike. "I'll strike you down," she thought, believing she would hit something, yet the board slipped from her grasp, falling to an unknown height beneath the tree without even an echo. Shocked, Ai Tong turned to face the newcomer. "I didn't expect your vigilance to be quite so sharp," the visitor said with a light laugh, an air of interest mingling with his serious tone. The man swiftly entered the room, turning at the door to gaze down at Ai Tong, who still held her hands aloft in a striking position. "Who are you?" Ai Tong asked, lowering her hands, her heart racing as she regarded the unfamiliar man before her. Yet, her brow furrowed again. This man had striking white hair and a handsome visage, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, but what captivated her most were his enchanting dark crimson eyes. Yi Xian also possesses dark crimson eyes, she realized. The man before her bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xian. There must be a connection between you and Yi Xian, Ai Tong surmised, her intuition alerting her to the likelihood of familial ties. "I presume you have already deduced this," the man remarked, surveying Ai Tong without any hint of embarrassment at his scrutiny. "Are you Yi Xian's father?" The sensation of being appraised was unsettling, yet Ai Tong remained composed, recognizing the necessity of calm over panic in this moment. "Dai Yu must have informed you that this is the territory of the Xinjiang Wangshi tribe, correct?" Night Chuan leisurely engaged Ai Tong in conversation. "I know what she hasn't said," he continued. Ai Tong refrained from following his lead. She had been aware that Yi Xian was a Xinjiang Wangshi all along, and Dai Yu had mentioned that everything was orchestrated for Yi Xian's return. Thus, this place was undoubtedly the tribe of the Xinjiang Wangshi. She had simply not anticipated that the second person she would encounter here would be Yi Xian's father. Does this indicate that Yi Xian has indeed arrived? Quite astute, and he is not entirely blind, Night Chuan remarked, causing Ai Tong to falter. What, in the dead of night, his father comes to see her just to commend her? How perplexing. You have come at this late hour for a specific purpose, have you not? Ai Tong queried, sensing that his clandestine visit must bear significant weight. "Ai Tong, I have come to inform you that you and Yi Xian cannot be together," Night Chuan stated bluntly, revealing his intent. He may not be a killer by nature, but he would not shy from it if necessary. If matters could be resolved peacefully, he preferred to avoid bloodshed, especially considering the importance of this female in his son's eyes. "Why can't he and I be together?" Ai Tong inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Was he warning her to keep her distance from Yixian? To be candid, my son harbors a deep-seated prejudice against me. Yet as a father, I would never wish harm upon my own child. He is on the brink of awakening his powers, and his potential is slowly being realized. With his abilities, he will give rise to even more gifted Sun Jing Wangxi offspring. At this point, Night Chuan's dark crimson gaze bore into AI Tong, his tone resolute. And you, in a mere century, cannot conceive. You will have long since turned to dust, let alone successfully bear offspring. Night Chuan's words were clear and unambiguous. AI Tong could never hope to share a future with Yixian. In essence, she was merely a transient figure in the vast expanse of his prolonged existence. From their very first encounter, Night Chuan had recognized that this woman could not possibly survive beyond a century. Even if she did, it would only be through external forces. Yet how many external influences could ensure her eternal youth and immortality? The union of the weak and the strong was inherently mismatched, yet they were inexplicably bound together. A reality Night Chuan found difficult to accept. Better to endure the pain of a brief separation than a prolonged one. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of 2 years, a mere blink in the life of Sun Jing Wangxi. You mean to say that there is no possibility of us having children? AI Tong seemed unable to absorb this revelation, involuntarily retreating a couple of steps until she collided with the wall of the Rattan house. The sound echoed, much like the crack in her heart at that moment. Yixian had assured her that with effort, they could indeed have children. Had he been deceiving her all along? She had always known that her time with Yixian was limited, but hearing the harsh truth from another's lips caused her heart to ache painfully, especially since these words came from Yixian's father, who would not utter falsehoods. A being of his strength would not stoop to deceit. Previously, she had thought that even if she could not accompany Yixian for eternity, leaving behind their child would suffice, allowing the child to carry all her love and remain by his side. But now, AI Tong's face was etched with anguish. I am his father, and also the leader of the Senjing Wangxi tribe. There is no need for deception. Night Chuan's reaffirmation pushed AI Tong's emotions to their breaking point. Unable to process the information, or perhaps due to some physical ailment, she leaned against the doorframe, beginning to dry heave. AI Tong could not suppress her retching, each spasm threatening to expel her very insides, her stomach churning, tears brimming in her eyes. It was unclear whether her distress was physical or emotional. She had not wished to appear so disheveled, especially before Yixian's father, yet her body betrayed her, determined to strip her of all composure in front of Night Chuan. Observing AI Tong's condition, the former's once intimidating demeanor faded, his brows furrowing deeply as his dark crimson eyes scrutinized the heaving AI Tong. This situation was decidedly unusual. Moments later, Night Chuan stepped forward, grasping AI Tong's right wrist firmly, as if he were attuned to some subtle change. Aidong was momentarily taken aback by the sudden actions of Yi Chuan, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, for it would be impolite to retch in front of another. She remained passive, standing still, for even if Yi Huan's father wished to take her life, she knew she could not resist. If her fate was to never be with Yi Huan, then perhaps death was the wisest choice, regardless of who ended her life. She hoped that Yi Huan would remain blissfully unaware. She wished for him to gradually forget her and live a life filled with joy. The pallor of her complexion revealed the struggle she endured. Yi Chuan, holding his right hand tightly, continued to frown and then grasped her left wrist. Atong stared in stunned silence, not uttering a word. Could it be that Yi Huan's father was capable of healing? Instead of killing her, he seemed to offer her treatment as a parting gift. Yi Chuan held her wrist for an extended period, deep in thought, yet did not release her. His gaze fixated on her right hand, which he had just held. A small serpent in her palm flicked its tongue, resembling his rebellious son. Have you bonded as partners? Yi Chuan asked gravely, his intense gaze causing him to instinctively avert her eyes. She had not encountered many powerful figures, and her responses were not yet polished. In the eyes of Yi Chuan, a being who had existed for millennia, she appeared as nothing more than an unweaned child. Yes, Artong replied, nodding in a daze. Given the time they had spent together, how could they not have bonded? The world of beasts was inherently open, and she was not one to shy away from such matters. This outcome was entirely natural. Yi Chuan remained silent, his expression heavy. Upon noticing the bonding mark on her palm, he had already come to a realization. Yet, that was not the source of his greatest concern and astonishment. The day after tomorrow, Yi Huan will come to see you. Make sure to rest well, Yi Chuan stated before vanishing without a trace, leaving him alone to ponder. What had just transpired? Although Yi Huan's father had sternly commanded her to leave, he had suddenly taken her wrist and departed without saying another word. The feelings of nausea, her wrist, the silence. Could it be that she was pregnant? Instinctively, Eun placed her hand on her abdomen, feeling nothing but flatness, no sign of a swelling. Yet, he had mentioned that Yi Huan would visit her tomorrow, implying that Yi Huan had already arrived. A flicker of joy surged within her, but it was quickly overshadowed by despair. His father truly did not approve of their relationship, and his words echoed in her mind. And you, in just a century, cannot bear children. You might as well become mere dust. She genuinely longed to be with Yi Huan, to selfishly claim 100 years of his time. Exhausted, Aitong sank onto the bed, her face pale, questioning whether her desires were too selfish. After returning from Qianzilin, Yi Chuan made his way alone to the Sunjing Palace. In the silent night, the hall was empty. Yi Chuan's towering figure stood before the grand statue of the dragon ancestor, motionless for an extended duration. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally approached the statue. With a subtle shift of force, moments later, the base of the statue opened to reveal a staircase leading underground, deep and winding, its destination unknown. With a solemn gaze, Yi Chuan waved a hand, and the statue returned to its original position, showing no sign of disturbance. He then descended the staircase, each step echoing in the solitude of the passage, where the darkness was pierced by the glow of deep-sea pearls he had lit upon entering. She had once said that she loved the light, relishing the warmth of the sun on solid ground. After turning several corners and passing through stone doors, he finally halted at another stone door. After a brief pause, he produced a green, circular jade from his pocket and placed it in the recess of the door. It fit perfectly in size and shape. Moments later, the recess emanated a green light along the edges of the jade, tracing a serpentine pattern reminiscent of his beast form. Though not in black and red, but in shades of green. With a dull thud, the stone door creaked open, and Yi Chuan reclaimed the jade, securing it close to him as he stepped inside. The chamber was unlike the obscured darkness outside, or the romantic purples of Qianzilin. It was filled with blue flowers, illuminated by the deep-sea pearls. It felt as though he had stepped into an ocean of blossoms. Amidst the floral abundance stood a massive stone coffin. Yi Chuan tread lightly, making his way to the center of the stone coffin, careful not to trample the surrounding flowers, which were clustered around it, covered by a transparent jade that allowed the flowing water within to be seen, the essence of the deep sea. He sat on the grass beside the coffin, where the ground was bare, devoid of flowers. Only short, stunted blades of grass remained, trampled by time. With his hands resting on the corners of the coffin, he gazed at the woman lying within. Though her complexion was pale, she exuded a striking beauty, a quintessential serpent beauty. Yi Chuan's obsidian eyes brimmed with affection as he gazed at the serene figure before him. Ning, it has been a while since I last visited you. You do not hold it against me, do you? His eyes reflected deep regret, and in the next moment, he seemed to hear her response, a smile gracing his lips. I knew you would not blame me. Though you possess a fiery temper, you could never truly harm me. As if recalling something, Yi Chuan leaned closer, looking at the exquisitely beautiful woman. Did you know? Xiao Yi has returned. He is becoming increasingly powerful, and soon he shall surpass me. As he spoke, his eyes radiated pride, seemingly receiving an answer from her. It is all thanks to his mother. It has little to do with me. Ning, I find myself troubled by a certain matter. With that, Yi Chuan's earlier joy faded, replaced by a shadow of worry. Xiao Yi has chosen a mate, a female devoid of any combat prowess, whose constitution is even weaker than that of the lowest-tier serpent. This would not be problematic, for I possess a multitude of ways to ensure she vanishes from Xiao Ye's world. However, she is pregnant. Yi Chuan's brul furovit tightly, as if faced with an insurmountable dilemma. A female, incapable of causing any real disruption, even if Xiao Yi cared for her, would only require some effort to manage. Yet, he had never expected that this seemingly hopeless female would truly bear offspring. Yi Chuan gazed at the tranquil woman inside the coffin, yearning for her wisdom. Yet, she remained in her slumber, offering no guidance. The child within that female was undoubtedly a progeny of the Sunjing royal serpent clan. Xiao Ye's bonding mark could not be mistaken, nor could his own perception. Yi Chuan found himself caught in a quandary. What was he to do? If the female bore a child, he could neither hand her over to another beast, nor could he take her life. He may be ruthless, yet he cannot bring himself to slay the young of his own kin, particularly when it concerns the offspring of Yi Huan, his own grandchild. However, if that female were to depart, The prospect of her successfully birthing the child remains uncertain, yet it is not entirely implausible. This notion, however, implies that the offspring of the Sinjing Wang, she would be left to wander alone in the world, a scenario he cannot bear to witness. Nor can he muster the cruelty to allow it. It is often said that affection grows stronger with each generation, and he has been stern with the young Yi Huan solely for his future benefit. Yet, as a first-time father beast, he finds it challenging to attend to every detail and, over the years, has overlooked the emotional maturation of his son, resulting in the indifferent demeanor of young Yi Huan after enduring hardship. Should this offspring come into being, he believes he would not be as heartless as he was a millennium ago. The greatest dilemma lies in the fact that this offspring is not conceived correctly, nor is the bearer suitable. That female is incapable of giving birth. If it must be born, it presents a perplexing and challenging predicament. Yi Chuan remained in the secret chamber until dawn. The following day, within the Sinjing Wang Hall, Yi Huan arrived early, awaiting the old man who had promised to introduce him to Tong Tong. He was curious about what the old man intended to accomplish after delaying for a day. "Young master, the Lord requests you to proceed to the plaza atop the high cliff. He awaits you there." Yi Huan, having not encountered Yi Chuan, was instead met by Dai Yu. Dai Yu approached from outside the hall and spoke to the young Yi Huan standing in the center. Yi Huan turned, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What trick is that old man up to now? However, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Thus, Yi Huan followed Dai Yu. At the plaza atop the high cliff, all esteemed beastmen of the Sinjing Wang Shi clan had gathered. Elders and young adults alike murmured among themselves. "Old Qin, why did the clan leader summon us today? Do you have any news?" "Not at all. I only received a notice this morning and hurried over." "Indeed? I didn't even have time to inquire with the Yi Hui Dai messenger." As the crowd whispered, Yi Chuan slowly entered, adorned in his signature black and red robe, his snowy hair framing a handsome visage that exuded an undeniable, powerful aura. An immediate silence fell over the plaza. It was not mere boasting. Their current clan leader was undeniably formidable. Despite appearing as a youthful lad, no beastman among the Sinjing Wang Shi had dared to utter a word against Yi Chuan in millennia. When he was born, he was gifted beyond compare, and as he matured, he became the most promising heir to the Sinjing Wang Shi lineage, a descendant of the Dragon Clan as progenitors. Such strength was beyond their wildest imaginations. Strength was one aspect, but there was also another. Yi Chuan had, at a young age, formed a bond with Qi Ning, a serpent woman of the Qing Huan Haishi clan, causing envy among many in the Sinjing Wang Shi. Though only Qi Ning had reached the shore, and her maternal clan did not ally with them, such a union was a coveted rarity. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and while good fortune may seem to prevail, it does not endure indefinitely. Who could have anticipated that the offspring of two powerful races would turn out to be a being devoid of martial prowess? Some rejoiced, while others lamented. Those who rejoiced were often driven by jealousy, while those who lamented cared deeply for the clan's welfare. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, no Sinjing Wang Shi dared to casually criticize their leader, Yi Chuan. He was notorious for his ruthless tactics, exhibiting no mercy even towards his own blood. Yet, it cannot be denied that under his leadership, the Sinjing Wang Shi clan had ascended to greater heights, a testament to the clan's prosperity over the millennia. As Yi Chuan took his position, Yi Huan, guided by Dai Yu, arrived at the plaza. As he walked, the crowd instinctively overlooked him, focusing on exchanging glances with Dai Yu. As a royal messenger of the Sinjing Wang Shi, Dai Yu held a high status, making Yi Huan seem insignificant in comparison. Yet, some discerning eyes recognized Yi Huan's extraordinary lineage. What manner of being could command Dai Yu's respect and deference? One elder, having recognized Yi Huan, remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Just the day before, his son had encountered a troublesome figure, stating that a messenger had returned the young master, and he was formidable, having significantly enhanced his strength. Upon learning the details, he had chastised his son, urging him to behave more appropriately. Times had changed. The clan leader had summoned the one previously deemed a waste, and now Yi Huan had evidently undergone a transformation. There must be a reason behind this. Regardless of the minor squabbles within the clan, they could not afford to act recklessly when faced with significant matters. Even as an elder of the Sinjing Wang Shi, he understood this well. Mu Di adjusted his robe, restoring his composure, refraining from further conversation with the surrounding beastmen. The gathering aimed to announce an important matter. Yi Chuan stood atop the highest stone platform, surrounded by esteemed beastmen of the Sinjing Wangxi, his demeanor as solemn as ever. The members below remained silent, awaiting their leader's words. "My child, Yi Huan has returned." At these words, all the beastmen exchanged glances of disbelief. Yi Huan, their once deemed wasteful young master? He had been missing for a millennium and now returned? Each one noted their reactions before glancing at Daiyu, the meaning clear. Daiyu, standing beside Yi Huan, softly inquired, "Young master, the Lord requests your presence." Yi Huan ignored her, feigning deafness to her words. He had no intention of playing the fool for others. Daiyu hesitated. "The Lord concluded this matter and wishes for you to meet Ai Tong." "Meet Tong Tong?" Yi Huan's expression shifted, and he cast a sidelong glance at the ever-respectful Daiyu. After a brief pause, he strode towards the elevated platform where Yi Chuan stood. Each step felt akin to ascending to a throne. One might mistake it for a coronation ceremony. Yi Huan halted a meter away from Yi Chuan, raising his gaze to scan the faces of all the Sinjing Wangxi below him, his expression calm and devoid of emotion. Though his demeanor was impassive, he resembled a cold-blooded deity of death. Every face was somewhat familiar. He recognized that each individual, without exception, valued strength above all else, united in their ambition to bolster the Sinjing Wangxi clan. Thus, during his childhood, he had not garnered their favor, but now he cared little for their opinions. As long as he could take Tong Tong away, he wished to sever ties with them entirely. Upon seeing Yi Huan's countenance, the beastmen were momentarily stunned. Though he alone would not have garnered such attention, his presence alongside Yi Chuan was striking. They appeared as though carved from the same mold, their auras nearly identical, even their attire mirroring the same black and red hues. It became evident that Yi Huan's obsidian red eyes were strikingly enchanting, embodying the essence of royalty. Was this truly their young master, Yi Huan? He bore no resemblance to the waste they once knew. Yi Chuan felt a surge of pride as Yi Huan approached, taking a few steps forward while grasping Yi Huan's hand. A millennium away had culminated in this moment of glorious return, and little Yi had not disappointed their expectations. He had indeed achieved something in his time away. Nonetheless, Yi Huan still had much to learn, and he would rely on the guidance of all present. Yi Chuan's words left everyone in awe, a mixture of shock and admiration. Yi Huan stood frozen in place, still held by the old man's hand. Had he not stated his desire to leave? What did this talk of a glorious return even mean? It felt like mere nonsense. Below, the elders and clan members also found it hard to fathom that their once deemed waste had genuinely transformed into a formidable being. Simply gazing into those eyes and sensing the commanding aura, one could discern that this individual was no ordinary being. What was even more unexpected was the chief's recent proclamation. On the surface, it appeared to be a request for their guidance and meticulous instruction. Yet who among those present could fail to grasp the underlying implication? It was abundantly clear that the responsibilities of the clan were gradually being entrusted to Yi Huan, their newly acknowledged young master. "Congratulations on your glorious return, young master." Daiyu timely knelt halfway, bowing her head and exclaiming vocally. The other beastmen were momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing the esteemed Daiyu, the envoy of the Yi Hui Dai, kneeling in welcome, how could they feign ignorance? There was simply no room for doubt, nor was there anything to question. "Congratulations on your glorious return, young master. Congratulations on your glorious return." The chorus of welcomes did not ensnare Yi Huan in delusion. Rather, he frowned as he glanced at the smiling Yi Chuan beside him, his eyes brimming with a sense of threat. He could indulge in the spectacle, yet that did not equate to sacrificing his own freedom. Yi Chuan, smiling as he observed the clan members below, subtly moved his lips, addressing Yi Huan. "If you wish to see her, then stay." Yi Huan's expression darkened, his lips moving as if to speak, but he restrained himself. It mattered little. Since this old fool desired to play, he would indulge him. As long as he wished to leave, no one could impede him. "Tonight, we shall host a grand soiree in the main hall, and all are welcome to bring their families." Each one had never before exhibited such amiability, and the announcement of a soiree left everyone perplexed. After all, such gatherings had not occurred in millennia. Ever since the chief's marriage to the Qing Huan Hai Shi, Qining, the Sun Jingwang Shi clan had not hosted any soirees. Even when their promising young master was born, there had been no celebration. The clan was embroiled in conflict with the Fei Tianman clan, leading to the most significant battle in their history, with the chief preoccupied on the front lines, unable to attend to matters at home. Following the birth of a child who was not destined to be extraordinary, coupled with the passing of the chief's wife, No further soirees were held. It was astonishing that a millennium later, a soiree was being organized for a once inconsequential child, now returning as the young master. A sigh escaped. The vicissitudes of life were indeed unpredictable. What was meant to be could never evade its course. The long-awaited soiree, delayed by a millennium, stirred excitement. Yet astute individuals discerned Yi Chuan's ulterior motives. While ostensibly welcoming the young master back, why specify the inclusion of family members? This was meant to establish prestige. The assembly of so many clan members indicated that something significant was afoot. Usually, discussions were conducted privately, seldom involving the entire clan. After Yi Chuan concluded his announcement, he dismissed everyone and instructed Dayu to arrange for the Beastmen to prepare for the soiree that evening. Where's Tong Tong? Yi Huan did not follow Yi Chuan, but instead seized his arm as the crowd dispersed. You can meet her now. Yi Huan was momentarily taken aback. Would he truly be allowed to see AI Tong? Would there be some trickery involved? Yet, he could only follow Yi Chuan. To his surprise, they ultimately arrived at his own quarters. Had he been keeping Tong Tong by his side all along? Or was she already waiting for him inside the hall? Yi Huan could no longer afford to contemplate, hastening towards the interior. Yi Chuan, who was walking leisurely behind, shook his head at the sight, observing. Children grow up too fast. Look at him, so utterly engrossed in his female companion. Seeing Yi Huan in such a state, Yi Chuan seemed to recall something. A flicker of nostalgia flashing through his somewhat weathered, dark crimson eyes, but it quickly returned to normalcy. Upon entering the hall, Yi Huan searched every corner, yet found no trace of AI Tong. At that moment, Yi Chuan also entered. What is happening? Where's she? Yi Huan's expression darkened, nearly on the verge of losing control. Despite his cold and ruthless demeanor, he still retained a hint of childishness in the presence of his father. Yi Chuan, however, remained unfazed by Yi Huan's urgency, calmly seated himself in a chair within the hall. He waved his hand, revealing a deep-sea pearl. Yi Chuan gently caressed the pearl, his gaze tender, and finally spoke as Yi Huan's impatience grew. Look here. Yi Huan turned his attention, his patience nearly exhausted. He was unsure what actions he might take if this continued. As the originally transparent deep-sea pearl began to reveal a scene under Yi Chuan's influence, it became apparent. It depicted a small rattan house, obscuring the outside environment, only its purple outline visible. Inside, a slender woman clad in a white gauzy dress lay upon a purple rattan bed. Her eyes were closed, yet she appeared to be in an uneasy slumber, her brow perpetually furrowed. Yi Huan gazed intently. It was his Tong Tong. He scrutinized every detail, from her garments to her features. Though they had been apart for only a few days, it felt like an eternity to him. Her tranquil yet pallid visage pierced his heart like a sharp, white blade. What have you done to her? Yi Huan's dark crimson eyes glowed with an increasingly menacing aura, brimming with fury. How could a once healthy person become so frail in their grasp? He had been promised a meeting, yet this was the form in which they reunited. Their meeting was confined to a mere pearl. She could not see him nor hear his words. He could not touch her or rescue her. I have done nothing to her. As for why she is like this, you ought to inquire of yourself. Yi Chuan replied nonchalantly, observing Yi Huan's irrationality. When did you two become mates? Yi Chuan unreservedly inquired about the most intimate matters among beastmen, asking how many times it had occurred. Yi Huan's intended outburst of anger was abruptly stifled by Yi Chuan's unexpected question. What does it matter to you? In that moment, he was at a loss whether to be enraged or to engage in conversation. Her current predicament was dire. He needed to think clearly. Yi Chuan, noting his son's obstinacy, slightly furrowed his brow, yet he maintained his composure, appearing dispassionate, as if none of this concerned him. Observing Yi Chuan's demeanor, Yi Huan gradually calmed down. Though this old man often harbored ulterior motives and lacked human empathy, he rarely spoke falsehoods. Yi Huan pondered for a moment, pausing for 2 seconds. A year ago. Many times, Yi Huan's gaze faltered, his ears reddening. He was not boldly staring at his father, as he once might have. At this moment, he wished he could dig a hole to hide in. Although he was a snake, a royal serpent at that, he could still manage to burrow. Yi Chuan, however, showed not an ounce of embarrassment, merely nodding in understanding. Continuing, have there been any recently? Yi Huan's ears remained crimson, and at Yi Chuan's inquiry, the color deepened further. Yet this time, Yi Huan fell silent, as if rendered mute, and simply nodded, averting his gaze. Yi Chuan maintained a stern expression throughout, effectively alleviating Yi Huan's embarrassment. After a while, as Yi Huan's blush faded, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by his father. To this day, the old man had yet to explain what had happened to Tong Tong, instead posing a series of peculiar questions. Yi Huan was about to steer the conversation back, demanding the return of his beloved wife, when Yi Chuan interjected, "What would you do if she were to die?" Yi Huan paused once more, yet refrained from providing a direct answer. "I desire only her. If you do not return her to me, then do not expect to keep this ancestral land. I am acutely aware that, given my current strength, it is utterly impossible for me to obliterate the entire territory. However, my power is sufficient to cause you considerable distress for a prolonged period. At worst, I shall perish alongside Tong Tong, yet do not think you will fare any better." Yi Huan's words were undeniably fierce, revealing no consideration for any escape route nor any convoluted tactics. In the face of profound disparity, the most sincere emotions require not embellishment, but rather the most straightforward actions for protection. This is not recklessness. This is the solitary bravery of one who defends love. Yi Chuan was equally taken aback by Yi Huan's courageous declarations, remaining silent for a considerable time as he sat in his chair. It appeared that his son was indeed captivated by the female named AI Tong, deeply ensnared and unable to extricate himself. "Very well, I understand. After tonight's gathering, I shall arrange for you to meet. I merely wish for you to see her first, lest you accuse this paternal beast of being untrustworthy. This time, it will be an actual meeting." Yi Chuan, apprehensive that his fiery-tempered son might erupt once more, hastily added, "But what has happened to her?" Yi Huan inwaited, a hint of worry creeping into his voice, for the state of Tong Tong within that orb had been evidently poor. Since it was not the old man who had taken action, it surely was not any other beast from the Sanjing Wangshi clan. Despite his disdain for his biological father, he could not deny the fact that no beast could defy the old man under his very nose. You will understand once you see it. He had secretly infused a bit of strength into AI Tong's body when he held her wrist earlier. Otherwise, her complexion would have been even worse. Yi Chuan did not directly inform Yi Huan, but instead rose to leave. As he departed, he cast a glance back at Yi Huan, reminding him to attend the evening gathering. Chapter 230. The death of AI Tong. Yi Huan found himself unaccustomed to being left behind, standing in place for quite some time before regaining his composure. What game was the old man playing with him? The questions posed by that old fellow had been bewildering, and in retrospect, they seemed increasingly amiss. What did Tong Tong's frailty have to do with anything? Yi Huan ceased to ponder further, his expression darkening as he made his way out of the hall. The scene within the orb felt somewhat familiar. Qian Zilin. Yi Huan had searched this place for several hours, yet had yielded nothing. As twilight approached, he stood atop the trees of Qianzilin, his brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings below. "Young master, the gathering is about to commence. The master has sent me to fetch you." Daiyu appeared out of nowhere, hovering in midair. "Understood," Yi Huan replied in a low voice, devoid of any discernible emotion. It seemed the old man was indeed skilled at hiding, having anticipated that he would be unable to find anyone and thus sent for him now. Sen Ying Vong Dian. The atmosphere was one of festivity, with the hall adorned with numerous flowers and red ribbons. The Sun Jing Wang Shi clan revered the color red, akin to the hue of their beast forms. Thus, significant occasions were always adorned with red ribbons. Observing the interior, tables and chairs lined both sides, fully occupied. Yi Huan had evidently come to scout the venue. Were it not for his status as the evening's guest of honor, it was likely that the clan members would have expressed their discontent. Guided by Daiyu, Yi Huan descended to the lower seat beside Yi Chuan. At this moment, the gathering officially commenced. Yi Chuan occupied the elevated platform at the center, with Yi Huan seated below, followed by the elder clan members. Everyone may indulge freely, Yi Chuan proclaimed with the demeanor of a gracious host. An array of distinctive beverages and delicacies from the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan graced each beast table. Should anyone wish to entertain the crowd, feel free to perform. There are no distinctions of rank tonight, so do not hold back. Yi Chuan took a sip from the drink before him and laughed heartily, appearing notably more approachable. The elders and clan members seated in the hall exchanged glances, engaging in silent conversation. "My little Li would like to present a performance," an elder said, pulling the young woman seated beside him to her feet, bowing in respect to those present. "Excellent. The granddaughter of Elder Li ought to possess the grace of the Li clan. We eagerly await your performance." Yi Chuan offered a few polite words before allowing the young woman to prepare for her act. As Elder Li took his seat, the other elders began to extol him, praising him for his exemplary conduct. Even before the performance commenced, they sang his praises. It was uncertain how they would compliment the young woman after her act. When she ascended to the stage, she had donned a new outfit, The fiery red silk barely concealed her modesty, her figure twisting enticingly, her dance captivating. Indeed, she was a beauty. Not a single beast present could resist her allure. The snake women of the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan were known for their exuberance. Such performances were well received among their kin, and would surely not fall short in other tribes as well. The young woman understood her advantages well. Her choice to perform first was deliberate, aiming to make a striking impression. Yichuan watched with satisfaction as she danced, then turned his attention to Yihuan, who appeared lost in thought, his expression darkening. "Are you not pleased with this young lady?" Despite suppressing his rising anger, Yichuan inquired in a measured tone. Yet, Yihuan did not seem to regard the stage at all, adopting an air of indifference. "Are you truly not going to take a look? What if your female suddenly appears?" Upon hearing this, Yihuan's gaze was instantly drawn upward. Yichuan chuckled. "I shall go fetch her for you." With that, he descended from the platform and quietly instructed Daiyu before departing. Once Yichuan left, Daiyu took charge, orchestrating the subsequent performances. As long as the evening's guest of honor, Yihuan, remained present, the gathering held significance. The elder clan members, inspired by the young woman's display, began encouraging their own descendants to step forth. This left Yihuan in a predicament, clearly disinterested yet compelled to keep his eyes open for the performances. Each one resembled a grand display of beauty. He could not join the old man, thus he was reluctantly confined to this place, hoping that the next to perform would be his Tong. In a fleeting moment, Yichuan arrived at Qianzilin. At this point, Ai Tong had awakened. Roused by the commotion outside, she seemed to have heard the distant sounds of merriment, but upon listening closely, they had faded. Once awake, she found sleep elusive. "My dear girl, how have you fared here?" Unbeknownst to her, Yichuan had already opened the transparent door and stepped inside. "Did you bring Yihuan to meet me?" Ai Tong's eyes brightened upon seeing Yichuan, glancing past him in search of Yihuan. Indeed, a smile graced Yichuan's lips as he regarded Ai Tong. "Then let us depart." Ai Tong, eager to reunite with Yihuan, felt certain he was waiting for her somewhere. Once she saw him, even if it meant departing from this world, she would do so willingly. Her face, once pale, now glowed with joy as she moved toward the exit. "Good." Yichuan followed suit, his dark red eyes shimmering with a hint of something elusive. As he stood behind Ai Tong, he gently nudged her forward. The sensation of weightlessness startled Ai Tong. As her raven hair billowed, she glanced upward at the striking figure with snow-white hair standing upon the trellis. Disbelief etched across her face. Ultimately, she would not reunite with Yihuan. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. A single tear traced her cheek as Ai Tong closed her eyes. Time passed unmeasured, and Ai Tong believed she had perished, only to find herself standing within a bustling black and red hall filled with people. She wandered aimlessly, realizing that none seemed to notice her presence. They regarded her as if she were invisible. Upon glancing at herself, she discovered she was a mere specter, entirely transparent. No wonder. Lifting her gaze, she caught sight of Yihuan on the stage. "Yihuan, I am Tong." Idong rushed over, calling out, having met Yihuan even in death. She felt she could finally rest her eyes. Yet Yihuan appeared oblivious to her presence, his gaze fixated on the center of the hall. Idong followed his line of sight and beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, alluring and fiery, casting flirtatious glances at Yihuan. Observing Yihuan's unwavering attention towards the enchanting maiden left Idong in disbelief. This woman belonged to the Sinjing Wangsha clan, the rightful match for Yihuan, while she was merely a trespasser in the 2 years they had shared. Suddenly, Idong heard a voice and turned to see Yichuan, Yihuan's father. Why? Idong thought she had perished, yet here she was, tortured by such dreams. Though you are with child, your frail constitution renders you incapable of bearing offspring, while they are far superior to you. Idong instinctively placed her hands on her abdomen, astonished and elated at the realization of her pregnancy, only to be met with despair as she recalled her death, along with the loss of her child plummeting from the heights. Chapter 231. Past Sorrows. No more regrets. To push you from the heights was never my intention, Yichuan expressed with an apologetic demeanor. Idong surveyed the hall, her heart heavy with desolation. I sought nothing. If I truly obstructed Yihuan, I would remove myself. You have merely fulfilled my wish. What is there to apologize for? Gazing at the captivating snake maiden, Idong mused that the woman was indeed Yihuan's true match, while she was merely a fleeting chapter in his life. He was unaware that this was my unilateral decision as his father. To safeguard your child, It requires more than mere strength. Little Ye is the future of the Sinjing Wangsha clan and must not encounter misfortune. Should he supplement your nourishment, the restoration of strength is not a matter of days. It could take centuries to recover even a fraction. Yechuan's unexpected outpouring of concern bewildered Idong. Centuries? She was taken aback, recalling Yehuan's claim that only 3 years were needed. Tears welled in Idong's eyes as she realized Yehuan had been deceiving her all along. He had never considered her well-being. As a father, though outwardly indifferent, he could not disregard his own flesh and blood. He must plan for his future, albeit with a heavy heart. The Qi Tianmong had long cast covetous eyes upon them, and as Yechuan aged, he took solace in the achievements of little Ye, a testament to his efforts. Yet, her unexpected presence was destined to impede his path forward. Yechuan hesitated, seemingly reluctant to harm such a gentle yet resilient female. With you here, he cannot ascend as the supreme Sinjing Wangsha. It is destined to make him a sinner, betraying ancestors, kin, and parents. Each of Yechuan's words pierced Idong's heart like 1,000 daggers. Each stab a reminder of her existence as a mistake. She was the product of unrequited love, raised by her grandparents, merely a drifting soul adrift in another world. Fortunate enough to encounter a semblance of warmth, yet ultimately destined to return to the void. Idong could not help but shed tears. For him, I would willingly embrace death. From now on, past sorrow shall reside in my heart, leaving no regrets. She gazed at that familiar visage, determined to etch every smile and frown into her memory, fearing that in her next life, she might drink the mungpa soup and forget everything. She was prepared. Death was not a novel experience, and to learn all before departing was a consolation. Let her ethereal consciousness dissipate. She feared becoming a malevolent spirit, a distortion of the beauty she once held in Yehuan's heart. Indeed, little Ye has not erred in his choice. Yechuan suddenly laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, the entire scene, including Yehuan, vanished, replaced by towering purple trees. What is happening? Am I not dead? Idong looked around in astonishment. The sensation of falling had felt so real, it could not be a mere illusion. Idong, that was merely a test, assessing the sincerity of your feelings for little Ye. Yechuan smiled lightly. Youth is a blessing. They regard life and death with carefree abandon, unlike him who cannot love nor die. Idong was momentarily speechless, then instinctively covered her abdomen, panicked. Oh no, was my child harmed? Do not worry. The child is perfectly well, Yechuan reassured her with a smile, revealing his anticipation of becoming a grandfather, though uncertain if he would witness the child's birth. Come, I will take you to see little Ye. Yechuan lifted Idong, who remained dazed by the earlier conversation, wondering if this meant she could be with Yehuan now, with his father no longer obstructing their union. Idong was led to the Sinjing Wangsha Hall, where the Beastmen had not yet dispersed, each engrossed in their performances. Upon the arrival of the clan leader, the show abruptly halted, the most striking aspect being the leader's return with a female companion. With raven hair and fair skin, she was petite and charming, exuding an alluring aura reminiscent of a snake maiden, yet distinctly unique, possessing an indescribable grace that grew more captivating with each glance. Upon spotting Tongtong, Yehuan dashed down from the stage. Tongtong, how are you? He naturally grasped Idong's slightly cold hand, his eyes brimming with joy, yet upon noticing her slight frame, he furrowed his brow. He seemed oblivious to both his father and the spectators. Fortunately, Yechuan was unfazed, taking charge of the situation. Today's gathering has an important announcement. Yehuan is bonded with this young woman, and they are expecting a child, to be welcomed into our Sinjing Wangsha clan in a few months. Yechuan's declaration stunned everyone present, leaving them in a state of shock. Just moments before, they had been vying to be chosen as brides for the royal family, and now a matron had been introduced, along with the news of a forthcoming heir. Even more astonishing was the revelation of a grandchild already on the way. It is late. Everyone should return home. The king will convene with the elders on another day. Diyu tactfully interjected, prompting the elders to lead their reluctant snake maidens home. What is happening? Yechuan, wishing to leave the couple in peace, departed with Diyu. Tongtong, are you well? Did that old man mistreat you? Yehuan's eyes were filled with concern for Itong, fearing the intimidating elder had caused her distress. I am fine. Your father treated me well, and Diyu was very caring. Idong smiled, holding Yehuan's large hand, gazing unwaveringly into his eyes. Moments ago, she had believed it was her last chance. Why do you look so pale? Yehuan frowned as he listened to Idong's explanation, gently caressing her slightly ashen face. Silly girl, we are having a little snake. Idong's eyes shimmered with tears as she smiled at the somewhat clueless Yehuan. Little snake? His eyes lit up with excitement as he reflected Idong's joy. Yes, she nodded. The couple returned to Yehuan's chamber, reveling in their newfound roles as parents, caught up in a whirlwind of excitement. On the cliff, Yechuan stood against the wind, gazing into the distance, with Jiyu standing behind him. Master, you have kept Idong here for a reason. Jiyu finally spoke up, unable to hold back her concern as her brows knitted together. Yechuan did not look back. His voice dissipated in the wind. Xiaoyi had grown up and was now expected to shoulder his responsibilities. Dayu pressed her lips together, secretly raising her gaze to the man's silhouette, remaining silent. Chapter 232. Matters that must be addressed the following day. Yechuan secretly summoned all the clan leaders to the Grand Hall, with Dayu present as well. Yet, conspicuously absent was Yihuan, the young master of the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan. Yihuan was quite content, preferring to remain with his beloved wife. The affairs of the old man were of no concern to him. Yichuan deliberated with the elders and key figures in the hall from morning until night, reaching a unanimous decision by the end of the day. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Qianlong continent, adjacent to the deep sea, stood a magnificent palace built atop a towering cliff, its height surpassing even that of the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan. Father Beast. It is said that Yi Huan of the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan has returned, remarked a striking young man dressed in red and white, his expression grave as he addressed the middle-aged beastman above him. Over the past 2 centuries, he had begun engaging in clan matters and had naturally paid close attention to their formidable rival, the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan. Father has received news as well. He left home 1,000 years ago. Why has he returned so suddenly? The middle-aged beastman, rugged yet astute, recalled the fierce battles waged against the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan before the birth of Yuchen. Had it not been for the intervention of the Qinghuan sea serpent, Qining, Yichuan would have long since perished in the abyss. Without Yichuan, the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan would have been easily vanquished long ago, he continued. Indeed, if Yuchen had been born earlier, he could have alleviated your burdens. The young man known as Yuchun lowered his gaze respectfully. 3 centuries prior, his mother had risked her life to give him birth, and without the nurturing guidance of his father, he would not have achieved his current standing. The feather dragon looked upon his son with pride. Though merely 3 centuries old, Yuchun was remarkably perceptive and his martial prowess steadily increasing. One day, I shall meet Yi Huan and assess his strength. The feather dragon held great confidence in his son. Yes, Father Beast. Yuchun nodded and stepped back. Meanwhile, on the side of the Sinjing Wang Shi clan, Yuan had grown quite fond of Ai Tong, treating her with utmost reverence. He provided for her every need, from personal protection to daily sustenance. Ai Tong observed this with a mix of tenderness and pain, as Yihuan remained oblivious to the truth. All the talk of 3 years was but a deception. As she watched Yihuan tirelessly provide her with strength, Ai Tong felt an aching sorrow in her heart. Finally, Yichuan arrived at Yihuan's chamber, but Yihuan guarded Ai Tong as if protecting a treasure. Do not be so wary. Father Beast would not harm me. If he intended to do so, he would have acted long ago. Ai Tong smiled, attempting to alleviate the tension. Yichuan cast a confirming glance at Ai Tong, his future daughter-in-law, appreciating her thoughtfulness more than he did his own son. I have come to take Ai Tong to the ancestral land for a purification of her constitution in preparation for future offspring, he clarified, fearing that his overly protective son would not allow him entry otherwise. Ai Tong gently nudged Yihuan, smiling at Yichuan. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Father Beast. She recognized that both Yihuan and his father shared a cold demeanor yet warm hearts, and that it was her role to mediate between them. Yihuan remained silent, but did not refuse. He was aware of the earlier events. His father seemed to have suddenly gained insight and began to acquiesce to him, becoming far more amiable. Yihuan wondered if his father had experienced some form of stimulus or if his faculties were failing. Nevertheless, he still harbored some reservations. Centuries of resentment could not dissipate in a single day. Yihuan wished to accompany them, but was denied by Yichuan, who insisted that he would send Dayu to notify him when the matter was concluded. Yihuan furrowed his brow in frustration. What is this? As Tong Tong's partner, I cannot even accompany her. I cannot even enter my own ancestral land, nor do I know where it is located. He felt a sense of failure wash over him. Yet he understood that his father acted in Tong Tong's best interest. Otherwise, he could have chosen not to return her to him. As Tong Tong had stated, if there were truly something to be done, all previous actions would have been unnecessary. It must be said that even someone as cold and unfeeling as Yi Huan found himself subtly changing his perception of his father, though he remained stubbornly unwilling to admit it. Yi Chuan led Ai Tong to the Sunjing Wang Hall, where Dai Yu awaited them, her expression a blend of solemnity and warmth, mirroring Yi Chuan's demeanor. Indeed, spending prolonged periods with someone can lead to a subtle transformation in one's temperament. Ai Tong felt a twinge of confusion. Were they not supposed to head to the ancestral land? Why had they come to the Sunjing Wang Hall? Stay outside for a moment. When Yi Huan arrives, allow him to enter alone, Yi Chuan instructed, glancing at Dai Yu. Dai Yu's expression faltered momentarily, but was quickly masked. She then took her position outside the hall, serving as Yi Chuan's final line of defense against any intruders. Ai Tong watched as Yi Chuan approached the colossal stone statue of the dragon tribe, his movements fluid and practiced. Moments later, a staircase emerged beneath the statue. Yi Chuan gestured for Ai Tong to follow him down the stairs. As they descended, Ai Tong marveled at the sudden illumination, realizing that Yi Chuan had activated the deep-sea pearls embedded in the passage. As they twisted and turned through the labyrinthine route, Ai Tong found herself increasingly fascinated, pondering the mysteries of the Sunjing Wang Shi ancestral land, which was unlike any she had seen, hidden beneath the earth rather than atop lofty peaks. Could it be that the Sunjing Wang Shi clan had a penchant for burrowing? Finally, they arrived at a stone door. Yi Chuan produced a Qinghuan jade stone from his robe, placing it into a recess in the door. In an instant, the door swung open. Ai Tong was taken aback by the breathtaking sight before her. A vast expanse of emerald flowers, both romantic and solemn, completely transforming her preconceived notions of the Sunjing Wang Shi clan. Yi Chuan exhaled softly before turning to Ai Tong. Come in. Ai Tong nodded blankly, carefully following in his footsteps, mindful of where she stepped, not wishing to trample on the exquisite blossoms. A lover of flowers must also possess a considerate heart, she mused, reflecting on Yi Chuan's snow-white hair, which belied his youthful vigor. Yi Chuan halted before a stone coffin, his voice gentle yet resolute. The Sunjing Wang Shi clan has never possessed an ancestral land. I have brought you here for a crucial purpose. Chapter 233. I am going to heaven. Be happy for me. Ai Tong had been preoccupied with the flowers beneath her feet, feeling inexplicably joyous, and did not notice that Yi Chuan had come to a stop. Ai Tong suddenly raised her gaze, grateful for her slow pace, as she managed to halt just in time to avoid collision. Yet, it dawned on her that she had missed something significant. What had Father Beast just said? No ancestral land? Her attention was suddenly drawn to a long jade coffin nestled among the blooms. Ai Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Within this beautiful sea of flowers lay a coffin. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it contained the graceful and spirited figure of a woman. Her name was Qi Ning, and she was Yi Huan's mother. Yi Chuan gently settled onto the patch of bare grass, his gaze filled with tenderness as his fingers delicately traced the flowing waters atop the coffin, outlining the beloved's features from brow to lips with meticulous care. Gazed upon the scene before her, momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sadness. Xiao Yi had long harbored the belief that I was responsible for the demise of his mother, and due to my stern teaching methods. He had nurtured a grudge against me, his father, for all these years. I had never sought to defend myself. Yi Chuan remained bent over the jade coffin, yet his brow was furrowed, devoid of relaxation. He then turned his gaze towards the person within the coffin, his eyes filled with regret, transforming into tenderness and memories of a past that could never be reclaimed. Ning Er, the one I cherished above all, how could I possibly have taken her life? Yet, I believe that if Ning Er were to witness the current Xiao Yi, she would not blame me, and I could approach her without any burdens. Yi Chuan wore an expression of ease, no longer the solemn and cold ruler he once was. At this moment, he was simply Yi Chuan, an ordinary father and a partner filled with longing for his beloved. Are you well? The sudden transformation of Yi Huan's father left Ai Tong feeling somewhat instinctively wishing to offer comfort. The events of the previous generation were unknown even to Yi Huan, so Ai Tong was even more oblivious. Ai Tong furrowed her delicate brows, uncertain of the intentions behind Yi Huan's father's decision to bring her here today. Please sit here. When Yi Huan arrives, he will understand, Yi Chuan said, controlling his emotions as he slowly rose, guiding Ai Tong to sit amidst the sea of flowers. Ai Tong cast a worried glance at Yi Huan's father, but complied, walking towards the flowered expanse he had indicated. Today, Yi Chuan seemed peculiar. After sitting, Ai Tong felt a flutter in her heart, but soon, a sense of tranquility enveloped her, as if she had fallen into a soft, cottony embrace. At that moment, Yi Chuan settled behind Ai Tong, beginning to channel his power. Observing the daughter-in-law who was already with child, a smile gracing his lips. He too would soon be a grandfather, and naturally, he wished to bestow a gift upon his future grandchild. As time passed, Yi Chuan's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet he did not cease his efforts. The energy flowed through his meridians, gradually entering Ai Tong's body. Her physique was unable to sustain such a potent force, necessitating Yi Chuan to simultaneously envelop Ai Tong's heart meridian with a gentle energy. In truth, the power absorbed directly by Ai Tong's body was minimal. Most of it flowed to her abdomen, nourishing the fetus. This greatly mitigated the risks involved. After all, the offspring required nourishment, and the frequency of once a day or cumulative doses made little difference. The young of the Xinjiang Wang, she exhibited strong absorption capabilities during the embryonic stage, particularly in consuming the nutrients from the mother. Therefore, there was nothing to be concerned about. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Dayu observed the setting sun, the worry in her eyes dissipating, replaced by unwavering resolve. She sought out Yi Huan. When Yi Huan approached the stone statue and opened the stone door, he froze in place, sensing that something significant had transpired within. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the withered blue flowers, with Tong Tong peacefully lying in the center, while his cold and unfeeling father lay half-reclined on the ground, his appearance aged beyond recognition. Yi Huan strode forward, his brows furrowing instinctively as he approached Yi Chuan. His voice trembling, "What has happened?" For the first time, he did not rush towards Ai Tong. Yi Chuan offered a faint smile, his face wrinkled with age. His voice barely a whisper, "Do not worry. You need not protect her daily anymore. I have arranged everything." Yi Huan's expression darkened, and he grasped Yi Chuan's frail arm, momentarily stunned, before an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him. "I wanted you to do this. Stop being overly sentimental. It is of no concern to me." Yi Huan's lips pressed tightly together, his voice quivering, his dark crimson eyes visibly shimmering with unshed tears. "Xiao Yi, you are helpless. Do not attempt it any longer." Yi Chuan forced a smile, his once vibrant face now stiffening, with his right hand weakly pushing away. His murky dark crimson eyes lingered longingly on the jade coffin beside him. "In time, let us be buried together. It had been 1,000 years, and I had never been able to bring myself to lay her to rest. Now, we would finally be united." Tears welled in Yi Chuan's eyes, and crimson tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. "Old man, I will not permit you to die. You get to clarify everything. How can you leave like this?" Yi Huan continued to channel his power, yet Yi Chuan showed no signs of recovery. Yi Huan could not comprehend why he felt such sorrow for the very man he had loathed. Watching him in this pitiful state brought him no joy, only heartache. Was it because all his actions had been for Tong Tong? Thus he felt guilt? Yi Huan could not articulate his thoughts, yet his hands continued to pour forth energy, an instinctual behavior driven by his subconscious. At last, it seemed Yi Chuan could bear no more. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he touched Yi Huan's hand, gently patting it. "I merely wish to find your mother. I am content. Remember to let the little ones visit us often." Yi Chuan simulated, casting a final glance at the coffin, before drawing his last breath. This was the gentlest moment of his life as a father. It was also the first time he had patted Yi Huan's hand. Yi Huan stared blankly at the lifeless form of the old man in his arms. The rain fell silently. At this moment, he truly appeared an ancient relic, incapable of provoking his disdain any longer. Yet why did he feel such an emptiness? Despite still channeling his power, Yi Chuan offered no response, not even a harsh rebuke. The master had departed. Dayu stood outside the stone door the entire time, witnessing her master's final moments. Though her expression remained stoic, a tear slipped down her cheek. Entering the stone door, she knelt before the coffin, bowing her head. Then, she approached Yi Huan, kneeling beside him, gazing at the now lifeless Yi Chuan, her eyes reflecting a sense of hollowness. In truth, Lady Qi Ning had sacrificed herself to protect the master, yet he had always refrained from mentioning it, wishing for the young master to temper his body and mind. Only then would he one day transcend his initial limitations and evolve into the next generation of formidable warriors. Chapter 234. Together in burial upon hearing Dayu's words. Yi Huan's pupils trembled slightly, Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Dayu. Are you saying that everything up to this point has been a facade? Dayu nodded, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at the master in Yi Huan's arms. Yi Huan found it difficult to accept. This was the very person he had despised most, the one who had slain his mother, treated him harshly, and regarded him with disdain. Yet now, in death, he was being told that all his actions had been for Yi Huan's sake. Yi Huan was at a loss, but tears streamed down his face, not in violent sobs, but naturally falling to the corners of his mouth, salty and bitter. So the wretched old man believed he had finally fulfilled his duty with this final act? No, you have yet to explain everything to me. You cannot sleep. You are quite capable. How can you complete everything and then vanish? Rise. Yi Huan intensified the flow of his power, but Yi Chuan remained unresponsive. Time passed, and fatigue weighed heavily on Yi Huan, while Yi Chuan's body grew ever more rigid. Dayu, who had been kneeling the entire time, slowly moved closer to Yi Chuan, looking at Yi Huan with a gaze filled with reassurance. Young master. The master has arranged everything. Dayu crawled forward, gently touching Yi Chuan's stiffened hand, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes, yet a smile graced her lips. Now that both masters have passed away, I, Yi Hui Dai Dayu, should no longer continue to exist. With those words, before Yi Huan could comprehend, I had already taken my own life. Dayu slowly collapsed beside Yi Chuan, still clutching his withered hand. For the first time, she could openly hold his hand. She felt elated. Yi Huan stared blankly at the scene before him. The stark contrast between the four fallen figures and his seated self was striking. Days later, Ai Tong had awoken, yet the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan had undergone a tremendous transformation. The passing of their leader, Yi Chuan, and the sacrificial death of the messenger, Dayu, left the clan bereft of two formidable warriors. However, Yi Huan had fully ascended to become the new generation's king. Yi Huan organized a grand funeral for Yi Chuan and Qi Ning, interring them by the banks of the Qishui River, as per Yi Chuan's last wishes. Simultaneously, Dayu was laid to rest in the clan's burial mounds, returning to the clan after death. Almost all the beastmen from the clan attended the funeral. Yi Chuan was the founding king of serpents, and all that he had done for the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan warranted the utmost respect from every member. Yi Huan and Ai Tong personally escorted Yi Chuan and Qi Ning to their final resting place. Never before had Yi Huan felt such solemnity and sorrow. He had never considered that the old man had spent an entire day persuading all the elders to make this decision while he and Tong Tong were being affectionate. He had traded his own life for the future of the Sun Jing Wang Shi clan. Perhaps he also longed for rest. Ai Tong gently placed her hand on her abdomen. Gazing mournfully at the shared grave of Yi Chuan and Qi Ning, her belly had begun to swell significantly. Since that day, her abdomen had grown increasingly larger, indicating that she was nearing childbirth. Children, your grandfather and grandmother love you dearly, Ai Tong whispered as she looked down at her belly. Upon awakening, she learned all that had transpired. During that time, Yi Huan had exhibited a terrifying demeanor she had never witnessed before. In the past, she had never sensed such extreme fear and panic emanating from him. However, she could not falter. She needed to be strong to pull Yi Huan from that emotional abyss. None of this was his fault. He merely needed to fulfill his responsibilities and desires, living without regret. Ai Tong could only embrace Yi Huan in silence, offering him her final warmth. Though their father and mother had departed, their love for him remained, as did the love of many others. The weight of this love burdened Yi Huan, filling him with guilt. It was also a responsibility he was destined to bear. Amidst this solemn funeral, an uninvited guest arrived. Chapter 235, It's You. Am Lan Si, a man cloaked in black robes, stood upon the surface of the Qi Shui, lifting his gaze towards this side. The clear waters highlighted his presence. It was evident he did not wish to conceal himself. Who dares to disrupt the funeral of our clan leader and his consort? An elder spoke first. Yi Huan coldly regarded the man on the Qi Shui, offering no response. He did not recognize the figure in black, but he sensed no malice. The man glided forward, his voice preceding his arrival. Though once bound by master and servant, today, upon hearing of the master's death, I have come. With a few leaps, he reached the gathered crowd. At that moment, several elders recognized him. You are the Black Lord of Song Yin Mountain. The cloaked figure had gone unrecognized, but in the realm of Qianlong continent, there is only one who donned black robes and was well known, the Black Lord, who had inhabited Song Yin Mountain for a millennium. No one knew his true name. He was simply known for his black attire. However, His words left the Sinjing Wang, Beastman stunned. Master and servant? The Black Lord of Song, Yin Mountain held a master-servant bond with the king. An elder recalled something. You are, the black-clad man grinned wickedly. I have come for 2 reasons. Firstly, to prevent the beastmen of the Fei Yi Tianmeng clan from disrupting the funeral of Yi Chuan and Qining. I have already chased off the one who came to eavesdrop. After all, he had shared some connections with these 2 from the Sunjing Wangshi clan. Though they had passed, he still wished to pay his respects. Secondly, I wanted to see the familiar banks of the Qi Shui. The black-clad man's gaze swept over Yi Huan, recognizing him as Yi Chuan's descendant. He was about to speak, but then noticed Ai Tong, who appeared troubled. His dark eyes lit up, and he instinctively moved towards her. Is it you? The man was evidently excited. His voice transformed from its earlier wickedness to sincerity. He had not anticipated that a simple outing would lead him to the person he had sought for a millennium. Do you still remember me? 1,000 years had passed, and he had scoured every corner of the Qianlong continent without a trace of her. Ultimately, he settled at Song Yin Mountain, simply because she had said she loved the green mountains and blue skies, yet he had never ceased his search for her. Ai Tong was momentarily at a loss, instinctively covering her belly and taking 2 steps back. The man noticed this, his gaze dimming as he regarded her pronounced abdomen. Have you already found a partner? Do you know my father and mother? Yi Huan naturally shielded Ai Tong behind him, raising his gaze to the man. Ai Tong was surreptitiously scrutinizing the black-clad figure, her brow slightly furrowed. She had no clear recollection of this all-black attire. Yet curiously, his mischievous yet earnest eyes felt oddly familiar. Unlike Chang Chan, whose familiarity stemmed from having seen his beast form, this black-clad man seemed as if they had known each other in a past life. Once master and servant, they would indeed know each other. The man's expression gradually returned to normal, but upon glimpsing Ai Tong, he could not suppress his tenderness. Clan leader. He was the previous leader's envoy, Xiao Tong. He left the clan a millennium ago to establish his own path. Who would have thought that the now-renowned Black Lord of Qianlong continent would be him? An older elder whispered to Yi Huan. Yi Huan's expression remained unchanged. If he had come to pay his respects, he would be welcomed. He had seen the man drive away the Fei Yi Tianmeng earlier. After all, once you have paid your respects, you may return, Yi Huan stated. It must be said that since becoming the clan leader, the brashness and arrogance of Yi Huan had tempered significantly. He had become much more composed. In the past, he would have reacted explosively regardless of the situation. The man smiled, looking at Yi Huan, then turned to Ai Tong, politely inquiring with evident interest, I wish to speak with this female companion of yours. May I? Yi Huan frowned, glancing back at Ai Tong, wanting to refuse. However, Ai Tong suddenly spoke up. Let's return to the main hall to talk. Yi Huan looked again at Ai Tong, wanting to confirm if she had been affected by some strange toxin, but she seemed perfectly normal. Reluctantly, Yi Huan agreed to accompany her. This man had deep ties with the Sunjing Wangshi clan, and his visit in honor of the deceased was commendable. Yi Huan was increasingly adept at discerning people's characters. He was no longer merely the head of the clan acting on whims. He had developed a sense of broader perspective. It seemed that growth could indeed occur overnight. In the Sunjing Wang Hall, Yi Huan stood on the platform while Ai Tong and the black-clad man sat on either side. Since entering the hall, the man's gaze had not strayed from Ai Tong, creating an awkward atmosphere for both her and Yi Huan. Yet, Yi Huan had to be present. Ai Tong wished to clarify the strange sense of familiarity she felt while assisting Yi Huan in dealing with this man. Have we met somewhere before? Ai Tong initiated the conversation, gazing at the man clad in black, his face shrouded. A hint of confusion lingered within her. Do you truly not remember me? The man in black rose with a surge of excitement upon hearing Ai Tong's inquiry, leaning closer towards her. Noticing her bewilderment, he swiftly removed the black mask. His visage, reminiscent of a refined scholar, exuded an innocent charm, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes bore a hint of mischief. I am Lan Shi, with Lan representing the blue of the sky, and Shi the stream of water. It was you who bestowed upon me this name. Lan Shi's gaze sparkled as he looked at Ai Tong, akin to sunlight glimmering upon a river. You. Ai Tong also stood, her brows furrowing as she struggled to recall, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Lan Shi looked at her with fervor, eagerly anticipating her recognition. Have you remembered? Ai Tong shook her head. I apologize. I feel as though I have encountered you before, yet I possess no clear recollection, merely a vague shadow. As she spoke, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Ai Tong furrowed her brows and mused. It seems I once dreamt of a bold and commanding woman alongside a mischievous yet innocent child, and then I appeared briefly, only to vanish thereafter. Tears glistened in Lan Shi's eyes as he grasped A.I. Tong's arm firmly. It is you indeed. A.I. Tong felt a surge of panic, attempting to withdraw. No, I am not. Just then, Yi Huan stepped forward, pulling Lan Shi away. She is my mate, A.I. Tong, not the person you speak of. Yi Huan's cold tone extinguished the warmth in Lan Shi's heart, especially as he noticed the fear in A.I. Tong's eyes, which clearly reflected the gaze of a stranger. Lan Shi staggered back, lost and despondent, gazing at A.I. Tong. Is it truly not you? A.I. Tong shook her head in dismay. She sensed something but lacked any memories. No, you are her, yet you are not entirely her, Lan Shi asserted with conviction. No one knew her better than he did. He could not mistake her. Iao mai don, igrique Juan's mate. Regardless of your affections for her, you must come to terms with this. A.I. Tong was at a loss for words. Yet she perceived that the man named Lan, she was also a hopeless romantic. After all, if one endured an unrequited love for millennia without resolution, it would be wiser to let go and free oneself. Lan Shi smiled bitterly, regarding A.I. Tong, his eyes entwined with conflicting emotions, a blend of joy and pain. He had found her, yet she was no longer the same. A.I. Tong could only observe, unable to offer Lan Shi any solace, for she was truly not her. Regardless of the truth, it was not the right time. I am sorry, I am not A.I. Tong, she expressed apologetically to Lan Shi. Lan Shi my fai, filled with deep emotion, yet the woman he cherished was no longer present. Are you happy with him? He asked with all his strength. I am very happy, A.I. Tong replied, momentarily taken aback, her hand resting on her abdomen as she glanced at Yi Huan, smiling softly. Being with Yi Huan brought her genuine joy. She was uncertain how she would navigate life without him. Lan Shi observed the radiant couple before him, a melancholic smile gracing his lips, tears welling in his eyes. Genuinely wishing her well. As long as you are happy, that is enough. His gaze then turned sharply towards Yi Huan. Take good care of her. Should I discover that you mistreat her, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Lan Shi cast one final lingering look at A.I. Tong before donning his mask and disappearing into the night. A.I. Tong watched the departing Lan Shi. A rare sorrow etched upon her features. Huan, I feel as though I have met him, yet I cannot recall. It is all right. Our priority now is to ensure the safe arrival of our child, Yi Huan replied, enveloping A.I. Tong in his embrace, his gaze unusually gentle. With Yi Chuan's formidable protection, the time for A.I. Tong to give birth would be significantly shortened. Hence, her abdomen had grown so large in such a brief period. As for how many they would have, even Yi Huan, the child's biological father, could not say. A month later, within Yi Huan's palace, the entire clan was in a frenzy. Their matriarch was about to give birth. Throughout the month, they had witnessed what it meant to cherish someone dearly. The clan leader treated his wife as a treasure, cradling her delicately, fearing she might vanish. Today, the skies were adorned with vibrant hues from dawn until dusk, while the matriarch labored from morning until night. As A.I. Tong's mate and the father of her children, Yi Huan was nearly beside himself with worry. He was the most anxious of them all. However, for the birthing process, their clan had designated personnel, rendering the presence of a mate unnecessary, as their presence would only heighten the tension. Yi Huan, intent on not disturbing A.I. Tong's labor, sought to enter but was repeatedly barred by the attendants. He understood his emotions were running high, and he refrained from rashly entering. Instead, he called out A.I. Tong's name from outside the hall, assuring her that he was there. Listening to A.I. Tong's groans of labor, Yi Huan's heart ached, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms until blood trickled down. Yet he paid it no mind. As night fell, the stars twinkled, and the moon hung high in the sky. A.I. Tong finally gave birth to their first child. Shortly after, the second and third followed. Yi Huan only heard the attendants exclaim, "She has given birth," and felt an overwhelming urge to rush inside to see A.I. Tong. But then they stopped him, excitedly exclaiming, "There are more to come." Yi Huan's face darkened, feeling as if they were mere obstacles preventing him from seeing A.I. Tong. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the sound of a baby's cry invigorated Yi Huan, bringing him to attention. How many is that? Why is there crying? Congratulations, clan leader. The matriarch has given birth to 8. The attendant exclaimed with enthusiasm. The last one is an adorable little female, born in human form, clearly gifted. The attendant joyfully opened the door to announce the news. Yi Huan was momentarily taken aback. 8. AI Tong had given birth to 8, and one was a female infant. A smile of disbelief crept onto Yi Huan's face as he quickly rushed inside. I must see my mate. The attendant, having emerged, proclaimed to everyone, "We have witnessed the birth of 8 offspring. The clan leader's mate has achieved this remarkable feat." Oh my. I thought the matriarch was in dire straits after an entire day of labor. Yet it seems we have been blessed with fortune. 8 siblings. This is unprecedented. No wonder the clan leader chose her as his daughter-in-law. Shilong, from this day forth, you are truly Shilong. I suspect the threshold of your home will be worn thin from all the visitors. The chamber had been tidied up. AI Tong lay on the bed, looking slightly pale but still conscious. Upon seeing Yi Huan enter, her eyes brightened, and she attempted to smile despite the dryness of her lips, giving off a tense aura. She had heard the attendant's words. "Tong Tong, how are you? Let me fetch you some water." Yi Huan poured her a cup of warm water and helped her sit up to drink. "I am fine. What about the children?" AI Tong asked after sipping the water, her voice soft as she looked up at Yi Huan. He took her hand, channeling his strength into her. Instantly, AI Tong's complexion improved noticeably. 7 are snake eggs that require incubation, and 1 little female is a snake girl born in human form. This has never occurred in our clan. No member of the royal family has ever given birth to more than 1 offspring. You are the first. As Yi Huan spoke at this moment, his eyes shimmered with a tender glow, a radiant expression of paternal love. Really? Then I wish to embrace that little female. I Tong, having just given birth, felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection that could not be contained. Very well. You shall eat something, tidy up, and regain some strength. I will fetch her for you. Yi Huan softly kissed Ai Tong's forehead, gently smoothing her damp hair. After a short while, Yi Huan attended to Ai Tong's needs, helping her eat and clean up, before bringing the children over. The snake eggs were wrapped in the fur of a plush beast, for he would soon incubate them. Yi Huan cradled the already wrapped little female with 1 arm, playfully coaxing her laughter while approaching Ai Tong. "Come, find your mother." The term mother was something Tong Tong had taught him. They had discussed it while listening to the fetal movements. Ai Tong received the little female with a beaming expression, holding her cautiously, fearing she might fall. The tiny girl giggled in Ai Tong's embrace. "Oh, my darling, how lovely you are. Smile for mama again." Ai Tong used her left hand to trace the infant's delicate face, her skin tender and smooth, resembling fine porcelain, a reflection of her own. Observing the captivating and enchanting eyes, it was clear she had inherited the essence of the Ye Huan from the Sinjing Wangsha lineage. Huan, she is truly adorable. Chapter 237, The Grand Conclusion. She resembles you beautifully. Ye Huan smiled at Ai Tong. "No, she looks just like you." Ai Tong replied bashfully while teasing the child. "Come, hold her." Ai Tong passed the child back to Ye Huan. Being a rough and robust figure, it was Ye Huan's first time holding such a small infant, and he was initially tense yet exhilarated. When Ai Tong handed the baby back to him, Ye Huan hesitated, unsure whether to take her. Nevertheless, he raised his hands to receive her, his fingers remaining stiff and cautious, afraid to move. Together, Ye Huan and Ai Tong gazed at the little female in his arms, both chuckling as the infant giggled in delight. "Aha, aha." They mimicked the baby's coos playfully. "Huan, how long will it take for those snake eggs to hatch?" Ai Tong, having taken the little female, gently fed her until she soon fell asleep. "It shouldn't take long, probably just a day." "So soon?" Ai Tong expressed her surprise, not expecting that the hatchlings would emerge so quickly after the eggs were laid. Indeed, thanks to the father beast. Ye Huan's gaze turned somber as he looked at the peacefully sleeping little female and smiled again. That evening, Ye Huan began incubating the eggs, while Ai Tong rested with the little female in bed for easier care. The following night, all the hatchlings emerged from their shells. At that moment, Ai Tong was taking a brief nap, with the little female sleeping beside her. As she dozed, Ai Tong felt something slippery on her hand, as if something had landed on her, not heavy, but with a bit of weight. Groggily opening her eyes, she saw several small snakes with alternating black and red patterns curiously gazing at her, as if intrigued. A few were near her daughter. "Ah, Y accent gravuan, Y accent gravuan. There are snakes," Ai Tong suddenly exclaimed, sitting upright. My goodness! Although she had married a serpent and now resided in a snake's den, encountering snakes crawling across her bedside was still quite alarming. "What is it?" Ye Huan hurried in, having been preparing dinner. Upon entering and seeing the scene on the bed, his brows furrowed. "Get down! Who allowed you to come up here?" he exclaimed sternly. Strangely, the little snakes obediently slithered down. Casting one last longing glance at Ai Tong and the little female, before sequentially descending from the bed, lining up before Yahuan with their heads bowed. As Aitong saw them leave, she felt a sense of relief and quickly scooped up the baby, bemused by the peculiar sight. "Huan, what is going on?" "They are our offspring, all royal snakes," Yahuan replied, his tone sharp toward the little serpents yet softened when addressing Aitong. "What?" Aitong exclaimed, looking closely and realizing there were exactly 7. "They have hatched." Her eyes sparkled with joy as she approached the little snakes, her earlier fright vanishing entirely. The first little snake nodded coolly, while the second sported a pitiful expression, each displaying a different demeanor. Yahuan observed the attention-seeking little ones, feeling an inexplicable surge of jealousy, responding with a displeased humph. "Oh my, they are simply adorable, resembling your beast form." Aitong leaned in, examining each one closely, her eyes filled with maternal warmth. The little snakes, hearing their mother praise them, flicked their tails in delight. Eventually, Aitong gathered all the little snakes onto the bed, while Yahuan could only watch in silence. "Huan, we have yet to name them," Aitong remarked, gazing at the lively little snakes, pondering the task of naming them. Fortunately, despite their similar appearances, each possessed unique traits, and their personalities varied. "Arrange yourselves in the order of your birth," Yahuan instructed coolly, embodying the role of a stern father. Aitong was utterly astonished they could do that. Yet, astonishingly, they indeed lined up in perfect order. After a night of contemplation, Aitong finally devised names for them. "Huan, from eldest to youngest, they shall be called Ye Qian Yuan, Ye Qian Wu, Ye Qian Ru, Ye Qian Xing, Ye Qian Juan, Ye Qian Rua, Ye Qian Yue, and Ye Mu Mu. How do these sound?" Aitong looked up at Yahuan. Yahuan paused for a moment, then smiled. "They sound wonderful. As long as you chose them, they are perfect." Aitong grinned mischievously. "You simply do not understand." Hearing their names, the little ones twisted joyfully, while only Ye Mu Mu, the little princess, giggled gleefully, remaining nestled in her father's embrace. Though the little snakes felt a bit aggrieved. As older brothers, they could not be angry with their younger sister and vowed to protect her. Their mother often educated them at night, and they remembered well. The Fei Tianmong clan naturally became aware of the significant events occurring within the Xinjing Wangsha lineage. They had not anticipated that, having lost Yechuan and Jiyu, they would gain a formidable figure like Yahuan, whose strength grew ever more formidable, rivaling that of Yechuan. Most vexing was the fact that the 8 offspring born posed a tremendous threat to the future of the Fei Tianmong. Yulong had not slept well for several months. The rapid developments on Yahuan's end greatly troubled him. Thus, he began fervently arranging for Yuchen to meet various snake maidens, hoping for his heir to expand their Fei Tianmong lineage soon. However, Yuchen, though obedient most of the time, persistently rejected this matter. "I wish to find a female like my mother, resilient and kind, not merely a tool for profit." Yulong was infuriated by Yuchen's refusal and ultimately decided to abandon the issue altogether, leaving them unable to attend to Yahuan's affairs. For many years, both sides coexisted peacefully. In the Xinjing Wangsha territory, after a period of stability for the offspring, Yahuan held a grand wedding ceremony for Aitong. Previously, they had only made a verbal announcement, and following Yechuan's demise, Yahuan had delayed the celebration, feeling an enduring sense of guilt towards Aitong. Now that they had children, even though she had become a mother, Tong Tong would forever remain the love of his life. A century later, the once tiny black and red snakes had all matured into striking young serpents, even the youngest, Ye Mu Mu, blossoming into a lovely figure. One day, in Xianzilin, purple leaves danced gracefully in the wind, and atop the largest purple tree lay a girl clad in a white gauzy dress. The girl closed her eyes gently, resting, as a soft breeze played with her loose hair, cascading her chestnut locks like a waterfall from the treetop. Qianzilin, Ye Mu Mu, the daughter of the Serpent King clan, was called back for dinner by a composed man with striking black-red eyes, filled with earnestness. The young girl slowly opened her eyes, her delicate brows knitting slightly as she gazed at the man before her. Suddenly, a pair of transparent wings sprouted from her back, and together they soared toward the palace. "Elder brother, why is it always you who comes to find me? What about second brother and third brother?" The girl's eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. "You are the only serpent maiden of our royal lineage, my brothers, and I must keep a close watch on you, lest some rogue young man spirits you away," he replied. "Some are practicing their skills, others are studying, and a few are busy stealing snacks from children. Only I, your responsible elder brother, consistently arrive punctually to summon you, as if to a morning court." She smiled, her bright eyes and radiant teeth shining. "Of course, It is only you, elder brother, who loves to fret. With a sigh, Yi Qianyuan maintained his dignified demeanor, appearing far older than his mere few centuries. It is just that our parents are too carefree. I wonder where they are playing now. Second brother and the others are not neglecting you. Just call out if you need anything, and who would dare not come? Yi Mumu laughed, her voice carried away by the wind. Chapter 238. The Beast World Continent Extra. Changchan Guangzhou, after bidding farewell to Yi Huan and Ai Tong, Changchan brought the only 7-colored loach, Guangzhou, to the deep lake. Finding a giant open river clam, he placed the egg inside, guarding it around the clock. As the egg was not conceived through normal fertilization, there was no need for a male fish to fertilize it. Changchan merely had to wait for it to mature in the most suitable environment. Fortunately, under Changchan's meticulous care, the egg successfully hatched after a century. As the years passed, the once tiny loach transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful mermaid. The mermaid was deeply reliant on Changchan, and his feelings toward her were complex. On one hand, she was his only kin in this world, yet on the other, he had watched her grow from infancy. However, how could he be unaware of her attitude toward him? Through the long years, the two fish relied on each other, and time slipped away like flowing water. The continuation is left to you. Bianzhan Haitang. Bianzhan waited in Suncheng for Yi Huan for centuries, with Haitang accompanying him in the wait, yet they received no word from either of them. 100 years after Yi Huan and Ai Tong departed, Haitang became the leader of Suncheng, assisting Bianzhan in its governance. Suncheng continued to thrive, improving upon the foundations laid by predecessors, and the surrounding tribes completely transformed their perception of it. Whenever Suncheng was mentioned, it stirred immense longing. The city gradually established dedicated regulations, including male training, compulsory reading materials for adulthood, cookbooks, and crafting blueprints. Moreover, a statue of Yi Huan and Ai Tong was erected within the city as a model for all descendants to admire. The tale of the Beast King and Queen became a resplendent legend in Suncheng and across the Beast World continent, leading those unaware of history to cling to the statue. Mother Beast, I like the Queen. When I grow up, I want a partner like her. Father Beast, I wish to be as strong and mighty as the king to protect Suncheng. One day, Bianzhan stood outside the Grand Hall, gazing at the sprawling night sky for a long while. The Sun Hall remained unchanged, for he firmly believed that his king would return. Why are you not resting so late? Haitang approached from within the hall, her footsteps light as she gently draped a fur cloak over Bianzhan's shoulders. Contemplating when the king and queen might return, Bianzhan's demeanor showed signs of weariness. Yet he smiled faintly at Haitang, the garment resting on him. This is the burden that those in power must bear. Ah, it has been centuries. The queen has yet to return. I wonder how she fares. Haitang expressed her concern. Years of tranquility did not allow her to forget the past, nor did she forget her benefactor, Ai Tong. Even the once bustling Bianzhan and the others had found their partners. She pondered whether the king had found his queen. Father Beast, Mother Beast, why are you still awake? At that moment, several robust young ones rushed from the hall, clearly the offspring of the Zhandiao tribe. Go to sleep now. You should rest. Haitang smiled, coaxing the children to bed, then cast a gentle glance at Bianzhan, indicating he should return inside. Bianzhan nodded, standing for a moment longer before he slowly made his way back into the hall. Shuefeng Huiyu. Although Yi Huan and Ai Tong had departed, Suncheng had become a resilient entity, not easily toppled. The current city lord, Bianzhan, was astutely strategic. The Shuesher tribe had stood alongside Suncheng, maintaining peace and stability in the Beast World continent for over a century with no wars in sight. Shuefeng did not desire to instigate conflict. He hoped for the tribe's enduring prosperity and had not forgotten the kindness of the Beast King and Queen. While their relationship was one of mutual benefit, he was not the kind to stab others in the back. Under Shuefeng's leadership, the smaller tribes did not stir up trouble. However, many tribes were puzzled when Shuefeng suddenly announced he would take Huiyu, the leader of the Huilang tribe, as his mate. Is this really happening? A male-male pairing? Am I out of the loop? This announcement led many beastmen from various tribes to attend the mating ceremony. Some came to congratulate due to the political implications of their union. Others were merely curious, as it had always been male-female pairings in history. They were left astonished when Huiyu appeared in feminine attire, showing no traces of masculinity. At the ceremony, Huiyu revealed to all that she had always been female, disguising herself for the sake of the Huilang tribe's growth. In truth, Shuefeng had been unaware all along, not knowing if it was his naivety or Huiyu's exceptional disguise. Eventually, he stumbled upon the truth, flushing with embarrassment. The beastmen for various tribes were dumbfounded. What a powerful alliance! What a childhood friendship! With the union of the Shwe tribe and the Huilang tribe, the territory expanded significantly. Yet, they misunderstood. Yu cherished Shwe, and her union with him was primarily driven by affection, with political gain being secondary. However, the Huilang tribe would never merge with the Shwe tribe. It can only be said that the Huilang tribe would receive abundant care from the Shwe tribe, with no other subordinate relationship existing. After forming a union, Shwe urged his only younger brother, Shwe, to find a female to ensure the continuation of the Shwe tribe. In this peaceful era, the tribe steadily developed, and Shwe's wish was nearly fulfilled, yet he had no desire to seek a female. Elder brother, for progeny, you are sufficient for me. I wish to explore the world beyond. Shwe departed, bidding farewell to his beloved elder brother and sister-in-law, embarking on an uncertain journey towards an elusive future. Chapter 239, The Qianlong Continent Extra, Yihuan Ai Tong. Once the octuplets were raised to independence, Yihuan took Ai Tong on their travels. The journey served dual purposes. One was leisure, while the other was vital for prolonging Ai Tong's life. The children would surely struggle to accept the departure of their mother beast, so after much deliberation, they decided to use exploration as an excuse to temporarily distance themselves. Firstly, it was an opportunity for the children to grow. Secondly, as they aged, the weight of sorrow became unbearable. Centuries have passed, and Yihuan remained strikingly handsome, though a hint of maturity graced his features, while Ai Tong seemed to age gradually. Previously, the martial prowess of Yechuan was entirely absorbed by Zai Zai. While only a fraction of it truly nourished her body, it indirectly preserved her life. For many subsequent years, no matter how hard Yihuan searched for countless beast orbs and rare treasures that could prolong life, he was unable to halt Ai Tong's inevitable aging. Living for a few hundred years was already her limit. Had she truly transformed into a millennium-old creature, perhaps she could have endured a bit longer. Yet reality is unyielding and cannot be obstructed. Ai Tong expressed her desire to spend her final days in a place adorned with mountains and waters. Yihuan fulfilled this wish. He bore witness to Ai Tong's entire process of aging, culminating in their shared journey of hundreds of years as partners and confidants. They had gazed upon stars and moons together, prepared meals, played games, engaged in snowball fights, fished, and birthed the fruits of their love, pledging eternal fidelity. In those moments, words eluded him, filled with sorrow and ineffable despair. In his anguish, Yihuan sat in silence, cradling Ai Tong's lifeless form for what felt like an eternity, as if he had lost everything in an instant. From that day forth, he had irrevocably lost his son. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the heavens, proclaiming, "In the next life, by the shores of Qingshui Lake, we shall continue our fated bond." In that moment, Yihuan's deep, dark crimson eyes gleamed with renewed light as he glanced down at Ai Tong, who had already vanished with the wind. Yichuan Qining, by the banks of the Qishui River, the willows swayed anew, and a smile from Qining stirred the mortal realm. A beauty, as radiant as jade, captivated the heart. Her exquisite form was a rare sight. When Yichuan first encountered Qining, she stood at the banks of the Qishui River, a formidable presence clad in azure, contrasting sharply with the demure demeanor of the serpent maidens, instantly capturing his heart. Her beauty was bold and resplendent, a manifestation of her proud lineage as the daughter of the deep-sea sovereign, the Qinghuan sea serpent. From a young age, Qining had exuded confidence and pride. Sharing the same domain of Qianlong continent and belonging to the serpent clan of warriors, they quickly developed a mutual affinity. Qining, newly emerged from the depths of the sea, was fascinated by everything on land. Though she appeared commanding, she remained pure-hearted. Their paths crossed fortuitously, and unbeknownst to them, they began to attract one another. Eventually, they found themselves together. Each one introduced her to the myriad flowers of the land, even planting a field of Qinghuan blossoms for her. He took her running beneath the sun, allowing her to feel the grass brush against her serpent tail in a novel sensation. Each one guided her to the highest peaks, vowing to cherish her for eternity. Gradually, Qining realized that despite his occasional coldness and commanding presence, his most admirable trait was his unwavering sense of responsibility. He stood firm against the myriad obstacles posed by his father beast, resolutely choosing to bond with her, even at the cost of losing everything. He provided her with all she desired, honoring every vow spoken and embodying them through action. Yet, Qining never anticipated that the very responsibility that united them would also drive them apart. Ultimately, her father Beast disapproved of her crossing the boundaries of land and sea. Nevertheless, she was determined to marry him, which led to a rift between father and daughter, resulting in their estrangement. Later, she found herself pregnant with Yi Chuan's child, becoming the lady of the Sunjing Wang Shi clan. However, not long after, Yi Chuan departed for the front lines. The scarlet winged python was not an adversary to be trifled with, yet she was in the throes of pregnancy and nearing labor, and Yi Chuan forbade her from going. Before his departure, he ensured that their unborn child received adequate nourishment. Alas, the child's innate talent was far too great. The nourishment was insufficient. Qining, aware of the truth, concealed it from Yi Chuan. She smiled as she bid him farewell, using all her strength to stifle the child's absorption rate and temporarily suppress the awakening of their talent. For she had to survive to accomplish a singular task. Had she not done this, she feared she might never see him again. She was selfish, desiring both a child and to remain alive. Ultimately, the child was born on schedule, while Yi Chuan, as anticipated, did not return. Qining used the girl she had once saved as bait to lure Yi Chuan's personal attendant, Xiao Tong, to the front lines. In the depths of the valley, she became his final bastion. He did not perish, which was a relief. Oh, this wretched sense of responsibility. Can you not spare a little more for me? Qining mused with a bitter smile. The monologue of Yi Hui Dai Dai Yu Yi Chuan. I am an Yi Hui Dai, endowed with a naturally swift flight, raised from a young age to be a messenger. Initially chosen by the deep-sea sovereign, the Qing Huan sea serpent, I was later assigned to his descendant, Qining, my first master. My purpose was to compensate for Qining's vulnerabilities, enabling her to soar through the skies and rapidly ascend in strength, becoming the mightiest of the deep sea. At the age of 100, I found the palace regulations of the Qing Huan sea serpent to be excessively stringent and secretly fled to the land. Unexpectedly, I encountered my nemesis. At that time, my cultivation was still rudimentary, inadequate to contend with the threat, and I sustained grievous injuries while attempting to evade. Just as I believed I would be devoured, a pair of deep, dark crimson eyes pierced into mine, forever residing in my heart. He saved me. Yet, he did not inquire about my name. After nursing my wounds, he departed. I followed him quietly and eventually learned that his name was Yi Chuan. What a lovely name. I blushed and smiled, my thoughts consumed by him, both the boy I first met and the man he had become. Upon returning to the deep sea, I resumed my duties and diligently trained, finding joy in thoughts of him. I wondered, when we next met, would he recognize me? To my surprise, when we met again, he had already formed a bond with another, who happened to be my master, Qining. If all things had a sequence, Yi Chuan ought to have been mine. Yet, can feelings be confined to such order? Witnessing their 100 years of sweetness, my heart ached, and I could only feign indifference, unable to resist stealing glances at them. Later, my master perished, dying for him. I thought I might have a chance to reside in his heart. However, this companionship extended for a millennium. I became his personal messenger, and he affectionately called me Daiyu. I pondered endlessly why I could not break through that barrier, yet 1,000 years yielded no results. Gradually, I began to perceive that this companionship was, in itself, a form of happiness. At least I could see him every day. Yet one day, my master fulfilled his responsibilities and prepared to meet the woman he had long yearned for. I found myself abandoned, lost, and directionless. Yet a thought crystallized my resolve. No, I still have a choice. I wish to hold your hand and perish by your side without you needing to know. Lan Shi Ai Tong. The so-called past life was merely the prologue to the professor's initial experiments. Ai Tong briefly entered a dimension devoid of memory. At that time, she suddenly fell into the Shenlong continent by the banks of the Qi Shui River, where she was rescued by Qining, who was already pregnant. Stripped of all memories, Ai Tong resembled a pure and flawless jade. She was unaware of her name, origin, or purpose. All she knew was that she had been saved by Qining, and her actions were driven solely by instinct. In this realm, she also encountered a peculiar boy, a simple yet mischievous child who always brought medicine whenever she visited Sister Qining. Observing the somewhat gloomy boy, the innocent Ai Tong took his hand, wishing to bring him joy. Later, he inquired, "Why do you approach me?" Ai Tong blinked, slightly perplexed, her eyes curving in a smile as she replied, "To make you happy. You are so handsome, like the stream under the blue sky." Eventually, her unabashed charm succeeded in dismantling his defenses, and their conversations gradually flourished. Why are you called Xiao Tong? I Tong Guquiriad Intri. Although she did not know her own name, Xiao Tong struck her as an odd name. I have no name. Xiao Tong is merely a term for my age. The boy replied, seemingly displeased, his expression blank. Hee, look at how beautiful the green mountains and clear waters are. Ai Tong pointed at the verdant trees and flowing waters around her, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the young boy. Raising her head to look at Ai Tong, the golden light fell upon her face, making her appear so sacred. The sun shone brightly, and fluffy white clouds drifted by. How does Lanshi sound? Is it melodious? Ai Tong smiled as she looked at the boy. Although she had lost her memory, she seemed to possess an innate talent for naming. This thought made Ai Tong feel a surge of pride. Good, the boy replied, a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, his smile neither wicked nor innocent, but tinged with a hint of awkwardness, likely due to his unfamiliarity with such genuine expressions. In the days that followed, Lanshi made a point to observe whether Ai Tong was present whenever he delivered medicine. Oddly enough, during Qi Ning's labor, Ai Tong vanished. Unable to endure the uncertainty, he struck a deal with Qi Ning. Later, when Qi Ning went to the front lines, Lanshi could no longer find the girl who called him Lanshi. He established himself and searched far and wide, never giving up. A millennium later, he found her. But again, he did not find her. I am Zhuang Zhou, and you are not a butterfly. I admire you, for you are a calamity destined by fate. If there's a Lanshi in the heavens, you are the warm jade, and I am the smoke. As for Lanshi, when Yimu Mu reached 500 years of age, she encountered the nemesis of the Sun Jing Wang Shi, the Fei Tianmeng. Coincidentally, he was dressed in red and white robes, Yuchun. Observing this being, who was 300 years her senior, Yimu Mu felt defiant and resolved to demonstrate her prowess to her brothers. She was no idle figure, merely basking in the sun. With a pair of transparent wings unfurled, she astonished Yuchun. Initially, the girl was already breathtakingly beautiful, but this revelation left Yuchun utterly captivated. How do you have wings? As far as he knew, the Sun Jing Wang Shi tribe bore no wings. The dragon ancestor possessed all the advantages of both the Sun Jing Wang Shi and the Fei Tianmeng, being their common ancestor. Alas, over time, the tribes had diverged, each inheriting only half of the bloodline's gifts. For millennia, countless beastmen from both tribes aspired to transcend to the state of the dragon ancestor, yet none had succeeded. They are innate to this princess. Do you have an objection? Yimu Mu's deep black-red eyes shimmered with determination, her expression unwavering. Wait, young lady. I have no intention of being your adversary. Why the insistence on confrontation? Yuchun was reluctant to engage with Yimu Mu. Firstly, as a male, it was not proper to bully a female. Secondly, he found himself inexplicably hesitant to strike. Thirdly, he had yet to ascertain her identity. However, given her black-red eyes, it was likely she held a significant status within the Sun Jing Wang Shi tribe. Yuchun intended to yield, yet Yimu Mu relentlessly pursued him, leading to a day-long skirmish. Eventually, Yimu Mu, fatigued, casually commanded Yuchun, "You, fetch me a cup of water. We shall continue after I drink." The audacity of having Yuchun fetch water left him dumbfounded, yet remarkably, he complied without protest. Subsequently, the two sat together and began conversing. It was through conflict that they truly came to know one another. Yuchun gradually realized that the girl before him was not only vibrant and beautiful, but also charmingly powerful and refreshingly genuine. She did not take advantage of him. She allowed him to rest when she rested. It seemed reminiscent of childhood games, yet only through experience could one truly appreciate it. A small incident suffices to reveal a person's character. In time, Yuchun learned of Yimu Mu's true identity. Meanwhile, amidst the countless playful exchanges of pursuit and retreat, they developed a unique bond. "Kid, you dare to enter my family. I will strike you down on the spot." With wings that danced in the wind, Chun, who gives life to all things, loved this tide's level, and at night, I long for the beautiful melody. Closing remarks. From the beginning of October last year to the beginning of March this year, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who accompanied me on this journey. Thank you for witnessing the joys and sorrows of every character within these pages. It is your support that has granted them a second life, and I am sincerely thankful. If fate allows, may we meet again in the Jianghu. Epilogue, a continuation of fate. Several months post-completion, I have received an outpouring of praise from dear readers, along with numerous suggestions. Everyone wishes for a favorable conclusion for Ai Tong and hopes to see a resolution between Ai Tong and Lan Shi in their next lives. This epilogue serves to fulfill everyone's expectations. My initial intention was to write 2 epilogues, one involving Yuan and the other with Lan Shi, not set in the same timeline. Whether it be the cold yet fervent Yuan or the silently protective and patient Lan Shi, both deserve love and a fulfilling conclusion. Let us delve into the main narrative of the epilogue, Ai Tong and Yuan. After Ai Tong's passing, Yuan resided in the depths of the mountains for many years. Initially, he coiled around Ai Tong's grave, transforming into a colossal serpent, circling it endlessly. He wished to prevent any living being from disturbing his beloved Tong Tong, longing only to remain by her side for eternity. This continued for years, with Yuan consumed by boundless yearning. For her, I have wasted away. Though he managed to sustain his life, he gradually lost the will to live. One night, as usual, Yuan lay before Ai Tong's grave, counting the stars in the sky. 1 star, 50 stars, 13,562 stars. Unbeknownst to him, he had counted to a point where he finally fell asleep. For the first time in years, Ai Tong entered his dreams. Huan. Yuan furrowed his brow, awakening to find himself in a void. He faintly heard someone calling his name. It was Tong Tong. Tong Tong, is it truly you? Have you finally come to see me? Yuan exclaimed joyfully, searching around. Without waiting for a response, he lamented. How could you bear to wait years without entering my dreams? I have longed for you day and night, hoping to see you again. Yet I could not grasp even a fragment of your being. You told me to wait, and I have waited, but I realize this waiting is a lie. Yuan seemed to be on the brink of despair, muttering to himself, You deceived me. You will not return. You will not return. Huan, you must believe me. At that moment, the voice he heard became more tangible, forming a figure before him. Tong Tong. Yuan gazed at the familiar face bathed in white light, and tears streamed down his face. The once sharp and fierce black-red eyes now brimmed with tenderness. You came, Yuan whispered, longing to embrace Ai Tong. Yet, as he reached out, his hand passed through the air. In disbelief, Yuan turned to see Ai Tong smiling at him, still in the posture of an embrace. Huan, I am hungry. Will you grow vegetables for me to eat? The radiant Ai Tong, enveloped in white light, gently comforted the distraught Yuan, her face devoid of sorrow, only filled with anticipation. Tong Tong. Yuan seemed unable to believe this was real. But why could he not embrace her? Huan, do not cry. Tong Tong wishes to see you smile, to hear you tell me stories I have never experienced, to see the scenery you have witnessed on my behalf. Most importantly, I long for a healthy version of you. May I have that? Ai Tong's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the somewhat dazed Yuan. His tears caused her heartache. His despondence deepened her sorrow. Yuan looked at the girl whose smile bloomed like a flower, seemingly transported back to the moment he first met her. At that time, she was just as playful, though clearly frightened, yet always putting on a brave front. She did not cry. She simply did not want to see him weep. When he cried, she smiled. When she smiled, he smiled. This was his Tong Tong. Yuan's eyes glistened with tears as he gently wiped away the evident traces of sorrow from his face, collecting himself. With a tender smile, he softly replied, All right. The dream enveloped Ai Tong in brilliant light, and she smiled radiantly, her eyes shining with happiness as she looked at this rejuvenated man before her. The reason she did not enter Yuan's dreams was that the paths of the living and the departed were distinct. She did not wish to affect him due to her proximity. Yuan, enveloped in a shroud of nothingness, gently closed his eyes, surrendering to the void. Behind his hazy eyelids, that person who radiated joy gradually faded away. When Yuan awoke 3 days later, he found himself beside Ai Tong's grave, his hand brushing against the familiar grains of earth, with Ai Tong's tombstone before him. A frown creased his brow as he pondered how he could have slept for so long. This marked the first time in 3 years that he had truly entered into slumber. Was it possible that Ai Tong had truly come to visit him? Indeed, she had entered his dreams. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yuan lingered in the memories of his dream, yet from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something purple. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that a cluster of purple flowers had unexpectedly bloomed atop Ai Tong's grave. Those were the blossoms from the Qianzilin tree. Ai Tong had indeed come to him. From that day forth, Yuan would spend half the day at Ai Tong's grave, speaking to her about various inconsequential matters. The remaining half of his day was devoted to tending to vegetables in the mountains and constructing a wooden cabin. Ai Tong had once said that when he missed her, he should find something to occupy himself with, as though she were by his side. He waited patiently, yearning for the moment they could once again share the freshest of ingredients together. As the sun and moon cycled and years passed. The wooden cabin became entwined with vern vines. The vegetables in the field alternated between green and yellow, yet remained untouched. Yehuan never returned to his clan, as someone else had taken over everything. He had finally liberated himself to pursue what he desired, no longer suppressing his emotions. He harbored no grand ambitions in this life. He simply wished to remain by the side of his beloved, and that was sufficient. The little ones had their own lives and new responsibilities. It was time for him to fade into the background. Uncertain how many years had passed, the solitary Qianzi flower atop Itong's grave had multiplied into countless blossoms. Each bloom overflowed with Yehuan's profound affection. Nightfall arrived once more. Yehuan gazed at the countless stars, curling up beside Itong's grave. Since the day Itong had entered his dreams several years ago, she had not returned. Now, he comprehended his father's choice. Hidden beneath the noble intentions of the clan, a room adorned with green ring flowers, a delicate ice coffin, and a preserved corpse revealed the truth. His father had loved his mother deeply, enduring silently. In the final moments of life, he must have felt the utmost happiness. Itong, you once told me, may I be like the stars, and you like the moon, shining brightly each night. In truth, you were the radiant moon. Yehuan beheld the crescent moon above, his gaze drifting. I had no intention of disturbing the bright moon, yet it has taken residence in my heart. Memories flashed before his eyes, the moon in the sky transforming into the most enchanting sphere of recollection. When I first encountered you, I was in the forest, unleashing my frustrations, and you nearly stumbled upon me, prompting me to summon a green serpent in a fit of anger to frighten you. You were flustered, yet fought to protect yourself, ultimately falling. I intended to evade you, but fate intervened, and I reached out. A budding thought emerged in my heart that you possessed the potential to be a delightful companion. Without a second thought, I took you home. After changing your clothes, you appeared fair and luminous, graceful like a startled swan, every smile and frown reminiscent of Sprite. I mused that I had found a splendid companion, and thus marked you as my own, my female. In the tribe, I swore that all possessions included you as my female and I as your male. And now, I have someone who satisfies me. I playfully drew closer to you, teasing you, for I found joy in our games, far more delightful than mere quarrels. You appeared obedient, yet were anything but. Upon our meetings, you would feign indifference, your demeanor clearly conveying a desire for distance. You even employed unfamiliar words to secretly disparage me, stirring trouble wherever you went. However, you surprisingly chose to draw near to an ordinary beastman, indirectly advocating for him. I feigned agreement, maintaining my cold and domineering facade, yet my perception of you began to subtly shift. You attracted trouble, provoking both by Ro and by Xia. You were a source of ire and ill-fated romance, yet you also helped cleanse the tribe of spies. Eventually, I thought you had finally settled down, only to discover that you had taken in a female who had suffered at the hands of beastmen. I deemed you meddlesome. However, upon truly investigating Hai Tong's lineage, I reflected on my own past. Had I, lost and wounded, encountered you during my darkest hours, would you have welcomed me, a broken soul, into your embrace? In that moment, I realized you were not merely my pet. My feelings for you had shifted subtly. Subsequently, I discovered that I had stumbled upon a treasure chest. You unearthed various edible delights and crafted many things I had never seen before, preparing roasted meat to perfection. You mingled harmoniously with the other beastmen, who seemed more inclined to accept you than to embrace me, thus fostering a closer bond with me as well. On a bustling summer night during a bonfire party, unbeknownst to me, a figure leaped into my heart. We laid bare our souls, you relying on me more, and I finding it increasingly difficult to part from you. We engaged in the most innocent games, exchanged the simplest words, yet felt the truest happiness. Yehuan slowly recounted his tale, as if narrating someone else's story, his deep, love-filled obsidian eyes fixed upon Itong's grave. You wish to convey to me that the moon may wane, but the stars remain ever bright, do you not? Epilogue. A continuation of fate as time ebbed and flowed. It was now the 21st century. Itong, as per her usual routine, headed to work, stopping by her favorite Baozi shop to purchase 2 meat buns. She ambled along, savoring her meal, eager to catch the next bus. Shall I come to my office in a bit? Her superior, Sister Lean, called out as she entered the company. All right, Sister Lean, Itong nodded, wondering what task awaited her so early in the day. The last assignment had barely concluded a week ago, having taken her to the vast desert where she nearly melted under the sun. Lima's office. Shall I in the forests of Huan County, Shannon Province. There are reports that a group attempted to steal from a tomb recently, claiming there was treasure. However, when discovered, all 7 perished in the woods. Tomb raiding? Itong gasped in astonishment. In modern times, such occurrences were rare. The police dared not approach, attributing the deaths to toxic miasma, with no experts examining the tomb. Lin Ma continued, had it been the grave of a historical figure, experts would have been dispatched for excavation. Why was that not the case? Itong wondered aloud. Typically, reporters would flock to such events, seeking to uncover archaeological progress. It's odd that no experts are involved. They say there are supernatural occurrences, Lin Ma whispered. Then, with a serious tone, she added, however, it is the 21st century. We should approach this scientifically. Sister Lin promptly assigned Itong the task, directing her to conduct interviews and gather first-hand information, emphasizing that it would be an exclusive scoop. Before Itong could fully comprehend, she found a camera and notepad thrust into her hands. Do well, and your interview expenses will be reimbursed, Lin Ma instructed, urging her to pack up and set off immediately. Itong glanced at the camera and notepad in her hands, momentarily frozen in place. Lin Ma, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters, paid her no further mind. Clutching her new camera and notepad, Itong exited Lin Ma's office. The elevator stopped on the ground floor, and as everyone else departed, she found herself alone. Sigh, she exhaled softly, strapping the camera to her back. She stowed her laptop in her bag and stepped out of the elevator. She was a news reporter, having produced numerous exclusive stories, yet none bore her name. Only one name appeared, Lin Ma, her superior. She had been with this media company for several years. However, due to a lack of background and financial resources, she is compelled to undertake the most arduous tasks, as she does now. Were it not for her exceptional skills, she would not have been able to remain here. Even so, her presence here amounts to little more than serving others' interests. Her superior and the leadership of the company share a connection that renders everyone in the company hesitant to provoke them, and naturally, she too must tread carefully. To make ends meet, she has no choice but to continue in this manner. Lin Mo would certainly not engage in field interviews. This upcoming interview location is notorious for its high danger level, and other reporters eager for accolades would likewise avoid it. Yet, such extraordinary news, once it surfaces, is bound to make headlines. A single exclusive headline could yield substantial profits, and the company would not let such an opportunity slip by. So, they have directly assigned it to her. Fortunately, Lin Mo does not exploit her excessively, recognizing her competence after she delivers a few impactful stories. He begins to grant her a 10% share of the bonuses. The company is aware of her worth, and now, whenever she ventures out for investigations, all expenses are reimbursed. Itong ponders how to proceed with her first step. She first returns home to gather some simple clothing and travel essentials, purchasing a high-speed train ticket to Shannan Huan City. Huan City is renowned for its mountains, hence there is no airport. The high-speed rail line has only recently been established. Seated in the second class of a train, Itong takes out her laptop and begins to search online for information about Huan County, particularly concerning the incidents of forest tomb raiding and fatalities. She also peruses the local forum for Huan County. I love noodles. Where exactly is that tomb raiding site? On your shift, I heard 7 people died. Was it truly a tomb raiding? They even ended up dead while raiding. Sigh. On your shift, reply. Indeed, it's clear they were unprofessional. Who dies while raiding a tomb? Dean replies to you. It's right next to my house in the forest. It's true. Dean replies to on your shift. I personally witnessed several police cars carrying people out of the forest. All the villagers came to see. On your shift replies to Dean. Oh my, it's actually true. I love noodles replies to Dean. Goodness, does your house have ghosts? Dean replies to I love noodles. My family has lived here for several generations. I've never heard of ghosts, nor have I seen one. However, my ancestors warned against going into that forest. Dean, we never go there. Those who did not heed the warning have never returned. After that, no one dared to go again. Dean, nonetheless, there have never been any wild beasts or ghosts in that forest. The villagers live quite well. Look at me. I'm doing just fine. My life is nearly half over. Dean, perhaps they were blinded by greed and met with accidental death. The police did not claim it was foul play. I love noodles replies to Dean. Oh my, real-life supernatural occurrences. Upon reading this, Itong's hand lingered over the mouse. Momentarily frozen. It seems that part of the rumors holds a grain of truth. Yet, what secrets does that forest harbor that all the villagers tacitly avoided? Itong searches for images of that forest, but only a scant few are available, revealing nothing distinctive. The village is underdeveloped, and online resources are limited. After arriving in Huan City, AI Tong transfers to a bus that takes her to Huan County and subsequently to the town, finding it inconvenient to stay in the village. She opts to lodge in a nearby town. By the time she reaches her accommodation, night has fallen. AI Tong rents a room from a local resident for $300 a month. After a shower, she sits down with her laptop to browse historical records of the local villages. If there indeed exists a tomb in that area, there should be some historical references to it. As she flips through the documents, nothing particularly stands out. Then, quite by chance, she stumbles upon a volume of local folklore. The author is unknown, but the manuscript dates back many years, allegedly composed by locals. Intrigued, AI Tong opens the book and begins to read. It recounts tales of ghosts and supernatural phenomena. Millions of years ago, the forest was vast, teeming with rare animals. Legend has it that one day, a giant python coiled itself atop the western hill of Huan River Village in Huan County. A tomb mysteriously emerged in the forest, with the python coiling beside it. And for years, no living being dared to enter that area. After many years, a wooden house arose in the forest, neat and tidy, occasionally frequented by small animals. The little creatures conversed, speaking of a sea of purple flowers ahead, beautiful yet surrounded by a formidable aura. Yet they could enter this wooden house. The house retained a powerful presence, but did not repel them, serving as a sanctuary for weaker animals. It is said that the giant serpent sought medicinal herbs on the mountain to cure its incurable ailments, granting the wishes of any humans it encountered. Alas, the spirit serpent eventually perished in the forest, its body merging with the mountain, severing its ties with the outside world. The essence of the giant python fused with the forest, safeguarding the region. For countless years, the waters of Huan River Village have been clear and sweet, and the villagers suffer no illness or calamity. Upon reaching this passage, AI Tong closes the volume of folklore, her heart racing. What is happening? AI Tong places her hand over her left chest, murmuring to herself. In a subsequent chapter, AI Tong spends a restless night contemplating, eventually succumbing to sleep. The following day, she purchases milk, beverages, fruits, and vegetables from the town. After taking a taxi, she heads to Huan River Village. Little girl, you don't seem to be from Huan River Village. The taxi driver converses with AI Tong as he drives. The engine noise is somewhat loud, prompting AI Tong to raise her voice. Yes, I'm here for work, AI Tong replies with a smile. Our little village is blessed with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Many city dwellers come here for vacation. The driver chuckles heartily. Indeed, I find it quite pleasant here, AI Tong affirms, a smile gracing her lips. Upon leaving the smooth asphalt road, they enter the village, where the roads are unpaved and bumpy. AI Tong instructs the driver to drop her off at the first household at the entrance of the village. Under the blazing sun, she squints against the glare, seeking shelter beneath a large tree along the roadside. Having neglected to bring any sun protection, she decides to first inquire about the village. Approaching a somewhat worn tile-roofed house, she notices the yard is tidy and filled with vegetables, indicating someone resides there. The household lacks a gate, so AI Tong crosses the yard and arrives at the front door. The door is an old-fashioned sliding door made of thick iron. With a creak, AI Tong steps inside, holding her items. Good day, Grandma. I apologize for the intrusion, she greets as she enters, spotting an elderly woman, approximately 70 years old, resting on a bed. AI Tong politely acknowledges her and places her items on the floor. The elderly woman, taken aback by the unexpected visitor, hastily sits up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and kindly inquires, "Who are you?" "I'm AI Tong, here for an interview. I'm particularly interested in your village. Would you be willing to chat with me?" As a stranger making an unannounced visit, AI Tong feels somewhat intrusive, coming from a rural background herself. She understands the warmth with which rural residents typically welcome guests. As long as one is polite and brings a small gift, they are usually more than willing to help. After hearing AI Tong's request, the elderly woman readily agrees, saying, "I'm alone at home, so it's no trouble." AI Tong returns her smile. "Grandma, these are some items I bought from the town. I hope it's not too much trouble. Please keep them for yourself." She places her offerings in a corner of the room and takes a seat across from the elderly woman. "Oh dear, you shouldn't have," the grandmother waves her hand, her face radiating a bashful smile. The rural folk are sincere and unpretentious. She feels unworthy of such unexpected kindness and hastily declines. "It's quite all right. I'm here to interview you, so it's only natural." AI Tong shakes her head, smiling as she responds, not giving the elderly woman a chance to refuse. Grandmother, is there a large forest in our village? AI Tong inquired, shifting the topic with curiosity. Indeed, the old woman replied, momentarily taken aback. Child, you would want to go there, would you? The grandmother quickly cautioned, urging, listen to me, you must not go. Was there a death there some time ago? AI Tong couldn't help but ask. Indeed, but even if there hadn't been a death, it is still not a place to visit. The grandmother lowered her voice, shifting closer to AI Tong to advise her. It is because something bad may happen if you go. AI Tong expressed her confusion. Is that wild history true? The villagers all knew that everywhere in the village was accessible, except for that forest. The old woman, having spent her life foraging on the mountains, had never ventured there. She firmly insisted it was off limits. The sincerity in the grandmother's words revealed her genuine fear of that forest. AI Tong understood and nodded in agreement. They then discussed the accounts recorded in that wild history. To AI Tong's surprise, the old woman nodded repeatedly, saying she had grown up hearing these legends passed down through generations. This further corroborated AI Tong's previous suspicions. It seemed necessary for her to explore this place. Even if only the periphery, she felt compelled to see it for herself. Initially, AI Tong planned to call for a ride back to the town and return the next day. However, the grandmother was exceedingly hospitable, insisting that she stay for a meal. At my age, I am all alone at home. It will be nice to have you here, she said. It will also make things easier for you tomorrow. Unable to decline such warm hospitality, AI Tong eventually agreed with a smile. That evening, she helped the grandmother prepare several dishes, and they shared a delightful dinner filled with laughter and conversation. Later, the grandmother brought out a new quilt that had not been used for years, spreading it on the Kong and inviting AI Tong to sleep at the head. My dear, this quilt was sewn by me for my granddaughter, who rarely returns after starting work. Now it is for you. The grandmother was very warm-hearted, laying the thick quilt on the Kong while chatting with AI Tong. Seeing the clean, pristine quilt brought AI Tong a wave of nostalgia. She had grown up sleeping under quilts made by her grandmother. The elderly woman retired early, and before long, the lights were out in the room. AI Tong lay on the Kong, staring at the dark ceiling, her mind a whirl of thoughts, grave robbing, legends, wild histories, and the words her grandmother had spoken during the day. The night in the countryside was exceptionally tranquil, and AI Tong could distinctly hear the chirping of insects outside the window. Eventually, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. However, in her sleep, she felt as if the warmth of the Kong beneath her had suddenly vanished, and her body was uncontrollably plummeting. AI Tong furrowed her brows, but could not awaken. You have come, you have come. Who am I? Who am I? The dream felt interminably long, as if it spanned a century. Suddenly, AI Tong jolted upright from the Kong, her eyes wide open, breathing rapidly as she surveyed the now brightly lit room. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. What is wrong, dear? The old woman, concerned, leaned closer to AI Tong. What happened? AI Tong stammered, her voice hoarse and breath weak. I saw you flailing your arms and muttering, who am I? Who am I? Were you having a nightmare? The grandmother's eyes filled with worry, a hint of panic rising within her. Realizing something, she quickly grasped AI Tong's hand, whispering urgently, it must be because we spoke of the forest yesterday. You must not speak of it carelessly. It disrespects the mountain god, and your soul may be taken at night. Both the grandmother and AI Tong felt a lingering dread. No one knew better than AI Tong what she had seen and heard. Furrowing her brows, AI Tong raised her hand to touch her temple, puzzled. Why could she not remember anything? She only knew that everything she dreamt seemed very unusual. Looking at the concerned old woman, AI Tong forced a weak smile, quickly assuring her, perhaps I was just exhausted from the journey, leading to some fanciful nightmares. There is no need for you to worry, grandmother. That is good to hear. Just rest well, dear, and do not dwell on that matter. After having breakfast at the grandmother's house, AI Tong departed. After some contemplation, she resolved to inquire about the location of the forest. If the grandmother were to know of her determination to go, she would surely advise against it. Moreover, the elderly woman was quite advanced in age and could not bear to be alarmed. After walking for some time, AI Tong finally encountered a few passers-by, and after considerable effort, she clarified the location of the forest. Following the villagers' directions, AI Tong soon spotted a dense, verdant forest in the distance. From afar, it appeared lush and thriving, with ancient trees soaring high, distinctly contrasting with the surrounding mountains. In a sequel to their story, though there remained a distance to cover, AI Tong felt an inexplicable urgency in her heart. A voice seemed to call to her, urging her to hasten. AI Tong's brows furrowed as she recalled the strange dream from last night, casting a complex gaze toward the forest. Her intuition suggested that something awaited her within, something that had waited for a long time. Without further hesitation, she shouldered her backpack and walked directly toward the forest. Along the way, she passed a few households, but as she reached the forest's edge, she halted. Gazing at the encircled forest before her, AI Tong hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. This place is perilous. After days of investigation, she understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone. Should she risk her life for the sake of purported first-hand information? Just as AI Tong was wavering, she suddenly heard the call of a fox. Looking up, she was startled to see a white fox appear before her. The little white fox was remarkably beautiful, with snow-white fur and enchanting eyes. It stood at the edge of the forest, gazing directly at her, silent. After a while, the little white fox showed no inclination to leave, simply squatting there, its gaze fixed on her. "Are you waiting for me?" AI Tong tentatively asked. The white fox stood, wagged its tail at AI Tong, and then turned to walk into the forest, glancing back occasionally. Noticing that AI Tong remained stationary, the little white fox paused again. AI Tong understood its intent. By some strange twist of fate, she found herself climbing over the fence and following the little white fox into the forest. AI Tong trailed the white fox leisurely through the dense woods. The underbrush was thick, scratching her arms. As she ventured deeper, regret began to seep in. Why had she followed it in such a heated moment? After walking for a while, she felt no signs of discomfort. Could it be that the previous deaths and the supernatural occurrences were unrelated, merely unfortunate accidents? The more she pondered, the stranger it became. Even more oddly, after walking for a while, the path seemed to become increasingly manageable, as if it had been tended to over the years. The path she was now traversing, though still overgrown, was noticeably lower and less arduous. The little white fox would occasionally turn back to check on AI Tong, prompting her to chuckle. "You are quite the perceptive one," AI Tong remarked, uncertain of how far they had traversed through the intricate thicket and over rocky hills. The little fox finally came to a halt. "Little fox, have we arrived?" AI Tong exclaimed, utterly fatigued. "Oh!" AI Tong turned her gaze toward the direction the little fox was facing. Before her stood a dwelling, overgrown with vines and adorned with fallen leaves and petals, evoking a sense of a hidden paradise. AI Tong's brow furrowed as she adjusted her backpack. Driven by her professional instincts, she retrieved her camera without a second thought and walked toward the wooden house. "Oh, oh!" Just as AI Tong snapped a few exterior photos, a multitude of animals suddenly burst forth from within the vine-covered house. The fox, the rabbit, the snake, and the wolf. AI Tong was utterly terrified. This was beyond mere description as a mere animal den. It was a chaotic amalgamation. The sudden fright nearly caused her to drop her newly acquired camera. Behind her, the little fox gazed at the overly startled AI Tong with curiosity before joyfully bounding towards the unexpectedly emerged creatures. How? I have waited. I have completed my mission." AI Tong's expression was one of utter despair as she beheld this gathering of oddities, each one either exceedingly venomous, robust as an ox, or possessing sharp fangs and a fierce bite. She found herself at a loss as to which demise might be the most merciful. Instinctively, she desired to flee. Yet, at that moment, with a thunderous roar, a multitude of creatures surged forth from the original wooden cabin. They surrounded AI Tong entirely, leaving no gap for escape. Every pair of eyes fixated on her, as if assessing which portion of her flesh might be the most delectable. "I did not intend to intrude," AI Tong began. But before she could finish, a serpent as thick as a thigh slithered toward her, occasionally flicking its forked tongue. "Oh, please don't eat me. I did not mean to disturb you." At that moment, AI Tong disregarded her camera and simply covered her head in despair. Now, surrounded by beasts, she resigned herself to her fate. The enormous snake, gliding alongside AI Tong, did not reveal its menacing fangs, but rather gazed intently at her with its serpent eyes for a prolonged moment. Then its tail coiled gently around AI Tong, lifting her away as it swam into the distance. The other creatures, watching the departing snake, seemed to well up with tears, collectively raising their voices in lament. "Howl! Hiss! Wail!" AI Tong, who had not been bitten, awoke atop the large serpent, the sounds of the animals' cries echoing in her ears. Their calls were a blend of sorrow, joy, and emotion she could not comprehend. She felt the sensation of being wrapped by the snake. Yet surprisingly, she felt no fear. As she swayed on the serpent's back, her thoughts drifted toward an unknown destination. Even she herself was unaware. It seemed she had not traveled far when the great snake gently set her down. Sitting on the ground, Ai Tong watched the serpent disappear into the distance, utterly bewildered. What peculiar creatures inhabited this realm? Rising to her feet, Ai Tong brushed off the dust and, out of the corner of her eye, caught sight of a massive circular structure. Could this be some celestial sanctuary? The unusual architecture captivated her attention as she slowly approached. Strangely, the vicinity of this circular edifice was littered with many remnants resembling flowers. Ai Tong crouched down and absent-mindedly picked up a fragment. Frowning slightly, she brought it closer to her nose and was surprised to detect a fragrance. Bending further, she continued to walk forward, eager to uncover the secrets of this round structure. In her exploration, she discovered that this circular building was sturdier than concrete. However, the intricately patterned lines formed a labyrinthine maze, each circle identical in design and distance. A sense of panic washed over her. Could it be that a mountain deity practiced here? Such divine craftsmanship seemed beyond the capabilities of nature itself. With a heart full of complex emotions, Ai Tong pressed onward. Not far ahead, thickly entwined vines and fallen leaves enveloped the entire structure, and on the stone slabs beneath the withered branches, there appeared to be traces left by someone. Ai Tong bit her lip, inhaling deeply as the crunch of countless dry leaves echoed beneath her feet. Slowly, she approached, gently parting the foliage with a twig. Under the sun and wind, the engravings remained deeply etched, distinctly not of modern craftsmanship. Prominently inscribed were the characters, Ru Xing Ru Yu, Yi Yi Lu Guan. These were Chinese characters, accompanied by a dense script that she could not decipher, resembling pictographs. Instinctively, Ai Tong raised her right hand, trembling as she touched the deep carvings. Her heart began to race as if the words were etched into her very soul. Attached, my love for you, inscribed eons ago, deeply buried in the forest you cherished by the Huan River. The past has long since faded, a mere billion years gone. You stand before the tomb, gazing upon the stone inscriptions, while I quietly observe, enamored by the visage I have adored for a lifetime, even if you have taken on a different form. When history leaves only enigmatic fragments, legends become immortal fables.